I was just starting my sophomore year when the counselor dragged me from the dorm to the hospital, only to learn that a drunken accident a year ago had left the campus Belle my senior pregnant with my child. She resolutely dropped out and gave birth to twin babies, a boy and a girl, breaking ties with the family. Just as I was in a daze. The God-tier dad system has been activated. As long as you put your heart into raising children, you can obtain incredible rewards like houses, cars, and childcare funds. I am determined to make it up to my senior sister. Take on the responsibilities of a father. Looking at these two little lives crying for nourishment, I personally fed my senior sister by hand, learning to take care of a baby. Yet, the parents of my seniors still remain ambiguous in their stance. Our future is filled with uncertainties. What earth-shaking changes will these twins bring to my life? Chapter 1, just started sophomore year, and the campus Belle gave birth to my twins? Xiao Chen, your wife is about to give birth, and you still have the nerve to play games in the dorm? Jiangcheng University, inside dormitory 448. Xiao Chen was playing Valorant in his dorm. His counselor suddenly pushed open the door and dropped such a bombshell of news. What the hell? Xiao Chen took off his headphones and turned his head, staring blankly at Counselor Meng Shueru. He twisted his lips and said, "Advisor, have you lost your mind? It's just the start of sophomore year. Where on earth would I get a wife?" Meng Shueru didn't offer much explanation. Instead, she went straight to his side and grabbed his arm. "No time to explain, come with me quickly. I'll tell you more on the way." Xiao Chen was forcibly dragged out of the dorm by Meng Shueru. He tried to resist again. "Wait, counselor, what's actually going on here? Can someone tell me how a pure-hearted college guy like me suddenly has a wife?" It wasn't until they got in the car together and started driving that Meng Shueru finally spoke while behind the wheel. "Do you remember Xu Zhi?" Xu Zhi? Upon hearing this name, Xiao Chen froze in shock. Of course, he remembered that name. Xu Zhi was the campus belle of Jiangcheng University, a year above him and his direct senior in the same department. Last year when he first enrolled, it was Xu Zhi who welcomed him. In my memory, Xu Zhi was about 168 centimeters tall, weighed just over 100 pounds, with a slender waist, long legs, and what I estimated to be a C-cup bust, perfectly proportioned. Most importantly, she possessed an exceptionally flawless face, practically the dream goddess countless guys longed for. Back then, Xiao Chen even joined the club she was in just to get closer to Xu Zhi. Unfortunately, Xu Zhi dropped out last semester for some unknown reason. To this day, Xu Zhi still frequently appears on the school's confession wall, with countless students secretly admiring her. Xiao Chen raised his head. "I know, didn't she drop out of school?" "You?" Meng Shueru was speechless. "You don't know why she dropped out?" "I don't know." Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. What did her dropping out have to do with him? She's a goddess, and dropping out must mean she has better opportunities ahead. Looking at the clueless Xiao Chen, Meng Shueru spoke up. "You slept with her, got her pregnant, and that's why she dropped out." "What, you mean you didn't know?" "What the hell?" Xiao Chen was stunned, and at that very moment, his mind reeled. He distinctly remembered that during last year's National Day holiday, he went out to eat and drink with a few classmates from the club. Coincidentally, Xu Zhi was also there that day. He only recalled drinking over a dozen bottles of beer and one bottle of white liquor. After getting drunk, someone seemed to have helped him to a hotel. Then, his hands were placed on both sides of the pillow. Holy shit! Xiao Chen suddenly realized what happened. Staring blankly at Meng Shueru, he was utterly shocked. "Did I sleep with the campus belle?" He hadn't thought much about it before, assuming his club mates had taken him to the hotel when he drank too much and helped check him in. So he didn't dwell on the matter. But now, hearing Meng Shueru say this, Xiao Chen suddenly realized things might not be so simple. Was it Xu Zhi who took him to the hotel that day? No, don't they say in short videos that when a man is drunk, his little brother doesn't stand at attention? Xiao Chen asked, "Counselor, are you suggesting Xu Zhi and I hit the jackpot on the first try, and now she's pregnant with my child? You didn't know?" "No one told me." Xiao Chen spread his hands. "Alright, she actually told me not to tell you. Now Xu Zhi has had a falling out with her family, and no one is taking care of her. You're the father of the child, so if no one is looking after her, you're the only one who can go to her now." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat, and at that moment, an electronic voice suddenly rang out in his mind. "Ding, congratulations host for activating the options. Choice 1 immediately go to the hospital with Meng Shueru to take care of Xu Zhi, activating the ultimate dad god selection system. Choice 2 refuse to go, snatch Meng Shueru's steering wheel, perform a donut on the spot, rewarded with the dangerous driving title, a pair of silver bracelets, and a 3-year prison vacation." Xiao Chen froze. Was he about to bind with a system? What the heck is choice 2? He's not a little cutie. Without hesitation, he chose option 1. Ding! The ultimate daddy choice system is activated. Host, don't doubt it, Xu Zhi is indeed carrying your child. And they're even twins, a boy and a girl. This system will help you become a super dad. Xiao Chen was completely stunned. Just like that, it's bound? Xiao Chen had read plenty of novels before. Damn. With this system, wouldn't he be able to reach the peak of life? He hurriedly asked the counselor, "What did you say? Did Xu Zhi have a falling out with her family?" Meng Shueru spoke gravely. Xu Zhi was only 19 when she got pregnant. When her parents found out, they undoubtedly wanted her to abort the child. But Xu Zhi was born stubborn. She refused to have an abortion and insisted on keeping the child. After she dropped out of school, it was her best friend Lu Weiwei who took the time to look after her. Today is her due date. Her best friend contacted me. I just found out about this. Meng Shueru glanced anxiously at the clock. I wonder if she's in the delivery room yet. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. Teacher, please drive faster. I want to see Xu Zhi as soon as possible. I'd been waiting for you to say that. With that, Meng Shueru directly shifted from second gear to fifth, and the car roared forward with a loud hum. 20 minutes later. Zhangcheng Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Meng Shueru rushed in anxiously with Xiao Chen in tow. Not knowing the exact location, Meng Shueru first took Xiao Chen to the nurse's station. Hello, may I ask if Xu Zhi has entered the delivery room? The nurse at the station checked the computer before speaking. Not yet, he's currently on the second floor. Hearing this, the two quickly ran up the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, at that very moment, a hospital bed was being wheeled out of a ward by several doctors. And the person on the hospital bed was none other than Xu Zhi. Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi locked eyes. She still looked the same, exceptionally beautiful, though now she appeared somewhat weary, perhaps due to the pregnancy. The moment she saw Xiao Chen, her eyes filled with shock. However, she didn't say much more. The mother's water has broken, get her to the delivery room quickly and prepare for delivery. Excuse me. Xiao Chen and Meng Shueru instinctively stepped aside, staring intently as Xu Zhi was wheeled into the delivery room. At that very moment, a nurse wearing a mask approached Xiao Chen and Meng Shueru. Actually, the reason for calling Xiao Chen over this time was also because someone needed to sign for the childbirth. Meng Shueru called Xu Zhi's parents, but neither was willing to come over, and they even spoke extremely harshly. And the only one who could sign was Xiao Chen. Excuse me, are you Xu Zhi's family members? I am the child's father. Xiao Chen immediately stepped forward. Alright, then come with me quickly to sign. Chapter 2, Two Little Lives Arrive, System Reward Exceeds Expectations. After signing, Xiao Chen waited outside the delivery room with Meng Shueru. Truth be told, Xiao Chen hadn't been mentally prepared yet. After all, he was only 19 this year. And today was merely the first day of his sophomore year. He was still a freshman at Wally who called out for his mom. Now, in the blink of an eye, he was about to become a father. This leap, isn't it a bit too great? At that very moment, a girl suddenly screeched to a halt at the stairwell entrance. Then anxiously ran toward their direction. Teacher Meng, how's it going? Lu Weiwei came to a stop, panting heavily, as Xiao Chen and Meng Shueru both turned to look at her. This girl is known to Xiao Chen. She was also his immediate senior from the same department, named Lu Weiwei, who also happened to be Xu Zhi's best friend. A year ago today, it was she and Xu Zhi who helped him carry his luggage. Although Lu Weiwei wasn't as pretty as Xu Zhi, she was still a first-class beauty. At this moment, Lu Weiwei was wearing a shoulder-bearing tank top with a pair of ultra-short shorts. Her entire leg was incredibly slender, wrapped in sheer stockings, with a scorching hot figure. Meng Shueru began the introductions first. Xiao Chen, let me introduce you. This is Xu Zhi's best friend, Lu Weiwei. After Xu Zhi became pregnant, it was Lu Weiwei who took care of her the whole time. Xiao Chen nodded slightly upon hearing this. Hello, Senior Weiwei. At the moment, Lu Weiwei was more concerned about Xu Zhi, so she just gave a slight nod in response. Meng Shueru added, Xu Zhi was just wheeled into the delivery room 10 minutes ago and is already inside. Don't worry, if it goes quickly, she'll be out soon. Okay. Lu Weiwei stole a glance at Xiao Chen but didn't say anything more. Silently waited. About 2.5 hours had passed, and still there was no movement at all. Lu Weiwei was growing rather anxious. She asked uneasily, why hasn't Gigi come out yet? Could something have happened to her? Lu Weiwei couldn't help but think of some scenes from TV dramas. Something like severe bleeding during childbirth, or the nurse urgently coming out to ask whether to save the mother or the baby. Meng Shueru pursed her lips, thinking to herself, could you stop talking nonsense? It was at this very moment that the door of the delivery room was opened. Lu Weiwei's heart skipped a beat. Could it be exactly what she was thinking? At this moment, Hu Shua, dressed in surgical scrubs, removed his mask and smiled. Congratulations, mother and daughter are both safe. Sir, no, classmate, your wife has given birth to twins, a boy and a girl. What? Upon hearing this, Meng Shueru and Liu Weiwei were both stunned. Just moments ago, after hearing that both mother and children were safe, the two had finally let their guard down. But upon learning it was twins, a boy and a girl, they suddenly became extremely curious. Because twins of opposite sex are extremely rare in reality. Gigi hit the jackpot with both a son and daughter at once. How amazing. Boy and girl twins? The nurse smiled and nodded, yes, boy-girl twins. The older one is the brother, and the younger is the sister. She glanced back and said, the babies haven't been weighed yet. You can go watch when they're being weighed later. Can I? Lu Weiwei was particularly eager to see the baby at this moment. The nurse smiled warmly and replied, of course you can. The doctors inside are currently clearing the mucus from the baby's nose and mouth, and they'll also clean off some of the vernix on their bodies. You can go in first to see your wife. This nurse had given birth before and deeply understood the pain of childbirth. Mothers are all great, so it's especially important to take care of the new mother's emotions at this time. Okay. With that, Xiao Chen was about to dart into the delivery room. The nurse reminded them again to keep their voices down before letting the three of them in. In the delivery room, Xu Zhi was lying on a birthing chair. Her face was somewhat pale, her lips utterly devoid of color. There were still traces of sweat on his forehead. Her hair clung tightly to the skin of her forehead. She must have gone through tremendous hardship during childbirth. Xiao Chen felt particularly heartbroken. He reached out and took Xu Zhi's hand. Senior, you've worked hard. For a moment, Xiao Chen's mind went blank. On this day last year, Xu Zhi, as a senior student, welcomed him. He did have feelings for Xu Zhi, but it was just a secret crush like all the other boys. In just one short year, his senior unexpectedly gave birth to two adorable babies for him. It felt just like a dream. And this was a dream he wouldn't even dare to entertain in normal times. Xu Zhi felt the warmth emanating from Xiao Chen's palm, the corners of her lips curling slightly upwards. It's no trouble at all. It's my duty. I will definitely do my best in my role as a mother. Xiao Chen spoke somewhat awkwardly, senior, in the future. I'll try my best to be a good father. It was at that moment that the system's voice came through. Detecting the host's sincerity, congratulations on receiving the newbie dad starter pack. Congratulations on obtaining a fully furnished 140 square meter apartment in the Tanguaging residential area near Jiangchen University. Move-in ready, complete with appliances, suitable for immediate postpartum recovery. Congratulations, host, you have won a Xiaomi YU7 Max Titanium Gold Edition. Congratulations, host, you have received parenting funds of 5,000 renminbi. Note, parenting funds can only be used for baby-related expenses. Congratulations, host. You've acquired the perfect driving skill. Hearing the system's voice, Xiao Chen froze completely. A 140 square meter apartment is definitely more than enough for them to live in. Moreover, there's also a Xiaomi YU7. Xiao Chen has been a loyal Xiaomi fan for years. His first smartphone was the Redmi 2A in 2014, and he now uses the Xiaomi 15. His future dream is to drive either a Xiaomi SU7 or YU7. Well, this just means the car is free now. The main issue is that now if you want to buy this car, you'll have to wait a year. System Dad's reward is so incredibly thoughtful. Her thoughts returned to the present, and Xu Zhi gazed deeply at Xiao Chen before giving a slight nod. It seems she has accepted him. However, Xiao Chen also felt vaguely sad in his heart. Meng Shueru said that Xu Zhi had fallen out with her family. Moreover, because of her pregnancy, she had even dropped out of school. Can it be said that because of him, Xu Zhi's family and future prospects have already been ruined? He had made up his mind to make it up to Xu Zhi properly. At that very moment, the nurse's voice rang out. The father, we're about to weigh the baby now. Would you like to come take a look? Senior, I'll go check on the baby, Xiao Chen said cautiously. Xu Zhi readily agreed, sure, go ahead. Let's see if our baby takes after you or me. Okay. Xiao Chen, Meng Shueru, and Lu Weiwei curiously gathered around. Right now Dabeo was completely naked, not wearing a single thing. Its skin was reddish, looking particularly tender and tiny, so small it wasn't even as long as his charging cable. The nurse gently placed the baby on the infant scale, which displayed a weight of 3,200 grams. After seeing the baby's weight, the nurse recorded the baby's weight. At this moment, Xiao Chen cautiously asked, 3,200 grams, isn't that too light? Chapter 3, Is the baby hungry? Hand expressing milk for the baby? The nurse couldn't help but smile upon hearing Xiao Chen's words. 3,200 grams, that's 6 jin and 4 liang. This weight is perfectly normal, not light at all. Oh, I see. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. It was mainly because this was his first child and he had no experience. Plus, whenever relatives had babies before, he always remembered his mom saying things like, so-and-so had a big, healthy boy weighing 8 jin and 8 liang. He'd been misled by his mother all along. After weighing the firstborn, the nurse quickly swaddled the baby and then weighed the second child. The baby girl weighed significantly less than her brother, just 4 pounds and 6 ounces, the exact opposite of her brother. Needless to say, she hadn't been able to compete for nutrients with her brother while they were still in the womb. But the good news was both children were healthy, so it wasn't a big deal. We'll be back shortly after giving the babies their vaccinations. Xiao Chen nodded. Soon after, Xu Zhi was wheeled into a regular ward. Then, 2 nurses carried the newborn baby into the ward and placed it in a small crib nearby. This was the postpartum observation period. If nothing happened within 2 hours, she would be fine. Moreover, maternity hospitals rarely admitted mothers for observation these days. Previously, there was a 3-day observation period, but now, as long as the baby is healthy and the mother feels fine, they can be discharged as early as the same day. At that moment, Lu Weiwei held her firstborn, gently rocking her body. The baby is so adorable, though, his skin is a bit yellow. The nurse beside her explained, that's jaundice. It will gradually fade over time. Oh, I should prepare some meals for the new mom. She exerted a lot of energy during childbirth. I'll go buy some. Xiao Chen volunteered, and no one objected. The nurse suggested, there's a postpartum care center right across the street from the maternal and child health hospital. Their meals are quite good, you can get takeout from there. Okay, got it. Xiao Chen didn't dare delay and quickly left the room. The nurse didn't linger either. She mentioned that if anything was needed, they could press the call button on the wall, then left the room. Now, only the three of them remained in the room. Lu Weiwei gazed at the baby in her arms, then shifted her attention to Xu Zhi. Ji, what are your plans from here? Lu Weiwei's question cut straight to the heart of the matter. Due to family circumstances, Xu Zhi had decided to carry the child to term from the start. After all, they were two little lives. She simply couldn't bring herself to terminate the pregnancy. But her parents had cut off all contact with her. Since she became pregnant, they hadn't made a single phone call. The expenses after the baby's birth would be enormous, and she feared she simply couldn't afford it. Seeing Xu Zhi's troubled expression, Lu Weiwei forced a smile. It's okay, I can help take care of the baby with you. But I have one request from now on, I'll be your baby's little mom. Don't worry about money either, I'll just ask my boyfriend for more. Xu Zhi's expression darkened, but that's not right. Your boyfriend works hard for his money. Throughout her pregnancy, Lu Weiwei had provided meticulous care, and most of the expenses had come from her and her boyfriend. Though her boyfriend hadn't openly refused, she suspected he'd said plenty of unkind things behind her back. She would repay this money someday. What's the problem? Lu Weiwei crossed her arms. If he refuses me, it means he doesn't love me anymore. Then there's no point in staying with him. Break up with him immediately. Meng Shueru grimaced beside her. Is this how girls are nowadays? It was the first day of school, and Meng Shueru had things to attend to, so she headed back to campus first. Lu Weiwei planned to wait for Xiao Chen before heading back. Xiao Chen had been back for over an hour. Since the baby had just been born, Xu Zhi could only eat liquid or easily digestible foods. He bought some steamed egg custard, egg drop soup, and 2 boxed meals. The boxed meals were for Meng Shueru and Lu Weiwei. Noticing Meng Shueru wasn't in the room, Xiao Chen asked curiously, "Hey? Where's the counselor?" Lu Weiwei replied, she said it's the first day of school and she has a lot to handle, so she went back first. She also said it's fine if you don't return to the dorm tonight, just stay with Xu Zhi for now. Xiao Chen nodded. His counselor was truly understanding. Here's the meal I just bought. Senior Weiwei, you must be hungry. Xiao Chen methodically took out the boxed meal. Lu Weiwei rubbed her stomach, she was indeed a bit hungry. Then I won't hesitate to accept. At that moment, Xiao Chen turned his gaze towards Xu Zhi. He still felt a bit nervous around her. Senior, I just asked at the maternity center, and they said you can only eat light foods right now. So I only bought some egg custard and egg drop soup. Xu Zhi gave a slight nod. Lu Weiwei adjusted the headrest of the hospital bed upright, then reached out to take the egg custard from Xiao Chen's hands. Xiao Chen naturally sat down beside the bed. Senior, let me feed you. Huh? Is that okay? Xu Zhi felt a bit shy. Lu Weiwei chimed in from the side, what's there to be shy about? Gigi, this is your future husband. Husbands feeding their wives, what's wrong with that? Right, Xiao Chen? Lu Weiwei thought to herself, Xu Zhi, you've just never been in a relationship before. But that'll change soon enough. Spend enough time together, and feelings will grow. Hearing Xiao Chen called her future husband, Xu Zhi pursed her lips. Uncontrollably, she recalled the times her father had beaten her at home. She wondered, could Xiao Chen become that kind of person? Lost in her thoughts, she didn't notice Xiao Chen had already scooped a spoonful of egg custard. He blew on it gently before offering it to Xu Zhi's lips. Senior, would you like to try it? Ah. Xu Zhi paused slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xiao Chen's earnest expression. Her small mouth opened slightly. She took a bite. It tasted wonderful. Her mother had never made her egg custard when she was little. Things other children had, she never did. It's delicious. Then eat more. Xiao Chen had never been in a relationship before, he was still an inexperienced, innocent young man. So he felt a bit nervous at that moment. Even the arm holding the egg custard trembled slightly. His senior was beautiful, and Xiao Chen couldn't help but see her through rose-colored glasses. Yet she had indeed given birth to 2 adorable babies for him. Just then, the 2 babies in the hospital beds beside him began wailing simultaneously. Wah! Wah! Xiao Chen hurriedly set the egg custard on the table. Why are they crying? Lu Weiwei rolled her eyes. Of course they're hungry. Are you that dense, Xiao Chen? But I didn't buy any formula either. Lu Weiwei rolled her eyes twice. What formula? Of course they drink breast milk. Just then, the system voice announced. Ding. Host option activated. Option 1, personally help the baby latch on to breastfeed, rewarding you with the gold medal nanny title for 30 days. Option 2, breast milk? Give me water instead. Reward, child neglecting dad title. Future reward, baby will pull your oxygen tube when you can't persuade them. Chapter 4, what? Living with my senior now? What the hell do you mean pull my oxygen tube? Xiao Chen froze in shock at such an absurd choice. But option 1's reward was a gold medal nanny. If Xu Zhi was recovering postpartum, having a nanny care for the baby in her would save a lot of trouble. But then again, what exactly did lactation support mean? Meanwhile, Lu Weiwei beside him was still explaining the benefits of breast milk over formula. Xiao Chen said, Senior Weiwei, I know breast milk is more nutritious than formula. But Senior Xu Zhi hasn't started lactation yet, has she? Lactation? Clearly, Lu Weiwei hadn't heard the term lactation induction either. She was only a year older than him and hadn't given birth yet. At that moment, the system explained, Host, lactation initiation refers to stimulating a pregnant woman's nipples to produce milk. You can use various methods for stimulation. I recommend searching how to initiate lactation on Douyin. Xiao Chen froze upon hearing this. He hurriedly opened his phone and searched Douyin. And then, the result he found was, put it in your mouth? This is brutal omega. He swallowed hard and turned to Xu Zhi, saying, Senior, the baby's hungry, so I need to get you lactating first. Breast, how do you do that? Seeing Xiao Chen's expression, Xu Zhi felt an inexplicable sense of panic rising within her. He seemed a bit intimidating right now. Xiao Chen replied casually, Don't worry, I'll handle it. Ah. Then, the scene began with skillfully undressing someone. Xu Zhi was completely dumbfounded. Wait, it can actually be done like this? Xu Zhi's face flushed instantly, the redness spreading from her cheeks all the way to her neck. But seeing the baby still wailing beside her, she could only force herself to endure the discomfort. No one should go hungry, especially not her own child. That was the responsibility of a mother. Meanwhile, Lu Weiwei froze in place upon witnessing Xiao Chen's actions. Wait, am I supposed to be watching this? Omega? So you actually have to stimulate milk production? Is this how you massage it? Wait, why is he putting it in his mouth now? Lu Weiwei swallowed hard. But then again, her boyfriend had done this before, so it suddenly felt pretty normal. Only Xu Zhi seemed a bit uncomfortable. After about 3 or 5 minutes, Xiao Chen wiped the milk stains from the corners of his mouth. Yep, finally some milk. Why did it taste so mild? Definitely different from cow's milk. Without delay, they quickly picked up both babies. One on each side, the babies immediately latched onto Xu Zhi's breasts. Then they began sucking with all their might. Their little mouths moved rhythmically, expressions of pure contentment on their faces. Once they were feeding, they stopped crying. Watching the two babies feed quietly, Lu Weiwei even found herself wanting a baby of her own in that moment. Gee, these babies are just too adorable. I'm tempted to get pregnant and have a baby myself. Lu Weiwei blurted out, though she was obviously exaggerating. Xu Zhi chimed in, then have one with your boyfriend. When the baby grows up, they can be besties with us just like we are. Thinking of her boyfriend, Lu Weiwei shook her head repeatedly. Forget it. Have his baby? He doesn't deserve it. After college graduation, I'm breaking up with him. As the baby nursed contentedly, the system's voice chimed in. Host, you have made your choice. Congratulations on receiving the gold medal nanny for 30 days. The nanny will arrive at Guantang Yuejing Residential Complex tomorrow at 6 p.m. Please prepare to receive her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen decided to postpone his discharge until the next morning. Newborns typically drink only 10-20 milliliters per feeding. After a short while, both babies stopped drinking. Xiao Chen quickly picked up the baby and gently patted his back. He needed to help them burp to prevent spitting up. After feeding, Xiao Chen placed the baby in the crib and the baby stopped crying. Just then, Lu Weiwei suddenly tapped his shoulder. Xiao Chen, come outside for a moment. Xiao Chen turned his head, looking at her curiously. Lu Weiwei whispered to Xu Zhi, Xiao Chen and I need to talk. Xu Zhi nodded slightly. The two walked to the far end of the corridor, near the window. Xiao Chen asked, Senior, why did you need to come out to talk? Lu Weiwei stood with her arms crossed, adopting a haughty posture. Junior Xiao Chen, I'm warning you better take good care of my Gigi. You should know she's already fallen out with her family, right? Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned and nodded. I heard about it from the counselor on my way here. Lu Weiwei nodded. Yes. That's why what she needs most right now is your companionship. Since she gave birth to your child, you must fulfill your responsibilities as a father. Xiao Chen nodded. Of course I know that. I'll definitely take good care of her from now on. Lu Weiwei added sternly, if you mistreat Gigi, or if I find out she's been wronged, I'll rip the scalp right off your head. Her tone carried a threat. Ultimately, she feared Xiao Chen might betray Xu Zhi. If I ever betray Sister G, I'll rip my own skull open. Lu Weiwei studied Xiao Chen's expression. Only when she saw his solemn resolve did she nod in satisfaction. What are you planning to do next? Xiao Chen, what else could I do? Of course, I'll take good care of Senior Xu Zhi. The counselor would be easy to handle. She should understand his situation. As for failing the course, Xiao Chen didn't care. Even if he failed, he could always retake the courses later. At least for now, his primary goal was to take care of Xu Zhi. Lu Weiwei seemed satisfied with Xiao Chen's response. She pulled a set of keys from her pocket and handed them to him. These are the keys to the apartment I rented. You can stay there with Gigi for now. If you need anything, just give me a call. If I can help, I probably will. Xiao Chen shook his head. Thanks, senior, but I'll just move Xu Zhi to my place instead. Move into your place. What do you mean? Lu Weiwei looked utterly confused. Xiao Chen explained, I have an apartment across from our school at Guantang Yujing. I'll also hire a postpartum nurse tomorrow to take care of Senior Xu Zhi. So we won't be going to the apartment. After a moment's thought, Xiao Chen took the keys Lu Weiwei offered. I'll hold on to these for now. I'll bring Senior Xu Zhi's personal belongings over later. Then I'll return the keys to you. You? At that moment, Lu Weiwei suddenly felt as though Xiao Chen had snatched something that belonged to her. She asked, where did you get that house? How come I didn't know about it? Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. You never asked. Oh. Lu Weiwei was at a loss for words. So you're already living with Xu Zhi? Chapter 5, Naming the Baby, and the System Rewards Again. I suppose so, Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Is my senior feeling a bit jealous? I'm not jealous at all. I wish you both happiness. Lu Weiwei rolled her eyes again and stood up to leave. Thanks, senior. We will be happy. After returning to the ward, Lu Weiwei said goodbye to Xu Zhi and left the hospital. As a student council member, she had plenty of work to do at the start of the semester and needed to return first. Since Xiao Chen had already made up his mind, she saw no reason to interfere. Soon, only Xiao Chen, Xu Zhi, and the two babies remained in the room. The babies lay peacefully in their crib, while Xu Zhi watched them with curiosity. After entering, Xiao Chen didn't know what to say. He shifted his gaze from the babies to Xu Zhi and spoke softly, Senior, are you hungry? There's still some leftovers. Oh. Are you thirsty? Would you like me to get you a glass of water? Xu Zhi gestured toward the water glass beside her, which still held some liquid. Oh. Is there anything else bothering you? No. Oh. The atmosphere suddenly grew awkward. He pointed outside at the sky, Senior, look at the sky outside, it's so blue, ha 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 ha. There was nothing he could do. Xiao Chen had never been in a relationship before. With others around earlier, it was easier to face Xu Zhi directly. But after Meng Xuaru and Lu Weiwei left, he genuinely didn't know what to say. Xiao Chen awkwardly lifted the baby out of the crib, avoiding Xu Zhi's gaze. Senior, if you're feeling well enough, let's check out of the hospital tomorrow. Then I'll take you home. Home? Xu Zhi assumed Xiao Chen meant his hometown. She asked, but won't you have classes? Xiao Chen explained, I have an apartment across from Jiancheng University. We won't be going back to my hometown. I'll find you a nanny. You have an apartment across from Jiancheng University? Xu Zhi was a bit surprised. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. My parents planned for me to develop my career in Jiancheng, so they bought an apartment here. Hearing this, Xu Zhi felt a pang of envy toward Xiao Chen's family. Compared to her own family, they seemed so much more affluent. Even now, Xu Zhi couldn't help but worry whether Xiao Chen's parents would approve of her. Jiancheng really is a great city. Senior, I'll take good care of you. Xiao Chen glanced at the baby in his arms, finding himself growing fonder by the moment. Xu Zhi asked, so, do you plan to tell your parents about this? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen thought carefully. If he told his parents directly that they were about to become grandparents, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed. They might even take the overnight high-speed train to come over. But since they had a nanny now, he'd wait a few days before telling them. Let's wait a few days. But if my parents find out about the baby and that the mother is such a beautiful young lady, they'll definitely say. The best things in life go to the least deserving. Hearing this, Xu Zhi couldn't help but smile. She hoped Xiao Chen was telling the truth. From her expression, he could tell Xu Zhi must have some concerns about his parents. But those worries were nothing to fret about. His parents were very easygoing and would surely adore their daughter-in-law. Senior, don't worry. My parents will definitely adore you. They've been incredibly kind to me. She nodded slightly. Just then, Xiao Chen remembered they still hadn't chosen a name for the baby. He asked, Senior, have you thought of a name for the baby yet? Suddenly, the system popped up, Host, I recommend naming your two babies Xiao Chunan and Xiao Chuaning. What the heck? Xiao Chen completely ignored the system's message. This system actually had a bit of a mischievous streak. Xu Zhi shook her head upon hearing this. Earlier, she'd assumed Xiao Chen wouldn't know about her pregnancy. She'd even considered letting the baby take his surname. But now things were different. She asked, what do you think? Xiao Chen thought carefully. How about we each suggest one? I'll choose a girl and you choose a boy. Xu Zhi thought Xiao Chen's suggestion was good. All right. Xu Zhi began to ponder. Xiao Chen was hopeless at naming things. He pondered for a moment. For the daughter, he could call her Xiao Ziqing. He thought the name wasn't bad, but the image of a group of elderly people 60 years from now all named Ziqing, Haoze, Zixuan, Haoyu, Sini, and Zihao made him chuckle. After a moment, Xiao Chen asked, Senior, have you decided yet? Xu Zhi pursed her lips before speaking. How about Xiao Ming? Xiao Ming? Little Ming? Xiao Chen wondered if that name was a bit too hasty. But strangely, he found it rather pleasant. After all, Xiao Ming was a perennial supporting character in elementary school textbooks. Once he started elementary school, the teacher would surely call out that name all the time. That's fine. Xu Zhi asked, have you thought of a name for the daughter? How about Xiao Hong? Xu Zhi? She paused slightly, feeling that the name might be a bit too plain and unremarkable. Are you serious? No. Xiao Chen joked, I was thinking of naming her Xiao Ziqing at first, but then I imagined all the old folks out there named Ziqing, Haoze, Sini, Ziming, and so on. It just felt a bit off. Put. Xu Zhi felt the same way. Still, she didn't think Xiao Ziqing was entirely unacceptable. Then let's go with Xiao Ziqing. Is that okay? Of course it is. Alright, then it's settled. The moment he and Xu Zhi settled on the baby's name, the system popped up. Ding! Host has named the baby. Congratulations on receiving 999 packs of gold metal diapers, plus one 999 gold double stroller, plus one tube of stretch mark removal cream. Hearing the system's voice, Xiao Chen asked, can the stretch mark removal cream eliminate the stretch marks on Xu Zhi's abdomen? System, yes, host. Simply apply it once daily at night with gentle massage. The stretch marks will gradually fade over time. The system is amazing. As he lifted Xu Zhi's shirt to help her breastfeed, he clearly saw the deep, heavy stretch marks on her belly. With stretch marks like that, she'd probably never wear crop tops again. But with this ointment, she'd still be able to look gorgeous. It must be said, the system was genuinely thoughtful. The stroller will be delivered to the hospital tomorrow morning, and the diapers will be sent to your home. Please ensure you receive them, host. Got it. As Xiao Chen drifted off in thought, his eldest son, Xiao Ming, began whimpering again. He quickly picked him up and offered him the breast. The little one began sucking away again. His expression was one of pure bliss. The baby hadn't opened his eyes yet. But by tomorrow, it should be just about time. Chapter 6, How did Xiao Chen become a father? Early the next morning, Xiao Chen completed Xu Zhi's discharge procedures. He was sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes. The baby had needed feeding every 2 hours during the night, plus frequent diaper changes, leaving both him and Xu Zhi exhausted from a sleepless night. Only now did he realize how many intricacies there were to caring for a child. Reflecting now, he truly appreciated how difficult it must have been for his own parents to raise him. Xiao Chen returned to the hospital room with the baby's birth certificate, while Xu Zhi had already quietly packed their belongings. Senior, why did you start packing on your own? When they were handling the discharge paperwork, he had told Xu Zhi that he would take care of everything. She had just given birth yesterday, and in Xiao Chen's mind, she shouldn't be able to get out of bed yet. But now, it seemed she was perfectly fine. Hearing Xiao Chen's voice, Xu Zhi turned her head and smiled faintly. I'm feeling fine, and besides, I don't want you to do everything alone. I feel like you've already been running back and forth at the hospital, which is exhausting enough. Hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a warm glow in his heart. His senior was so considerate. He couldn't help but lean closer to Xu Zhi. Senior, you're the one who went through the hardship of giving birth to 2 babies. Rest assured, I will give you and the babies a future. Xu Zhi couldn't help but smile. She nodded. Yes, I believe in you. The stroller rewarded by the system yesterday had already been delivered. Seeing the stroller behind him, Xu Zhi asked, you've already bought the crib? Wait, it's gold? Senior, you don't think this is real gold, do you? Xiao Chen smiled faintly, choosing not to tell Xu Zhi it was genuine gold. Even if he did, she probably wouldn't believe him. Xu Zhi couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Right, what family would be so extravagant as to use real gold for a stroller? Xiao Chen approached the crib, gazing at the adorable baby lying inside. The more he looked, the more he adored it. Baby, daddy's taking you home now. Saying this, he picked up his eldest son, Xiao Ming, and carefully placed him on the small mattress inside the stroller. Today, both babies had opened their eyes, looking utterly adorable. The more Xiao Chen looked at them, the more he adored them. Upon hearing Xiao Chen say he was taking them home, the eldest suddenly let out a owl laugh. He could even catch a whiff of that sweet, milky scent. It smelled especially good. Xu Zhi leaned in. Looks like the baby wants to go home too. After packing everything and double-checking nothing was left behind, Xiao Chen pushed the bassinet as he and Xu Zhi left Jiangcheng Maternity and Child Health Hospital. Of course, before discharge, the nurses and doctors had given them countless instructions: no sharing a room with Xu Zhi, no spicy foods, no exposure to cold drafts, and definitely no cold showers. New dad Xiao Chen took it all to heart. Once outside, Xu Zhi tried to hail a ride on the defective map app. But upon seeing her gesture, Xiao Chen asked, "Senior, what are you doing?" "Hailing a cab, of course. Or did you plan to push the baby home?" "That won't be necessary." Xiao Chen pressed the key in his hand, and nearby, the Xiaomi YU7 clicked unlocked. Xu Zhi paused, staring at the sleek SUV before her. "You already bought a car?" "Yeah. It'll be more convenient for taking our baby out in the future." Xu Zhi nodded in understanding. It seemed she still didn't know Xiao Chen well enough. The Xiaomi YU7, a system reward, had been modified. When the rear seats were folded down, they perfectly secured the stroller, ensuring it wouldn't shift during the ride. "Sis, take the passenger seat. The baby will be perfectly safe in the back." Xiao Chen gallantly moved to the passenger side and opened the door for her. Xu Zhi murmured a slightly embarrassed thank you. Xiao Chen started the car and drove with full concentration. Just as he was about to strike up a conversation with Xu Zhi, his phone rang. Xiao Chen checked it and saw it was his roommate, Su Cohen. As second-year students, they were required to arrive on campus yesterday. His roommate must not have seen him and was already missing his dad. "Hello." Xiao Chen answered, "What's up? Miss your old man?" Su Cohen, hearing Xiao Chen's voice on the other end, retorted, "You little punk, did you get caught watching adult movies in the dorm? Why didn't you come back to school yesterday?" He replied, "You think I'm like you, watching porn in the dorm every day? I had some business to take care of, and I'm planning to take a leave of absence." "You idiot." Hearing this, Su Cohen couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, are you out of your mind? Or got some serious illness? Why the hell would you take a leave of absence out of the blue? Spill it already so I can get the class to chip in for you." "Thanks a lot." Xiao Chen's face darkened, but in front of Xu Zhi, he didn't reveal the real reason. "I'll explain later. I'll be heading back to school soon." Hearing this, Su Cohen genuinely thought Xiao Chen had some serious illness. "Are you okay, kid? Are you in the hospital right now? Should I come check on you?" "Xiao Chen, damn it, can't you just wish me well for once?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Debao Xiaoming in the back row suddenly burst into tears, wailing, "Wah! Wah!" Xu Zhi froze for a moment. She recalled that it had been an hour since the last feeding. The baby must be hungry again. "Xiao Chen, pull over for a moment." "Okay." Xiao Chen nodded. Of course, Su Cohen on the phone had overheard their conversation. He couldn't help but ask, "Wait, why do I hear a woman's voice? You didn't catch up with Lu Tianxuan, did you?" "No, but why is there a baby crying too?" Su Cohen fired off 3 questions in quick succession, but Xiao Chen had no mind to answer them. "I'll tell you later. I'm hanging up now." With that, Xiao Chen hung up. "You." Beep 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 beep. Su Cohen stared blankly at his phone in the dorm room. What the hell was going on? Why do I get the feeling Xiao Chen just became a dad? Xiao Chen pulled the car over to the side of the road and turned on the hazard lights. He hurriedly got out and carried both babies over. Xu Zhi, now experienced, quickly lifted her shirt to nurse the baby. Babies cry for simple reasons: either they need a diaper change or they're hungry. Once they were fed breast milk, they stopped crying immediately. Xiao Chen watched the babies suckling greedily and couldn't help but smile. It seemed Xu Zhi wouldn't be getting a good night's sleep for a very long time. Ding! Detecting host's inner anxiety. Rewarding host with 99 cans of gold medal formula. Note: gold medal formula contains higher nutritional value than breast milk. Additionally, 2 infant bottles valued at 6,666 yuan each are provided. These bottles contain no harmful substances. Please take good care of your babies and your wife. Xiao Chen beamed. The system was incredibly thoughtful. Just then, Xu Zhi suddenly asked Xiao Chen, "Who is Lu Tianxuan?" Chapter 7, the system's reward is simply unbeatable. Xu Zhi had just overheard Su Cohen's words on the phone. Xiao Chen didn't deliberately hide anything, but replied calmly, "Oh, her. She was a girl I liked before." Like all boys, Xiao Chen had romanticized love during his school days and had actively pursued girls. However, with his average looks, Lu Tianxuan didn't seem to like him. She never explicitly rejected him, either accepting his kindness without committing. Perhaps this was what they called being a backup option. Xiao Chen's roommates knew about his feelings for Lu Tianxuan. They often asked about his progress and even joked about it. Oh. Hearing this, Xu Zhi's face fell, clearly displeased. Seeing this, Xiao Chen smiled faintly, "But that's all in the past now. She doesn't like me, and I won't be contacting her anymore. Senior, I'll take good care of you and the baby. MHM. Hearing this, Xu Zhi nodded in satisfaction. She asked again, "You just said, you're taking a leave of absence?" Xiao Chen, "Yeah, I want to focus on taking care of you. Going back to school next year won't be too late." He gazed at the baby suckling milk in Xu Zhi's arms. "Besides, it's only 1 year later. It won't make much difference." Xu Zhi remained silent. Truthfully, she didn't really want Xiao Chen to take a leave of absence either. Though academic credentials had lost their former value in this era, they still served as a stepping stone for many companies. Xiao Chen soon brought Xu Zhi to the Guantang Wujing residential complex across from Jiangcheng University. The 140 square meter apartment featured 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, more than enough space for just the two of them. Upon opening the door, Xu Zhi couldn't help but admire the exquisitely decorated interior, feeling quite taken with it. The decor followed the trendy cream style. Popular online walls weren't stark white but a warm yellow, creating a particularly cozy atmosphere. Moreover, the home was fully equipped with furniture, appliances, and other amenities. Even the oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar system was provided. It had to be said, the system was remarkably thoughtful. The only thing missing was food. Of course, he could go buy some later. Xiao Chen led Xu Zhi into the master bedroom, where she noticed a baby crib beside the bed, perfectly sized for an infant. Seeing the adorable little bed, Xu Zhi asked, "Did you prepare the crib already?" She was a bit confused. After all, Xiao Chen had only learned about her pregnancy yesterday. So why was everything so perfectly prepared? Wasn't this a bit too early? Xiao Chen replied, "I bought it online yesterday. Since there wasn't much of value in the house, I had the workers install it." Xu Zhi nodded, then turned her gaze to the crib. The sides of the crib had been raised. Xiao Chen carefully placed the babies inside. The 2 infants looked around curiously, and then the second baby let out a cooing laugh. "Mingming, Qingqing, this is our new home for the 4 of us now." Hearing this, both babies stared at Xiao Chen with wide eyes. Then they laughed. Their smiles were so sweet that Xiao Chen couldn't resist kissing them. Knock knock knock. Just then, the front door was knocked. "Coming!" Xiao Chen called out and hurried over. At this hour, it must be the formula milk reward from yesterday's system. It must be the delivery. "I'll get it, senior." "Mm-hmm." Xu Zhi nodded. Xiao Chen walked to the living room and opened the door. Just as he'd expected, it was indeed the formula along with diapers. But only 1 case of formula had arrived, not the 99 cans he'd anticipated. 1 box contained 10 cans, exactly enough for 2 babies for 1 month. System, host, will send you 10 cans of formula each month going forward. Of course, breastfeeding is also an option, it's entirely up to you. Got it. After signing for the delivery, the courier left. Xu Zhi emerged from the room. "Xiao Chen, what did you buy?" "Formula." Since the babies get hungry at night, you should get some proper rest from now on instead of constantly getting up. Xu Zhi felt the deep concern in Xiao Chen's words, and her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Her own parents had never shown her this much care. She pointed to another box. "What about that one?" "That one has diapers." No sooner had he spoken than the room was suddenly filled with the baby's cries. "Wah!" Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi hurried over. Xu Zhi instinctively reached to lift her shirt to nurse the baby, but Xiao Chen disagreed. "It's only been about half an hour since we fed him in the car." "Yeah, that's right." Xiao Chen went over and felt the baby's diaper. Good grief, it was a solid mass. Plus, there was a faint, unpleasant smell. Xiao Chen opened it up, and yellow poop came into view. But Xiao Chen didn't feel disgusted. Then he remembered a video he'd seen on Douyin. The video asked, why do people not mind when babies soil their pants, but get disgusted when elderly people do? The answer given in the comments section was particularly reasonable. The answer was, because the elderly person's mother is no longer around. Baby number 2 pooped. Xu Zhi froze for a moment, then hurriedly opened the suitcase and pulled out the baby wipes for cleaning. "Is this okay to use?" "Of course." Xiao Chen nodded. Then he tossed the poopy diaper into the trash can. He gently wiped her little bottom with the wipes. Ding! Host is wiping baby's bottom. Reward, 1,000 renminbi childcare fund. Ding! Host changed baby's diaper. Reward, 1 random car. Xiao Chen froze. Wait, changing a diaper just earned me a car? System, host, would you like to open the random car? Its value ranges from 100,000 to 10 million. What the hell? Hearing this, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He could understand a 100,000 yuan car, but a 10 million yuan one? Wasn't that a bit extravagant? He immediately activated it. Simultaneously, the system's voice chimed in, ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 Porsche 911 GT3. Ha? A Porsche 911 GT3? That's a car worth millions. Could my face really be that pale without washing this morning? Just then, a Porsche key materialized directly in his hand. System, host, the car key has been placed in the underground garage. The tank is full, and the vehicle is registered. You can log into the Traffic Management 12123 app to verify. This system's rewards were seriously top tier. He already owned a Xiaomi YU7 smartphone. Now adding a sports car to his collection? Well, that was undeniably satisfying. He wouldn't drive this Porsche just yet. He'd save it to give to Xu Zhi as a gift later. After all the hardship of having 2 children, she deserved a present. Xiao Chen asked Xu Zhi, Senior, what color do you like? Xu Zhi didn't know why Xiao Chen was asking, but she answered anyway, I like pink a little more. Alright. That's right, Xiao Chen planned to wrap the Porsche in the color Xu Zhi liked. Chapter 8, Xu Zhi's father's call. Xiao Chen hadn't told her about this surprise yet, and he wasn't even sure if Xu Zhi had a driver's license. He opened a box of formula, let the water cool naturally to around 45 degrees Celsius, then prepared the milk for the baby using a bottle. It was already 10:30 in the morning. Ding! Host has prepared formula for baby. Reward, 1 random skill. Another reward? Xiao Chen couldn't help but pause, wondering if the system was being a bit too active. Still, this was a good thing. But what exactly was this skill? Like the ones in novels? As the question formed in his mind, the system explained. Host, to ensure your future life provides your baby with a better growth environment, the system will periodically grant you skill rewards. Skills are categorized into 3 tiers: basic, intermediate, and advanced. The higher the tier, the greater the power. Xiao Chen understood the system's words. Simultaneously, the system inquired, Host, would you like to activate the random skill? Don't bother asking that question. Just activate them directly when they're given. Understood, Host. Ding. Congratulations, Host, you have acquired the skill Super Chef. You may upgrade the Super Chef skill later. Super Chef? At that very moment, an invisible flood of knowledge suddenly surged into his mind. After absorbing this knowledge, his mind was filled with an abundance of culinary expertise. Moreover, his culinary skills now reached the standard of a 5-star restaurant chef. This skill would be incredibly useful in real life. He looked at Xu Zhi, who was watching the baby. Senior, could you keep an eye on the baby? I'll go downstairs to the supermarket to buy some vegetables and fruits. I'll cook lunch for you. Seeing Xiao Chen so devoted to the family, Xu Zhi didn't refuse. She was still quite weak and definitely couldn't cook herself. She truly needed Xiao Chen's help during this period. Alright, be careful on your way. Alright. If the baby gets hungry, you can feed him some breast milk. Just take the bottle out of the thermostat. I know. Xu Zhi nodded obediently. Xiao Chen quickly descended the stairs. He had barely stepped out the door when Xu Zhi's phone, resting beside her pillow, suddenly rang. Buzz. Xu Zhi glanced over. Flashing on the screen were 2 characters, Dad. It had been 10 months, almost a year, since she and her father had last spoken. Could it be that he'd learned about the baby and was reaching out to check on her? With a fluttering heart, Xu Zhi pressed to answer. Hello? Dad. Her tone was cautious. Though her parents had never treated her well growing up, she still harbored a sliver of hope for them. But the conversation that followed shattered Xu Zhi's heart completely. Gigi, where are you now? Xu Zhenhua asked. Xu Zhi gazed at the baby sleeping peacefully in the crib and spoke softly. Dad, I'm at home. I just gave birth to the baby. You've already given birth? Xu Zhi expected her father to ask more questions about the baby's gender, whether she was healthy. But Xu Zhenhua didn't press further. Instead, he said, well, since it's born, send the baby to its father. You won't have anything to do with it from now on. I called you because I want to introduce you to my supervisor's son. He's studying in Australia and will be back in just over a month. Use this month to wrap up all your messy business over there, then, get to know my supervisor's son properly. If he takes a liking to you, build a life with him. If not, still give him your full attention. And I'm warning you, you absolutely must not tell him about your pregnancy or the baby. Got it? Listening to the voice on the phone, Xu Zhi froze in place. Her eyes were completely vacant. Xu Zhi had believed her father would show some concern for her. Even a little would have made her feel better. But she never imagined he would say something like this. What did he mean by if you don't care, then just spend time with him? Was Dad treating him like a doll? Xu Zhi gave a bitter laugh. Well, he was right. He was always circling around that so-called supervisor like a dog. All for the sake of that so-called promotion and raise. Seeing Xu Zhi remain silent, Xu Zhenhua instantly lost his temper. Xu Zhaodi, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? I'm a big shot at Zhengcheng Rixing capital now. It's rare to climb such a high branch. When you marry Supervisor Lu's son, I can get you a respectable job. Isn't that great? I should never have let you go to college. I'm talking to you, did you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Xu Zhaodi. Xu Zhenghua's voice on the phone grew louder and louder, as if he had descended into a frenzy. Xu Zhi hung up the phone expressionless, tears slipping uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. She couldn't understand why she had a father like this. When she was born, her father named her Xu Zhaodi. From childhood, both parents treated her poorly. She lacked things other children had, sometimes even going hungry. When she made mistakes, her mother would beat her. Her childhood was filled with darkness. After school, whenever she saw other children being picked up by their parents, she felt profound envy. But she refused to accept her fate. She studied hard and gained admission to Zhengcheng University. At 18, she went to the police station and legally changed her name to Xu Zhi. Her life had been completely shrouded in gloom until then. Perhaps Xiao Chen's appearance was a ray of light in her existence. Just then, the phone beside her buzzed again. The screen still flashed the word dad, but seeing those two characters filled her heart only with hatred. Intense hatred. Xu Zhi switched her phone to airplane mode. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, trying her best to hide the fact that she had been crying. She didn't want Xiao Chen to know she had parents like this. Even less did she want him to know she had cried. Perhaps through that maternal bond, as Xu Zhi grieved, her infant daughter in the crib seemed startled and began wailing. Xu Zhi rushed over, clutching her child to her chest and gently patting her back. Baby, don't cry. Mommy and Daddy won't treat you and your sister like this. Mommy will give you both the very best environment to grow up in. She would never let her children live the life she had lived. Not Debao nor Erbao. Perhaps sensing the deep maternal love, Debao stopped crying the moment he nestled into Xu Zhi's embrace. Seeing her eldest child's docile demeanor, Xu Zhi couldn't help but let a faint smile escape her lips. Her child was her redemption. Chapter 9, Delicious. I'll make it for you every day from now on. Over 40 minutes later. Senior, I'm back. Xiao Chen pushed open the door and couldn't help but call out. Xu Zhi had composed herself by now, trying her best to hide any traces of tears from Xiao Chen. Xu Zhi emerged from the bedroom in her pajamas, holding Erbao. She had just put Debao to sleep, but Erbao was wide awake now. As he approached, Xiao Chen immediately noticed the bloodshot veins in Xu Zhi's eyes. Senior. What's wrong? Xiao Chen asked. Xu Zhi looked at him curiously, tilting her head slightly. What's wrong with me? Your eyes are all bloodshot, like you've been crying. Hearing this, Xu Zhi forced a smile and replied, how could I have been crying? Seeing the baby come into this world, I'm overjoyed. Maybe you didn't sleep well last night. Hearing this, Xiao Chen quickly said, then take a nap at noon. I'll go cook for you now, senior. Xiao Chen had stocked up on ingredients at the supermarket today and acquired the super chef skill, so he was ready to show off his culinary prowess. Xu Zhi quickly asked, Xiao Chen, do you need help? No need. Just watch over our baby, senior. I'll handle the kitchen. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xu Zhi's first thought was that he felt incredibly reliable and reassuring. Alright, thanks for your hard work. No need to thank me, senior. It's the least I can do. With that, Xiao Chen carried the groceries he'd just bought into the kitchen. Xu Zhi returned to the bedroom and glanced at Debao, who hadn't woken up yet. She didn't leave the bedroom either, instead lying down on the bed. Her phone remained in airplane mode, likely no one would call her anyway. In the kitchen, Xiao Chen glanced at the prepared ingredients. For lunch, he planned to make 2 dishes for Xu Zhi. Crucian carp soup and egg custard. Both dishes were light and refreshing. They were also suitable for a woman recovering after childbirth. He bought the crucian carp fresh, it was still alive. He rarely cooked at home, managing only instant noodles at best. But now, with his newfound skills, cooking a dish was a breeze. Xiao Chen brought water to a boil, then poured the scalding liquid over the crucian carp. Using a small spoon, he gently scraped off the scales. This way, the scales came off quickly. Using the old method would have been much more troublesome. Next, he cleaned out the fish's innards. Then he removed the slime from the fish's body. Xiao Chen worked swiftly, completing the task in one fluid motion. Processing the entire fish took only a few minutes. Even he was somewhat surprised, thinking that with such skills, he could easily land a job at a 5-star restaurant. The monthly salary would surely be tens of thousands. Of course, that was just wishful thinking. Next, Xiao Chen cut the fish into chunks, added salt, scallions, and ginger to a pot, then simmered it over low heat. The egg custard was even simpler. Beat several eggs in a bowl, add a pinch of salt, then pour in about 1.5 times the volume of warm water. After stirring until smooth, skim off the foam. Once the water boils, steam over low heat for 8 to 9 minutes. Turn off the heat and let it sit for another 5 minutes. Finally, drizzle with light soy sauce and add a few drops of sesame oil to finish. As a child, he absolutely loved egg custard and would pester his mother to make it for him. After the egg custard was done, Xiao Chen tasted it. It was indeed delicious. But the fish soup would take a while longer. After washing his hands, Xiao Chen quietly slipped into the bedroom. Both babies were fast asleep. He whispered softly, "Are the babies asleep?" Xu Zhi gave a slight nod. Newborns sleep to grow, and they spent most of their time asleep. Xu Zhi asked, "Is your meal ready yet?" "Not yet." The soup is simmering on the stove. Give it another half hour." "Okay, got it." Though nothing had happened between them, Xu Zhi felt an extraordinary sense of happiness whenever she was with Xiao Chen. Half an hour later. Fish soup's ready. Xiao Chen entered the bedroom carrying a large bowl of fish soup. Earlier at the supermarket, Xiao Chen had bought a bedside table. It was specifically for Xu Zhi. After all, she was in her confinement period, she needed to rest properly. "Senior, please eat something." As Xiao Chen brought the fish soup over, Xu Zhi caught a whiff of an exceptionally fragrant aroma. The aroma deeply stimulated her taste buds, making her stomach growl. She took a sniff and couldn't help exclaiming, "It smells amazing." Xiao Chen, you can cook too? Of course I do. Xiao Chen grinned, baring his teeth. And I'm actually pretty good at it. I cook often at home and my parents always compliment me on my cooking. Really? Absolutely. Xiao Chen patted his chest, his tone boasting. Xu Zhi chuckled softly and nodded. Senior, let me feed you. Ha! Hearing this, Xu Zhi's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded shyly. Xiao Chen scooped up some fish soup with a small spoon, blew on it to cool it, then held it to Xu Zhi's lips. Senior, try some. Mm. Xu Zhi nodded slightly, then opened her small mouth and took the spoon. Then, she froze slightly. Xiao Chen quickly asked, What's wrong, Senior? Does it taste bad? After serving the fish soup, Xiao Chen hadn't tasted it himself. Though he'd gained super cooking skills, tastes varied from person to person, and he didn't know if Xu Zhi would like the flavor. No, no. She shook her head repeatedly. Your fish soup is exceptionally delicious. It's the best fish soup I've ever tasted in my 20 years of life. Really? Xiao Chen's heart leapt with joy. Xu Zhi nodded firmly. Of course it's true. I wouldn't lie. Xiao Chen, then. I'll make it for you every day. I'll keep trying new recipes to make delicious meals for you. Great. Xu Zhi felt deeply touched inside. Her thoughts were spot on. Xiao Chen was a ray of light in her life. Xiao Chen pointed to the egg custard again. Senior, try the egg custard again. Okay. After tasting the egg custard, Xu Zhi couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. It's also incredibly delicious. I really like it. Xiao Chen, then, Senior, I'll create a little app on my phone for you. Whenever you want something to eat, just order it on your phone. I'll cook it for you. Xu Zhi was worried Xiao Chen would tire himself out. But what if you get exhausted? I won't. Xiao Chen had a regular fitness routine. He pointed to his muscles. With this physique, I'm stronger than an ox. How could I possibly collapse from exhaustion? Still, you should get plenty of rest. All right. Eat first, Senior. I want to hold the baby. All right, but be gentle, don't wake them up. Don't worry. Xiao Chen carefully lifted up the second baby. Gazing at the soft little face, he gently kissed it. Just then, the second child in his arms suddenly let out a wail. Wah! Xiao Chen? Chapter 10, Erbao slapped Xiao Chen across the face. Wait, baby, why are you crying? Xiao Chen looked at Erbao in his arms, her face flushed red from crying, and his first reaction was a moment of helplessness. He gently patted her little bottom. Erbao, did daddy scare you? Xiao Chen leaned closer to her. Just then, Erbao suddenly reached out her tiny hand and flicked it. Smack! The sound was crisp and clear. Yes, Erbao's hand had smacked right across Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen stared blankly at the baby in his arms. Wait. Is this something a newborn baby can do? The slap didn't hurt much, but it sure made a loud noise. What was most telling was that the moment the second child saw Xiao Chen's stunned expression, the crying instantly stopped. He even started laughing. He let out a soft, baby coo. Xu Zhi couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. I told you not to wake up the second child. See? She slapped you. It's fine. Xiao Chen chuckled. She's my baby. Even if she pulls the plug on my oxygen tank someday, I won't say a word. You're so carefree. Xiao Chen murmured softly, how could my baby ever pull out my oxygen tube? Xing, daddy asks you, when daddy gets old, will you pull out daddy's oxygen tube? Just then, the baby cooperatively made a sound that sounded like pull. Xu Zhi laughed even harder. The second child wasn't giving Xiao Chen any face at all. After settling the baby, Xiao Chen said, Senior, I need to go to school this afternoon to see my advisor about taking a leave of absence. Could you watch the baby at home? I'll be back soon. Xu Zhi's expression grew serious upon hearing this. She asked, Are you sure about this? I feel like education is still very important. Xiao Chen replied, But you dropped out too, Senior. She paused slightly. I had no choice because of my pregnancy. And Xiao Chen, I only took a leave of absence. If I get the chance, I still want to finish college. If her father heard that, he would surely forbid it outright. Xiao Chen responded with unwavering support, Great, Senior. I'm behind you. I'm taking a year off. You'll still be my senior afterward. Xu Zhi smiled and nodded. She thought to herself, I'm still Xiao Chen's senior Omega. Xiao Chen left home at 2:30 p.m. Upon entering the underground garage, he spotted a Porsche 911 GT3 RS parked there. He couldn't help but walk closer. The entire car seemed to be adorned with carbon fiber, featuring an enormous, exaggerated rear wing. A performance beast like this really didn't seem quite suitable for his senior to drive. He'd worry about that later. Xiao Chen pondered whether to drive this car to school or take Xiaomi. This car was far too flashy. It would definitely turn heads, so he decided to take it. Mainly, he wanted to break it in absolutely no show-off intentions. He drove toward campus. The first 3 days of September were orientation for freshmen, and many new students were still arriving. Spotting the 911 GT3 RS with its exaggerated rear wing, most students turned to look. Xiao Chen didn't floor the accelerator, keeping a low profile the entire time. Parking beneath the academic building, Xiao Chen ascended to the 5th floor and entered the information technology department office. Meng Shueru was seated at her computer working. Spotting Xiao Chen approach, she lifted her head and asked in a hushed voice. How is Xu Zhi doing now? Xiao Chen, she's been discharged. I've taken her to a place to stay, and I'll be looking after her for now. Then, in a few days, I plan to bring my mother over too. Hearing this, Meng Shueru nodded. Xiao Chen's visit clearly meant he had business with her. She asked, so what brings you here? Right. Xiao Chen didn't hide anything. He spoke softly, advisor, I'd like to apply for a 1-year leave of absence. I want to spend this year at home taking care of the baby and my senior classmate. Senior Xu Zhi has endured so much suffering this past year. I want to make it up to her properly to care for her well and be there for her every step of the way. Though Xiao Chen's reasoning made sense, Meng Shueru was reluctant to approve his leave of absence. The process itself wasn't complicated, but it would affect his academic standing. Skipping a year of classes and then suddenly returning wouldn't be as effective as maintaining his current rhythm. It would be better for him to adjust to the rhythm of balancing childcare with classes. Most importantly, his sophomore semester schedule wasn't heavy, most days only had 2 classes. Meng Shueru adjusted her glasses on her nose and asked, Xiao Chen, have you made up your mind? I have. Xiao Chen nodded firmly. Just as he expected Meng Shueru to approve without hesitation, she said. I'll grant you a month's leave first. If you still wish to take a leave of absence after that month, come see me then. Ha? Xiao Chen looked utterly bewildered. He'd heard that divorce required a month of cooling off. But taking a leave of absence? Why the cooling off period? Meng Shueru spoke up, you don't have many classes in your sophomore year. Attending daily lectures won't interfere. Besides, didn't you say your mother would come to help? Well. Xiao Chen's mouth twitched. Meng Shueru continued, use this month-long break to take good care of Xu Zhi. And as far as I know, Xu Zhi should be continuing her studies too. Then she'll automatically repeat the year and join your class. Isn't that a good thing for you? Hearing this, Xiao Chen paused slightly. He actually found Meng Shueru's reasoning sound. After completing her confinement period, Xu Zhi's body should be mostly recovered. Moreover, Xu Zhi had mentioned today that she was only taking a 1-year leave of absence. If he took a leave of absence, wouldn't that leave him alone at home caring for the baby while Xu Zhi continued her studies at school? While Xiao Chen didn't mind taking care of the baby, he felt he really needed to go back and discuss it with Xu Zhi. Besides, if he had the chance to be in the same class as his senior, that would be pretty great too. Advisor, I feel, what you said makes a lot of sense. Meng Shueru smiled faintly upon hearing this, right? In fact, someday you could even walk arm in arm with Xu Zhi while raising your child at Jiangcheng University. I wonder how many classmates would envy you. Xiao Chen imagined the scene Meng Shueru described. Indeed, with senior Xu Zhi's popularity, every guy on campus would probably go crazy. Then I'll go discuss it with senior Xu. Advisor, I won't be attending classes this month. No problem. Meng Shueru nodded. I'll inform the professor and have them send you the class materials. This way, you might not fall behind in your coursework. Alright. Xiao Chen quickly left the office. When he reached the lobby, he noticed several students staring at his 911. Among them was the girl Xiao Chen had once liked. Lu Tianshuang. Chapter 11, from now on, Xu Zhi is my wife. Wow, this car is so cool. I remember Ferraris look just like this. Is this a Ferrari? A little girl who knew nothing about cars asked. Her primary goal in coming to university was to find a rich sugar daddy who could buy her Japanese brand dresses. The girl beside her chimed in, it's not a Ferrari, it's a Porsche. But it looks pretty expensive too. Then the owner of this car must be super rich, right? Well, I'm not sure. At that moment, many students started snapping photos, mostly guys. Lu Tianshuang stared at her boyfriend, who had been taking photos the whole time, and couldn't help but speak up. Honey, this car isn't as expensive as your McLaren, is it? What are you taking pictures of? Lu Tianshuang was utterly baffled. Her boyfriend clearly drove a McLaren supercar, yet he was persistently photographing this ordinary Porsche. Little did she know that Wang Chang's supercar wasn't a McLaren at all, it was actually a domestically produced electric vehicle, the Chinta K50. He had the disease of a supercar, but not the fortune of one. But that car? He'd bought it secondhand for a few $1,000 just to pick up girls at university. Don't ask why it was so cheap, just say it's a spirit ring car. Wang Chang replied, this is an RS. It's so expensive. I've never seen a real RS before. Xiao Chen walked over expressionlessly, unlocked the door, and just as he pulled it open, a voice called out from behind him. Yep, it was Lu Tianshuang. Xiao Chen? Xiao Chen turned his head, locking eyes with Lu Tianshuang. He harbored no resentment toward her. He had pursued her for a while, giving her gifts, but she had simply accepted them all without agreeing to be with him. That was her prerogative. But yesterday morning, he had sent her a message asking if she had come to school. She still hadn't replied. Lu Tianshuang, it's you. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, noticing she was arm in arm with another man. What do you want? Lu Tianquan's character was even worse than Wang Zai Xiaoqiao's online persona. Now that she'd hooked up with a rich guy, she was bound to make some snide remark. She said, "Let me tell you, I'm dating now. You won't have a chance with me anymore." Before, Lu Tianquan had merely treated Xiao Chen as a backup option. No, worse than that. She'd just been stringing him along, taking advantage of his kindness. But now, there was absolutely no need for that anymore. She expected Xiao Chen to get angry upon hearing this, but his expression showed no hint of emotion. He merely nodded indifferently and uttered a flat "Oh. Oh. I wish you happiness." "Xiao Chen, what do you mean by that?" "What do you mean? What do I mean? You found a boyfriend, of course I'll offer my blessings. What else would I do?" "You." He refused to engage with the pathetic Lu Tianquan any further. Talking to someone like that was an insult to his intelligence. Xiao Chen even regretted how he had ever fallen for him in the first place. Xiao Chen drove to the dormitory building and walked upstairs. Freshman year had far fewer classes than sophomore year, so his roommates should all be in the dorm at this hour. Sure enough, when he reached the door of room 448, he heard the sounds of gaming coming from inside. Damn it, this guy's cheating. Damn it, without Xiao Chen carrying us, this game isn't even fun anymore. Xiao Chen stifled a smile. The four roommates often played together, and he was the one who carried them. Miss me already after just one day away? Xiao Chen pushed open the door and spoke up. The three buddies engrossed in their game instantly turned their heads. Holy crap, you're actually back. Su Koen yanked off his headphones and jumped up. You look thinner. Haven't seen you in 2 months, but you look worn out? Guess you've been out on dates a lot? Guys often crack jokes like this. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. My ass. I've been working out every day during the break, running 10 kilometers daily. Isn't it normal to lose some weight? Damn. Su Koen got down to business. You mentioned taking a leave of absence on the phone today. What's going on? Xiao Chen had no intention of hiding it from his roommate. He and Xu Zhi had a baby his roommate knowing wouldn't be a problem. So he spoke softly, I'm a dad now. What the hell? Just then, the other roommate, who had been engrossed in his game, shot over the moment he heard the words, almost magically producing sunflower seeds and watermelon slices in his hands. Xiao Chen froze. Wait, where did these sunflower seeds and watermelon come from? Zuantianchang asked, what the hell? You're a dad? You don't even have a girlfriend. How did you become a dad? Liang Qian added, you're not running a fever, are you? Seeing the three of them staring blankly, Xiao Chen smiled and pulled out his phone, opening the photo album. Inside were photos Xiao Chen had taken of his baby. There were many pictures he wanted to capture every moment of the child's growth. Here, this is my baby. It's a long story. Then make it quick. Su Koen snatched Xiao Chen's phone and zoomed in on the baby's image. Indeed, there were two adorable, sweet-smelling, soft little human cubs. You're the father of these children. Who's their mother? Su Koen asked. Xiao Chen replied without flinching, Xu Zhi. Zuantianchang, who had just taken a bite of watermelon, immediately spit it out upon hearing the name Xu Zhi and her son, then began coughing violently. What did you say? Xu Zhi? Like many classmates, Su Tianshang was also a devoted little fanboy of Xu Zhi. Even though she had dropped out nearly a year ago, Xian Tianshang still kept many of her photos saved on his phone. These photos were all stolen from the confession wall. And on certain nights, he would pull them up and secretly rock his bed. Yeah, it's Xu Zhi. Xiao Chen had now fully accepted the news. At first, he'd felt a flicker of excitement, but now it was more a matter of calm acceptance. Liang Qian was even more convinced that Xiao Chen must be feverish. Xu Zhi had withdrawn from school a year ago, yet he still thought about her. Xiao Chen, could he have a fixation on lovers? Or, mentally unstable? Just then, Su Koen, who was flipping through Xiao Chen's photo album, suddenly spotted a particular picture. It was a photo Xiao Chen had secretly taken of Xu Zhi yesterday at the hospital. She was holding the child, her face radiating maternal love. Holy, it really is Xu Zhi. The moment Su Koen uttered those words, Xian Tianchang and Liang Qian both turned their gaze to his phone screen. Upon confirming the person in the photo was indeed Xu Zhi, Xian Tianchang felt his world collapse. Holy. You. Zuantianchang's arm trembled as he pointed at him. When did you two get together? No, wait, how could she be carrying your child? If she's carrying a child, it should be mine. Give me a break. Xiao Chen shot Xian Tianchang a dismissive look. He knew exactly what kind of person he was. Delete those photos of Xu Zhi from your phone. From now on, she's my wife. Chapter 12, De Bao pooped on Lu Weiwei's face. Holy. Hearing this, Xian Tianchang was consumed by envy and resentment. He could practically taste the envy in his mouth. Su Koen spoke up, wait, what's going on? When did you two get together? In Su Koen's view, this was most likely an accident like one night 10 months ago when Xiao Chen got the wrong idea about Xu Zhi. Then dragged her into the woods. And threatened her not to call the police or whatever. Seeing Su Koan's darting, uncertain gaze, Xiao Chen knew he was overthinking it. He stopped hiding the truth. You should remember last National Day holiday when we went out with the club members for a meal, right? The others exchanged glances before nodding in unison. They all liked Xu Zhi and had joined her club back then. And they had all been present at that National Day gathering. Xiao Chen, that night, I had a relationship with Xu Zhi. Hearing this, Su Koan recalled that Xiao Chen hadn't returned to the dorm that night. But when he asked Xiao Chen about it the next day, Xiao Chen had said a classmate had dropped him off at a hotel, never mentioning spending the night with Xu Zhi. Considering that Xu Zhi withdrew from school not long after that gathering, the timing matched perfectly. Holy crap! The three of them suddenly understood. Xiao Chen said, I didn't know about this either. When I woke up that day, Xu Zhi wasn't in the room. The counselor only told me about this yesterday morning. Hearing this, the three found it utterly unbelievable. But it was undeniably true. Zuenti and Shang couldn't help but blurt out, did you get a paternity test done? What if the child isn't yours? If it's not mine, then whose do you think it is? Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. With the system already bound to him, it was practically impossible for the child not to be his. Su Koan asked, so what about the leave of absence you mentioned? Let's reconsider it, Xiao Chen said expressionlessly. Xu Zhi might return to school in a while. She only took a 1-year leave of absence. Return to school? Hearing this, Xian Tian Shang perked up slightly. Su Koan smacked him on the head. Why are you so excited about her coming back? She's a married woman now. Or do you fancy married women? Zuanti and Shang retorted, who doesn't like a married woman? Well, that's actually a valid point. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes, too lazy to engage with their nonsense. I'm just here to pack my things. Though I'm not withdrawing from school, I've requested a month's leave. Su Koan asked, what for? What kind of question is that? Obviously to take care of the baby at home. I need to be attentive during the postpartum confinement period. But if you guys want to see the baby, you're welcome to come over. As he spoke, Xiao Chen had already packed his laptop into its case. Su Koan froze upon hearing this. Wait, across from the school? Yep. Xiao Chen had no intention of revealing the system, and even if he did, they wouldn't believe him. They might even think he was mentally unstable. I rented a place at Guantang Yuejing across from the school. When I'm not too busy, we can still meet up. Don't miss Daddy too much, okay? Patting his shoulder, Xiao Chen continued packing his things. Soon, he stood up and left the dormitory. When he reached the ground floor, many classmates were still holding out their phones to take pictures. He pressed the unlock button, and at that moment, most eyes turned toward him. Among them was his classmate. Phone Gang. Holy crap, Xiao Chen? Phone Gang wasn't exactly friendly with him, they'd barely exchanged words, and the guy didn't have the best reputation in class either. Phone Gang? Xiao Chen smiled. Why aren't you resting in the dorm? I just dropped off some documents for the counselor. But you. He eyed the car keys in Xiao Chen's hand. This car, is it? I rented it, Xiao Chen said casually. Hearing this, Phone Gang let out a long sigh of relief. He thought, that scared the hell out of me. I thought you were already driving a 911 RS at your age. This car isn't cheap. I won't take up any more of your valuable time. I'll head upstairs now. Xiao Chen saw contempt in Phone Gang's eyes, but he didn't take it to heart. He quickly retrieved his car and left campus. Upon reaching the community gate, he picked up some groceries at the supermarket, pondering what to cook for Xu Zhi tonight. But as he approached the door, a shriek erupted from inside the room. The sound was piercingly sharp. Even with the excellent soundproofing of Guantang Yuejing residential complex, Xiao Chen heard it crystal clear. A bad feeling rose in his heart. Xiao Chen hurriedly opened the door, but the scene that met his eyes nearly made him laugh like a pig. There stood Lu Weiwei, cradling her toddler Xiaoming, her face smeared with yellow liquid. Xiao Chen knew exactly what it was. In fact, he could picture the scene that had just unfolded. While Lu Weiwei was lifting Dabeo high in the air, he had pooped. It had leaked out through the gaps in his diaper. Xu Zhi quickly snatched the baby from her arms, terrified Lu Weiwei might drop him. Ugh! Lu Weiwei's tolerance wasn't as high as Xiao Chen's. Though the baby was soft and sweet-smelling, his poop was truly stinky. Zhi, the bathroom, where's the bathroom? Lu Weiwei felt her mind go completely blank. She'd forgotten where the bathroom even was. Over there. Xu Zhi pointed toward the bathroom. Without a word, Lu Weiwei teleported instantly to the sink, turned on the faucet, and scrubbed her face frantically. The stink wasn't just on her face, it was all over her clothes too. Luckily, Xiao Chen's place had a dryer, so it wasn't a huge problem. By the time she finished cleaning up, it was already 6 in the afternoon. Lu Weiwei dressed herself and looked at Dabeo, who was grinning with schadenfreude. She was utterly speechless. She glared at Dabeo. Of all times to poop, you had to choose when I was holding you. Tell me, was that on purpose? Dabao let out an ah-woo sound and then burst into laughter. Just then, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Xiao Chen realized it must be the system-rewarded gold medal nanny arriving. I'll get it. Xiao Chen walked over and opened the door. Before him stood an auntie in her 40s, with a kind and extremely pleasant appearance. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, the woman greeted him. "Hello, I'm the gold medal nanny you booked through Baby Home. My name is Yang Jing. You can call me Auntie Yang." "Hello, Auntie Yang." Xiao Chen had no idea what Baby Home was, but he figured a system reward couldn't be too shabby. He promptly ushered Aunt Yang inside with warmth. Upon seeing the baby lying on the sofa, she immediately approached. When the baby lies down, it's best to place something under his neck. These days, young people all prefer round heads, but if you keep doing this, the back of the head will flatten out. Chapter 13, The Senior Blushes in Shyness. Indeed, Xiao Chen preferred round heads, especially for boys. He wasn't exactly ugly himself, and Xu Zhi was quite beautiful. It was clear their firstborn would grow into a very handsome young man. With that slight fringe, who knows how many girls he'd charm in the future. Of course, he would raise his son properly. No way would he let him turn into a dandy or a punk. At that moment, Yang Jing introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Yang Jing, the top-rated nanny from Baby Home. Your husband hired me." Xu Zhi nodded. Beside them, Lu Weiwei looked utterly astonished. "A gold medal nanny from Baby Home," she exclaimed in disbelief. "I remember the price for a top-tier nanny from Baby Home is 100,000 yuan a month. Xiao Chen, are you that rich?" "What the hell? 100,000 yuan a month?" Xiao Chen felt a thunderclap in his chest. Holy crap, are nannies really that expensive nowadays? In Jiangchun, he could accept 20,000 or 30,000 yuan a month, but 100,000 yuan? That price was truly steep. So this is the world of the wealthy. But then he thought, "System, you're seriously amazing." Aunt Yang didn't say much, just maintained her professional smile. Xiao Chen had just bought a lot of groceries at the supermarket. Logically, such an expensive nanny should handle everything, but she was human too. She couldn't juggle too many tasks at once. Xiao Chen asked Xu Zhi and Lu Weiwei to show Aunt Yang around the house and introduce her to the baby. He, meanwhile, decided to cook himself. Lu Weiwei showed no intention of leaving either. Clearly, she was prepared to stay for dinner. Soon, the nanny began assisting Xu Zhi with caring for the baby. Xiao Chen could tell this nanny was highly experienced in childcare. At the very least, Xu Zhi should be able to get a good night's sleep tonight. Aunt Yang and Lu Weiwei watched the baby in the living room while Xu Zhi entered the kitchen. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He knew cooking fumes could be harmful to new mothers, so he asked, "Senior, the kitchen is quite smoky. Is there something you need?" Xu Zhi paused, surprised that Xiao Chen was so observant, noticing even such a small detail. She replied slowly, "It's fine. A little smoke won't affect me much." "Have you processed your leave of absence?" "No." Xiao Chen shook his head. "The counselor gave me a month off. She said I should focus on taking care of you during this time. So, senior, do you plan to return to school afterward?" Xu Zhi's parents had no formal education and were rather narrow-minded, so she herself held a strong desire for academic credentials. She truly intended to return to campus once her health permitted and earn her university diploma. Xu Zhi nodded. "Yeah. You know, I only took a year off, so I want to go back to school." Xiao Chen chuckled. "Then I won't be able to tutor you anymore, senior. We're in the same major. The counselor mentioned today, if you return to school, you'll be placed in our class. We'll be classmates." Hearing this, Xu Zhi felt an unexpected sense of anticipation for that scenario. The two of them attending classes together, heading home together, and even strolling through campus with a child in their arms during free time. The life she wanted was simple. She didn't crave great wealth or prestige, she only wished for a peaceful existence. She envisioned both of them holding steady jobs, raising two adorable children, a family of 4, healthy and safe. That was enough. "That's good. Honestly, I didn't really want you to take a leave of absence either." "Then I won't take leave. I'll have my mom come watch the kids for us." Xu Zhi asked, "But won't that be too tiring for her?" "No problem. My mom's still young, she's only 40 this year. What's the big deal about watching 2 kids?" Xu Zhi teased, "They say a son forgets his mother once he gets a wife. Looks like you're no exception." "Oh?" Xiao Chen flashed a mischievous grin. "Senior, are you admitting I'm your husband and you're my wife now?" At those words, Xu Zhi's face flushed crimson. Truthfully, the moment she saw Xiao Chen at the hospital yesterday, she knew he would be a part of her life from now on. She had silently accepted that she would become Xiao Chen's wife. Of course, deep down, Xu Zhi feared Xiao Chen might not like her. But given her current circumstances, she had no choice. She could only entrust her entire future to Xiao Chen. As for the consequences, she had no idea. Ugh! She turned and stormed out of the kitchen. Once she was out of sight, a broad smile spread across her face. Xiao Chen chuckled softly. "Senior Xu Zhi, getting shy now?" Since there were more people tonight, Xiao Chen prepared several extra dishes: sweet and sour pork, flavored eggplant, pineapple pork, and stir-fried 3 fresh vegetables. He finished with a pot of dumpling soup. After serving the dishes, Lu Weiwei, drawn by the aroma, darted to the table. Seeing the spread of home-style dishes, she couldn't help but wipe her mouth before staring at Xiao Chen in surprise. Xiao Chen, did you make all this? Could it be you? Didn't you see me busy in the kitchen just now? Lu Weiwei, I never would have guessed. I had no idea you were such a good cook. Now I can rest easy knowing I'm entrusting my jie to you. Enough chatter. Go wash your hands and come eat. Hee, okay. All thanks to my Xu Zhi. Lu Weiwei promptly washed her hands and obediently sat down at the table. Xu Zhi also washed her hands and walked over very quietly. Ever since her younger brother was born, she hadn't been allowed to sit at the table for meals at home. Here, she could finally eat at the table openly. Seeing that Aunt Yang, who had just arrived, hadn't joined the table, Xiao Chen called out, "Aunt Yang, come sit down and eat with us." "I'll pass," she replied. Although her company didn't prohibit eating at the table, who would watch the child if she went to eat now? Especially since the baby was still so young. Xiao Chen insisted, "It's fine. Just put the baby in the stroller, wash your hands, and come join us." After Xiao Chen's persuasion, Aunt Yang obliged him. She gently placed the baby in the stroller and came over to join them. Lu Weiwei asked curiously, "Xiao Chen, this meal looks amazing. Does your family run a restaurant or something?" Hearing this, Xu Zhi also perked up her ears. Xiao Chen had never mentioned his family background to her, and she was eager to hear what his parents did for a living. Xiao Chen shook his head. "No, my dad works at a tech company. I taught myself how to cook." "Self-taught? You're only 19 and already know how to cook. That's pretty rare." "You flatter me, senior. Please try my cooking and tell me what you think." Xiao Chen felt certain that once Lu Weiwei tasted these dishes, she'd be so astonished her jaw would drop. Lu Weiwei said nothing more. She picked up her chopsticks, speared some stir-fried vegetables, and put them in her mouth. The next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. Even the chopsticks in her hand fell onto the table. Chapter 14, Writing Songs for the Singing Senior to Hear. The sharp clatter of chopsticks against the table echoed as Lu Weiwei stared at Xiao Chen in astonishment. "Ji, why does this dish taste exceptionally delicious?" Lu Weiwei had grown up in a well-off family, and her boyfriend often took her to all kinds of restaurants. While she hadn't been to some of the most exclusive establishments, she had dined at numerous five-star hotels. Yet compared to Xiao Chen's cooking, she felt this dish surpassed many of those grand hotels. In fact, she thought that if Xiao Chen opened a restaurant, it would likely thrive. "I felt the same way at lunch today." Xu Zhi had already accepted that Xiao Chen was an excellent cook. Food was essential, and she even felt that being able to eat his cooking in the future would be a tremendous blessing. The four of them began eating. Aunt Yang also praised Xiao Chen's culinary skills lavishly. Upon learning he was only 19 and already the father of 2 children, she was slightly surprised. After all, he was incredibly young for a father. In today's society, people tend to marry and have children later in life. It seemed Xiao Chen had made a significant contribution to the nation in that regard. During the meal, perhaps because no one was tending to the babies, the 2 infants in the stroller suddenly wailed. Xu Zhi immediately looked up. It's been 2 hours since their last feeding. They must be hungry. Just as Xu Zhi and Aunt Yang both tried to stand, Xiao Chen quickly said, "You two keep eating. I'll handle it." "Oh, Xiao Chen, I'm your hired nanny. Let me handle it." "It's fine. Aunt Yang, just put in a little extra effort tonight." He placed the formula bottle in the warmer. Xiao Chen's motive was simple. It seemed that taking care of the babies would earn him more rewards. "Hungry again, DeBeo?" Xiao Chen gently lifted DeBeo from the crib and placed the pacifier in his mouth. Just as Xiao Chen had expected, DeBeo stopped crying the moment he latched onto it, his expression radiating pure contentment. As if savoring the most exquisite delicacy on earth. It seemed the formula provided by the system tasted perfectly fine. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Xiao Chen's mind. "Ding! Detecting paternal care. In recognition of your profound fatherly love, you have been rewarded with the skill music design." Music design? Xiao Chen's mind buzzed as an avalanche of knowledge about the Chinese music scene flooded his consciousness. After absorbing this knowledge, Xiao Chen was itching to start writing songs right away. But there was no rush. After feeding DeBeo, the baby stopped crying and even started smiling. He placed the baby in the stroller and resumed his meal. After the meal, Lu Weiwei said she had business to attend to and left, even declaring she'd come back tomorrow to cook again. Xiao Chen gladly agreed. After all, Lu Weiwei had taken care of Xu Zhi for the past 10 months, and she had covered all the hospital expenses. How could he possibly refuse her a few meals? Aunt Yang went to wash the dishes, while Xiao Chen eagerly opened his laptop. The 2 babies were quiet now. Xu Zhi approached softly and looked at Xiao Chen. "What are you doing?" Xiao Chen pointed at the computer screen. "Senior, I'm writing a song." "Writing a song?" Xu Zhi paused slightly. She thought to herself, Xiao Chen isn't even an arts major. "You can write songs too?" "It's just a hobby," Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "But what if some big shot takes a liking to my song? Don't you think I could become famous?" Xu Zhi didn't respond, instead staring at the computer screen in front of Xiao Chen. She murmured the lyrics aloud. "Time is an unstoppable clock, spinning through spring, summer, fall, and winter. At that crossroads in my memory, we once walked side by side. It seemed to be a song about graduation season. Xu Zhi found the lyrics genuinely appealing and asked, "Once you finish writing it, could you sing it for me?" Of course. Ever since acquiring the music design skill, Xiao Chen had clearly felt his singing ability improve significantly. He used to be tone deaf back in kindergarten. When he sang Two Tigers, his teacher had bluntly declared he had no musical talent whatsoever. Since then, he had barely sung a note. Even when going to KTV with friends, he was always the one sitting quietly in the corner. But now, with this new skill, he felt strangely obsessed with music. If he were at a KTV right now, he could easily hold the mic and sing for 2 hours straight. Seeing Xiao Chen agree, Xu Zhi was particularly eager to witness his performance. She didn't linger to disturb Xiao Chen but instead went into the bedroom to see how Aunt Yang was caring for the baby. Though Lu Weiwei had described Aunt Yang as a top-tier nanny worth 100,000 yuan, she still worried the baby might not be well looked after. Upon entering the bedroom, Aunt Yang was interacting with the infant. The baby giggled delightedly at her antics, proving her worries were unfounded. In the living room, Xiao Chen finished writing a song in half an hour. Just then, Xu Zhi emerged from the bedroom after feeding the baby. Seeing Xiao Chen stretch his arms and crack his neck, she thoughtfully filled a cup from the water dispenser and walked over slowly. "Did you finish your song?" Xu Zhi asked softly. Xiao Chen nodded with a soft "But I'm wondering, how can I monetize this music?" Xu Zhi considered his words. Sing on Douyin and become an internet celebrity? That won't work, my singing isn't that good." Xiao Chen shook his head. Mainly, he'd never considered becoming an influencer. More than that, he hoped to become a composer and sell the publishing rights to his songs. That way, if the song became popular enough, the income would be steady and continuous. "Who says you can't sing? But you haven't sung for me yet. Could you sing something for me?" "Ahem. All right." Xu Zhi's eyes sparkled like little stars, brimming with anticipation. Xiao Chen had already agreed to her request, so he didn't go back on his word. He cleared his throat and sang a beautiful melody. "Time is an unstoppable clock, turning through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. At that crossroads in my memory, we once walked side by side." This folk song, about graduation season and regrets, instantly awakened Xu Zhi's high school memories. Her high school years had been anything but happy. Her parents' constant bickering made coming home after school the worst part of her day. She'd endure their verbal abuse and then be forced to handle all the household chores. But at school, she had a very close friend who treated her like a sister. This friend often encouraged her, saying she would one day break free from her parents' control and meet a prince who loved her. They would understand each other, fall in love, get married, and someday have 2 adorable little babies. Hearing this song, Xu Zhi thought of that classmate and of that bittersweet youth she both cherished and resented. Chapter 15, Mom, you're going to be a grandma. After the song ended, even the nanny who had been in the room came out. She clapped softly and couldn't help but praise, "Mr. Xiao, I never knew you sang so beautifully. Let me know when you audition for I Am a Star." "Haha, Aunt Yang, you bet I will." Xiao Chen looked at Xu Zhi. "Senior, how did you think I sang?" "Absolutely wonderful." Xu Zhi nodded firmly. Perhaps because she lacked artistic sensibility, her impression was similar to what she'd heard on NetEase Cloud Music. Seeing Xu Zhi's reaction, Xiao Chen didn't dwell on it. Writing songs, like writing novels, required inspiration and energy. Xiao Chen planned to upload this song first to a forum called iMusic. The forum's appeal lay in its vibrant community of music enthusiasts who loved to gossip there, alongside lesser-known musicians seeking inspiration. Within the forum was a section called the Copyright Black Market, where many musicians sought collaborations. Services like vocalists for hire, lyricists for hire, or promoting one's own songs were commonplace. After clicking in, most posts were discussing the upcoming Masked Singer concert featuring Wang Zai Xiao, though the majority of comments were disparaging. Xiao Chen opened the Copyright Black Market section and uploaded the lyrics he had just written, hoping someone would see them and reach out for a collaboration. After shutting down his computer, Xiao Chen quietly entered the bedroom. Both babies were still wide awake. Aunt Yang gazed at them with tender kindness and spoke. "Mr. Xiao, I still don't know the babies' names." Xiao Chen replied, "The firstborn is Xiao Ming, and the second is Xiao Ziqing." "What lovely names for the babies." Xiao Chen could clearly tell this was just polite talk. He merely smiled and nodded. Next, Xiao Chen gave Aunt Yang some instructions, asking her to change the baby's diapers on schedule during the night and feed them formula. As their nanny, these were her duties, and she readily agreed. The next morning, before Xiao Chen had fully woken up, the phone by his pillow rang. "Wan. Grandpa, your grandson is calling." Xiao Chen's phone had an unusually catchy ringtone. Still half asleep, he fumbled for the device and saw the caller was Su Kuan. He pressed to answer and held the phone to his ear. "Hello? Why are you up so early? What do you need, Dad?" Su Kuan's voice came through the receiver. "I mentioned we could come see the baby. Would today be okay?" Xiao Chen paused slightly at the suggestion. He wasn't opposed to having visitors, but the state of his dorm room. You know how it is, especially with Xin Tian Shang. He clearly remembered how all his worn socks were stuffed under the bedding, only to be tossed in the trash bin during the holiday break. The baby had low immunity now, and had only been born a day ago. Visiting them so soon really wasn't ideal. Let's wait a while. The baby is still very young. Come see him after the full moon. Su Koan agreed that Xiao Chen had a point. The baby was so tiny now, if they all showed up suddenly, he probably wouldn't approve. Alright, then, we'll see about it later. With nothing else to discuss, Su Koan ended the call shortly after. Xiao Chen glanced at the time. It was only 7 in the morning. After getting up, he found Aunt Yang already preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Hearing movement in the living room, she poked her head out. Mr. Xiao, the baby's awake. You should go check on him first. Alright. He hadn't slept with Xu Zhi last night. Instead, he'd slept in the room next door. Right now, he and Xu Zhi couldn't do that thing, and even though they had a baby now, they still needed some time to adjust. Upon entering the master bedroom, both babies were indeed awake. Xu Zhi was stretching her body while playing with them. Xiao Chen approached softly. How was your sleep last night? Did you sleep well? Xu Zhi smiled and nodded. Thanks to Aunt Yang coming over, I feel much more energetic today than yesterday. That's good. In a few days, I'll have my mom come over. She can help Aunt Yang take care of the babies, which will save us a lot of trouble. Xu Zhi nodded slightly. Just then, Xiao Chen's phone rang again. Grandpa, your grandson is calling. Seeing the words mother flashing on the screen, Xiao Chen froze. Talk about mentioning the devil, here he comes. He pressed to answer and immediately put it on speaker. Hello, Mom? Xiao Chen, what are you up to? Mom, what do you need? Just then, DeBeo suddenly let out a loud ah. Hearing the noise on the other end, Yuan Yuqin couldn't help but ask, what the heck is that noise over there? Did I just hear a baby crying? Mom, you must be hearing things. Ms. Yuan Yuqin didn't think much of it and continued, I called to tell you that Uncle Juan wants to set you up with a girlfriend. Well, it's a blind date. The girl is 3 years older than you, just graduated from college, and now works as an elementary school teacher. Xiao Chen was utterly baffled. Wait, what the heck? I'm only 19, and now I'm being set up on a blind date? Xu Zhi, standing nearby, pursed her lips and wisely kept quiet, though her eyes betrayed a hint of concern. What the heck? Xiao Chen spoke up, Mom, are you kidding me? I'm only a sophomore, and you're already setting me up on blind dates? What's wrong with a blind date? You don't have a girlfriend anyway. If you're so capable, go find one at school. Xiao Chen glanced up at Xu Zhi. He decided to tell his mom about this right away. Sooner or later, Mom would find out about this. Might as well tell her now. Besides, finding out she was going to be a grandmother should make her incredibly happy. So he spoke up, Mom, actually, you're already a grandmother. You heard correctly just now. That was the baby's voice you heard. Yuan Yuqin on the other end of the line couldn't possibly believe it. Didn't she know what kind of person her son was? Yuan Yuqin retorted, does Mom look that much like a little cutie? You don't want to meet him? Fine, I'll tell Uncle Juan later. Xiao Chen, no, Mom, how could I lie to you? I'll send you some photos, and you'll believe me. With that, Xiao Chen hung up. He then found the WeChat contact named Wealthy Blossoms and sent his mother the photos he'd taken of the baby earlier. Mom replied moments later with 3 question marks. Then came a string of voice messages. Xiao Chen, I'm asking you, whose child is this? Why does it look a bit like you? Mom clearly remembered what he looked like as a child. Xiao Chen sent a voice message, Mom, this is my child. You're going to be a grandmother. Buy a ticket to Jiangcheng today. Come see your grandson or granddaughter. Chapter 16, Mom comes from Jinghai to see the baby. Xiao Chen felt he couldn't explain everything to his mom right away. He planned to wait until she arrived and then talk it through properly with her. Mrs. Yuan Yuqin knew Xiao Chen wouldn't lie. She agreed to come over that very day. Her hometown was in Jinghai City, right next to Jiangcheng, only about 200 kilometers away. Not too far. Mom said she could arrive around 3 in the afternoon. Xiao Chen spent the morning at home with Xu Zhi and the baby. Aunt Yang cooked lunch, and after eating, Xu Zhi rocked the babies to sleep. Xiao Chen planned to leave at 2:30 p.m. to pick up his mother. Xu Zhi glanced at Xiao Chen, feeling a bit nervous inside. Having lived under her parents' shadow all her life, she now found herself at a loss about how to face Xiao Chen's mother. She wondered if Xiao Chen's mother was truly the wonderful mother-in-law he described. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was already 2:30 p.m. Senior, I'll go pick up Mom now. I've already instructed Aunt Yang she'll take good care of baby. Okay, sure. Xu Zhi nodded slightly. Noticing her uneasy expression, Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, Senior. My mom is really kind. You'll see when she arrives. MHM. Xiao Chen quickly stepped out the door and headed to the underground garage. This time he didn't drive the Porsche, opting instead for the more comfortable Xiaomi YU7. As for how he came to own a car and a house now, Xiao Chen really didn't know how to explain it to his mom. Saying he bought them himself just didn't ring true. Better to say they were rented. Mom wouldn't dwell on it anyway, she'd probably focus all her attention on the baby. By 3 p.m., he arrived at Xiao Chen South Station. His mother's train was scheduled to arrive at 3:12 p.m., just 12 minutes away. He parked the car and headed to the exit outside the station. The train was scheduled to arrive in 2 minutes. He snapped a photo and sent it to his mother, then waited patiently. 8 or 9 minutes later, following the crowd, Xiao Chen spotted his mother, Yuan Yuqin, in the distance. She was only 40 this year and looked remarkably young. Today she wore a cheongsam with makeup on her face, giving her an exceptionally elegant air. Mom ran a cheongsam portrait studio in Jinghai. Her income was decent, and she had plenty of free time. At her age, she regularly practiced yoga and Pilates, and even hit the gym to stay fit. She spotted Xiao Chen immediately in the crowd. Taking the suitcase from his mother's hands, he said, "Mom, I missed you so much." Or is it the money in my pocket? During his freshman year, Xiao Chen only called his mom once a month, and the sole purpose of those calls was to ask for living expenses. This made Yuan Yuqin wonder if she'd wasted all that effort on her account. Money is just an external thing. Do I even like money? Xiao Chen chuckled. Come on, I'll take you to see the baby now. What's going on with you, kid? As they walked toward the station exit, Xiao Chen began, Mom, you might not believe this, but last October, your son here accidentally slept with a senior at my school. And she got pregnant. Yuan Yuqin? The crazy part is, I had no idea until the day before yesterday when my advisor contacted me, saying the senior was in the hospital about to give birth. And I'm the biological father. Ms. Yuan Yuqin's mouth twitched upon hearing this. Wait, this kind of thing actually happens in real life? So what are you two doing now? Xiao Chen, right now, my advisor and I have taken a month off. We rented an apartment and hired a nanny. I'm not some scumbag, Mom. Since we have a child, I genuinely want a future with her. Yuan Yuqin nodded. At least her son wasn't a complete scumbag. Xiao Chen continued, Oh, Mom, remember to send me some cash. I'm running low lately. Xiao Chen felt he pulled off the act perfectly. Yuan Yuqin nodded. Alright, I'll have your dad transfer it to you later. Xiao Chen led his mother to the car. Seeing it was a brand new Xiaomi YU7, his mother frowned and asked, This car, is it rented too? Yep. Xiao Chen smiled, noticing his mother's disdainful gaze. Just have dad reimburse me for it. Xiao Chen said no more. Soon, he was driving toward Guantong Yuejing residential complex. During the ride, Xiao Chen briefly mentioned Xu Zhi's situation to his mother, explaining that she had severed ties with her parents due to her pregnancy and asking her to be kinder to Xu Zhi. Seeing the elegant garage below the complex, Yuan Yuqin asked, Son, this place you're renting must cost a pretty penny, right? A few thousand a month. Xiao Chen replied casually before leading his mother upstairs. Yuan Yuqin still felt a bit nervous. She never imagined her son could be so accomplished. The door is unlocked. Click. Xiao Chen opened the door and pulled it wide. Mom, come on in. MHM. Upon hearing the door open, Xu Zhi emerged from the master bedroom. When she saw Xiao Chen and his mother, she pursed her lips. Senior, this is my mother. Xiao Chen introduced. Xu Zhi glanced at his mother dressed in a qipao. She looked remarkably youthful and elegant, exuding an effortlessly pleasant aura. She looked instantly familiar. It seemed she truly was as Xiao Chen had described. Xiao Chen continued his introduction. Mom, this is the senior I told you about, also the mother of our child. Her name is Xu Zhi. Yuan Yuqin was taken aback. Honestly, she never imagined Xu Zhi would be so stunningly beautiful. She looked like a female lead straight out of a TV drama, almost too beautiful to be real. Xu Zhi, hello. Hello, Auntie. Both women felt a bit awkward. Xiao Chen asked, Senior, where's Aunt Yang? She heard you were coming, so she went to the supermarket downstairs to buy groceries. She said she'd cook for us. Oh, okay. Xiao Chen nodded, then turned to his mother. Mom, why don't you go check on the baby? All right. Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi followed Yuan Yuqin into the room. When she saw the two adorable babies in the crib, she couldn't help but lean in closer. Xiao Chen introduced them. Mom, these are twins, a boy and a girl. The older one is the boy, named Xiaoming. The second child is a girl, named Xiaoziqing. Shuijia and I chose their names together. Hearing this, Yuan Yuqin felt an overwhelming sense of happiness wash over her. At just 40 years old, she had become a grandmother and to twins at that, gaining both a grandson and a granddaughter at once. Good, so good. Overwhelmed with emotion, Mom was speechless. Just then, she suddenly pulled a red envelope from her pocket. She pressed it directly into Xu Zhi's hand. Young lady, this is a red envelope from your aunt. Ha? Xu Zhi was flustered by the unexpected turn of events. She pushed it away in confusion. No, Auntie, why are you giving me a red envelope? I don't want it. Chapter 17, Can I call you Mom? Xiao Chen chuckled beside her. He knew exactly what this red envelope signified. In Jinghai, there was a tradition, when a boy brought a girl home or when a mother met a girl for the first time, if she felt the girl was particularly wonderful, she would give her a red envelope. It seemed Mom was quite taken with Xu Zhi. Xiao Chen chimed in from the side, Senior, since Mom gave it to you, just take it. Ah. Oh. She obeyed Xiao Chen completely, took the red envelope and whispered, Thank you, Auntie. You're welcome, young lady. Yuan Yuqin then turned her gaze to Debao, who was wide-eyed, curiously studying this unfamiliar woman. Debao, I'm your grandmother. From now on, you must call me Grandma first, understand? Xiao Chen watched the incredibly heartwarming scene, feeling a warm surge in his heart. Just then, Yuan Yuqin spoke up, Xiao Chen, you and the young lady take care of the baby. I need to step out for a moment. Ha? Xiao Chen looked utterly bewildered. Mom, you just got here. Why do you need to leave already? I need to buy some things for the baby. Xiao Chen, Mom, we have everything we need at home. Formula and diapers are all set. What do you need to buy? Don't worry about it. I'll be back soon. Oh, and give me the car keys. Sure. Xiao Chen obediently handed the car keys to his mom, who then left the house. Xu Zhi asked, What's Auntie going out to buy? Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively. No idea. But Senior, I wasn't lying to you, right? He glanced at the thick red envelope in Xu Zhi's hand. Its thickness suggested it probably contained 10,000 yuan. Xu Zhi nodded slightly. Xiao Chen continued, My mom's intention in giving you that red envelope is crystal clear. She probably already considers you her daughter-in-law. Really? Why would I lie to you? Xiao Chen pondered for a moment. Senior, by the time we graduate from university, our child will be 3 years old. Then we'll get married, okay? Xiao Chen wasn't sure if it was too early to bring this up now. But the mood was right, and they already had a child. What was wrong with bringing it up? Xu Zhi thought of her parents. She knew they would never approve of her marrying Xiao Chen. But everyone had their own freedom. She was willing to sever ties with her parents completely for the sake of her future. Okay. Hearing this, Xiao Chen spoke again, By then, our baby will be walking. How about having the baby deliver flowers to us? Xu Zhi couldn't help picturing the scene Xiao Chen described. For some reason, she found herself looking forward to that day arriving sooner. The baby hadn't been bathed since coming home from the hospital, and now Xiao Chen felt an urge to give the little one a bath. The main reason was that the bathroom in this house had a large bathtub, perfect for bathing the baby. After waiting a moment and confirming with Aunt Yang that it was okay to bathe the baby, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi each carried one of the babies into the bathroom. After filling the tub with water, Xiao Chen gently lowered the baby into it, letting him slowly get used to the water. Throughout the process, the baby didn't cry or fuss. This was because the sensation of being in the bathtub was similar to being in the womb. Therefore, the younger the child, the less likely they are to drown. After the bath, the system's voice echoed in Xiao Chen's mind. Ding! Fatherly love is as steadfast as a mountain. Rewarding the host with a random gift package for bathing the baby. The gift pack has been automatically opened. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Divine Medical Skills Beginner Level 10,000 renminbi in childcare funds and 1 jade seal valued at 100,000 renminbi. Xiao Chen was utterly baffled. 3 rewards at once? Mainly, what the heck was this divine level medical skill? Just then, his mind surged with knowledge. Countless medical insights flooded his consciousness. He instantly grasped everything from treating kidney deficiency and common colds to massage techniques, all the essential knowledge of both Eastern and Western medicine. Holy! Xiao Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath. This system was seriously powerful. This skill was genuinely useful. If the baby ever got sick, he wouldn't need to go to the hospital. He could simply examine the child himself and then head straight to the pharmacy to get medicine. But now, what puzzled him was how to upgrade these skills. Just as the question crossed his mind, the system responded, Host, upgrading skills is simple, just consume dad points. He asked, But I don't have any daddy points right now? You earn points every time you care for the baby. Your current daddy points balance is 900. Upgrading divine level medical skills to intermediate requires 1000 points. I see. Xiao Chen understood. After drying the baby off and putting on a diaper, Xiao Chen headed to the living room. Aunt Yang was already preparing dinner. With Xiao Chen's mother coming over today, she had to prepare properly. Xiao Chen didn't cook himself tonight either. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities later for his mother to taste his culinary skills. About an hour later, his mother, Mrs. Yuan Yuqin, returned home. In her hand, she carried a gold shopping bag. Xiao Tai foot gold. Xiao Chen froze upon seeing the shopping bag. Mom, you went to buy gold? Gold prices had been particularly volatile lately, with the international price hovering around 780. Brand name gold had already surpassed 1,000. Yes. Yuan Yuqin walked straight into the bedroom and began opening box after box of gold jewelry. She bought gold bracelets and longevity locks for the babies, 2 bracelets and 1 lock for each child. It was clear Yuan Yuqin adored both of them. Come here, girl. Yuan Yuqin motioned for Xu Zhi to approach. Xu Zhi approached slowly at her call. Yuan Yuqin opened another small box, revealing an exquisitely crafted gold necklace inside. Do you like this necklace? Yuan Yuqin asked. Xu Zhi paused slightly, only now realizing that Yuan Yuqin had bought this necklace for her. The design featured a sparkling 4-leaf clover. It was simple yet exceptionally timeless, not the flashy, gaudy type. Xu Zhi asked, Auntie, is this for me? Yuan Yuqin smiled and nodded. Xiao Chen mentioned on the way that you've been going through a lot during your pregnancy. I didn't know about it. Otherwise, I would have come to take care of you myself. But don't worry, dear. From now on, I'll cook delicious meals for you every day and make up for everything I owe you. Xu Zhi sensed the kindness in Yuan Yuqin's words and understood, for the first time, what a mother truly was. Her own mother had never spoken to her with such kindness. She didn't care about the gift itself. All she wanted was the love that had been missing in her life. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked, May I call you Mom? Chapter 18, A single song sells for 200,000? Young lady, what are you? Yuan Yuqin was at a loss. On the way here, Xiao Chen had only mentioned that she had a strained relationship with her parents. But now, looking at Xu Zhi's expression, it didn't feel like strained at all. It felt absolutely dreadful. Seeing tears welling up in Xu Zhi's eyes, Yuan Yuqin quickly pulled her into a tight embrace and nodded. All right, young lady. From now on, I'll be your mother. Mom. Xu Zhi couldn't suppress the urge and blurted out the word. Xiao Chen, standing nearby, felt a pang of unease. Seeing Xu Zhi like this, she sensed that back home, Xu Zhi must have endured immense suffering. Otherwise, she wouldn't be like this. Yuan Yuqin gently stroked Xu Zhi's hair. Mom is here. Mom is here. After a long while, Xu Zhi slowly pulled away from Yuan Yuqin's embrace. Yuan Yuqin dabbed at the tears at the corners of her eyes with a tissue. Her look of deep hurt was truly heartbreaking. Gigi, let Mom put your necklace on for you. Xu Zhi glanced at Xiao Chen across from her. Xiao Chen gave a slight nod. He joked, Senior, my mom never bought me gold jewelry either. What's a man wearing a gold necklace for? Xiao Chen countered, Mom, look at all the big bosses out there, which one doesn't have a gold necklace around his neck? If you like it, go buy it yourself. I'm not giving you any money. Once you have a daughter-in-law, you forget about your son. Xiao Chen muttered under his breath. He walked into the living room and suddenly remembered the song he'd written last night was still posted on the forum. He wondered if anyone had sent him private messages. Thinking this, Xiao Chen hurriedly opened the app. He hadn't realized until he opened it, and it gave him quite a shock. This time, there were over 20 private messages. Most of the senders were agencies. Starlight Radiance, hello, do you have any other songs you've written? Our company is very interested in collaborating with you. Galaxy Dancer, hey there, your songs are amazing. Interested in becoming a musician? We have a solid management team to help you make it big. Xiao Chen skimmed through them. Most of the messages were from scammers or agencies trying to lure people into paying to become musicians. He checked and found a few legitimate companies among them. Just then, Xiao Chen noticed a message from an MCN agency. Starlight MCN, hello, our company really loves your songs. We specialize in cultivating internet-famous musicians. Would you be interested in collaborating? Xiao Chen replied, what would the terms of the collaboration be? The other party replied almost instantly, hello, you can choose either a flat-rate buyout or a revenue-sharing contract model. Seeing this, Xiao Chen pondered. A flat buyout would certainly pay more than royalties, though that depended on the company's strength. Xiao Chen searched for the company on Douyin. Wow, he hadn't realized until now they had tens of millions of followers. Even among the streamers signed under their name, several had tens of millions of followers. It seemed his song was genuinely exceptional. Xiao Chen took it more seriously. He returned to the forum and asked, if I buy it outright, what's the price? The other party replied instantly, can we discuss the details via private message? Sure. Xiao Chen added the other party on WeChat. Hello, I'm Xiao from Starry Sky Mac. I just checked with my supervisor. He said the flat rate price for this song, including copyright transfer to us, is 200,000 yuan. Oh, 200,000 yuan. What? 200,000. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. A song he'd written in just over half an hour yesterday was worth that much? Xiao Chen had thought they might offer 3 or 5,000 at best, but this opening bid of 200,000 yuan truly caught him off guard. Just then, Xu Zhi and her mother Yuan Yuqin emerged from the bedroom, each holding a baby. Seeing the shock on his face, Yuan Yuqin asked, Xiao Chen, what's wrong? Did you win the lottery? Mom, it's even better than winning the lottery. He smiled and said, last night I wrote a song and posted it on the iMusic forum. Just now I saw a private message, someone from Starry Sky Mac wants to pay 200,000 yuan for the copyright to my song. What? Yuan Yuqin looked utterly stunned. She asked, you can write songs too? Xu Zhi interjected, Mom, Xiao Chen not only writes songs, she sings beautifully too. He sang it for me last night. This. As Xiao Chen's mother, Yuan Yuqin knew he'd been tone deaf since childhood. Even singing Two Tigers on stage during kindergarten, he'd been off key. In her eyes, Xiao Chen had absolutely no artistic talent whatsoever. But suddenly he could write songs. She couldn't help but press her hand against Xiao Chen's forehead. Son, you don't have a fever, do you? Mom, what are you talking about? Xiao Chen pointed at himself. Do I really seem that useless to you? Well, pretty useless, actually. Xiao Chen was utterly speechless. She really is my own mother. He lifted the notebook resting on the desk and opened a Word document. Look, this song I wrote it yesterday. Yuan Yuqin fixed her gaze on the computer screen. Even though she didn't know much about songs, seeing the lyrics written out, she had to admit it actually had something going for it. You wrote this song? Absolutely genuine. Humph. Yuan Yuqin still looked skeptical. Xiao Chen turned to Xu Zhi, Sr., please vouch for me. Xu Zhi smiled faintly. Mom, Xiao Chen really did write this song. I was right there watching him write it yesterday. Xiao Chen chimed in, exactly. Mom, when have I ever lied to you? Well, my boy's all grown up. What are you thinking? Selling the copyright to this song? Xiao Chen pondered. Since Starry Sky was willing to pay 200,000 yuan for it, they must be confident they could make that much profit. So Xiao Chen's idea was to split the profits. Let me think about it and discuss it with them again. Senior, why don't you take Mom to meet Aunt Yang first? Xiao Chen gestured toward the kitchen, where Aunt Yang was still cooking. All right. The two headed toward the kitchen, while Xiao Chen flopped onto the sofa and inquired about the specifics of the split. The other party responded promptly, explaining that the split would be 50% of the song's net revenue, minus promotional expenses and other deductions. If the song went viral on a music platform, the split would be adjusted proportionally. After reading the terms, Xiao Chen's first concern was the lack of transparency in the income. If the company wanted to pay him less, they could simply claim the song only earned a certain amount. After all, Xiao Chen had no way to scrutinize the song's earnings in detail. In this world, profit always reigns supreme. Chapter 19, Xu Zhi, so should I call you baby from now on? But then again, a company that's grown this big must have some credibility. Otherwise, how could it have attracted so many singers? Xiao Chen replied, I'm in Zhangcheng. If you have time, let's meet in person. Face-to-face talks could resolve many issues. At the same time, Xiao Chen also wanted to make songwriting part of his future career. Songwriting wouldn't take up too much time, and judging by the looks of it, the income was genuinely substantial. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Mom and Aunt Yang were already chatting away, each lavishing compliments on the other. Aunt Yang remarked on how young Mom was to already have a grandson, which made Yuan Yuqin grin from ear to ear. By 6 o'clock, 6 dishes were already on the table. Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi placed the baby in the crib before sitting down together at the dining table. Aunt Yang spoke up, Mr. Xiao, please try my cooking. I'm sure my skills can't compare to yours. Oh dear. For some reason, hearing Mr. Xiao felt odd to Xiao Chen. He said, Aunt Yang, you don't need to call me Mr. or anything like that from now on. Just call me Chen from now on. As for the food, as long as it's edible and nutritious, I'm not picky. Yuan Yuqin, sitting nearby, asked, Xiao Chen, you know how to cook? You can't even boil instant noodles or crack an egg at home. When did you learn to cook? Xiao Chen looked embarrassed. His mom was right. As an only child, Xi never let him lift a finger around the house. At home, he rarely cooked. When his parents weren't around, he either boiled instant noodles or ordered takeout. Xiao Chen cleared his throat. Mom, just because I didn't know how to cook before doesn't mean I can't learn. Let me tell you, I'm a chef now. I'll cook dinner tomorrow night. The flavor will blow your mind. Seeing his mother's skeptical expression, Xiao Chen decided not to say anymore. You'll find out tomorrow. During the meal, Xiao Chen fed the baby formula once. Just as he expected, the system rewarded him again. Ding! Fatherly love is as steadfast as a mountain. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 bottle of postpartum recovery potion. Explanation: consuming this potion instantly restores a new mother's physical strength, eliminating postpartum weakness. Xiao Chen froze. Holy crap, he never expected such a reward. A small 10 milliliters bottle of liquid, resembling calcium tablets, materialized in his hand. Xiao Chen gently tapped Xu Zhi's shoulder. Senior, come here for a moment. Xu Zhi rose curiously and followed Xiao Chen into the master bedroom. She asked Xiao Chen, what's all this secrecy? What brings us here? Drink this. Xiao Chen handed Xu Zhi the postpartum recovery potion the system had just given him. Xu Zhi took the potion and asked, what is this? It's a potent poison containing deadly toxins. Drink it, and you'll meet your end. Oh. Without hesitation, Xu Zhi inserted a straw and downed the entire potion in one gulp. Xiao Chen froze. Senior, aren't you afraid this might actually be poison? Xu Zhi looked at Xiao Chen with an exceptionally tender gaze. She shook her head. I know you wouldn't harm me, Junior. If you did harm me, you'd have to raise both babies on your own. It'd wear you out. Xu Zhi chose to trust him completely. At that moment, she felt a warm current flowing through her stomach. The sensation was incredibly soothing. After giving birth, she'd felt utterly drained, yet now her condition was visibly improving by the minute. It felt incredibly soothing, incredibly warm. Fine, then I'll work myself to death. Seeing Xu Zhi gently rubbing her abdomen, he asked, how do you feel? Is your body much more comfortable now? Xu Zhi nodded and asked, what exactly is this? After drinking it, I feel like my body has recovered so much. It's almost like I'm back to how I was before I got pregnant. It's a nutritional supplement that aids postpartum recovery. It's incredibly effective. After giving birth, just one bottle like this is enough. Hearing this, Xu Zhi felt a warm glow in her heart. She'd never even heard of such a thing, yet Xiao Chen had managed to get it for her. Xiao Chen truly loved her so much. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen spoke softly, Can we change how you address me? Change the way you address me? Upon hearing this, Xu Zhi's first thought was, husband. But she felt a bit hesitant to say it now, it felt rather embarrassing. She lifted her gaze slightly to meet Xiao Chen's eyes. What should I call you? Senior, do I really need to spell it out? Ha? Xu Zhi pursed her lips. She simply couldn't bring herself to say husband. Hesitantly, she stammered, baby? Xiao Chen suddenly felt that baby wasn't such a bad nickname after all. Fine. I'm your baby. Both children are my babies. They're mine too. Ah, right. Looking at Xu Zhi's faded pajamas, Xiao Chen suddenly felt like taking her out for a stroll. Although Xu Zhi was still in her postpartum confinement period, she had just taken the restorative potion, so her body should be fine. As for the babies, with Aunt Yang and his mother taking care of them, Xiao Chen felt completely at ease. Senior, let's go out for a walk. You've been cooped up in the room, you should get some fresh air. Well, is that okay? Xiao Chen nodded. I want to take you shopping for some new clothes. Look at your pajamas, they're all faded. Xu Zhi glanced down at her clothes and replied, actually, there's no need to change. I've been wearing them for ages. That's exactly why you need new ones, because you've been wearing them for so long. Xiao Chen grinned. We'll get matching pajamas for us, and pick up some toys for the baby while we're at it. Okay. Xu Zhi never refused Xiao Chen's suggestions. He continued, then you go change first. I'll wait for you in the living room. Okay. After arriving in the living room, Xiao Chen put on the coat hanging by the entrance. His mother, Yuan Yuqin, asked him, son, are you going out? Yeah, I'm taking your daughter-in-law out to buy some clothes. Take her out? Mom was a bit concerned about Xu Zhi's condition. Who goes shopping just 2 days after giving birth? Are you crazy? The baby's only 2 days old, and you want her to go out? I'm fine. Xu Zhi changed clothes quickly. Seeing her emerge, Yuan Yuqin softened her irritable expression and spoke softly, Zhi, are you really okay? It's just that the baby's only 2 days old. I'm worried about your health. Mom, I'm fine. Xiao Chen just gave me some nutritional supplements. I feel much better now. Besides, we'll be back soon, it won't take more than an hour. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. Right. Xu Zhi was getting a bit cooped up at home anyway. This is a good chance for us to get some fresh air. Well. Alright then. Yuan Yuqin reluctantly relented, but still cautioned, don't let Xu Zhi be out too long. If anything happens, remember to call me. Okay. Chapter 20, Taking My Senior to Buy Cosmetics. Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi descended to the underground garage. He reached into his pocket. He hadn't asked his mom for the keys to the Xiaomi YU7. Instead, he carried the Porsche keys with him. What's wrong? Nothing. Mom just left, and I forgot to grab the keys. Xu Zhi, well, shall we go upstairs to get them? Xiao Chen thought for a moment. Better not tell her about the Porsche. Alright, wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Okay. Xiao Chen hurried upstairs, grabbed the keys, and opened the passenger door. Your Highness, please take your seat. Xiao Chen bowed respectfully. Xu Zhi giggled softly before obediently settling into the passenger seat. After getting in, she asked, baby, where are we going later? Hearing the nickname baby again still felt a bit strange to Xiao Chen. He thought for a moment before replying, let's go to MixC Mall. It's pretty close, and I often go shopping there with my roommates. Sounds good. During her freshman year, Xu Zhi had also frequented MixC Mall, though the branded clothes there were quite pricey. If that didn't work out, they could always go to Uniqlo, their prices were more reasonable. After driving for a few minutes, Xiao Chen arrived at MixC. They were now in the University district of Jiangcheng, surrounded by over a dozen universities. Consequently, the area boasted several large shopping malls and numerous internet cafes. There were also numerous hotels and inns, whose prices skyrocketed to near tourist attraction levels every weekend. The basement level of MixC City housed a mix of shops and parking. After entering through the basement door, rows of food stalls and bubble tea shops came into view. The sign for Jasmine Milk Tea stood out prominently in the distance. Xiao Chen naturally took her hand and pointed to the shop ahead. Senior, Jasmine Milk White's new flavor is amazing. Want to try it together? Xiao Chen didn't usually care for bubble tea, but Jasmine Milk White was an exception. Besides, bubble tea seemed like a must-have for couples on dates. Xu Zhi shook her head slightly. Let's skip it this time. We can try it another day. Besides, didn't the doctor say to stick to light meals? That makes sense. Xu Zhi didn't pull away from Xiao Chen's grasp on her hand. Come to think of it, they had a child together now. They should be considered a married couple? A marital relationship only counts after getting married, but he hadn't confirmed anything with Xu Zhi. Never mind. The two rode the escalator down to the first floor, where most of the shops were filled with various cosmetics and luxury goods like Chanel handbags and such. Xiao Chen recalled that when he first met Xu Zhi, she had been dressed up to the nines, radiating an extraordinary elegance, the kind of ethereal beauty that felt like a vision of purity. Though Xu Zhi was still beautiful now, she looked somewhat haggard compared to back then. Could it be because she wasn't wearing makeup? Senior, let's go buy some cosmetics. Xu Zhi paused slightly. In Xiao Chen's view, there wasn't a woman in the world who didn't enjoy looking her best. Especially Xu Zhi. She was only 20. In the prime of her youth, she surely wanted to look her best. At that moment, Xu Zhi shook her head slightly. I haven't worn makeup in ages. It's not necessary. Come on, senior. Xiao Chen grabbed her hand. Senior, you'll definitely wear makeup someday, right? So, let's go buy some cosmetics. Saying this, Xiao Chen firmly pulled Xu Zhi toward a cosmetic store. Ding! Rewarding host with 10,000 renminbi. Don't be stingy, buy your wife some quality cosmetics. The moment Xiao Chen stepped into the store, the system's voice chimed in. Even his Alipay app on his phone buzzed immediately. Alipay received 10,000 yuan. Xiao Chen froze. Wait, is this how it works now? Hello, welcome to La Mer, the saleswoman greeted them respectfully as the two stepped inside the boutique. La Mer skincare products weren't cheap. A single item easily cost several hundred or even over 1,000 yuan. A full skincare set could easily cost 4 or 5,000 yuan. Xu Zhi had never encountered prices like this before. Her previous cosmetics were affordable, yet quality products. Foundation rarely exceeded 100 yuan, and lipstick was always under 100. Brands like Dior were completely foreign to her. Xu Zhi merely glanced at the prices on the shelves before an immediate urge to leave surged within her. She tugged at Xiao Chen's arm and whispered, Xiao Chen, let's go. The skincare products in this store are too expensive. It's fine, senior. Did you forget about that song I wrote yesterday? Starry Sky Mac wants to buy the copyright for 200,000 yuan? Xu Zhi frowned slightly. 200,000 yuan is a quick buck, but you haven't sold it yet. Besides, let's spend our money where it counts. Xiao Chen countered, so many people spend money on cosmetic procedures. You're still young, senior. When you're young, you need to protect your skin. If you wait until you're all wrinkled and saggy to start caring, it'll be too late. Xiao Chen's words made sense, and Xu Zhi momentarily couldn't think of a rebuttal. He continued. Plus, sis, I'm confident I can secure a long-term collaboration with Starry Sky. I can write a song every week. Songwriting, like novel writing, required inspiration. Xiao Chen planned to take Xu Zhi out more often to see the world, hoping that would spark his creativity. This way, it wouldn't interfere with his studies, and he could even earn money for the baby's formula. Xu Zhi wasn't as strong as Xiao Chen, and she felt awkward dragging him away in front of the sales clerk. Xiao Chen spoke up, excuse me. Do you have any skincare products suitable for my girlfriend? It was Xiao Chen's first time encountering La Mer, and he knew little about it, so he decided to let the salesperson make a recommendation. Hearing this, the salesperson immediately responded, young man, let me introduce this skincare set to you. This is our latest release from La Mer. Su Chan glanced over. The theme of this skincare gift set was Day-Night Renewal, Youth Forever, containing 5 skincare products priced at 3,800 yuan. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Chen would never splurge on such expensive skincare. But now he had the system. What was he now? A spendthrift little tycoon. Who would have thought his baby stroller was made entirely of pure gold? Alright, I'll take this set. Please wrap it up for me. Certainly, sir. No. Xu Zhi grabbed Xiao Chen's sleeve and whispered softly, Xiao Chen, oh no, baby, this set is just too expensive. Xiao Chen gently stroked Xu Zhi's hair. You're calling me baby now. What's wrong with buying some expensive skincare for my little one? Be good. You're my treasure. From now on, I'll cover all your skincare needs. No sooner had Xiao Chen finished speaking. A young couple walked in from outside. Xiao Chen froze. Damn it. Why is it her? Chapter 21, Is Lu Tianchuan your type? Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Lu Tianchuan, the girl Xiao Chen had once pursued. The man beside her was none other than Wang Chang, who had taken a day off from school yesterday. At that moment, Lu Tianchuan was arm in arm with Wang Chang, her voice dripping with sweetness. Bro, La Mer just released this amazing skincare set that's perfect for girls, and it's only 3,800 yuan. Isn't that a steal? A hunk like you who can afford a McLaren would definitely buy it for me, right? Wang Chang's face darkened. Damn it, I should have kept my cool. A couple days ago when he was hitting on Lu Tianxuan, he'd bragged his car was the latest McLaren P1 worth over 5 million yuan. Lu Tianxuan's eyes lit up at the mention, and she immediately threw her arms around his neck. She mentioned she'd be wearing black stockings tonight and admitted she often felt lonely and empty. The night before last and last night, he'd smoothly enjoyed sweet double seating sessions with Lu Tianxuan. One was after money, the other after pleasure, perfectly normal. But the main thing was, Wang Chang had no money. The Rolex on his wrist was a high-quality fake. The Kelluo stone on his body and the LV shoes on his feet were from Putian. The LV bag he just gifted Lu Tianxuan was bought from a micro-merchant for 200 yuan. A college student like her had no clue. When Lu Tianxuan walked in and saw Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi there, she froze slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Xiao Chen, what are you doing here?" she asked. Xiao Chen was speechless. Why did this situation feel straight out of a novel? The clueless female supporting character came over to mock the protagonist, setting the stage for the upcoming showdown where she'd be proven wrong. Xiao Chen tightened his grip on Xu Zhi's hand and asked, "Why shouldn't I be here?" Lu Tianxuan turned her gaze to Xu Zhi, scrutinizing her closely before pausing in surprise. Wasn't this Xu Zhi the girl who had all the male students at Lingjian University swooning? Hadn't she withdrawn from school long ago? Why was she here? "Are you Xu Zhi?" Lu Tianxuan asked. Xu Zhi still didn't know what was happening. She looked at Xiao Chen and asked softly, "What's going on?" "She's Lu Tianxuan, classmate," Xiao Chen said calmly. Lu Tianxuan frowned at this. "What classmate?" "Xiao Chen is my suitor. He bought me tons of gifts back then. You could call him a total suck-up." Lu Tianxuan said this with a smug look on her face. She thought to herself, so what if Xiao Chen dated the campus beauty? Back then, he wasn't my lapdog yet. Xu Zhi remained silent, observing Lu Tianxuan's appearance: dyed yellow hair, a white low-cut top, a denim miniskirt, and tattoos on her thighs. Heavily made up, reeking of cheap glamour. Why would Xiao Chen like this type? Just then, Lu Tianxuan decided to show off. After all, she was dating a wealthy boyfriend. She turned her head to glance at Wang Chang. But she noticed Wang Chang was staring at Xu Zhi with a lecherous glint in his eyes. His gaze was ravenous. Like a starving wolf, red-eyed with hunger, spotting a plump, tender lamb. As if he wanted to devour her whole. Lu Tianxuan saw this and immediately pinched his arm, snapping Wang Chang back to his senses. "Oh, hello, everyone. I'm Wang Chang. Xuan, this is your classmate, right?" Saying this, Wang Chang extended his filthy hands toward Xu Zhi. "What are you saying?" Lu Tianxuan instantly objected. "This guy in front of you is my ex-rival who used to chase me." Wang Chang didn't seem to care. "Oh, well. Miss, would you like to be friends?" He waved the Rolex in his hand. He then pointed to the LV bag he'd given Lu Tianxuan. "This bag? I gave it to her. Be my friend, and I'll give you one too." Wang Chang was a complete scumbag through and through. He'd already slept with Lu Tianxuan for 2 nights and had lost interest in her. So he didn't hesitate to say these things right in front of Lu Tianxuan. Now, Xu Zhi before him had become his next target. Xu Zhi instantly understood Wang Chang's meaning upon hearing this. She glanced at the LV bag on Lu Tianxuan's wrist. What kind of skill is it to give a fake bag? Lu Tianxuan? Hearing this, her mind buzzed with shock. "What did you say? This bag is fake?" Lu Tianxuan had already forgotten about Wang Chang's attempt to flirt with Xu Zhi, because she knew all too well that there was no future between her and Wang Chang. She loved his money, he loved her body. They were both just using each other. Even if they broke up, she could still keep this LV bag to show off in front of her classmates. But hearing it was fake, her defenses crumbled instantly. She blurted out, "How dare you say my bag is fake? Why the hell not?" Seeing the truth about to come out, Wang Chang hurriedly explained, "She's just jealous of you, baby." Smack. Before Wang Chang could finish, Lu Tianxuan had already slapped him across the face. "What did you just say? You're flirting with other girls right in front of me? Are you even human?" Caught completely off guard by the slap, Wang Chang lost his composure instantly. "Damn it, you! How dare you slap me? So what if I hit on girls right in front of you? Think you're so special? Ha, you're nothing but my plaything. This bag is fake, what are you gonna do about it?" With that, he turned and walked away. The same routine could fool countless female college students, and Lu Tianxuan was just an average quality model. Lu Tianxuan burst into tears, overcome with hurt. Only then did the sales clerk, who had been watching the drama unfold, hand Xiao Chen the La Mer cream he had purchased. Xiao Chen promptly scanned his card, then took Xu Zhi's hand and left the store. He paid Lu Tianxuan no mind, nor did he have any reason to. But what puzzled Xiao Chen now was how Xu Zhi had instantly recognized that the LV bag on Lu Tianxuan's arm was fake. Xiao Chen voiced his inner question aloud. "Senior, how did you know Lu Tianxuan's bag was fake?" Xu Zhi answered with a smile. "After I met Lu Weiwei in freshman year, she taught me step by step how to authenticate designer bags, like spotting the details so I wouldn't get scammed by jerks. I learned it from Lu Weiwei." Xiao Chen froze upon hearing this. Damn, Lu Weiwei truly lived up to her reputation as a great friend. Xu Zhi continued, but I only learned the basics. I couldn't tell the difference between high-quality fakes and the real thing. But the bag Lu Tianchuang was carrying? That was clearly a low-quality knockoff. Probably only 100 or 2 yuan. To be honest, Xiao Chen had seriously underestimated Xu Zhi. He never imagined she knew so much. Xu Zhi added, but Lu Tianchuang got what she deserved. A good relationship should be built on both people's character. But the company you keep reflects who you are. She's not worth pitying. Xiao Chen wholeheartedly agreed with her words, nodding emphatically. Just then, Xu Zhi asked, but I'm curious, is Lu Tianchuan your type? Chapter 22, Sleeping with the Senior. Ah, well. Xiao Chen grimaced. She wasn't like this last semester. Back then, she seemed pretty innocent. I never expected her to turn into this after just one summer break. Xiao Chen's taste mirrored most guys. He preferred a mature woman's figure paired with a sweet girl's face. Xu Zhi fit that description perfectly. All right. She didn't dwell on the issue. After all, it was perfectly normal for a guy to want to date in college. Xiao Chen took Xu Zhi's hand again and they continued shopping. He ended up buying her several lipsticks, 2 bottles of foundation, then went upstairs to pick out some clothes, baby toys, bedding, and other essentials before driving home. They'd been out for over an hour. When they arrived home, Xu Chen's mother, Yuan Yuqin, was chatting cheerfully with the nanny, Aunt Yan, who was holding the baby. Seeing the 2 children return, Yuan Yuqin warmly stood up and walked over. Holding the baby, she said, "Baby, look who's back. Oh, it's mommy and daddy. Ask your mom and dad if they bought you any treats." Xiao Chen looked into the baby's wide eyes and chuckled. How could a newborn just 2 days old possibly talk? Mom, your room isn't tidied up yet, is it? I'll go take care of it for you. Xiao Chen had slept in the spare room for one night, but the bedding was of poor quality. So they had just bought some new bedding from Muji. Xu Zhi pinched the baby's cheeks. I'll help. Xu Zhi could easily handle light tasks like making the bed, but Xiao Chen insisted on showing his consideration. So he spoke up, "Senior, you're a postpartum woman recovering now. Let me handle it." "Oh, it won't affect me at all. I'll help you with the baby #nervous face #. Hearing his senior call the baby sent a tingling sensation through Xiao Chen's heart. All right. Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi set down their things, then carried the bedding into the spare bedroom. Working together, they quickly made the bed. Just then, a thought suddenly struck Xiao Chen. That is, with both bedrooms occupied by Mom and Aunt Yang, wouldn't that leave him without a place to sleep? Which meant tonight, she could sleep with Xu Zhi Omega. Xiao Chen felt utterly doomed. Senior. Xiao Chen stammered hesitantly. Xu Zhi asked, what's wrong? Have you ever thought about something? Huh? Xu Zhi frowned at Xiao Chen, wondering why he was suddenly being so mysterious. What question? Well, both bedrooms are taken by my mom and Aunt Yang. So tonight. Xu Zhi froze. Right. She hadn't even considered this issue. Her cheeks flushed visibly. Xiao Chen grinned mischievously. Let's call it a day, senior. I promise I'll be on my best behavior. He. Xu Zhi pouted, looking utterly unconvinced. Men are all big pigs. However, she didn't mind sharing a bed with Xiao Chen. After all, they would be husband and wife someday. What's wrong with sharing a bed? Besides, hadn't they already slept together 10 months ago? The hardest part is always the beginning. Since they'd already taken that step, what was the big deal about what came next? After making the bed, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi left the bedroom. Xiao Chen looked at Mrs. Yuan Yuqin. Mom, go check the room. Are you satisfied? Yuan Yuqin smiled warmly. Of course I'm satisfied, my son made the bed for me. Xiao Chen stepped forward, arms wide open. Come here, little one. Let daddy hold you. Yuan Yuqin wasn't tired at all, but since Xiao Chen wanted to hold the baby, she naturally couldn't say no. After handing the child to Xiao Chen, the system voice suddenly sounded. Ding. Fatherly love is as steadfast as a mountain. Detecting host holding child. Rewarding skill, God-tier painting talent. In that instant, a flood of artistic knowledge, composition, color theory, sketching techniques rushed into his mind. Xiao Chen gasped. Wait, seriously? What's wrong, Xiao Chen? Why are you spacing out? His mother noticed his strange behavior and asked. Xiao Chen shook his head. Nothing. Nothing at all. Mom, you've been on the train for so long. You should rest early too. Yuan Yuqin looked relaxed. I bought business class tickets, so I'm not tired at all. Mainly, seeing those 2 adorable babies made me so happy. Does Dad know about this? Xiao Chen felt certain his mother had already told his father. To his surprise, Mom shook her head and said, I haven't told him yet. We'll talk about it later. Honestly, I'd love to see the look on your dad's face when he finds out. Xiao Chen froze. His parents had an exceptionally good relationship, they never argued, and his dad especially loved pulling pranks. The 3 of them always seemed perfectly content together. Alright, we'll see about that later then. MHM. 11:30 p.m. Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi entered the master bedroom. Mom said she and Aunt Yang would handle nighttime feedings and diaper changes. So the two of them could rest well, without having to get up at night for feedings. Inside the bedroom, Xiao Chen felt genuinely nervous at that moment. Although they had slept together before, last time he hadn't been aware of it. This time, however, it felt distinctly unfamiliar. Xu Zhi unwrapped the pajama packaging and took out two sets. The style was the recently popular Chikawa design. The women's set was pink, printed with a pattern of gi. The men's version was blue, printed with a pattern of little 8. Xiao Chen, baby, would you like to change into your pajamas now? Sure. Xiao Chen nodded and pulled off his t-shirt, revealing 6 faintly visible abdominal muscles. Xu Zhi couldn't help but gasp. Xiao Chen had mentioned having abs before, but she hadn't quite believed him. But seeing them now, she believed it. Though they were just a bit subtle. You really do have abs. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Xiao Chen quickly pulled on his pajamas, then just stared at Xu Zhi. Senior, why aren't you changing? Xu Zhi thought for a moment. Back when she was lactating, Xiao Chen hadn't just touched her, he'd even taken her in his mouth. So, it didn't seem like there was anything shameful about it now. She slipped off her outer coat and changed into her pajamas as well. Matching pajamas. Xiao Chen certainly hadn't anticipated this scene. He quickly burrowed under the covers, snuggling up very, very close to Xu Zhi. Xiao Chen couldn't help but inhale deeply. Senior, you smell so good. Really? Mum. Xiao Chen swallowed hard. To be honest, he desperately wanted to kiss Xu Zhi right now. He'd once read a novel where it claimed a girl's lips tasted like beer. But others claimed a girl's lips tasted like strawberries. Xiao Chen had never kissed a girl before, so he had no idea what it would taste like. Xiao Chen asked Xu Zhi dumbly, Senior, can I kiss you? Chapter 23, this is my first time writing a song. The moment he said it, Xiao Chen regretted it. The internet said that if you want to kiss a girl, you shouldn't ask her permission. Instead, you should lock eyes with her for 3 seconds. If she doesn't look away, you can go in for the kiss. The room lights were already off, leaving only the dim glow of the bedside lamp. Upon hearing his words, Xu Zhi thought, you idiot, Xiao Chen. Is that something you ask a girl? She shook her head. No. Oh. Xiao Chen pursed his lips. Just then, Xu Zhi suddenly put down her phone and turned her head. Her large, sparkling eyes fixed on him as she asked, you idiot, is that something you should be asking? Xiao Chen looked awkward and hesitant after all, he'd never been in a relationship before. Xiao Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing him hesitate, Xu Zhi giggled. This little freshman could be pretty adorable sometimes. I'll give you another kiss next time. Xiao Chen immediately looked up. When is next time? Is it next week or the 32nd? Xiao Chen didn't want that day to be so far off. Xu Zhi pondered for a moment. When you've written 10 songs. Xiao Chen pulled back the covers, ready to get out of bed. Xu Zhi grabbed his wrist and asked, where are you going? Xiao Chen, I'm going to write songs right now. Xu Zhi shook her head. Not today. Starting tomorrow. Fine. Hold me while we sleep. Hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately wrapped his arms around Xu Zhi, who was wearing her pajamas, and even snuggled up against her. At that moment, the dormant beast within him awoke. Xiao Chen asked the system, since Xu Zhi drank the recovery potion, doesn't that mean I can, with her? System, no. It is not recommended for the host to share a room with Xu Zhi at this time. I'm just asking. I'm not lusting after her body or anything. System, yeah, right. The next day, early morning. 7:30 a.m. Xiao Chen's mother, Yuan Yuqin, gently pushed open the door. Seeing Xu Zhi nestled in Xiao Chen's arms, fast asleep, she couldn't help but smile. Her daughter-in-law was truly beautiful. Not long ago, she had even gone to the temple to burn incense, praying that her son would succeed in his studies and find a girlfriend. Now she not only has a girlfriend, but even a child. Looks like she'll need to make a pilgrimage to the temple soon to fulfill her vow. Knock knock knock. She knocked lightly on the door. Xiao Chen, Gigi, wake up and come eat. Hearing the sound, Xiao Chen opened his eyes groggily. Got it, Mom. We'll be up in a minute. Alright, go wake Gigi up. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chen suddenly felt wide awake. He lowered his head slightly and saw Xu Zhi lying on his chest, one arm wrapped around him. Looking at her face, full of youthful radiance, Xiao Chen didn't want to wake her up at that moment. Just then, Xu Zhi murmured softly in his arms. Her face was still heavy with sleep, her eyes too heavy to open. Baby, what time is it? Just past 7:30. But Mom made breakfast for us. Time to get up. Xu Zhi shifted her position. I want to sleep for 5 more minutes. Alright, I'll wake you up later. After getting out of bed, Xiao Chen washed his hands in the bathroom. When he entered the living room, he saw his mom had already placed both babies in the stroller. The older child, Xiao Ming, wore a blue coat, while the younger, Xiao Ziqing, wore a pink one. Seeing the adorably dressed babies, Xiao Chen asked, Mom, are you taking the babies out? Are you kidding? His mother, busy ladling soup in the kitchen, called out, "Babies can't go outside until they're at least a week old."
I was just dressing them. Oh. Xiao Chen admittedly knew little about childcare. He glanced around and asked, "Where's Aunt Yang?"
Aunt Yang said she had some things to take care of at home this morning, so she asked me for half a day off.
All right.
Xiao Chen hurried to the kitchen. "Mom, let me help you."
Last night, Xiao Chen had arranged an in-person meeting with the Starry Sky MCN team.
At 3 p.m., he was heading to the Longkai Hotel to discuss the collaboration. Now that he had a baby and his beloved senior classmate, Xiao Chen felt his life was complete. What remained was to earn as much money as possible to provide a better future for his baby and Xu Zhi.
"Mom, I have a meeting this afternoon and will be out for a while." "All right, go ahead and take care of it."
"All right, I'll go wake up my senior." After breakfast, his mom Xu Zhi played with the baby while Xiao Chen opened his laptop and began typing away furiously on the keyboard, writing songs. His songwriting flowed effortlessly now. The moment his fingers touched the keys, endless inspiration flooded his mind. He could finish a song in barely half an hour. 2.5 hours later, Xiao Chen had written 5 songs in one go. 3 were ancient style pieces, and 2 were folk songs.
Xu Zhi and Yuan Yuqin refrained from disturbing Xiao Chen. Glancing at the time, it was already 11:49. Today's songwriting session was over.
Only when Xiao Chen closed his laptop did Xu Zhi approach softly. She handed him the freshly peeled apple. "You've worked hard.
Have an apple."
Xu Zhi's voice was exceptionally gentle and melodious, filling his ears with warmth.
"Thanks, senior." Xiao Chen took a bite of the apple. "I'm heading to the Longkai Hotel this afternoon. I have a meeting with someone from Starry Sky." Xu Zhi nodded slightly. "Would you like me to come with you?" "If you want to come, it's not out of the question."
Xu Zhi was so beautiful that Xiao Chen felt he'd be proud to have her by his side.
Xu Zhi considered it for a moment. "I think I'll pass.
I'll stay home and take care of the baby and wait for your good news."
"All right."
At 2:30 p.m., Xiao Chen drove his Xiaomi YU7 to the Longkai Grand Hotel. He chose the 3 p.m. slot precisely for afternoon tea. They could sip tea and discuss the collaboration.
When Xiao Chen arrived, the MCN copyright partner was already there.
She was a young woman in her mid-20s, dressed in a sharp black suit with her hair pulled back in a bun and wearing large black-rimmed glasses. Her demeanor was remarkably composed, clearly a seasoned professional honed by years in business. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, looked every bit the wide-eyed college student.
"Hello, are you Ms. Liu from Starry Sky Mac?"
Xiao Chen approached with his laptop. Lu Jing paused slightly upon seeing the innocent-looking college student.
"Are you Xiao Chen?"
Yes, it's me."
Xiao Chen sat down across from Lu Jing.
Her aura was truly remarkable. Xiao Chen distinctly felt his own presence overshadowed by hers.
Lu Jing teased him with a playful look. "I thought you'd be around my age. I didn't expect you to be so young. Are you even 20? Xiao Chen shook his head. "No. I'm 19 this year."
"Oh?" Lu Jing adjusted her glasses on her nose.
"So you're studying music?" "No." Xiao Chen shook his head again. "I'm not an art student. Writing songs is just a hobby of mine."
Lu Jing suddenly found this intriguing.
"Then you must have written a lot of songs?"
"No, that song on the forum was my very first attempt."
Chapter 24, Making Money. One song sells for 200,000 yuan. First time writing a song? Hearing this, Lu Jing's eyes widened in disbelief.
Xiao Chen's song yearbook had been evaluated by all the composers at their company, who unanimously agreed it would be a minor hit. If they secured a popular influencer with a strong following to perform it, the revenue it could generate for their company would be substantial.
But if Xiao Chen claimed this was his first attempt, she wouldn't believe it. Perhaps he was just showing off in front of her? Still, Lu Jing put on an admiring facade in front of Xiao Chen. "Really? That's incredible. By the way, have you decided how you'd like to sign with us for this song?" "Xiao Chen, I wrote 5 more songs this morning. Why don't you review the quality of these first, then we can discuss collaboration." 5 songs this morning?
Lu Jing looked slightly surprised.
She nodded slightly as Xiao Chen swiftly opened his laptop.
After opening the Word document on the desktop, Xiao Chen handed the laptop to Lu Jing. Lu Jing slid her finger across the touchpad. Her expression shifted from neutral to astonished, then from astonished to utter shock.
She snapped her head up. "These songs, you wrote them all?" "Yeah." Xiao Chen nodded calmly.
She stared at the screen again, unable to believe what she was seeing. Because these songs all possessed tremendous potential. They even had the potential to make it onto the Golden Melody Awards charts. Now that their company was moving toward formalization, they had begun composing theme songs for certain short dramas. One song Xiao Chen had written, titled Sword Immortal, happened to be a perfect fit for a cultivation-themed short drama. The lyrics were simply brilliant. In fact, Lu Jing now firmly believes Xiao Chen is a lyricist genius of a kind that comes along once in a century.
Lu Jing asked excitedly, "Mr. Xiao, have you decided how you'd like to sign with Starry Sky? With your talent, I suggest you sign directly as our gold medal composer that offers the highest royalty split." "Gold level composer?" Xiao Chen thought the title sounded rather appealing. He inquired, "Could you elaborate on the specifics?" "Certainly." Lu Jing replied with great seriousness, "At Starry Sky, we have 3 tiers of composers: bronze, silver, and gold. Essentially, it's based on talent and popularity. Setting aside the first 2 tiers, a gold tier composer who writes a song according to our requirements receives 40% of the client's contract payment, plus 40% of the song's subsequent revenue. And the copyright to this song is also in your hands." Xiao Chen couldn't make heads or tails of these percentages. "Could you give me an analogy?" "Certainly." Lu Jing leaned forward slightly. Xiao Chen instinctively glanced down at her cleavage, though she didn't notice his gaze. She explained, "For example, if a TV series or film needs a theme song, they tell us their requirements, and we'll custom write a song specifically for them. If the contract price for this song is 100,000 yuan, then you'd receive 40,000 yuan for writing it. Furthermore, if the song becomes a hit after release, say, it takes the music scene by storm, you'd also get 40% of the subsequent revenue. Platforms like NetEase Cloud Music and Tencent Music pay us copyright fees, and the amount depends on how popular the song becomes." Xiao Chen grasped Lu Jing's meaning, but he was puzzled by her apparent eagerness to sign him as a top-tier composer. "Wasn't this a bit too hasty? Are there any requirements, like working on site?" Xiao Chen still had to attend school, care for the baby, and make time for dates with Xu Zhi. Working fixed hours was out of the question. Besides, he didn't want to be micromanaged. Lu Jing shook her head slightly. "Of course there's no need to be on site. This is essentially freelance work. We'll contact you when we have projects, and it's not limited to TV or film music. There might also be custom commissions, like writing songs for specific artists." "I see." Lu Jing looked at Xiao Chen with unwavering certainty. "Moreover, as our company's top-tier composer, you'll receive a one-time bonus of 500,000 yuan paid in full upfront. Currently, our company has 2 gold medal composers, and their annual income hasn't been less than 2 million yuan. All subsequent music copyrights and royalties will also belong to you." As she spoke, Lu Jing pulled a contract from her briefcase. Xiao Chen skimmed through it. Each clause was clear and well-defined. This was clearly not some fly-by-night operation. Though the offer was highly tempting, he didn't appear desperate. Instead, he nodded slightly. "All right, I'll think it over." Of course. Lu Jing was completely captivated by Xiao Chen's talent. Only now did she realize she hadn't offered him anything to drink. She asked, "Mr. Xiao, do you usually drink coffee?" Do you have Coke?" Last semester, Xiao Chen often drank Fatty's Happy Water in the dorm. Coffee was for cattle and horses, he didn't need that stuff. "I think we do. I'll get you one." Lu Jing scanned a QR code on her phone to order a 25 yuan Pepsi. Then the two continued discussing their collaboration. In the end, Xiao Chen sold the song Graduation album outright to Starry Sky Company for 200,000 yuan in cash. For the 5 songs he wrote this morning, he signed a royalty-sharing contract. As for the gold medal composer title she mentioned, Xiao Chen planned to thoroughly review the contract later. After all, there were liability agreements and other details that needed clarification. By the time they finished talking, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Xiao Chen left the Longkai Hotel feeling light as a feather. Just writing one song could earn him 200,000 yuan. And those 5 songs, once produced and released, would surely generate income for him soon. The system was simply incredible. "Mr. Xiao, is this your car?" Lu Jing followed him to the parking lot and asked, eyeing the Xiaomi YU7. "Yes." Xiao Chen nodded. "I prefer the Xiaomi brand, it's perfect for us young people." "It certainly is. Is it easy to drive?" "It drives like a dream. Want to give it a try?" He pulled out the card key. Lu Jing shook her head. "No need. I won't see you off then. Drive carefully back, and feel free to contact me if you have any questions." "All right." Xiao Chen retrieved the car and drove out of the parking lot. "Shall I play Ayo OK?" "Sure thing, now playing Lei Jun Daddy's Ayo OK. Listening to the music streaming from his headphones, Xiao Chen swayed his head rhythmically. Instead of heading straight home, he went to a well-known local mall Guiha shopping center. He headed straight for the LV boutique. Today, Xiao Chen had made a special effort with his appearance, looking considerably more handsome than usual. But his demeanor hadn't quite caught up yet. He walked without any swagger, clearly just a college student. Upon entering the LV store, a salesperson approached to greet him, though clearly without much enthusiasm. They genuinely judged whether someone was wealthy enough to be a customer based on their attire, demeanor, and overall aura. Clearly, they didn't place Xiao Chen in that category. He pointed to a pink LV bag. "I'll take this one." Chapter 25, Mom, don't just eat, give your opinion. A salesperson overheard Xiao Chen and asked, "Young man, this bag is 66,000 yuan. Are you sure you want to buy it?" Xiao Chen elegantly pulled out his bank card from his pocket, holding it between his index and middle fingers. "Definitely. It's for my girlfriend." "Charge it. The card has no PIN." All right. The saleswoman took the card with a skeptical look, swiped it through the POS machine. The receipt printed successfully. She paused in surprise. The seemingly ordinary college student had actually made the purchase. She hurriedly handed Xiao Chen a new bag, feeling a touch of awkwardness in the process. But such decisive action was indeed rare. "Sir, please take your bag." "Thank you." Xiao Chen gave a slight nod, said nothing more, and left. Before heading home, Xiao Chen stopped at the supermarket outside the residential complex to pick up some ingredients. Tonight, he planned to show off his skills for his mom. Yesterday she didn't believe he could cook, but today he was going to slap her in the face. Upon opening the door, Xiao Chen found Lu Weiwei had arrived. She and Xu Zhi were sitting on the sofa, whispering about something. "I'm home," Xiao Chen called out. Xu Zhi and Lu Weiwei both stood up at once. "Baby, you're back." Xu Zhi scampered toward Xiao Chen and threw her arms around him. Lu Weiwei's face turned green. Wait, what was going on here? It's only been a few days, and already this? She's already calling him baby? Wait. Then Lu Weiwei noticed the Louis Vuitton bag in Xiao Chen's hand. "Holy crap, Xiao Chen, is that bag for Gigi? You have sharp eyes." Xiao Chen nodded slightly. "Senior, I sold a song. The royalties from the other 5 I wrote today just leave the baby's formula money to me from now on." "What song?" Lu Weiwei looked completely baffled, but her attention wasn't on the song. Instead, she was curious about what style of bag Xiao Chen had bought for Xu Zhi. Her boyfriend had never bought her an LV. "Can I see the bag?" "Sure." Xiao Chen casually handed it to Lu Weiwei, then walked around the room. "Senior, where's Mom?" "Mom took the baby out." Xiao Chen scratched his head. She'd said this morning she wouldn't take the baby out, yet here they were in the afternoon. But it wasn't a big deal. This was a new neighborhood with few residents, the air was fresh, and the weather was absolutely perfect today. Taking the babies out for a stroll sounded like a great idea. "Wow, Gigi, I'm so jealous of you," Lu Weiwei exclaimed in surprise. The bag Xiao Chen had given Xu Zhi was the newly released pink-red bag from LV. She vaguely remembered that bag costing 60,000 yuan. "Gigi, do you know how much this bag is worth?" Lu Weiwei had once taught her the value, but Xu Zhi hadn't been exposed to such information lately. Her daughter Nan Nan piped up, 20,000? Not even 3 times that amount could buy it. Lu Weiwei grew more and more enamored with it, but she knew this was Xiao Chen's gift to Xu Zhi. She can just admire it. Xu Zhi was taken aback to hear the bag was so expensive. "That expensive?" She pursed her lips. "Can we return this bag?" "Gigi, why return it? This is a hot item. Let me tell you, it might become a rare piece someday. Hold on to it for a few years, and you could even make money off it later." Xu Zhi had indeed heard of items selling for more used than new. She nodded slightly. "But it still feels so expensive." Xiao Chen walked over. "What's expensive about it?" "Senior, your husband here is going to be making $1 million a year." Lu Weiwei teased. "Then once you earn that million, buy me one of these bags too, okay?" "Of course, no problem." Last night, when he talked with Xu Zhi, she mentioned that as her due date approached, Lu Weiwei visited her daily, caring for her with meticulous attention. Due to family circumstances, Xu Zhi also regarded Lu Weiwei as the most precious friend in her life. Xiao Chen casually suggested, "Senior, you can just give this bag to Weiwei. I'll buy you another one later." No, I wouldn't dream of it." Lu Weiwei quickly declined. Xu Zhi teased playfully, "I never said this bag was for you anyway." Lu Weiwei rolled her eyes. Xiao Chen chuckled. "Alright, enough fooling around. Senior Weiwei, stay for dinner tonight." Lu Weiwei cleared her throat lightly. "Ahem. Actually, I came here first to see the baby, second to see Xu Zhi, and third, well, I was craving your cooking." "Wow." Xiao Chen hadn't expected Lu Weiwei to admit it. "Alright, then I'll make sure to treat you well tonight. Then I won't hold back." Xiao Chen headed to the kitchen to get busy. Lu Weiwei and Xu Zhi remained seated on the sofa, watching the latest hit TV drama. Not long after, Mother Yuan Yuqin pushed the stroller back home. She had been home when Lu Weiwei arrived earlier, so she had already met Lu Weiwei. "Auntie, you're back." "Machem, I'm back." Yuan Yuqin sniffed the air. "Who's cooking in the kitchen? It smells so good. Is it Aunt Yang who's back?" Aunt Yang had gone home for something and called her again at noon today, saying she wouldn't be back until tomorrow. So who was cooking now? Upon hearing this, Lu Weiwei smiled and said, "Auntie, it's Xiao Chen cooking. His cooking is absolutely amazing. I've never tasted anything so delicious in my entire life. Why is another person praising Xiao Chen's cooking? He's never cooked a meal at home. What on earth is going on?" 2 hours later. Xiao Chen prepared 5 dishes and a soup. Seeing the 5 dishes and 1 soup on the table, Yuan Yuqin was stunned. "You made this?" Xiao Chen felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with those words. He smiled and said, "Mom, if I didn't make it, then who did? The baby in the stroller?" After all, Xiao Chen had never cooked at home. Lu Weiwei chuckled, "Auntie, Xiao Chen made this. It smells so good. My stomach's growling so loud I can practically hear it. Let's dig in." Lu Weiwei couldn't wait any longer. She grabbed her chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat, and popped it into her mouth. Tasting this exquisite flavor once more, her taste buds were utterly satisfied. Mmm. So good, so good. Lu Weiwei exclaimed as she continued to devour her meal. Yuan Yuqin watched Lu Weiwei's exaggerated expressions and thought to herself, how hungry must this girl be? She's eating food made by a dog and still acting so dramatic. I'll have to try it myself. At that moment, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi were both sizing up Yuan Yuqin. Only Lu Weiwei was coolly showing off her meal. When her mom brought the food to her mouth, she paused for a moment. Then came one chopstickful. 2 more bites. 3 bites. Xiao Chen couldn't help but say, Mom, don't just eat, give us your review. Chapter 26, Senior, I Want a Kiss. Yuan Yuqin looked at Xiao Chen's expression. This feels like a dream. When did you learn to cook? And why didn't you cook when you were at home? Xiao Chen muttered under his breath, when I was home, didn't your mother cook? What was I supposed to do? You're just a lazy bum. Yuan Yuqin rolled her eyes at him. Ah, right. Xiao Chen immediately chose to give up. Just then, Xu Zhi's phone on the table began to buzz. Xu Zhi's expression shifted slightly upon seeing the name on the screen. She stood up. I'll take this call. You guys go ahead and eat. Yuan Yuqin didn't think much of it and nodded. Alright, go ahead, Gigi. Xu Zhi took her phone into the master bedroom. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He thought he'd glimpsed an unusual emotion on Xu Zhi's face just now. He quickly followed her in soft steps. By now, Xu Zhi had already entered the room. Inside, Xu Zhi stared at the dad notification flashing on her phone screen, unsure whether to answer. He was probably calling about that incident from last time. Xu Zhi finally decided to answer. She spoke cautiously, Dad. Xu Zhi, are you feeling better? This time, Xu Jinghua's tone on the phone was much kinder than last time. He was terrified she might not come back. His promotion and raise depended entirely on this daughter. At this moment, he had to keep Xu Zhi on his side and placate her. Hearing the voice on the line, Xu Zhi felt no warmth. She said, Dad, you don't need to pretend to care about me. What do you need from me? Xu Jinghua on the other end of the line froze. Xu Zhi had never spoken to him in such a tone before. Hearing it now, the anger simmering within him began to flare. He suppressed his inner fury and said, Xu Zhi, don't you understand your father's well-intentioned advice? Education is useless. Do you really think having a child will make that boy truly sincere toward you? Hurry up and give him the child. Come back to your father. I'll bring you into Rixing capital. Isn't that better? A stable job, isn't that the life you've always wanted? Xu Zhi found it all laughable. This was the life her incompetent father had planned for her. She remembered clearly when her father told her to accompany the supervisor's son. Now, the mere thought of that incompetent father made her feel sick to her stomach. Xu Zhi had no intention of returning to see them. Xiao Chen and his mother treated her exceptionally well. It was the first time she ever felt the warmth of a real home. Dad, stop talking. I have no interest in the life you describe. Besides, whether he's sincere or not, I'm definitely happier here than I ever was at home. You love your son. To you, I'm nothing but a tool, a means to climb higher. I won't go back. I'll never see you again. I've already found the life I want. What did you say? Su Zhanghua shouted on the other end of the line. Xu Zhi, do you really want Dad to come looking for you at school? I've withdrawn from school. I'm not there, and you won't find me. Dad, this is the last time I'll call you Dad. I'm never coming back. You. Xu Zhi knew her father wanted to say more, but she hung up decisively. This time, she blocked his number. 2 tears slid down her cheeks. She was unfortunate, yet somehow fortunate. Unhappy because of her family of origin. Fortunate because she had met Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had been eavesdropping outside. Hearing Xu Zhi's sobs, he hurriedly pushed open the door and stepped inside. Senior, what's wrong? He immediately sat beside Xu Zhi and took her hand. Seeing her heartbroken state, Xiao Chen felt deeply pained. Was it your dad who called you? Xu Zhi gave a slight nod. Xiao Chen pulled out a baby wipe and gently dabbed her cheeks. What did your dad say? He knew little about Xu Zhi's family. He hadn't asked her about it either, afraid that doing so would only make her more upset. Xu Zhin shook her head. My dad wants me to go back. He wants to introduce me to his boss at work. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Oh, this. He asked, should I step in and talk to your uncle about it? It won't work. Xu Zhi shook her head. My dad's just a snob. She's always favored sons over daughters since I was little and at home. Xu Zhi trailed off. But Xiao Chen understood the implication. Xiao Chen's lips twitched. He hadn't realized Xu Zhi's family background was so troubled. It's okay. Xiao Chen tried to comfort Xu Zhi. Xu Zhi forced a faint smile. After all these years, she had grown accustomed to it. She said, I don't plan on going back. I want to stay with you forever. All right. Xiao Chen pursed his lips. Senior, I'll take care of you for the rest of my life. Meanwhile, in neighboring Suzhou City, Su Jingguo watched Xu Zhi hang up on him and instantly flew into a rage. Damn it, Xu Zhi, you hung up on me again. He looked at his wife, Su Meili, with a hint of resignation. He thought, since Xu Zhi wasn't coming back, that was that. But he still wondered if he could use Xu Zhi to get some money. For instance, demanding a dowry from her young boyfriend? This seemed like the most solid plan. Since they already had a child, and Xu Zhi was so smitten with him, asking for a dowry to marry off his daughter that was perfectly reasonable, right? Honey, looks like I'll have to make a trip to Jiangcheng. Su Meili had long since stopped caring about Xu Zhi. Even if she died out there, it wouldn't matter to her in the slightest. What are you going to Jiangcheng for? I need to find that boyfriend of hers and demand a dowry. 9 o'clock at night. Achoo! Inside the room. Xiao Chen, holding Debeo, sneezed. Who's talking about me? He rubbed his nose. They had just returned to their room after Lu Weiwei left. Xiao Chen didn't pry into Xu Zhi's family background, only knowing she had a father who was utterly inhuman. She must have endured immense suffering over the years. Xu Zhi had already rocked Erba to sleep and was now leaning over the bed, watching the baby. Erba's eyelashes were long and curled, as if she wore false lashes, perfectly fluttery. Just like when she was a child. Think of me, scold me, catch a cold, you just sneezed, so someone must be missing you, Xu Zhi remarked. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Is that so? Who misses me? Is it you, senior? Xu Zhi shot Xiao Chen a look. I'm right here in front of you, like hell I miss you. Still, she played along with his teasing. Yes, I miss you. If you miss me, give me a kiss. Xiao Chen pointed to his own face. Xu Zhi tilted her head. This time, she didn't say much. Like a magnet, she drew near and wrapped her arms around Xiao Chen, planting a kiss squarely on his cheek. How about that? Satisfied now? Chapter 27, A Flower Wilted in Cow Dung. Satisfied, satisfied. He. Moments later, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi slipped into bed together. Tonight, they decided to give Mom a break. Of course, to ensure Xu Zhi got her rest, Xiao Chen took on the nighttime duty of feeding the baby and changing diapers. Time flew by. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen hadn't gone out much these days, staying home with his mother to accompany Xu Zhi and the baby. After lunch one day, Xiao Chen stretched lazily. Mom, the baby's been born for over 10 days now. Do you think we could take the baby out for a stroll? The weather had been gradually turning cooler. Xiao Chen felt that if it got any colder, he'd have to bundle the baby up like a little ball just to take them out. Staying indoors all day wasn't good either. It would be better to get some fresh air. Sure, where would you like to go? Xiao Chen replied, we were thinking of going to Jiangcheng Park, then heading to the nearby mall to buy some clothes for the baby. Alright, go ahead. But don't let strangers touch the baby, and don't let them pick him up without permission. Also, Mom gave them a long list of instructions. Xiao Chen smiled and nodded. We know, Mom. Don't worry, we've got this. Go ahead, but come back early tonight to cook dinner. Got it. For the past few nights, Xiao Chen had cooked dinner every evening, and his mom had grown to love his cooking. Honey, are you ready? Xiao Chen had already changed how he addressed her. At home, he called Xu Zhi wife, but outside, he called her senior Xu Zhi. Xu Zhi was perfectly happy with this new way of addressing her. Coming. Xu Zhi emerged coyly from the master bedroom, dressed in a white puffy blouse, blue denim skirt, white socks, and shiny leather shoes. She'd also used the makeup he'd bought her last time, applying a light layer that made her look especially pure and adorable. Seeing her like this, both Xiao Chen and Yuan Yuqin were momentarily stunned. Yuan Yuqin quickly pulled out her phone and snapped away frantically. She felt it was time to tell her father that Xiao Chen had a girlfriend and 2 little ones to boot. Seeing Yuan Yuqin constantly snapping photos, Xu Zhi felt a bit embarrassed. Her expression grew slightly stiff. Xiao Chen walked over to help her adjust her clothes, speaking softly, what's wrong? Feeling shy after your mom took so many pictures? Xu Zhi felt a bit insecure as she slowly asked, do I look okay like this? This outfit was picked out by your husband. You should trust your husband's taste. Because Xu Zhi was so beautiful, Xiao Chen couldn't help but buy her all kinds of clothes, all kinds of little dresses. Yes, he even wanted to turn Xu Zhi into a Barbie doll. Alright. At that moment, Xiao Chen rested his chin on his hand. But I do feel something, a slight flaw in perfection. Xu Zhi looked up at him and asked, where exactly? Got it. Xiao Chen brought over the LV bag he'd bought for her a few days ago. Once she slung it over her shoulder, Xiao Chen felt it looked much better. That's more like it. A single handbag can truly enhance a person's aura. Mom, doesn't Xu Zhi look much better with the bag than before? Her mother nodded in agreement with Xiao Chen's words. Yes, Gigi looks just like a model from a TV drama now. She looks absolutely stunning. Truly a flower planted in cow dung. Mom, what are you saying? Aren't I handsome enough? You're so unlucky. Yuan Yuqin covered her mouth and chuckled. She was absolutely right, it was like a flower stuck in cow dung. The Xiao family ancestors must have truly come back to haunt them. Xiao Chen said no more, pushing the stroller as he and Xu Zhi left home. After Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi left, Yuan Yuqin dialed Xiao Chen's father, Xiao Guosheng.
Xiao Guosheng, who hadn't seen his wife in days, answered promptly.
Hey, honey, you're still on that business trip? When are you coming back? I'm dying to see you. Xiao Guosheng and Yuan Yuqin shared an exceptionally close bond.
With Yuan Yuqin away from home lately, he felt full of energy. He was nearly bursting with anticipation.
Hearing Xiao Guosheng's words, Yuan Yuqin spoke up. What's the rush? I have some good news to share with you. Xiao Guosheng asked. What good news? You're going to be a grandfather.
Xiao Guosheng, who was across from her, had just taken a sip of water.
He spit it right out. What did you say? I'm a grandfather?
He looked utterly bewildered, unable to fathom why his wife would make such a joke.
Honey, stop messing with me.
Our son's only a sophomore in college.
If I'm a grandfather, whose kid is it? I'll send you some photos and you'll see. With that, Yuan Yuqin sent Xiao Guosheng several photos.
Xiao Guosheng stared at the images in shock.
What the hell is going on here?
They arrived at the underground garage, folded down the back seats, and secured the stroller in place.
Let's go to Phoenix Plaza first. Sure. Xu Zhi naturally had no objections.
After Xiao Chen buckled her seatbelt, he drove toward Phoenix Plaza in Jiangcheng. Though it wasn't the weekend, Jiangcheng as the provincial capital remained surprisingly congested. He drove slowly, taking about 40 minutes to park in the underground garage of Hanglong Plaza, roughly 500 meters from the square.
Let's get out.
We'll walk around, and then we can shop here later.
Sure. Xiao Chen asked, Senior, would you like some bubble tea this time?
She had researched online and learned that bubble tea should be avoided during pregnancy. Xu Zhi hadn't touched it in 10 months. Besides, it was high in sugar. Since she'd already given it up, she'd stick to that. She shook her head slightly.
Let's skip it for now. Drinking this often isn't good. You should cut back too. I drink more sugary soda.
Xiao Chen chuckled, then pushed the stroller as he and Xu Zhi left the parking lot. The weather was perfect today, a pleasant 26 degrees Celsius, with just the right amount of sunshine and a gentle breeze. When they arrived at Phoenix Square, many people were out strolling. Most were parents with children or grandparents. Young couples like them were indeed few and far between.
Let's go. We can wander around and feed the pigeons.
Near the square was a designated spot for feeding pigeons. Xiao Chen had once imagined bringing his girlfriend here to feed the pigeons, and today, that dream had finally come true.
Sounds good.
Xu Zhi walked slowly ahead, while Xiao Chen followed behind her, pushing the stroller.
Xiao Chen relished these leisurely moments.
These past few days, time seemed to move slowly, giving him ample opportunity to spend time with his mother and Xu Zhi. They hadn't reached the pigeon feeding spot yet. Suddenly, they noticed a large crowd gathered ahead.
At that moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Host has triggered a quest. Chapter 28, Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Xiao Chen froze. The system had been acting like it was down for days, not issuing any tasks. This time, it finally did. Host, an elderly man in the crowd ahead, has suffered a sudden heart attack. Option 1, go help and save the old man. No rewards. Risk causing serious consequences due to mistakes or failure to act in time. Option 2, mind your own business and continue spending time with your baby and wife. No reward, but no risk. Xiao Chen stared at the text on the virtual screen before him, his expression momentarily frozen. He had previously acquired medical skills. So, wasn't this the perfect moment to put those skills to use? Xu Zhi narrowed her eyes slightly, observing the crowd not far away. Baby, why are there so many people up ahead? What's going on? Let's go check it out. Xiao Chen pushed the stroller a bit faster. Xu Zhi frowned slightly but kept pace with him. Pushing through the crowd, they found exactly what the system had described, an elderly man with white hair lying fallen on the ground. The man appeared to be over 70. His face was drained of color, taking on a grayish hue, while beads of cold sweat rolled down his cheeks. He moaned in pain, and the people around him dared not approach, nearly staring at him. Grandpa, what's wrong? Xiao Chen hurried over and called out, Can you hear me? Are you okay? He gently tapped the old man's shoulder, but the man's eyes remained tightly shut, showing no response. Only the sound of painful moans came from his mouth. Indeed, the old man's consciousness had completely faded. His hand trembled as it clutched his chest. Xiao Chen quickly turned him over, pressing his cheek close to the old man's mouth and nose. His breathing was extremely labored and irregular, each inhale accompanied by a wheezing sound. His lips were slowly turning purple. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He quickly felt the old man's pulse, mentally diagnosing his condition. Moments later, Xiao Chen confirmed the diagnosis. It was acute myocardial infarction. Cardiac shock. Once this condition struck, it could take the old man's life within minutes. He urgently shouted to the surrounding crowd, Does anyone have quick-acting heart pills? Since there were many elderly people nearby, someone might have some. Just then, a white-haired grandmother tremblingly pulled a medicine bottle from her pocket. Young man, I have rescue pills. Thank you. He snatched it up, but now faced another problem. The elderly man was now unconscious. Forcibly stuffing the pills into his mouth could cause choking. He dared not take that risk. Did you call 120? We did.
The ambulance is on its way and should arrive shortly, replied a young man.
That's good.
Xiao Chen turned his gaze back to the old man. At this moment, his priority was to minimize the strain on the heart and improve oxygen supply. Xiao Chen carefully adjusted the old man's position, elevating his upper body by about 30 degrees. This would reduce the volume of blood returning to the heart while also alleviating pulmonary congestion and the burden on the heart.
Glancing around at the crowd, he spoke up, "Everyone, please spread out a bit more. Does anyone have a fan or some cardboard? Let's fan some air over him."
Though oxygen equipment was unavailable, air circulation could still help alleviate oxygen deprivation. However, the effect was minimal.
Xiao Chen's fingers remained pressed against Uncle Chen's carotid artery.
Though a pulse was still detectable, it was dangerously faint. If the old man passed away in his arms, Xiao Chen might feel some responsibility.
"Grandpa, hang on. The ambulance will be here any minute. You must hold on."
Even though he knew the old man might not hear him, Xiao Chen leaned close and whispered encouragement into his ear.
No one around spoke at that moment. Several young people wanted to help but seemed at a loss. It took about 5 minutes for the ambulance to arrive.
Several doctors in white coats pushed through the crowd, carrying a stretcher.
Xiao Chen immediately informed them. The patient is approximately 70 years old.
He experienced sudden, severe chest pain about 5 minutes ago and lost consciousness about 3 minutes ago. Cyanosis of the lips, weak and irregular carotid pulse, cold sweat over the entire body, classic signs of acute myocardial infarction complicated by heart failure shock. I've already secured his airway and positioned him in a semi-sitting position.
No oral medications administered. Carotid pulse persists but is extremely weak. Xiao Chen used medical terminology to help the emergency doctor perform rapid first aid. The doctor nodded, "Good work, young man. Leave it to us now." Soon, the doctors lifted the elderly man into the ambulance. The crowd around them finally relaxed as they watched the elderly man being loaded into the ambulance. Just then, a voice rang out nearby, "Young man, that was incredible. Are you studying medicine?" Yeah.
That young man just went straight over to help. I was completely stunned watching him. Your movements were so precise, you must be trained in medicine." Hearing the murmurs around him, Xiao Chen scratched his head.
I have a bit of knowledge about medicine."
Xiao Chen quickly slipped away from the crowd and found Xu Zhi.
Xu Zhi wasn't stupid.
She knew Xiao Chen had done a good deed.
She asked, "You know medicine?"
Just a little, Xiao Chen scratched his head. My grandfather was a renowned doctor in his lifetime.
He saved many people.
When I was young, I learned some pulse diagnosis and basic knowledge from him.
Xiao Chen wasn't lying.
His grandfather had indeed been a doctor who ran a traditional Chinese medicine shop in their village. However, his grandfather had passed away 3 years ago due to cancer.
I see. Xu Zhi nodded slightly. You're so amazing.
We are the flowers of our motherland.
Saving lives and healing the wounded is only natural. Besides, saving one life is better than building 7 tiers of a pagoda. You're absolutely right.
By then, the ambulance had already faded into the distance.
Xiao Chen looked at the 2 little babies in the stroller. Let's go feed the pigeons.
Sure. The 2 arrived at the pigeon feed stall, where the vendor refused to take Xiao Chen's money. She had been watching the scene unfold and witnessed Xiao Chen saving the old man with her own eyes. Young man, what you did just now was truly admirable. I won't charge you for the feed.
Thanks, auntie. A bag of feed cost 2 yuan, not expensive at all.
He didn't hesitate to accept her kindness.
There were so many pigeons around here.
As long as you held corn or wheat in your hand, pigeons would fly over to eat. They were used to interacting with humans and weren't afraid of people.
Xu Zhi pulled down the mesh cover on the stroller to prevent any dirt from landing on the baby.
Xu Zhi held the feed in her palm. A grayish-white pigeon flew over and landed on her head.
Xu Zhi gasped, "Ah," with a look of terror on her face. Xiao Chen pulled out his phone and snapped away frantically. Just then, a white, slightly viscous liquid suddenly landed on his nose. Chapter 29, Is my senior being hit on already? Xiao Chen's eyes crossed into a squint.
Xu Zhi, quick as a flash, pulled out her phone and snapped a photo of his cross-eyed expression. That white, slightly viscous liquid was pigeon droppings. Xiao Chen looked utterly flustered, reaching to wipe it off with the back of his hand. Seeing his movement, Xu Zhi quickly grabbed his wrist.
What are you doing? Xiao Chen, I wanted to wipe it off. With your hand?
Xu Zhi rolled her eyes.
If he wiped it with the back of his hand, wouldn't he just smear it all over his face and hands?
Xiao Chen was so clumsy. She pulled out baby wipes from her bag and gently wiped Xiao Chen's nose. Go wash your face in the mall restroom later.
Got it. Xiao Chen looked up at the pigeons flying overhead. Hurry up and feed them. We'll leave right after.
It's fine if they land on me, but don't get your new clothes dirty.
Mm-hmm.
After feeding the pigeons, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi left the square. Numerous snack stalls lined the perimeter and they browsed for a while before Xiao Chen bought Xu Zhi a skewer of strawberry candied fruit. This was something Xu Zhi had never had as a child, so seeing Xiao Chen buy it for her made her incredibly happy.
Thank you, dear. You're welcome, senior.
Lately, Xu Zhi's way of addressing him had grown increasingly affectionate, a quiet affirmation of her feelings for him.
Xiao Chen? Just then, Xiao Chen suddenly heard a very familiar voice.
Xiao Chen turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. The one calling him was Su Kuan, and he was holding the hand of a petite little girl around 150 centimeters tall. The little girl had twin ponytails and wore Lolita-style white stockings, looking just like a middle schooler.
Wait, dude, what the hell? Xiao Chen walked over in surprise. Holy crap, what are you doing here? That's what I should be asking you. Su Kuan glanced at Xu Zhi beside Xiao Chen and his eyes widened. Holy crap, it really is your senior.
Back in school, every guy had a crush on Xu Zhi, Su Kuan included. Seeing her pushing a stroller, it seemed Xiao Chen hadn't lied after all.
They really had two adorable babies. Su Kuan, right? Xu Zhi recognized him from her memories. Su Kuan nodded repeatedly, right. I can't believe you still remember me, senior. You guys? He glanced down at the stroller. Through the mesh fabric, two incredibly adorable babies could be faintly seen inside. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen fixed his gaze on the little girl beside her and asked, "And this is your girlfriend?" Ah, yes. Su Kuan suddenly realized they hadn't introduced themselves yet.
He hurriedly began, this is my current girlfriend, Xin.
She's our junior.
Whoa! Xiao Chen was a bit surprised. You little guy, who knew you'd managed to charm a junior? And such a cute little junior at that.
But hearing she was their junior, it was fine.
If she were underage, that would be a whole different story. Su Kuan chuckled and continued, Xin, this is my roommate, Xiao Chen.
And this is our senior classmate, Xu Zhi. She used to be the campus beauty of our Jiangcheng University. Hello, senior. Xin greeted her warmly, and Xu Zhi responded with equal enthusiasm. After the introductions, Su Kuan asked, by the way, what brings you here? Xiao Chen, the baby's already 10 days old. Xu Zhi and I brought them out for some sun. I see. Su Kuan nodded.
He and Xin hadn't known each other long, they just started dating and were still very much in the honeymoon phase.
Therefore, Su Kuan didn't disturb Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi's private moment. Brother Chen, I won't disturb you two with the baby. I'll treat you to a meal later. Sure thing. Soon, Su Kuan took Xin's small hand and led her away. Once they were out of earshot, Xin asked Su Kuan, "Baby, Xiao Chen already has a child?" They just... Oh. Xin's meaning was clear. Su Kuan began, how do I explain this to you? They had an unexpected encounter and then, one shot hit the mark. Holy crap, that's so intense. Xin knew about these things, so she found the whole situation surprisingly thrilling. Yeah, that's how it went. Damn.
Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi strolled around outside for a while before heading to Plaza 66 to buy some clothes and toys for the baby. Afterward, they drove away from the plaza. Back home, Xiao Chen started cooking. Yuan Yuqin hadn't told him about his father's impending visit. After dinner, Xiao Chen changed into workout clothes. He prepared to go for a walk. During these first few days back at school, perhaps due to lack of exercise, his weight had shot up by 5 pounds. Yes, exactly 5 pounds. It was practically gaining a pound every 2 days. Xiao Chen knew full well that obesity posed an extremely serious threat to his health. So now he planned to go out for a walk or a jog. Mom was washing dishes in the kitchen while Aunt Yang looked after the two babies. He approached Xu Zhi and made a walking gesture. Want to come along? Can I run? Although Xu Zhi's health had improved recently, she wasn't sure if she could exercise. Who says we have to run? Let's just take a walk. I gained a few pounds these past few days. Okay. Without telling her mom, they quickly left the residential complex. Across from the complex stood Jiangcheng University, and Xu Zhi hadn't been back to campus in ages. Gazing at the university gates, she desperately wanted to step inside. What are you thinking about, senior? Xiao Chen approached Xu Zhi, who shook her head slightly. Nothing. Let's go take a walk around the sports field. Sure. Xu Zhi nodded. Since they both had school access passes, they could enter directly via facial recognition. By the time they reached the school gate, several boys had already recognized Xu Zhi. Holy crap, the school beauty's back. What? The school beauty's back? Hearing his friend's remark, another boy asked, his gaze immediately locking onto Xu Zhi. Spotting Xu Zhi, he froze for a moment before dashing over to her side. Senior. The student immediately stepped in front of Xu Zhi and whispered, excuse me, could I get your WeChat? Huh? Xu Zhi froze for a moment. Wait. She'd barely stepped through the school gates and already a classmate was hitting on her? She had been approached before, but Xu Zhi had never given anyone her WeChat. Due to her family background, she actually harbored a bit of a fear of marriage. The shadow her father had cast over her was simply too immense. The boy looked at Xu Zhi earnestly, completely oblivious to Xiao Chen standing beside her. Xu Zhi shook her head slightly.
Sorry, classmate, I already have a boyfriend.
As she spoke, Xu Zhi took Xiao Chen's arm.
Chapter 30, the cheesy pickup lines from the senior. What the?
The student looked utterly bewildered.
The senior had taken a year off, and now she had a boyfriend after just 1 year? This couldn't be true, right? But Xu Zhi was definitely arm in arm with Xiao Chen. He could only walk away helplessly. After the classmate walked away, Xiao Chen remarked, I bet tomorrow's school forum will have some seriously explosive news. Xu Zhi asked, what kind of news? Xiao Chen, shocking. The campus Belle who took a year off has returned to Jiangda University and she brought a boyfriend.
Hearing this, she couldn't help but chuckle.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Is anyone at our school that bored? Xiao Chen nodded. Of course. Don't believe me? Let's make a bet. Check the school forum tomorrow, or take a look at the confession wall, and you'll see. Fine. Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi didn't dwell on the matter. The two arrived at the school playground. As everyone knew, male college students these days had eyes that automatically locked onto girls walking by, so on the way there, Xu Zhi had been asked for her WeChat 3 times. Of course, she politely declined each time. This truly showed Xiao Chen how incredibly popular being beautiful could make someone. The playground was filled with students jogging and exercising. Xu Zhi gazed at the familiar grounds, thinking how wonderful it was to be back on campus. However, she didn't see any of her classmates. She really wanted to catch up with her roommate. Senior, you can explore on your own. I'll run a few laps and call you later. Okay. Xu Zhi nodded slightly. I won't wander off. I'll wait for you in the bleachers. She pointed to the bleachers surrounding the field, where small groups of students sat chatting, among them quite a few couples. All right. Then Xu Zhi added, don't worry, even if someone asks for my WeChat later, I won't give it to them. Haha, okay. Xiao Chen went off to run. Xu Zhi watched his retreating figure, her gaze filled with deep affection. She found a spot where few people gathered, and since no classmates were paying attention to her, no one added her on WeChat. Xiao Chen ran 6 laps around the 500-meter track, totaling 3 kilometers, in 20 minutes, not particularly fast. Here's some water. When Xiao Chen found Xu Zhi, she handed him a bottle of water. Xiao Chen paused, glancing at the nearby vending machine before realizing. Thanks, sweetie. Ha! Xu Zhi giggled. Hearing that from you, it just sounds weird. Xiao Chen took a sip of water and asked, what's weird about it? It's just weirdly sweet. Where did my senior pick up such cheesy pickup lines? Xiao Chen chuckled, alright, senior, you've got me hooked. I'll pledge my life to you and marry you someday. Xu Zhi, then I accept. I'll marry you. Deal. Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi left Jiangcheng University. But it was only just past 8 in the evening, and he wasn't ready to head back yet. He sat on a roadside bench, pulled out his phone, and checked the latest movie releases. Nanjing Photo Studio? This film had been receiving rave reviews online lately. Xiao Chen promptly bought 2 tickets. Senior, let's go see a movie. Sure, what movie? Xu Zhi felt incredibly comfortable around Xiao Chen, so she was willing to go along with whatever he suggested. Nanjing Photo Studio. It's getting great reviews online. Let's go see it together. Judging by the title, this film was about the Nanjing massacre. Xu Zhi nodded. Sure. How are we getting there? Should we drive back? Xiao Chen considered it. Ginza isn't far from here. Let's walk. All right. It was only 2 kilometers away. But Xu Zhi recalled that Xiao Chen had already run 3 kilometers earlier. Could his body handle another 2 kilometers? You're fine to walk another 2 kilometers, right? Xiao Chen froze. Seriously? You're underestimating your husband way too much. What's a measly 2 kilometers? Just wait until later and you'll see how strong I am. Xiao Chen flashed a mischievous grin. Yep, exactly what you're thinking. Xu Zhi, of course, didn't grasp the implication behind Xiao Chen's words. She asked, when exactly is later? In 50 days, I suppose. Xu Zhi froze. Why so long? Xiao Chen had looked it up online. After giving birth, it typically takes about 2 months before couples can resume intimacy. So it had to be 50 days later. Why so long? Xiao Chen, don't pry into society's affairs. He paused, then added, but I can show you right now how strong I am. How? Without another word, he scooped Xu Zhi up and began sprinting forward. His pace was surprisingly swift. Xu Zhi, carried princess style by Xiao Chen, felt the jolting motion. Honestly, it was a bit uncomfortable for her. Yet nestled in Xiao Chen's embrace, feeling the solid weight of his massive frame, she was filled with a profound sense of security. After running several hundred meters, Xiao Chen began to tire. Xu Zhi, ever the considerate one, stepped down and even supported his weight. When they arrived at the cinema, ticket checking was underway, with only 5 minutes left before the show began. Xiao Chen bought a bucket of popcorn, and together with Xu Zhi, they entered the theater. The story told in the film Nanjing Photo Studio was not about the war of resistance against Japan. Instead, it focused its main plot on ordinary citizens. A mailman, having helped people search for letters, missed the escape vehicle. Ironically, this very missed opportunity saved his life. The Japanese then mistakenly believed him to be a photo studio employee and forced him to develop photos for them. Ultimately, he kept copies of the photos taken and distributed them. Based on true events, this film portrays one of the darkest chapters in China's history. After watching the film, Xiao Chen felt a mix of emotions. Even now, he felt like tearing 2 Japanese soldiers to shreds. Xu Zhi felt the same way, especially when she saw the scene where a Japanese soldier brutally threw a mother's child to its death. Her heart ached deeply. The Nanjing massacre, they would never forget it. By the time the film ended, night had deepened. There were hardly any vehicles on the road. Not far ahead, 2 drunks seemed to be lying under the dim streetlight. When Xu Zhi spotted the figures ahead, she instinctively clutched Xiao Chen's arm tighter. "Honey, look up ahead, there seem to be 2 people. Should we take a different route?" Xiao Chen paused, then whispered softly, "No need. This is a society governed by law. It'll be fine. Besides, I'll protect you." Xu Zhi nodded slightly, though fear still lingered. Compared to daytime, nighttime was indeed far more dangerous. Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi walked forward. When they passed 2 drunks, Xu Zhi instinctively avoided looking at them. Just then, one of the drunks stood up. Chapter 31, Castration, does that count as self-defense? Hey, girl, you better stop right there." The drunkard staggered to his feet, his face flushed red. Xiao Chen, who heard him speak, did not stop his pace. Just then, his other companion sprang to his feet. He seemed relatively sober and, upon catching sight of the beautiful face, instantly perked up. "Damn it! I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me?" His tone was thick with hostility. He was a skinny guy with dyed yellow hair, standing about 1.9 meters tall with long limbs, obviously suffering from Marfan syndrome. Xiao Chen felt Xu Zhi cling to him even tighter. Keeping his cool, he spoke up, "There are cameras all around. Best not to cause trouble. Or else." The Marfan syndrome thug clearly dismissed Xiao Chen's warning. He retorted, "Or what? You should ask around who runs this neighborhood. Get lost. This little lady wants us to." Before he could finish, Xiao Chen's fist shot forward. The fist, as big as a sandbag, slammed straight into his face. The thug recoiled in pain, stumbling back several steps and nearly falling flat on his face. Bright red blood streamed from his nose. Feeling the warm flow, he quickly wiped it away. Seeing the blood, he muttered an expletive under his breath. "Damn it, you hit me? You're done for. Ergo, let's get him." Hearing this, the drunk boy cracked his neck and popped his knuckles, making a loud cracking sound. "Watch from the sidelines." Xiao Chen shoved Xu Zhi aside. As the 2 men closed in, Xu Zhi quickly pulled out her phone and dialed 110. The thug nicknamed Ergo had already swung his sandbag-sized fist, aiming straight for Xiao Chen's face. He intended to repay him in kind for how he'd just beaten his boss. Ergo was supremely confident in his strength. They'd robbed countless people on the streets before, and he'd never lost a fight. What he never expected was that Xiao Chen would catch his fist barehanded. A sharp crack echoed. Ergo's face froze in shock. His other hand darted into his pocket, drawing out a gleaming fruit knife. Then, with a swift slash, he aimed for Xiao Chen's arm. Xiao Chen noticed the move and swiftly kicked Ergo in the chest, stumbling back several steps. Yet the gleaming blade still managed to cut his arm. Xu Zhi rushed to his side. Seeing bright red blood already trickling down his arm, she looked anxious. "Xiao Chen. Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Xiao Chen felt only a slight sting on his arm. The wound didn't seem deep. The 2 clearly had no intention of giving up. Xu Zhi threatened, "I've already called the police. 110 will be here any minute." "Ha, little girl, don't try to scare us." Ma Fan's patient wore a sly grin. "Tonight, Big Brother will make sure you're well taken care of. Little girl, don't struggle in vain. Come into Big Brother's arms." His hand grasped at thin air, his expression utterly lecherous. Xiao Chen gave a cold snort, his face impassive, shielding Xu Zhi behind him. Then, Ma Fan lunged toward them. Xiao Chen yanked Xu Zhi aside. At that moment, he felt an invisible surge of power coursing through his body. This wasn't the system. It felt more like adrenaline. When a person is overcome with extreme rage, their body releases a massive surge of adrenaline. Xiao Chen's face darkened. Ma Fan swung his fist at him. Instead of dodging the patient's attack, Xiao Chen took the punch squarely, grabbed a handful of the yellow hair on top of Ma Fan's head, and yanked it backward with all his might. With his other hand, he delivered an uppercut that slammed into Ma Fan's jaw with a thunderous thud. Xiao Chen's immense strength nearly knocked the blonde-haired man unconscious. His head spun violently. When he opened his eyes, the scene before him began to sway, and even people started to appear double. Seeing the blonde fall to the ground, Xiao Chen grabbed his collar and hoisted him back up. "Big Brother." Ergo charged at Xiao Chen again, knife in hand. The yellow-haired guy weighed only about 190 pounds. Xiao Chen grabbed his arm and used him as a weapon. He swung. Whoosh. Ergo never expected Xiao Chen to do this. His face took a direct slap from Huang Mao's foot.
With lightning reflexes, Xiao Chen tossed Huang Mao aside and snatched the knife from Ergo's hand. The blow sobered him up considerably. Realizing he was no match for Xiao Chen, he abandoned Huang Mao and took off running. Watching his retreating figure, Xiao Chen remained expressionless. Was this guy some kind of clown monkey had hired? He turned his head slightly. Yellow hair was slowly getting to his feet on the ground. Looks like he wanted to run too. But after being slammed hard by Xiao Chen moments ago, his body ached terribly. Before he could even stand up, his legs buckled beneath him. Xiao Chen approached him with a dark expression. The blonde-haired man looked up, his earlier swagger completely gone. Bro. I was wrong. Please let me go. I'll never do it again. Watching him beg for mercy, Xiao Chen spoke coldly, there won't be a next time. With that, he grabbed the blonde-haired youth by the shoulders and hoisted him off the ground. Then, with a powerful thrust of his knee, he drove it upward. A loud crack echoed through the air. The blonde-haired man's eyes rolled back and he passed out. Just then, the sound of sirens wailed in the distance. Amidst flashing blue and red lights, 2 police cars quickly pulled up. Xu Zhi approached Xiao Chen. She had witnessed the entire scene clearly. Xiao Chen had castrated him? What's going on? Who called the police just now? A police officer who looked to be about 34 years old got out of the patrol car and approached. Xu Zhi immediately stepped forward. Officer, I called the police. She then briefly explained what had just happened. She and her boyfriend were walking home after watching a movie when 2 drunks blocked their path. Xiao Chen took down one of them, while the other fled. This is the other guy's knife, and he got cut by it. Xiao Chen's sleeve was stained with dried blood. The officer frowned slightly and instructed the officer behind him, take this troublemaker to the station first. Lu, go check the nearby surveillance footage. Yes, Captain. The officer examined Xiao Chen's injuries. Fortunately, they weren't too severe, so they took him to a nearby clinic for disinfection and bandaging. During the process, Xiao Chen learned the officer's name was Mu Changlei, just turning 40 this year. Xiao Chen, right? I'll need to take your statement shortly. Your cooperation is appreciated. No problem. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. At that moment, he felt a twinge of worry. Had he gone too far by castrating that yellow-haired guy? Could it be considered excessive self-defense? Chapter 32, Kissing the Senior. A dozen minutes later, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi were escorted by Mu Changlei to the Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau. However, they didn't enter the interrogation room immediately. Mu Changlei first coordinated with other officers on some tasks. The surveillance footage had been retrieved and largely matched Xu Zhi's account. The fleeing suspect, Ergo, had also been located by officers. He was found hiding inside a wardrobe in a rented apartment, too frightened to emerge. Another 10 minutes passed before Mu Changlei, accompanied by another officer, entered the conference room. We can begin taking your statements now. You'll be interviewed separately. Try to provide as much detail as possible about the incident. Understood. Xiao Chen was the first to be interviewed. The other officers set up the camera. Mu Changlei asked Xiao Chen, why were you and your girlfriend traveling along that road today? What was your route? Xiao Chen froze. Wait, did they really need to ask such detailed questions? Still, Xiao Chen knew better than to make things up. He recounted their entire route, leaving home, going shopping with Xu Zhi at Jiangcheng University, catching a movie, and then heading back home. He also recounted how they had dealt with the thugs. Mu Changlei had personally reviewed the surveillance footage before taking the statement. Xiao Chen's account matched what he saw perfectly. Therefore, he naturally didn't give Xiao Chen a hard time. After Xiao Chen finished his statement, it was Xu Zhi's turn. Her account matched Xiao Chen's almost word for word. She even produced the movie ticket stubs to prove what film they had seen. After their statements were recorded, both were released. Naturally, Xiao Chen didn't ask about the blonde-haired man's situation. Mu Changlei didn't bring it up either. Had he not been castrated? The police drove them home. When Yuan Yuqin saw the bandage on Xiao Chen's arm and the bloodstains on his clothes, she froze in shock. Oh my goodness, son. What happened to you? His mother asked with concern. Xiao Chen touched his face, swollen like a pig's head, and shook his head. It's nothing, Mom. I ran into 2 punks on the street. They were harassing my wife, so I got into a fight with them. Holy crap. Are you sure you're okay? Should we go to the hospital? Though his mother often criticized him, seeing her son like this tugged at her heartstrings. Xiao Chen shook his head. Mom, I told you, I'm fine. Xu Zhi called the police. We just got back from giving our statements at the station. Don't worry about it. Is the baby asleep yet? Xiao Chen asked. Yuan Yuqin nodded. I just got them to sleep. You two don't have to worry about tonight, leave it to me. Okay. Xiao Chen went into the bedroom to change clothes, intending to take a shower. Just then, Xu Zhi emerged from the kitchen with a roll of plastic wrap. She wrapped it around Xiao Chen's arm. Be careful in the shower, don't let the wound get wet. Otherwise, it could get infected. After tonight, Xiao Chen felt his bond with Xu Zhi growing stronger. Every woman wants her boyfriend to protect her, especially since Xiao Chen had suffered such a serious injury for her sake.
Got it, honey. Xiao Chen entered the bathroom with a mischievous grin. Xu Zhi took the clothes Xiao Chen had taken off, headed to the balcony, and washed them clean. She scrubbed away all the bloodstains and grime. Washing clothes wasn't difficult for her back home, she'd always been the one to handle the laundry. Yuan Yuqin felt a pang of sympathy seeing Xu Zhi scrubbing clothes alone. Gigi, how could you be doing laundry? Mom. Xu Zhi tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and replied, isn't doing laundry just a normal thing for me? Oh dear, you're a new mother now. You shouldn't be doing such strenuous work. Stop washing clothes. I'll do it later.
Xiao Chen's mother stood in stark contrast to her own mother.
I wonder how his father is doing.
Lost in thought, Xiao Chen had already finished showering, but he'd forgotten to grab a towel. Opening the bathroom door, Xiao Chen called out, honey, hurry up and bring me a towel.
Your husband forgot to grab one. Xu Zhi giggled. Xiao Chen, you're so clumsy. Forgetting a towel?
She hurried into the master bedroom, opened the closet, and grabbed a pink towel for him.
Xiao Chen froze. Holy cow, this towel had been used by Xu Zhi.
He sniffed it even carried a faint, delicate fragrance. Though he wasn't a pervert, the scent did stir a certain heat within him.
Honey, go take a shower.
Xiao Chen picked up the hairdryer and began drying his hair. Just then, Xu Zhi appeared behind him.
Let me dry it for you.
Ha! He often saw it online guys drying girls' hair in front of the mirror. But he'd never really seen a girl blow dry a guy's hair.
Sure.
Xiao Chen chuckled, I bet if I posted a photo of you blow drying my hair on the school forum, the guys would be green with envy.
It wouldn't be that bad. Senior, don't you realize how charming you are? Xu Zhi fell silent. Xiao Chen was right. It might actually go viral. This really is a looks-obsessed society.
After blow-drying her hair and taking a shower, Xu Zhi and Xiao Chen slipped into bed.
Xu Zhi gently tapped the bandaged area and asked, does it still hurt? No pain.
The wound wasn't deep to begin with, just a few stitches.
Xu Zhi felt a pang of concern. Will it leave a huge scar then?
Well, if it leaves a scar, it leaves a scar.
What's wrong with a man having a few scars? Senior, you'll give me kids someday.
I'll have stretch marks on my belly then.
Xu Zhi lifted her shirt to examine her belly.
These past few days, Xiao Chen had been applying stretch mark cream to her belly. Now, the stretch marks on her belly had faded significantly.
Why hadn't she heard of such a thing before?
Xu Zhi spoke up, ever since you started applying the stretch mark cream, they're much less noticeable now.
Xiao Chen reassured her, it's okay.
The scars will gradually fade over time. Besides, this scar is a testament to our love.
Xu Zhi simply couldn't argue with Xiao Chen. She nodded slightly.
Then for the time being, let me take care of you.
I'm a really good cook, you know. I'll make you dinner tomorrow. Sounds good. But just this once. Xiao Chen stroked Xu Zhi's collagen-rich cheeks.
I don't want my wife turning into a haggard old hag in the future.
No way, no way. Xu Zhi shook her head. I cooked at home for so long before, and I didn't turn into a haggard housewife, did I? That's different.
Xiao Chen gazed into Xu Zhi's eyes.
After more than 3 seconds, she didn't look away.
He gradually leaned closer and kissed his senior's lips.
Chapter 33, Police Paying a Visit?
Novels are full of lies. Girls' mouths don't taste like beer.
Instead, they're sweet.
Xiao Chen felt her lips soft and supple, with a smooth, slippery sensation inside. There was even a particularly pleasant milky scent.
Could it be related to pregnancy?
Senior, your lips smell so sweet.
Xiao Chen couldn't resist pulling her into his arms.
Xu Zhi let out a soft, breathy sigh.
Then, Xiao Chen's hands started getting restless. Early the next morning,
Xiao Chen opened his eyes and stretched lazily. Xu Zhi lay nestled in his arms as usual.
Perhaps she felt insecure, or maybe she was just that clingy. Xiao Chen, time to get up and eat.
Mom knocked on the door, opening only a narrow crack, as if afraid of seeing something she shouldn't.
Xiao Chen replied, got it, Mom. I'll be up soon. Just then, 3 knocks sounded at the front door. Yuan Yuqin hurried toward the front door.
She thought to herself, Xiao Guosheng shouldn't be coming this early today. After telling Xiao Guosheng yesterday that Xiao Chen had been born, he had said he would come by tomorrow. Xiao Guosheng still had a few days of annual leave remaining, so he decided to take the day off and come see the baby.
Coming. Yuan Yuqin, wearing an apron, hurried to open the door.
But when she opened it and saw the person standing there, she paused slightly. It wasn't Xiao Guosheng, but a police officer in a blue uniform.
Seeing the officer, Yuan Yuqin quickly asked, Officer, are you in the wrong place?
Mu Changlei noticed Yuan Yuqin's nervousness and chuckled, haha, no need to be nervous.
May I ask, does Xiao Chen live here? Yes. Yuan Yuqin nodded slightly. My son, Your son is fine. Yesterday, he performed an act of bravery and saved an elderly man.
That man asked us police officers to find him at all costs.
An hour earlier, a young man claiming to be Chen Liwei had entered the police station.
He said a teenager had saved his father's life yesterday, and his father insisted he find that young man no matter what. He decided to come straight to the station to ask the police for help. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen had passed by their police station last night to give his statement. The officers had even escorted them back home. He had just located the property management office, which provided him with the family's address. It was undeniably a remarkable coincidence. He saved an elderly man? Xiao Chen hadn't mentioned this at all. Yuan Yuqin spoke up. He's still sleeping in his room. Come on in first. All right. Mu Changlei walked in with a smile. The moment he entered, his eyes fell on the two infants in the stroller. Of course, he merely glanced at them without saying much. This time, Yuan Yuqin didn't knock but walked straight into the master bedroom. Xiao Chen was getting dressed, while Xu Zhi hadn't woken up yet. Xiao Chen, did you save an old man yesterday? Huh? Xiao Chen looked up at her in surprise. Mom, how did you know? A police officer came to our house. He said the old man you saved yesterday wanted to thank you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. Alright, I'll go right now. Xiao Chen hurried to get dressed. Just then, the sound of a baby's wail suddenly echoed from outside. Wah! The baby's cry was particularly shrill. Yuan Yuqin hurried outside and, seeing Debao crying, picked him up. Baby, don't cry. Oh dear, are you hungry? She gently patted Debao's bottom, while Mu Changlei awkwardly turned his head away. Because he had just leaned in to take a closer look at the baby. Then the baby started crying. Had he scared the baby? At that moment, Xiao Chen opened the master bedroom door and stepped out. Officer Mu? Xiao Chen addressed Mu Changlei upon seeing him. Mu Changlei looked at Xiao Chen. It really is you. Xiao Chen, I need to talk to you about something. Xiao Chen nodded slightly, then took Debao from Yuan Yuqin's arms. Mom, maybe he'll stop crying if I hold him. Just as Xiao Chen had expected, the baby stopped crying the moment he took him. He only stops crying when Daddy holds him. Mu Changlei, standing nearby, froze. He asked, Are you this child's father? Xiao Chen nodded. Yes. Xu Zhi from yesterday is my wife. This. He clearly remembered Xiao Chen was only 19 this year. Becoming a father at 19, it had to be said, that was truly impressive. But he didn't dwell on it. Mu Changlei continued, When you gave your statement yesterday, why didn't you mention saving an elderly person this afternoon? Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. Does that mean I have to recount every meal I ate and every action I took since yesterday? Mu Changlei gave an awkward laugh. Ha ha. Yuan Yuqin poured 2 cups of water and placed them on the coffee table, then sat down beside Xiao Chen. Mu Changlei murmured a quiet thanks before his expression turned serious. This morning, right after I got to work, the family of an elderly man came to the police station. You saved an elderly man yesterday, right? Xiao Chen nodded slightly. I wouldn't exactly call it saving him. I just provided some assistance. Enough with the modesty, kid. But you sure were ruthless yesterday. In the middle of the night, I got a message from my colleague on hospital duty. You kid, you actually took out both of that yellow-haired guys? As he spoke, Mu Changlei mimed the motion of cracking an egg. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. He felt a surge of satisfaction. Damn it, that bastard had it coming for trying to take advantage of Xu Zhi. He deserved it. At that moment, Xiao Chen asked, By the way, does this count as excessive self-defense? Don't worry, it won't. After all, you were injured too. He glanced at Xiao Chen's arm. How's it feeling? Still hurting? His arm had several stitches. It was pretty serious. Xiao Chen shook his head. What's a man crying about pain for? Oh, and tell that old man's family we've already expressed our thanks. No need for them to come personally to thank us. Hearing this, Mu Changlei replied, That's not up to me. How about, you come with me to the police station? Xiao Chen, wait, why would I go to the police station? Your injuries are pretty serious. I'll take you back to the police station first, then we'll go to the hospital for an injury assessment. Those two who caused trouble for you yesterday will also have to compensate you for your injuries. The wound wasn't actually deep, just quite long. They stitched it up to speed up healing. Besides, Xiao Chen wasn't short on cash. Instead of running around to hospitals, he'd rather stay home and kiss his senior classmate. I think I'll pass. Go on, go on. Mu Changlei chimed in, At the very least, you should let the old man's child see you. They're still waiting at the police station. Ah, well. Xiao Chen thought it over. He really should give them this favor. Chapter 34, Old Chen expresses his gratitude in person. Is he a big shot? Then I'll go pay my respects. Xiao Chen glanced at the baby in his arms, then turned his gaze to Yuan Yuqin. Mom, look, they've been waiting for me all this time. I should go see them. Do you want me to go with you? No need. You stay home with the baby. Just let Xu Zhi know I'm coming, so I won't disturb her sleep. All right. Soon, Xiao Chen and Mu Changlei descended the stairs. Stepping into the elevator, Mu Changlei spoke up. You have a child already? Yeah. Xiao Chen smiled as he explained. It was love at first sight with my senior during freshman year. She got pregnant just a month after we met.
The baby was born a little over 2 weeks ago, so I've been on leave lately. I'll probably go back to school after October 1st. This shouldn't be a problem to tell a police officer. Mu Changlei nodded slightly upon hearing this. I see. You're quite the guy. So, you got married after graduating from college? Xiao Chen didn't know either, he'd mostly been bragging just now. We'll see about that later. A Volkswagen Passat, a proper executive sedan, was parked below the residential complex. After getting in, Mu Changlei drove him straight to the police station.
Upon entering the station, a man in a suit, looking barely over 30, immediately stood up.
Xiao Chen sensed an indescribable aura emanating from him, the presence of a business elite. Chen Liwei approached, his gaze immediately locking onto Xiao Chen. Yes, this was the young man who had saved his father's life yesterday. Before Chen Liwei could speak, Mu Changlei interjected, "This must be Xiao Chen you were looking for." You two talk for now. I'll take you to the hospital shortly, Xiao Chen. Alright. Mu Changlei didn't linger, leaving the two alone. Chen Liwei looked at Xiao Chen and extended his hand warmly. Hello, Xiao Chen. My name is Chen Liwei. You're the son of the elderly man I saved yesterday. Hello. To be honest, the moment felt rather formal, and Xiao Chen was a bit taken aback. You saved my father yesterday. He ordered me to bring you to the hospital personally so he could thank you. Well, Xiao Chen felt a bit awkward. That really isn't necessary. As a 5-star model citizen, helping the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled is just the most natural thing to do. Hearing this, Chen Liwei shook his head. Before my father's attack yesterday, he was conscious for several minutes. He called out for help repeatedly, but no one stepped forward to save him, they just stood around him. You were the only one who stepped forward. And I've already heard from the doctors that without your help, my father might have suffered paralysis from oxygen deprivation. So Mr. Xiao Chen, you absolutely must come with me. I beg you. As he spoke, he actually bowed to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's mouth twitched. This scene, why did it feel so reminiscent of a Japanese military officer? Noticing Xiao Chen's expression, Chen Liwei explained, I've been working in Japan these past few years. I see. Xiao Chen pursed his lips. Fine, since he was heading to the hospital anyway, he might as well drop by to see the old man. He could probably grab a fruit basket on the way, right? Mu Changlei led Chen Liwei and Xiao Chen out of the police station. Chen Liwei then offered, Xiao Chen, Officer Mu, hop in my car. He gestured toward the Bentley parked nearby. Xiao Chen's lips twitched. Wow, this guy must be some rich kid. Mu Changlei froze. Holy crap, he'd never even ridden in such an expensive car. Noticing their hesitation, Chen Liwei added, Officer Mu, I'll have my driver bring you back later. He had already walked to the rear door and pulled it open. Get in. Given the situation, it would be awkward for Xiao Chen and Mu Changlei to refuse. The two men climbed in. Only then did Xiao Chen notice that the driver's seat was occupied by a man wearing sunglasses, white gloves, and a suit. Chen Liwei took the passenger seat. When the car started moving, it felt completely different from the Xiaomi YU7. This car was almost completely silent, gliding along with remarkable quietness. Xiao Chen had already made up his mind he would buy a car like this someday. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Host, call me Dad, and I'll reward you with the same model. What the hell? Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. Would I call you Dad just for a car? No way. Absolutely not. But then Xiao Chen remembered how last semester in the dorm, he'd called his roommate Dad or foster father all the time. If calling him Dad could get him a Bentley, well, maybe it wasn't such a bad idea. Nothing beats that, it's actually pretty good principle. Xiao Chen thought to himself, System Dad, give me this car. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Bentley Continental GT. One car model has been shipped to your home via express delivery and will arrive today. What the hell? System, are you messing with me? System, I never specified whether it was the real car or the model. Half an hour later. The car pulled up at Zhangcheng First People's Hospital. After getting out, Xiao Chen looked around and spotted a fruit basket vendor nearby. He walked over, Auntie, I'll take a fruit basket. $2.99. What? Xiao Chen froze. Holy cow, a fruit basket that expensive? $2.99 for just one? And it didn't even contain any durian or mangosteen. But $2.99 it was. Nothing near a hospital entrance ever came cheap. After buying the fruit basket, Chen Liwei walked over. Xiao Chen, what's this for? Xiao Chen scratched his head. I was just thinking, it wouldn't be right to show up empty-handed when I see the old man, right? You saved my father's life. What's wrong with coming empty-handed? Xiao Chen replied, I've already bought it. Don't worry about it. With that, Xiao Chen strode purposefully toward the hospital's inpatient ward. But then a problem arose, he didn't know which ward old man Chen was in. He reluctantly turned back. Earlier, Mu Changlei had already discussed with Chen Liwei that they should take Xiao Chen for a checkup first. Chen Liwei had agreed to this arrangement. In fact, if Xiao Chen wished, Chen Liwei could even leverage his family's influence to eliminate the assailant who had slashed Xiao Chen's arm.
But he couldn't do that in front of the police.
Xiao Chen, let's get you checked out first, then we'll go see the old man. Xiao Chen shook his head at this. Uncle Mu, why not let me see the old man first? We can do the checkup afterward.
The doctor said last night that the dressing could be changed in 24 hours.
But? Mu Changlei nodded. Alright, but don't delay too long. I'm on duty. I know. Xiao Chen sensed he wouldn't linger too long with old Chen either. Just some polite small talk? Chapter 35, calling you grandpa straight away.
So, led by Chen Liwei, they arrived outside a luxurious hospital suite. It was a private room on the top floor of the inpatient ward, a luxury suite reserved for influential and powerful individuals.
At the door, Mu Changlei spoke up, I won't be going in. Xiao Chen, you chat with the old man. I'll wait for you outside. Later, I'll take you for an injury assessment. All right. Without a second thought, he followed Chen Liwei into the room.
After pushing open the door, Chen Liwei announced, Dad, I brought the person you asked for. Xiao Chen looked toward the hospital bed, where the elderly man he had encountered the previous afternoon now lay. His complexion had visibly improved, his skin was rosy and radiant, and his lips, which had been purple yesterday, had turned pink. Hearing the voices, Chen Daosheng quickly sat up. Yes, this young man was the one who had saved him yesterday. After waking up yesterday, he had immediately dispatched people to review the surrounding surveillance footage, ultimately identifying Xiao Chen. Young man, thank you for saving me yesterday. Ha ha ha. Chen Daosheng began with a laugh, thanks to you. If it weren't for you yesterday, I'd be 6 feet under by now. Mr. Chen, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Chen replied, you'd be fine without me, and honestly, I didn't do much to help. Xiao Chen scratched his head, merely being modest. Truth be told, if he hadn't been there, just as Chen Liwei said, he might very well have ended up in a vegetative state. Prolonged oxygen deprivation to the brain leads to that outcome. If it hadn't been that severe, he might have ended up paralyzed from the waist down. Young man, there's no need for modesty. You saved my life. But honestly, I really don't know how to thank you. Only then did Chen Daosheng notice the fruit basket Xiao Chen was carrying. Seeing it, his smile widened. You came all this way, and you brought a fruit basket too? Wait, what's that on your arm? Why is it wrapped in bandages? Xiao Chen chuckled. I bumped it last night. Nothing serious. Old Chen, saving you was the least I could do. After all, I am a model student, right? Ha ha ha. Chen Daosheng couldn't help but chuckle, then gave his son a meaningful glance. Chen Liwei understood immediately and pulled a shiny gold bank card from his pocket. Xiao Chen had never seen such a card before. Old Chen spoke calmly, this card. I can't accept this card. Before Old Chen could finish his sentence, Xiao Chen refused. This. Old Chen felt giving money was the most decisive solution and was about to say more when Xiao Chen spoke up. Old Chen, I feel this is fate bringing us together. How about this? Call me grandpa, and I'll accept you as my grandson. From now on, we'll be grandfather and grandson. Grandpa, whenever I have any matters in the future, I'll come to you for help. Chen Daosheng listened and realized Xiao Chen's words made perfect sense. This kid Xiao Chen seemed sensible at first glance, and now that he looked at him, he found himself genuinely fond of him. After all, the boy had saved his life. What harm was there in accepting him as a grandson? Alright, ha ha ha. Grandpa. Grandson. The scene before him was strangely surreal. Especially for Chen Liwei. Chen Daosheng was his father. Now he had a grandson. Didn't that mean Xiao Chen had become his son? Holy crap, suddenly I have a son out of nowhere. Who could handle this? At that moment, Chen Liwei spoke up, so, I have a son now? Xiao Chen looked at Chen Liwei, having no intention of calling him father. Let's just stick to our own business. Ha ha ha. Chen Daosheng didn't take issue with Xiao Chen's words either. He looked at Chen Liwei, you kid, you're not even married yet, and you've got a 20-year-old son? Xiao Chen, you can just call him second brother. This is my youngest son. I also have an older son in the United States. I'll introduce you all when the time comes. Alright. Xiao Chen could tell this Mr. Chen was undoubtedly a business tycoon, possibly even the chairman of some corporation. Chen Daosheng grew increasingly fond of Xiao Chen the more he observed him. He inquired, by the way, are you a college student? Yes. Xiao Chen nodded calmly. I'm 19 this year, studying at Zhengcheng University. I'm a sophomore. Zhengcheng University doesn't have a medical school, does it? Because Xiao Chen had performed the rescue so professionally yesterday, Chen Daosheng's first thought was that he must be a medical student. Grandpa, I'm not studying medicine. Xiao Chen immediately corrected himself. Though it felt a bit awkward, he was quite open to the idea. Compared to money, he preferred to align himself with a powerful figure. That way, his future path would be smooth sailing. For instance, after graduation, if word got out that his grandson was unemployed, he could easily secure him a decent job or even get him hired directly into his company. You're not studying medicine? Chen Daosheng looked surprised. Xiao Chen nodded calmly, that's right. But my grandfather was a renowned doctor in the village during his lifetime. He dedicated his entire life to the field of medicine. I've only scratched the surface of his knowledge.
I see. Upon learning Xiao Chen's grandfather had passed away, Chen Daosheng said, "Young man, then I shall be your own grandfather from now on." Xiao Chen nodded. "Alright, Grandpa. By the way, you must have a girlfriend by now, right?" While reviewing the surveillance footage, he clearly saw him pushing a stroller with a young woman. But he was only 19 this year, he shouldn't have a child yet. Not only do I have a girlfriend, but I already have a child. Xiao Chen gave an awkward laugh. "Well, I'll tell you about it later." Chen Daosheng frowned at this. "You youngster, afraid Grandpa knows your secrets?" "No." Xiao Chen shook his head. Just then, Chen Daosheng's son, Chen Liwei, spoke up. "Dad, Xiao Chen was injured in the arm by 2 thugs last night. The police are outside. He needs to go for an injury assessment now." "What?" Chen Daosheng looked utterly bewildered. Xiao Chen was equally bewildered. Wait. He had just said it was an accidental bump. Now look what happened, the old man found out. Chen Daosheng's expression turned serious. "Xiao Chen, what's really going on? Didn't you just say you bumped your head? Are you lying to your own grandfather?" Xiao Chen's mouth twitched. "Grandpa, I just didn't want you to worry. Last night, my girlfriend and I went out to see a movie. On the way back, we ran into 2 drunks who were harassing her. I just got hurt while protecting her." Hearing this, Chen Daosheng examined Xiao Chen's arm closely. If it were a minor injury, it shouldn't require several layers of bandages. But now Xiao Chen's arm was wrapped tightly in several layers of bandages, indicating the injury was likely quite serious. He asked, "Did you catch those 2? They've been apprehended." Xiao Chen nodded. "Officer Mu just told me they need to conduct an injury assessment." Chapter 36, Xu Zhi's father demands a meeting. Xiao Wei. Chen Daosheng spoke up. "Dad, go ahead. When they conduct the injury assessment later, you'll accompany him. And make sure my grandson gets the best medication the hospital has to offer. You'll cover the medical expenses." "Yes, Dad." Chen Liwei's voice was devoid of emotion. "Then I'll take Xiao Chen there now. We'll be back shortly." Xiao Chen, once I'm discharged in a few days, I'll personally come by to thank you." "You'd better not turn me away then." Xiao Chen froze. "Wait. Paying a visit to express gratitude? That's really overkill." At that moment, Xiao Chen desperately wanted to know Chen Daosheng's true identity. Which company's chairman was he, exactly? Xiao Chen was led out of the ward by Chen Liwei. At that moment, Mu Changlei stood by the window at the far end of the corridor, smoking a cigarette. Spotting the 2 emerge, he stubbed out his cigarette and approached with a cheerful smile. "So, Xiao Chen, how did your chat with the old gentleman go?" "Not bad. I just called him Grandpa." Mu Changlei looked utterly bewildered. "What the hell? He just called him Grandpa? You're something else, kid." Mu Changlei was envious of his newfound connection. Chen Daosheng was the chairman of Rixing Capital, one of the top 3 financial institutions in Shandong province. If he really established a grandfather-grandson relationship with Chen Daosheng, this kid was bound for great success. "Of course I can." Xiao Chen scratched his head. Then, guided by Mu Changlei, he had his arm examined for injuries. His arm had sustained a 5-centimeter long laceration yesterday, requiring 7 stitches. The medical assessment classified it as only a minor injury. Even minor injuries still carried criminal liability. If Xiao Chen could be persuaded to forgive, perhaps leniency might be granted. But Xiao Chen would never grant forgiveness. The doctor reapplied medication to Xiao Chen's arm and bandaged it. Since the affected area couldn't bend, a cast wasn't necessary. Mu Changlei spoke up. "Alright, the 2 criminals confessed to the crime last night. I'll notify you by phone regarding the subsequent handling. Of course, you're also welcome to come to our bureau anytime to check the results." Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. "Thank you, Officer Mu. You've been very helpful." "No trouble at all," he replied with a smile. "This is what we police officers are here to do. I won't take up any more of your time. I have some matters to attend to back at the station, so I'll be heading out now." Chen Liwei immediately offered, "Let me have the driver take you." Mu Changlei shook his head. "No need for that. Riding in a Bentley might be a bit too flashy. I'll just take a taxi back myself." Chen Liwei offered, "I'll transfer the fare to you. It's only a few bucks." "No need. I'll be going now." Soon, Mu Changlei departed. Xiao Chen paused for a moment. Was it time for him to leave too? "Brother Chen, I should be heading back too," he said with a smile. "I've got a baby to feed at home." Chen Liwei froze. "Need me to find you a wet nurse?" Xiao Chen looked utterly bewildered. "Wait, what the heck?" He shook his head repeatedly. No need. My wife has milk now. She needs me to go back and take care of her. Leave me your phone number. If you ever do come by, I'll be happy to welcome you." "Sounds good." Chen Liwei was clearly a straight shooter, the type who said exactly what was on his mind. They exchanged phone numbers, and Chen Liwei had his driver drop Xiao Chen off at the entrance of his residential complex. Xiao Chen felt incredibly cool. Was this like landing a big shot? Back home, Xu Zhi was pacing the living room while packing up baby number 2. After waking up, she'd heard Xiao Chen had been taken away by the police. Seeing him return, she asked, "So, honey, did you see that old man from yesterday?" Xiao Chen nodded. "Yeah, not only did I see him, but I also adopted him as my grandpa." Xu Zhi's face showed utter bewilderment. She asked, "What did you say? You adopted him as your grandfather?" "Yes." Xiao Chen scratched his head. "The old man tried to give me a bank card. Money is just an external thing, so I didn't take it. Then he suggested I become his grandson and he'd be my grandfather." The old man agreed right away. "Oh my." Xu Zhi asked, "Isn't that a bit too casual?" Xiao Chen shook his head. "Not at all. This old man is no ordinary figure. His family's assets are at least A10 level." That was what Xiao Chen had thought too, it might even be higher than A10. But what puzzled him was why such a powerful elder would wander the square alone. Xiao Chen couldn't figure it out. He decided to stop overthinking it and started playing with the baby instead. Before long, evening arrived. Xiao Chen asked his mom, "Mom, didn't you say Dad would be coming over tonight?" "Oh, him? Something came up at work. He won't be able to make it until a few days from now." Yuan Yuqin was helpless. Xiao Guosheng had promised to come today. He'd even made it to the high-speed rail station only to be called away by his boss at the last minute. All right. Xiao Chen was really looking forward to seeing his dad's reaction when he met the baby, but that day would come soon enough. After dinner, Xiao Chen and his mom played with the baby while Xu Zhi sat alone on the sofa watching TV. Just then, a message popped up on his WeChat. Xu Zhi initially thought it was from Lu Weiwei, but upon checking, it was her father. That's right, though she'd blocked Xu Jinggua's phone number, she hadn't blocked his WeChat. Xu Zhi tapped to open it. Xu Jinggua had written, "I'm in Jiangcheng now. I approve of you being with that young man, but I need to meet him." After reading the message, Xu Zhi still felt a pang of unease. Who knows what Xu Jinggua might say after meeting Xiao Chen? It was better not to let him meet him. After a while, seeing Xu Zhi hadn't replied, Xu Jinggua said, "Do you think by not replying, I can't find you? Daughter, I won't make things difficult for you, nor for your boyfriend. Let's sit down today and talk things through. It'll be best for everyone. Once we've talked it through, you can transfer your household registration out. Then the Xu family will no longer have a Xu Zhi like you." Xu Jinggua had already resolved to expel Xu Zhi from the family. Upon seeing this, Xu Zhi felt she should thank her father for this. Without his constraints, her life would surely improve. Still, she couldn't shake a lingering worry. She feared Xu Jinggua might pull some underhanded trick. "Honey, what are you doing?" Just then, Xiao Chen suddenly appeared. He glanced at Xu Zhi's phone screen but didn't see who it was. "Who are you chatting with? Why aren't you replying?" "It's my dad." Xu Zhi pursed her lips, then held her phone up for him to see. Seeing the message from Xu Zhi's father, Xiao Chen's heart sank. "Senior, what are your plans?" Chapter 37, about to meet Xu Zhi's father. Xu Zhi shook her head slightly. "I don't want to see him. My dad might take me away." Dad had worked at Sunrise Capital for over 20 years, yet now, a college graduate with barely a few years of experience held a higher position. The reason? His qualifications and abilities just weren't up to par. That's why he resorted to such underhanded tactics to secure his promotion. Xu Zhi truly didn't want to return to that home. Since Xu Zhi hadn't replied for a while, another message from Xu Jinggua popped up on WeChat. "Xu Zhi, what's the meaning of not replying? Dad just wants to have a proper talk with you. Is that too much to ask? Do you believe me if I say I'll go to your school and find your teacher?" Seeing the messages on her phone, Xu Zhi's face darkened. Just then, Xiao Chen took the phone and began typing rapidly with both hands. "Tomorrow at 2:30 p.m., Longkai Hotel. I'll be waiting." After typing a few simple words, Xiao Chen shut off the phone. "We'll go together tomorrow. Mom and Auntie can stay home with the baby." Xu Zhi nodded slightly at his words, but worry still gnawed at her heart. What if my dad makes unreasonable demands we can't meet, or tries to take me away by force? Then I'll have Officer Mo arrest him. Forcibly restricting someone's freedom is highly inadvisable. Since Xiao Chen had already sent the message, Xu Zhi naturally couldn't say much more. "All right." Xiao Chen gently rubbed her hair. "Don't worry. I'll definitely protect you. Xu Zhi nestled into Xiao Chen's embrace, yet still felt uneasy about tomorrow's meeting. The next morning, Xiao Chen rose early and carried the baby to Xu Zhi's side as soon as he got up. Xu Zhi caught a whiff of the baby's milky scent and opened her eyes to find the infant playing while lying on top of her. Xiao Chen was nowhere to be seen. It had to be said, Xiao Chen was incredibly carefree. Didn't he fear the baby might fall or something? Xu Zhi quickly gathered Xiao Ming into her arms and spoke softly, "Baby, are you hungry? Would you like some milk?" Xiao Ming's cheeks were plump and round now. Yuan Yuqin and Aunt Yang had been taking excellent care of the baby. These past few days, the baby had gained quite a bit of weight. She lifted her shirt to nurse him, but the little one refused to take the breast. Clearly, Yuan Yuqin had already fed him. Just then, the bedroom door clicked open. Xiao Chen held a bowl of egg custard and said, "Honey, get up and eat." Xu Zhi pouted, "You're so careless. Leaving the baby on me like that, aren't you afraid he might fall?" "Would he?" Though scolded, Xiao Chen felt utterly delighted inside. "I only put him there less than a minute ago. That's still not okay." Xu Zhi gazed at the smiling DeBeo in her arms, "Not even half a minute. If he falls and gets hurt, I'll bite your head off." "I'm sorry, honey. I forgive you." Xu Zhi wasn't unreasonable. She eyed the egg custard in Xiao Chen's hands. "Did you make this for me?" "You're overthinking it." Xiao Chen scooped a spoonful of egg custard and popped it into his mouth. "This is for me." "Oh." Xu Zhi's tone carried a hint of disappointment. Xiao Chen continued, "Yours is on the dining table. Mom went out to the morning market and Aunt Yang is watching over Erbao." "All right. I'll get up right away." Xu Zhi's stomach was rumbling too. She gently laid DeBeo back on the bed before heading to brush her teeth and rinse her mouth. Xiao Chen reached over and picked up the baby with one arm. Looking into his big eyes, he thought, "Too bad you're still too little to eat egg custard. Daddy will make it for you later." After finishing his meal, Xiao Chen scrutinized Xu Zhi from head to toe. He felt that since today was the day he'd meet his father, he needed to present a different side of himself than usual. "Honey, I think you should dress up nicely for meeting your dad this afternoon." Xu Zhi paused mid-bite and nodded. Xiao Chen continued, "You need to show a completely different side, whether it's your demeanor or personality. There needs to be a fundamental change." Recently, Xiao Chen had bought her quite a few new outfits. Xu Zhi was naturally beautiful, and with a little effort, she could easily become a stunning beauty. All right. Xu Zhi also wanted to prove that she could live better without her father. At the same time, she steeled herself internally, determined to make Xu Zhengguo regret his actions. At 1:30 p.m., Xu Zhi slipped into a white dress, her feet adorned with Valentino shoes and sheer stockings. Around her neck hung the gold necklace Yuan Yuqin had bought for her. Her face was lightly made up, making her look exceptionally beautiful and sexy. "Now put this bag over your shoulder." Xiao Chen fetched her bag from the entryway, and Xu Zhi slung it over her shoulder. Yuan Yuqin, watching Xu Zhi dress so flamboyantly, couldn't help asking, "Son, where are you two going this afternoon?" Zhi looks so beautiful. Having such a beautiful daughter-in-law truly made her happy. Xiao Chen smiled and replied, "Mom, we're just going out for a stroll. We won't be bringing the baby along." Yuan Yuqin naturally had no objections. She looked at Xiao Chen's bandaged arm and said, "Take good care of your wound. Don't get it wet under any circumstances, and don't forget to go to the hospital for a dressing change." "Don't worry, Mom. I'm not a 3-year-old anymore." Xiao Chen had always been dependable since childhood, and Yuan Yuqin trusted he wouldn't get into trouble outside. "Are you two coming back for dinner?" "No, thanks." It was the weekend, and around noon, Su Kuan called him saying the 448 dorm wanted to gather for a meal. Without a second thought, Xiao Chen agreed. Then Su Kuan mentioned he'd bring his girlfriend and suggested Xiao Chen bring Xu Zhi too. "I'm having dinner with my roommates tonight. We'll be back around 9:30 or 10. Yuan Yuqin nodded. "Alright, but Xiao Chen, since your arm is injured, don't drink alcohol." "I know, Mom." Soon, Xiao Chen left home, holding Xu Zhi's hand. They arrived at the underground garage. Once inside the car, Xu Zhi's heart began racing. Her eyes betrayed her nervousness. Noticing her unease, Xiao Chen reassured her. "No matter what your dad says, I won't let him hurt you. Besides, didn't your dad say he just wants to have a proper talk with you this time?" Xu Zhi pursed her lips. She knew she couldn't trust 90% of what her father said. What if he tricked her into coming out? "I understand." Due to his injured arm, Xiao Chen drove cautiously, keeping the speed low. At 2:15 p.m., he pulled up outside the Longkai Hotel. Xiao Chen had already reserved a meal at the hotel. Even though it wasn't mealtime yet, these arrangements would help Xu Zhi maintain appearances. They would also demonstrate that he possessed a certain level of capability. In the parking lot, Xu Zhi spotted her father, Xu Zhengguo's car. Chapter 38, The 1 million yuan dowry. Noticing Xu Zhi's gaze, Xiao Chen also fixed his eyes on that vintage Audi A6L. "That car." Before Xiao Chen could finish, Xu Zhi interjected, "That one belongs to my father." Xiao Chen didn't say much more. Being able to drive this car certainly showed some financial standing. "Let's go inside." "Okay." Xiao Chen took Xu Zhi's hand and entered the Dragon Kai Hotel. At a table, Xu Zhi's father, Xu Zhengguo, was sipping a glass of red wine. After entering, Xiao Chen stated their purpose. Soon, a waiter led Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi to a table. Seated at the table was a man in his early 40s, dressed in a black suit with slicked back hair. He leaned back in his chair, holding a bottle of red wine worth under 1,000 yuan. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. "Driving after drinking? When you leave later, make sure to call the traffic police station." Hearing the commotion, Xu Zhengguo looked up. The sight of Xu Zhi before him was nothing short of dazzling. Judging by her attire, Xu Zhi seemed to be living quite well. The moment Xu Zhengguo looked up, Xiao Chen also gave him a thorough once-over. Xu Zhengguo didn't give off a friendly vibe. He had that self-important, arrogant air about him. However, his attire was impeccably tailored. The suit he wore was clearly custom-made. Xu Zhi, you're here. He flashed a professional smile, then shifted his gaze to Xiao Chen and spoke slowly. This gentleman must be the child's father. I am. Xiao Chen's face remained expressionless. He glanced at Xu Zhi, whose eyes seemed filled with fear toward this man. He sat on the inner side of the chair, and Xu Zhi immediately took a seat beside Xiao Chen. The waiter approached Xiao Chen. Mr. Xiao, would you like to change seats? No need, Xiao Chen shook his head. Just bring the food. Understood. The waiter quickly departed. This spot was relatively quiet, a window seat. Through the glass, one could see the street scene outside. Su Jinghua had observed every detail of Xiao Chen's arrival from the moment he stepped out of the car. Su Jinghua wore a faint smile as he murmured, Xu Zhi, looks like you've been living quite well lately. He was adept at reading people, and he would also score individuals based on their attire and overall appearance. Different scores meant different places in his mind. At the very least, he now rated Xu Zhi above 60 points. Xu Zhi lifted her head, her beautiful eyes appraising Su Jinghua. My success isn't thanks to you. Damn. The tension in their exchange was palpable. Su Jinghua didn't get angry. Seeing Xu Zhi now, he thought the supervisor's son would definitely like her. Even if he found out she was pregnant, what could he do about it? Su Jinghua was already reluctant to let this precious treasure go to Xiao Chen. You're right. Your father has treated you unfairly in the past. Hearing this, both Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi froze in surprise. What was Su Jinghua up to now? Xu Zhi looked at her father, familiar beyond recognition. What do you mean by that? Nothing much. I just wanted to hear your true thoughts, like, have you thought about your future? In Su Jinghua's view, being with Xiao Chen would inevitably lead to countless problems down the road. She was only 20 years old, still so young. Life ahead would be filled with countless little hassles. As for himself, he could directly introduce her to Sunrise Capital, where she could easily earn over 10,000 a month. And young people have so many opportunities. But this daughter of hers just wouldn't listen. Xu Zhi nodded solemnly. Yes, I've made up my mind. Dad, please grant us your blessing. I already have a child. I'll be a good mother. Poof. Su Jinghua suddenly gave a dry chuckle, then crossed his legs, revealing his shiny leather shoes. You want me to grant your wish? Fine. Since ancient times, our great Xia tradition has been formal marriage through proper channels, so. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen. Young man, you'll need to pay a dowry. Xiao Chen had already anticipated the demand for money and wasn't surprised. So what amount would you consider appropriate, uncle? Su Jinghua chuckled again, then slowly held up one finger. 10,000? Impossible. Xiao Chen felt Su Jinghua wouldn't be that unreasonable. 10,000? Not very likely either. Xiao Chen suspected the figure was more likely to be 1 million. 1 million? Su Jinghua smiled and nodded. After all, she's my daughter I've raised for nearly 20 years. Right? Xiao Chen could certainly afford this amount. He hadn't been in touch with Starry Sky Mac lately, but if push came to shove, he could just act as a top-tier composer, write a few more songs, and sell them off. Su Zhi's expression darkened at the mention of 1 million, silently cursing her father as a bastard. But Xiao Chen remained calm as he said, if I give you this million yuan, then I'll kick her out of the Su family. She'll cease to exist in our household. Su Jinghua deliberately emphasized the word expel. Hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a surge of anger. In his eyes, Su Zhi seemed less than human. She was such an outstanding young woman, how could you see her this way? Su Zhi looked utterly devastated. The words hit her like a ton of bricks. Give me your bank account number. I'll transfer the 1 million yuan dowry within 10 days. Hearing this, Su Jinghua paused in surprise. He thought to himself, had I asked for too little? But then he thought about it. He hadn't spent even 100,000 yuan on Xu Zhi growing up. Getting 1 million yuan in dowry was more than enough for him. At the very least, buying his son a Mercedes-Benz S-Class wouldn't be a problem. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xu Zhi looked up in disbelief. As if this million yuan could be earned effortlessly. Impressive. Su Jinghua was thoroughly satisfied with Xiao Chen's response. He asked the waiter for a piece of paper and wrote down his bank account number. Transfer it to this account within 10 days. Otherwise, I'll take Xu Zhi away. After speaking, he took another sip of red wine before striding away. The entire process carried an unexpected air of elegance. Only after Su Jinghua had walked far away did Xu Zhi turn her worried gaze toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, 1 million yuan, 10 days, you. Don't worry. Xiao Chen nodded confidently. Right now, your husband here is a human ATM. 1 million yuan is no big deal for me. But don't tell my parents about this. Just the two of us need to know. From now on, you're not part of the Su family, you're part of my Xiao family. Hearing this, Su Zhi nodded firmly. She wrapped her arms around Xiao Chen. I want a kiss. Now's not the time for kissing. Xiao Chen pulled out his phone and dialed the traffic police. I want to report a drunk driver near the Longkai Hotel. It's an Audi S6 with license plate number. Chapter 39. Do you think I can win over Senior Weiwei? Su Zhi froze. He hadn't expected Xiao Chen to call the police. This was simply so freaking awesome.
Meanwhile, Xu Zhi was driving along leisurely. Suddenly, a police car appeared behind him, tailing his vehicle.
And it kept blaring its siren and flashing its lights. Xu Zhi was face darkened. What was going on? Drunk driving checks in broad daylight?
Soon, the police car forced him to pull over.
Good afternoon, routine check. Please take a breathalyzer test.
The traffic officer activated his body camera and held the breathalyzer up to Xu Zhi's mouth.
Xu paused, taken aback. He pursed his lips. Officer. I haven't been drinking. The officer grew impatient. If you haven't been drinking, then just blow. Reluctantly, he blew into the device.
The breathalyzer displayed a stark reading of 108. That meant 108 milligrams of alcohol per 100 milliliters of blood.
This had completely met the legal limit for drunk driving. The officer let out an oh my upon seeing the number. Wow, 108. This was a big one. Drunk driving means immediate license revocation, with no retakes allowed for 5 years. Plus, you're looking at 1 to 3 months of detention. Plus a fine of around 2,000 yuan. How much is it, officer? Xu Zhi asked nervously, unable to contain his anxiety.
The traffic officer displayed the number on the breathalyzer. Now, read the number on the screen.
108.
Please cooperate with our investigation. Get out of the car and come with us to the hospital for a blood draw. Sir, all your ordered dishes have been served. Please pack it up for me. Inside the Longhai Grand Hotel, after a brief wait, the meal was served. Now he regretted going to the trouble of preparing a meal.
This sort of person simply wasn't worthy.
With no other choice, he had the meal packed up. Then he got in his car and drove away from the hotel. I wonder if your dad got pulled over by the traffic police. Just then, Xiao Chen suddenly spotted an Audi S6 on the roadside with its hazard lights flashing.
Wasn't that Xu Zhi's father's car?
But now it was empty and a traffic officer was taking photos of it. It seemed he really had been caught.
As the provincial capital, Jiangqing's traffic police were pretty efficient. Xu Zhi couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing this. Getting caught by the traffic police?
Serves him right.
Is it really okay to give him that much money? Xu Zhi pondered for a moment. Truthfully, it wouldn't be a problem if she didn't give her father that much money. It's fine, senior. Don't worry about it. One day, he'll regret this. Xiao Chen's gaze was unwavering. Xu Zhi nodded slightly. Xiao Chen didn't head home but drove straight into Jiangcheng University.
The university had ample parking, and after explaining his purpose, the security guard naturally didn't give him any trouble. It wasn't uncommon for students to drive to campus these days. Still, he thoughtfully added, I'll have the advisor record my license plate number.
Xiao Chen parked directly beneath the men's dormitory. He asked, Senior, would you like to head back to your dorm and catch up with your classmates?
Xu Zhi shook her head at his suggestion.
Nah. I won't go. Female friendships were particularly complicated. The only one she got along with well was Lu Weiwei.
Her other roommates only maintained superficial friendships. Since Xu Zhi was the campus beauty, her roommates would gossip behind her back, whispering about what the campus beauty had that was so great. In a 4-person dorm, there might be several smaller chat groups.
Then, I'll go up for a moment. Wait here, I'll be back soon. Okay. Xu Zhi nodded and pulled out her phone. I can just look at my phone. It won't take long. Xiao Chen left the keys in the car and headed upstairs. Given the weekend timing, Xiao Chen assumed they'd be gaming in the dorm.
But upon entering, he discovered Xian Tianshang and Liang Qian were, surprisingly, not playing games. Instead, they were frantically changing clothes.
Su Koan wasn't in the dorm, he must have gone out on a date.
Hey, guys, what the heck are you doing? Xiao Chen stared at the pile of clothes scattered across the bed. Xian Tianshang was now wearing a white dress shirt and suit pants, his belly protruding prominently, looking just like a used car salesman.
Su Tianshang froze upon seeing Xiao Chen. Holy crap, Chen, what are you doing here? Came to pick you guys up. Xiao Chen asked, did Su Koan go out? Yeah. Liang Qian chimed in, Su Koan went out with his girlfriend first thing this morning. Xiao Chen, then what are you guys doing here? Us? Well. Zuan Tianshang chuckled, didn't you say you'd take our senior out to dinner with us today? Well, I figured. I should dress up a bit? Glancing at Zuan Tianshang's protruding belly, Xiao Chen grimaced.
Seriously, take a look at yourself.
Is this what you call handsome? White shirts don't suit you. You look like a real estate agent in that outfit. Zuan Tianshang was convinced he looked absolutely beautiful. Don't I look handsome? Xiao Chen shook his head. Liang Qian shook his head too. Just be serious. Put on your regular clothes. Oh. After changing, Zuan Tianshang even sprayed on a few squirts of cheap cologne. Let's head downstairs. On the way, Liang Qian mentioned that Su Koan was probably out shopping with his girlfriend in the university district. He could just send his location when it was time for dinner. After descending the stairs, Xiao Chen suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Senior Weiwei? Lu Weiwei was walking toward him. Could it be that Xu Zhi had called her? Xiao Chen? Lu Weiwei turned her head and gave him a thorough once-over. Why are you back at school? Didn't you take a leave of absence? My roommate came to pick me up. We're going out to eat. Oh. Lu Weiwei instantly looked displeased, crossing her arms. Why didn't you call me? Xiao Chen froze, then said, I didn't want to worry you and interrupt your date with your boyfriend, Senior Weiwei. Date? Lu Weiwei shrugged indifferently. We broke up. What? Hearing this, Xian Tianshang behind Xiao Chen perked up. She broke up? That meant these underclassmen might have a chance now. What's the big deal? Breaking up and getting back together is pretty normal, isn't it? Weiwei? At that moment, Xu Zhi spotted Xiao Chen and stepped out of the car. Lu Weiwei was startled by the voice. Wait, weren't you supposed to be on maternity leave? How did you manage to get out? And why are you dressed up so nicely today? Gee, why aren't you resting properly? Why are you out? Lu Weiwei approached and asked. Xu Zhi replied. I had something to do today. I'm going out with Xiao Chen's roommate later. Then why didn't you invite me? Lu Weiwei pouted, looking pouty and aggrieved. Seeing her adorable expression, Xian Tiansheng gave Xiao Chen a light pat on the shoulder. Hee Chengu. Do you think I could win over Senior Weiwei? Xiao Chen froze. Recalling what he'd said to Lu Weiwei earlier, he shook his head. You too? It's not meant to be. Chapter 40, Xian Tiansheng is a coward. Why? Upon hearing this, Xuan Tiansheng was the first to disagree. Xuan Tiansheng was a die-hard member of the Looks First Club. If someone was pretty, he liked them. While Lu Weiwei might not be as stunning as Xu Zhi, she was still a top-tier beauty at Zhengde University. She's experienced. With your personality, you'd have a hard time handling her. Difficult doesn't mean impossible, right? Xuan Tiansheng possessed a peculiar self-confidence, as if all guys were like that. Well, good luck then. Xiao Chen could only say so much. Xian Tiansheng looked at him pitifully. Brother Chen, you have to create some opportunities for me too. When we get in the car, have her sit next to you. Only now did Xu Tiansheng notice the titanium-colored Xiaomi YU7 parked beside Xu Zhi. That car is yours? Of course. Xiao Chen nodded. What do you think? Pretty cool, huh? Damn, how did you end up driving a YU7? My dad bought it for me. All right. Xuan Tiansheng started school. Now that he had a wife and a baby, he'd definitely need a car for getting around. And the Xiaomi YU7 was actually pretty nice. I'm so jealous my molars are grinding to dust. No worries, you'll be the one driving a BBA soon enough. Now that's music to my ears. Soon, Xiao Chen ushered Lu Weiwei, Xian Tiansheng, and Liang Qian into the car. Xu Zhi took the front passenger seat, Lu Weiwei sat in the right rear window seat, and Xian Tiansheng squeezed between them. Xuan Tiansheng, being rather plump, deliberately squeezed himself closer and closer to Lu Weiwei, secretly inhaling the scent of her body. Hey, Nan, where are we going next? It was still early, they couldn't just go eat now. Xiao Chen considered his options. How about hitting up a KTV for some singing? Then maybe go archery shooting or something. Xiao Chen usually loved sports. He enjoyed archery, bowling, ice skating, and other activities. Jiangcheng had plenty of venues for these activities. Xu Zhi shook her head upon hearing the suggestion. No way. Your arm's still injured, you can't do archery. Injured? Xu Tiansheng leaned forward over the seat in front of him and asked, what kind of injury? How did you get it? What happened? Ah, it's nothing. Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively before adding seriously, just two punks picking on your sister-in-law. Got a little hurt during the scuffle. What the hell? Hearing this, both Xian Tiansheng and Liang Qian were utterly shocked. When did this happen? Why didn't you call me? Hearing their reactions, Xiao Chen felt satisfied. Even if I had called you, could you have teleported over instantly? Besides, it's just a minor injury. But Xuan Tiansheng, don't touch my right arm. Got it. Since Xiao Chen could drive, the wound couldn't be too serious. Xiao Chen was wearing a jacket today, and he really didn't want them to know. But what could he do when his clumsy senior blurted it out? He suggested, since we're not going archery, how about we try an escape room instead? Xuan Tiansheng had mentioned wanting to create opportunities for him, and an escape room offered plenty of chances. Lu Weiwei was probably just like all girls afraid of the dark and such. Who knows? Maybe in the escape room, she might even end up holding Xuan Tiansheng's hand. The thought made Xiao Chen feel this plan was highly feasible. Xu Zhi pondered for a moment and saw no issue. Sounds good. So, what do you think, Weiwei? I'm fine with either. Lu Weiwei watched the scenery flash by outside the window, mainly because she felt there wasn't much to do in the escape room. Previously, when her boyfriend took her to escape rooms, he'd always get handsy, and gradually she'd grown accustomed to it. She'd even taken control, kissing him forcefully. It was safe to say she'd become immune to escape rooms. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's suggestion, Xuan Tiansheng felt Xiao Chen was damn decent. If he took the initiative in the secret room, wouldn't that mean he could
At that thought, Xian Tiansheng swallowed hard and stole a sly glance at Lu Weiwei's chest.
Yep, his mind was already wandering.
Xiao Chen couldn't look at his phone while driving, so he said, then you guys look it up on your phones.
See which escape room is fun and has good reviews. Just have Xu Zhi buy the tickets.
After spending 200,000 on the bag last time, Xiao Chen had immediately transferred 50,000 to her.
Though Xu Zhi refused, he'd insisted on depositing it into her bank account.
In this day and age, having some cash in hand gave one a sense of security.
Wow, Chun, you're already letting your wife handle the money? Xiao Chen nodded. That's right. But just so you know, I'm not a henpecked husband. Ah, you look exactly like one.
The others in the car cracked jokes, but Xiao Chen didn't get upset.
Even if he did, so what?
Finally, Xian Tiansheng found an escape room called Fuji Hospital on his phone.
The name alone sounded terrifying.
Xiao AI, navigate to Wuyue Plaza.
Got it, planning your route.
Half an hour later, Xiao Chen and the others parked their car in the Wuyue Plaza garage. They then proceeded together to the third floor. Xu Zhi didn't buy the tickets, Gen 10 bought them himself.
Upon reaching the third floor and placing their phones in lockers, the attendant began explaining the background of Fuji Hospital. The game is set at Fuji Hospital in Japan. It's a hospital renowned for its advanced medical technology.
However, some doctors take advantage of surgeries to remove patients' fresh organs, preserve them in chemical solutions, and sell them. The victims' bodies didn't die, they were left moaning in wooden barrels. This young lady was a master at building atmosphere. As she spoke, she led everyone into the inner chamber of the escape room. It was a hospital ward with several single beds.
The entire environment was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The moment Xu Tiansheng arrived, he instantly wilted. He was terrified of the dark, utterly terrified. The surrounding speakers blasted eerie music, and even the slightest rustle sent shivers down his spine. However, the first stage had no NPCs. Xian Tiansheng crouched low, clutching Xiao Chen tightly, not a trace of manliness about him. Chen, it's so dark in here. Is there a flashlight?
Here. Only one flashlight was issued among the 5 of them, and its lens had been specially treated to emit an exceptionally faint beam.
What good is this to me? He handed it back to Xiao Chen. What should we do next?
Find a way out, of course. Xiao Chen shook off his hand, and Xian Tiansheng immediately embraced Liang Qian.
Liang Qian looked utterly bewildered. Wait, dude, what are you doing? Why are you acting like this in the secret room? Xu Tiansheng stammered, trembling slightly. Who knew it'd be this dark in here? And the music in here is just too. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. Liang Qian rolled her eyes and pushed Xu Tiansheng away.
Xu Tiansheng saw a dark figure in front of him.
Whoever it was, he grabbed hold of it. The next moment, 2 sharp slaps echoed through the air. Smack! Smack! Chapter 41, Godfather, what a guy!
That's right, those slaps were delivered by Lu Weiwei to Xian Tiansheng.
Ouch! Ow! Xu Tiansheng clutched his stinging cheek, thinking these NPCs sure don't play by the rules.
But just now, his hand seemed to have landed on something soft and squishy. The texture felt amazing.
Xu Tiansheng, you're sick. Lu Weiwei couldn't help but yell. How could this guy be so perverted? Ah! Senior Weiwei, it's you.
Lu Weiwei's tone was laced with menace. Touch me again, and it won't be settled with just a couple of slaps.
Xu Tiansheng thought to himself, this chick's got some guts. I still don't like you.
But in this pitch-black environment, Xu Tiansheng felt particularly terrified.
He grabbed Liang Qian's hand and whined pitifully, Wah, Zhenji, please protect your little Shangsheng, okay? I'm scared. Hearing this, Liang Qian instantly got goosebumps all over. He kicked Xian Tiansheng squarely in the butt. Get lost. Wah!
Throughout the entire escape room experience, Xian Tiansheng had been timid and submissive, hiding behind Xiao Chen's back multiple times. The most ridiculous part was that he had even fainted once after being startled by an NPC. It took Xiao Chen pinching his nose to rouse him.
After exiting the escape room, Xian Tiansheng was still reeling. He gasped for breath. Holy! I'm never doing an escape room again. Damn it, that scared the hell out of me. Look at you. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. Where do we go next? Xu Tiansheng pointed to the massage chair nearby. Can I rest for a bit?
Running around in there nearly killed me.
Alright, go rest for a bit. Xiao Chen nodded.
I'll go get you guys something to drink.
I want lemonade. Xu Tiansheng raised his arm. Yes, young Master Xian. We'll go get them.
Just then, Lu Weiwei came over and took Xu Zhi's hand.
Xiao Chen paused, realizing Lu Weiwei must have something to discuss with Xu Zhi. Of course he'd give them some alone time. He nodded. Alright, go ahead and get something.
I'll wander around with Liang Qian. The bubble tea shop was on the first floor.
Xu Zhi and Lu Weiwei quickly left the area. After walking a distance, Lu Weiwei asked. So, Gigi, how have things been going with Xiao Chen lately? What do you think?
Xu Zhi flashed a smile. Compared to when she was pregnant, she looked much more energetic now.
Plus, Xiao Chen's cooking was so delicious she must be incredibly happy. Honestly, I'm jealous of you. Lu Weiwei pouted. Having a boyfriend who cooks that well must be such a blessing. By the way, your leave of absence is almost over, right? Are you coming back to class? Xu Zhi nodded. Yeah, I'll be returning. But I'll probably transfer to Xiao Chen's class. Huh? Lu Weiwei froze at this, but then realized it made sense since she'd already lost a year. Alright. It's no big deal. Xu Zhi said with a bright smile. I'll probably stay in the same dorm so we can still be classmates for 2 more years. Lu Weiwei sighed. Next year we'll be seniors. Time really flies. Yeah, you're right. Youth doesn't last forever, so cherish your student days all the more. Seeing Xu Zhi live happily was enough to satisfy Lu Weiwei. They bought several cups of milk tea from Jasmine Milk Tea on the first floor, then headed to Snow King to get Xian Tianqing a lemonade. Upon returning upstairs, they found neither Xiao Chen nor Liang Qian present. Only Zuan Tianshang lay sprawled on a massage chair, visibly enjoying the treatment. Zuan Tianshang, where are Xiao Chen and Liang Qian? Lu Weiwei asked. Zuan Tianshang opened his eyes, no idea. Hey, Weiwei, since you broke up, what kind of boyfriend are you looking for? Zuan Tianshang hadn't given up yet. Lu Weiwei rolled her eyes at his question, definitely over 185 centimeters tall, lean build, dark-skinned, athletic type. Zuan Tianshang didn't meet a single one of those criteria. Xu Zhi frowned slightly. Weiwei, you broke up? We'd have minor fights every 2 days and major ones every 5. I got used to it. And I'm not marrying him anyway. It's no big deal. There are plenty of guys who like me. Lu Weiwei was supremely confident in herself and knew she wouldn't end up unwanted. Alright. A little while later, Xiao Chen and Liang Qian returned. They hadn't gone anywhere else, they'd gone to scratch lottery tickets. They spent 200 yuan and only won back 70. Upon returning, Xian Tianshang's massage chair had just stopped. He stretched lazily and glanced at the time. It was already 5 o'clock. It was almost time for dinner. What do you guys feel like eating? Want to look around? Zuan Tianshang licked his lips. Eating eggs here? No way. We gotta go out for skewers and beer. Xiao Chen, I can't drink with you. Xiao Chen pointed to the wound on his arm. Got an injury. Can't drink a drop. No problem, just watch me drink. Eventually, Xiao Chen and the others arrived at a barbecue restaurant called Zhenjiang Shrimp King. It was packed with people since it was the weekend. Though the grilling season was winding down, the surrounding universities meant students still loved this open-air barbecue. Upon arrival, Xiao Chen immediately sent Su Koan their location. Su Koan said he could be there in 20 minutes at most. Just then, Xiao Chen remembered the takeout from Longkai Hotel still sitting in the trunk of his car. These barbecue places don't allow outside alcohol, but they never said you couldn't bring your own food. So Xiao Chen asked, "Excuse me, may we bring our own food?" A server paused in surprise. He'd seen patrons bring their own alcohol before, but bringing your own food? What on earth was that about? If they brought their own food, why not just eat at home? He pondered for a moment. This customer probably meant they brought dishes and wanted the restaurant to cook them? That must be it. The server replied, yes, but there's a processing fee. No need for cooking, right? Xiao Chen patted Xian Tianshang and Liang Qian on the arm. Come on, guys, let's grab something from the trunk. Good booze? Zuan Tianshang perked up instantly. The three walked to the trunk, lifted the lid, and Zuan Tianshang froze in place. Wait, what is all this? Xiao Chen explained, this is what we packed up from Longkai Hotel at noon. Xu Zhi and I were waiting for someone, but they stood us up. We didn't touch a bite. Holy crap! Zuan Tianshang and Liang Qian immediately pulled the food out. Longkai Hotel isn't cheap. You're something else, Chen. Bringing your own sides when we go out to eat? That's impressive. Just then, Zuan Tianshang spotted a bottle of Feitian Mao Tai. Is that Mao Tai? Take it. Holy crap. Zuan Tianshang blurted out, Godfather, you're so generous. Chapter 42, Mom wants to buy a house in Zhengcheng. Seeing Xian Tianshang practically ready to kneel before him, Xiao Chen chuckled, alright, no need for formalities. Everyone grabbed their packed lunches and headed back. The waiter who'd just served them looked on, puzzled. What was going on? You meant bringing your own food like this? So you came here to hog my seat? Of course, Xiao Chen would still order food. He ordered a supersized lobster and then asked for a bucket of draft beer. Even though he couldn't drink beer today. But to make sure his roommate could drink his fill, beer and such had to be plentiful. About 15 minutes later, Su Quan arrived with his girlfriend, Shen Xian. Shen Xian was still dressed as a pink and pale little Lolita, wearing white stockings and twin ponytails, looking playful and adorable. But Xiao Chen wasn't into that type. Here you are, come sit down. Wait, what's going on here? Su Quan pointed at the takeout box on the table. Didn't we buy this here? Su Tianshang nodded. Brother Chen packed this up from the Longkai Grand Hotel. Come sit down. As he spoke, Xian Tianqing pulled out a small stool. Sukuan, ever the gentleman, insisted Shin Xian sit first. Holy crap, they even brought the mocha. Sukuan blurted out, turning to Xiao Chen. Did you win the lottery over summer break or something?
Xiao Chen chuckled, not exactly.
But now that I'm having a kid, my old man rewarded me with a few $1,000. Naturally, I thought of my brothers. Holy crap. Godfather. From now on, Brother Chen is our godfather. Sukuan was a master at stirring up excitement.
Xiao Chen chuckled, alright then, from now on you guys are on equal footing with my baby.
Hearing this, Lu Weiwei giggled. By the way, this is. Sukuan pointed at Lu Weiwei and Xiao Chen. This is your senior, Weiwei. Don't you remember?
Sukuan paused, realizing she was probably Xu Zhi's close friend.
Oh yeah, I remember now. Isn't she the senior who sang the you of that time at last year's welcome party? Lu Weiwei nodded. I didn't expect you to remember. Of course I do. Sukuan scratched his head.
After all, Senior Weiwei is so beautiful.
Just then, Shin Xian suddenly pinched Sukuan's arm. Now tell me, is the senior prettier, or am I?
Without hesitation, Sukuan replied, of course my baby is prettier.
Come give me a kiss, moi. Saying this, Sukuan kissed Shin Xian on the lips right in front of everyone. Moi. Zuanti and Shang stood up, publicly spreading dog food?
You'll die a horrible death. Sukuan grew even more cocky, go find someone yourself if you've got the guts.
Damn it. You deserve to die. Su Tianshang was so envious his molars were grinding to dust.
He genuinely had no idea what kissing felt like.
Alright, the food's here. Let's dig in.
At that, Sukuan picked up a crayfish with his chopsticks, slipped on a disposable glove, and began peeling it.
Clearly, he was peeling it for Shin Xian.
Xiao Chen also put on gloves to peel one for Xu Zhi. Watching the two couples, Shin Tianshang shifted his stool and boldly moved closer to Lu Weiwei. Senior, let me peel your shrimp for you.
Sure. Lu Weiwei didn't refuse. Why not take advantage of a free tool if one was available? Besides, she found it a hassle.
In Xian Tianshang's eyes, Lu Weiwei's agreement was equivalent to him getting his wish granted.
Great, great, great. I love peeling shrimp.
The meal stretched on until 10 o'clock at night, with beer bottles littering the floor around them.
Of course, Xiao Chen hadn't touched a drop. Su Tianshang and Liang Qian were both drunk, while Sukuan was doing fine. His girlfriend was keeping him in check, and he was clearly more restrained. Lu Weiwei had drunk quite a bit too, yet she remained surprisingly sober. Xiao Chen suspected Lu Weiwei must drink frequently or frequent bars often.
They had originally planned to go to a KTV after drinking, but with two of them already unconscious, they decided against it.
Senior Weiwei, I'll drive you both back.
Sukuan was taking Shin Xian straight to a hotel tonight, so Xiao Chen felt he should still escort the others back to campus. At that moment, Lu Weiwei shook her head.
No need. I've already called a ride. I'll just drop these two classmates off on my way. We won't keep you any longer. The car's here. Xiao Chen hadn't expected it to be so fast. He hurriedly paid via his phone, then carried Shin Tiansheng and Liang Qian into the ride-hailing car. Though both had drunk quite a bit, they weren't so intoxicated they couldn't walk. They should be able to find their way back to the dorm. Lu Weiwei said, "Don't worry, Xiao Chen.
I'll take them to the dorm building entrance."
That's very kind of you, Senior Weiwei. No problem. Soon, the taxi drove off. Sukuan grinned mischievously as he took Shin Xian's hand. Well, Brother Chen, I'll take Xinqing back first. You and your wife take your time heading home. Alright, go ahead.
Xiao Chen waved his hand.
Xu Zhi watched their receding figures and took a deep breath. Aren't things moving a bit too fast between them? Aren't they going back to school?
Xiao Chen felt it was indeed fast, but Sukuan wasn't exactly a jerk.
We can't control others.
Just mind our own business. Xu Zhi agreed with Xiao Chen's reasoning, then let's head home too.
Sure thing.
Xiao Chen drove Xu Zhi home. By the time they arrived, the babies were already asleep.
Xiao Chen opened his laptop and began writing songs.
Seeing Xiao Chen busy with important work, Xu Zhi didn't disturb him.
Instead, she went into the bedroom to keep the babies company. Xiao Chen. At that moment, Mom Yuan Yuqin approached. Mom. Xiao Chen paused his work and asked, "What is it, Mom?"
"I need to return to Jinghai tomorrow. I've been here for several days already and must go back to hold a meeting with the staff. After all, there were still shops to run at home."
Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. No problem. When will you be back?
I'll be gone for about 3 days. I plan to transfer the shop.
Ha?
In Xiao Chen's memory, their Hanfu shop was quite profitable.
Yuan Yuqin smiled as she explained, "I plan to open a similar shop in Jiangcheng. That way,
I won't have to neglect taking care of the baby."
But didn't you say you're going back to school next month? Well, that's fine. Xiao Chen nodded.
Jiangcheng was more developed than Jinghai, boasting numerous universities and, most importantly, an ancient town nearby.
During holidays, many college students would visit the ancient town for shopping.
Although there were already several Hanfu shops there, opening another one should still be profitable. Xiao Chen said, then I'll look around for you and see if I can find a suitable shop.
Alright. Yuan Yuqin had already made plans for the future.
After a moment's thought, she said, Xiao Chen, let's stop renting. We should buy a house in Jiangcheng.
Chapter 43, What a Stunning Daughter-in-Law. Buy a house? Xiao Chen swallowed hard. Mom, I don't think it's necessary right now. Mainly, what if I end up moving back home after college?
Xiao Chen still had no grounds to claim this house as his own.
That would be unreasonable. But Mom still thinks buying a house is better. I checked, renting this place isn't cheap, is it? It's fine, Mom. Don't worry about it. Who knows? Maybe I'll write songs someday and make tens of millions? Yuan Yuqin rolled her eyes. Was this son of hers getting too carried away with his fantasies? Fine, talking to you is useless. I'll discuss this with your father instead. Xiao Chen thought it over.
While his mother had this idea, she couldn't possibly come up with that much money all at once. He'd just wait a few days.
Xiao Chen wrote 3 songs, took a shower, and went to bed.
The next day, he drove his mom to the high-speed rail station.
Nothing happened over the next 3 days.
Aunt Yang continued to care for the baby with her usual warmth and enthusiasm.
At 2:30 p.m. on the 4th day,
Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi were pushing the stroller around the neighborhood when his phone in his pocket started buzzing.
Xiao Chen pulled it out.
It was his mom.
Hello, Mom.
After answering, Xiao Chen held the phone to his ear. The sound of a high-speed rail station announcement came through. It seemed his mom was at the station. Son, your dad and I are on the high-speed train to Jinghai right now.
We'll be in Jiangcheng in 2 hours. Alright, Xiao Chen replied. I'll come pick you up shortly. Oh, come on. Your parents aren't exactly legless. You don't need to pick us up. We'll just take a taxi. Also,
Yuan Yuqin hesitated, then continued, when I got home, I told your dad how amazing your cooking is, but he didn't believe me.
Tonight, you should cook and prove him wrong. Is that okay? Hearing the voices on the phone, Xiao Chen chuckled. Of course it's fine.
Right now, Xu Zhi and I are walking the baby in the park outside our complex. I'll head to the supermarket to grab some ingredients later.
Xiao Chen chatted casually with his mom for a few more seconds before hanging up. Xu Zhi, who was beside him, asked, was that your mom? Yeah. Xiao Chen slipped his phone into his pocket and said, Mom and Dad just boarded the high-speed train. They'll be here soon. I'll grab some groceries and whip up dinner. Okay. Xu Zhi spoke up, well, I should head back now. All right.
Xu Zhi pushed the stroller upstairs while Xiao Chen headed toward the supermarket outside the residential complex. Before he reached the supermarket, his phone in his pocket rang again. This time, however, it was an unfamiliar number. He pressed to answer and casually held the phone to his ear.
Hello, who is this? Chen, you recognize my voice, right? Hearing the kind voice on the other end, Xiao Chen froze.
This voice was unmistakably old Chen, the grandfather he had recognized at the hospital.
Xiao Chen responded decisively, Grandfather, it's you. He omitted the honorific Chen, adding it would feel too formal.
Calling him grandpa directly felt more intimate.
Hearing the voice on the line, Chen Daosheng chuckled heartily. Ha, I never thought you'd actually recognize me, Xiao Chen. Of course I did. After all, you're the only grandfather I have now.
Chen Daosheng spoke decisively, I called to ask if you have time today.
I thought I'd come by your place in person. Xiao Chen froze. Wait. He's actually coming.
Chen Daosheng continued over the phone, I'm about to leave Jiangcheng soon.
This trip was also for discussing a business partnership. I'm leaving tomorrow. You can't refuse Grandpa. Who knows when I'll be back next time.
Hearing this, Xiao Chen felt he should grant him this favor. He was a big shot, and he wanted to come personally to express his gratitude. Refusing would indeed be rather awkward.
Xiao Chen agreed, sure. My place is at Guantan Yuejing. The address is.
After Xiao Chen gave his exact address, Chen Daosheng on the other end chuckled, alright, I'll be there around 6:30.
Is that okay?
Sure, haha. After hanging up, Xiao Chen rushed straight to the supermarket. Upon returning home, he immediately began prepping ingredients. Seeing Xiao Chen had bought a large amount of vegetables, fruits, and even 2 bottles of wine, Xu Zhi asked, what's going on?
Is the supermarket having a sale today? Why did you buy so much?
Xiao Chen didn't pause his work as he replied, nothing. I just got a call from old Chen on my way to the supermarket. He said he's leaving Jiangcheng tomorrow and wants to come over today to thank us in person.
Xu
Zhi asked, but today is Dad's first day here.
It should be fine. Xiao Chen smiled. Dad might even be pleased to hear I saved someone out there. Besides, old Chen probably won't stay long, but we should definitely invite him to stay for dinner, right?
Xu
Zhi nodded. Then I'll help you too. If you help me, what about the baby? Aunt Yang had taken the day off today. Xu Zhi glanced at the baby in the stroller.
I just fed them and changed their diapers. They'll be perfectly quiet for a while.
Honey, you've been working so hard on your own. So let me help you instead.
Hearing her words, Xiao Chen felt a warm glow in his heart. Then you can wash and chop the vegetables for me.
Sure.
Xu Zhi was more than happy to pitch in, and soon the two of them were bustling about in the kitchen. Xiao Chen anticipated that both old Chen and his son would be coming, making a total of 6 people. He planned to prepare 6 dishes and 2 soups. He had just advanced his cooking skills to intermediate level yesterday, so his dishes should taste even better than before. By 6 o'clock, Xiao Chen had already finished 4 dishes, and the other 2 were nearly done. The soups were simmering gently on the stove.
Just then, his mother, Yuan Yuqin, called out from the front door. Xiao Chen, take it easy.
Hearing the voice, Xiao Chen emerged from the kitchen holding a spatula.
Honey, my parents seem to have arrived. I heard them.
Xu Zhi obediently rose from the sofa, biting her lip as she looked slightly nervous.
No need to be nervous. Xiao Chen walked over with a smile and opened the door.
There stood Dad, dressed in a black t-shirt, dress pants, and a pair of white sneakers. His hair was cut short in a crew cut, giving him a very energetic look. This was his usual style. In his hand, he held a Zeta Ultraman action figure.
Xiao Chen's mouth twitched. Dad, what's this? This kid bought it.
Oh, come on in. The moment Xiao Chen stepped aside, Xiao Guoxing's gaze locked onto Xu Zhi. Their eyes met, and Xu Zhi stammered, Dad.
Dad.
Xiao Guoxing's eyes widened.
This daughter-in-law, she's truly beautiful. Chapter 44, you dug up your grandfather? Right?
Xiao Chen spoke decisively, Dad, this is our university's campus beauty. Let me tell you, the line of guys who like Xu Zhi stretches from here all the way to our front door.
Holy cow! Xiao Guoshang asked, Gigi, how did you end up with this ugly duckling Xiao Chen? Xiao Chen? What did you say? I called you a weirdo. Get out! Get out! Get out!
Xiao Chen said he was leaving, but he'd already slammed the front door shut.
Dad's such a goofball, he loves pulling pranks like this. Dad flashed his usual goofy grin. Just kidding. Of course my son takes after me.
Gotta say, after not seeing you for over 10 days, you've gotten even more handsome.
Right? Xiao Chen flicked his hair with obvious self-admiration. I feel like I've gotten even more handsome too. Dad's genes are just that good. What about the baby? Dad didn't press Xiao Chen any further. These days, it's all about the bond between grandparents and grandchildren.
He'd wanted to come over days ago, but his company had ruthlessly tied him down.
He'd only just started using his accumulated annual leave today.
I left the kitchen door open while cooking, so I pushed the baby into the bedroom. Xiao Chen pointed toward the bedroom. Xiao Guoshang hurried inside and gasped when he saw the 2 babies in the stroller.
Whoa!
For a moment, he didn't know which baby to pick up, so he simply scooped both children into his arms. He emerged with a smile.
Look, they didn't cry after I picked them up.
Xiao Chen rolled his eyes.
Dad, did you actually want your grandchildren to cry? Not exactly. Since it was his first time meeting both babies,
Xiao Guoshang was utterly fascinated and stayed with them the entire time. Before long, Xiao Chen brought 6 dishes and 2 soups to the dining table.
Xiao Guoshang couldn't resist coming over. Hey, you really are just like your mom said you can cook now. He twitched his nostrils, sniffing the air. And it smells pretty good too. Xiao Chen nodded. Of course. You should know whose son I am.
Just then, Xiao Guoshang froze slightly.
Something didn't add up.
There were only 4 of them. How could Xiao Chen have prepared 6 dishes and 2 soups?
Xiao Chen, did someone come over today?
Xiao Chen hummed in acknowledgement.
To be precise, it's my grandfather who's coming, your father. Xiao Guoshang was utterly bewildered by this revelation. Wait, did you dig up your grandfather's grave? You little brat, I'll beat you to death.
If he hadn't been holding the baby, Xiao Guoshang would have whipped out his belt and given Xiao Chen a couple of swats. Xiao Chen said, Dad, don't get so worked up.
Didn't Mom tell you about how your son saved an old man? You saved an old man?
Xiao Chen nodded slightly.
Yeah, it's just.
Since old Chen hadn't arrived yet, Xiao Chen recounted the events from a few days prior to his father.
Upon hearing this, his father exclaimed in astonishment, What? You say he gave you a gold card and you didn't take it? Dad, where was your mind?
Xiao Chen rolled his eyes.
His father hurriedly said, That gold card must be worth at least 2 million yuan. I don't care. Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively. I've already adopted him as my grandfather. He'll be here shortly. Maybe you'll even get to have a drink with him. Hearing this, Xiao Guoshang was taken aback. What? You adopted him as your grandfather? Xiao Chen nodded. Yeah, so what? Son, you're something else.
Xiao Guoshang understood how crucial power was in today's society. Given their life or death bond, the old man Xiao Chen spoke of would undoubtedly become deeply connected to him. He might even become a pivotal figure in Xiao Chen's life.
Just pretty good, I guess. But Dad, when he arrives, aren't you going to call him Dad?
Xiao Guoshang felt like slapping Xiao Chen across the face.
That was absolutely impossible. Xiao Chen chuckled.
Just then, a sound suddenly came from the doorway. Then came 3 knocks on the door, knock knock knock.
Coming. Xiao Chen opened the door. The first thing he saw was old Chen. Along with his son, Chen Liwei. Oh my dear grandson, haha. Chen Daosheng couldn't help but rush forward to embrace Xiao Chen.
Seeing Chen Daosheng's remarkably healthy complexion, Xiao Chen felt genuinely delighted.
But Xiao Guosheng?
The moment he saw old Master Chen arrive, he froze completely.
Why did this man feel so familiar? A bold suspicion formed in his mind, yet he remained uncertain. Grandpa, please come inside.
Behind him, Chen Liwei held several gifts in his hands, gifts that even Xiao Chen didn't recognize. They looked expensive, no doubt about it.
Grandpa, you just came over, why bring all this stuff?
Haha, of course I brought something when visiting my grandson's home.
Chen Liwei set the items down on the floor.
At the same time, Xiao Chen introduced, Grandpa, this is my dad.
Dad, this is Grandpa Chen I told you about.
Hearing this, Xiao Guosheng felt a bit nervous.
He extended his hand and spoke slowly, then I should call him Dad too?
If Chen Daosheng were an ordinary person, Xiao Guosheng might not have spoken up. But this Chen Daosheng, the more he looked at him, the more familiar he seemed.
Chen Daosheng couldn't help but laugh at Xiao Guosheng's words, you. Ha 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 ha. Let's just stick to our own business. All right.
At that moment, Dad Xiao Guosheng asked hesitantly, are you from Rixing capital? Xiao Guosheng didn't finish his sentence, but Chen Daosheng understood perfectly well what his father meant. He hummed in acknowledgement, then nodded. Hearing this, Xiao Guosheng looked stunned. He thought to himself, son, you're incredible.
You saved such a big shot.
My son has a bright future ahead of him.
What are you talking about, Dad? Xiao Chen was puzzled by his father's abrupt interruption. Adult matters aren't for children to pry into.
He hurriedly gestured for Chen Daosheng to sit down. Master Chen, please take a seat. Oh, no need for such formalities.
Though Chen Daosheng was a big shot, he didn't put on airs.
After taking his seat, Xu Zhi came over and poured tea for Chen Daosheng and Chen Liwei.
Grandpa Chen, here's your tea. Noticing Xu Zhi, Chen Daosheng inquired, you must be Xiao Chen's girlfriend, right?
Yes.
Xu Zhi nodded.
Chen Daosheng continued, you're quite beautiful.
Thank you, Grandpa.
After pouring the water, Xu Zhi went to the kitchen to fetch bowls and chopsticks. It must be said, she was remarkably considerate.
The family then began chatting casually. Chen Daosheng asked, Xiao Chen's father, right? Where do you work? Ah. I work at Muxa Technology.
Our company handles systems, and I believe we have some technical collaboration with your company.
Right. Chen Daosheng nodded. Any plans to switch jobs? Chapter 45, what is old Chen's identity? What did you say?
Xiao Guosheng froze upon hearing this.
No way? Was he being recruited outright?
Of course, Xiao Guosheng wouldn't quit his job lightly at this moment. His position in the company was decent, and he was quite satisfied with his income and benefits. But to be fair, business had indeed become tougher in recent years. Several of his former business partners had already been laid off. Xiao Guosheng, however, remained relatively stable. He understood Chen Daosheng was extending a helping hand, but Xiao Guosheng felt it best not to casually accept this favor. Rising Sun Capital did have a branch in Jinghai, but at his age, joining them now would likely mean struggling to keep up unless he worked on his original projects. No need, old Chen, Xiao Guosheng replied with a smile.
My current job is stable, and the income covers our household expenses just fine. Chen Daosheng didn't press the matter further. He laughed heartily, all right, very well. Xiao Chen stood up. Dad, I'll go open a bottle of wine for you too.
You should drink more today since you're keeping Grandpa Chen company.
Sure. Do we have any at home? We have Mao Tai. I'll go get it. Xiao Chen had specifically bought 2 bottles of Feitian Mao Tai that afternoon.
To Chen Daosheng, this liquor was nothing special, but Xiao Chen felt it was perfectly adequate for entertaining guests. After fetching the liquor, Xiao Chen opened it and approached Chen Daosheng. Grandpa, let me pour you a glass first.
Ha ha ha, good. After Xiao Chen poured the wine, Chen Daosheng asked, aren't you going to have a drink with me?
Xiao Chen pointed to the stitches on his arm. My arm hasn't had the stitches removed yet.
Once I'm fully recovered, I'll definitely keep you company, Grandpa. Hearing this, Chen Daosheng's gaze turned icy. His expression turned stern as he asked, what about those 2 criminals? What's their status?
2 days prior, Mu Chanlei had called Xiao Chen, who had replied, the Public Security Bureau has already filed charges against them.
We'll know more once the trial begins in a while. Chen Daosheng nodded slightly. If he could pull some strings behind the scenes, he'd actually like to help Xiao Chen. At that moment, Dad couldn't help but ask from the side, what are you guys talking about? Why can't I understand a single word? Xiao Chen hadn't told his father about his injury.
As the saying goes, share the good news, not the bad. Telling him would only cause unnecessary worry.
Xiao Chen smiled and shook his head. It's nothing. Grandpa Chen, please try the dishes on the table. I made them all myself. You made them yourself?
Chen Daosheng nodded cheerfully, then picked up his chopsticks and served himself a dish.
Alright, then I'll have to see how your cooking tastes.
After taking a bite, Chen Daosheng chewed lightly, then furrowed his brow slightly. He'd expected ordinary home cooking, but the taste was nothing like he'd imagined. Though his skills might not match those of top chefs back home, his dishes were still top-notch.
This flavor. How is it? That's fantastic. Chen Daosheng nodded with satisfaction.
In truth, Xiao Chen had already guessed his assessment.
Grandpa, if you think it's great, eat more. Whenever you want it again, just give me a call, I'll come over and cook for you. Ha ha ha, really? Xiao Chen, of course it's true. I'm your grandson. Would a grandson ever lie to his own grandfather? Xiao Guosheng couldn't help but give Xiao Chen a thumbs up.
This son of his was truly remarkable. He sensed Xiao Chen had a gift with words. He spoke with such eloquence and conviction. This boy was destined for greatness.
Soon, Mom and Xu Zhi joined them at the table.
The conversation meandered aimlessly, mostly revolving around Xiao Chen, his studies, random topics, and of course, Xiao Chen started spinning tall tales.
Nothing but nonsense. Time flew by, and it was soon 8:30 p.m. Chen Daosheng turned to Xiao Chen and asked, Xiao Chen, what are your plans after you graduate? Indeed, Chen Daosheng was already eyeing him for an early recruitment into Sunrise Capital.
His company placed great emphasis on nurturing young talent, and he felt Xiao Chen was precisely the kind of person worthy of focused development. If Xiao Chen joined Sunrise, he would surely shine. But graduation still felt distant. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before replying, I still have 3 years before graduation.
It feels like a long way off. As for future plans, I haven't really thought about them in detail yet. Ah, fair enough.
Chen Daosheng realized he had been a bit too eager. Mainly, he felt it was awkward to owe someone a favor. But upon reflection, Xiao Chen had saved his life. No amount of money or deeds could ever repay that debt.
He decided to stop dwelling on it.
After all, he had already taken Xiao Chen as his grandson. They could simply stay in touch from now on. After the meal, Chen Daosheng didn't leave immediately. Instead, he went to the bedroom to look at Xiao Chen's babies. The babies were still very young. Upon seeing them, Chen Daosheng couldn't resist kicking his son playfully. Look at you. 30 years old and still haven't given me a grandchild. You've gone through 800 partners already. Look at Xiao Chen, he's only 19 and already the father of 2. Kicked like that, Chen Liwei looked utterly aggrieved. Dad, how can you compare us?
How is it not the same? Aren't they both living, breathing human beings?
Chen Liwei sighed helplessly. Besides, my older brother already has kids. You. Chen Daosheng grabbed his ear. My eldest brother is my eldest brother, and you are you. All you do is talk back to me. I don't care. Next year, you must give me a grandson.
Got it? Oh. Chen Liwei agreed.
He was already 30, definitely past the age of being a youngster. It was high time he found a woman to marry. After sitting at home for a while longer, letting Chen Daosheng hold the baby, Chen Daosheng glanced at the time.
It was getting late, and they should head back. Xiao Chen, it's getting late. I won't keep you any longer. If you ever need anything, just give me a call. Here's my personal number, I'll definitely pick up. Ha ha ha. Grandpa, aren't you staying a little longer? Chen Daosheng shook his head. No, I have work to attend to. Then I'll walk you out. That's fine.
Soon, Xiao Chen and Xiao Guosheng escorted Chen Daosheng outside. Below the residential complex, the Bentley Xiao Chen had ridden in earlier was parked.
A driver was inside, likely having waited there all along.
As soon as Chen Daosheng descended the stairs, the driver stepped out and opened the door. After Chen got in, he rolled down the window.
Xiao Chen, you should head back. There's no need to see me off. Call me anytime if you need anything. Understood, grandfather. Xiao Chen nodded. Chen Daosheng waved his hand. I'll be going now. Yeah.
Bye. The Bentley faded into the distance. At the same time, Xiao Chen couldn't help but look up at his father. Dad, who exactly is this old Chen?
I have a feeling you already know.
Chapter 46, Are you sure the child is yours? His father, Xiao Guosheng, didn't answer his question right away. Instead, he asked, let's put that aside for now.
Tell me, what happened to your arm? My arm? Xiao Chen couldn't help but chuckle.
It seemed his father still remembered his arm injury. He explained softly, it happened a few days ago. After watching a movie with your daughter-in-law, we ran into 2 punks on the way home. They had knives. I got cut while protecting your daughter-in-law. Hearing this, Xiao Guosheng sighed with exasperation.
You took on 2 of them? And you won? Xiao Chen nodded.
Of course.
What kind of man can't even protect his son's girlfriend?
Xiao Guosheng pressed further. Just injured?
How bad is it?
Xiao Chen shook his head. If it were serious, wouldn't I be lying in the hospital? The wound isn't deep, just a bit long. The doctor stitched it up to speed healing.
It doesn't hurt anymore. You're something else, kid. You took on 2 in 1. Xiao Chen tossed his head with a touch of self-admiration. No problem.
He pulled out a pack of 95 cigarettes from his pocket.
Xiao Chen froze. Dad, you're smoking this stuff now?
That stuff costs $100 a pack, $5 a cigarette.
Is that really that extravagant? You've started buying Maodai too. Dad handed him one. Learned how to smoke yet? This stuff? I'm not learning. He shook his head. Dad didn't push it.
Drinking in moderation was fine, and not smoking was definitely better.
Come on, let's go for a walk. All right.
Xiao Chen and Xiao Guosheng didn't go upstairs. Instead, they headed to the park in the center of the residential complex. There was a lake here with particularly beautiful scenery.
Not far away, a few children were swinging on the swings. Hey kid, what's going on here? This child, it's not yours, is it? Xiao Chen looked utterly bewildered. No, Dad. What are you talking about? Mainly because I never heard you mention it. I asked if you had a girlfriend, and you said what girlfriend? Now suddenly there's a kid. I feel like...
Xiao Chen spoke with certainty. Dad, this is my child.
Did you get a paternity test? No.
Xiao Guosheng covered his face.
His son was far too naive.
No, he had to go to the hospital tomorrow and secretly arrange for a paternity test.
Well,
Xiao Chen knew exactly what his dad was getting at. He spoke up. Oh, it was just last October.
I accidentally hooked up with my senior.
I took her to a hotel, and it was love at first sight.
Dad, how could you be so clueless? One shot, one kill? When I was trying to conceive you, it took a whole year of trying. One shot and you're hooked? That's impressive. You bet. I think I'm pretty impressive too.
Xiao Chen asked, Dad, who exactly is old Chen?
Have you heard of Rising Sun Capital? Dad asked. Xiao Chen nodded.
When old Chen had arrived earlier, his dad seemed to have mentioned Rising Sun Capital.
But he hadn't thought much of it at the time. Xu Zhi suddenly realized wasn't Xu Zhi's father employed at Sunrise Capital? Of course I do. What's up?
He's the chairman of Rising Sun Capital.
What the hell? Xiao Chen looked utterly dumbfounded. Holy. Chairman. Chairman? Are you serious, Dad? Don't be pulling my leg. Why would I lie to you?
Silly son, you can look all this stuff up online.
Holy crap.
Xiao Chen quickly pulled out his phone and searched.
And sure enough, it was true.
Chen Daosheng, chairman of Sunrise Capital.
I saved such a powerful tycoon? You just got incredibly lucky.
You picked up a few tricks from your grandpa and ended up saving a billionaire tycoon. Since Xiao Chen had always been very close to his grandfather, he instinctively believed it was the medical knowledge he'd learned from him that had made the difference. Sadly, the old man had spent his entire life saving lives, only to succumb to a serious illness himself and pass away. Then Dad, I'd better build a good relationship with Grandpa Chen.
Xu Zhi's father worked at Sunrise Capital.
If he were to get rid of Xu Zhi's incompetent father, Xu Zhi would be overjoyed. It wasn't that he was unfilial or looking for trouble.
Xu Zhi's father had never fulfilled his duties as a father.
Just seeing him made Xiao Chen furious.
What kind of relationship could you possibly have with him? Do you think you can save him a second time? Who knows? Stop dreaming. Just then, Dad suddenly put his arm around his shoulder and said, When can I meet Xu Zhi's parents? You two got married? What the hell? Xiao Chen thought his dad must be feverish. Dad, don't you know the legal marriage age in our country is 22? I know that. But I'm not there yet. You don't have to get a marriage certificate. Xiao Chen felt the wedding wasn't that important.
Besides, he planned to wait until after college graduation to get married.
Things moving too fast would definitely be bad. We'll talk about it later. I was just joking. Dad laughed heartily. But since you already have a child, shouldn't you find time to meet with Xu Zhi's parents? Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. Dad, you were just doubting the kid's paternity a moment ago. Xiao Guosheng trailed off. Xiao Chen rested his elbows on the railing in front of him and sighed. Xu Zhi's parents, they never treated her well growing up. She's already cut ties with them. Dad, in front of your daughter-in-law, please don't bring up her parents. Well, Xiao Guosheng found it hard to believe. After all, Xu Zhi was undeniably beautiful. How could she have broken ties with her family? Son, you're not joking with me, are you? No matter how he looked at Xu Zhi, he couldn't see her as someone from that kind of family background. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes again. Dad, do you really think I'd lie to you about this? I can't chat with you here any longer. I need to go check on the baby. With that, Xiao Chen plucked a blade of grass nearby and popped it into his mouth. Then, humming a tune, he headed toward the apartment building. Xiao Guosheng didn't rush off. Instead, he lit another cigarette before heading back. He smoked frequently due to his job. Now, if he didn't smoke for a day, he felt unbearably restless. Even after work, he would sit in his car for a while, smoking a cigarette before heading upstairs. Although his family was doing well now, he still faced considerable pressure. Competition at work was intensifying, and without results, he might even lose his job. Shaking his head, Xiao Guosheng stubbed out his cigarette and headed upstairs. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen had already entered the house. His mother, Yuan Yuqin, had already washed all the dishes. Xu Zhi lay in the master bedroom, watching over the baby. The baby had visibly gained weight. Even the tiny clothes they'd bought earlier no longer fit.
Seeing Xiao Chen return, Xu Zhi spoke softly. My advisor called today and asked me to go to school tomorrow to complete the re-enrollment procedures.
Chapter 47, I choose good looks. Tomorrow? Sounds good. Xiao Chen smiled brightly. Do you need me to go with you? Sure. Xu Zhi nodded slightly. She was looking forward to it. She was about to return to campus, but she also worried a little would the baby cry and fuss without her? But she could come back after class.
She trusted Xiao Chen's parents, there wouldn't be any problems.
The next day,
Xiao Guosheng took 2 strands of hair from Xiao Chen and the baby before heading out.
He feared the child might not be biologically his. Xiao Chen agreed to let his father conduct the paternity test. If he didn't, a knot might forever remain in his heart. Getting it done would untangle that knot and make him love the baby even more.
By 9:30, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi had changed into fresh clothes and were ready to leave. Mom, Xu Zhi and I are heading back to campus
to handle some paperwork. Yuan Yuqin was holding both babies, one in each arm.
She didn't seem the least bit tired.
Hearing Xiao Chen's words, she nodded. All right, go ahead. But where did your father go? He hadn't told Yuan Yuqin about the paternity test for the babies. And even if he had, Yuan Yuqin would likely have scolded him for it. Xiao Chen knew full well his father was henpecked. I don't know.
Maybe he went out to buy something for the baby since it's his first time seeing the little one.
Yuan Yuqin didn't think much of it.
Xiao Guosheng wouldn't be staying in Jiangqing for long this time, he'd be heading back soon.
The two quickly left home.
The weather was pleasant today, with temperatures in the mid-20s Celsius, making it particularly cool. Xiao Chen had planned to drive, but Xu Zhi said it would be a hassle.
Let's walk instead. We can take a stroll. They arrived together at Jiangqing University.
Although classes were in session today, many students still had no classes. With the temperature gradually dropping and the usual summer heat gone, many students were now willing to come out for exercise. Xu Zhi linked her arm through his as usual.
Any student who spotted her couldn't help but give him a few extra glances. Oh, about that forum I mentioned last time you actually got in?
Xiao Chen recalled how several students had approached Xu Zhi to chat just a few days prior.
Xu Zhi paused slightly. Did I? Didn't you add our school's confession wall? Xu Zhi shook her head. No, I'm not really into that sort of thing. Sigh. What if someone confesses to you and it just so happens that guy is really handsome?
Xu Zhi thought for a moment before replying. Good looks are a dime a dozen, but an interesting soul is 1 in a million.
That's true, no arguing with that. Xu Zhi asked him, so would you choose good looks or an interesting soul? Without hesitation, Xiao Chen answered, good looks.
He scratched his head. The thing is, if he didn't feel a physical attraction to a girl, no matter how much they had in common, Xiao Chen just couldn't see himself being with her.
Don't tell me it's all the same with the lights off. Xu Zhi went into the office to see the counselor. Xiao Chen didn't follow her.
Bored, he sat under a sunshade at the base of the teaching building.
After playing 2 rounds of landlords, Xiao Chen felt exceptionally bored.
Just as he was about to start a 3rd round, his phone buzzed.
It was from Starry Sky MCN. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He hadn't agreed to be their gold-level composer yet. Had they grown impatient already? He pressed to answer.
On the other end, Lu Jing's voice came through, inviting him to meet.
Young Chen, how have you been lately?
Her voice was exceptionally pleasant, distinctly that of a mature woman. Xiao Chen gazed at the fallen leaves on the ground.
I've been doing well lately. Sister Jing, what brings you here? Of course. Remember your song was signed under a revenue-sharing deal?
One of our company's singers performed it the day before yesterday.
This song has already generated 200,000 yuan in revenue for the company. Xiao Chen was taken aback. In just a few short days, the profits were that high? Xiao Chen asked, does that mean my share should be transferred to me? Lu Jing chuckled. Was this young man really that money-hungry?
With his talent, he shouldn't be short on money. Or maybe he really had just started writing songs.
And actually, he didn't have much money. Of course I can. But what about that thing you promised to think about last time? Have you thought about it yet? Do you know how many days I've been waiting for your call? But you never reached out to me.
Xiao Chen replied, I was just about to reach out to you today.
Really? MHM.
Xiao Chen recalled the $1,000,000 promise he made to Xu Zhi's father. I'm short on cash right now.
I need $1 million. I'll agree to be your company's top composer, but could you transfer me the 1 million yuan first?
Of course. Lu Jing agreed without hesitation.
A big shot like Xiao Chen was an opportunity she couldn't let slip. You agreed so easily? What else could I do?
You're our company's key signing target.
Are you free this afternoon? Come to our office to sign the contract. After that, you'll be part of Starry Sky. Xiao Chen figured Xu Zhi would definitely finish preparing the documents by midday, probably even sooner.
He could take Xu Zhi to relive the cafeteria flavors at lunchtime, then bring her to Starry Sky in the afternoon.
Sure.
I'll bring my girlfriend along.
Great. I'll send the location to your WeChat. Call me when you're almost here, and I'll come down to meet you. Got it. The two didn't say much more. Xiao Chen's plan was simple: transfer the $1,000,000 to Xu Zhi as soon as possible. Then, Xu Zhi would finally be free. Of course, this matter wouldn't conclude so swiftly. Xu Zhi would undoubtedly pay the price for his actions. At the same time, Xiao Chen was now somewhat curious. He wanted to know whether Xu Zhi had been convicted of drunk driving last time. And where exactly was he now? Xiao Chen didn't wander off. Around 11:30, Xu Zhi finally appeared at the bottom of the teaching building. She jogged over toward Xiao Chen. Honey, have you been waiting here for me this whole time? MHM. Xiao Chen held a cup of Little Deer coffee purchased from a nearby cafe. It's not too warm today, and I haven't been out in ages. Soaking up some sun outside feels just right. Hee, you're right. So, shall we head back now? Xiao Chen glanced toward the cafeteria and suggested, why don't we grab a bite there instead? Jiangcheng University's cafeteria offered many delicious options. Last semester, Xiao Chen had grown quite fond of the food there. Most importantly, the cafeteria food was incredibly affordable. The school subsidized the meals, so a full meal only cost around 7 or 8 yuan. Xu Zhi chimed in, the crab roe noodles at Cafeteria 2 are especially delicious. Oh, I totally agree. Then let's go. Xu Zhi happily took his hand. Chapter 48, What to Do? My heart's aflutter, I want to sign her. This spot was quite a distance from cafeteria number 2. Earlier, Xiao Chen hadn't asked Xu Zhi how her paperwork was coming along. Now he asked, so, have you finished gathering all the information? Yep. Xu Zhi nodded emphatically. All done. The counselor said I'll be transferred to a class in the same major, it might even be yours. Xiao Chen nodded. He and Xu Zhi were both studying computer information technology. It was considered a STEM major. And for this major, there were only 2 classes. Meaning there was a 50-50 chance she'd end up in his class. Xiao Chen thought for a moment before speaking up, here's what we'll do. I'll call my academic advisor later and see if she can help. If she can, worst case, I'll just give her a little something. Is that okay? Xu Zhi felt a bit uneasy. After all, not every university advisor would accept a bribe. Xiao Chen countered, then let me ask you, do you want to be in the same class as your husband? Would you like to study alongside your husband? Xu Zhi nodded with unwavering conviction, yes, I really want to. Alright, I'll call the counselor right now. Xiao Chen pulled out his phone, found Counselor Meng Shuaru's number, and dialed it. The call connected quickly. Meng Shuaru inquired, hello, Xiao Chen? Why are you calling me out of the blue? No news is good news. What's on your mind? Xiao Chen chuckled, surprised that Meng Shuaru had seen right through him. He began, Xu Zhi's advisor contacted her today, asking her to return to school to process her re-enrollment paperwork. I was wondering if you could pull some strings behind the scenes and assign Xu Zhi to our class? That way, I can look after the little one, right? When Xiao Chen called her, Meng Shuaru already knew what it was about. And for her, this was a minor matter. She had an excellent relationship with the advisor of Class 2, it would only take a word from her. However, Meng Shuaru still said with a somewhat hesitant tone, I'm not entirely sure about this matter either. I'll ask around for you. I'll go see our college dean shortly. Oh, thank you, counselor. No problem, it's no big deal. How is Xu Zhi feeling now? She's doing very well now. She's fully recovered. Good. After the October National Day holiday, you should return to school. I'll have your major instructor provide you with the course materials. Make sure to study during your free time and catch up on any missed lessons. Aim to avoid any impact on your final exam results. Got it. Missing a month of classes wasn't a big deal for Xiao Chen. His major wasn't particularly difficult. Xiao Chen quickly ended the call with Meng Shuaru. Xu Zhi asked, how did it go? Should be fine. Later, when I ask to borrow Meng Shuaru's car, she'll definitely hand over the keys. Then I'll slip some gifts into his trunk. After all, I'm a good student. I can't let Meng Shuaru do favors for us for nothing, right? I don't know. Xu Zhi shook her head. Xiao Chen smiled. At this moment, Xu Zhi. Still so innocent. About 10 minutes later. Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi arrived at the second cafeteria. But after wandering around the cafeteria for a long time, they still couldn't find the crab roll noodles Xu Zhi had mentioned. After asking the cafeteria staff, they learned that the noodle shop had actually closed down. In an instant, Xu Zhi's world came crashing down. During her freshman year, she had eaten there frequently, at least 4 or 5 times a month. Back then, many students had allergic reactions to the crab roe after eating their noodles. Xu Zhi felt a pang of disappointment. Xiao Chen gently stroked her hair. Don't be sad. Don't you have me, your very own chef, right here? If you ever crave crab roe noodles, just ask me. I'll make them for you tonight. Ha? Seriously? Xu Zhi looked up, a hint of disbelief in her eyes. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. Dear senior, when exactly have I ever lied to you? True. Xu Zhi nodded slightly. Thanks, honey. It's so nice having you around. That chicken hot pot over there looks pretty good too.
Let's have chicken hot pot for lunch.
Sure.
The two ordered a large portion of chicken hot pot and sat on the cafeteria chairs to wait.
Just then, Xiao Chen spoke up. Oh, right. I want to take you somewhere this afternoon.
Where?
Xu Zhi asked. Starry Sky MCN. I've made up my mind I'm joining them as their sign composer.
That way, I can give your father the 1 million yuan dowry he demanded. Hearing this, Xu Zhi felt a pang of displeasure.
Actually, you don't have to give it to him. Xiao Chen shook his head. But what if he comes to the school and causes trouble? Do you really think your father would do something like that? Xu Zhi fell silent.
Xiao Chen was right, her father was indeed capable of such actions.
Seeing Xu Zhi's sorrowful expression, Xiao Chen whispered softly, it's okay. He won't be disturbing our lives anymore. Don't worry. MHM.
After finishing their meal, Xiao Chen called his mother to say he needed to run some errands that afternoon. His mother informed him that his father had already returned home, so they could go without worry. So instead of going upstairs, the two drove straight to Starry Sky Mac, as Lu Jing had mentioned.
Starry Sky Mac was located in Jiangqing's high-tech zone.
Jiangcheng was expanding eastward, and the distance was considerable.
It took Xiao Chen over an hour to drive there. Skyscrapers towered everywhere here, with 100-story buildings commonplace. Compared to the old city, it felt like a completely different place. But traffic here was genuinely bad. As they neared their destination, Xiao Chen called Lu Jing.
Upon arriving at the parking lot, Xiao Chen found Lu Jing already waiting for them.
Having seen Xiao Chen's Xiaomi YU7 before, she recognized the car immediately and walked straight over. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly.
Lu Jing greeted him warmly as he got out of the car.
Xiao Chen stretched lazily. My girlfriend and I just finished eating at the school cafeteria and came straight over. But this distance is really far. The drive left me feeling stiff all over.
Hearing this, Lu Jing chuckled and offered, then I'll call you a designated driver for your trip back later.
No need. I can just use Jijia. Xiao Chen hadn't tried Xiaomi's smart home yet. He'd give it a try on the way back.
Just then, Xu Zhi in the passenger seat also got out. The moment Lu Jing saw Xu Zhi, she froze for a second. Her looks were far more striking than any of their signed streamers. In fact, Lu Jing felt that with their company's training, Xu Zhi would undoubtedly become a social media sensation with millions of followers.
What to do? She was tempted, she wanted to sign her. Chapter 49, Signing with Starry Sky.
But Lu Jing kept her thoughts to herself for now.
What she was thinking was
to wait until the time was right before approaching her.
After brief introductions, Lu Jing led everyone upstairs. Starry Sky MCN occupied an entire building.
Rumor had it they'd already signed hundreds of thousands of streamers. Lu Jing gave Xiao Chen a tour of the company. Their operations spanned a wide range of businesses, featuring all kinds of streamers imaginable. Beyond just visual content creators, there were those producing comedy sketches and others specializing in product promotions. Others performed scripted dramas, specifically targeting the wallets of the older generation. Xiao Chen recalled his own mother being a devoted follower of Lao Gu on the Manhwa platform, frequently making purchases in live streams. It was safe to say that since arriving at Starry Sky, Xiao Chen had broadened his horizons considerably. Soon, Lu Jing led the two into a relatively private office. She poured them each a cup of coffee before whispering, "Please wait a moment.
I'll go get the contract. I'll be right back." All right. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Lu Jing rose and left the room.
Xu Zhi surveyed the interior. I never imagined Starry Sky would be this large in scale.
Xiao Chen nodded. Probably on par with Wuyo Media. Xiao Chen wasn't very familiar with influencer agencies.
After waiting about 10 minutes, Lu Jing finally brought over the contract. Before arriving, Xu Zhi had emphasized the need to scrutinize the contract thoroughly. She mentioned that the contract presented earlier might differ from the one to be signed today.
Many companies like to play games with dual contracts. Even big companies like this weren't immune. Xiao Chen knew it was better to err on the side of caution. After receiving the contract, he didn't sign it immediately.
Instead, he went through each page carefully. Once finished, he had Xu Zhi review it again.
Lu Jing understood their thoroughness. After all, it's this day and age. The contract is definitely in order.
After examining it for over 20 minutes, Xiao Chen finally set the contract down with a sense of relief. There was no way around it, the contents were simply too extensive. Lu Jing smiled and remarked, "You two really take your time with these inspections.
It's such a long way. Is everything okay with the contract?"
Xiao Chen glanced at Xu Zhi, who gave a slight nod.
"It's fine." Xiao Chen smiled and signed the contract.
From now on, whenever the company needed songs, they'd come to him to write them. Of course, this was incredibly easy for Xiao Chen. After signing, Lu Jing spoke up, "Give me your bank account number.
1 million yuan.
We'll transfer it to you within 3 days.
Lu Jing added, "Is that okay?"
Of course.
Xiao Chen nodded.
Lu Jing took a work ID card from her pocket and placed it gently on the table. Xiao Chen picked it up and saw that it contained his 2-inch photo.
Name, Xiao Chen. Department, Creative Department. Position, Gold Medal Composer.
As Xiao Chen held the badge, Lu Jing added, even though you don't come to the office regularly, you can swipe this card for access whenever you need to come in for anything.
Also, if there are any important company meetings you might need to attend.
Xiao Chen froze at her words.
Why did this feel like he was being tricked? He asked, does my department hold meetings frequently?
Lu Jing smiled and shook her head. No, only 2 or 3 times a day.
What? Xiao Chen's eyes widened in utter bewilderment. 2 or 3 times a day, and you call that infrequent?
Seeing Xiao Chen's shocked expression, Lu Jing covered her mouth and giggled.
Just kidding.
I said you only need to attend major meetings.
If you really can't make it, joining online is fine too. That's fine then.
Xiao Chen dreaded the thought of being in class when a call suddenly came and summoning him to a meeting.
Should he go? Or not? Would you like me to introduce you to your department members? You're quite the rising star in our company now.
Hearing this, Xiao Chen shook his head.
I won't go.
Since you say I'm the company's rising star, I should keep a low profile most of the time.
That's how you maintain an air of mystery, right? Well, that's not entirely wrong.
Seeing that Xiao Chen didn't want to socialize, Lu Jing didn't press the issue.
Then, let's head back.
Xiao Chen turned his gaze toward Xu Zhi.
Xu Zhi nodded in agreement. We'll be heading back then. All right.
Lu Jing promptly stood up, escorting Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi out of the company.
She didn't return until Xiao Chen had left.
In the car, Xiao Chen drove home while Xu Zhi held the duplicate contract. She asked, the contract clearly states a one-time payment of 500,000 yuan.
Why did he give you 1 million yuan?
Xiao Chen replied, I asked for it verbally.
Maybe someone like me is a rare find. It must bring them huge profits, right? Xu Zhi fell silent.
Xiao Chen usually acted carefree, but when it mattered, he truly had some clout.
Once the money arrives, will you transfer it to my father? Yeah.
Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Let's hope he's a man who keeps his word.
Meanwhile, Jianqing Detention Center. At that moment, Xu Zhi's father Xu Jingguo was detained inside.
He had been detained here for several days. His phone had been confiscated, cutting off all contact with the outside world. Of course, he had often tried to reach Xu Zhi through his phone. But Xu Zhi had blocked his number, so he couldn't reach her. Nevertheless, his wife, Su Meili, was already on her way to Jiangcheng. It was highly likely that Xu Jingguo would be released on bail pending trial. But there was definitely one problem at this moment. He hadn't gone to work for several days. His concern was whether being deemed absent without leave would damage his career prospects.
Moreover, he still had many clients.
If these clients lost contact with him, having them poached by other colleagues at the company would be a minor issue. The most critical concern was that he might get fired.
Xu Jingguo grew increasingly anxious the more he thought about it.
In a fit of impotent rage, he pounded on the detention center's iron bars. A beastly roar erupted from his throat.
Just then, a police officer approached. What's all this yelling about? Behave yourself. Damn it.
He slammed his fist against the railing again. After returning home, Xiao Chen changed the baby's diapers as usual, then fed them with bottles.
Ding. Fatherly love is like a mountain.
Your drawing skill has been automatically upgraded.
Ha? Xiao Chen froze.
Since acquiring the painting skill last time, he hadn't picked up a brush once. This time, he genuinely wanted to test his artistic abilities. Just as he was lost in thought, the phone placed nearby began to ring.
Honey, could you pass me my phone?
Sure. Xu Zhi's face paled as she saw the word grandpa flashing on the phone screen.
Xiao Chen asked, what's wrong? Who's calling? Your grandfather. Did he come back from the dead? Chapter 50, Invitation to Old Chen's Birthday Banquet. Xiao Chen looked utterly bewildered upon hearing this. What the hell?
Xu Zhi immediately flashed his phone screen.
Seeing his grandfather on the screen, Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. Honey, this is Chen Daosheng.
Oh, this.
All right.
Xu Zhi stole a glance at Xiao Chen.
Would he get upset at her speaking like this?
Xiao Chen took the phone, wondering what Chen Daosheng wanted with him. They'd only met yesterday. And now he was calling today. With questions swirling in his mind, Xiao Chen pressed the answer button. He was also showing Chen Daosheng great respect, addressing him as grandfather right off the bat.
Grandpa. Just 1 day apart, and you already miss me? Chen Daosheng chuckled from across the table. Ha, you bet. Grandpa can't sleep a wink when I'm not around for even a day. Really? Xiao Chen teased, then send me your location.
I'll warm your bed right now.
Ha ha ha. This line made Chen Daosheng burst out laughing.
Xiao Chen added, but Grandpa, there's definitely no room for me in your bed.
The line of people wanting to warm it for you must be miles long. You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Chen Daosheng didn't get angry, he actually liked this kind of humorous kid. Back to business, there's something I forgot to tell you yesterday.
Chen Daosheng said, on September 30th, your grandpa here will be celebrating his 75th birthday. Bring your parents and your girlfriend, Belle, over for a celebration.
Got it? Xiao Chen froze slightly. Was he supposed to bring his entire family? Grandpa, isn't that a bit much? Xiao Chen sensed that Chen Daosheng must be surrounded by many influential figures. Celebrating his 75th birthday would surely involve a grand affair. Xiao Chen's family was only comfortably middle class. Xiao Chen sensed a fundamental class divide between the two families. So attending. It just felt awkward. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Chen Daosheng immediately took offense. What's inappropriate about it? Xiao Chen, are you looking down on Grandpa? Ha? No, no. Xiao Chen quickly interjected. Then come over when the time comes. Chen Daosheng's reasoning was straightforward. By attending this birthday banquet, Xiao Chen could expand his network. And in front of everyone,
he would surely praise this grandson. After all, the boy had saved his life. This was the least he could do.
Alright, I'll definitely be there. Ha ha ha.
Xiao Chen chatted with Chen Daosheng for a few more moments before Chen hung up.
Xu Zhi, standing nearby, asked, what did Grandpa Chen want when he called you?
He's turning 75 at the end of the month and wants our whole family to come.
Ha?
Xu Zhi furrowed her brow slightly.
Our whole family?
Yes, Xiao Chen replied casually. You, me, my parents, and our 2 babies.
All of us are Grandpa Chen's special guests.
Hearing this, Xu Zhi felt a warm glow in her heart. She and Xiao Chen had become family.
She asked again, so, are we going? Of course we're going. I've already promised old Chen. If we didn't go, wouldn't that be a huge snub? Xu Zhi nodded slightly. Xiao Chen's reasoning made perfect sense.
Then Xiao Chen added, besides, old Chen is the chairman of Sunrise Capital.
Doesn't your dad work there? Do you think we might run into your dad at this birthday banquet? And what if your father sees you there?
Xiao Chen had already told Xu Zhi last night that old Chen was the chairman of Rising Sun Capital. But an employee at his father's level certainly hadn't spoken to the chairman.
In fact, they might never have even met.
Without hesitation, Xu Zhi replied, with his low position, there's no way he'd be invited to the chairman's birthday party.
Only company executives or shareholders would be invited. True. I'm home.
Just then, Dad Xiao Guoxing's voice echoed from the living room outside. Early that morning, he'd gone to get a paternity test done for the baby. Typically, such tests took 15 business days to process, but Dad had pulled out his financial clout. The turnaround time was compressed from 15 business days to just 1.5 hours. The test results, of course, were exactly what he wanted to hear.
Xiao Chen was indeed the child's father, making him the grandfather of both children.
Seeing the paternity test results, the heavy weight on his heart finally lifted. That afternoon, he treated himself to a meal at a restaurant, then bought some clothes for the children before returning home.
Dad entered the bedroom holding the clothes he'd bought for the babies. Babies, would you like to try on the new clothes Grandpa bought for you? Dad walked in with a big smile. Xiao Chen looked at the pink, fluffy clothes and couldn't help but wonder why they seemed a bit too big.
Dad, are these clothes for the babies? Xiao Chen asked the obvious, and Xiao Guosheng rolled his eyes.
Did you think they were for you? Yeah, you're right.
While Xiao Guosheng helped the babies try on the clothes, Xiao Chen blurted out about Chen Daosheng's earlier phone call. Dad, Chen Daosheng just called me.
What did he say?
Xiao Chen, he said it's his birthday at the end of the month and invited our whole family to the celebration.
What the hell?
Hearing this, Xiao Guosheng immediately stopped what he was doing. He whipped his head around to stare at Xiao Chen.
What did you say?
Dad could almost guess what Chen Daosheng meant, probably trying to help Xiao Chen expand his network.
After all, the attendees at such events were all heavyweights in the industry. Xiao Chen replied casually, Dad, since they've extended an invitation, wouldn't it be rude not to attend? That's true. We'll go then. But since it was a birthday celebration, they definitely needed to prepare some gifts.
Frankly, Xiao Chen had no idea what to give someone like Chen Daosheng. Cheap gifts would be beneath him, and expensive ones. He probably wouldn't appreciate them either. Xiao Chen was at a loss for words.
Dad, since we're going, do you think we should bring a gift?
Xiao Chen suddenly envisioned a scene straight out of a novel.
Attending some big shot's birthday party, bringing all sorts of gifts.
His own gift was cheap, only to be met with snide remarks from those around him.
Of course, reality wouldn't be like that.
Besides, Xiao Chen had no grudges with these big shots, so he certainly wouldn't be mocked. When Xiao Chen posed the question, Xiao Guosheng found himself stumped.
This question? I don't know. He invited you, you figure it out.
Xiao Guosheng promptly passed the question back to Xiao Chen before happily dressing the baby in the newly purchased clothes. The clothes were indeed a bit too big, not quite fitting properly. But Xiao Guosheng planned to set them aside for now. He'd let his grandchildren wear them once they grew a bit older. It was precisely at that moment that Xiao Chen suddenly remembered what gift to give Chen Daosheng.
Chapter 51, Chen Family Manor.
Indeed, Xiao Chen was thinking of the jade seal worth 100,000 that the system had rewarded him last time.
Xiao Chen had kept the jade seal in a box all along. It wasn't large, only about the size of a palm. Its entire body was green. Xiao Chen couldn't decipher the inscriptions on it, likely from some ancient dynasty. He couldn't be bothered to look it up online.
If Chen Daoxing asked, he'd just make up an excuse to brush it off.
Time passed quickly.
Before he knew it, it was the end of September. During this period, Xiao Chen had attempted to transfer money to Xu Zhi,
but the transfer was intercepted by the cyber police. They claimed the transaction was flagged as high risk.
They instructed him to contact the recipient.
Xiao Chen also tried calling Xu Zhi, but the call never went through. He gave up. He probably was still in the detention center and hadn't been released yet. September 30th.
Xiao Chen, Xu Zhi, and Xiao Guosheng boarded the Xiaomi YU7. Having signed with Starry Sky Mac, Xiao Chen told his parents they'd purchased the car outright.
It was brand new when they first leased it. They decided to buy it outright. Though surprised by this explanation, his parents didn't think much of it. Since the baby was still very young, Yuan Yuqin didn't plan to go today.
Instead, she stayed home to care for the baby. A while back, Dad had finished his annual leave and returned to Jinghai. Today, he made a special trip to Jiangcheng to attend Chen Daoxing's birthday celebration.
Coincidentally, Chen Daoxing's birthday celebration was held in Jiangcheng, which surprised Xiao Chen.
After inquiring, he learned that the headquarters of Rixing Capital was located in Jiangcheng.
However, the venue for Chen Daoxing's birthday celebration wasn't a hotel. It was at his home, the Chen family manor.
Located in the southeastern part of Jiangcheng, the estate sat amidst the southern mountainous region of the city. The surrounding scenery was beautiful, and the residential area was sparsely populated.
Away from the urban hustle, birdsong and floral fragrance always lingered.
Xiao Chen drove swiftly to the gates of the Chen family manor. At that moment, the grounds were already filled with a variety of luxury vehicles. Rolls-Royce Phantom, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Bentley. The luxury vehicles were too numerous to count. Walking further in, a large plaque could be clearly seen above the entrance gate. Inscribed upon it were the 4 characters, Chen Family Manor.
Xiao Chen had only ever seen estates like this in TV dramas. He couldn't imagine such a place still existing in the 21st century. The entire Chen family manor was composed of ancient-style architecture, as if transported directly from antiquity. The tallest structure within the grounds stood only 3 stories high. Arriving here truly broadened his horizons.
Xiao Chen, Xu Zhi, and his father walked toward the estate's main gate. At that moment, a child who looked about 15 or 16 was standing guard at the entrance. The atmosphere here felt truly detached from the mundane world. Spotting the 3 approaching, the child inquired with great respect, "May I ask, are you the Xiao Chen family?" Chen Daoxing had clearly briefed the boy beforehand.
Xiao Chen nodded slightly. "Yes, I am Xiao Chen."
Hearing this, the boy's expression grew serious. He spoke quickly. "Grandfather instructed me to escort you to the residence upon your arrival.
Please follow me."
With that, the child led the way ahead. Xiao Chen muttered under his breath.
The residence. What a lovely name.
Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen resolved to establish his own Xiao family manor someday.
"Dad, what do you think about us getting a Xiao manor someday?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxing couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. "Ha! Son, you really have some nerve. Do you have any idea how much it would cost to buy a plot of land and build a manor like this?"
Xiao Chen scratched his head. To be honest, he really had no concept of such things.
But it definitely wouldn't be cheap. Over 100 million? Absolutely.
Xiao Guosheng also had no real grasp of such figures, but he knew 100 million definitely wouldn't be enough. Xiao Chen merely pondered it. Neither of them delved deeper into the matter. Soon, the child led Xiao Chen and the others into the so-called residence. It was a villa. Though its exterior mimicked ancient architecture, upon entering, Xiao Chen discovered a scene that was a world apart. From the outside, it was ancient, but stepping inside the villa, the scene abruptly transformed into modernity. The floor was laid with seamless marble slabs. The coffee table was carved from a single piece of golden thread Nanmu wood. The walls were adorned with various murals. The contents of this villa were likely worth hundreds of millions. Xiao Chen felt as if he had entered a vault.
It was only 9 in the morning.
Xiao Chen hadn't actually wanted to come so early, but this was Chen Daoxing's specific request. As for why, they truly had no idea. Upon entering the living room, the young boy bowed his hands and said, "Please rest here for a moment, gentlemen.
My grandfather will be down shortly." Thank you." Xiao Chen nodded slightly.
The child gestured toward the nearby sofa. "Please, take a seat. I still have guests to attend to outside, so I won't be staying long."
All right.
After the child left, Xiao Chen began to speculate.
Could this child be Chen Daoxing's grandson? But why would he send his grandson to receive guests outside?
Just as Xiao Chen was lost in thought, a warm, affectionate chuckle echoed from the staircase around the corner.
He.
Chen Daoxing descended the stairs wearing a silver training uniform adorned with the Tai Chi symbol. Upon seeing him, Xiao Chen and the others immediately stood up.
"Grandfather!" he called out loudly. Hearing Xiao Chen's grandfatherly voice, Chen Daoxing's joy deepened. He. Xiao Chen. Welcome to grandfather's home.
He descended the stairs warmly, then turned his gaze toward Xiao Guosheng and Xu Zhi.
At that moment, Chen Daosheng frowned slightly. What? Your mother didn't come?
No, Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled.
After all, my 2 babies just turned 1 month old. The babies are too young.
My mother is at home taking care of them and couldn't come.
Chen Daosheng nodded slightly. Truthfully, he wanted to mention that their estate had professional nannies.
But he knew Xiao Chen wouldn't go out of his way to pick up his mother now. So he said no more.
Xiao Chen looked at Chen Daosheng's Tai Chi training uniform and asked, Grandpa, did you practice Tai Chi this morning? Ha ha ha, yes.
Chen Daosheng motioned for them to sit down, then poured them some tea.
Now that I'm getting older, getting more exercise is a good thing. Xiao Chen nodded slightly.
For heart attacks, exercise is indeed necessary, but it shouldn't be too frequent. Maintaining normal blood pressure is sufficient.
Grandpa, you look much better than you did a few days ago. Really?
Of course. Xiao Chen pointed to the cake on the coffee table beside them.
Grandpa, this is the birthday cake I made for you myself. And there's a little gift I want to give you. Oh? Chen Daosheng looked at him curiously. What kind of gift? He. Chapter 52, Acquiring the Company. It's a jade seal. Xiao Chen carefully removed the jade seal from an exquisitely crafted small box.
When Chen Daosheng saw the palm-sized jade seal, he froze for a moment before his face lit up with delight. He felt strangely familiar with this jade seal, though he couldn't quite place where he'd seen it before.
This is? Xiao Chen shook his head.
Grandpa, I bought this at an antique stall when I was little, while we were at the market. You said it was worth a lot back then, so I've kept it all these years. Whether it's genuine or what dynasty it's from, I honestly have no idea. Chen Daosheng, who was usually quite fond of antiques, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the jade seal.
He couldn't identify its dynasty either. But his instincts told him this piece was likely genuine. The patina on it was something that current antiquing techniques would struggle to replicate. So, Grandpa, do you like it?
A man of Chen Daosheng's means lacked nothing. If he desired something, there was likely nothing he couldn't obtain. That's why Xiao Chen hesitated. Would Chen Daosheng truly appreciate this gift?
I love it. Chen Daosheng didn't hesitate. He accepted Xiao Chen's gift outright.
Then, he spoke softly. Now, back to business.
Actually,
I called you all here so early because there's something I need to ask of you, Xiao Chen.
Xiao Chen looked utterly bewildered. A favor? Grandfather, I'm your grandson.
There's no need for such formalities.
What is it? Chen Daosheng smiled. Well, Grandpa just wants to eat your braised pork belly. Today's your grandfather's birthday. Could you make him some braised pork belly to celebrate? What? Xiao Chen was taken aback. No way? You had me come over so early just because you wanted to eat my braised pork? Are you kidding me? This? Chen Daosheng asked, what's wrong? Is that not okay? This? Of course it's fine. Xiao Chen asked, so, Grandpa, are the ingredients ready? They're ready. The kitchen is over there. Go ahead. Alright, I'll be done in no time. Xiao Chen stood up and headed toward the cafeteria.
At that very moment, Chen Daosheng turned his gaze toward Xu Zhi.
Granddaughter, why don't you go help your boyfriend? Oh, sure. Xu Zhi scurried off toward the kitchen.
Now, only Chen Daosheng and Xiao Guosheng remained. In the kitchen, Xiao Chen was puzzled to see Xu Zhi scurrying over.
Honey, why are you here? Xiao Chen asked.
Xu Zhi spread her hands helplessly.
Grandpa Chen asked me to come. Xiao Chen couldn't help but glance toward the living room. Then it dawned on him. Chen Daosheng didn't actually want braised pork, he just needed an excuse to send him away. Perhaps he had something important to discuss with his father? I get it. What do you understand? Xu Zhi looked at him with curiosity. Xiao Chen spoke softly. Grandpa Chen didn't want braised pork, he just wanted to send us away. Look, he's chatting with Dad right now. Xu Zhi nodded. Then what should we do? Let's make the braised pork. You've been wanting to learn how I do it, right? Sounds good.
While Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi bustled about in the kitchen, Chen Daosheng stood watching Xiao Guosheng with a broad smile. Xiao Guosheng felt a bit nervous under Chen Daosheng's gaze. He could tell Chen Daosheng had deliberately sent Xiao Chen away. A man like Chen Daosheng could have anything he wanted to eat. There was absolutely no need for Xiao Chen to deliver it to him. Chen Daosheng spoke up. This old life of mine is thanks to Xiao Chen. Ever since I returned, something's been gnawing at me. I can't shake this feeling that unless I do something for you all, I'll never be at peace. What I fear is, I might die one day, and when you need me again, it'll be too late. Xiao Guosheng froze. Old Chen, what are you saying? But your health is perfectly fine. No. He shook his head. I know my own condition better than anyone. I might not have many years left. 75 is enough. Xiao Guosheng, today is your 75th birthday celebration. Don't talk nonsense. Chen Daosheng, however, seemed utterly unconcerned. He spoke up. I've acquired your current Mushu technology company. Did you know? Xiao Guosheng looked utterly bewildered.
No way? No wonder the company executives mentioned a takeover a few days ago. At the time, he'd even worried about being laid off or something. But he never imagined the company had been acquired by Chen Daoshang. Mr. Chen, what are you? Old Chen smiled and said, I've already done a background check on your capabilities. I believe you can manage this company well. I will grant you a 51% stake in the company. I trust you can successfully operate Mushu technology going forward. At that moment, Xiao Guosheng could scarcely believe his ears. From what Old Chen said, it seemed like he had become the chairman of Mushu Technology. Just days ago, he'd been dreading unemployment, and now just like that he'd become chairman? Wasn't that a bit of a leap? Mr. Xiao, is there a problem? No, nothing. Xiao Guosheng's heart was pounding wildly. Mushu Technology had secured numerous projects with local companies in Jinghai. For instance, the servers for the Jinghai municipal government were provided and managed by their company. Now that the responsibility had shifted to him, Xiao Guosheng suddenly felt immense pressure. It felt like an invisible weight had been placed on his shoulders, crushing him until he could barely breathe. Haha, since there's no problem, I'll go see how my grandson's braised pork turned out. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen. Chen Daosheng called out. Hearing the voice, Xiao Chen immediately set aside his work. He had just reached the step of caramelizing sugar. What is it, Grandpa? Xiao Chen approached respectfully and asked. Chen Daosheng rubbed his stomach. How's it coming along? Grandpa's getting hungry. I must say, your braised pork belly truly makes Grandpa's mouth water. Grandpa, just wait a moment. How does the saying go? Haste makes waste. Ha ha ha. You're absolutely right. Watching Xiao Chen still cooking, Chen Daosheng asked, do you need Grandpa to lend a hand? No need. Xiao Chen shook his head. With my wife helping me, Grandpa, you can just sit back and wait to dig in. Actually, while Chen Daosheng was chatting with Dad earlier, Xiao Chen had been stealing glances the whole time. Xu Zhi's father frowned deeply, even appearing lost in thought. He was curious what exactly had Chen Daosheng said to him that could affect his father like this? Chapter 53, I won't transfer this money. 20 minutes later, Xiao Chen finished preparing the freshly made braised pork belly. Chen Daosheng, however, didn't hesitate to take a few bites. His praise remained high. Not bad. That's the familiar taste I remember. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chen glanced at his father, who had maintained a stern expression throughout, feeling quite puzzled. How could cooking a meal have transformed his father like this? Dad, what's up? Xiao Chen asked. Xiao Guosheng paused, then shook his head. I'm fine. Hearing this, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Are you really okay? But Xiao Chen didn't press further. Chen Daosheng didn't eat much and soon led the three of them into a vast hall. In the center of the hall stood a dining table, and at the far end of the central aisle, a dragon throne. Xiao Chen froze upon seeing it. The scene resembled a court assembly from a historical drama. They, the ministers, stood by the side, while the emperor sat upon the dragon throne. Then they would proclaim, "Long live the emperor! 10,000 years! 10,000 years! 10,000 years!" It must be said, the design was quite extravagant. Is this how the wealthy entertain themselves? By now, quite a crowd had gathered here, most dressed in suits and ties. At a glance, one could tell they were industry heavyweights. Besides Chen Daosheng's close friends, many of his business associates were present. Xiao Chen and Xiao Guosheng felt completely out of place the moment they stepped into this setting. Xiao Chen, his father, and Xu Zhi had been personally escorted by Chen Daosheng. When the crowd spotted them, whispers began to circulate. They had never seen Xiao Chen before, let alone Xiao Guosheng. Thus, the crowd was now speculating about the identity of this newcomer. Old Chen. Master Chen. After arriving, many approached to greet him. Among the crowd were numerous unfamiliar faces, corporate executives and business associates alike, all attending this birthday banquet. The goal? To become familiar faces. This could yield significant benefits. For instance, when seeking collaboration, one might say, I met you at last year's birthday banquet. Compared to before, your aura seems even more refined now, and so on. Ha ha ha. You must be little Lu? Chen Daosheng greeted him warmly. The young man called Xiao Lu nodded repeatedly, his expression excited. That's right, that's me, old Chen. I never expected you'd remember me. Of course I remember you. You work with my son. So, how's business been lately? Just barely scraping by. Xiao Lu remained modest. Old Chen smiled and nodded, then entered the crowd. He exchanged greetings with each familiar face. Xiao Chen, holding Xu Zhi's hand, naturally stopped in his tracks. After a few minutes of greetings, Chen Daosheng finally ascended the dragon throne. The previously bustling scene fell completely silent. Xiao Chen froze. How could this truly resemble ministers meeting the emperor? Though not quite that extreme, it still felt odd to Xiao Chen. Chen Daosheng smiled as he spoke. Well, thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend my birthday banquet. Today marks my 75th year. Chen Daosheng began his speech, and Xiao Chen could tell he must have loved meetings back in his corporate days. He even spoke for a long time before taking a breath. Just then, a young man dressed in a suit and glasses, looking quite refined, approached Xiao Chen quietly. Standing over 6 feet tall, Xiao Chen had to tilt his head back slightly to look him in the eye. "This is your first time attending Mr. Chen's birthday banquet, isn't it?" His tone was cool and distant. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. "Yes. And you are?" Xiao Chen didn't mind being approached out of the blue, but the man's tone was unnervingly cold. Xiao Chen felt something was off. "I'm Chen Daoxing's eldest son." Xiao Chen stared at the man before him, who appeared to be around 30, feeling somewhat surprised. He didn't know how old Chen Daoxing's son was supposed to be, but this man looked very young. He seemed about the same age as Chen Liwei. "So you're old Chen's son?" "Well, I'm old Chen's grandson." "Grandson?" At that moment, Chen Lijian furrowed his brow slightly. He suddenly understood. "Are you Xiao Chen, the one who saved my father?" "That's right, it was me." Chen Daoxing hadn't mentioned this to his eldest son, it was his half-brother, Chen Liwei, who had told him. "So it was you." He dropped his aloof demeanor, extended his hand, and said, "I'm Chen Daoxing's eldest son, Chen Lijian. Pleased to meet you." Xiao Chen quickly extended his hand, and they shook hands. "Then, doesn't that mean I should call you Dad?" Xiao Chen was a joker at heart, and just then, Chen Lijian chuckled. He replied, "No, no, no. From now on, just call me Big Brother." "Dad, that feels awkward." Xiao Chen nodded with a smile, then introduced, "Brother Chen, this is my father. And this is my girlfriend." At that moment, Chen Lijian fixed his gaze on Xu Zhi. He adjusted his glasses on his nose and asked, "Young lady, haven't we met somewhere before?" The moment Chen Lijian saw Xu Zhi, he felt he'd seen her somewhere before, but he just couldn't place her. Xu Zhi lifted her head, looking at Chen Lijian. She searched her memory but couldn't place who he was. "Have we met before?" Xu Zhi shook her head. Chen Lijian frowned and let out a soft hiss. "We definitely have, but I just can't place it. Let me think." Chen Lijian began to recall, and Xu Zhi tried to remember too, but she simply couldn't place where she had seen him before. Just then, the phone Xiao Chen was holding rang. Seeing the number on the screen, he paused slightly. "Honey, Dad, stay here for now. I'll step out to take this call and be right back." "Okay." Xiao Chen hurried out to the lobby and pressed to answer. On the other end came the voice of Xu Zhi's father. "Su Jingwa, you little punk, how long has it been?" "Where's my $1,000,000 yuan?" Xiao Chen replied coldly, "I should be asking you that. You didn't answer my calls earlier. The transfer flagged as potential fraud and required your confirmation." "You?" Su Jingwa's face darkened. After his wife was sent to the detention center, those cops wouldn't let him go. It took over 10 days before he finally managed to get out. "Damn it! Hurry up and transfer it over. I need the money urgently." Su Jingwa had already angered his boss, who demanded he transfer 500,000 yuan to keep his job. But every penny he earned went into his son's education. Now, forget 500,000, he couldn't even scrape together 200,000. So his only hope rested on Xiao Chen. At that moment, Xiao Chen calmly stated, "I won't be transferring that money." Chapter 54, Xu Zhi's father is my subordinate. "What did you say?" Su Jingwa's composure shattered upon hearing Xiao Chen's words. "Do you believe me when I say I could spread Xu Zhi's scandalous rumors?" "Xiao Chen, she's your own daughter." "Never mind." Xiao Chen sensed reasoning with him was futile. "Go ahead and spread it if you want." "You." Just as Su Jingwa was about to speak, Xiao Chen cut him off. "As far as I know, the chairman of Rixing who suffers from inferiority complex is old Chen, right?" "How do you know that?" At that very moment, Chen Daoxing suddenly recalled something. 20 days prior, old Chen had suffered a sudden heart attack and been saved by a young man in the square. Could that young man have been Xiao Chen? He thought carefully, but it seemed unlikely. How could such a coincidence possibly exist in this world? "What do you mean?" Su Jingwa felt his confidence waver, and Xiao Chen showed no sign of explaining. "Nothing. Just a passing remark. If you do something particularly outrageous, watch out, you might lose your job." With that, Xiao Chen hung up. There was nothing to be done. Xiao Chen's backing was growing increasingly solid now. He couldn't help but feel a bit cocky. He was confident that if he reported Su Jingwa's despicable actions to old Chen, the latter would definitely fire him from the company. As for Su Jingwa retaliating against Xu Zhi, even if he posted some inappropriate comments, what could he do? The public eye is sharp. At worst, they could expose what he did to Xu Zhi before. That would surely clear Xu Zhi's name. Su Jingwa called again, but Xiao Chen didn't answer. He silenced the phone and re-entered the lobby. Inside, Chen Daoxing was still speaking eloquently. Spotting Xiao Chen's arrival, he smiled and announced, "By the way, I have some news to share." "Ha ha. I, Chen Daoxing, recently took on a grandson." Hearing this, the audience below the stage froze. Then they all looked astonished. "What the hell? Adopted a grandson?" Chen Daoxing continued, "A while back, I suffered a sudden heart attack. A young man spotted it in time and administered emergency measures. That's how my life was saved. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeing me here today, alive and kicking. Chen Daosheng beckoned to Xiao Chen. Come here, Xiao Chen. Say a few words. Xiao Chen froze. Wait, you want me to speak? What am I supposed to say? Xiao Chen walked over, completely bewildered. Standing beside Chen Daosheng, he towered over him by a good few inches. Seeing Xiao Chen approach, Chen Daosheng declared proudly, "This young man is Xiao Chen. He saved my life. My mother gave me my first life, but Xiao Chen gave me a second one." Chen Daosheng grew more and more excited as he spoke. Xiao Chen swallowed hard. I guess it's just fate that brought me and old Chen together. It's nothing special. I feel like anyone would have helped someone in danger. That's all." Feeling all those eyes on him, Xiao Chen felt a bit awkward. Chen Daosheng chuckled. "Ha ha, you kid, are you nervous up there? This isn't school, with an old teacher making you recite lessons." Xiao Chen scratched his head. "Grandpa, I'd actually prefer you made me recite lessons." Ha 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 ha. Seeing Xiao Chen couldn't think of a response, he let him off the hook. When he returned to Chen Lijian's side, Chen Lijian finally recalled where he had seen Xu Zhi before. "Xu Zhi, is your father's name Xu Jinghua?" Xu Zhi lifted her head, pursed her lips, then nodded. Chen Lijian clapped his hands. "That's it. When you were little, you delivered documents to your father at work several times when he forgot them. Once, I was in a meeting in the conference room and happened to see you then. Do you remember now?" Xu Zhi's thoughts drifted back to the summer vacation of her second year of junior high. That day, she was doing homework at home when Xu Jinghua suddenly called her, asking her to bring a document from her desk to the company. Obediently following her father's instructions, she hurried over. But that evening when her father returned home, he grabbed a small leather whip and began lashing her, complaining that she delivered it too slowly. Recalling these painful memories, her eyes instantly filled with tears. Tears were welling up in her eyes. Chen Lijian had no idea what was going on. Seeing Xu Zhi's aggrieved expression, he couldn't understand why she had suddenly become like this. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Xu Zhi shook her head, fighting back tears. Xiao Guoshang was equally bewildered. Wait, why was his daughter-in-law acting like this all of a sudden? What's going on here? Xiao Chen hurried over to comfort her. "It's nothing. Don't be sad." Xu Zhi nodded slightly. Chen Lijian noticed Xu Zhi's intense reaction upon hearing her father's name. The problem must lie with Xu Zhi's father. Chen Lijian grew curious about Xu Zhi's family background, even considering digging into it. Soon, it was time for everyone to present gifts to old Chen. "Mr. Chen, this is a 100-pound battle axe. It's believed to be the weapon of General Pan Feng from the Three Kingdoms period." Xiao Chen stared at the massive axe, utterly bewildered. "Wait, are gifts this over the top nowadays? Master Chen, I'm presenting you with $1 million Hotan Jade. This is... blah blah blah." The man rattled off a long string of explanations. Chen Daosheng kept smiling and nodding. Xiao Chen truly couldn't fathom the world of the wealthy. Giving gifts, why not do it privately? About an hour later, everyone finally sat down at the dining table, as if attending a banquet. Just then, old Chen approached Xiao Chen with a cheerful smile. "Xiao Chen, come on, let's go to the private room with Grandpa. Your arm's all better now, right? You absolutely must have a few drinks with Grandpa today. And you, future chairman." Chen Daosheng was, of course, referring to Xu Jinghua. He would soon become the chairman of Muxu Technology. "Chairman?" Xiao Chen looked at his father. "What's going on?" "I'll tell you later." Dad was being all mysterious. Soon, Chen Daosheng led them into a modest private room. Inside were Chen Daosheng, Chen Liwei, Chen Lijian, and two people Xiao Chen didn't recognize. Just then, one of the strangers suddenly spotted Xu Zhi. "Xu Zhi? Uncle Lu." The man addressed as Uncle Lu glanced at Xiao Chen before asking, "And this is Xiao Chen's?" "This is my girlfriend." Xiao Chen interjected decisively. Lu Tianfu looked utterly stunned. He felt like he'd just made a huge mistake. Now it was Xiao Chen's turn to be dumbfounded. "Honey, you two know each other?" Lu Tianfu spoke up. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Tianfu. I'm the project manager at Rongqing City's Rixing Technology. Xu Zhi's father is one of my subordinates." Chapter 55, Xu Zhi's father arrives. Lu Tianfu served as the regional head of Rongqing Financial Capital. Though nominally just a manager, in reality, he wielded considerable authority. Recently, Xu Jinghua had been absent from work and unreachable, only making contact today. Due to his prolonged unexcused absence, the company had terminated his employment contract. He was the first to sign the termination notice. But now, seeing that Xu Zhi was Xiao Chen's girlfriend, and Xiao Chen was Chen Daosheng's savior. At that moment, Lu Tianfu felt a sudden pang of unease. He knew nothing about Xu Zhi or her family situation, as Xu Jinghua had scarcely mentioned his daughter at work. She had only come to the office a few times to deliver documents. The company employees all believed that Xu Jinghua lived a particularly happy life. After all, his daughter was exceptionally beautiful. A girl that beautiful must surely be raised like a little princess at home. Upon hearing Lu Tianfu's words, Xiao Chen remained utterly unperturbed. He couldn't help but marvel at how small the world really was. Excuse me, I need to take a call. At that moment, Lu Tianfu stood up. He felt.
Maybe he shouldn't fire Xu Zhi after all. It would be troublesome if it caused any misunderstandings.
After leaving the private room, Lu Tianfu hurriedly pulled out his phone.
He searched through his contacts for quite some time before finally finding Xu Zhi's number. As the head of Rongqing Rixing Capital, he frequently met with Xu Zhi, but he never directly assigned tasks to him. Instead, he would contact Xu Zhi's superiors.
Xu Zhi answered quickly on the other end. Mr. Lu? Lu Tianfu asked, are you in Jiangcheng right now? Xu Zhi had just been released from detention and was indeed in Jiangcheng. I am, Mr. Lu. What's the matter? Come to Chen Family Manor immediately, then proceed to the banquet hall. I'll be waiting for you there. When can you get there? Xu Zhi paused on the phone. He knew today was old Chen's birthday and that Lu Tianfu would be attending the celebration. As a low-level employee in the company, he certainly had no standing to attend old Master Chen's birthday banquet. Why was he being summoned? Though Xu Zhi had his doubts, he still agreed immediately. Yes. I'll be right there, right away. Xu Zhi hurriedly agreed.
Lu Tianfu added, no need to rush.
Just drive carefully. Nothing else, just come over for a meal. Alright, I got it.
After hanging up, Lu Tianfu returned to the private room, where Xiao Chen had already begun pouring drinks for everyone. As the youngest present, it was indeed his place to serve.
Seeing Lu Tianfu return, Chen Daoshang asked with a smile, Tianfu, who was that on the phone? Xu Zhi's father. Since Xu Zhi is here, why not invite her father to join us for dinner?
Hearing this, both Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi froze. They were unaware of the relationship between Xu Zhi and Xu Zhi. Had they known, they certainly wouldn't have invited Xu Zhi's father. But with the conversation already at this point, neither Xiao Chen nor Xu Zhi could show their true feelings.
That's not bad. By the way, how is Xu Zhi's father performing at the company? In front of so many people, even if his work wasn't stellar, he wouldn't say so. He's doing quite well. His performance has been particularly outstanding lately.
Lu Tianfu replied with a smile, and Chen Daoshang nodded in agreement.
He then made his request explicit, give him some extra support at the company. Yes. Lu Tianfu nodded repeatedly.
At that moment, Chen Daoshang raised his wine glass. Come on, enough talk.
Let's take a sip first. Xiao Chen raised his glass as well.
After swallowing the liquor, the people around them began chatting. Since they all worked for the same company, they took this opportunity to report their work to Chen Daoshang.
And their upcoming work plans.
Dad Xiao Guoshang rarely encountered such banquets, and he could actually learn a thing or two from everyone's conversations.
Xiao Chen pricked up his ears.
But he couldn't understand a word of what they were saying.
About 20 minutes passed.
The door to the house suddenly came knocking.
Knock. Come in. Chen Daoshang said.
The door opened, and Xiao Chen turned to see Xu Zhi was standing there. The moment he stepped inside, his gaze locked with Xiao Chen's. In that instant, Xu Zhi understood everything.
Mr. Chen. Xu Zhi called out.
Chen Daoshang nodded and immediately greeted him warmly. You must be Xu Zhi, Xu Zhi's father.
Come, please sit down. Alright. You sit next to Xu Zhi. Xu Zhi glanced at his daughter.
Xu Zhi promptly pulled out a chair, making room for her father. Chen Daoshang was puzzled by Xu Zhi's persistent cold demeanor. She hadn't uttered a single word even after seeing her father.
What was going on?
The atmosphere felt odd. Xiao Guoshang looked at Xu Zhi. Earlier, Xiao Chen had mentioned that Xu Zhi and her father had a very strained relationship. The fact that they didn't exchange a single word upon meeting spoke volumes. Xiao Chen, Xu Zhi, come outside for a moment. Keep Grandpa company for a chat. Chen Daoshang wanted to understand the real situation, so he called Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi out.
The two followed Chen Daoshang's lead and left the private room.
Chen Daoshang led the way, guiding them to a pond within the estate grounds. The scenery here was particularly beautiful. Birds sang amidst the flowers, and numerous dragonflies danced over the rippling lake's surface. With his hands behind his back, Chen Daoshang turned his head.
What's going on? After I called your girlfriend's father over, why did the atmosphere get so awkward? Xu Zhi kept her head down, looking sullen.
Xiao Chen glanced at her before speaking slowly. Grandfather, Xu Zhi and her father have a complicated relationship.
Could you tell me what it is? Perhaps I can help mediate.
Xiao Chen glanced at Xu Zhi, sensing that some things were better said by her.
Xu Zhi hesitated. Truthfully, she didn't know how to broach these issues.
Chen Daoshang observed Xu Zhi's hesitant expression and waved his hand.
It's fine. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen looked up.
You two go back and bring Xu Zhi and Lu Tianfu over.
Got it.
Xu Zhi immediately followed behind Xiao Chen as they left the lake area.
Xiao Chen turned to her. Honey. No matter what happens, I'll support you and respect your choice. Alright.
The two returned to their private room.
At that moment, Lu Tianfu was sternly reprimanding Su Jinghua.
Xu Zhi, however, had long since shed his earlier arrogance.
Seeing them return, Lu Tianfu paused in surprise. He hadn't expected them back so soon. Uncle Lu, old Chen wants you and Su Jinghua to come over. Over at the lake area. Chapter 56, Daughter, please forgive your father. Alright, we'll head over immediately. Su Jinghua, hurry up and come with me. Lu Tianfu held authority over Su Jinghua. Su Jinghua dared not argue and hurried out. At the lake in the Chen family estate, Lu Tianfu and Su Jinghua approached Chen Daosheng. Old Chen. Lu Tianfu called out as he watched Chen Daosheng's retreating figure.
Old Chen slowly turned his head, hands behind his back.
He asked Su Jinghua, tell me, what exactly happened? The relationship between you and your daughter.
Su Jinghua pursed his lips. He sensed this might be his only chance to keep his job. If he handled this well, he might keep his job, even get a promotion and raise. If he failed, not only would his family fall apart, but he truly wouldn't be able to stay at Rixing. Well, Chairman Chen, my daughter and I have had some misunderstandings.
Su Jinghua kept his explanation brief.
He couldn't disparage his daughter now, nor could he disparage himself. It seemed there truly was no way out for him.
Misunderstanding? Chen Daosheng asked expressionlessly. What misunderstanding? Tell me. Su Jinghua hesitated.
He knew he'd never given Xu Zhi a proper glance since childhood. If he confessed to the times he'd beaten and scolded her, he'd be kicked out on the spot.
Su Jinghua hesitated, realizing nothing he said would help. Chairman Chen, I will personally handle matters concerning my family.
Rest assured.
Lu Tianfu wasn't satisfied with Su Jinghua's response. He pressed, Su Jinghua, answer Chairman Chen's questions truthfully. This is your chance to make amends. Think carefully. Oh? Chen Daosheng inquired, has he gotten into trouble recently? He hasn't shown up for work in over 10 days. We can't reach him at all, he's not answering his phone.
He had several clients who have since stopped working with us at Rixing.
Chen Daosheng nodded slightly.
His original intention had been to invite Xiao Chen to his birthday banquet and casually inform him about Xiao Guoxing's impending appointment as chairman. He hadn't expected things to unfold this way.
This was getting more and more interesting.
Su Jinghua, since Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi haven't said anything just now, and you're not saying anything either, then I'll have to arrange for someone to look into it.
Do you really think I could uncover anything about you and your daughter?
At these words, Su Jinghua's expression shifted slightly. Chen Daosheng was a big shot who had connections in both the legitimate and underworld circles.
Uncovering his family's secrets would be a breeze. Chairman Chen, it was all my fault before. I'll apologize to my daughter later. Su Jinghua was already panicking. Chen Daosheng shook his head. I'm not satisfied with your answer. You may leave.
Lu Tianfu interjected from the side, Chairman Chen, Su Jinghua violated the employee handbook with gross negligence.
We've already terminated him. Very well. Su Jinghua, you may leave. I will personally investigate the matter between you and Xu Zhi. Su Jinghua froze, stammering, no, please don't, Chairman Chen. I've been biased towards sons over daughters. I've always felt indebted to Xu Zhi since childhood, and I've targeted her. I was wrong. Please don't fire me. I'll find a way to earn my daughter's forgiveness. You favor sons over daughters? Lu Tianfu couldn't hold back. Su Jinghua, do you think I don't know you have another daughter out there? That daughter is Su Lingling.
She's only 5 this year, I believe. Hearing this, a bolt of lightning struck Su Jinghua's mind. He had believed he had concealed this matter flawlessly.
But, his boss knew? Impossible. Only my supervisor and I know about this. How did you find out? Your supervisor? Lu Tianfu couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't your supervisor one of my people?
Lu Tianfu had only suspected Su Jinghua of having an affair on the side, but he also believed Su was deeply devoted to his family. Besides, at this age and with his status, it was only natural for someone to have a fling on the side. He wasn't surprised. Learning about it today, he'd originally intended to give Su Zhengwei a chance. He certainly wouldn't mention those sordid affairs, but the situation had completely surpassed his imagination.
Chen Daosheng and Lu Tianfu had already left the premises. Su Jinghua's face was ashen, utterly lost about what to do next.
After returning to the private room, Chen Daosheng made no further mention of Xu Zhi. In truth, after learning that Xu Zhi's father was Su Jinghua and that Su Jinghua still worked at their company, he had intended to promote him and offer him opportunities. But since that was the case, he decided against it. Xiao Chen wasn't particularly surprised that Su Jinghua hadn't returned. It was only natural. Xu Zhi. Chen Daosheng suddenly spoke up. Xu Zhi looked up. Xiao Chen will be my grandson from now on, so you'll be my granddaughter too. And your children will be my great-grandchildren.
Understand? This is Grandpa's home. If anything happens, you can always come here to find Grandpa. If I'm not here, just give me a call. Xu Zhi nodded slightly. Okay. Grandpa. She added a thank you. Come on, let's eat. Don't just stand there. An hour later, the dinner gathering concluded. Xiao Chen and his father had been drinking with the guests the entire time, so they'd had quite a bit to drink. But Dad was used to it, he wasn't drunk at all. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, wasn't as resilient. He couldn't hold his liquor well and now felt lightheaded. Xu Zhi had a driver's license, so she could drive them back. After leaving the private room, old Chen, having drunk too much, was escorted back to his room by his two sons. Lu Tianfu, who hadn't drunk much, stood at the doorway and stopped Xiao Chen and the others. He said, "Xiao Chen, leave me your phone number. If anything comes up in the future, you can contact me. Also, since old Chen sent Xu Zhi's father back, if he causes you any trouble, you can come to me." Thank you, Uncle Lu. Thank you, Uncle Lu.
Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi spoke in unison.
You're welcome. Would you like me to drive you home? No need. Xiao Chen shook his head. Xu Zhi has a driver's license.
We drove here, so she can just drive us back.
All right then. Drive safely on your way back. After bidding farewell to the others, Xiao Chen and his companions departed.
They headed toward the exit of the Chen family estate.
Xu Zhi remained silent throughout the journey.
Earlier, Lu Tianfu had mentioned expelling her father. She felt no pity for him.
In fact, hearing those words brought her an immense sense of relief.
That man had gotten what he deserved.
When Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi's father arrived outside the Chen family estate,
they were astonished to find Xu Zhingguo leaning rather disheveled against the front tire of the Xiaomi Yu7. He looked just like a beggar.
Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Upon seeing the three emerge,
he scrambled over, scrambling and crawling. He clung to Xu Zhi's leg.
Chapter 57, I Won't Forgive You. Zhi.
Xu Zhingguo rubbed his legs as he hugged him, lifting his head to look at Xu Zhi. Zhi, Daddy was wrong. What I did to you before, it was all my fault.
Please forgive Daddy. Forgive me. Daddy will be truly good to you from now on. I'll pay for your college tuition, okay? Okay?
Xu Zhi stared at the man clinging to her calf, a father both familiar and alien, feeling nothing at all. She didn't want to say another word to him.
No.
Two cold words slipped from Xu Zhi's lips. Get out of my way.
We are no longer father and daughter.
As she spoke, Xu Zhi ruthlessly shifted her legs, but Xu Zhingguo tightened his grip.
No, don't.
Zhi, everything before was Dad's fault.
You have to forgive me. You still have a place for Dad in your heart, don't you?
Xu Zhi was utterly speechless.
She desperately wanted to retort, like hell I have you in my heart. Get the hell out of my face.
Hearing those words, Xiao Chen, Xiao Guosheng, and Xu Zhingguo all felt a chill run through them. The sheer venom in those words was devastating. One could only imagine what Xu Zhingguo had done to Xu Zhi to make her utter such words. Seeing Xu Zhi's furious expression, Xu Zhingguo's grip slowly loosened. He sensed that no matter what he said now, Xu Zhi would never forgive him. The damage he had inflicted upon her ran deep and was ingrained. Memories flooded his mind. Xu Zhi had always been an excellent student and very obedient. But ever since they had their son, he had stopped loving her. Then she began targeting him in every way, bullying their daughter at home. She took on all the housework. His younger brother always had new clothes. He refused to pay her tuition.
Xu Zhi's university tuition? Student loans. I get it.
Xu Zhingguo released Xu Zhi's thigh. Daughter, in the next life, I will be a good father.
This life, I've failed you.
Xu Zhingguo rose from the ground with a desolate air, brushed the dust from his knees, and pulled a cigarette from his pocket.
The trembling flame ignited, and she took a deep drag.
Xu Zhi didn't change her opinion of Xu Zhingguo because of what he said. Right now, she was just lucky to have met Xiao Chen and Chen Daosheng. Had she remained the same as before, this situation probably wouldn't have come to pass.
Honey, let's go.
Xu Zhi grabbed Xiao Chen's hand and led him to the passenger seat, opening the door for him.
Xiao Chen climbed in.
Then she opened the door for Xiao Guosheng.
Dad, get in too.
All right. Though she didn't know what had happened to Xu Zhi earlier,
she deeply respected Xu Zhi's choice. At most, their future children wouldn't have grandparents on their mother's side.
But he sensed that, given Xu Zhi's father's character, it might be better this way. After getting into the car, Xu Zhi started the engine and didn't linger a moment longer. With a hum, she drove the car away. Not even for half a second did her gaze glance at Xu Zhingguo through the rearview mirror. The first few minutes passed in silence. Only when they reached a traffic light did Xiao Chen speak up. Dad, can you tell me now? What did old Chen tell you? He remembered how his father had sat there like a statue for ages after finishing the braised pork.
Xiao Guosheng didn't beat around the bush. Old Chen told me he's acquiring Mushu technology outright.
And he gave me 51% of the shares.
What?
Xiao Chen was stunned by the news. No way, old Chen was way too powerful.
Dad, I recall that Mushu technology is also a major player in our Jinghai region, right?
Of course. After all, our company has partnerships with the government. Even though it's a private enterprise, its standing in Jinghai is quite high. Hearing this, Xiao Chen grinned and said, Dad, you're something else.
If you can't handle it, your son here could reluctantly step in as chairman for you. He. Xiao Chen wore a smug, gloating smile. Of course, he was just joking. He was just a pure-hearted college guy. What did he know about running a company? But, now that Dad had jumped into the role of chairman, shouldn't he also manage things internally? Xiao Chen didn't say much more. He'd leave that to his dad. So Dad, are we heading back to Jinghai tomorrow? Let's head back tonight. Tomorrow marked October 1st, the start of the National Day holiday weekend. But this holiday weekend was destined to have nothing to do with Xiao Guosheng. He would likely be at the company handling various matters. Handle some handover tasks. All right. Xu Zhi remained silent throughout the journey. By the time they returned home, it was already 3:30 p.m. Since they would be returning to Jinghai the next day, Yuan Yuqin had sent Aunt Young home to celebrate National Day. After the holiday, she would return to continue taking care of the child. Usually, when taking leave or the like, there were 3 or 4 days when the child wasn't looked after. So she needed to make up for it. Seeing De Xiao, Lao Xiao, and Xu Zhi return, Yuan Yuqin asked, "So, how was lunch?" "Honey, what kind of question is that? Are you asking if we ate?" Xiao Guosheng naturally took the sleeping baby from Yuan Yuqin and said, "We were out networking today, you know." "Well then, you watch the baby for a bit. I'm tired, I'm going to sleep. We're leaving at 9 sharp tonight, heading back to Jinghai." Yuan Yuqin rolled her eyes. He'd barely held the baby for 2 minutes before handing it back to her. Dad wasted no time, quickly retreating to the bedroom where he collapsed onto the bed and fell fast asleep. Xiao Chen, feeling dizzy from the alcohol, sat on the sofa. Xu Zhi poured a cup of yogurt from the fridge and placed it gently on the table. "Honey, have some yogurt to help with the hangover." Xu Zhi had already forgotten about her father. Xiao Chen murmured a quiet thank you before downing the yogurt in one gulp. He felt much better. "You should get some sleep too. I'm a bit nervous about driving tonight. I haven't even been on the highway yet." Seeing Xu Zhi's condition, Xiao Chen nodded. The Xiao family had an exceptional ability to recover from drunkenness. A good night's sleep would leave them almost completely fine. Plus, the Xiaomi YU7 had autonomous driving. He could just set the cruise control on the highway. "Alright, I'll catch some sleep." Xiao Chen entered the master bedroom and fell asleep almost instantly after lying down. It wasn't until 7:30 p.m. that Xu Zhi woke him up. "Honey, wake up, dinner's ready." Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes. His head ached slightly, but the drunkenness had worn off. He glanced out the window. Night had fallen. "What time is it?" "It's already 7:30. Mom made dinner. She said we'll leave after we eat." "All right." Xiao Chen hurriedly got out of bed. In the living room, Dad had just woken up too. "How about it, Dad? Sober up yet?" "No problem." Xiao Guosheng said with a smile, "Come on, let's eat. After breakfast, we'll head back to Jinghai." Chapter 58, Back to Jinghai. Everyone began eating. After finishing their meal, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi packed their luggage. The weather wasn't as cold now, so they only needed to bring a few jackets. After bundling the baby up completely, Xiao Chen pushed the solid gold stroller downstairs. The stroller folded up neatly. Once in the car, they folded it and stowed it in the trunk. Since the journey wasn't too long, just over 2 hours by car to Jinghai, Dad would drive first this time. They could stop at a service area along the way to switch drivers. Mother Yuan Yuqin and Xu Zhi each held a child in the back seat, while Xiao Chen took the passenger seat. The car started up shortly after and drove out of the residential complex. Then, Yuan Yuqin in the backseat spoke up. "Xiao Chen's grandmother called me today, asking if we'll be coming back for the National Day holiday." Hearing this, Xiao Guosheng's face turned awkward. If the company matters started transferring tomorrow, he definitely wouldn't have time. But tomorrow wasn't certain either. Perhaps it would be after October 1st. Usually, they wouldn't visit Xiao Chen's grandmother in the countryside until October 3rd to 5th. Xiao Chen's grandmother was accustomed to country life, and he had brought her to the city before. But she doesn't adjust well here. Besides, in the countryside, there are plenty of other elderly women to keep her company and chat with. Grandma absolutely loves playing mahjong. Almost every day after lunch, around 1:30 p.m., she heads out to play. She'd play all afternoon. Xiao Chen had grown accustomed to it. The car soon merged onto the highway, and the baby in Xu Zhi's arms had already fallen asleep. Xiao Chen often dozed off during car rides. After leaving Jiangcheng, the surroundings turned into farmland. Since it was the National Day holiday weekend, traffic had already thickened on the road even before the toll-free period began. But this 4-lane highway kept traffic flowing smoothly. Dad drove exceptionally steadily. He disliked overtaking and kept a steady pace behind the car ahead. There was no rush anyway. After driving over 70 kilometers, they stopped at a service area to use the restroom, then Xiao Chen took the wheel. Xiao Chen's driving wasn't as steady as his father's. He kept overtaking other vehicles. But Dad didn't say anything. They finally exited the highway around 11 p.m. Xiao Chen's home was still over 20 minutes away from the highway exit. Seeing the familiar street stirred a peculiar feeling in Xiao Chen's heart. The last time he'd been here was just a month ago. Back then, he was still the Wad Jr. who only had tiles on his mind. He spent all day calling people mom in the game. A month had passed and the baby was already a month old. This is insane. At 11:30 p.m., the car finally arrived outside his residential complex. Seeing the 4 characters Moon Orchid Pavilion above the gate, Xiao Chen didn't hesitate. He drove straight to the entrance of the underground garage. Unauthorized. The garage barrier didn't open. Just then, a security guard approached. No unauthorized vehicles allowed. Where are you from? Who are you here to see? This security guard was familiar to Xiao Chen. He was his neighbor. His surname was Wang. Yep, old Wang next door. Uncle Wang. Xiao Chen rolled down his window and called out. Recognizing him, old Wang paused, then greeted him with a smile. Oh, it's Xiao Chen. Got a new car? Yeah. Dad pulled a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to him. Old Wang, could you lift the pole for us? We'll handle the system registration with property management tomorrow. Sure thing. Uncle Wang lifted the pole without hesitation. Xiao Guosheng added, I'll buy you a drink sometime. No problem. It's getting late, head home now. Xiao Chen's current neighborhood didn't require purchasing parking spaces. Instead, they charged an annual fee. 300 yuan a month, so 3,600 yuan a year. Compared to spending tens of thousands on a parking spot outright, the cost was actually quite similar. After parking, Xiao Chen retrieved the stroller from the trunk and carefully placed both babies inside. Dad, is Wankai still at home? Xiao Chen's family had a little corgi, now 7 years old. It was a gift from his dad when Xiao Chen got into middle school. They named him Wankai. Back then, the family hierarchy at Xiao Chen's house was as follows. Yuan Yuqin Wankai Xiao Guosheng Xiao Chen. Yep, they were treated worse than a dog at home. Dad was a total henpecked husband. The only reason it wasn't apparent now was because Xu Zhi was by his side. Who knows? Maybe Yuan Yuqin will show her true colors someday. Oh, okay. I'll bring Wankai over tomorrow. Mother Yuan Yuqin asked, will the puppy bite the baby or anything? Should be fine. Yuan Yuqin shook her head. Forget it. Let's wait until we get back to Jiangqing before bringing the puppy home. As they spoke, they entered the elevator. The building had 26 floors, and Xiao Chen's home was on the middle floor, the 15th. 15 wasn't particularly high, nor was it especially low. The building had 1 elevator per floor, so the shoe cabinet was visible the moment the elevator doors opened. His parents were both meticulous about cleanliness, and their home was always immaculate. And this place was no exception. Gigi, feel free to make yourself at home here. No need to change your shoes. Okay. Xu Zhi nodded slightly. After opening the door, a modest living room came into view. The apartment was just over 120 square meters, with 3 bedrooms. The layout wasn't particularly ideal. The furniture looked a bit dated, but stepping inside felt surprisingly cozy. After stepping inside, Xiao Chen introduced, this is the home I've lived in for nearly 10 years. Let me show you the bedrooms. Xiao Chen led Xu Zhi into his bedroom. His bedroom wasn't large, facing the shady side of the building. It contained only a wardrobe, a bed, and the desk he used for high school homework. The walls were plastered with posters of Jiu Jieluan. Xiao Chen was an avid listener of Jiu Jieluan's music, practically a die-hard fan. But at that moment, the bed was bare. Because no one had returned to this home in a long time, there were no fruits or vegetables in the house. Mom glanced at the carton of milk in the fridge. Thankfully, it hadn't expired yet. Gigi, this milk hasn't expired. We don't have any fruit at home right now, but I'll go buy some for you tomorrow. It's okay, Mom. Xu Zhi took the milk and shook her head slightly. Xiao Chen pointed to his bed. Mom, where are my bedding and quilts? I washed them the day after you went back to school and put them in a sealed bag. Oh. Xiao Chen nodded. Then I'll go get them. I need to snuggle up with my wife and sleep soundly tonight. Hearing this, Yuan Yuqin rolled her eyes. Such cheesy talk. It's in your closet. Wait a moment, we'll make the bed together later. Mom, Xiao Chen and I can make it ourselves. Xu Zhi interjected. Oh dear, once the second daughter-in-law comes home, you won't be allowed to lift a finger. I'll make you something delicious tomorrow. Yuan Yuqin quickly left the room. Upon entering the living room, Xiao Guosheng suddenly remembered something. In their hometown of Jinghai, there was a tradition, when a child turned 1 month old, they would hold a full-month banquet. But Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi weren't married. Should they still have one? Chapter 59, Disabling Su Jinghua. Xiao Guosheng pondered for a moment before deciding against it. Only their immediate family knew about the baby. No one else knew about it. It was best to keep this matter quiet. Xiao Guosheng ultimately decided to postpone the banquet. The next day. October 1st, National Day. Early in the morning, Ms. Yuan Yuqin went out to the supermarket to do some shopping. She replenished everything the household needed. Xiao Chen's room. Xiao Chen watched Xu Zhi lying on the bed, breathing evenly, and stretched lazily. Compared to the plush bed in Jiangqing, the small bed in his room felt a bit Spartan.
Now, when Xu Zhi slept at night, she had grown accustomed to wrapping her legs around him.
Of course, Xiao Chen didn't mind.
He often groped her. At first, Xu Zhi would pinch his flesh, telling him to stop being a pervert. But gradually, she grew accustomed to it.
Knock knock knock.
Outside the room, Yuan Yuqi knocked softly on the door before opening it a crack.
Is Xu Zhi awake yet? Not yet.
Xiao Chen got out of bed and slipped on his slippers.
Mom, why are you always asking about Xu Zhi? Why don't you ask me? What's there to ask you? Right now, I'm all about my daughter-in-law.
Oh. Xiao Chen looked at her with utter contempt.
Once you have a daughter-in-law, you forget all about your son. But that's only natural.
With a daughter-in-law around, he'd naturally be doting on her for a while.
Yuan Yuqin spoke softly. I'm already cooking.
Let Xu Zhi sleep for another half hour.
What about the baby?
Your dad's watching him.
Don't worry. All right.
Xiao Chen's dad was usually very attentive to everything. When it came to taking care of the baby, he would definitely do a better job than Xiao Chen himself. When he entered the living room, he found his dad cradling the baby.
He was making them laugh. Xiao Chen asked, Dad, why didn't you go to the office? Taking over Mushu technology was the top priority now. Had Dad actually forgotten? I've already checked. The company is still operating normally. Last night I called old Chen and told him I'd take over after the National Day holiday. He'll be coming to Jinghai then too.
We agreed we'd have a few drinks together.
Oh, okay. Xiao Chen nodded with a smile.
But I'll be starting school then, so I won't be able to join you guys for drinks.
That's no problem. I can handle it alone. Dad chuckled.
If he were just an employee at Mushu sitting at the same table as Chen Daosheng, he'd feel awkward. But as the chairman of Muxa Technology, it felt different.
But that chairman position?
He was the one who gave it to him. Back then, Xiao Guosheng couldn't stand the sight of Xiao Chen.
But now?
No matter how he looked at him, he seemed perfectly acceptable.
Xiao Chen asked, so Dad, should we find time to visit Grandma's place? MHM. Dad nodded. Same as before, right?
We'll head to Grandma's on the morning of October 3rd and come back on the afternoon of the 5th.
All right.
Xiao Chen held the baby for a while longer before returning to his room. At that moment, Xu Zhi had already opened her sleepy eyes.
Xiao Chen hurried over.
Baby, how did you sleep?
Mum. Xu Zhi looked sleepy, clearly not fully awake yet.
She murmured, so sweet. That's strange, you don't usually have trouble adjusting to new beds.
Xiao Chen, on the other hand, was a bed-sensitive person.
For instance, when he first moved into his dorm during his freshman year of college, he couldn't sleep for days.
Because I get used to people. Recognize people? Xiao Chen looked completely baffled. What does that mean?
Xu Zhi smiled faintly. I can only sleep soundly when my husband is by my side.
Wow. Xiao Chen admitted he was genuinely charmed. Me too.
Xiao Chen's face flushed, then he kissed Xu Zhi on the lips. Get up already, Mom's already made breakfast. After we eat, I'll take you around the neighborhood and show you the city where I grew up. Also, the day after tomorrow we're going to Grandma's house, and I'll introduce you to her too.
Okay. Xu Zhi nodded obediently. Meanwhile, Jiangcheng. Chen Family Manor.
In the same parlor where Xiao Chen had been received last time.
Chen Daoxing's two sons stood before him with solemn expressions.
The eldest son, Chen Lijian, spoke up. Father, I've uncovered the information you requested about Xu Zhi's family.
Oh?
Chen Daosheng asked curiously. Go on, tell me.
Xu Jinghua currently has two wives.
His primary wife is Su Meili, who is his legal spouse.
But behind the scenes, he has a mistress named Yang Wei.
Su Meili has two children. The eldest daughter is Xu Zhi, and there's also a son. Ever since his son was born, Xu Jinghua has frequently beaten and berated Xu Zhi whenever he's at home. Yesterday afternoon, Chen Lijian had sent people to investigate. They had made their way to Xu Jinghua's home and gathered some information from the neighbors. They then compiled all this information. Chen Daosheng paused in surprise upon hearing this. I never imagined Xu Jinghua could be so cruel.
He treats his own daughter like this?
Yes. At that moment, his second son, Chen Liwei, spoke up. Yesterday afternoon, when the Xiao Chen family was leaving, Xu Jinghua was still kneeling to apologize to Xu Zhi.
But Xu Zhi didn't forgive him. Chen Lijian, father, I have another piece of news. But it's definitely not something I want to share. Chen Daosheng immediately flew into a rage. Tell me everything you know. Now. All right.
Chen Lijian continued. Xu Jinghua's supervisor, Yu Baoxiong, had promised that if Xu Zhi spent one night with his son, he would give Xu Jinghua a promotion and a raise.
What? Chen Daosheng was stunned upon hearing this. Yu Baoxiong was a key pillar at Sunrise Capital.
That he could do such a thing.
Fire him.
Our company has no use for scum like him.
Yes, father. I'll handle it immediately. Chen Lijian was about to leave.
At that moment, he was stopped by Chen Daosheng.
Hold on.
Chen Lijian halted his steps, and Chen Daosheng continued. The company's performance is now largely stable.
There are still quite a few people like Yu Baoxiong in the company. You two, investigate.
Anyone involved in bribery or embezzlement, people like you Baoxiong, get rid of them all. Whoever works more efficiently will receive an additional 2% of the shares. The brothers exchanged a glance upon hearing this. The implication was clear. Whoever secured that extra 2% would become the future chairman of Rixing Capital. The chairman's seat would undoubtedly belong to one of them. Understood, father. You may withdraw. At that moment, Chen Lijian asked one more question. Dad, what about Su Jinghua? He'll likely join one of our competitors after leaving Rixing, but it's no cause for concern. Notify other companies do not hire Su Jinghua. Got it. Chapter 60, A Surprise for Grandma. Rising Sun Capital now has the clout to derail someone's career. In the resignation file, certain details could be optimized appropriately. Days 1 and 2 passed in a flash. On the first, Xiao Chen took Xu Zhi on a tour of Jinghai. They visited the old factory street where Gao Qiqiang sold fish in the TV series. He treated her to Gao Qiqiang's favorite dish, pork knuckle noodles. Then he took Xu Zhi to Ulubao amusement park. She had an absolutely wonderful time these 2 days. October 3rd. Early morning. Xiao Chen, there are lots of mosquitoes in the countryside. Did you pack the baby's special insect repellent? Xiao, I told you not to bring mosquito coils. Why did you stuff them in the suitcase anyway? Mother Yuan Yuqin couldn't help but complain as she looked at the contents of the suitcase. For some reason, De Bao started wailing this morning. Xiao Chen patted his little bottom as he said, Mom, I've already packed it. I packed the mosquito coils myself. This brand is safe for babies. Now Xiao Chen understood what it meant to be doted on by grandparents. Mom worried about so many things, and when it came to baby products, she always insisted on the very best. She insisted that's how things for children should be. But Xiao Chen recalled his own childhood. Back then, we didn't even have disposable diapers. Instead, they used diaper rings or simply let him sleep in the sand. In this day and age, such things have completely disappeared. So Xiao Chen felt that today's children were somewhat overprotected by their parents. Could it be that using the methods from our childhood to raise children would no longer work? Another half hour passed before the group finally left the house and stepped into the elevator. Wang Kai hadn't been brought back yet. Dad said he planned to take the dog to the office in the future. He wanted the employees to take turns caring for it. Xiao Chen didn't object to this idea. From now on, Mom would be moving back to Jiangcheng with him. Dad would likely devote most of his energy to his career. So in the future, he might genuinely not have time to look after the dog. Still, Xiao Chen was willing to bring the dog to Jiangcheng. On the road, Xiao Guosheng drove the Xiaomi YU7. He spoke up, by the way, Xiao Chen, you and Xu Zhi should go to Jiangcheng sometime to look for suitable housing developments. Now that your old man's got the means, I'll pay cash for it outright. Xiao Chen looked utterly bewildered. Wait, Dad. Why are we talking about houses again? Xiao Chen bluntly replied, Dad, I like the place I'm living in right now. Then give me 3 million yuan and I'll buy it outright. Alright. Xiao Guosheng had seen the floor plan for that apartment. The layout was indeed excellent, the surrounding amenities were good, and most importantly, it was just across the street from Jiangcheng University. While it wasn't technically a school district property, the surrounding homes were acceptable. Oh, right, the baby's household registration. Xiao Chen remembered they still hadn't registered the baby's household registration. Dad, just register the baby's household registration in Jiangcheng. Then both babies will be Jiangcheng residents. Well, that's fine too. Xiao Guosheng certainly had no objections. Seeing his father agree, Xiao Chen didn't say anything more. He. Xiao Chen felt a surge of delight inside. It seemed like he'd just made 3 million yuan. But for Dad, making a few million after taking over Mushu Tech should be a piece of cake. Consider it. A red envelope for the baby. Xiao Chen gazed at the baby in his arms and thought, Daddy will save this money for you first. I'll give it to you when you turn 18 and get into college. When you're in college, you'd better charm a few girls. Of course, Xu Zhi mustn't hear that. Xiao Chen's grandmother lived in Linhai City, near the coast of Jinghai. It was a small fishing village. With no farmland by the sea, the villagers relied on fishing for their livelihood year-round. Of course, Xiao Chen's grandmother was too old to fish herself. However, because Grandpa was a doctor, both Grandpa and Grandma enjoyed immense prestige in the village back then. It could be said that villagers of all ages would seek out Grandpa first whenever they needed medical treatment. So even now, some fishermen would bring seafood to Xiao Chen's grandmother after going out to sea. For meals, Grandma cooked whenever she felt like it. If she didn't feel like cooking, she'd go eat at another elderly woman's house in the village. She never felt out of place doing so. After an hour on the highway, the car arrived in Linhai City. Grandma lived in a village called Xiao Village. Yes, most of the villagers bore the surname Xiao. As the car approached Xiao Village, a faint fishy smell wafted through the air. By the sea, this scent was unavoidable. Xiao Chen looked at Xu Zhi. Honey, are you not used to this smell? I'm fine. Xu Zhi shook her head slightly. Truthfully, the smell did make her feel a bit queasy.
Xiao Chen didn't know what to do either, having grown up in this environment. He'd simply grown accustomed to it. Just then, Dad in the front seat said, "Don't worry, I already bought an air purifier for your grandmother. I don't know how effective it will be, but it's bound to have some effect." "That's good." Xiao Chen glanced at the babies in his arms. Thankfully, they weren't crying. Or perhaps, in their blood, they were immune to this scent. However, the scent wasn't particularly strong here, and Grandma's house was several hundred meters from the coastline. By the time they arrived at Grandma's house, Xiao Chen could barely detect the scent anymore. Dad, driving in the front seat, spoke up, "Son, when we get out of the car later, wait a moment before taking the babies out. Give your grandmother a surprise." "Okay." Xiao Chen gave an okay sign. At that moment, Grandma was already waiting outside for Xiao Chen and the others. But with Xiaomi joining them this year, she didn't immediately recognize whose car it was. "Honey, you'll get out later too." "Okay." Xu Zhi nodded slightly. Xiao Chen's father, Xiao Guosheng, stepped out of the car first. He walked straight over and said, "Mom, I'm here." "Oh my, you've upgraded your car." Wang Xiangling immediately came forward and said, "Son, you finally listened to your mother." "Mom, what do you mean by that? You didn't bring Mom any gifts?" "I'll tell you, you don't need to buy anything when you come. We have everything at home. I don't need anything." In the past, Xiao Guosheng would bring some health supplements every year when he visited his grandmother. It was only proper. So every year, Grandma would tell Xiao Guosheng not to bring these things. This year, he finally listened. "Mom, actually, there's an even bigger surprise this year." "Let me tell you." "What surprise? Could it be that Xiao Chen found a girlfriend?" Grandma desperately hoped Xiao Chen would find a girlfriend. She even wished she could see Xiao Chen's child before she passed away. But she didn't know if that would happen. After all, Xiao Chen is still quite young. "Xiao Chen, get out of the car." Hearing his father's words, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi, each holding a child, stepped out of the car. Grandma froze at the sight. She asked, What is this?" Chapter 61, You're now a great-grandmother. Xiao Guosheng chuckled, "Mom, you're a great-grandmother now." "What did you say?" Wang Xiangling could scarcely believe her ears upon hearing this. Not long ago, she had seen Xiao Chen, and at that time, he didn't even have a girlfriend. How could she suddenly be a grandmother now? "Grandma!" At that moment, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi walked over. Upon seeing Xiao Chen's grandmother, Xu Zhi felt an immediate wave of warmth wash over her. Without hesitation, she affectionately addressed Wang Xiangling as Grandma. Wang Xiangling couldn't help but fix her gaze on Xu Zhi. Seeing such a beautiful young girl, she exclaimed repeatedly, "Oh, how wonderful! My granddaughter-in-law. This is..." Gazing at the newborn baby, barely a month old, Grandma tremblingly reached out her hands. Xiao Guosheng chuckled and said, "Mom, don't doubt it, you're the great-grandmother of these two babies. It's a long story. Let's go inside, and I'll explain everything to you." All right. Grandma eagerly gestured for everyone to come inside, but Xiao Chen paused. "Grandma, we still need to unload the car. I'll go get those things first." "What things?" she asked. "Xiao Chen, the various gifts I brought for you, of course." Wang Xiangling paused in surprise. "But didn't you say you didn't bring anything?" "How could that be, Grandma? We only see each other a few times a year. If I didn't bring you something, wouldn't that make me an unfilial grandson?" Well, for some reason, Wang Xiangling found Xiao Chen's reasoning surprisingly convincing. After carrying all the gifts for Grandma into the house, what met her eyes were rows of banners hanging on the walls. These banners were all gifts from patients her grandfather had treated. They covered the entire wall. Even after grandfather passed away, grandmother couldn't bear to take them down. They represented the honors Grandpa had earned in his masterful medical skills. Xu Zhi couldn't help but gaze up at the wall of banners. Xiao Chen smiled warmly and said, "These are all honors my grandfather earned in his youth." Xu Zhi nodded solemnly. Ever since she was a child, she had held doctors in the highest regard, viewing them as angels in white who saved lives and healed the wounded. Grandma pulled over a chair for Xu Zhi to sit down, cradling Debeo in her arms. The toddler stared wide-eyed at Wang Xiangling, as if asking, "Huh? Why haven't I seen this person before? Who is Daddy?" Debeo didn't fuss or cry. Seeing the baby in her arms so calm and quiet, Wang Xiangling couldn't stop smiling. She asked, "Xiao Chen, what exactly happened?" "Grandma, it happened like this." Instead of revealing they'd met by accident, Xiao Chen changed his story. He said they'd hit it off instantly when studying together last year, started dating, and then fell head over heels. Since abortion at this stage could cause significant harm to the mother's health, Xiao Chen had advised against it. Grandma couldn't help but give Xiao Chen a playful punch on the chest. "You rascal! Why didn't you tell Grandma you had a girlfriend? Grandma could have helped take care of your future daughter-in-law." Like Dad, Grandma now found Xu Zhi increasingly likable. "Grandma, you're not even used to living in an apartment building." "Well, you're right about that." Grandma gave an awkward chuckle before turning to Xu Zhi. "Xu Zhi, right? Has our Xiao Chen been treating you well? If he ever bullies you, remember to tell Grandma." I'll teach him a lesson. Xiao Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Grandma, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Ha ha ha.
Next, Xiao Chen didn't look at the child but instead set about preparing dinner.
Grandma hadn't tasted his cooking yet, but seeing Xiao Chen about to cook, Wang Shangling instinctively wanted to refuse.
In her eyes, Xiao Chen would always be a child who never grew up.
How could she possibly let a child cook? Xiao Chen, go spend time with your girlfriend. I'll handle the cooking.
Just then, Dad Xiao Guoshang walked over and said, Mom, don't fuss over Xiao Chen.
Let him cook. This kid's meals are absolutely delicious.
Nowadays, when I eat his cooking, I can easily polish off several steamed buns more than usual. Hearing this, Wang Shangling glanced at Xiao Guosheng a few more times.
You haven't gained any weight though.
If I ate Xiao Chen's cooking every meal, I might actually gain weight. Xiao Guosheng chuckled.
Xiao Chen nodded. That's right, Grandma. You've never tasted my cooking before. This time, I'll let you try it. It'll definitely blow your mind. Alright. I'll try my grandson's cooking later then.
Just then, Xu Zhi handed the baby in her arms to Yuan Yuqin and scurried over to Xiao Chen's side.
Honey, let me help you too.
Great. Xu Zhi was willing to come over and help him, and Xiao Chen was naturally happy to have her.
And to be honest, cooking alone was indeed a bit tiring.
But he was willing to contribute to this little family. The seaside village didn't have natural gas yet, so Grandma used bottled gas. The kitchen in the countryside certainly wasn't as clean as the one upstairs, but Grandma was usually quite mindful of hygiene.
After each meal, she would wipe down the countertop.
So overall, it looked quite presentable. He opened the fridge to check the ingredients. Everything they needed was there.
Honey, let's just whip up a few dishes then. There's a beach not far from Xiao Village, and you can even go tide pooling at night. Let's head over there together this afternoon. Sounds good. Xu Zhi nodded firmly.
They say teamwork makes the dream work, and Xiao Chen and her current collaboration was seamless. Soon, Xiao Chen had prepared 2 dishes. Both dishes featured seafood. One was fried shrimp. The other was steamed sea bass. Next, Xiao Chen planned to prepare 2 home-style dishes.
4 dishes would be enough for his family. If necessary, he could add a fish soup. The 2 babies aren't eating solid food yet and can only drink formula. Fish soup's ready.
Xiao Chen carried the fish soup into the room and placed the dishes on the table. Wang Shangling stared at the visually appealing, aromatic dishes and froze in surprise. Goodness gracious, Xiao Chen, when did your cooking skills become so impressive? Xiao Chen glanced at Xu Zhi, scratched his head, and said, Grandma, my wife trained me well. I couldn't cook before, but since I've been taking care of her, I've been forced to learn.
Ah ha ha. This remark genuinely made Wang Shangling laugh. Just then, outside, a voice suddenly called out. Mom, I'm here to see you.
Hearing the voice, Xiao Chen's expression changed. He looked at Xiao Guoshang.
Dad, it sounds like my uncle is here. Xiao Guoshang nodded solemnly. Yes, it's definitely them. Xiao Chen was utterly bewildered. What were they doing here? Chapter 62, Uncle's Secret. That's right, Dad has an older brother. But relations between their families weren't good. They only saw each other during holidays. And when they did meet, they barely exchanged words. Xiao Chen's uncle had a son the same age as him. His aunt, however, was a snob. In her view, Grandma should only care for her son. She shouldn't look after Xiao Chen. If she gave a piece of candy to her own child first, there would be no issue. But if Xiao Chen got it first, she'd accuse Grandma of favoritism. Thus, from childhood onward, the relationship between the aunt and the grandmother was exceptionally strained. Naturally, her husband would side with his wife. The relationship between the 2 families became somewhat strained. Though filled with doubts, Xiao Guoshang rose to greet his elder brother. Xiao Chen's uncle was Xiao Guogong, and Xiao Guogong's son was Xiao Tian's. Because Auntie and Grandma didn't get along, they didn't come today. Xiao Guogong brought Xiao Tian's with him. Upon entering, they were startled to see both Xiao Chen's parents present. Then, Xiao Guogong's gaze shot straight to Xu Zhi and the 2 babies. Xiao Guogong's mouth twitched as he couldn't help but ask, These are? Hello, Uncle. Xiao Chen addressed him respectfully, using the honorific uncle, then introduced, Uncle, this is my girlfriend, no, my wife. Your girlfriend? Then that child is. Xiao Guogong couldn't help but point to the golden baby carriage beside them. Xiao Chen, that's my child inside. That's right, I'm already a father. What the hell? Xiao Guogong felt a pang of envy. His dim-witted son had been in college for a year already. But, he hadn't even held a girl's hand. And Xiao Chen, he already has a child? No way. No way. What's going on? Fine, say Xiao Chen has a girlfriend. But she's so beautiful. Fine, even if she's beautiful. But you tell me you 2 already have a kid? Xiao Guogong, who'd been trying to show off, suddenly felt the pressure mounting. He knew Xiao Guoshang would be coming today. Last month, he was promoted to deputy manager at Link Company. His annual salary had jumped straight to 500,000 yuan. So today he brought several expensive health supplements to visit his mother.
He also planned to show off a bit in front of Xiao Guosheng. But he never imagined that Xiao Chen would be so ruthless that kid actually had. Xiao Chen casually replied, "Well, your nephew is handsome and talented, so naturally our school's beauty took a liking to him."
"Uncle, please sit down. I just finished cooking. Come have some food. There are more people now, Dad. I'll go add a couple more dishes."
Just as Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi were making Xiao Guogong proud, Xiao Guosheng murmured softly, But son, no need to make too much. Just a couple more dishes will do."
"Got it."
At that moment, Xiao Chen turned his gaze toward his wife.
"Honey, come help me out." "Sure." Xu Zhi obediently followed him into the kitchen.
But the instant he turned his head,
Xiao Chen's face darkened. Because the look Xiao Tians had just given Xu Zhi was utterly outrageous.
Xiao Chen even felt that if Xiao Tians were allowed to gaze at Xu Zhi a few more times,
the guy would start drooling or even nosebleeding any moment now. Upon entering the kitchen,
Xu Zhi couldn't help but ask, "Honey, why do I feel like the relationship between our family and your uncle's family is off?"
"You're not wrong,"
Xiao Chen whispered, "every family has its own set of problems.
"Our relationship with uncle's family is just average." "Good to know.
We should at least keep up appearances."
I understand." Xu Zhi nodded obediently.
"That's just how the world works. There are many social obligations to uphold."
Xiao Chen casually added 2 more dishes and brought them to the table.
Meanwhile, Dad had already started drinking with Uncle.
"Xiao Chen, I must say, your cooking is truly delicious. What did you major in at university?" "Xiao Chen, Uncle, I studied computer science." Xiao Guogong waved his hand dismissively. "What era are we in now that you're studying computer science?"
"Let me tell you, Uncle, studying that stuff is useless.
"You cook so well, why not become a chef? People will always need to eat."
"I heard top chefs make over 10,000 yuan a month these days. College grads are getting laid off these days, so..." Xiao Chen let Xiao Guogong's words go in one ear and out the other.
He knew nothing about this field,
so he had no right to criticize Xiao Chen's chosen major.
Ding!
"Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill hacking technology at the advanced level. You may use the system at any time to hack into digital devices, limited to twice daily." The sudden system notification startled Xiao Chen. But this hacking skill was truly formidable. It could directly breach systems.
Of course, you could also use a laptop.
This was truly impressive. Xiao Chen began to counter, "Uncle, don't underestimate computers. Computer technology is incredibly advanced these days." As he spoke, Xiao Chen used the system to hack into his phone. Then, to his astonishment, he discovered that this bastard Xiao Guogong had a ton of videos of him getting laid in his photo album.
Holy crap, he's really going all out. Impressive my ass, computers.
Like that news story I saw before, some guy who kept paying for sex at the Red Beauty Hotel. Then his phone got hacked by someone.
Exactly.
Xiao Guogong was the one soliciting prostitutes at the Red Beauty Hotel. Upon hearing this, Xiao Guogong froze in place.
He even felt a chill of dread. Mainly, Xiao Chen hadn't even taken out his phone just now. How did he know all this?
Xiao Guosheng was puzzled. Just moments ago, Xiao Guogong had been spouting all sorts of grand principles.
Why had he suddenly fallen silent? "Ha! Xiao Chen, I think this major is excellent. You should work hard at it. What about becoming a chef?" "That was just Uncle joking around."
Xiao Chen nodded with a smile.
"Yeah, I know. But I wasn't joking. That really happened before. Make sure you delete the album later. Any videos you shouldn't keep, get rid of them."
Xiao Guogong clenched his fists.
Damn it, Xiao Chen almost let it slip. Enough already.
But all he could do was nod with a forced smile. After the meal, Xiao Guogong stayed only briefly for small talk before leaving. Still, he mentioned his recent promotion and pay raise. He told Xiao Guosheng to come to him if he ever needed anything.
Xiao Guosheng readily agreed.
He agreed wholeheartedly. After seeing them off, Xiao Chen approached his mother.
"Mom, you and Grandma stay home. Xu Zhi and I want to go to the beach for a while." Mom nodded. "All right, go ahead. But come back early tonight." "Okay." Chapter 63, Pregnancy Makes You Dumb for 3 years. Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi wouldn't stay out late, they'd definitely be home for dinner.
Hand in hand, they walked through the fishing village. The closer they got to the shore, the stronger the fishy smell became.
At the same time, they could see countless fishing boats.
Xu Zhi had never witnessed such a scene before. Vendors selling fresh produce lined the area, and a small town lay just beyond.
This was the only fishing port in the vicinity. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. "When I was a kid, my father had his own fishing boat. I even went out to sea with him back then.
I remember clearly one time when a fierce wind blew and the waves were raging. A huge wave crashed right over me, knocking me into the sea." Hearing this, Xu Zhi paused in surprise.
"What? Are you okay? Did your father pull you back up?"
At this, Xiao Chen rolled his eyes.
"No. If my dad hadn't pulled me out, I probably wouldn't be standing here with you now, right?" Xiao Chen looked at the clueless Xu Zhi and asked, "Excuse me, Xu Zhi, if I hadn't been saved, who would be standing beside you now?" Xu Zhi suddenly understood. For some reason. Lately, her brain just couldn't seem to keep up. Xiao Chen chuckled.
They say pregnancy makes you dumb for 3 years. Seems that saying holds true.
What are you laughing at? Xu Zhi asked at that moment. Xiao Chen shook his head. Nothing. Just thought of a word. What word? 3 years of pregnancy induced stupidity. Xu Zhi pouted. Stupid Xiao Chen.
She lightly pounded his chest with her tiny pink fist, but Xiao Chen deftly dodged and wrapped his arms around her slender waist.
Moi.
He pressed his lips to hers. Since they kissed often, Xu Zhi no longer felt shy about it.
He sensed that Xu Zhi's body was completely fine now. Then what about them? Couldn't they take things further? Omega. What are you grinning about now?
Xu Zhi noticed Xiao Chen staring intently at her chest with a lecherous expression.
Xiao Chen wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. And nothing. Let me take you to the beach. This place isn't much fun. Sure. Xu Zhi readily agreed. Xiao Chen's current location was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides.
They were like a raised area. They could drive to the beach without going too far. And today was the National Day holiday weekend. Though this area was less popular, some tourists still came to the Bohai Sea region to enjoy the sea breeze and the beach. After browsing the market, Xiao Chen bought a few small sea fish for Xu Zhi before heading back to his grandmother's house. Grandma and Dad were sitting in the courtyard soaking up the sun and picking chives. Seeing Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi return so quickly, she couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Chen, why are you back so soon?" "Xiao Chen, Mom, I drove Xu Zhi around the neighborhood to show her the place where I grew up."
"Ah, that's good.
But Xiao Chen, you must drive slowly."
"Got it, Mom."
Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi got into the car and drove toward the nearby beach. As he drove, Xiao Chen shared stories about his childhood. He chattered nonstop, and Xu Zhi didn't interrupt him, just listened quietly.
As a kid, Xiao Chen was notorious around town as a troublemaker.
It was understood that whenever trouble broke out in town, someone would head to Xiao village looking for Xiao Chen.
That's how outrageous it was.
"Oh, and there was that time when I was little, me and a few other kids threw firecrackers into a pile of cow dung. Just then, an old lady was walking around the corner.
Then, bang!
The cow dung splattered all over the old lady.
And she actually said, 'Goodness, that firecracker sure is loud.'" Xu Zhi. I was laughing so hard I almost died. Xiao Chen just stood there grinning like an idiot. Xu Zhi couldn't help but roll her eyes after hearing the story. "You're picking on the elderly." "I didn't know that old lady would come out either."
Anyway, I was notorious as the town's biggest troublemaker back then. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Chen had parked the car not far from the coast.
This stretch of coastline wasn't crowded with tourists. The area was completely uncrowded. Moreover, the sea breeze here was particularly strong.
The moment he stepped out of the car, Xiao Chen's clothes began fluttering in the wind. Feeling the cool sea breeze, Xu Zhi exclaimed, "Wow, this wind feels so refreshing."
"Right?" Xiao Chen nodded cheerfully.
"I loved coming here during the summer, but after starting middle school, I went to study in Jinghai.
My parents settled down there too back then." "Oh." Xu Zhi responded with a simple "oh."
Thoughts of her own troubled childhood surfaced, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Chen had so much to share with her, yet she had little to share with him.
"Let's just wander around."
"Sure." Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi took off their shoes together and waded into the sea. As their feet dipped into the icy seawater, Xiao Chen held Xu Zhi's hand and asked, "Dare you go deeper?"
"Ha?"
Xu Zhi paused, then shook her head.
I don't dare. Is the water really deep over here?" Looking at the innocent Xu Zhi, Xiao Chen said, "Don't you know how deep the Bohai Sea is?" "Of course I know. About 10 meters, right?" Xiao Chen nodded.
"And it takes a long time to get from the shore to the deep part."
"You don't need to be afraid." "All right."
Xu Zhi bent down to help Xu Zhi roll up his pant legs.
"Hold on to my hand. Be careful when we go in."
"Okay."
Xu Zhi gave a slight nod. But she still felt a lingering fear.
Of course, Xiao Chen wouldn't risk their lives. When the water reached just below their knees, Xiao Chen dared not venture further with Xu Zhi.
Xu Zhi giggled, "What, are you chickening out?" Xiao Chen froze.
Truthfully, he'd been a bit scared earlier, but as they advanced deeper, Xu Zhi didn't seem to feel anything. Besides, she could swim. Back in freshman year, she'd been crazy about sports, and their school had both a gym and a swimming pool. Even if she fell into the sea now, she'd be fine.
Xiao Chen chuckled. "Honey, I was worried you wouldn't dare." "I dare." "Let go of me." "Let go of you?" Xiao Chen shook his head. He wouldn't do something so foolish. "No way. You're my precious little darling, I couldn't bear to let go." "Your words are so cheesy." Xu Zhi pursed her lips. "But I kind of like it." "I like you too." Xiao Chen realized he'd gone too far. "Let's go back." Just then, Xiao Chen suddenly felt something under his foot. "A sharp pain shot up from the sole of my foot." Xiao Chen's expression changed. Honey. I think I stepped on glass. Chapter 64, You're worried about you. What did you say? Though there are no staff members cleaning up trash in this stretch of sea. Because hardly anyone ever comes here. Are you okay? Xu Zhi hurriedly helped Xiao Chen up. Xiao Chen nodded, I'm fine, just, it hurts a bit. Sweetie. You cut your foot on glass, of course it hurts. The two reached the shore, where Xiao Chen plopped down onto the sand. He examined the sole of his foot. A long gash had indeed been cut open. His arm had just healed, and now this wound had shifted to the sole of his foot. Watching the bright red blood flow from Xiao Chen's sole, Xu Zhi felt at a loss. What should we do? What should we do? She was terrified of blood. Though the wound wasn't large, the seawater was definitely unclean. What if it got infected? Xiao Chen, it's fine. You drive me to the town clinic later. Is there even a clinic in town anymore? Silly, of course there is. Xiao Chen answered cheerfully, completely unfazed by the wound on his foot. Actually, my grandfather wanted to pass down his medical skills to my father. But my dad got into college back then and didn't choose to study medicine. So he passed his medical skills on to an uncle in the village. Since the village was small, this uncle opened the clinic in town instead. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xu Zhi felt like Xiao Chen had lost his mind. His foot was still bleeding, yet here he was rambling on about this. How foolish. Xu Zhi hurriedly helped Xiao Chen into the car, mustering some primal strength to lift him up in a princess carry. Yes, a princess carry. And her strides were remarkably steady. Honey, did you always have this much strength? Within mere seconds, Xu Zhi carried Xiao Chen to the parking lot. Only then did she gently set him down. Only now did Xiao Chen catch a glimpse of Xu Zhi's cheeks. Was she crying? No way. 2 warm tears were indeed streaming down Xu Zhi's cheeks. Xiao Chen joked, Honey, why are you crying? This little scratch will heal on its own. It's nothing serious. Is that so? Xu Zhi's cheeks were flushed red, and her beautiful eyelashes still held glistening tears. You little cutie. She pouted her lips and asked where the infirmary was. To prevent Xu Zhi from worrying further, Xiao Chen quickly pointed it out. The car soon entered the small town and pulled up outside the clinic Xiao Chen had mentioned. Xu Zhi no longer had the strength to carry Xiao Chen inside. He rushed into the clinic and called out to a doctor who looked to be in his 40s, Uncle, could you please come out and help me carry my boyfriend? We were playing by the beach earlier, and his foot got cut by glass. It's bleeding a lot. Hi. Lu Chunsheng hurried out upon hearing Xu Zhi's words. By then, Xiao Chen had already opened the car door and stepped out. His injured foot was raised, the wound still dripping blood steadily. Xiao Chen? Uncle Lu. Xiao Chen smiled. Lu Chunsheng looked exactly the same as he had years ago, not a bit changed. Recognizing Xiao Chen, Lu Chunsheng hurried over. She glanced at Xu Zhi. This is your girlfriend? Xiao Chen nodded. Yeah, just met her at the university. Lu Chunsheng wasted no time, promptly guiding Xiao Chen into the infirmary. Along the way, he asked, You're already in college? Uncle Lu, I'm already a sophomore this year. Oh my, right, how forgetful of me. You should be 19 this year. Yes. Once inside the infirmary, Lu Chunsheng had Xiao Chen sit down on a chair. He examined the wound on Xiao Chen's foot, which still contained a lot of fine sand. What happened here? I came to Grandma's place today and thought I'd take my girlfriend to the beach for a bit. I went in barefoot and got caught. Lu Chunsheng sighed upon hearing this. People these days have no manners. They just toss broken glass bottles inside. As he spoke, he'd already pulled out a bottle of alcohol. This stuff disinfects like crazy. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Chen, bear with it for a moment. It'll be over soon, okay? No sooner had Xiao Chen finished speaking than Lu Chunsheng poured the alcohol onto his wound without hesitation. Instantly, the wound emitted a sharp, stinging sound. Xiao Chen's body shuddered. This sensation was damn refreshing. It hurts. It'd be weird if it didn't hurt. I still need to disinfect a large area with iodine solution. Then I'll bandage it up for you. Once you get back, just find any clinic to change the dressing. Xiao Chen nodded. Alright, thanks for your help, Uncle Lu. No trouble at all. Lu Chunsheng shook his head. I learned all these skills from your grandfather. When I was a kid, I was even more mischievous than you are now. I even threw stones at your grandfather's clinic once. Not only did your grandfather never get angry, he taught me his craft. Without your grandfather, I wouldn't be where I am today. Truth be told, the town clinic was quite profitable. People rarely went to the hospital for checkups unless they had serious illnesses, so they'd come to the nearby clinic to buy medicine. Some things are just meant to be. Ha ha ha. Soon, Lu Chunsheng had finished treating Xiao Chen's foot wound. He applied some medicine and wrapped it tightly with white gauze, binding it extremely securely. Avoid getting it wet tonight and change the dressing once a day. When are you heading back? I'm leaving on the afternoon of the 5th. Then remember to change the dressing twice. All right. Xiao Chen nodded with a smile. Just then, Lu Chunsheng asked, Oh, and your dad came back with you, right? Yeah. Uncle Lu, are you planning to go drinking with my dad? No, no. Lu Chunqing shook his head with a smile. I won't be joining you. I need to keep an eye on the shop here. Besides, I need to go home tonight to help my kid with homework. All right. Xiao Chen pulled out his phone to pay. They were close friends, so Lu Chunqing certainly wouldn't want it. But locally, there was a peculiar saying. It was said that if a doctor didn't charge for treatment, the patient's condition would worsen. For someone like Xiao Chen, he'd only charge a few yuan. Give me 2 yuan. All right. I'll cover it. At that moment, Xu Zhi, who had been standing nearby, handed over the 2 yuan. Then she helped Xiao Chen into the car. Xiao Chen, sitting in the front passenger seat, looked at Xu Zhi. Honey, why were you crying just now? Xu Zhi pouted. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? And you were just smiling and chatting away. Xiao Chen, did you think our baby would be fatherless? What nonsense are you talking about? Xu Zhi's face turned fierce. Quick, spit it out. Spit it out. Chapter 65, wanting 2 more? Pa. 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 Xiao Chen quickly spat 3 times. Xu Zhi looked at him and said, I wouldn't want anything to happen to you. You're my treasure. You're my treasure too. Xiao Chen suddenly felt the words were a bit cheesy, yet they were both speaking from the heart. Since Xiao Chen was injured, Xu Zhi decided they wouldn't continue exploring outside. The coastline here was rather monotonous, and there really wasn't much to do. Xu Zhi suggested that if they ever wanted to visit the seaside again, they could go to Qin Island. Qin Island was right next to Jinghai. This area was Shandong Province's top economic city, far more developed than Jinghai. Qingdao ranked first, Jiangcheng second, and Jinghai third. Of course, compared to Jianhai, Qingdao's housing prices were exceptionally high. Upon returning to Grandma's house, Yuan Yuqin noticed the tightly wrapped bandage on Xiao Chen's foot. She couldn't help but lean in and ask, Xiao Chen, what happened to you? How long have we been out that your feet are already like this? Xiao Chen waved it off. It's nothing. Just took Xu Zhi to the beach. Damn it, while we were waiting in the water, some inconsiderate jerk tossed a glass bottle into the sea. It cut your precious son's little feet. Wah, mommy, I want a hug. Seeing Xiao Chen's infuriatingly smug expression, Yuan Yuqin knew her son was fine. If something were wrong, he wouldn't be talking to her like this. Grandma's making dumplings tonight. I'll make sure you get a proper meal to recover. Okay. Grandma's dumplings were exceptionally delicious, and Xiao Chen had been craving them for ages. Xu Zhi saw Grandma kneading dough and preparing to roll out wrappers. She hurried over to Wang Xiangling's side. She offered, Grandma, let me help you. Wang Xiangling was quite surprised by this. She asked Xu Zhi, do you know how to roll out dough? No problem, Xu Zhi nodded firmly. She could do just about anything. Washing clothes and cooking were no challenge at all. Seeing Xu Zhi's resolute expression, Grandma's face softened into a warm, loving smile. Soon, Xu Zhi began rolling out the dough. Xiao Chen and his mom began wrapping the dumplings together. This method was exceptionally fast. As for him, he was nothing more than a babysitting tool. Good times always fly by. At 4:30 p.m. on October 5th, the Xiao family prepared to head back. School resumed on October 8th, and Xiao Chen needed to be back by 5 p.m. the following day. Grandma, we're heading back now. If you miss us, you can ask Dad to take you to Jiangcheng. Xu Zhi and I still have to go back for classes. All right. Grandma waved at them reluctantly. Xiao Chen, take your time on the way back. When you miss Grandma, remember to come visit me. I know, Grandma. Don't worry. Even if he did miss Grandma, Xiao Chen felt he wouldn't have much time to visit her. The next time they'd meet would likely be during the new year. After getting into the car, Xiao Chen looked at the hunched figure leaning out the passenger window and felt a deep sense of reluctance. Dad didn't want Grandma to stay here alone either. Without someone to look after her, if she hurt herself, there'd be no way to know right away. Xiao Guosheng, holding the child in the back seat, couldn't help but say, Mom, if it really doesn't work out, just come back with me. Xiao Chen's mother isn't living at home anymore. She's gone to Jiangcheng. I could look after you more easily there. Plus, there's a new mahjong parlor downstairs in the neighborhood. Lots of old folks play mahjong there. You could join them. Hearing this, Grandma Wang Xiangling remained completely unmoved. She shook her head. I don't want to. Alright, you go back now. The roads will definitely be congested during the National Day holiday. You should leave early and get home sooner. Sigh. Xiao Guosheng let out a long sigh. He hadn't been idle in persuading his mother before, but she was stubborn as a mule, born with a rebellious streak that made her resistant to reason. Even now that Xiao Chen had a child, she refused to listen. Still, his mother was in relatively good health now, so it should be fine. Xiao Chen started the car and watched through the rearview mirror as his grandmother's figure slowly shrank until she disappeared around the corner. Xiao Chen sighed again and turned to his father. Dad, why didn't you just be firm and take Grandma with us? Don't you know your grandmother? Do you think she'd come with me if I dragged her into the car? Xiao Chen froze. Damn, that made perfect sense. True. His father continued, it's okay. Grandma's health is still good.
She's lived in this village ever since she married into the family.
Everyone has their own way of life. We should respect Grandma's choice.
If the day ever comes when she truly needs care, I'll bring her to our home immediately.
Xiao Chen nodded.
Since it was the tail end of the National Day holiday, many people were already on their way back and forth.
Traffic was as congested as ever, and by the time they arrived home, it was already 6 in the evening.
The days were growing shorter.
After arriving home, Xiao Chen began feeding the baby. Dad, wanna move to Jiangcheng with us? Xiao Chen deliberately said this. Mushu technology couldn't just relocate casually, certain core operations had to be run locally.
He shook his head.
No way am I going.
Your mom can take care of you over there.
And once you get to school, you better study hard, you hear me? Don't worry, I know.
After dinner, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi returned to their bedroom. Xu Zhi sat on the bed organizing her suitcase. She hadn't brought much back this time, but with the weather turning colder, she planned to leave her summer clothes at home.
She'd be back again for the new year anyway. Gazing at the soft pink lingerie, Xiao Chen took a deep breath.
A wave of heat surged through him, racing straight to the top of his head. He pursed his lips slightly.
Honey, what is it?
Xu Zhi turned her head to ask. She hadn't noticed Xiao Chen's change at all. Unable to hold back, Xiao Chen pushed Xu Zhi's chest. He shoved her straight onto the bed.
What are you doing?
Only now did Xu Zhi notice something was off with Xiao Chen. Her heart began racing, and a faint blush spread across her cheeks. Xiao Chen knew full well they couldn't do that sort of thing at home, but he wanted to test Xu Zhi's attitude. If she didn't resist, it would mean that day was drawing near. They had already done that once before. Xiao Chen had been completely drunk at the time and had no recollection of the experience. Now, seeing her current attire and the scent of her body, that's why he felt consumed by desire.
I want.
Xu Zhi's eyes widened as she slowly uttered, "You want?"
I want. Just say it already. Xu Zhi looked adorable, and Xiao Chen sensed an opening. Just then, Yuan Yuqin opened the door without hesitation. Xiao Chen. Seeing this, Yuan Yuqin thought to himself, could it be they want to have two more? Chapter 66, Xu Zhi already has a boyfriend. Oh my god, no way.
I can barely handle these two babies already.
Two more? The sky would fall.
At that moment, Xiao Chen's face was practically pressed against Xu Zhi's. Yuan Yuqin said nothing more. She hurriedly slammed the door shut. Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi both looked utterly bewildered.
Somehow, it felt like Mom had misunderstood something. The commotion instantly cooled Xiao Chen's heated body.
He rolled over and flopped onto the bed.
Meanwhile, in the living room,
Yuan Yuqin immediately sought out Xiao Chen's father, Xiao Guosheng, and blurted out, "What are we gonna do, old Xiao? This kid Xiao Chen just won't stop." Xiao Guosheng froze, utterly bewildered.
What on earth are you talking about? Your son seems to want two more babies? Chen Daoxing froze, no way, is my son that energetic? Great, then we'll have 4 kids in the future. Yuan Yuqin kicked Xiao Guosheng in the butt. Xiao Guosheng, what are you saying? Having more kids? Just look at him. Xiao Guosheng felt the next few years would be incredibly busy. Taking care of a baby? He simply didn't have the energy. I think I'll pass. I can't handle kids. Yuan Yuqin nodded. All he could do was silently pray. Xiao Chen, don't go messing around. 2 more kids? Our family couldn't afford that. The next day,
at 2:30 p.m., Xiao Chen drove away from home. His father showed no sign of reluctance. His career was thriving, and he wasn't that old yet. This was the prime time to focus on his career. By 5:30 p.m., Xiao Chen had packed his belongings and returned to Jiangcheng University. Since their apartment complex was directly across from Jiangcheng University, they certainly wouldn't be living on campus. However, they could return to the dorm during lunch breaks or whenever necessary. So Xiao Chen planned to head back first to tidy up. Given the state of his dorm room, if someone told him his bed had grown mushrooms, Xiao Chen would believe it. Room 448. The moment he reached the door, Xiao Chen heard the sounds of someone playing video games inside. That's so 448. Guys, look who's back. Xiao Chen kicked the door open. At that moment, Xian Tianshang was on voice chat, calling out Mom. Hearing the door open, Zuan Tianshang glanced at Xiao Chen before quickly turning back to his game. Liang Qian did the same. They didn't have time to acknowledge him. Xiao Chen was no exception. That's just how they were in Squad 448. Su Koan hadn't returned yet. Needless to say, he was undoubtedly out on a date with his girlfriend. He'd asked Su Koan earlier if he was going home for National Day. Su Koan had replied decisively, "Go home? What home?" Of course he was taking his girlfriend out to play and getting a hotel room tonight. Xiao Chen didn't interrupt their gaming session. He packed up his things, while Xian Tiancheng and Liang Qian didn't have time to acknowledge him until they finished a round of Warcraft. "Brother Chen, why are you back already?" Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. "That's a no-brainer. My vacation's over, so of course I'm back.
Can't just stay cooped up at home forever. You've got a point.
Zhuan Tiansheng chuckled, then pulled out his phone and started tapping away at a message.
Xiao Chen couldn't resist stealing a peek at his phone screen, but Zhuan Tiansheng quickly dodged away.
Who are you chatting with so mysteriously? He asked.
Zhuan Tiansheng replied with a smile, Senior Lu Weiwei, of course. What the hell? Xiao Chen froze. Could it be that after they added each other on WeChat last time, they'd been chatting nonstop? Wait, are you two actually dating? Xiao Chen looked utterly incredulous. Xian Tiansheng shook his head.
No, she said I'm her backup option now.
What? Xiao Chen froze upon hearing that. An official backup option?
Seeing Xiao Chen's extreme reaction, Xian Tiansheng frowned slightly.
Why are you overreacting? I'm just the backup option.
She's reconciled with her boyfriend, but she said their relationship isn't what it used to be.
So I'm just keeping things going for now, playing the backup role. What if I end up becoming the main guy? Right? Xiao Chen's mouth twitched. It was impressive that Zhuan Tiansheng could think like that.
At that moment, Liang Qian chimed in, so you're worried she has more than just you as a backup. Zhuan Tiansheng immediately bristled at the remark, you don't talk nonsense.
Just then,
Xiao Chen, Xian Tiansheng, and Liang Qian's phones all buzzed simultaneously.
Ding ding ding. It was their counselor, Meng Shueru, sending a message in the class group chat.
Meng Shueru at everyone, assemble in classroom F601 at 6:30 p.m. tonight. Reply if received. At that moment, the entire group replied in unison. The screen filled with rapid replies.
Just then, Meng Shueru suddenly sent him a private message. Xiao Chen, add Xu Zhi to the class group. Don't forget to remind her to come to our class meeting at 6:30 p.m. Got it.
Xiao Chen found Xu Zhi's WeChat, gave her a quick heads up, and added her to the group.
A notification popped up in the class group chat. Xiao Chen invited Xu Zhi to the group.
Xu Zhi's WeChat name was simply her given name, since she had very few contacts on WeChat.
She couldn't be bothered to think of another name.
Just then, a boy from the class sent a string of question marks.
Chen Hao, what's going on here? Li Haoyang, Xu Zhi? Wang Tianlong, is this Xu Zhi, our school's former campus beauty? Chen Hao, I have no idea. Chen Hao at Xiao Chen, what's going on? Seeing the message pop up in the group chat, Xiao Chen didn't reply.
Seeing Xiao Chen's silence, Chen Hao directly tagged the counselor.
Chen Hao at Counselor Meng Shueru, do you know what's going on? Meng Shueru replied in the group, I'll explain the details at tonight's meeting.
Just then, the door to the boys' dorm burst open with a bang as Chen Hao pushed it wide.
Holy crap! Xiao Chen, what the hell is going on? None of the classmates knew anything about his recent situation with Xu Zhi. And that included Chen Hao. Xiao Chen shrugged nonchalantly. What's going on? The person you brought in, it's Xu Zhi? Our senior? The former campus beauty? Xiao Chen nodded. Yep. Why did you add her to our class group? Wait, how did you even get Xu Zhi's WeChat? Like many guys, Chen Hao had a huge crush on Xu Zhi.
Xiao Chen, she took a leave of absence before, but she came back this year. Because the course was delayed for a year, it was rolled over to our class.
Chen Hao's face lit up upon hearing this. Xu Zhi was coming to their class. That meant he might just have a chance. As Chen Hao's smile began to spread, Zhu Tiansheng immediately poured cold water on his hopes. Don't even think about it. Xu Zhi already has a boyfriend.
Chapter 67, Xu Zhi is the new student. Hearing this, Chen Hao froze completely.
He stared at Zhuan Tiansheng in disbelief and asked, who is Xu Zhi's boyfriend? Is he from our school?
Indeed, Chen Hao was still scheming to steal her away. He harbored a strange confidence that if Xu Zhi's boyfriend wasn't at Jiangcheng University, he might actually stand a chance if he made a move. After all, the biggest fear in a long-distance relationship was someone trying to steal your partner.
Zhuan Tiansheng shot Xiao Chen a meaningful glance. Well, her boyfriend is right beside you.
Chen Hao fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen. Then he froze, asking, don't tell me Xiao Chen is Xu Zhi's boyfriend.
Honestly, it was entirely possible. After all, Xiao Chen was the one who invited Xu Zhi into the group. Chen Hao felt a pang of resentment welling up inside him. Wait, what gives? Xiao Chen wasn't as tall as him, and as for looks,
Chen Hao considered himself the most handsome guy in the entire class.
So why the hell does he get to?
Noticing Chen Hao's glare, Xiao Chen smiled faintly.
Well, I'm Xu Zhi's boyfriend. Holy crap! Chen Hao's face darkened. Sure, Xu Zhi's boyfriend was Xiao Chen, but so what? He would definitely win Xu Zhi over.
A seed had already taken root in Chen Hao's heart.
A seed of determination, Xu Zhi was his to win, no matter what. Chen Hao quickly left the dormitory. Just then, Xian Tianqing approached and said, Brother Chen, did you see the look in Chen Hao's eyes just now? That look. I just feel like he's up to something. Xiao Chen nodded upon hearing this. Of course I saw it. If he wants to stir up trouble, let him go ahead. Xiao Chen appeared unconcerned. He wasn't the type to start trouble. Of course, he wasn't afraid of trouble either. Time quickly moved to 6:15 p.m. Xiao Chen sent a message to Xu Zhi on his phone, arranging to meet her downstairs at the dormitory. Su Koan had just returned too, though he looked listless now, his lips drained of color. One glance told you he'd been through the ringer during the 7-day National Day holiday. He must have lost billions of elite troops. When he arrived at the dormitory building, Xu Zhi was already waiting for him. Evidently, she had other clothes in the dorm. At that moment, Xu Zhi wore a white lightweight sweater and a pair of light-colored wide-leg jeans. Her legs looked long and slender. The temperature today was indeed a bit low. The moment she spotted Xiao Chen, she scampered over. She threw her arms around his neck. "Husband, I missed you so much." Watching Xu Zhi's wide-eyed, adorable expression, Xiao Chen couldn't resist reaching out to gently stroke her hair. Then he said, "It hasn't been that long since we last saw each other, and you already miss your husband? I miss you even after just 1 minute apart." At that moment, Xian Tianshang and Liang Qian beside him both wore expressions of utter despair. Damn it, this is such a lovey-dovey scene. How infuriating. Xiao Chen finally realized how suggestive their behavior had become. He quickly interjected, "Alright, let's head upstairs. We still have a meeting later. You're cooking dinner when we get home," Xu Zhi said. Xiao Chen smiled. "Mom will probably have dinner ready when we get back, but I'm already starting to miss baby." Xu Zhi retorted, "So you were thinking about the baby, not me. Silly, you're my baby." As he spoke, Xiao Chen wrapped his arm around Xu Zhi's waist. Zuantianshang and Liang Qian grew even more envious. They were so jealous they could practically grind their molars to dust. Upon reaching the upper floor, Xiao Chen felt it wasn't quite right to keep his arm around Xu Zhi's waist, so he fell behind her. The two entered the classroom one after the other. Only then did Xiao Chen notice that most of the boys in the class had already arrived. And the moment they saw Xu Zhi, each of them was utterly stunned. They never imagined the person arriving would actually be Xu Zhi, the former class beauty who had once set the entire school abuzz. They all knew she had withdrawn last year, but her sudden return left many utterly stunned. Shocked, utterly shocked. The classmates began whispering among themselves. Just then, Xu Zhi turned her head and asked Xiao Chen, "Where should we sit?" Xiao Chen pointed to the front row, a seat that had remained empty for years. "Let's sit in the front row." "Alright." Xu Zhi nodded. Then, Xu Zhi, Xiao Chen, and his roommate all sat down in the front row. Seeing this, many boys in the class grew restless. They wanted to move forward, closer to Xu Zhi. Just then, Meng Shuaru entered wearing a professional suit, a folder in hand, her heels clicking softly on the floor. Spotting Xu Zhi and Xiao Chen, she flashed a satisfied smile. She approached Xu Zhi and spoke softly, "Looks like you're recovering well." Xu Zhi was as beautiful as ever, a testament to Xiao Chen's excellent care for her lately. "Yes, thank you for your concern, teacher." Hearing this, the surrounding classmates froze in surprise. What was going on? The teacher said Xu Zhi was recovering well. Could it be she was sick and hospitalized before? The students exchanged bewildered glances, but since the counselor was present, they refrained from whispering. Counselor Meng Shuaru stepped to the front of the classroom, clapped her hands, and said, "Quiet, everyone. I have an announcement to make. I'm sure you've all seen Xu Zhi. Due to health reasons, she took a year off from school and has now transferred into our class. From now on, you're all classmates. I hope you can learn from each other and keep each other accountable." Blah blah blah. Meng Shuaru rattled off a lot in one breath, most of it safety related, of course. They had already spent a year at Jiangcheng University and knew the school's rules. When there are no classes, enjoy yourselves. When there are classes, focus on your studies. That was Meng Shuaru's request. The meeting lasted only half an hour and wrapped up quickly. This meant Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi could head home. As long as they didn't miss class, they didn't have to return to the dorms. "Brother Chen, are you heading back to the dorm or going home?" Su Tian asked. Xiao Chen spoke up, "Xu Zhi and I are heading home. My mom's alone there now, not sure if the nanny's back yet. We need to take care of the baby tonight." Sigh. Zuantianshang said, "By the way, you still haven't let us see the baby. Your child is already a month old now. Could we arrange some time to meet him?" Xiao Chen nodded. "Of course, no problem. Forget about finding time, let's just do it this weekend. I'll cook, and you guys come over. See the baby and have a drink together." "Sounds great." At that moment, Shen Tianshang couldn't help but fix his gaze on Xu Zhi. "Sis-in-law, I have one more favor to ask of you." "What is it?" Xu Zhi asked. Su Tianshang hesitated before speaking. "This weekend, could you also invite Lu Weiwei?" "Well." Xu Zhi glanced at Zuantianshang, then nodded. "Of course." Chapter 68, Zuantianshang's Love. Great. 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 Su Tianshang was overjoyed to hear this. Though he was Lu Weiwei's backup option, he harbored a heart set on becoming the main choice. Xiao Chen didn't linger. He quickly left the school with Xu Zhi. Back home. Just as Xiao Chen had expected, his mother had already prepared dinner and was waiting for him at home. She inquired about his day at school. After hearing what Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi had to say, she simply told them to focus on their studies and that she would take care of the household. Xiao Chen understood how exhausting it must be for his mother to care for the children alone.
He was also contemplating whether to renew the nanny's contract.
The next day, 2:30 p.m. Xiao Chen lay on the bed, one leg dangling limply, waiting for Xian Tiansheng to tidy up his appearance.
After the National Day holiday, Jiangcheng University's clubs began recruiting new members. Freshmen at Jiangcheng University had endured a full month of military training. They were still in training before the break. Of course, Xiao Chen had gone through the same. Thus, the freshmen had only just begun their classes. Clubs had just started recruiting new members.
Actively participating in clubs could earn extra credits.
Lu Weiwei told Xian Tiansheng she planned to join clubs to find a boyfriend, and Xian Tiansheng immediately said, "I'll go with you."
This guy? A total suck-up. And he even insisted Xiao Chen tag along. Lu Weiwei mentioned Xu Zhi would accompany him too.
True to his role as the devoted husband, Xiao Chen naturally agreed to join her. So Xiao Chen was waiting for him right now. Zhuan Tiansheng sprayed hair gel onto his head with a hissing sound before looking up at Xiao Chen with satisfaction.
"I'm ready, Chen. Let's go." "You're finally ready." Xiao Chen leapt off the bed with a thud.
Liang Qian had no interest in the club lately, he'd been hooked on the Naruto mobile game.
He was playing Naruto right now. Su Koan had also gone out with his girlfriend to browse clubs and such. Xiao Chen and Zhuan Tiansheng left the dormitory.
At that moment, Xu Zhi and Lu Weiwei were waiting for him downstairs at the men's dormitory building.
"Weiwei, you're a junior already. Why do you still want to join a club?"
Xu Zhi was puzzled. Lu Weiwei casually replied, "I just had another fight with my boyfriend. I thought I'd go to the clubs and see if I could charm some freshman guy or something. I've noticed this year's freshman boys are pretty good looking." Xu Zhi was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Xiao Chen and Xian Tiansheng walked over together.
Lu Weiwei immediately clammed up. "What are you chatting about, laughing and joking like that?" Xu Tiansheng inquired.
Lu Weiwei replied, "Nothing much. I just spotted a super handsome freshman, and I think he's totally my type."
Zhuan Tiansheng's expression turned as sour as if he'd swallowed a fly. Her affection for Lu Weiwei was genuine,
though there was a bit of infatuation involved. But, after spending time with her, he seemed to have genuinely developed feelings for her. Seeing Zhuan Tiansheng freeze in place, Lu Weiwei spoke up, "Don't just stand there. Come on, let's head to the playground and see what clubs are available this year." The four of them walked toward the school playground together.
Upon arriving, rows of small tents came into view.
Xiao Chenshu scanned them briefly: martial arts club, anime club, rollerblading club.
Anime, Lolita fashion, hanfu, everything imaginable was represented.
There were even clubs for novel writing and photography. Most of the onlookers were freshmen, the only ones still holding on to naive dreams about college.
"Wow, the Tanjok is so handsome."
Lu Weiwei pointed at an athletic guy and said, turning to Xian Tiansheng, "Why don't you go get his WeChat for me?"
Zhuan Tiansheng glanced at the athlete standing not far away, who was nearly 6 feet tall, then nodded. "Sure. Go ahead then." Lu Weiwei crossed her arms, a smirk playing on her lips.
What the three of them hadn't expected was that Zhuan Tiansheng actually went over. He scurried over to the dark-skinned athlete and whispered something in his ear.
At that moment, Xu Zhi couldn't hold back any longer. "Weiwei, aren't you taking this a bit too far?"
"Ha?"
Lu Weiwei froze, then asked Xu Zhi, "What do you mean by that?" Xu Zhi hesitated, then said, "It seems like Xian Tiansheng genuinely likes you.
If you don't like him, just reject him outright." Lu Weiwei spread her hands helplessly. "I've told him no 100 times already.
But he won't listen at all. What can I do? Last time I told him to be my backup option. I never expected Xian Tiansheng to actually agree."
Hearing this, Xu Zhi couldn't help but roll her eyes.
This Xian Tiansheng seems like he's got some issues too. As they spoke, Xu Tiansheng had already returned. He really was coming back. But he's definitely not happy. Asking the goddess for another guy's WeChat. It really is incredibly strange. "Weiwei, here's that guy's WeChat ID. Get your phone out, I'll tell you the number." 35. Zhuan Tiansheng was just about to give his WeChat ID.
At that moment, Lu Weiwei suddenly silenced him.
"I'm not adding him anymore." "Ha?" Zhuan Tiansheng looked up. Lu Weiwei pursed her lips. Though Zhuan Tiansheng was a bit overweight and looked somewhat dopey,
but he was genuinely a good person. Lately, she'd been challenging him with all sorts of tricky questions, yet his emotions remained remarkably steady. His looks might not be up to par, but his character was truly top-notch. He was 10,000 times more dependable than her ex-boyfriend.
"Let's be together," Lu Weiwei said. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Zhuan Tiansheng's eyes widened in utter bewilderment.
"Weiwei, what did you just say?"
"I said, let's be together." Lu Weiwei decisively grabbed Xian Tiansheng's hand. "Actually, I never reconciled with my ex-boyfriend. I never did. I lied to you.
I wanted to know if you were just attracted to my looks or if you genuinely like me."
"Now I know the answer." But once we're together, you have to lose weight and learn how to dress. I'm giving you 6 months.
Lu Weiwei stared straight into Xian Tianshang's eyes as she spoke, her expression utterly serious and stern.
Zhuan Tianshang could scarcely believe his ears. All right. I will definitely lose weight.
Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi, standing nearby, hadn't expected Lu Weiwei to suddenly commit to Xian Tianshang. Both of them were a bit stunned.
Yet they understood.
After all, in today's society, finding genuine love was incredibly difficult.
It's all about fast food relationships now.
Many guys would secretly arrange dates. So Lu Weiwei felt deeply insecure. She'd paid back every penny she owed her ex-boyfriend. She'd completely cut ties with him.
Now, she can openly be with Xian Tianshang. Hearing Zhuan Tianshang's words, Lu Weiwei smiled and nodded.
Yes, I believe you. But you have to run 3 laps around the track right now.
Once you finish, you'll be my boyfriend. Chapter 69, The Baby Care Club. Hearing Lu Weiwei's words, Xian Tianshang froze.
Then, without a moment's hesitation, he began running laps around the track. The track at Jiangcheng University measured 500 meters per lap, so 3 laps equaled 1.5 kilometers.
It wasn't much. But given Xian Tianshang's current condition, it would take him at least 15 minutes to complete it.
An average person takes over half an hour to run 5 kilometers, and his physique was a factor. Watching Xian Tianshang grow increasingly distant, Lu Weiwei finally let a satisfied look cross her face. Xu Zhi asked, about what you said earlier.
Actually, I don't dislike Xian Tianshang at all.
She might be a bit overweight, but she's a genuinely nice person.
At the very least, she's much better than my ex-boyfriend. You've got a point.
Xu Zhi wholeheartedly agreed with Lu Weiwei's words.
It was clear that Zhuan Tianshang was truly a deeply affectionate person.
After running a lap, Zhuan Tianshang was drenched in sweat, but he didn't stop.
Just 2 more laps, and he could be with Lu Weiwei.
The thought of experiencing the same sweet love as Xiao Chen and Su Kuan filled him with uncontrollable excitement.
The 3 chatted idly.
Just like Xiao Chen, Xian Tianshang had indeed taken a full 15 minutes to complete the 1.5-kilometer run. That pace was admittedly not fast. When he returned to their group, his clothes were soaked through with sweat. A large patch on his chest was soaked through, and beads of sweat dripped down his forehead.
Weiwei, I finished running. He gasped.
If this were PE class, making Xian Tian run 3 laps would have been impossible for him to endure.
But the person in front of him was Lu Weiwei.
Forget 3 laps, even 10 laps, he could push through. This was the power of love. Lu Weiwei pulled out a pack of Qing foam tissues from her pocket, leaned close to Xian Tianshang, and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. This scene made Xian Tianshang's face flush instantly, and he felt like his nose was about to bleed.
How about it? Tired? Lu Weiwei asked in a gentle voice. With her wealth of emotional experience, handling Xian Tianshang was no challenge at all. And no. Not tired. Zhuan Tianshang couldn't help but stare at Lu Weiwei's chest. He swallowed hard. They're huge. Noticing his gaze, Lu Weiwei's lips curved into a faint smile. Then starting tomorrow, you'll run 5 laps around the track every day. What? Zhuan Tianshang tore his gaze away. He stared wide-eyed at Lu Weiwei. Lu Weiwei folded her arms and asked, What? Is there a problem? Her gaze was particularly sharp. Seeing that look, Xian Tianshang instantly turned into a docile little lamb. Of course not. With you running alongside me, everything will be just fine. That's more like it. Despite the strong sweat odor emanating from Zhuan Tianshang, Lu Weiwei showed no sign of disgust. She hooked her arm through his and headed toward the surrounding tents. You probably haven't earned your club credits yet, right? Come on, let's check out what clubs are around. Then we can take classes together in the club. Sure. Zhuan Tianshang couldn't help but twitch his nostrils. Lu Weiwei's scent was exceptionally pleasant, so sweet and fragrant. Seeing the 2 walk away, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi hurried to follow. Sometimes, feelings aren't drawn by looks alone, they can also be forged by persistence. The 4 of them strolled together. From start to finish, Lu Weiwei kept her arm linked through Xian Tianshang's. Though not the campus beauty queen, her looks were still top tier at Jiangcheng University. Many classmates who saw them exchanged disdainful glances. They assumed it was a case of one pursuing looks and the other chasing money. Outwardly, the pair seemed utterly mismatched. Wait. Just then, Xu Zhi abruptly halted her steps. Xiao Chen, holding Xu Zhi's hand, sensed her halt and turned to glance at her. Then, he followed Xu Zhi's gaze. There, before them, stood an exceptionally peculiar club. Its name was Baby Care Center. What the heck? Xiao Chen looked utterly bewildered, while Xu Zhi seemed particularly intrigued by this club. Let's go check it out. Huh? Xiao Chen froze. Xu Zhi considered herself a complete novice when it came to childcare. Now that she had a baby, maybe joining the club could teach her some parenting skills. What ha? Xu Zhi said sternly, I don't even know how to take care of a baby yet. All right. Xiao Chen walked over, curious to see what this club was all about. The 2 arrived at the childcare club's tent. This club was rather niche, most students just stopped by to look around. After all, who has time to learn childcare? Hello, you must be Xu Zhi. The young woman said. Xu Zhi gave a slight nod. Yep, that's me. Senior, you're back at school? The president of the childcare club was in the same grade as Xiao Chen. Her mother was a top-tier childcare specialist, earning 50,000 yuan a month. Her mother often shared childcare knowledge with her, which inspired her to establish this club. Currently, the club had 10 members. All female. I'm back. Xu Zhi glanced at the banner above and asked softly, excuse me, can one learn childcare knowledge in this club? Yes, senior. Elijia replied with a smile, my mother is a gold medal certified childcare specialist. Though I'm only bronze level certified, I've learned a lot of practical knowledge from her. If you join our club, you might get opportunities to take on jobs on weekends if you want to earn some extra cash. And if you prove capable, I can even have my mother refer jobs to you. Xu Zhi was intrigued by the offer. Whether it paid or not didn't matter much, her main goal was to learn baby care skills here. One day, she would surely become an excellent mother. Plus, this way she could lighten the burden on Xiao Chen's mother. Xu Zhi asked, is there a registration fee? Upon hearing this, Elijia nodded. Well, it's quite affordable. Each person pays a 500 yuan registration fee, and you can attend classes anytime while enrolled at the school. I'll hold classes in a classroom every Tuesday and Thursday evening. Each session will cover one specific skill. 500 yuan was practically pocket change for Xiao Chen now. Xu Zhi glanced at Xiao Chen, her eyes seeming to say, I want to sign up. Looking into Xu Zhi's bright, sparkling eyes, he smiled and said, sure, if you want to sign up, go ahead. Then I'll sign up. Alright, I'll make a note of it for you. Elijia filled in Xu Zhi's information on the form, while Xu Zhi pulled out her phone, ready to pay. Elijia shook her head. You can pay next time during class. Alright. Xu Zhi nodded. Elijia added, class starts next Tuesday on time. I'll add you on WeChat and pull you into our club group. Chapter 70, I, Shantian Shang, have finally made something of myself. Got it. Xu Zhi replied softly. After joining the group, the two left the area. Not far away, Su Tianshang had already signed up for the badminton club with Lu Weiwei. What Zuantianshang needed most now was exercise. Playing badminton regularly could only be beneficial. Spotting Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi approaching, Xian Tianshang wore a delighted smile as he asked Xiao Chen, so, did you guys sign up for any clubs? Yeah. Xiao Chen nodded. Xu Zhi signed up for the childcare club. What the heck? Hearing this bizarre name, Su Tianshang looked utterly bewildered. Seriously? How could there be a club like that? He asked, the infant care club? Did you sign up? Xiao Chen shook his head. No, I haven't. Though Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi were still deeply in love, he felt it unnecessary to cling to each other every moment. They still needed to give each other space to enjoy life at their own pace. When Xu Zhi goes to her classes, I'll still be here with you, breaking tiles. Playing tiles? What tiles? Zuantianshang shook his head. I promised my girlfriend I'd quit gaming from now on. Question mark. Xiao Chen stared at Zuantianshang in disbelief, who was shouting mom in the game just yesterday. Lu Weiwei, who occasionally played tiles too, chimed in, what? You actually called out mom in the game? Zuantianshang scratched his head. It's just a game, right? And yelling mom in Warcraft is pretty normal, isn't it? Hearing this, Lu Weiwei instantly pulled her hand away from Xian Tianshang. Then you have to call me mom from now on. Xiao Chen froze. Wait, Lu Weiwei, you have this kind of thing? Without a moment's hesitation, Zuantianshang spoke up, mom. I. Lu Weiwei responded with equal enthusiasm, then added, my big boy, hee hee. Zuantianshang's face flushed crimson. Calling someone mom was practically his specialty. Xiao Chen shot them a look of contempt. After wandering around the playground for a while longer, Lu Weiwei insisted that Xu Zhi accompany her back to the dormitory to help her write her party membership application. Xu Zhi's handwriting was exceptionally beautiful, a standard running cursive style. Compared to Xu Zhi, Lu Weiwei's handwriting was much uglier. Since Xu Zhi was heading back to the dorm, Xiao Chen planned to return for a while too. Aunt Yang had already come over today to make up for the last few days. They parted ways at the fork in the road. Only after Lu Weiwei had walked far away did Xian Tianqing suddenly reach out and pinch the flesh on Xiao Chen's arm. Xiao Chen let out a sharp hiss. What the hell, man? Are you crazy? Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. Zuantianshang spoke up, bro Chen, this feels like a ing dream. Who would have thought? I actually ended up with Lu Weiwei. I'm finally someone who can get laid. Playing the field? Xiao Chen froze, confused. What did that even mean? Seeing Xiao Chen's confused expression, Xian Tianshang explained, don't you get it? You're the one who's beautiful as a flower, and I'm the one who gets to pick the flowers. Where did you pick up that dirty talk? Xiao Chen had never heard such a phrase before. He couldn't help but think that Xian Tianqing's mind was filled with nothing but trash. I'm speechless. Well, I've really made something of myself. Chen, cut the crap. I'll give your kid 2 red envelopes later. What's that supposed to mean? Xiao Chen couldn't quite grasp Xian Tianshang's actions.
Zhuan Tiansheng explained, you see, without you and your kids, I never would have met Lu Weiwei. And I wouldn't have found a girlfriend who's not so pretty.
So, all this is thanks to you. Wow. Xiao Chen genuinely hadn't expected Xian Tiansheng to think this way. He nodded with satisfaction, though he passed on the red envelope.
He wasn't short on cash these days.
Forget the red envelope. What should you call me now? Godfather. Zhuan Tiansheng answered without hesitation. Damn.
Xiao Chen was thoroughly pleased with Zhuan Tiansheng's response. Alright, hurry back and share this great news with your roommates. Now, Liang Qian is the only single guy left in the dorm.
Right.
The two headed up to the dorm building together.
Xian Tiansheng kicked open the door to room 448 with a loud bang and declared, "Ha, look at me now, Xian Tiansheng."
Liang Qian, who was playing Naruto, froze.
Wait, what the hell? You're ing crazy. Su Koan had also returned.
He was video chatting with his girlfriend on WeChat when he heard Su Tiansheng's outburst.
He couldn't help but complain, damn it, Su Tiansheng, can you keep it down? Can't you see I'm video chatting with my baby? Zhuan Tiansheng's face darkened. Don't you even care why I've finally made something of myself? Neither Liang Qian nor Su Koan cared about this. Could it be that Xian Tiansheng had finally found a girlfriend? Could his girlfriend be Lu Weiwei? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if the sky fell, Xian Tiansheng would never get a girlfriend. Su Koan shrugged indifferently. What, found money on the street? Something 10,000 times happier than finding money. He declared. I, Su Tiansheng, am finally off the market. Ha 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 ha. What? Upon hearing the news, Su Koan couldn't help but ask, you're off the market, kid? Don't be ridiculous. Are you going to tell me your girlfriend is Lu Weiwei too? How did you know?
Su Koan froze for a moment before instinctively stepping closer and pressing his finger against Su Tiansheng's forehead. He muttered, strange, you don't have a fever. Then what's going on? Seeing Su Koan's skeptical expression, Xian Tiansheng quickly turned his gaze to Xiao Chen. Brother Chen, you have to help me prove it. Xiao Chen spoke up. Zhuan Tiansheng really did get out of the single life, and it was Lu Weiwei who asked him out.
They're together now. Xiao Chen rarely lied in the dorm.
Seeing his serious expression, Su Koan froze in shock.
What? He really got a girlfriend? Xiao Chen nodded. That's right. Xian Tiansheng probably won Lu Weiwei over.
After Lu Weiwei put him through her tests, Xian Tiansheng officially became her boyfriend.
Damn.
Liang Qian, who had been lying on his bed playing Naruto, turned grim.
So that means I'm the only single guy left in dorm 448 now? Exactly. Zhuan Tiansheng grinned cheekily. So, brother Liang Qian, you better hurry up and find yourself a boyfriend too. Otherwise, your little buddy will suffer a lot following you around. Liang Qian thought about it and decided against it. Dating was just too much trouble. It costs money, serves no real purpose, and might even mean supporting someone else's wife for years. Gaming was way more fun. Forget it. Love? Not even a dog would bother. Chapter 71, Baby's Got Gas. Hearing Liang Qian's bold declaration, Xiao Chen didn't think much of it. Everyone had their own way of living, and no one said you had to date in school. After Xian Tiansheng returned, he ordered some fried chicken delivery and then lay on his bed telling Lu Weiwei about his weight loss plan. Xiao Chen listened with a hint of disdain. After all, trying to lose weight while eating fried chicken. Are you really sure that'll work? Xiao Chen couldn't control others' affairs, nor did he want to. He had one more class in the afternoon.
Although Xiao Chen hadn't attended classes for a month, the teacher usually sent him the course materials.
A month's delay in his major wouldn't cause much disruption.
Half an hour later, Xu Zhi had already drafted Lu Weiwei's party membership application on her phone, and they were getting ready for class. But just as Xiao Chen was about to step out, his phone suddenly rang. He opened it to find it was his mom. He answered immediately. His mother sounded anxious on the line. Xiao Chen. What's wrong, Mom? Xiao Chen inquired. Yuan Yuqin on the other end said, I don't know what's wrong. Debao has been crying non-stop. He keeps kicking his legs, and his face is really red. Xiao Chen could clearly hear Debao Xiaoming's cries over the phone. He quickly reassured her, Mom, don't worry. I'll be right back. Okay. Xiao Chen tossed aside his books and dashed out of the dormitory. Before leaving, he asked Xian Tiansheng to inform his professor that he needed to take a leave of absence. On the way, Xiao Chen ran as fast as he could, but it still took him nearly 10 minutes to get from the dorm to the residential complex. His phone kept ringing in his pocket, likely Xu Zhi trying to reach him. But Xiao Chen didn't answer. When he got home, he hurriedly opened the door. At that moment, Debao was still lying in the stroller, wailing loudly. Just as his mother had described, Debao's face was flushed bright red, and he was writhing and kicking his legs repeatedly. His little belly was also noticeably swollen. Son, what's going on? Should I call 911? If the baby had a serious illness, she would blame herself terribly.
Xiao Chen immediately recognized the symptoms as gas. It's okay, Mom. Looks like the baby just has gas. See how big his little tummy is? It's full of air. Then, what should we do? Yuan Yuqin thought to herself, Xiao Chen never had this as a child. What on earth is going on? It's okay, let me handle it. Xiao Chen began performing the gas relief exercise on the baby. He laid the infant flat on his back, gently pressed his knees toward the abdomen, and helped the baby release the trapped air from the intestines. Before long, Xiao Chen heard the baby pass gas. Poo poo poo. While continuing the massage, Xiao Chen explained, Mom, the baby swallowed too much air while feeding. Combined with some lactose intolerance from the breast milk or formula, and the gut flora hasn't fully developed yet. That's why this happens. Yuan Yuqin suddenly understood. She hadn't expected her son to know so much. Xiao Chen then placed the baby face down on his arm, cupping his palm under the infant's abdomen. He gently patted the back, using gravity to help relieve the baby's gas. After letting out a few more farts, the flush gradually faded from Debao's face and he stopped crying. Son, you know so much. Yuan Yuqin was particularly surprised. Xiao Chen continued, Mom, this is all basic parenting knowledge. If you have free time at home, you can watch parenting programs on TV. Just now, Xu Zhi signed up with a childcare club in our school's extracurricular activities. Hearing this, Yuan Yuqin paused slightly. She cautiously asked, Your school has a childcare club? Yes. Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile. That was unexpected, even for me. Alright, Mom, Debao is fine now. If this happens again, don't panic, just do the burping exercise and the airplane hold. Yuan Yuqin nodded. She never imagined she'd one day be lectured by her own son. Yet the feeling was strangely wonderful. It had to be said Xiao Chen had truly grown up. By the way, don't you have class this afternoon? Xiao Chen spread his hands helplessly. I was just about to go to class when your call came in, so I rushed back. Never mind. I won't go to this class for now. I need to take a shower. I worked up quite a sweat running over here. Alright. Mother placed the baby back into the stroller. That scene had truly scared the life out of her. Xiao Chen, I'll take the baby out for a walk. There's hot water in the heater, just go ahead and shower. Okay. After his mother left the house, Xiao Chen plopped down onto the sofa and finally pulled out his phone to open WeChat. Several messages from Xu Zhi were waiting for him. The first said she was waiting for him at the teaching building. Then she mentioned running into Xian Tianshang, how he'd rushed out in a hurry, and asked what was wrong. Seeing that Xiao Chen hadn't replied, Xu Zhi had also made 2 calls, but he hadn't answered either. Xiao Chen's fingers flew across the phone screen. Nothing serious. Mom just asked me to come back, said the baby's been crying nonstop. I came back and found it was just gas, but it's fine now. I took care of it. Xu Zhi relaxed upon seeing Xiao Chen's message and asked, Will you still come back for class? Nah. Since he hadn't gone to class, Xiao Chen felt there was no point in going halfway through. Instead, he might as well take a shower and get some proper rest. Xiao Chen felt that going to college was all about securing a good future. Now that he knew Chen Daosheng had signed with Starry Sky and had the daddy system to boot, academic credentials no longer mattered to him. Just then, Xiao Chen suddenly remembered that the system hadn't popped up in ages. Could it be down? Ding! Fatherly love is as steadfast as a mountain. The system's voice suddenly chimed in. Detected host assisting baby with gas relief. Baby care mode activated. Xiao Chen was utterly baffled. Baby rearing mode? What on earth is that? Just then, 2 baby profiles appeared in his field of vision. First child name, Xiaoming. IQ, 120. Talent, none. Second child name, Xiao Ziqing. IQ, 129. Talents, painting, singing, artistic talent max. Xiao Chen was utterly baffled. Wait, is the firstborn really that dull? How could they have no talents at all? And Erbao? Not only does he have drawing skills, but singing skills too. What does artistic sensibility max even mean? Does this mean Erbao is going to debut as an artist? Xiao Chen scratched his head. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. Host, your baby has now reached 1 month old. The system will subsequently provide you with a life plan. Completing various life tasks will grant you rewards. Additionally, upon completing tasks, there's a chance to boost the baby's IQ, physical fitness, and talents. Xiao Chen instantly understood. He asked, Are there any life tasks available now? Chapter 72, Building the Empire. As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, the system's voice responded. Currently, the host possesses employment, a vehicle, and housing, but no industries are registered under your name. Life mission issued, establish your business empire within 15 days. Reward, 1,000 daddy points and 1 random baby ability enhancement pack. Xiao Chen froze slightly upon hearing the system's voice. The system was telling him to start a business. But in this era, starting a business was incredibly difficult. Still, profit wasn't the main concern. Couldn't he just open a food truck and become his own boss?
A wry smile tugged at Xiao Chen's lips as he thought this, convinced his idea wasn't half bad. The system didn't respond further, probably crashed again. Xiao Chen shook his head, dismissing the thought. He got up and headed to the bathroom for a shower. By the time he finished, Xu Zhi had already returned from class. The afternoon classes weren't major courses and were particularly short. Seeing her mom wasn't home, she paused in surprise.
Huh? Where's Mom? Xiao Chen emerged from the bathroom, towel drying his head. Mom just took the baby out for a walk in the stroller. Didn't you see her when you got back? No. Xu Zhi shook her head and asked, by the way, what did you mean about the baby having gas? Xiao Chen gave her a reassuring look. It's nothing serious. Just a bit of lactose intolerance when feeding formula or breast milk. I've already taken care of it. Okay. Xu Zhi placed her backpack on the desk. The teacher assigned homework. It needs to be handed in before class next week. You can help me with it. Xiao Chen said casually. No way. Xu Zhi pouted. How lazy can you be, Xiao Chen? Xiao Chen knew Xu Zhi was just saying no, but she'd definitely help him write it. With Mom not home and no need to watch the baby, Xu Zhi went into the bedroom, leaned over the desk, and started doing her homework. And she had to do 2 sets. Stupid Xiao Chen, you're so annoying. While Xu Zhi worked on her homework, Xiao Chen lay on the sofa watching videos about entrepreneurship. There were tons of these types of videos on Douyin. For instance, some entrepreneurs who failed would seek help online, and then professional food service experts would analyze the surrounding commercial district, foot traffic, and what types of shops were missing to help them choose their product line. Sometimes the protagonists in these videos really aren't the brightest. Yet, these videos genuinely offered valuable lessons. After watching for an hour, Xiao Chen felt he'd gained valuable insights. Just then, Xu Zhi opened the bedroom door and emerged with a pout on her face. Looks like she'd already finished both their homework assignments. What are you doing? Xu Zhi asked. Xiao Chen sat up straight immediately. I was just scrolling through Douyin. Oh. You're scrolling through Douyin while I'm here doing homework. Come. Xiao Chen quickly made room for Xu Zhi, then whispered softly, my dear, you've been working so hard. Please sit down. Let me give you a shoulder massage. Now that's more like it. While massaging Xu Zhi's shoulders, Xiao Chen asked what she wanted for dinner. She didn't make it difficult for him, saying she wanted fish-flavored shredded pork and stir-fried loofah with eggs. These 2 dishes posed no challenge for him. The next day, after finishing the morning's half-period class, Xiao Chen began wandering around campus. Perhaps due to the poor overall economic climate, he noticed that even some shops within the school were closing down. What kind of shop should I open? Xiao Chen pondered this question. If he were to open a shop, it would definitely have to be something profitable. Manhwa ice cream had several branches at Zhengcheng University, already saturating the market. Luckin Coffee was the same. Although Kuti wasn't present yet, he felt Kuti wouldn't stand a chance against Luckin. Plus, places like Wallace's were already on campus. Tastin'. The space just isn't big enough. Xiao Chen walked around campus for ages but couldn't find a suitable spot. Zhengcheng University had over 10,000 students, so the market potential was still huge. Just then, he noticed that the prime spot in the villa complex, the only route to the 3rd residential area, seemed to be up for lease. A Daiko's fast food restaurant had once operated here, with a convenience store next door. However, the convenience store's prices were slightly higher, and students simply weren't buying into it. Moreover, Daiko's market share had declined significantly. The owner of both the convenience store and Daiko's had closed both shops. This was actually a prime location. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, but he had no idea what to open. He couldn't just open another convenience store and tack on a burger joint or something, could he? Xiao Chen walked over and observed the nearby foot traffic. As everyone knows, college girls these days have strong spending power. A nail salon? A beauty parlor? Or? For a moment, he felt overwhelmed. Just then, Xiao Chen recalled a video he'd seen on Douyin about starting a business. Like starting a live stream? He opened WeChat on his phone and found that Brother Lin's restaurant location service was indeed live streaming. But to connect via live stream, he'd need to send some virtual gifts. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen sent a hot air balloon gift. A few minutes later, he successfully connected with Brother Lin. What's up, bro? Lin Gu inquired. Xiao Chen pointed to a villa nearby. There's a villa for rent over there. I'm interested in taking it over. Lin Gu looked at the phone screen and asked, what kind of commercial area is this? What's the rent? How's the foot traffic usually? Xiao Chen, I'm currently at Zhengcheng University. This area is pretty open, there's only one villa here. This is the main thoroughfare leading to the 3rd residential district. Lin Gu perked up with interest and pressed further, Zhengcheng University? If I recall correctly, the university has over 10,000 students, right? Yes. Xiao Chen nodded. Are there many students living in the 3rd residential area? Xiao Chen thought for a moment. While he didn't have exact figures, he knew the layout of the university's residential areas. Currently, the university had 3 residential areas. Xiao Chen resided in the first residential area, which housed 3 male dormitory buildings and 3 female dormitory buildings, accommodating around 2,000 students. The second residential area was for male students, while the third residential area was for female students.
Jiangcheng University maintained a relatively balanced male-to-female ratio, so roughly 4,000 people pass through this residential area daily. All female students, about 4,000 daily. Holy crap! Hearing this news, Brother Lin instantly perked up. After all, she knew that female consumers held significant purchasing power these days. Without hesitation, he said, "Bro, this location is prime."
But what's the monthly rent, and how big is the space? Xiao Chen, I checked, the monthly rent is 5,000 yuan.
It's split into 2 floors, 130 square meters on the first floor and only 80 square meters on the second.
Chapter 73, Preparing to open the store.
Lin Gu spoke up, so this villa has a total of 210 square meters across both floors, right?
Xiao Chen's face darkened at this remark. Wasn't that obvious? Was it 210 square meters? Or was it 250?
But while he thought it, he certainly couldn't voice it aloud.
Lin Gu asked again, are there any shops nearby? Xiao Chen shook his head. There are no shops within 300 meters. This villa's location is rather unique. What about the girls' dormitory area? Any convenience stores there?
Yes. There must be supermarkets of all sizes over there, and print shops are countless.
In that case, Lin Gu, watching the livestream on his phone, thought for a moment. He noticed a terrace on the villa's outer perimeter. Can we set up an outdoor seating area on that terrace?
Adjacent to the terrace was the school's artificial lake, offering particularly beautiful scenery. Unfortunately, the terrace had fallen into disrepair over the years, with much of the wood completely rotted. Plus, it was littered with trash. Only couples sneaking in for late-night trysts would venture there. Otherwise, it was completely deserted during the day.
I'm not sure about that. Xiao Chen hadn't contacted the landlord yet and hadn't inquired about the details.
Lin Gu sighed helplessly.
He said in the livestream chat, "Young man, you didn't even ask for details before going live with me?"
At that moment, many comments in the chat stream called him incompetent. They called him another money-losing venture. Even some of his classmates were watching the stream, declaring the location had zero commercial value. But Xiao Chen felt his instincts wouldn't fail him.
I'll practice a bit. No need. Since Xiao Chen had already sent gifts, Brother Lin was a reasonable man. Do you have any startup budget?
This was Brother Lin's biggest concern. Since Xiao Chen was a pure-hearted college guy, he naturally didn't have much money.
So, making money would be tough.
But what Xiao Chen said next left Brother Lin stunned.
Xiao Chen declared decisively, "I have no budget."
"What did you say?" The moment he said that, the comments exploded with blowhard.
Some students even tried to call him out as a fraud.
Of course, most assumed it was just for show.
Lin Gu remained unfazed by the comments. "No budget? So you're some rich kid then? But now even rich kids are starting their own businesses?" Xiao Chen didn't respond. He wasn't some rich kid. Wait, hold on, turns out he actually was.
Now that Dad has become the chairman of Mushu Technology, his family does indeed have a business.
And since he's the only son, maybe Dad will really pass Muxa Tech down to him someday.
Of course, that day is still a long, long way off.
I'm not.
The clown smiled at the camera.
He didn't want to waste time here either, so he asked, "Brother Lin, what kind of project do you think would work best in this area? I think you could franchise a branded convenience store.
And if the terrace here can be opened up, you could set up a bubble tea shop. Like you said, there are more girls around here.
Just divide the first floor into a convenience store and a bubble tea shop.
If outdoor seating is allowed, renovate the open air area, buy some tables, chairs, and sun umbrellas.
As for the second floor, you mentioned it's all female students passing by.
Your school probably has beauty and nail salons, but yours would definitely be the closest to the dorms.
Just open a beauty and nail salon.
You can hire nail technicians part-time directly from the school.
Your school must have art students from the fine arts department."
Lin Gu rattled off a bunch of ideas in one breath.
Xiao Chen listened and, to be honest, it actually sounded pretty solid.
Girls are the main customer base for bubble tea now, and on weekends, plenty of guys come with their girlfriends and might grab a couple cups on the way. The same goes for beauty and nail services. Girls love to look good, and most get their nails done at least once a month. Plus, the 80 square meter space on the second floor wasn't exactly small. As for the convenience store, Xiao Chen felt opening a Meijia or 7-Eleven would work. With a location like this, it shouldn't be too difficult.
"Alright, thanks, Brother Lin. Got it. MHM.
After Brother Lin mentioned he'd send his private WeChat via direct message, Xiao Chen ended the call.
Xiao Chen had no intention of adding a private WeChat account.
His goal was simple, to receive store opening guidance after adding WeChat, which would cost anywhere from a few thousand to tens of thousands of yuan.
Xiao Chen wasn't about to waste money on that.
His immediate priority now was to explore the third residential district and see if the things mentioned during the livestream were feasible. He had just arrived at the entrance of the third residential district when Xu Zhi called him on WeChat.
Hello? Xiao Chen checked out the surrounding shops while talking to Xu Zhi. Are you planning to open a shop? Xu Zhi cut straight to the point. Xiao Chen paused slightly at her question. Wait, did Xu Zhi already know? How did you find out? Xiao Chen was puzzled. He hadn't mentioned it to Xu Zhi at all. You silly goose. Xu Zhi spoke up from across the room. Because I just saw you live streaming with Brother Lin. Didn't you know that mutual followers on Douyin can see when the other person is live streaming? Xiao Chen's face darkened. Douyin, you bastard, can't you pay attention to user privacy? Xiao Chen had quite a few mutual followers, relatives, friends, even his roommate. It seemed many people already knew about his plans to open a store. Sure enough, before Xu Zhi's WeChat call had even ended, Xian Tianqing called him. Honey, I'll explain everything when I get back. I've got a call coming in. Okay. After hanging up with Xu Zhi, Xiao Chen answered Zuan Tiansheng's call. Hey, Chen, here's something else. You're actually opening a shop. If you open a shop, can I get free bubble tea? Can I scrounge instant noodles from your convenience store? Can I bring Lu Weiwei for free manicures? Zuan Tiansheng fired off 3 questions at Xiao Chen, who rolled his eyes. I'll give you free condoms then. Holy, that's torture. Just thinking about getting to play with Lu Weiwei in a hotel soon made Zuan Tiansheng's heart race. But seriously, Chen, why'd you decide to start a business? Let's get one thing straight, I'm not lending you any money. Xiao Chen's expression darkened like he'd swallowed a fly. Wait, who said I was asking you for money? I never said I was asking you for a loan either. Right, ha? He declared solemnly, but if you need help opening the shop, Chenggu, just ask. To make it up to me later, just let me freeload at your place. Fine. Then you can come work for me, and I'll pay you a salary. That way, you'll have money to support your wife. Chapter 74, Dating and Supporting a Wife? Hearing this, Zuan Tiansheng immediately grew displeased. Wait, dating means supporting a wife? Like hell, I'm supporting anyone. Wait, isn't dating supposed to be a two-way street these days? Xiao Chen heard this and thought it made sense, but in today's dating culture, doesn't the guy usually spend a bit more while the girl spends a bit less? Like, the guy pays for dinner and the girl covers the movie tickets and bubble tea. When going out, the guy buys tickets while the girl books the hotel. Well, you should save some money too. You can't expect to split the bill every time you go out to eat. True. Zuan Tiansheng felt Xiao Chen had a point. He spent heavily on in-game purchases, and his monthly living expenses were only 2,000 yuan. Buying clothes and eating out a couple times would blow through most of it. The thought made Xian Tiansheng blurt out, Brother Chen, you gotta save me a spot. And when it comes to that part-time job, make sure to pay me extra. Xiao Chen, how about making you the store manager? Zuan Tiansheng perked up, that's awesome. I'd be the manager of the nail salon. Plus, when I'm not busy, I could check out the girls from our school. Hearing this, Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. I recorded this call. I'll send it to Lu Weiwei later. No. Xian Tiansheng hadn't expected Xiao Chen to be so ruthless. Xiao Chen, fine, don't make me send it. Just call me Dad and I won't send it. Daddy. Zuan Tiansheng called him Dad with surprising ease. Xiao Chen was just joking with him, fine. Next time, 3 dads won't be enough to fix things. Yes. After hanging up, Xiao Chen noticed there was only one nail salon nearby. It was old and cramped, barely fitting 3 or 4 people at a time. There was also a barbershop offering nail services, but its space was even smaller, accommodating only 2 people. Xiao Chen sensed the competition here wasn't too fierce. Opening a nail salon on the 2nd floor with 80 square meters of space would actually work. Of course, the key would be making it look nice, providing good service, and ensuring the decor was elegant. He wasn't knowledgeable in this area, so he'd need to consult Xu Zhi or Lu Weiwei upon returning. Xiao Chen felt Lu Weiwei was well-traveled and knowledgeable, so he could seek her advice. As for the 7-Eleven convenience store and bubble tea shop, Xiao Chen was thinking of introducing a bubble tea brand not yet available at their school. This would avoid homogenization, and with the university's special channel, franchising on campus should face much less competition than in external malls. Currently, the campus had Hey-Tea, Luckin Coffee, Mishui Ice Cream, Tea Baidao, and Gumming. These were all hot market brands. Though Xiao Chen hadn't paid attention to their sales figures, he always had to queue when buying from them. And given that these same shops were already established a year ago, it would be untrue to claim they weren't profitable. After much deliberation, Xiao Chen felt jasmine milk tea seemed like a solid choice. Since there isn't a branch of this store near their school, and many female students are willing to take the subway to the World Trade Center just to visit it. Xiao Chen first called the landlord to ask if outdoor seating was permitted. The response was affirmative. However, he would need to renovate the outdoor terrace. This involved ordering lumber and arranging for installation and painting. Moreover, the villa's exterior wasn't in great shape. The outer walls were peeling, with some areas showing severe cracks and flaking. Therefore, it seemed he would also need to address the villa's exterior. This significantly increased the workload.
Nevertheless, Xiao Chen promptly transferred a 2,000 yuan deposit to secure the property, fearing that fellow streamers might watch the livestream and snap up the rental.
Given its location, 5,000 yuan a month wasn't particularly expensive. At least, not for him now. If it were a year ago, well, you know how it is.
After paying the deposit, Xiao Chen returned home. Opening the door, he paused in surprise.
There, in the living room, was Lu Weiwei cradling their second child, Xiao Zhi.
Gazing at the milky-scented baby, she gently pinched her little cheek.
"Senior, what are you doing here?" Xiao Chen asked.
Lu Weiwei rolled her eyes.
"What? Don't you welcome me?" "Of course not."
Xiao Chen sat down beside Xu Zhi.
"Of course I'm happy you came, senior. I'm just a bit puzzled, shouldn't you be on a date with Xintian Shang at this hour?" He sensed Lu Weiwei and Xintian Shang were in the honeymoon phase of their relationship.
When they had free time, they should be glued to each other.
But they weren't.
Hearing this, Lu Weiwei pursed her lips.
"Compared to Xintian Shang, I still prefer sweet, soft little babies.
Besides, I dated quite a few guys before. I just don't feel that romantic spark with him anymore."
Lu Weiwei's reasoning made sense, or perhaps she simply didn't feel strongly about Xintian Shang.
Perhaps she simply found him to be a decent person, the type suited for marriage? Lu Weiwei turned her gaze to Xiao Chen. "By the way, I just heard from Gigi that you're planning to open a store and start your own business?"
"Yeah." Xiao Chen nodded.
"After all, I still need to earn money for the baby's formula.
Plus, I haven't had much inspiration for songwriting lately."
Of course, that lack of inspiration was just an excuse Xiao Chen was using.
After acquiring the skill, his mind was brimming with countless ideas. He wasn't worried about running out of songs to write.
But he couldn't exactly say he'd bound to a system, and now the system had assigned him a task to start a business. Lu Weiwei and Xu Zhi would probably think he was mentally unstable, someone who'd read too many novels and become completely immersed in their fictional worlds.
Lu Weiwei, unaware of Xiao Chen's songwriting, asked, "You can write songs too?" "Nothing special. The last song I wrote only sold 200,000 copies.
I'm just planning to ask my dad for some money to start a business or something."
"Is that even human speech?"
Lu Weiwei felt that 200,000 yuan was already the ceiling for most people.
Even she might not save that much after working for 3 years post-graduation.
Xiao Chen cut to the chase. "There's a villa on the main road to the 3rd residential district.
It's not too pricey. Senior Weiwei, what do you think about opening a nail salon there?" "A nail salon?"
Lu Weiwei loved looking pretty. Her nails were already adorned with sparkling polish. Her eyes darted around before she replied,
I think that could work. There's only one nail salon in the 3rd residential district.
I've been there. The hygiene is terrible, and the work isn't very good either.
Now I have to travel far just to get my nails done."
"But if you open a place like this, you absolutely have to find skilled nail technicians.
Otherwise, it'll definitely fail."
"That's for sure."
Xiao Chen's thinking was simple. As long as he didn't lose money, it was fine.
If necessary, he could accept some initial losses to build up the shop's popularity.
Xiao Chen turned his gaze back to Xu Zhi. "What do you think, honey?" Chapter 75, Preparing to Open the Store.
Xu Zhi knew next to nothing about this field, but as Xiao Chen's devoted wife, she would undoubtedly support his entrepreneurial venture.
"I think it sounds pretty good," Xu Zhi murmured softly.
Xiao Chen continued, "I plan to open a nail salon on the 2nd floor. The 1st floor has more space, so I'm thinking of setting up a jasmine milk tea shop and a 7-Eleven convenience store.
We need to make full use of the space.
Mainly, there's a terrace outside the villa.
I think that spot should be pretty appealing." Lu Weiwei rolled her eyes at this. "You want to open 3 stores at once?" "Yeah. You can't focus on 2 things at once. This is like trying to do 3 things at once." Xiao Chen silently lowered his head. Truth be told, Lu Weiwei had a point.
He'd never started a business before, and blindly opening shops would likely lead to plenty of pitfalls. But the system only gave him 15 days. Of course, opening just one shop in 15 days was an option. In the end, Xiao Chen decided to put the nail salon on hold for now.
"You guys keep talking. I'm going out to the balcony to make a call."
Xiao Chen got up and went to the balcony, then dialed the 7-Eleven franchise hotline. Compared to a bubble tea shop, Xiao Chen preferred opening a convenience store first. Bubble tea required training and such, whereas a convenience store only needed stocking shelves, installing equipment, and having a cashier, essentially no barriers to entry. Seconds later, the call connected, and a pleasant female voice answered.
"This is the 7-Eleven franchise hotline." Xiao Chen didn't beat around the bush. He got straight to the point. "Hello, how much is the 7-Eleven franchise fee?"
The young lady on the other end replied, "The 7-Eleven franchise fee is 100,000 yuan for a 10-year contract, which works out to 10,000 yuan per year. However, the minimum contract term is 10 years, and we collect the entire 100,000 yuan upfront." Xiao Chen pursed his lips. That price was indeed steep. He pressed further, "What about renewing the contract later?"
"Renewals follow the same terms."
"Oh." The franchise fee alone was a significant expense, though for him now, it was practically a drop in the bucket.
Xiao Chen inquired again, how much should I prepare for the initial batch of supplies?
The young lady replied, the cost for the initial materials is calculated based on the store's square footage. It will be around 100,000 to 150,000 yuan.
What about the space requirements?
The space should be between 70 and 120 square meters. Hearing this, Xiao Chen felt it was just right. For a milk tea shop, he thought 20-30 square meters would suffice. For the convenience store, he'd go with 100 square meters, and the remaining 30 square meters would be perfect for the jasmine milk tea shop.
Agreed. Xiao Chen asked again, what about the renovation costs?
Renovation costs range from 100,000 to 200,000 yuan. Xiao Chen froze upon hearing this.
What? How could renovations be so expensive?
He recalled that renovating his own 120 square meter home only cost around 70,000 to 80,000 yuan.
A convenience store renovation costs over 100,000?
The cost is ultimately passed on to the customer. This company must be making a killing on renovations.
Xiao Chen asked, can we do it ourselves? No, it requires our company's standardized design and unified renovation.
Oh.
Xiao Chen then asked, so do I need to buy any equipment, like radios, shelves, or anything like that? All that equipment is provided uniformly by our company. That's pretty considerate. Are there any other fees?
The young lady explained, additionally, a 100,000 yuan security deposit is required.
Of course, this deposit is fully refundable. I see.
Having learned about the store setup costs, the next step was to inquire about the gross profit margin.
What's the approximate gross profit margin for 7-Eleven convenience stores?
40%. That's significantly higher than Meija convenience stores because we have our own factories. Some of the products we manufacture are delivered directly to the stores.
Xiao Chen got the gist. Is that all the costs for opening a store?
No, there's also a 21,000 yuan store opening fee and 11,000 yuan for training 2 people.
Xiao Chen took a deep breath.
He did a quick calculation. Opening a 7-Eleven convenience store would require nearly 700,000 to 800,000 yuan in upfront costs.
That price was certainly not low.
Of course, the 7-Eleven brand name carried its own weight.
Xiao Chen didn't hang up. I'm thinking of opening one on campus. The costs would be about the same, right?
Yes, the costs are the same for campuses as they are off campus.
Alright, I understand. Thanks. Xiao Chen hung up and took a deep breath. This also requires training. Seems like I need to hurry.
After the call, Xiao Chen returned to the living room. Seeing he'd been on the phone for so long, Xu Zhi asked, who were you calling just now?
Earlier, Lu Weiwei had teased Xu Zhi, suggesting Xiao Chen was calling another female classmate.
She had Xu Zhi check his phone. For some reason, Xu Zhi actually started to believe it after Lu Weiwei's words.
I was calling about a 7-Eleven franchise. Opening a 7-Eleven costs over 700,000 yuan? That's so expensive.
Xu Zhi pursed her lips.
Xiao Chen hummed in agreement. Yeah, it's manageable. I think I'll put the bubble tea shop and nail salon on hold for now and open the convenience store first. Why not open the nail salon? Lu Weiwei pouted, then I could help you attract customers.
I've got tens of thousands of followers on Zaya Hongshu now, and over 1,000 of them are students from our Jiangcheng University.
Xiao Chen scratched his head.
I'm not really familiar with that side of things, and I need to consult my dad about opening a store.
Alright. Lu Weiwei knew opening a shop wasn't a small matter. If handled poorly, hundreds of thousands could go down the drain. Xiao Chen grinned. But once the nail salon's up and running, I'll definitely give you free manicures.
And if you bring in business, I'll even make you the manager.
Lu Weiwei chuckled. You said it, don't just make empty promises. No way. Whatever you want to eat, I'll cook it for you. Whatever. I'll love anything you cook.
Lu Weiwei had complete faith in Xiao Chen's cooking skills. Since he wasn't picky, Xiao Chen decided to whip up a couple of dishes.
Just as the dishes were ready, Yuan Yuqin returned home with Debeo. After dinner, Lu Weiwei left their home.
Xiao Chen tidied up the dishes and utensils before heading into the bedroom.
He looked at Xu Zhi and asked, you've paid back Lu Weiwei for all the expenses she incurred taking care of you, right?
Xu Zhi was now effectively the head of the household. Xiao Chen had entrusted most of his savings to Xu Zhi's custody.
Lu Weiwei had worked tirelessly to care for her, and she had even asked her ex-boyfriend for money.
Therefore, these debts absolutely had to be repaid.
Don't worry, I've already paid her back. That's good. Xu Zhi suddenly asked Xiao Chen, honey, why did you suddenly decide to start a business? Xiao Chen thought for a moment, didn't I tell you? Songwriting isn't stable. So having a stable income from a business would be better, right? Yeah, you're right.
Xu Zhi added, I can help manage the shop for you in the future.
Chapter 76, Skill Superb Physique. Great. Hearing that puts my mind at ease. After a brief chat, Xiao Chen went to take a shower.
Then, he found some bricklayers and carpenters on a local platform. After confirming with the landlord that he could renovate the villa and terrace, he ordered a batch of lumber. Over the next few days, aside from attending classes, Xiao Chen devoted most of his energy to opening the 7-Eleven convenience store. As for training the staff, he and Xian Tianshang handled it themselves. Knowing that Xian Tianshang's new romance would likely lead to significant expenses, Xiao Chen took this task very seriously. The training period was brief, just 3 days. It covered things like etiquette, how to handle expired goods, and various other miscellaneous tasks. After returning, they faced a 10-day renovation period. 13 days later. Only 1 day remained until the task was completed. Today, the shelves, cash registers, and other equipment were all installed. Xiao Chen also hired a senior female employee. Since seniors have no classes, she chose to stay on campus for another year instead of interning. Xiao Chen's salary wasn't high, 4,000 yuan a month. Of course, like all capitalists, he didn't offer weekends off. Only 4 days of compensatory leave were granted. After class, Xiao Chen waited anxiously in the villa district. Of course, Zuantiancheng, Liang Qian, and Su Koan were also present. Xiao Chen glanced at the time. It was already past 3:30 p.m. Come on, delivery guy, hurry up already. If we get the delivery today, we can open tomorrow. Zuantiancheng was utterly drained. He'd finally managed to skip afternoon classes, hoping to go on a date with Lu Weiwei. Then Xiao Chen called him here. Su Koan was in a similar situation. Freshman year had so many classes. His girlfriend only had 1 afternoon a week free from classes. Usually by this time, they'd already be out having fun. But today, there was no chance for that. Right now, only Liang Qian was playing the Naruto mobile game, and even he hoped the delivery guy wouldn't show up. 100,000 worth of goods, how long would it take to move all that? Just then, a delivery van hummed to a stop nearby. Immediately after, Xiao Chen's phone rang. After pressing to answer, Xiao Chen confirmed this was the delivery truck. Over here. Xiao Chen waved at the truck, then kicked Liang Qian, who was engrossed in his phone. Liang Qian, stop playing games. The goods are here. Oh. He reluctantly responded with an oh, shut off his phone, and stood up. After the truck came to a stop, a man in his 50s stepped out, still wearing his 7-Eleven uniform. Young man, this store's in a prime location, huh? On his way here just now, he saw countless stylish young women walking this way, no doubt about it. This path leads to the female dormitory area. You flatter me, sir. We shouldn't delay. Could you open the cargo door so we can start unloading? All right. Xiao Chen, Xian Tianshang, Liang Qian, and Su Koan immediately began unloading the cargo. Naturally, throughout the process, Xiao Chen made sure to provide them with snacks and water. Since Xian Tianshang had received training, Xiao Chen and Xian Tianshang were responsible for placing the goods on the shelves, while Liang Qian and Su Koan stored everything in the warehouse. It took them over 4 hours to get everything organized. Xu Zhi and Lu Weiwei had also come by, but since they were young girls, Xiao Chen didn't have them help continuously. After stowing the final box in the warehouse, Xiao Chen opened a case of alien electrolyte water, tossed one to each of the 3 men, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Looking up at the 711 sign, he said, all right, looks like our shop will be ready to open tomorrow. It's been quite the ordeal. Thanks for all your hard work, everyone. Su Koan rubbed his lower back. Brother Chen, I feel like working these 4 hours cost me a few minutes in bed. If my wife asks, I'll tell her I'm exhausted. If she's not satisfied, I'll send her over to you. Enough talk. Come on, I'll order you 20 raw oysters right now to replenish your energy. Hell yeah, let's go. The moment he heard Xiao Chen was treating them to oysters, Xian Tianshang hurried into the convenience store, flipped the circuit breaker, and locked the door. You're really eager, aren't you? After working non-stop for 4 hours, they were both exhausted and starving. Leaving the school grounds, they headed to a nearby food street and sat down at an outdoor table. Xiao Chen ordered 30 oysters, a crate of beer, and a few other side dishes. Once the oysters arrived, Su Koan and Xian Tianshang started showing off wildly. Su Koan flaunted his oysters. Xiao Chen knew he was using his kidneys, but Zhen Tenshou, why are you showing off so fast? He asked. Su Tianshang, I get why Su Koan is boosting his kidneys, but you. He and Lu Weiwei had only been dating for half a month, and Lu Weiwei had made it clear she wouldn't share a hotel room with him unless he weighed under 140 pounds. Right now, Su Tianshang probably weighed around 180 pounds. He had been eating less lately and running laps on the track daily. But after half a month, he'd only lost 3 or 4 pounds. After this meal, he'd probably gained back all the weight he'd lost in those 2 weeks. Well, Zuantianshang scratched his head awkwardly. I'm a bit nervous. After all, I'm still a virgin. I'm afraid I won't be able to perform. That'd make Lu Weiwei look down on me. Damn it. Su Koan declared, a man can't admit he can't perform. But you really do look like you need to eat more. With that, Su Koan added 2 more oysters to his bowl. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in Xiao Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your life mission. You have earned 1,000 daddy points and a random baby ability boost pack. Xiao Chen froze. Had he completed the task before the shop even opened? What could this random baby ability enhancement gift pack possibly contain? Open the pack.
Xiao Chen thought to himself. Ding! Congratulations, host. Both babies gain +2 to intelligence. Eldest child Xiao Ming gains the innate talent superior physique. Superior physique. Upon reaching adulthood, the baby's height will be permanently fixed at 185 centimeters. He will possess a masculine, powerful build with a well-developed physique and 8-pack abs. Seeing this talent, Xiao Chen froze. Holy crap, I'm not even 185 centimeters tall myself. This cheat is insane. At the very least, his baby would grow up to be a real hunk. He inquired, what about the second child's talent? Any special effects? At that moment, the system displayed the second child's information as well. Painting skill, the baby possesses astonishing painting abilities starting at age 2. Singing skill, the baby will possess astonishing singing abilities starting at age 2. Artistic talent max, possessing a unique artistic soul, the baby captivates audiences during performances, increasing judges' and viewers' affection by 1000%. Additionally, the baby gains a 1000% learning boost when studying art. Seeing the second child's talents, Xiao Chen was completely stunned. Seriously, this is insane. Chapter 77, Second Child Also Shines. A 1000% boost in likability? My second child is destined for showbiz. But then, Xiao Chen suddenly thought maybe pursuing a career in showbiz isn't such a great idea after all. He'd often come across stories about the industry's hidden rules. Still, as long as he built his own strength, none of that would matter. Besides, he could compose music for Erbo himself and hire a professional production team. Making Second Treasure a sensation wouldn't be too difficult. Seeing these talents put Xiao Chen in an excellent mood. He swayed his head back and forth. Seeing Xiao Chen's twitchy state, Xian Tianshang couldn't help but wave his hand in front of him. Hey Chen, stop shaking your head like that. What are you thinking about? Xiao Chen replied, I was wondering what profession my future child might pursue. What kind of career? Zuan Tianshang chuckled. You're thinking way too far ahead. Besides, the world 20 years from now will be completely different. Hearing this, Xiao Chen realized Xian Tianshang had a point. I never would have guessed you had such insights. Zuan Tianshang scratched his head. Hee, Lu Weiwei taught me all this. Oh? Indeed, Lu Weiwei seemed far more mature than Zuan Tianshang. In daily life, she could guide Xian Tianshang to make tremendous progress. After dinner, Su Koan, Zuan Tianshang, and Liang Qian headed back to school while Xiao Chen went straight home. Upon arriving home, he saw his mother holding a baby in each arm. The kitchen echoed with sizzling sounds. Peering inside, Xiao Chen saw Xu Zhi cooking. Yuan Yuqin usually never let Xu Zhi cook, so he asked, Mom, you don't let Xu Zhi cook, so what's going on today? Xu Zhi's cooking was exceptionally delicious, and he genuinely loved eating her meals. But at home, either Yuan Yuqin cooked or he did. Yuan Yuqin glanced back at Xu Zhi bustling in the kitchen. What are you saying? I don't want my daughter-in-law to cook either, but she insisted. What could I do? She said your 7-Eleven convenience store opens tomorrow, and you've been working especially hard these past few days. She wanted to cook you a meal herself. To properly treat you. Hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a warm glow in his heart. Hee, see how good my wife is to me? Yuan Yuqin couldn't help but agree with Xiao Chen's words. Truthfully, she'd never imagined he could find such a wonderful daughter-in-law. Seeing Xiao Chen standing there dumbfounded, Yuan Yuqin couldn't help but tease him. What are you standing around for? Go help your wife. Xiao Chen's face darkened. Mainly, he'd already eaten. He and his roommate had eaten quickly today, clearly because Xu Zhi had gone to her club meeting. She assumed Xiao Chen hadn't eaten. Xiao Chen hadn't told her he'd gone out for grilled oysters with his roommate. I already ate, but I could have a little more. He hadn't eaten much earlier. Xiao Chen was a beast oysters? He definitely didn't need them. After quietly entering the kitchen, Xu Zhi turned her head back. A faint smile played at the corners of her mouth. You're back. How's the convenience store setup coming along? All the goods have been delivered, and I've set everything up. If everything goes smoothly tomorrow, we can officially open for business. Xu Zhi hummed in acknowledgement, stirring the vegetables in her hand. Will there be a ribbon-cutting ceremony tomorrow? Yes. With no classes scheduled for tomorrow morning, the ribbon cutting was a certainty. Plus, convenience stores usually run promotional events during their opening days to attract customers. We'll go together tomorrow. All right. Go rest in the living room. I'll take care of the rest. Xiao Chen reached out to take the spatula from Xu Zhi's hand, but she shook her head. No, you must be exhausted from moving all that stuff. Go take a shower and get some rest first. She sniffed the scent lingering around Xiao Chen. A distinct smell of sweat. Ugh, disgusting. Alright then, I'll go take a shower. Xiao Chen left the room, tossed his sweat-soaked clothes into the laundry basket, and took a shower. Just as he was drying his hair, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Life Quest Update. Continuously expanding your business empire will help you establish a more stable foothold in the future. For every new physical business you establish within the next half month, you will receive one random talent for your baby. The system was down for so long, and now it's popping up all the time?
Looks like I need to hurry up and open the jasmine milk tea shop and nail salon. Xiao Chen wouldn't pass up the system's chance to reward talents. The more talents the baby had, the more outstanding they'd surely become in the future. After showering and drying his hair, Xu Zhi had already placed the prepared dishes on the dining table.
Yuan Yuqin placed both babies into the stroller.
Xu Zhi had prepared 2 dishes tonight, braised eggplant and king oyster mushrooms.
Both were Xiao Chen's absolute favorites. After taking a bite of the braised eggplant, Xiao Chen asked Xu Zhi, "Honey, what do you think our babies will grow up to be? I mean, what direction do you plan to guide them toward?" Since the babies arrived, Xiao Chen hadn't discussed such matters with Xu Zhi.
Because now the system had revealed the baby's talents. So he felt their firstborn would likely become a dark-skinned athlete, perhaps even train toward becoming a national-level competitor. As for the second child, there was no doubt they would be an artist. Though artist was a broad term, music, fine arts, acting, any of those were possibilities. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xu Zhi pondered for a moment. I feel like our eldest child will be an artist in the future.
Xiao Chen froze. Xu Zhi's reasoning was sound. Don't they say sons take after their fathers? Look at you, you can write songs and even sign with Starry Sky. Our eldest son must have inherited your exceptional genes. As for Erbao, I think she might take up dancing. As for her career, I'm not sure.
I won't put too much pressure on the kids. As long as they grow up happy and safe, that's all that matters.
That's certainly true. Xiao Chen glanced over at the eldest child in the crib. Just then, the firstborn let out a loud fart. Then, she started wailing, "Wah!" Xiao Chen froze. Wait, what just happened? Yuan Yuqin was already used to it. A distinct stench filled the air. Xu Zhi hurriedly stood up. De Bao pooped. Oh, that's what it was.
Xiao Chen quickly scooped up the baby and headed for the bathroom, rinsing the poop off his bottom with water.
De Bao cooperated fairly well during the process.
Xu Zhi joined in, using body wash to give him a nice, clean scrub. After cleaning him up, Xiao Chen leaned in close to the baby's bottom and took a sniff.
No smell. It smelled sweet. A sweet, soft little baby. Just then, Yuan Yuqin opened the door, carrying the second baby with poop all over its bottom. Erbao poop too? Chapter 78, the Betsuantian Shang loses and wears a skirt.
With no other choice, Xiao Chen changed the water and washed Erbao's bottom clean again. That night, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi held the baby while sleeping, being extremely careful not to roll onto him.
The next morning. Buzz buzz buzz. At 7 o'clock, the phone buzzed and vibrated. Good morning, today is. He turned off the phone in a daze and glanced beside him. Xu Zhi and baby were gone. He glanced at the time again, it was only 7 in the morning. Why did they get up so early? He got up and went to the living room, where he found Xu Zhi making breakfast for him. She used to be the type to linger in bed. But lately, miraculously, she hadn't. After school started, her body clock had reset. After all, they had an 8 a.m. class. Spotting Xiao Chen peering at her from the doorway, Xu Zhi smiled. What are you looking at? Just admiring how beautiful you look. Though the words were incredibly corny, Xu Zhi loved hearing them. As long as it came from someone she liked, she cherished every word. Stop teasing me. The sandwiches will be ready soon. Go wash up and come have breakfast. Saying this, she opened the refrigerator and poured milk into a glass. Xiao Chen brushed his teeth and washed his face quickly, then returned to the living room. A sandwich already sat on a pristine white plate. The sandwich was filled with pan-seared beef, lettuce, cheese, and egg. He took a bite. The flavor was rich and incredibly delicious. Honey, I've noticed your cooking skills are getting better and better. He glanced around. By the way, where's Mom? She took the baby out for a walk. Said the little one needed some fresh air. I see. Then eat quickly. We'll leave together soon. All right. After finishing their meal, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi entered Jiangcheng University. Then they headed straight for the 7-Eleven convenience store. On the way, Xiao Chen called Su Tianshang and the others, inviting them to join the ribbon-cutting ceremony. After eating oysters yesterday, all 3 of them played Valorant back in the dorm. Su Kuan's girlfriend also enjoyed playing the game, and when she teamed up with Su Kuan, many players even called her mom. This annoyed Su Kuan. But the game had to be played. All 3 were extremely sleepy this morning, but hearing it was a ribbon-cutting event, they definitely had to show up to support it. Who knows, they might even score a free breakfast off Xiao Chen. 7:50 a.m. was prime time for college students rushing to their 8 a.m. classes. So at this hour, the road was filled with students rushing to class. Upon arriving at the convenience store, Xiao Chen unpacked the inflatable pump, archway, and banner he had prepared in advance. Due to the rush, Xiao Chen hadn't hired an MC, nor had he invited the manager of the 7-Eleven convenience store. At that moment, only Xiao Chen, Xu Zhi, Su Kuan, Xian Tianshang, Liang Qian, and Lu Weiwei were present. That's right, after Xu Zhi and Lu Weiwei mentioned the ribbon-cutting event last night, she had also planned to attend. As for Xiao Chen's newly hired clerk, she was actually late on her first day of work.
After hanging the inflatable arch banner, a young girl with light makeup, standing about 165 centimeters tall and sporting braided pigtails, came running from afar. No, to be precise, she was a senior. This was the sales clerk Xiao Chen had hired, named Su Tongyu. She was the quiet, composed type, not flashy at all. She gave off a dependable, steady vibe. Sorry, boss. I'm late. She came running over, panting. Xiao Chen glanced at the time. It wasn't even 8 yet. Less than half an hour late, no big deal. He had scheduled Su Tongyu to start work at 7:30 every morning. That way, students heading to class at 8 o'clock would stop by to buy things on their way. Usually, they needed to open 10 minutes early for that. It's fine. Just remember to wake up earlier next time. Su Tongyu glanced around at the crowd gathered nearby, including several classmates. A girl spoke up. Hey, bro, I never thought you'd actually open a shop here. I was watching your livestream when you consulted Brother Lin earlier. You moved so fast. Xiao Chen smiled. Mainly because I thought this location was pretty decent. So you left one room empty. Are you planning to open a milk tea shop in there? He nodded again. Yeah, that's right. The girl couldn't wait to ask, so, have you decided on a brand yet? Jasmine Milk White. Xiao Chen replied. Hearing this, the girl became visibly excited. That's fantastic. I absolutely love Jasmine Milk White. Usually when I crave it, I have to go all the way to Mixi Mall. Now I can get it right here on campus. I'm so happy. Seeing her so thrilled, Xiao Chen paused in surprise. Seriously, is it really that big of a deal? More and more students gathered around, and quite a few had already entered the shop to make purchases. As for the ribbon cutting ceremony, it was nothing special. Xiao Chen took the scissors and cut through the ribbon, while Zuan Tiansheng and Liang Qian twisted open 2 party poppers beside him. Bang! Bang! Countless streamers rained down from the sky, landing on Xu Zhi's head. Xiao Chen gently brushed them off when Su Tiansheng suddenly spoke up. Cut a path to vibrant and glorious development. Golden scissors in hand, wealth and honor follow. Golden scissors open wide, wishing you prosperity and fortune. Golden scissors fall, prosperity abounds. With great excitement, I now solemnly declare the grand opening of 7-Eleven today. Hooray! Su Quan and Liang Qian led the applause, drawing in the surrounding crowd. Xiao Chen froze, staring blankly at Xian Tiansheng. You bastard, your prepared lines actually rhyme. Heh, right? Zuan Tiansheng scratched his head. I spent ages memorizing this speech last night. Stop embarrassing yourself. Lu Weiwei rolled her eyes at Xian Tiansheng. How hard could it be to memorize lines after reading them twice? What do you mean? Is it embarrassing that I spent all night memorizing it? Zuan Tiansheng was a stubborn debater. Lately, his relationship with Lu Weiwei had warmed up considerably, and he'd become increasingly bold in his speech. It really is embarrassing. Lu Weiwei folded her arms. You only said it once just now, and I already memorized it. I don't believe you. Zuan Tiansheng had spent hours memorizing it. No way she'd believe him. What if I did memorize it? What if you haven't memorized it? The two of them each spoke louder than the other. Lu Weiwei spoke first. If I haven't memorized it, I'll wear black stockings for you to see every day. Hearing this, Zuan Tiansheng instantly perked up. He thought, if you want to wear black stockings for me, just do it. Why go through all this trouble with a bet? Lu Weiwei continued, if I memorize it, you'll wear a pink skirt to class this afternoon. No problem, absolutely no problem. Zuan Tiansheng crossed his arms. Go ahead and recite it then. Lu Weiwei cut out a path of vigorous and glorious development. Golden scissors in hand, wealth and glory follow. Golden scissors open wide, congratulations on your fortune. Chapter 79, Xian Tiansheng wants to dress as a woman? Lu Weiwei repeated Xian Tiansheng's exact words without missing a single syllable. After hearing this, Zuan Tiansheng's face darkened. Seriously, are you even human? How can your memory be this good? In Zuan Tiansheng's view, this was merely short-term memory. She'd probably forget everything in half an hour. Lu Weiwei crossed her arms, adopting a haughty demeanor. Well then, Xian Tiansheng, you have to honor your bet. Zuan Tiansheng shook his head. This doesn't count. Lu Weiwei hummed in response, her tone dripping with menace. Noticing Lu Weiwei's current demeanor, Xian Tiansheng instantly felt his heart sink. Don't worry, honey. I'll definitely honor my bet. But I don't have a skirt either. Maybe next time. It's fine, I'll get you one. Before he could finish, Lu Weiwei cut him off. Zuan Tiansheng glanced at Lu Weiwei's slender waist. But I can't wear yours either. Lu Weiwei replied sternly, then I'll go buy you one from the women's clothing store outside the school right now. Since we made a bet, you have to follow through no matter what. Whoa. For some reason, Zuan Tiansheng suddenly sensed a looming danger ahead. Lu Weiwei was definitely the assertive type. If the two of them really ended up getting married someday, wouldn't that mean? Would he be subjected to domestic violence? Seeing Xian Tiansheng's twitching mouth, Lu Weiwei leaned closer and asked, what's wrong? You're not backing out, are you?
Xian Tianshang, are you still a man? Are you still a real man? Zhuan Tianshang stammered, his confidence waning. Who's backing down? Give me the clothes at noon. I'll wear them this afternoon. Fine, deal. I'll go buy them later. Zhuan Tianshang knew Lu Weiwei was serious about this. But with the stakes already this high, it seemed too late to back out now. He couldn't help but slap himself. Xian Tian, why did you even bet with her? And why does Lu Weiwei have such an incredible memory? Moments later, the 7-Eleven convenience store opened for business. With no classes this morning, Xiao Chen sent Xu Zhi home first, while he stayed behind at the store with Su Tianshang and employee Su Tongyu. Xiao Chen knew he couldn't possibly stay at the store 100% of the time, so to be safe, he'd need to hire 2 more people. He didn't count on Zhen Tensho. That guy was just coasting through life. Xiao Chen's plan was simple. He wanted to find an experienced auntie in the community. With the business license secured, Xiao Chen registered on a recruitment app and posted the job listing. In this era of economic downturn, many people struggled to find work. Xiao Chen offered a salary of 6,000 yuan plus 4 days off per month. Even so, numerous applicants reached out. Why 6,000? He actually intended for her to be the store manager. Xiao Chen directly invited a 35-year-old woman for an interview. She had several years of convenience store experience. Her resume also stated she was married, and both she and her husband were child-free. Xiao Chen was definitely interested in such an employee. At 10 o'clock, the woman arrived at the store. Xiao Chen was busy managing inventory. Running a convenience store required tracking daily sales. It wasn't just about handling the cash register, there were many complex tasks involved. Since there was no office, Xiao Chen met her on the outdoor terrace to discuss matters. Xiao Chen had completely renovated the terrace, and the sunshades, waterproof tables, and chairs were all in place. He thoughtfully placed 2 trash cans beside the terrace so students wouldn't litter. Sister Wang, please have a seat. Xiao Chen had just fetched a bottle of mineral water from the store and placed it on the dining table. The pay here is 6,000 yuan a month with 4 days off. You'll work mornings doing layout. Since we just opened today, if things get really busy later, I'll hire 2 more people. Any questions? Xiao Chen didn't want to waste anyone's time, nor did he want to waste his own. Wang Feng hadn't expected Xiao Chen to be so decisive, but upon reflection, they had indeed agreed on these terms earlier. An 8-hour workday, though not a 2-day weekend, came with higher pay. Besides, the novel had mentioned she'd become the store manager once she joined. A salary of 6,000 yuan wasn't low for a convenience store. No problem. So I'll start work tomorrow? Sure. Xiao Chen nodded. I need to schedule your shifts. I'll send them to your WeChat tonight. Got it. After just a brief meeting, Wang Feng left. With only 3 people at the convenience store now, it was completely inadequate. He had previously planned to have 2 fixed shifts, but since Jiangcheng University's curfew wasn't until 10 p.m., the store needed to stay open at least until then. Therefore, he planned to hire 2 full-time employees and 3 to 4 part-timers. Su Tongyu and Wang Feng were the full-timers now, with Xian Tiansheng counting as 1 part-timer, meaning he still needed to find 2 more. Finding part-timers on campus was easy. He contacted the campus confession wall and had them post an ad for him. Of course, the wall charged 50 yuan for posting the ad, but that small sum was nothing to Xiao Chen. He assigned this task directly to Xu Zhi. If she couldn't handle this, then Xu Zhi really would be a little dummy. At noon, Xiao Chen didn't go home but returned to the dorm instead. As he pushed open the door, Xian Tianshang stood there holding up a large dress. Wait, what? Xiao Chen looked utterly bewildered. Lu Weiwei really bought this for you? Holy crap, yeah. The temperature had dropped drastically lately. Going out in a skirt? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiao Chen, just tell her it's too cold to wear one. She even bought me this. Saying this, Zhuan Tianshang fetched a pair of leg warmers from the side. And it's flesh-colored. Xiao Chen stared blankly at the sight. Wait, is she trying to kill him? If Zhuan Tianshang wore this out in public, Xiao Chen swore he'd be plastered all over the confession wall tomorrow. Not to be confessed to, mind you, but to be mocked. He might even end up on Douyin for all we know. Bro, you gotta think this through. I don't want any classmates coming to my convenience store, seeing you, and pointing at you like you're that cross-dressing weirdo. If all else fails, go buy a wig so your classmates won't recognize you. Zhuan Tianshang's face turned ashen. He felt utterly foolish for making that bet with Lu Weiwei in the first place. Xiao Chen ignored him, but Xian Tianshang actually put on the leg-showing tights. Being rather chubby, his leg hair poked out from the stockings. Wearing a skirt, Xian Tianshang looked downright sleazy. He climbed the ladder to Xiao Chen's bed, pouting his lips as he asked, Gigi, do I look pretty? Seeing this, Xiao Chen kicked him square in the face. Get lost. Chapter 80, Xu Zhi's detail plan. Ouch. Zhuan Tianshang clung tightly to the bed frame. Far from backing down from Xiao Chen's kick, he pressed even closer. No, big bro. What are you doing? Aren't I your little darling wife? What the hell? Su Tianshang grinned lecherously. You forgot?
We played that penguin racing mobile game together before.
And then, we even got married. Omega. Question mark. Just then, Xiao Chen suddenly remembered it was true.
Back when they first started school last year, Xuantian Shang had asked him to register for the penguin racing mobile game.
That flamboyant guy had chosen a female character when he registered.
And since the game had a marriage system, after Xiao Chen registered as a male character, the two of them got married in-game. But the game was utterly boring, so Xiao Chen naturally chose to log off, shouting "Mom" in the chat.
Get lost. I'm logging out right now to divorce you.
Xuantian Shang stopped playing this game too. He'd played it back in high school.
No, don't. This is the proof of our love. Get lost. Stop grossing me out. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. Genjiro felt this was indeed inappropriate and stopped pestering Xiao Chen.
Instead, he went to pester Liang Qian.
Brother Liang Qian, do you think I'm beautiful? Do you feel like tackling me to the ground? Liang Qian? Damn it, get lost. After grossing out Xiao Chen, now you're trying to gross me out too, huh?
After disgusting Liang Qian, Su Tian proceeded to discuss Su Kuan for a while longer, determined not to spare a single soul.
Afterward, she sent her cross-dressing photos to Lu Weiwei. Seeing them, Lu Weiwei couldn't stop laughing. Wait. In the girls' dorm, Lu Weiwei held her phone screen up to Xu Zhi's face. Zhi, doesn't Su Tian Shang look absolutely gorgeous? Xu Zhi knew Lu Weiwei had actually bought women's clothing for Xuantian Shang, but she never imagined he'd actually wear it. No way. She was utterly shocked. Xuantian Shang actually put it on. So, is he really going to class in that outfit this afternoon? The thought of that eye-searing scene made Xu Zhi feel uneasy. Lu Weiwei hummed in agreement. Of course he will. Zhizhu, don't you want to see the cross-dressing master in person? I don't.
Xu Zhi had zero interest in such things. Besides, she thought it would be incredibly bold of Xiantian Shang to actually go out in women's clothing.
Fine, then I won't make him wear it.
As the saying goes, don't push your luck. If Su Tian Shang went out like that, as his girlfriend, she'd feel utterly humiliated. Especially when they went out arm in arm later. If classmates recognized them, it would be the end of her.
Lu Weiwei hurriedly messaged Xuantian Shang, honey, you look absolutely stunning in that dress. But, maybe don't post it this afternoon. What Lu Weiwei didn't expect was that Xiantian Shang actually replied with why. Why? Seeing those three words, Lu Weiwei froze. Wait, Xiantian Shang, are you seriously considering going out like that? You actually want to?
Xuantian Shang, you're my girlfriend. As your boyfriend, I'm supposed to listen to you obediently, right?
Lu Weiwei couldn't help but admire Xiantian Shang.
This guy truly adored her.
She might as well give in. Really? Then don't wear it today. Save it for the next time you come home. Xuantian Shang looked utterly baffled.
If he had to wear it at school, fine, no problem.
But if he had to wear this thing home? Forget it.
His mom would see him dressed like this and immediately assume he'd had gender reassignment surgery, or worse, that there was something wrong with his sexuality.
At that moment, Lu Weiwei didn't hesitate to video call him. She had to see Xiantian Shang in women's clothing on camera. Meanwhile, Xu Zhi had already received numerous applications from classmates wanting to work part-time at 7-Eleven on her phone. She compiled their information, organized it, and sent it to Xiao Chen. Honey, these are all students interested in the part-time job. Take a look. Xiao Chen saw the spreadsheet Xu Zhi sent over and replied, you can handle this small matter. Honey, I trust you. But Xu Zhi had never handled such matters before and felt quite unsure of herself. What if I mess it up? Her slender fingers typed the line on the screen, but after a moment's thought, she decided not to send it. Since her husband trusted her, she couldn't let him down. Got it. Don't worry, I'll pick something perfect. Xiao Chen replied again, I was planning to have everyone work 2 shifts, but on second thought, that seems a bit impractical. Let's stick with 3 shifts instead. You can set the working hours and create the schedule. Make sure everyone works the same hours, and secondly, they should perform the same tasks. Fairness for everyone. Got it. After replying with just 4 words, Xu Zhi opened her laptop and began drafting a detailed plan. At 1:40 p.m., after waking from his nap, Xiao Chen discovered Xu Zhi had already completed the task he assigned her. Xu Zhi divided the work shifts into 3 groups: early shift, 6:30 a.m. 2:30 p.m. Mid shift, 11:30 a.m. 7:30 p.m. Evening shift, 6:30 p.m. 12 a.m. Since the dormitory access control only applied to freshmen and sophomores, juniors and seniors working alongside them had no access restrictions. They could study on campus for extended periods before returning to the dormitory to rest. Xiao Chen hadn't known this, but considering Lu Weiwei was now a junior, he guessed she must have learned it from her. So that's how it is. You're doing a great job, honey. Xu Zhi's planning was truly impressive. Then, she sent Xiao Chen another list. She had found 2 more junior students for part-time work, both female. Xu Zhi had meticulously mapped out schedules around the school's morning and evening study hours, weekends, holidays, and exam weeks. Xiao Chen was stunned when he saw it. Many issues he, as a rough and tumble guy, hadn't considered were addressed flawlessly by Xu Zhi. The plan specifically avoided scheduling back-to-back shifts, ensuring employees got at least 8 hours of rest daily through a rotating schedule of morning shifts, breaks, and evening shifts. This approach minimized fatigue that could otherwise hinder work efficiency. She even reserved emergency positions so substitutes could fill in if someone took leave or had an emergency. And the substitutes were none other than himself and Xu Zhi. At that moment, Xu Zhi sent a message. "How about it, honey? Aren't I amazing? Omega?" Chapter 81, An Extraordinary Talent. Absolutely incredible. My Gigi is so talented. This shop is yours from now on. Xiao Chen didn't hesitate to paint Xu Zhi a rosy picture. Upon seeing the message, Xu Zhi repeatedly refused. How could that be possible? No way. Xiao Chen, it's fine, it's fine. Xu Zhi, no, absolutely not. Stop saying no. Hurry up and get ready for class. Seeing this message, Xu Zhi finally realized class was about to start. As the only sophomore in the dorm, so her class schedule differed from her roommates. Lost in thoughts about her shop layout, she'd completely forgotten. She hurriedly shut down her laptop, got out of bed, and rushed out of the dorm room. After finishing her afternoon classes, Xu Zhi scheduled interviews with students interested in part-time work and personally screened them. In the end, she didn't even ask Xiao Chen for his opinion, deciding everything on her own. Of course, Xiao Chen didn't interfere either. After class, Su Tian eagerly dashed off to work at the convenience store. Because Lu Weiwei had mentioned she'd recently set her sights on a small CK bag. She hadn't explicitly asked Su Tian to buy it for her. As Lu Weiwei's boyfriend, Xian Tianshan wanted to contribute his share. So now he was extremely enthusiastic about his job. Xiao Chen also symbolically gave him a bit more pay. Perhaps because there was number 7-Eleven on campus, business was unexpectedly booming on opening day. Next, Xiao Chen contacted the franchise hotline for jasmine milk tea. As for the nail salon, he directly asked Xu Zhi and Lu Weiwei to help out. Lu Weiwei, who usually had nothing to do, was more than happy to help. She and Xu Zhi did nails in the nearby university town, and if they found someone with good skills, they'd recruit them. Everyone was focused on making money now, and with higher-paying jobs available, they naturally preferred places offering better compensation. Of course, since the salon wasn't open yet, Lu Weiwei only briefly mentioned it to the nail technicians. The nail technicians had no objections. The competition in this industry was fierce. Business would undoubtedly be better near the university. Over the next 2 weeks, Xiao Chen expedited renovations and leveraged connections to secure business licenses. Within a month, he had 3 companies registered under his name. Seeing all 3 shops fully operational, Xiao Chen took a deep breath. He'd finally completed the task just in the nick of time. Lately, he hadn't been taking good care of the baby, and he hadn't even been attending classes properly. But graduation was within reach for Xiao Chen. Teachers weren't eager to fail students lightly. That evening, Xiao Chen, Xu Zhi, Lu Weiwei, and Xian Tianshang arrived at a local restaurant, one that was quite famous and a bit pricey. Lu Kai. This restaurant averages over 400 yuan per person. If you went all out, spending 4 or 5,000 on a single meal was no big deal. However, Xiao Chen had noticed how hard they'd been working lately. Especially Lu Weiwei. She had scoured countless places to finally find a nail technician who met her exacting standards. Currently, Xiao Chen's shop employs 4 nail technicians. Jasmine milk tea's progress has been exceptionally smooth. On opening day alone, sales surpassed 10,000 yuan. From opening until closing time, they'd been non-stop making milk tea. The staff were nearly exhausted. Of course, Xiao Chen also provided them with some rewards. Only with sufficient rewards would the staff have the motivation to work hard. Lu Kai's signature Beijing roast duck arrived at the table. Since Xian Tianshang had never been to this restaurant before, he looked at the seemingly ordinary roast duck and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Chen, what's the difference between this roast duck and the ones outside that cost 30 yuan each?" "This? I don't know either." Even though he was wealthy now, Xiao Chen had never visited this establishment either. This was his first time here too. Seeing that Xiao Chen didn't know either, Xian Tianshang didn't press further. Instead, he simply took a bite. After a few bites, he realized this Peking duck seemed rather ordinary. The flavor was indeed quite fragrant, but perhaps his palate wasn't accustomed to fine cuisine. Shen Tianxing even felt that this meal wasn't as good as what Xiao Chen could cook. Coming here had been a bit of a waste of money. I find it rather ordinary. Xu Zhi also took a sip. After tasting it, she too felt a bit disappointed by the flavor. Before coming here, she had specifically looked up reviews, which mentioned that Lu Kai's chef was some Michelin-starred master. Honestly, it wasn't even as good as having Xiao Chen cook at home. Seeing the unhappy expressions on both their faces, the big glutton Lu Weiwei took a bite of another dish. "Yours is better." It wasn't that the food here was bad. It was just that she felt the dishes didn't justify the price. Xiao Chen chuckled, "Let's eat today. Next time, I'll cook for you at home. Don't forget, today's our celebratory feast." Just then, the system's voice echoed in Xiao Chen's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the life mission.
You have added 2 businesses, so your eldest and second child each receive a talent. Firstborn Xiao Ming has gained the talent, super learning ability. Super learning ability, the child's learning capacity increases by 1000%, manifesting from the age of 1. Second child Xiao Zhi has gained the talent, angelic countenance. Angelic countenance, the child possesses an angelic face, with extremely high attractiveness. Xiao Chen froze upon seeing these 2 talents. Seriously, these talents are way too powerful. Both, super learning ability, and angelic face, are crucial for one's entire life. When we were kids, everyone admired the top students. Of course, strong learning ability doesn't just show in grades, it manifests in every aspect. For instance, if De Bao were to learn badminton later, he'd pick it up incredibly fast. And as for Erbao's angelic face, well, that goes without saying. In today's society, looks reign supreme. If you're good looking, life becomes much smoother. Second child's looks will undoubtedly surpass Xu Zhi's. Could it be, should she really pursue a career in the entertainment industry? Xiao Chen took a deep breath, feeling it was too early to think about that now. He'd worry about it later. Xuantianshang ordered a few bottles of white beer and drank with Xiao Chen. Their meal didn't last too long. By around 9 p.m., Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi left the restaurant. Since they hadn't drunk excessively, they strolled around the neighborhood afterward. Given Su Tianshang's recent commendable behavior, Xiao Chen decided to reward him with 5,000 yuan. But he didn't give it to him in front of Lu Weiwei and Xu Zhi. Instead, he transferred the money to him in the restroom. When Xian Tiansheng saw the transfer, he froze in surprise. Then he turned his head in disbelief. Brother Chen, what's this for? It's a reward for you. Haven't bought that little CK bag Lu Weiwei likes yet, have you? Later, take her to buy it. Chapter 82, You're useless when given a chance. Ah. No. Upon hearing this, Xian Tiansheng instinctively tried to refuse. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Chen couldn't help but kick him hard in the butt. You bastard, do you even want to do the flower arrangement anymore? Xuantiansheng froze in surprise. Wait, those words actually came out of Xiao Chen's mouth? That's pretty impressive, huh? Why are you looking at me like that? Now that you two are officially dating, just shower her with gifts to make her happy. Then taking her to a hotel will be a breeze. Whoa. The moment Xiao Chen spoke, Xian Tiansheng realized he was absolutely right. Brother Chen, you're so sharp. Let's go shopping together later. Alright. After leaving the restroom, Xiao Chen continued browsing around Mixi Mall. As they passed by the CK store, Xian Tianxing seized the moment and took Lu Weiwei's hand. Weiwei, isn't there a particular bag you've been wanting? Chen just gave me my paycheck and I've saved up some money too. We can go buy it for you. Ha! Seeing Xian Tianxing's earnest expression, Lu Weiwei paused in surprise. You've only been working for half a month, did they already pay you? Yeah. Xiao Chen chimed in, part-time wages are paid every half month. Plus, Xuantiansheng has been performing well and working extra hard lately, so I gave him a bonus too. Alright then, let's go. Su Tiansheng took Xu Zhi's hand and entered the store. Inside, there were all kinds of bags. The one Lu Weiwei liked was relatively affordable, priced at only 2,999 yuan. This price point fell into the light luxury category. It was a black bag, exceptionally stylish. Weiwei, I remember this is the one you liked, right? Su Tiansheng pointed to the bag as a salesperson approached. Hello, this is one of our newest styles. Would you like to try it on? Xuantiansheng shook his head generously, no need. Just bring us a new one. We'll take it. Since it wasn't expensive, the store sold exceptionally well, especially among nearby college students who loved this brand. Certainly, sir. Please follow me to the register. Xuantiansheng blew a kiss toward Lu Weiwei before following the salesperson to the register. Moments later, Xuantiansheng returned carrying the brand new bag. He didn't unwrap the packaging himself, instead leaving the task to Lu Weiwei. Weiwei, you open it. Thank you, Xuantiansheng. This was yet another gift from Xuantiansheng and undoubtedly the most valuable one yet. A sycophant finally getting his due? That kind of thing was truly rare. You're welcome. Lu Weiwei unwrapped the package and began to praise it. Just then, Xuantiansheng suddenly spoke up, Weiwei, I can't afford to buy you LV or anything like that right now. But I swear, I'll study hard and work diligently. Once I earn money, I'll buy you everything you desire. Xuantiansheng started painting a rosy picture. Lu Weiwei felt warm inside. Though he was clumsy and a bit dim, he was genuinely kind. Are you just making empty promises? Lu Weiwei asked with a faint smile. Hearing this, Xian Tiansheng pursed his lips. Weiwei, am I that kind of person? What I say, I will do. Lu Weiwei pressed, but what if you don't make a fortune? Then I'll sell my kidney. Xuantiansheng blurted out. Of course, he was joking. That won't do. Lu Weiwei shook her head. You'll need your kidneys later in life. I couldn't bear to sell them so carelessly. Xuantiansheng grinned lewdly, use? How exactly? I'm ignoring you. Lu Weiwei understood perfectly well about such matters, but she couldn't show it in front of Shen Tianshang. They hadn't been dating long enough for her to just give herself away so easily. That way, the guy wouldn't cherish her. I'm sorry, Weiwei. Lu Weiwei stomped her foot and marched toward the shop exit. Shen Tianshang hurried after her. Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Chen wore the same smug expression as he asked Xu Zhi, "Honey, how do you use kidneys?" Hearing this, Xu Zhi rolled her eyes at him. "I'm not talking to you anymore. Don't be like that. I just want to use it tonight." Xu Zhi remained silent. Could this be tacit approval? As it was getting late, at 10 p.m., Xu Zhi drove first to drop Zuantiansheng and Lu Weiwei back at Jiangcheng University. After dropping them off, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi headed home. As they approached the main gate, the security guard yawned as he emerged from the small booth inside. "It's past 10. You can't go in now." Su Tianshang and Lu Wei both froze. Right, 10 p.m. was the curfew for entering campus. But Shen Tianshang tried to plead his case. "Sir, we were out for dinner and got back late. Could you make an exception?" "No way. It's school policy. I can't let you in." The security guard refused to budge. At that moment, Shen Tianshang turned his gaze toward Lu Weiwei and spoke up. "Weiwei, how about we get a room?" He swallowed hard. He thought to himself, what a stroke of luck. Even the old security guard was so cooperative. Tomorrow, I absolutely must give the old man a cigarette. Upon hearing Zuantiansheng's words, Lu Weiwei understood his scheme. She replied, "All right, but we'll need 2 rooms." She held up 2 fingers. "Ha!" Zuantiansheng slapped his thigh, flashing a smile that looked more like a grimace than anything else. "Weiwei, what were you thinking? Of course we're getting 2 rooms. Do I look like the kind of person who'd think that? But I didn't say anything extra. Hee, let's go." There were plenty of small hotels near the university. It wasn't the weekend, so nearby hotels shouldn't be fully booked. They entered a mid-range hotel. At the front desk, Zuantiansheng spoke up. 2 rooms, please." 2 rooms? The clerk noticed the stunning young woman accompanying Shen Tianshang. Judging by their appearance, they must have just started dating. This was the moment for her to make her entrance. "I'm afraid we only have 1 king-size room left today. You 2 are a couple, right? Would 1 room be okay?" Zuantiansheng froze. Holy crap. No way. Could his luck really be this bad? He glanced at Lu Weiwei. Lu Weiwei didn't say much, just turned her head away, waiting for Zuantiansheng to make a decision. Truthfully, even if he agreed now, Lu Weiwei wouldn't object. The money was already paid, what else could she say? But Zuantiansheng spoke decisively. "Weiwei, this hotel is fully booked. Let's find another one." Watching Zuantiansheng lead Lu Weiwei away, the front desk clerk was utterly dumbfounded. "Wait, I gave you the chance, and you blew it." Chapter 83, There's no such thing as a do-over pill. Zuantiansheng walked straight out of the hotel with Lu Weiwei. This time he played it smart. He pulled out his phone and booked 2 rooms directly through Huazhu Club. Lu Weiwei hadn't expected Shen Tianshang to actually book 2 rooms. He really didn't know how to seize an opportunity. But after everything that happened, Lu Weiwei felt surprisingly pleased. At least Shen Tianshang hadn't overstepped. Any other guy would have booked just 1 room, tricked her inside first, and then. But Shen Tianshang didn't do that. With 2 room keys in hand, Zuantiansheng and Lu Weiwei headed upstairs together. Their rooms were next to each other. After opening the door, he turned to Lu Weiwei and said, "Weiwei, don't forget to wake me up tomorrow morning." "Want to come in for a bit?" Lu Weiwei said deliberately. Hearing this, Shen Tianshang froze in place. Scratching his head, his cheeks flushed slightly. That might not be appropriate. Never mind then. With that, Lu Weiwei opened her door and walked inside, leaving Zuantiansheng standing there. At that moment, Shen Tianshang couldn't help but slap himself across the face. Damn it, Shen Tianshang. What the hell are you agonizing over? She invited you, and you actually. Regret was one thing, but Zuantiansheng knew full well there was no such thing as a regret pill in this world. So he had no choice. Entering the room, Shen Tianshang lay on the bed, zoning out for a while. Suddenly, something felt off. That hotel he'd just visited had so many rooms, and it was usually under capacity on weekends. Why was it fully booked today? Could it be? Was the hotel receptionist, like the school security guard, also creating opportunities for him? The thought made Shen Tianshang slap himself across the face again. Damn it, is there a regret pill in this world? I want it. Just as he was lost in these wild thoughts and deep regret. At that moment, a knock suddenly sounded at his door. Knock knock knock. Who is it? Zuantiansheng never expected the person knocking to be Lu Weiwei. Peering through the peephole, he saw Lu Weiwei standing at the door. He hurriedly opened the door. "Weiwei? What brings you here?" "I just checked, and the water heater in my room isn't turned on. Can I take a shower here?" "Ah. Of course, absolutely." Zuantiansheng hurriedly opened the door. Seeing the water temperature on the heater was 50 degrees. He forced a smile. My water heater is on over here.
Go ahead and take a shower. Lu Weiwei hummed in acknowledgement, about to step inside, when she suddenly turned back.
She pointed her index finger at Xian Shang. You stay right there on the bed and don't peek.
If you peek, I'll definitely crush the top of your skull. Lu Weiwei spoke to Xian Shang in a threatening tone.
Xian Shang immediately stood up straight and saluted her. Don't worry, honey.
I promise I won't peek. Lu Weiwei covered her mouth and giggled.
She would trust her boyfriend unconditionally.
Well, I'm off to take a shower. With that, Lu Weiwei entered the bathroom.
Shang sat down on the bed. It was then that he noticed from this angle, he could see the shadows inside the bathroom. Blocking his view was a pane of roof glass.
Lu Weiwei undressed and stepped into the shower.
At the same time, her exquisite figure was fully exposed to Xian Shang's gaze. Her collarbones were prominent, her waist slender, and her hips curved upward. She could be described as busty, long-legged, young, and beautiful.
Damn, she's beautiful.
He couldn't help but swallow hard, imagining how blissful it would be to play cards with Lu Weiwei in bed someday. After a while, Lu Weiwei finished her shower. She wrapped herself in a bathrobe and stepped out.
As Lu Weiwei stepped out, Xian Shang's nostrils flared. A distinct, sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Are you going back? Shang certainly didn't want her to go back. But that wasn't entirely up to him. Lu Weiwei shook her head. What are you standing there for? Come help me blow dry my hair.
Huh? Oh, okay. Having never dated before, Shang had zero experience.
He entered the bathroom, grabbed the hairdryer, and then stood behind Lu Weiwei.
Looking at the stunningly beautiful Lu Weiwei in the mirror, Shang suddenly felt like he truly wasn't worthy of her.
Weiwei, I promise I'll lose weight. I believe you. Meanwhile,
Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi had already arrived at the underground parking garage. After dropping off Shang and Lu Weiwei, his mother Yuan Yuqin mentioned they were out of diapers at home.
Xiao Chen then went to find a store that sold them.
Xu Zhi was about to rush upstairs in a hurry when Xiao Chen grabbed her wrist.
Honey, why the rush to go upstairs?
Xu Zhi paused slightly.
But didn't mom say we're out of diapers at home? Why can't we go up? Xiao Chen adopted a mysterious air before speaking. Shang gave Lu Weiwei a gift today. My girlfriend shouldn't be left without a gift. Are you going to give me another bag?
Xu Zhi had barely used the LV bag Xiao Chen gave her last time, so she wasn't really in the mood for another bag now.
Xiao Chen shook his head. Of course not, baby. Come on, I'll take you. Xiao Chen took Xu Zhi's hand and weaved through the parking lot.
Finally, they arrived at the Porsche 911 RS GT3 that the system had rewarded him with. Without Xu Zhi knowing, Xiao Chen had applied a pink color changing film to the car.
The design read Chikawa. A bit childish.
What is this? Xu Zhi froze slightly upon seeing the car. Xiao Chen pulled the car keys straight from his pocket.
This car is for you.
Huh? Xu Zhi looked utterly bewildered. Her driving skills weren't great, and this car, it looked like it could go really fast.
This isn't quite right. What's wrong with it?
Xiao Chen replied, it's not big at all, and it handles beautifully. Don't let that spoiler fool you, it's nothing special. He forced the keys into Xu Zhi's hand.
This car is yours from now on.
Okay.
Xu Zhi didn't refuse, so she nodded.
She wanted to get back quickly. Thanks, dear. Let's hurry upstairs.
All right.
Soon, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi were upstairs.
Just as they arrived home, Xiao Chen's phone suddenly rang. The caller was Lu Jing from Starry Sky MCN.
They hadn't been in touch for quite some time, and during that period, Xiao Chen had only written 2 songs.
Sis Lu.
He placed the phone beside him and called out. Lu Jing hummed in acknowledgement.
Xiao Chen, how have you been lately?
Great. School started a while ago, and I've been busy with classes lately.
Lu Jing didn't beat around the bush.
She got straight to the point. One of our artists is going to compete on I Am a Singer. She's incredibly talented, but she doesn't have any original songs.
Could you come to the office? We need to discuss this in detail. Chapter 84, Crafting a Song for the Artist.
Hearing this, Xiao Chen froze.
Wow, she's actually going to compete on I Am a Singer. This show is incredibly prestigious. Alright, I'll come by this weekend?
The shop had just opened recently, and the staff would surely have many questions they needed his help with.
He couldn't very well vanish right after opening and leave the shop unattended, could he? Lu Jing didn't give Xiao Chen a hard time, of course. So, Saturday morning at 9 o'clock, is that okay?
Sure, no problem. They didn't say much more, and Xiao Chen hung up quickly.
After hanging up, Su Zhang asked Xiao Chen, honey, who was that call from?
It was Lu Jing.
Lu Jing?
Xu Zhi suddenly remembered it was Xiao Chen's Mac company.
But since becoming a top-tier composer, Xiao Chen hadn't visited even once.
Right.
I'll go by this weekend. They'll probably want me to write a few songs.
All right. Xu Zhi nodded slightly, then looked at Erbo in her arms and said, baby, your daddy's going out to earn money for your formula again.
Quick, say thank you to daddy.
The 2-month-old baby couldn't speak yet, only managing to utter a new sound. After playing with the baby for a while, Xiao Chen went into the bedroom to sleep. The next day, there was an 8 a.m. class. As Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi approached the school, a familiar figure suddenly caught their eye. Ha! It was actually Xian Tianshang. Xiao Chen froze. What was this guy doing here? Zuan Tianshang. Xiao Chen called out to him. Hearing Xiao Chen's voice, he quickly turned his head, his expression shifting to one of shock as he looked at Xiao Chen. Brother Chen. Xiao Chen jogged over to Xian Tianshang's side. What are you doing here? You're not usually one to get up this early. At this, Xian Tianshang's face darkened. After you and your wife dropped me off here yesterday, the gatekeeper said it was too late and wouldn't let me in. Xiao Chen froze for a moment upon hearing this, then broke into a mischievous grin. If they didn't let you in, then that means. Right, we went to get a room. Just thinking about it made Xian Tianshang furious. What a golden opportunity he'd wasted yesterday. After blow-drying Lu Weiwei's hair yesterday, he'd planned to keep her around for a while. Play some games or something. But Lu Weiwei refused, heading straight back to her room to sleep. In the end, with nothing else to do, Xian Tianshang rocked his bed until he finally fell asleep. Damn it! Xiao Chen blurted out, wow. You'd better eat an egg. Zuan Tianshang rolled his eyes. I booked 2 rooms. What? Seeing Xiao Chen's stunned expression, Xian Tianshang felt like he could die. I mean, yesterday I took Lu Weiwei to the budget hotel first. The clerk said there's only 1 king room left. Xiao Chen, he's definitely trying to create an opportunity for you. Exactly. Zuan Tianshang slapped his thigh. Guess what happened next? What happened? Seeing Zuan Tianshang's miserable expression, you didn't just take Lu Weiwei and leave, did you? Exactly. Damn, you're awesome. Xiao Chen couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. This guy was seriously impressive. I don't even support walls, but I'm impressed by you. Why? Zuan Tianshang felt that girls were all reserved. If he pushed a little harder, it would probably be fine, he could get lucky. But in the end, he chickened out. If word got out, he'd be the laughingstock. It's okay, you'll get your chance next time. Xiao Chen consoled him. He then asked, wait, where's Lu Weiwei? Why did you come back alone? We have an 8 a.m. class, but she doesn't. She's still sleeping. Alright, hurry up and go to class. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this. Xiao Chen swore solemnly, but by noon, Su Kuan and Liang Qian already knew about it. The main reason was that Xian Tianshang hadn't returned last night. It was simply too unusual. When 2 people go out together, they're bound to do something, right? Yet, they hadn't done anything at all. In fact, Su Kuan even began to suspect whether Xian Tianshang was, well, capable. Time flew by. After a few days of settling in, the shop's performance gradually stabilized. Now, after deducting all costs, the convenience store could turn a profit of over 10,000 yuan a month. Xiao Chen had handed over the nail salon entirely to Xu Zhi and Lu Weiwei to manage, paying little attention to its specific revenue figures. But with the low rent, it was definitely profitable. The most profitable venture, however, was jasmine milk tea. Xiao Chen had completely underestimated the spending power of today's female college students. These past few days, sales consistently exceeded 20,000 yuan daily. It was absolutely insane. Saturday. Xiao Chen slept straight through until 7 in the morning. He opened his eyes, yawned, and noticed Xu Zhi had already gotten up. She happened to be entering the room at that moment. Honey, you're awake. Xiao Chen murmured softly. Xu Zhi continued, then hurry up and get dressed. I've already made breakfast. After eating, isn't it time for you to head out? All right. Xiao Chen nodded cheerfully, then dressed and made his way to the living room. Xiao Chen was about to eat when Xu Zhi leaned in, staring at him and saying, Honey, go wash up first. Okay. Sometimes he was just like that, a bit lazy, too lazy to wash up. He even wanted to eat without washing his hands. After finishing up, Xiao Chen asked, Where's Mom? She took the baby out for a walk. The air in Jiangchen was fairly clean. Mom usually got up early too. Sometimes after cooking, she'd just grab a quick bite before pushing the babies out for a stroll. Xiao Chen had grown accustomed to it. It was indeed good for the baby to breathe in the morning air. But the temperature has dropped significantly lately. Soon, it probably won't be possible to take the baby out anymore. After finishing his meal, Xiao Chen informed Xu Zhi and headed downstairs. He then drove his Xiaomi YU7 towards Starry Sky Media. Weekend traffic was heavy, and he arrived 15 minutes later than expected. He had already contacted Lu Jing beforehand. Sorry about the delay, Xiao Chen began. There was some traffic on the way. No problem. Lu Jing wouldn't make a big deal out of such a minor issue. As she led Xiao Chen inside, she mentioned, recently, our company has been nurturing a singer with exceptional potential. She's about to compete in the semi-finals of I Am a Singer. If she advances this time, she might make it to the finals. But once they reach the semi-finals, they have to perform only their original songs. So, By the time she got to this point, Xiao Chen had already understood. It meant the songs he wrote would be sold directly to the singer. And that song would be counted as his original composition.
I understand what you mean. Xiao Chen nodded.
Lu Jing said, then I'll arrange for you two to meet first.
All right.
Chapter 85, The Master Who's Grown All His Hair. Lu Jing led Xiao Chen to the 6th floor of Starry Sky, briefly introducing the singer along the way. The singer's name was Su Lei, only 26 years old, a graduate of China Conservatory of Music. His singing talent was exceptionally high, making him a singer who captured the attention of millions. On the stage of I Am a Singer, he advanced through more than 10 rounds, making it all the way to the semi-finals. Yet his weakness was equally glaring. Despite his formidable vocal talent, he lacked original compositions. To participate in the semi-finals of I Am a Singer, one needed original compositions.
Even if he doesn't win in the semifinals, a well-crafted song could dominate the charts across various streaming platforms.
This would allow the singer to rapidly gain mainstream recognition.
Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Lu Jing first led him into a recording studio where several sound engineers were currently working.
Through the glass window, Xiao Chen caught sight of the prodigy Lu Jing had mentioned, Su Lei. He sported dyed blonde hair, black-rimmed glasses, and a red plaid jacket, his expression tinged with impatience. The audio coming from the recording engineer was filled with off-key notes and distorted sounds.
Xiao Chen froze. Wait. This is the musical genius you mentioned?
Xiao Chen kept his thoughts to himself, fixing Lu Jing with a questioning stare. Her face remained expressionless as she spoke.
Su Lei hasn't been in the zone lately.
He's not too happy with our company's lyricists and composers. Xiao Chen pursed his lips and gave a slight nod. Ever since acquiring the skill of songwriting, Xiao Chen had clearly developed his own unique perspective on music. After hearing this terrible performance, he couldn't help but think Su Lei wasn't much of a singer. Moments later, Su Lei finished singing. Removing his monitoring headphones, he stormed into the recording studio with a look of dissatisfaction. As soon as he entered, he fumed, "What kind of songwriters do you have here?
Do you really think singing these trashy songs will get me through the semifinals?" Su Lei unleashed a torrent of complaints the moment he entered the studio.
With his notoriously volatile temper, Xiao Chen lost all desire to write songs for him upon seeing him.
Collaborate with someone like this? No way. Absolutely not. Su Lei then turned his gaze to Lu Jing. Didn't you say you'd find me the best lyricist in your company? Where is he? Did they even show up? You weren't just stringing me along to get me to sign the contract, were you?
Lu Jing was clearly uncomfortable after being yelled at by Su Lei, but what could she do?
Su Lei was now their company's top priority.
Management had explicitly ordered them to secure the most professional team to serve him.
Mr. Su, please don't worry. I've already arranged for the lyricist you mentioned to come. Invited? Where is he? He glanced around, instinctively overlooking Xiao Chen's presence. This gentleman is.
Lu Jing also thought Su Lei was being exceptionally rude. After all, Xiao Chen was quite handsome, and now he radiated an air of sophistication and artistic flair.
Surely he shouldn't be overlooked.
Su Lei, however, looked at the young man who appeared several years his junior and burst out laughing.
Then he fixed his gaze on Lu Jing and asked, "What did you say? This is the master you mentioned? Stop messing with me. Is your company even viable? If not, we'll terminate the contract. Plenty of companies are trying to poach me. If it weren't for all the promises your company made me, I definitely wouldn't have come, okay?"
Seeing Su Lei getting more and more worked up, Lu Jing was utterly speechless. But she couldn't lose her temper with him now. Instead, she said, "Don't let his youth fool you, this young man is quite talented." Su Lei refused to listen to a word she said. "Do me a favor. Get me one of your famous lyricists or composers over here.
Don't bother. This kid hasn't even grown any hair yet."
Su Lei showed no regard for anyone's feelings, convinced he was something special. Without another word, Xiao Chen walked straight out of the recording studio. Having spoken like that in front of several people, he had no desire whatsoever to stay any longer. Of course, he wasn't angry either.
He knew perfectly well that getting angry with someone like this was completely pointless.
Seeing Xiao Chen storm out in a huff, Lu Jing froze for a moment before rushing after him.
"Xiao Chen, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Sister Lu."
Xiao Chen spoke calmly, "But I don't want to write a song for him."
"Don't try to change my mind. My decision is final."
Even if he's incredibly talented, looking down on people is completely useless.
"But..." Lu Jing's face flushed with embarrassment.
Just as she was about to say more, the system's voice echoed in Xiao Chen's mind once more.
"Ding! Congratulations, host, you've unlocked a life mission. Please make your choice."
Option 1, persuade Lu Jing to abandon Su Lei, directly urge the company to terminate his contract, then help find a singer even more talented than Su Lei.
Reward, 1 random talent each for de bao and air bao.
Option 2, retract your earlier words, enter the recording studio, and beg Su Lei for another chance.
Reward, coward title. Xiao Chen was utterly baffled. "Wait, what? System Dad, you're making this hard for me. Xiao Chen felt that persuading Lu Jing to terminate Su Lei's contract wasn't the issue. But the problem was finding a singer even more talented than Su Lei. That was a bit of a challenge. Do I have to choose one? Xiao Chen couldn't help but ask the system. Yes, you must choose one. Add #%.
Embracing the belief that solutions always present themselves when faced with challenges, Xiao Chen chose option 1 without hesitation.
Ding. Selection confirmed.
Proceed immediately with persuasion according to option 1. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes at the prompt. Like he'd die waiting a minute longer. Thoughts aside, he knew he had to speak up immediately. Sis Lu, I feel like Su Lei is just a real pain to deal with. If it really doesn't work out, you should just terminate his contract. Terminate the contract? Lu Jing had never considered this option. She replied, that doesn't seem right. Terminating the contract would mean our company paying a huge compensation. Besides, even though Su Lei has a temper, his skills are undeniably solid. At that moment, Xiao Chen didn't know how to persuade her. She was right, terminating the contract would definitely cost a lot. Xiao Chen spoke again, Sister Lu, the I Am a Singer program is ongoing, with auditions happening constantly. I'm confident I can help your company find an even more outstanding singer. Even as he said it, Xiao Chen didn't fully believe himself. But just then, the system in his mind announced it would provide support. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's worries vanished. His tone grew noticeably more confident as he continued. What did you say? Lu Jing froze. Xiao Chen pressed on, I said I'll find a more outstanding singer. Look at what Su Lei just said, doesn't that make you angry? Chapter 86, Heading to Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. Lu Jing thought about it. He was right. Ever since signing with Su Lei, he had been making things difficult for them in every way. It could be said that every lyricist and composer in their company had written songs for him, yet Su Lei remained unsatisfied with all of them. In Lu Jing's eyes, Xiao Chen was her trump card. Yet after meeting Su Lei, this trump card showed no sign of being played. This was a bit awkward. I'll think it over. Alright. Xiao Chen didn't want to linger. Then, once you've made up your mind, give me a call. I'll head home for now. Writing songs for Su Lei? I just can't do it. Seeing Xiao Chen's resolute departure, Lu Jing didn't know what else to say. She could only nod and see him off as he left the company. Xiao Chen arrived home before 11 p.m. Xu Zhi was watching the baby at home and was surprised to see him return so quickly. Why are you back so soon? Xu Zhi asked. Xiao Chen plopped down on the sofa. Don't even get me started. Lu Jing asked me to write a song for someone else, but that guy turned out to be completely unreliable. Unreliable? Xu Zhi frowned slightly. Xiao Chen grunted in acknowledgement. Just some guy with zero talent who thinks he's all that. Never mind him. Xiao Chen pondered. If Su Lei could make it to the semi-finals just by covering songs, he must have some talent. But without original material, he was essentially finished. No matter which company he approached, he'd act all high and mighty. If he kept that up, no company would want to work with him. As for his singing skills, well, Xiao Chen felt they were genuinely mediocre. But now another problem arose. How could he find a singer with even more talent than Su Lei? Just then, the system voice chimed in, Host, you can visit nearby art schools to scout talent. Naturally, this will require some financial investment. Alternatively, Host, you could directly conduct talent screening under the guise of holding auditions for I Am a Singer Starry Sky Media. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment. He had to admit, this approach could actually work. I'll give it a shot. Since it was the weekend, he could head straight to Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. But first, he needed to prepare a banner or something. There was an advertising company downstairs in his residential complex. Xiao Chen went to consult them and had a banner printed for the I Am a Singer college auditions event. To make the event more authentic, Xiao Chen directly instructed the system to contact the real I Am a Singer program and officially launch this event. At first, the system was reluctant, but since he had previously promised support, Xiao Chen used that as justification to get the system to comply. The system had no choice but to agree to the request. It must be said, System Daddy was truly formidable. After getting the banner, Xiao Chen tossed it straight into the trunk of his car. He returned home and said to Xu Zhi, Honey, come with me somewhere this afternoon. Where? Xu Zhi asked. We're going to Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. Huh? Xu Zhi couldn't make heads or tails of Xiao Chen anymore. From recently starting his own business and opening 3 shops in a row, to now suddenly wanting to go to Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. She had absolutely no idea what Xiao Chen was up to. What for? Xiao Chen sighed. I promised Lu Jing I'd help her find someone with singing talent to participate in I Am a Singer. I figured Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music would be a better place to find someone. Xiao Chen felt a bit helpless. He glanced at Erbo and Xu Zhi's arms and thought, baby, if only you were a few years older. You might just be a child star. System, Host, this system can help your baby grow rapidly. 1 day equals 1 year of growth progress. Would you like to proceed? Omega. Hearing this, Xiao Chen looked utterly bewildered. Not the system? What the heck is this?
Thanks, but no thanks. Alright then. Xu Zhi nodded. True, for music students, the conservatory does operate that way. Shall we go together this afternoon? Sure. Xiao Chen told his mom he'd be heading out again that afternoon, and she naturally understood. The Xiao Chen of today was truly a different person from before. He seemed like a completely different person. After lunch that afternoon, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi rushed straight to the gates of Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. Compared to Jiangcheng University, this arts college had an overwhelming number of female students. The gender ratio was probably a staggering 2 to 8. Most importantly, the girls at art schools dressed incredibly revealingly. It was already mid-November, yet every single one who should be wearing black tights was doing so. Some even had their belly buttons exposed. Some were even showing off their legs. Xiao Chen couldn't help but wonder, aren't they worried about catching a cold in the future? What are you looking at? Xiao Chen's eyes locked onto her like a laser sight. Xu Zhi caught his gaze and gave his ear a sharp pinch. Ouch, that hurts, that hurts. Even though Xu Zhi beside him was exceptionally beautiful, Xiao Chen couldn't help but look at others. How does the saying go? The grass is always greener on the other side. I'm looking at that tree. Xiao Chen awkwardly pointed at a nearby tree. Honey, look at that tree. Isn't it sturdy? He. Xu Zhi rolled her eyes. Xiao Chen was blatantly lying through his teeth. Alright, honey, I'm sorry. It's all because you didn't wear black stockings today. Xiao Chen muttered under his breath. Truth be told, in the 2 months he'd been with Xu Zhi, he hadn't seen her wear black stockings once. No way. He had to get her to wear them someday. Black stockings were just too tempting for guys. Next time I will. Seeing all the different types of girls at the music academy, Xu Zhi was genuinely worried Xiao Chen might get swept off his feet. Hearing this, Xiao Chen perked up. Hee, sure thing. Jiangcheng Conservatory had a security gate. Xiao Chen walked right up to the guard with his banner, thoughtfully slipping him 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes. The security guard at the school entrance had never seen such a display before. 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes were equivalent to their daily wages, so the guard let Xiao Chen in without a second thought. Xiao Chen rode his Xiaomi YU7, drawing just as many admiring glances as he had at Jiangcheng University. And it had to be said the girls here were one more stunning than the next. How could they be so beautiful? He felt that even if Xu Zhi showed up, she might not necessarily be the campus beauty queen here. Put. My wife is the most beautiful. Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi arrived at the school playground, where they found many girls streaming live outdoors, strumming guitars. Are all the students here so thrifty? Xiao Chen opened Douyin and immediately spotted a girl strumming a guitar nearby in the local feed. He checked her follower count. Holy crap, over 1 million. Excuse me. Chapter 87, The Live Streaming Girl. Xiao Chen was about to give up, but he couldn't resist taking another look at the girl strumming her guitar on the phone screen. Over 6,000 viewers were watching her stream right now, no doubt about it. Her live streaming skills were top-notch. Not only did she play the guitar skillfully, but her singing voice was also lovely. Though the songs she sang and the melodies she played were different, she definitely had some real talent. What should he do? He wanted to ask her something. But interrupting her stream felt a bit rude. Just as Xiao Chen hesitated, Xu Zhi walked over. What's up, dear? She asked. Xiao Chen replied, I think that girl streaming up ahead is pretty good, but she's live right now. It wouldn't be right to just barge in and interrupt her. Xu Zhi nodded in agreement. You're right. You could wait until she finishes her stream. Then you can go talk to her afterward. Xiao Chen gave a slight nod, then proceeded to unfurl the banner. Upon seeing the banner, many students gathered around. As students of the music academy, many pursued music with the aspiration of becoming singers. Xiao Chen promptly recorded the names of many students. Earlier, Xiao Chen had contacted Lu Jing. When these students came for auditions, she could arrange a recording studio for them. Lu Jing assured him it wouldn't be a problem, though they had tried this approach before. Typically, campuses like this had many students with solid foundational skills, but that was all they could claim. Singers like Su Lei were exceedingly rare. And even if such students existed within the school, they might well be kept hidden away by the administration. Still, Xiao Chen wanted to give it a shot. After compiling the student list, Xiao Chen waited for the female student streaming live to end her broadcast. The clock quickly ticked past 6 in the evening, yet she showed no signs of wrapping up. She just kept singing with her guitar. Not even a hint of fatigue. Seriously, aren't you even a little tired? Xiao Chen looked utterly bewildered. Seeing Xu Zhi already showing signs of sleepiness, he spoke up, Honey, if you're tired, you should go back first. Huh? Xu Zhi paused slightly. Truthfully, after staying here so long, she was indeed feeling a bit tired. But Xiao Chen was still here. Wouldn't it be rude for her to just leave? Shaking her head at the thought, Xu Zhi replied, It's fine. I'll wait with you. The night air was chilly, and Xiao Chen was worried she might catch a cold. Then go sit in the car for a bit. If you get hungry, go grab a meal from the school cafeteria. Xu Zhi rubbed her stomach. She was indeed getting hungry. I'll go get food then. What would you like? Anything is fine. Alright.
Xu Zhi knew Xiao Chen wasn't picky, so she headed to the cafeteria.
She didn't drive either, choosing instead to stroll around Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. Xiao Chen waited patiently.
He had to admit she was incredibly dedicated even when exhausted. She'd take just a couple sips of water and catch her breath before singing again. About half an hour later, Xu Zhi returned carrying 2 portions of dumplings.
I got your favorite pork and cabbage filling, she said. Sounds good. Xiao Chen was starving, his stomach practically sticking to his back.
After finishing the dumplings, he resumed his silent wait.
Xu Zhi sat in the car and started watching a TV drama. And so it went 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours.
By 9:30 p.m., Xu Zhi had fallen asleep in the car.
And this young lady was still live streaming. Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. Seriously, how much money could this possibly make? Is it really worth pushing herself this hard? Another hour and a half passed before the young lady finally spoke.
That's all for today's live stream.
See you tomorrow at noon sharp, don't miss it.
With that, she bowed to the camera before ending the stream.
Xiao Chen glanced at the Xiaomi YU7.
Xu Zhi had reclined the passenger seat to zero gravity mode and was still fast asleep.
She was still sleeping soundly.
Xiao Chen didn't disturb her, but walked straight toward the young lady. It was indeed rather late to approach her abruptly, but after waiting so long, Xiao Chen steeled himself to go forward.
He approached the young woman. Hello, classmate.
Xiao Chen's voice faltered slightly after all, his current state did look rather suspicious.
The
girl was packing her guitar into its case. She looked at Xiao Chen curiously. I think I saw you here earlier today.
Are you?
Xiao Chen scratched his nose.
You could think of me as a talent scout. Talent scout?
The girl chuckled at that, then shook her head.
Sorry, I'm not interested in that.
I'm heading back to the dorm to rest now.
Hold on.
Xiao Chen stepped in front of her. I noticed your singing skills are pretty impressive.
Would you be interested in joining the show I Am a Singer? I Am a Singer? The girl considered it for a moment before asking, Are you a recruiter for I Am a Singer? You waited here for so long just to tell me this?
Truth be told, Su Guogua had noticed Xiao Chen the moment he arrived, but his lingering presence had caught her off guard.
What else? Xiao Chen surveyed the vast playground. Look how big this place is. You're the only one here now, right?
True.
Su Guogua looked at Xiao Chen. Why did you choose me? And waited here for so long?
I sense you have remarkable singing talent, and I happen to be a lyricist myself. Xiao Chen scratched his nose.
So, I thought you'd be a good fit. Then weren't the other students you recruited this afternoon suitable?
Her large, sparkling eyes fixed on him, leaving Xiao Chen momentarily speechless. I was in a hurry and didn't know everyone's abilities, but yours have already earned my approval.
Xiao Chen asked, but I'm curious, why did you stream so late?
At this, Su Guogua pursed her lips slightly, a fleeting look of distraction crossing her eyes before she quickly lifted the corners of her mouth.
Because I need to make money.
I'm a junior this year, and after graduation, I want to travel to lots and lots of places.
All that costs money, and I'm not about to become a slave to it.
Hearing her words, Xiao Chen felt something was off. It seemed like she was deliberately hiding something.
Xiao Chen asked, so how much can you make from this one livestream? Though reluctant to share, Su Guogua decided to tell Xiao Chen today's earnings? Over 600 yuan. That little?
Xiao Chen had assumed she could make several thousand yuan singing all day.
But he hadn't expected it to be only a little over 600. Su Guogua was actually quite satisfied with this amount. It's okay. The economy's tough right now. If it weren't for these loyal fans, I'd be eating dirt. Chapter 88, Su Guogua. Eating dirt? Her monthly income was around 20,000 yuan. Xiao Chen couldn't understand how someone earning that much could be eating dirt. Living on your knees on 20,000? My monthly living expenses are only 2,000. What does that make me?
Su Guogua didn't respond.
She yawned and pulled out her phone. Need to exchange contacts? It's too late tonight. I don't feel like chatting here anymore. If you need anything, let's talk tomorrow. I'm going to bed. Okay. Xiao Chen nodded, then added Su Guogua on WeChat. She left the field with her guitar case and headed back to the dorm. After Xiao Chen got back in the car, Xu Zhi slowly opened her eyes at the sound. She glanced outside through the window and asked, Honey, where's that girl? She's gone back. I added her on WeChat. We'll talk tomorrow. Okay. Let's head home too. She was utterly exhausted. Xiao Chen didn't disturb her, merely nodded, and drove them home. The next day. Inside the Starry Sky Media office. What did you say? Your company wants to terminate my contract? Su Lei stared at Lu Jing across the table, utterly bewildered. Yes. Lu Jing's tone was steady. Yesterday, she had reported the recent situation to the company's higher-ups, who had initially wanted to salvage the situation. Yet every lyricist and composer in the entire company had been working for him, and he remained dissatisfied with every single song.
It was clear that a company of their size simply couldn't accommodate Su Lei's demanding nature. Although Starry Sky wasn't the top media company in Jiangcheng, it still ranked among the top 5. Su Lei was undeniably talented, but his attitude was arrogant, and he refused to take advice. After deliberation, the company ultimately decided not to collaborate with Su Lei. He could still participate in I Am a Singer, but he would have to find his own songs. Lu Jing knew that once the contract ended, Su Lei would likely partner with another company. However, for someone like Su Lei, unless he had a top-tier team crafting songs specifically for him, he'd suffer a crushing defeat. Upon hearing the news of his contract termination, Su Lei maintained his arrogant demeanor. Fine.
Terminated then. What about the compensation? We'll calculate the compensation.
The total amount won't be less than 200,000 yuan.
The specifics will be finalized when we sign the contract.
A mere 200,000 yuan was well within their company's means.
Hearing this, Su Lei's smile grew even broader.
Before participating in the preliminary auditions for I Am a Singer, since all his songs were covers, they wouldn't bring him much profit. Just as Su Lei was basking in his triumph, a sly smile appeared at the corner of Lu Jing's mouth. However, the costs our company incurred in training you will be deducted from the penalty. For instance, the studio rental fees, the service fees for our lyricists and composers who worked with you, and all expenses related to your participation in the I Am a Singer stage. All told, it'll be over 100,000 yuan.
What did you say? Su Lei's smile froze instantly. Why should I pay that much? It's clearly you who breached the contract and wanted to terminate it.
Lu Jing, but you share some responsibility in this.
Yesterday I brought you a top-tier lyricist, but what was your reaction? Su Lei recalled yesterday's greenhorn Xiao Chen and couldn't help but scoff. Ha, don't try to pull that kid stunt on me.
You. Before Su Lei could finish, Lu Jing cut in, but one of his songs has already been endorsed by King Shui. His album will feature a song written by that kid.
Put. Su Lei looked utterly skeptical. With Xiao Chen's slacker attitude, could he really write a song that earned King Shui's approval? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Lei didn't bother arguing with Lu Jing any further.
Instead, he decisively signed the contract and left the company to seek partnerships elsewhere. Li Jing, however, could only sigh silently. She thought to herself, in this day and age, truly normal people were few and far between. To finally encounter a young man with such talent, only for him to have such a temper. It was truly beyond words. She was at a loss for words.
I wonder how Xiao Chen is doing over there. Meanwhile,
Xiao Chen had just opened his eyes.
He'd slept straight through until 9 in the morning.
No wonder after coming home last night, the baby had been crying until 1 in the morning, and he'd been soothing the little one the whole time. Mom looked much more haggard lately from taking care of the child.
Xiao Chen even considered hiring a nanny again.
After waking up, Xiao Chen opened his phone and found that Su Guagua had sent him an animated emoji yesterday. It was a water-toon Lulu sticker. Instead of replying, Xiao Chen curiously tapped into Su Guagua's Moments feed. She had told him her name last night, but they hadn't actually chatted. His impression of Su Guagua was still very favorable. During yesterday's livestream, she wore a cosplay outfit as Daji from Honor of Kings, complete with white stockings on her legs and a very nice figure. But compared to Xu Zhi, she fell short by quite a bit. Contrary to what Xiao Chen had imagined, Su Guagua's social media feed didn't showcase travels around the world. Instead, it frequently featured prayer-themed captions, and the camera often captured a window. There were many such photos, taken from the same angle throughout all 4 seasons. Not a single selfie of her appeared in her feed. This girl was quite mysterious. Xiao Chen kept scrolling down and came across a post from 2 years ago. It showed a very young, delicate hand holding another hand that looked weathered and worn by time. The hand had an 4 needle in it, and the bedsheet beneath it was white. It looked like a hospital. Xiao Chen grew even more curious. What was this? There were no further posts below. Recalling Su Guagua's gaze from yesterday, Xiao Chen sensed that things weren't quite as simple as they seemed. Are you still going live today? Xiao Chen sent Su Guagua a WeChat message. She replied almost instantly, yeah, of course I'll be streaming. I'll be live on the school playground at 12 sharp. You can come to my livestream to listen to the songs too. Reading her words, Xiao Chen could picture her cheerful expression. She was undoubtedly full of optimism. Alright, I'll be watching. 2.5 minutes later, Xiao Chen sent her another WeChat message. Will you be streaming until 11 p.m. tonight too? No, I'll wrap up at 6 p.m. today. I have plans tonight. What? Are you planning to take me out to dinner? Aren't you worried your girlfriend will get jealous? She had clearly seen Xiao Chen's WeChat moments, or perhaps spotted Xu Zhi yesterday. Seeing this message, Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile. She won't get jealous, and I don't have any feelings for you. I want to discuss something with you about my participation in I Am a Singer. Chapter 89, Super Composer Skills. Seeing Xiao Chen's message, Su Guagua replied, I'm busy tomorrow afternoon. How about the day after tomorrow? Without hesitation, Xiao Chen replied, of course. I'll reach out to you then. Okay. Seeing Su Guoguo's reply, Xiao Chen could tell this matter was practically settled. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have bothered replying at all. Big lazy pig, you finally woke up. At that moment, Xu Zhi emerged from the living room cradling Erbao. She rolled her eyes. Sleeping until past 9? You really can sleep, huh? Xiao Chen couldn't help but tease her. Do you even know what time I fell asleep? Xu Zhi, you probably just went to sleep as soon as you got home last night. Xiao Chen pressed further. So, my dear wife Xu Zhi, do you remember how you got upstairs last night? Xu Zhi tried to recall. She vaguely remembered that after arriving at the residential complex last night, Xiao Chen had woken her up. But she hadn't wanted to move at all. In the end, Xiao Chen had carried her back home. You must have carried me. Good thing you're not completely out of it, you still remember. Then your daughter cried and cried. I didn't get to sleep until almost 2. Doesn't that make it understandable that I slept until 9? Xu Zhi paused slightly. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, it did make sense. Well, that is true. She murmured softly. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. After brushing his teeth and eating breakfast, he let his mother rest for a while in the morning while he and Xu Zhi took the baby out for a stroll. In the afternoon, Mom and Xu Zhi went shopping at the mall to buy clothes for the kids, while Xiao Chen stayed home to write songs. Xiao Chen felt he was missing a skill in composition. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system suddenly popped up. Congratulations, host. You have nearly reached SSS tier singer status, Su Guogua. Please communicate with her amicably and do everything in your power to help her win the championship of I Am a Singer. Save this unfortunate family. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill, super composition. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was utterly baffled. Holy crap, what the hell is going on? SSS tier singer, Su Guogua? Could it be? I bet right? But what's the deal with her unfortunate family? Xiao Chen couldn't make heads or tails of it, but just as he was about to use his songwriting skill, the system rewarded him. This is absolutely awesome. Without hesitation, he ordered a piano online. With this new skill, he felt like he could handle any instrument with ease. There happened to be an empty room available, and Xiao Chen figured he could set up a high-end computer and acquire some professional recording equipment. But this was a residential home, so the acoustics would inevitably be poor. If only the system could grant him a space akin to a recording studio. After saying this, Xiao Chen expected the system to immediately grant him a similar space. But the system remained completely silent. It just granted me a skill a moment ago. What's the big deal about giving me a recording studio space? Fine. Xiao Chen finally gave up. Nowadays, you don't need to record background music, you can simulate it using professional software. But it requires pretty high-end hardware. Xiao Chen found another pro in town who builds custom PCs, got a full setup with a 9950X3D and RTX 5090. With the piano included, the total cost came to 200,000 yuan. By afternoon, both the piano and computer were installed. When Xu Zhi and her mom returned home, both the piano and computer were already set up. Xu Zhi glanced at the shiny new gaming machine logo and asked curiously, "Did you buy this computer and piano?" "Honey, I didn't buy them. Did you think they grew out of the ground?" Xu Zhi playfully punched Xiao Chen's arm with her little fist. She pouted, "Ugh, you're so annoying. But did you buy the computer to play games?" She had asked Xiao Chen before what he did during his freshman year, and his answer had been simple. He said he was in Wary calling out for his mom. That answer nearly drove Xu Zhi crazy, but upon reflection, it made sense. For today's college students, when they had free time, they were likely gaming online. Xiao Chen didn't smoke and rarely drank, so it seemed perfectly normal for a guy to play games. In fact, playing games later in life just wasn't as fun anymore. Xiao Chen shook his head at her words. "What games?" "I'm planning to record some backing tracks myself. I need some professional software, so I bought a high-spec computer. My old computer couldn't handle that software at all." "I see." At that moment, Yuan Yuqin couldn't help but ask from the side, "You bought this piano, do you even know how to play?" "Mom, you're underestimating me." Xiao Chen sat down at the piano and immediately played Two Tigers. Hearing his confident performance, Yuan Yuqin pursed her lips. "It's not bad, but son, that's a bit too elementary for you. Can we crank up the difficulty a notch?" Xiao Chen sensed something off in his mother's tone. "Mom, cut back on the TikTok scrolling." He then played Joe Hisaishi's Castle in the Sky. The melody was exceptionally beautiful. Hearing Xiao Chen's rendition, she couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "Son, when did you learn to play the piano? I never imagined you had this kind of talent." Xiao Chen replied in a joking tone, "Mom, I learned this from the womb." Get lost. Gigi, what would you like for dinner tonight? I'll make it for you. Xu Zhi immediately protested, "Oh, Mom, don't be like that. Why don't I cook instead?" "It's fine, I'll go." Xiao Chen, standing nearby, felt a bit out of place. He spoke up, "How about I do it?" "Sure, why not?" Xu Zhi and Yuan Yuqin stopped arguing upon hearing this. Xiao Chen's face darkened.
Damn it, you two were just bickering, waiting for me to offer, weren't you? He was speechless, but there was nothing he could do. Instead, he trotted off to the kitchen to start cooking. By the time dinner was ready, it was already 6:30 p.m. Xiao Chen placed a piece of braised pork into Xu Zhi's bowl before saying, "Honey, I need to meet with Xu Guogui tomorrow night. Are you coming with me?" Xiao Chen knew Xu Zhi wouldn't come along, but he asked anyway. Xu Zhi shook her head. "I won't be going. You two talk it out properly. I'll do my best to get him into the competition as soon as possible." "Don't worry, I will." Xiao Chen nodded with a broad smile. Yuan Yuqin didn't press further about who Xu Guogui was. After all, if Xiao Chen ever did anything to wrong Xu Zhi, she'd be the first to step in and give him a good thrashing. After dinner, Mom Yuan Yuqin went to wash the dishes. Xiao Chen opened his computer and began composing music for the lyrics based on his own musical interpretation. By 10 p.m., he had finished the music for 2 songs. Chapter 90, Conversation with Xu Guogui. The next day, 5:30 p.m. Xiao Chen drove a Xiaomi YU7 to Zhangcheng Conservatory of Music. Zhangcheng Conservatory of Music was located near the University District, not far from their school. It took only about 10 minutes to drive there. The main delay came from the numerous traffic lights along the route. The car sat at the school entrance for over 10 minutes. At the gate, Xu Guogui approached Xiao Chen wearing a white sweater over a tiered skirt and white boots. Xiao Chen rolled down the window but didn't get out to open it for her. Instead, he called out to Xu Guogui outside the car, "Just hop in." Xu Guogui stood outside the passenger door, looking a bit confused. Should I sit in the front or the back? Because on the passenger side of Xiao Chen's car was a large photo of Xu Zhi, with the words "Princess Exclusive Passenger Seat" written beside it. This was likely Xu Zhi's way of staking her claim. Since she'd put it there, Xiao Chen naturally complied. "The passenger seat is fine." "All right." After getting in the car, she couldn't help but rub her hands together. The temperature today was a bit low. The weather in Jiangcheng was like that, suddenly hot, suddenly cold, quite irritating. Noticing her gesture, Xiao Chen asked, "Cold? I'll roll up the window first." "It's okay, not too cold." "Are you hungry?" Xiao Chen asked. Xu Guogui glanced at Xiao Chen sideways and couldn't help but smile. "Are you really going to treat me to dinner?" Xiao Chen had already started the car. "You're my future business partner. I have to make a good impression, so of course I'll treat you to a meal. Just tell me what you want to eat." "Whatever. I just got out of class and haven't eaten yet." "Xiao Chen, Senior, did you know anything is actually really hard to choose?" "Senior?" Xu Guogui hadn't expected Xiao Chen to use that title. Seeing her look slightly puzzled, Xiao Chen explained, "I'm a sophomore at Jiangcheng University, and you're a junior now, so you should be my senior." "Oh, well." Xu Guogui grimaced. She'd seen photos of children in Xiao Chen's social media feed and assumed he'd already graduated, gotten married, and started a family. She never imagined he'd be younger than her. And he already had a child. Is that right? Seeing Xu Guogui's slightly bewildered expression, he didn't elaborate further. "I know a place nearby that's really delicious, and it's pretty quiet too. It'd be perfect for us to talk things over." "What do you say?" "Sure." Xu Guogui left the decision to Xiao Chen, who then led her to a Chinese restaurant called Furong. The restaurant had a particularly pleasant atmosphere, and most importantly, each table was in a small private booth, offering excellent privacy. It was a popular spot for couples. Of course, Xiao Chen had no ulterior motives in bringing her here. He simply wanted a place where they could talk comfortably while eating. He would never do anything to betray Xu Zhi. Upon entering, they found a particularly quiet window seat. Sitting one behind the other, they actually did look quite like a couple. "Please sit down." Xu Guogui glanced around, feeling distinctly awkward. She'd never been in a relationship before, and even dining alone with a guy was practically unheard of. "What do you want to eat?" "Order for yourself." Xiao Chen pulled out his phone, scanned the QR code on the table, then handed it to Xu Guogui. After a moment's thought, she ordered only one dish, stir-fried cabbage. She genuinely didn't know what to order. She was usually pretty frugal when it came to meals. Xiao Chen casually ordered 2 dishes and spoke up first. Well, how should I put this? Lately, I've been looking for a singer to collaborate with Starry Sky for I Am a Singer. Xu Guogui nodded slightly and asked softly, "So you must be with Starry Sky, right?" "Yes, I'm Starry Sky's top-tier composer." As he spoke, Xiao Chen pulled out the ID card issued to him by Starry Sky. Xu Guogui was taken aback upon hearing this. She never imagined Xiao Chen would be a top-tier composer. Having sung professionally for 2 years, she was familiar with Starry Sky. In fact, representatives from the agency had previously approached her about joining their roster. However, Xu Guogui's purpose for singing was clear: to earn money for her mother's medical treatment. Therefore, she had declined to join these so-called agencies, choosing instead to monetize her singing through live streaming. Everything else was none of her concern. Xu Guogui's expression was filled with astonishment. Xiao Chen continued, "Actually, my company previously signed a singer. He was extremely talented and was about to compete in the semi-finals of I Am a Singer. But during his development period, he became very dissatisfied with our company's composers. After discussing it with my colleague, we ultimately terminated the contract with that singer. Now I'm searching for another promising talent. And that's how you found me? Su Guogua asked, pointing at herself. Xiao Chen nodded. I've reviewed every piece of your work. Your vocal skills are exceptionally strong. Honestly, you've got what it takes. Xiao Chen naturally had to lavish praise on her. After all, the system had labeled her an SSS tier singer. Her talent was undeniably formidable. You flatter me. Xiao Chen was practically making her blush with all the praise. Then he continued, not at all. I just feel that since you chose vocal performance as your major, you must want to become a singer in the future, right? Xiao Chen's words struck a chord with Su Guogua. He was right back in middle school. She'd been crazy about TFBOYS. She'd sing along to their songs on her phone every day. Once, her mother overheard her singing and thought it sounded amazing. Convinced her daughter had talent, she asked if Su Guogua was interested in pursuing music. Su Guogua nodded emphatically back then, expressing her willingness. Later, in her sophomore year of high school, she chose to pursue a music scholarship. Her mother enrolled her in numerous tutoring classes over the next 2 years, spending 5,000 or 6,000 yuan to help her focus on music. After her college entrance exam results came out, she was successfully admitted to Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music. But just as she entered university, her mother suddenly developed severe uremia. Now, she requires dialysis twice a week. The cost of a kidney transplant is prohibitively expensive, and she still faces a shortfall of hundreds of thousands of yuan. After her mother fell ill, her father absconded with the family's savings, and her grandparents have shown no concern for her mother's plight. So only her elderly maternal grandmother stays by her mother's side. To make ends meet, she scavenges bottles and cardboard boxes for extra income. Later, a classmate suggested she try live streaming singing on Douyin. With her solid vocal skills and attractive appearance, she gained 1 million followers in just 2 short years, though she never mentioned her situation to her family. She just worked hard at streaming, going live every night until 11 p.m. She wanted to quickly save up enough money for her mother's surgery. To help her recover. Yes. Su Guogua nodded slightly. But becoming a singer isn't that simple. Isn't this your chance? Xiao Chen patted his chest. Leave the lyrics and composition to me. You just focus on singing your heart out on stage and you'll have a chance. Chapter 91, Lu Weiwei slapped Xiao Chen across the face. Su Guogua listened to Xiao Chen's words, utterly astonished. In her eyes, she might make it to the semi-finals of I Am a Singer, but the semi-finals required performing her own songs, a feat as difficult as climbing to the heavens for an ordinary junior college student like her. Countless singers had been held back by their original compositions. As a top-tier composer, Xiao Chen undoubtedly possessed the talent. But he'd surely demand royalties and such. And what if he became famous someday? What if Xiao Chen suddenly turned on her, threatening her with our class? Of course, she shouldn't think so badly of Xiao Chen, but one must always be cautious. Noticing Su Guogua's eyes darting nervously, Xiao Chen inquired, "What's wrong? Do you have a problem?" Su Guogua fell into deep thought. 2 choices now lay before her: trust Xiao Chen, which might impact her streaming efficiency but could catapult her to instant fame. Yet the risks were considerable. The second option was to decline his offer and continue streaming. While this path carried no risks, her income remained stagnant, leaving her uncertain about her future prospects. Let me think it over. Su Guogua sank into deep contemplation. Xiao Chen's brief words alone weren't enough to earn her complete trust. Yet, wasn't this also an opportunity for her? If she performed well, her Douyin followers might increase. After all, I Am a Singer had high ratings. However, high ratings only applied to the semi-finals and finals. The earlier audition rounds were only recorded and never aired on television. That meant she'd have to get through several rounds of auditions. While Su Guogua pondered, Xiao Chen pulled a laptop from his backpack and opened it before her. You can take a look at the lyrics I wrote. I finished composing the music yesterday. The 2 songs Xiao Chen had composed were titled Quantum Rose and the Chinese-style song Hibernation, Awakening, each with a completely different style. Without further ado, Xiao Chen retrieved a pair of monitoring headphones and connected them to his laptop via Bluetooth. As Su Guogua slipped the headphones on, the melodies flooded her ears. She could tell these weren't played by instruments, they carried a thick electronic vibe. Yet, despite the heavy electronic elements, the melodies blended together in a way that was strangely intoxicating. Indeed, Quantum Rose was a rock-style love song. Though it had no lyrics, it truly made Su Guogua's blood boil. The second track featured electronic beats again, yet it was significantly more subdued than the first, its lingering echoes carrying a profound resonance. It's safe to say both tracks' soundscapes are truly captivating. Xiao Chen wasn't sure how Su Guogua felt after listening, so he asked, "What do you think?" "I feel really good about it." Su Guogua's praise was quite high. Xiao Chen smiled slightly upon hearing it. "That's good. But is this really your style?" "Everyone has their own strengths. Su Guigua pondered for a moment.
She sang rock music, but she wasn't sure if it could ignite the entire crowd. She hadn't tried it before. During her usual live streams, she only sang sweet little songs.
Instead of answering directly, Su Guigua asked, "These are all your original songs? If you were to grant me the rights, would the fee be?" Seeing her hesitation, Xiao Chen smiled and nodded.
Signing with Starry Sky means they'll invest in your development.
Regarding the songs, the contract will clearly outline the terms.
In most cases, you perform the songs, and then based on your influence, we'll split the profits from the songs.
After hearing Xiao Chen's explanation, Su Guigua nodded. "Then, when you have time, take me to see Starry Sky." "Sure." Xiao Chen sensed Su Guigua's interest was piqued. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding!
Congratulations, host, on successfully signing SSS tier singer Su Guigua. Reward, 1 ticket to the I Am a Singer semi-finals.
Hearing the system's announcement, Xiao Chen was utterly baffled. Wait, what just happened? A ticket to the I Am a Singer semi-finals? Is such a thing even real? And he hadn't even signed Su Guigua yet.
The system responded, during the open auditions for I Am a Singer, the organizers reserve the right to directly advance singers to the semi-finals. Of course, this requires the contestant to demonstrate exceptional talent. So what are you saying? After using the pass, the organizers will make an exception and advance Su Guigua to the semi-finals.
I see.
Just as Xiao Chen was lost in thought, his order arrived. Here, let's eat first.
The two started chatting, though not about music, just casual small talk. Of course, Xiao Chen didn't ask about her family background. After finishing their meal, it was already 7:30 p.m.
The meal hadn't taken long, and seeing that Su Guigua had finished eating, the two of them walked out together. I'll take you to Starry Sky this Saturday. I also need to report to my superiors.
They might ask you to audition then, so you should prepare beforehand.
Okay.
Su Guigua nodded slightly as they approached the cashier.
Xiao Chen pulled out his phone to pay when suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind him.
Brother Chen? Xiao Chen turned to see Xian Tiansheng, holding Lu Weiwei's hand. Zuan Tiansheng, you and Lu Weiwei came here for dinner too?
Yep.
Zuan Tiansheng flashed a simple smile.
Just then, he caught a glimpse of Su Guigua beside Xiao Chen.
He thought to himself, holy crap, what's going on here? Could it be that Brother Chen is already flirting with other girls behind Xu Zhi's back? Impressive. Lu Weiwei also noticed Su Guigua. Without a word, she walked straight over to Xiao Chen. One slap landed squarely on Xiao Chen's face. Smack! You scumbag! Lu Weiwei exclaimed, leaving Xiao Chen utterly dumbfounded. No! Lu Weiwei, you're out of your mind.
Xiao Chen stared at her wide-eyed.
Lu Weiwei crossed her arms. Don't worry about whether I'm crazy or not. You're the one who's lost your mind.
Xiao Chen, Xu Zhi has already given birth to 2 children for you. Why are you still cheating on her and dating other women behind her back?
What the hell? Xiao Chen finally understood.
Damn it, Lu Weiwei had completely misunderstood him.
Lu Weiwei, is it possible we're just discussing a business partnership? Lu Weiwei suddenly snapped out of it. She thought, oh no, I jumped the gun. Chapter 92, Honey, Lu Weiwei's picking on me. Lu Weiwei looked utterly panicked, while Xiao Chen rolled his eyes at her. My luck today is truly awful. I come out to discuss a partnership and run into you too. Lu Weiwei forced an awkward smile. Oh, I see. It's just that. Mainly what? Xiao Chen rubbed his stinging cheek.
When I get back, I'm telling Xu Zhi that her husband got bullied out here.
I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. Lu Weiwei pouted, and Xiao Chen couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't exactly slap her back. At that moment, Lu Weiwei realized Xiao Chen probably hadn't paid yet. She quickly pinched Xian Tiansheng's arm. Xian Tiansheng, what are you waiting for? Pay up. Pay for Xiao Chen's too. Huh? Oh.
Zuan Tiansheng snapped out of it and promptly settled the bill for both his table and Xiao Chen's.
After leaving the shop, Xiao Chen glanced at Xian Tiansheng. How did you guys get here? Want to head back together? No need, Brother Chen. Zuan Tiansheng shook his head. Mei Wei and I have another gig. Want to take this little sister to the bar with you? I'm not going.
Since they had another round to attend, Xiao Chen didn't press the matter further. Only after getting into the car did Su Guigua burst out laughing. That slap really rang out loud.
Does it hurt?
Xiao Chen pursed his lips.
You tell me.
Su Guigua gave an awkward chuckle.
It sure was loud. Must have hurt like hell. But I wasn't laughing at you on purpose. I swear I didn't mean anything by it. Yeah, I know.
Xiao Chen nodded and started the car. After dropping Su Guigua off at Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music, Xiao Chen drove back home. Back home, Xu Zhi was lounging on the chaise lounge of the sofa, watching a TV drama. She was holding a bag of Lay's potato chips. Did Mom take the baby out again? Xiao Chen looked confused. Xu Zhi nodded and hummed in response. Yeah. How come you're back so soon? Did you expect me to spend the night out?
Hearing this, Xu Zhi rolled her eyes. What kind of talk is that? Just then, Xu Zhi suddenly noticed what appeared to be a large handprint on Xiao Chen's left cheek. Did someone hit you? Judging by its size, Xu Zhi concluded it must have been left by a girl. How did you know? Xiao Chen couldn't help but get up and head to the bathroom, where he checked himself in the mirror. Then his face darkened. Damn it, there was such a distinct slap mark. Xu Zhi couldn't help but ask, what the hell happened? Xiao Chen looked utterly helpless. When I went to pay the bill after dinner, I saw Lu Weiwei. She saw a girl I didn't know with me and slapped me without a word. Xu Zhi froze. Huh? What Your husband is in agony, wah. Xiao Chen feigned a whimpering voice as he burrowed into Xu Zhi's embrace. Seeing his expression, Xu Zhi spoke softly, why did she hit you? Maybe she saw a girl following me and got the wrong idea? I see. Xu Zhi chuckled softly. I never expected Lu Weiwei to be so protective of me. But she didn't protect me. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. Xu Zhi could only offer a soft reassurance, oh, come on. Next time, I'll beat up Lu Weiwei. Great. Xiao Chen acted like a little brat. Of course, things calmed down after a while. She then updated Xu Zhi on their current progress. Xiao Chen had already explained why they were recruiting, and Xu Zhi agreed that since Xiao Chen valued her so much, they should work together properly. Who knows? Maybe they could actually win the championship? Afterward, Xiao Chen called Lu Jing to inform her that the team roster had been tentatively finalized. That person was Su Guogua. Lu Jing was particularly astonished by Xiao Chen's efficiency. Of course, she hadn't underestimated him either. She sensed that this young man might just deliver a pleasant surprise. Over the next few days, students who had signed up with Xiao Chen went to Starry Sky Media for auditions. However, 90% were immediately eliminated, leaving only 2 who could participate in the preliminary rounds of I Am a Singer. Their talent, however, was rather average. While these students were far more polished than amateur singers, they still fell short on the I Am a Singer stage. Saturday arrived quickly. The weather wasn't great today, with a light drizzle falling from the sky. Xiao Chen arrived at Jiangchen Conservatory of Music at the agreed time, where Su Guogua had been waiting under an umbrella for over 10 minutes. Su Guogua looked especially pretty today. She wore a Korean-style shirt and a knit vest over wide-leg jeans, giving her the look of a sweet girl. After he parked the car, she hurried inside, though this time she didn't take the passenger seat. Xiao Chen was already married, and the passenger seat had a sticker designating it as his wife's exclusive spot. Sitting there would have felt awkward for her. So Su Guogua chose to sit in the back seat instead. The audition is today. How's your preparation been these past few days? Xiao Chen had followed Su Guogua on Douyin. When she didn't have classes, she still went live singing on the playground like usual. I wonder if she's prepared. Don't worry, I'm all set. Good. Then let's head straight to Starry Sky. Xiao Chen focused on driving while Su Guogua sat in the back seat, feeling her heart thump wildly. For some reason, she felt a bit nervous. Traffic remained as heavy as ever. It took Xiao Chen over an hour to reach Starry Sky. When they arrived, Lu Jing was already waiting there. She was still wearing a V-neck blazer. After Xiao Chen parked the car, she handed him an umbrella. Thanks, Sister Lu. Xiao Chen offered a faint smile. Lu Jing replied, no need for thanks. Take the umbrella. Don't get soaked. MHM. After getting out of the car, Su Guogua, who had been in the back seat, also stepped out. She paused slightly upon seeing Lu Jing, inwardly marveling, wow, this girl has such poise. Sister Lu, this is Su Guogua, the one I told you about. Lu Jing turned her gaze toward her. Suddenly, she felt a sense of familiarity with this Su Guogua. I've watched your live streams. Lu Jing said. Huh? Su Guogua was taken aback. You've watched my live streams? Yes. Don't you often stream from the school playground and you stream all day long? Yeah. Su Guogua hadn't expected her to know so much. Actually, Lu Jing had wanted to sign her before, but Su Guogua never replied to the private message. Eventually, she had no choice but to give up. As the rain grew heavier, Lu Jing quickly spoke up, let's go inside to talk. Xiao Chen, Guogua, come inside with me. Okay. The two followed Lu Jing into the company building. She led them into an office and thoughtfully brewed them each a cup of coffee. Chapter 93, Su Guogua's astonishing performance. Clink. The sound of ceramic cups touching the glass tabletop echoed. Su Guogua sat upright, her expression much more solemn than before since entering Starry Sky. It seemed she was feeling a bit nervous. Lu Jing could see Su Guogua's unease too. She spoke softly, Guogua, right? You don't need to be nervous. Did Xiao Chen tell you about our plan? Su Guogua glanced up at Xiao Chen, then shifted her gaze to Lu Jing, unsure what plan he was referring to. Last time, Xiao Chen had only briefly mentioned it to her, but she knew nothing about the specifics. Seeing Su Guogua's naturally clueless expression, Lu Jing couldn't help but smile. She continued, it's like this, you can think of it as the company investing in your development. You'll compete as an individual.
For the songs in the semi-finals and finals, our company's composer will be responsible for them.
Su Guagua asked, isn't that composer Xiao Chen?
After hearing Xiao Chen's 2 songs that Monday, she had been particularly impressed by his talent and had hoped he would personally mentor her for I Am a Singer.
Xiao Chen.
Lu Jing didn't know what Xiao Chen had told her earlier. If Xiao Chen is willing, actually, this could work too.
Xiao Chen, what about your side? Xiao Chen wore a faint smile, no problem.
Just leave the songs for her semi-finals and finals to me. I'll handle both the lyrics and the composition. Lu Jing paused in surprise.
Could Xiao Chen actually compose music?
Xiao Chen added, and I won't charge a single cent for the song licensing fees. As for the subsequent revenue, we'll draft the contract accordingly. After Xiao Chen finished speaking, Lu Jing was somewhat surprised. In reality, the company would cover the majority of the expenses. Unless Xiao Chen had placed exceptional faith in her. And he certainly wasn't short on money. Lu Jing didn't know Xiao Chen's family background, but for him to make such an offer was already incredibly generous.
Lu Jing, then, can we do a sound check first?
Though Lu Jing had watched her live streams, the audio quality on a phone couldn't compare to a professional recording studio. She also wanted to see how Xiao Chen performed different songs.
Sure. Su Guagua nodded. Lu Jing stood up. Then let's head upstairs together. They arrived at a recording studio on the 6th floor. Once inside, Lu Jing asked Su Guagua, Guagua, what songs can you sing?
I can sing most of the popular songs lately.
All of them?
This statement genuinely surprised Lu Jing, but she recalled that Su Guagua often streamed live and sometimes had to fulfill requests from her viewers.
Streamers like her would indeed know a lot of songs.
Alright, start with Jay Chou's Sunny Day.
Sure. Su Guagua nodded. Her viewers frequently requested Sunny Day in her live streams.
She entered the recording studio, put on headphones, and stood beside the sound card. Only one staff member was present in the studio, the same person who had been there last time. Lu Jing addressed a young man wearing monitoring headphones. Old Chen, play the backing track for Sunny Day.
The man called Old Chen nodded. Soon, the first half of Sunny Day filled the studio.
Both could see each other through the glass partition. Hearing the backing track in her headphones, Su Guagua quickly got into the zone. As the intro concluded, Su Guagua parted her lips slightly, and the beautiful melody flowed from her voice. The little yellow flower of the story has been drifting since the year it was born. Before hearing the music, Old Chen hadn't given Su Guagua a second thought. He even felt a pang of regret over Su Lei's departure. Singers like him didn't last long. If he were Lu Jing, he would have done everything to keep Su Lei. Even if the guy was in a bad mood, as long as he could get his act together, things might work out. But upon hearing Su Guagua's voice, that thought vanished instantly. His fingers tapped lightly on the table in rhythm with the melody.
That sound. He couldn't help but look up at Su Guagua.
Her eyes were closed, as if she had completely immersed herself in the ocean of music. Her voice flowed with remarkable naturalness, each vocal run handled as smoothly as silk gliding over one's fingers. In fact, it even felt like she was singing better than the original artist. Xiao Chen and Lu Jing were equally stunned by Su Guagua's singing. The person singing in the livestream seemed like a completely different person from the one before them now.
Earlier, when the system claimed she was an SSS tier singer, Xiao Chen hadn't believed it.
But now, he truly did.
Chen, did you record this? Lu Jing couldn't help asking.
She felt that if Su Guagua posted this singing video on her Douyin, it might just go viral.
Don't worry, I recorded it.
The recording studio had cameras positioned at various angles. Since many music enthusiasts came here to shoot music videos, adjusting the camera angles made video editing much easier.
That's good, that's good.
Lu Jing continued listening as Su Guagua soon reached the chorus. On that windy day, I tried holding your hand, but just then, the rain grew heavier, so heavy I couldn't see you anymore. How much longer must I wait to be by your side? Her voice suddenly gained a hint of graininess, not deliberately emotional, but like a natural catch in her throat when speaking, her breath control remarkably steady. Old Chen immediately pulled off his headphones. Just days ago, he argued with Lu Jing over her contract termination with Su Lei, but Lu Jing had insisted that Xiao Chen was seeking a singer even more talented than Su Lei. Of course, he didn't take Xiao Chen seriously at all. While Xiao Chen wrote good songs, in Jiangchang, there weren't that many singers who were 1 in 1,000.
But Su Guagua? She was definitely one. Xiao Chen, where did you find such an amazing singer? Facing Old Chen's inquiry, Xiao Chen didn't answer directly.
Instead, he asked, Brother Chen, compared to Su Lei, how do you rate his singing skills?
Far superior to Su Lei.
Old Chen's praise was high.
Xiao Chen nodded slightly upon hearing it. She's a student at Jiangcheng Conservatory of Music.
I saw her live streaming on the sports field, and it caught my attention.
But I never imagined her singing skills would be that high. Is it really that simple?
Old Chen was skeptical. How had Xiao Chen managed to lure such a talented singer here?
Shouldn't someone like that be snapped up by every media company?
It had to be said, Xiao Chen definitely had something special.
Su Guagua finished singing Sunny Day quickly.
She took off her headphones and looked at the three people through the glass, feeling a bit anxious inside. She had no idea how she'd done. Stepping out, she hesitantly asked, did I pass the audition? Chapter 94, I'm sorry, I lied to you. Seeing Su Guogui ask with a faltering voice, Xiao Chen, Old Chen, and Lu Jing all froze in surprise. Did she have no sense of her own abilities? Lu Jing was thrilled to encounter a singer like Su Guogui. Most importantly, Su Guogui came across as genuinely reliable, without any trace of arrogance. Lu Jing spoke up, Guogui, you sang beautifully. Could you sing a few more songs of varying difficulty for us? Sure. Su Guogui glanced at Lu Jing's animated expression, then nodded slightly. Next, Lu Jing had her sing several songs in different styles, and Su Guogui's performance was nothing short of flawless. Whether handling high notes or low notes, she was exceptional. Xiao Chen even felt that when Su Guogui hit the high notes, they were higher than teacher Han's. If she ever performed rock music, she might just set the entire venue ablaze. Even if she didn't win the championship on I Am a Singer, gaining popularity would allow her to hold live concerts directly. Of course, the most crucial aspects of holding concerts are copyright awareness and showing genuine sincerity to the audience. Don't be like Wang Xiao's concerts mostly covers, and they even wore masks. Even Zhao Gu, who lacks original songs, still rocked the stage for 3 solid hours during his concert. Xiao Chen reckoned that with Su Guogui's talent, an offline concert could easily rake in at least 100,000 yuan per show. After several songs, both Old Chen and Lu Jing gave her extremely high praise. When Su Guogui stepped back out, Lu Jing was so moved she grabbed her hand and exclaimed, Guogui, you sang so beautifully. What are your terms for joining us? Just name it. Lu Jing's willingness to say this showed she genuinely admired her. Ha! The offer left Su Guogui completely flustered. This isn't the place to talk. Let's find somewhere else. Come on, let's go. Lu Jing grabbed Su Guogui's hand and pulled her out of the recording studio. She asked, Little Guogui, have you eaten yet? Want to grab a bite together? Lu Jing's unusual behavior left Su Guogui utterly bewildered. She suddenly felt like she was about to be lured off to northern Myanmar for phone scams. I ate before coming. Su Guogui stammered, glancing at Xiao Chen as if pleading, save me. Xiao Chen chuckled. That look in her eyes was priceless. Back in the conference room, Lu Jing warmly invited Su Guogui to sit on the sofa. She hadn't even touched her coffee yet, but Lu Jing poured them both another cup. Guogui, I'm extremely pleased with your performance. For songs, you should work with Xiao Chen from now on. Our company will handle all other aspects of your development. We'll also cover all expenses for your I Am a Singer audition registration, travel, meals, lodging, all the miscellaneous costs. We'll handle it. Su Guogui asked, so, is there a penalty fee? At this, Lu Jing's expression stiffened. To be honest, yes. Absolutely, and it's not a small amount. Su Lei was a prime example. But Lu Jing was willing to break the rules for Su Guogui. Her personal talent is truly exceptional. With such talent, she could easily place in the top 3 on I Am a Singer. For anyone else, yes. But you're different, Guogui. Well. Before Lu Jing could finish, Su Guogui cut her off. Su Guogui sensed that Lu Jing genuinely liked her. So, could she perhaps offer some advice? Is something bothering you, Guogui? Su Guogui pursed her lips, unsure if this was the right moment to bring it up. But for her mother's swift recovery, she resolutely spoke up, well, could you give me 300,000 yuan as a signing fee? At this request, Lu Jing froze momentarily before glancing at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, however, showed little surprise. The system had previously mentioned saving this unfortunate family, and upon seeing this information, Xiao Chen had already known this matter was no simple affair. Seeing Su Guogui's expression, Lu Jing asked softly, have you encountered some difficulty? If Su Guogui was willing to commit to a long-term partnership with Starry Sky, giving her 300,000 yuan upfront wasn't out of the question. Su Guogui glanced at Xiao Chen before speaking. I'm sorry, I lied to you. The truth is, I've been working so hard streaming not to go out and play. 2 years ago, my mother was diagnosed with uremia. She's been relying on dialysis ever since. I wanted to earn more money to cover her surgery costs. Hearing this, Lu Jing felt a pang of emotion. No wonder she always streamed for such long hours. So that was why. Su Guogui continued, even though there isn't a suitable kidney donor yet, I don't want to be in a situation where, once a donor becomes available, I still have to scramble to cover the medical expenses. Su Guogui had already borrowed from every relative she could think of. The surgery still required another 300,000 yuan, and she was already heavily in debt. Since it was relatives, repaying them might not be urgent, but her priority was to cover the surgery costs first. Seeing how devoted and filial Su Guogui was, Lu Jing agreed without hesitation, of course it's possible. However, this money will likely be deducted from your future earnings for the company. Of course, it might not be deducted in full. Is that okay? Su Guogui nodded firmly, accepting without hesitation, absolutely. Thank you, Sister Lu. You're welcome. Lu Jing immediately pulled out her phone and transferred 300,000 yuan to Su Guoguo's account.
This move left Xiao Chen completely dumbfounded. She didn't seem the least bit worried about Su Guoguo running off with the money. Thank you, sister.
After receiving the 300,000 yuan, Su Guoguo flashed a smile, thinking to herself, great.
Mom can finally be saved. Moreover, her body ached from the long hours of streaming.
Many times during class, she'd nearly dozed off.
You're welcome.
Lu Jing paused before saying, well, come sign the contract next week. This week we need to confirm details with our superiors. We recorded your singing video earlier, and once it's edited, I'll send it to you. Just post it directly on Douyin.
Okay, thank you, sister.
Su Guoguo addressed her warmly as sister throughout. Lu Jing then turned her attention to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, if Guoguo advances to the semifinals, she'll need to prepare over 10 songs.
Do you think that's feasible? 10 songs? Xiao Chen hadn't expected such a large number, but with his system, what was there to fear? Patting his chest, Xiao Chen declared confidently, this? Absolutely no problem. Chapter 95, Xiao Chen, Su Guoguo's lucky star. Seeing Xiao Chen's confident demeanor, Lu Jing nodded in satisfaction.
After discussing a few more arrangements, they finally let Xiao Chen take Su Guoguo away from Starry Sky Media. Outside, the rain grew heavier. Li Jing held an umbrella to see them to the car before standing in the wind and rain, waving them off.
Guoguo, go home and prepare well. I know. After rolling up the car window, Su Guoguo spoke up, Xiao Chen, could you take me to the high-speed rail station? What are you going to the high-speed rail station for? Was she planning to rush straight there after getting the money? It's Saturday. Every weekend, I go to the hospital to visit my mom.
It's pouring rain now, and I won't be streaming today anyway.
I want to share this good news with my mom.
Su Guoguo recalled how her mother had always supported her. She said, Mom's greatest wish is to see me perform on a TV stage. I want to tell her this good news in person.
Seeing Su Guoguo's expression, Xiao Chen understood. Alright, I'll drive you there now. Thank you. You're welcome.
On the way, Su Guoguo transferred the 300,000 yuan that had just arrived into her account to her mother, telling her the surgery fees were covered and she could wait for a kidney donor with peace of mind. Her mother asked where the money came from, but Su Guoguo didn't say. She planned to share the good news in person. But Su Guoguo's mother couldn't help but call her. She feared Su Guoguo might have resorted to something unsavory to cover the surgery costs. Like taking out online loans, or worse, selling her body. Of course, her mother was overthinking it. Over the phone, Su Guoguo patiently explained how Xiao Chen had approached her, brought her to Starry Sky for an audition, and how she'd be signing a contract next week. She added that her mother would soon see her perform on the stage of I Am a Singer.
Xiao Chen didn't interrupt their conversation.
After seeing her off at the high-speed rail station, he left. On the way back, the system's voice echoed in Xiao Chen's mind.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, on successfully signing Su Guoguo. Dabeo has acquired the talent, super research. Second child has acquired the talent, superb combat skills.
Xiao Chen was utterly baffled upon hearing this. Wait, what? System Dad, did you mess up? Superb combat skills, huh? Could it be that my second child will grow up to be a muscular yet youthful and beautiful little loli? Supplements.
The moment this thought crossed Xiao Chen's mind, the system's voice chimed in. Rest assured, host. Your daughter will possess immense strength, explosive power, and master some truly formidable combat techniques.
Her physique, however, will remain unaffected. That's a relief, that's a relief. Xiao Chen felt that looks and physique were incredibly important.
If he were born with a handsome face, life would indeed be much easier. Upon returning home, Xu Zhi was watching the baby in the bedroom. The 2-month-old infant had grown significantly since birth, though she still couldn't even crawl yet.
Still too small. Nor could she say daddy or anything like that. Seeing Xiao Chen return, Xu Zhi asked, so, how did Su Guoguo's audition go? It went exceptionally well.
Xiao Chen replied with a smile, she performed exceptionally well. Lu Jing really liked her.
She'll go sign the contract next week.
Oh. Xu Zhi pursed her lips slightly before speaking. I still don't understand why you're doing this, but as your wife, I'll definitely support you wholeheartedly. I'm just doing things I enjoy like running a shop and writing songs.
It gives me a tremendous sense of accomplishment. Plus, I feel like this time, I saved a family. Xu Zhi didn't quite grasp the meaning behind Xiao Chen's words. He briefly explained the situation with Su Guoguo's family. Upon hearing that Su Guoguo's mother suffered from uremia, Xu Zhi's face paled. It turned out Su Guoguo had been streaming non-stop to save money for her mother's treatment. At that moment, Xu Zhi couldn't help but gently stroke Xiao Chen's cheek as she murmured, my husband is truly a wonderful person. It has nothing to do with whether I'm a good person. It's because Su Guoguo is talented, and she just happened to cross paths with me. Honey, are you saying I'm Su Guoguo's benefactor? Xu Zhi pondered for a moment. If she put it that way, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. That afternoon, Xiao Chen visited the 7-Eleven convenience store, jasmine milk tea, and a nail salon.
He had to admit, Jiangcheng University really had its fair share of wealthy young women.
Earlier that morning, a super VIP had walked into the nail salon. On opening day, she'd purchased a 19,999 membership card outright. This morning, she'd spent 2,000 on a single manicure. That is, each finger costs 200 yuan. This price is truly outrageous. Xiao Chen barely managed the shop at all because Lu Weiwei's performance was so outstanding that he simply appointed her as manager. Although Lu Weiwei wasn't present today, her management was flawless. Ever since Lu Weiwei became manager, that guy Xian Tianshang stopped working at the supermarket checkout. Instead, he'd become a kept man. That's right, whenever he was short on cash, Zhuan Tianshang would simply ask Lu Weiwei for money. The thing was, Lu Weiwei never hesitated to give it to him. Xiao Chen never imagined Zhuan Tianshang would become so successful. He used to be her bootlicker. Becoming a full-fledged bootlicker was bad enough, but now he's actually being kept by the goddess? Damn it! Upon hearing the news, Su Kun and Liang Qian were so envious their back teeth nearly ground to dust. Su Kun's family background wasn't bad. Since he started dating his girlfriend, his monthly allowance had jumped from 3,000 to 5,000. But even with that increase, he still felt it wasn't enough. Shen Xian was a Lolita fashion enthusiast who adored all kinds of cute dresses. Since she couldn't afford them herself, she always left the final payments to Su Kun. Su Kun couldn't bring himself to refuse, mainly because Shen Xian would always pout cutely at him. Seeing his girlfriend's adorable expression, he'd simply say one word. Buy it. Ever since dating Su Kun, Shen Xian's wardrobe of dresses had grown steadily, and her complexion had improved noticeably. Su Kun, on the other hand, sometimes skipped dinner entirely. When hunger became unbearable, he'd buy 2 steamed buns and eat them with Laogan chili sauce. On weekends, he'd take Shen Xian out for fancy dinners and stay at luxury hotels. When cash ran dry, he'd tap into his Huabei credit. You gotta admit, this guy's practically throwing his life away for love. The young guy was certainly having a blast, but could this really last? Su Kun's friends Zhuan Tianshang, Liang Qian, and Xiao Chen grew increasingly skeptical of his relationship. But blinded by love, Su Kun refused to listen to their warnings. And sure enough, Monday noon, Shen Xian came looking for Su Kun again, asking for a dress. Chapter 96, Su Kun doesn't love her anymore. Monday noon. With class at 2 in the afternoon, Xiao Chen didn't go home. Instead, he rested in the dormitory. December was approaching, and the weather was getting colder. Thankfully, the dorm had heating. He lay on his bed scrolling through Douyin when Su Kun suddenly spoke up. Bro Chen, can you lend me 2,500 yuan? Hearing this, Xiao Chen, Liang Qian, and Xian Tianshang all looked up. Xiao Chen didn't immediately say yes or no. He replied, I don't recall your monthly living expenses being 5,000 now. You're short on cash now? At Xiao Chen's mention, Su Kun's face fell into a frown. He sighed helplessly, brother Chen, you know that when I'm with Shen Xian, I'm the one spending most of the money. Well, she says there's a Japanese brand dress in stock now that she wants to buy. She's short. 2,500 yuan. I really have no choice. Hearing this, Su Tiansheng interjected, look, spending a bit more when you first started dating is one thing, but at this stage? You need to learn to say no, you know? Zhuan Tiansheng believed that when pursuing a girl, it was acceptable to spend generously, and even during negotiations, one could afford to be a little more generous. But as the two gradually got to know each other, it was appropriate to scale back a bit. Many couples operate this way. Liang Qian nodded in agreement. Exactly. A 2,500 yuan dress is way too expensive. If you buy it for her this time, there'll definitely be a next time. Xiao Chen added, I agree. You've already spoiled her rotten. Hearing his roommate's comments, Su Kun prepared to refuse, but he didn't know how to bring it up. Last semester, he lived quite comfortably on 3,000 yuan. They often went out for meals together, played games, and occasionally he could even top up his game account to buy skins he liked. But ever since Shen Xian started dating, his quality of life seemed to have taken a nosedive. But? Su Kun stammered, but I don't know how to refuse. What's so hard about that? Su Tian looked at him with disdain. Just tell him you've already spent this month's allowance. You can buy it later. Liang Qian, I recommend just not buying it. Xiao Chen, talk it out with her properly. If she understands, she's a decent girlfriend. If she doesn't and just makes unreasonable demands, then. Honestly, I don't think this relationship is worth continuing. Su Kun, hearing Xiao Chen's words, felt a faint tremor of doubt within him. He had to admit Xiao Chen's reasoning made sense. After all, he'd entered the relationship with marriage in mind. Admittedly, at first, he'd been drawn to her physical appeal. But now that he'd had his fill, his desire had been waning lately. As the saying goes, once you possess something, it loses its luster. Alright, I understand. Su Kun had already made up his mind, he wouldn't buy her that dress. His fingers flew across the phone screen, sorry, baby. I'm broke this month. Let's buy it next time. Shen Xian replied instantly, but baby, I've wanted this dress for so long. I really want it. Please, won't you? She sent another adorable animated sticker. At that moment, Su Kun found himself unable to refuse again. Shen Xin, perhaps fearing Su Koan wouldn't buy it for her, sent another message, "Baby, this dress might not be restocked for the next couple of years. Please, I'm begging you."
In the end, Su Koan gritted his teeth and took out a 2,000 yuan online loan. Combined with his remaining meal allowance, he barely scraped together enough for the dress.
Of course, he didn't tell his 3 roommates about it.
If he did, he'd surely be met with relentless ridicule.
After transferring the money, Shen Xin immediately sent him a thanks, hubby. But seeing those 4 words, he couldn't muster a shred of happiness. Su Koan checked his WeChat wallet.
He had 12.69 yuan left.
Alipay, 3.48 yuan.
His QQ wallet contained red envelopes snatched from group chats, totaling 4.24. As for his bank card, only 6 yuan remained. In other words, the total balance he had on him now was just 26 yuan, 49 cents, barely enough for 2 meals. He still owed 2,000 yuan on Huabei and another 2,000 yuan on online loans. With 1 week left in the month, his monthly allowance would reset on the 1st. He's prepared to survive on 26 yuan for the week. Once next month's allowance arrives, he'll pay off the Huabei and online loans. Then, living on 1,000 yuan for a month shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Just then, Su Koan poked his head out and asked Xiao Chen, "Bro, do you need any help at your convenience store?" After careful thought, Su Koan realized there was no way he could survive a week on just 26 yuan. So he pinned his hopes on Xiao Chen. If he could get a job at his convenience store, maybe he could earn some extra cash. Get through this week. But Xiao Chen's answer was a real blow. "I've already hired someone for my convenience store. We don't need any more staff. And even if you wanted to, I wouldn't let you." "Why?" Su Koan was puzzled, even thinking Xiao Chen was being a bit selfish. But Xiao Chen's next words left him feeling helpless. "Because you're probably saving up to buy Shen Xin a dress. I can't bear to see you go down the wrong path again." 20 minutes later, Shen Xin sent a screenshot of her purchase. In the image, she had snagged the dress she'd been longing for. But the dress didn't cost 2,500 yuan. It was 2,200. Su Koan asked, "Wasn't the dress 2,200? Why did you say 2,500? Shen Xin instantly replied again, "Oh my, I accidentally overpaid by 300. Honey, I'll just consider this your little reward for me, hee hee. Besides, my dear husband, you're not exactly short on 300 yuan, are you?" Seeing the message, Su Koan's face turned grim. His roommate had been absolutely right. This relationship, it seemed, truly had no point in continuing. Just then, Shen Xin sent another screenshot. It was a black dress, ugly, but the price, a staggering 8,800 yuan. "Honey, I never thought Nakamura would be reselling again. Holy crap, I want it so bad. Honey, buy it for me." Sad face. Su Koan's mind buzzed, and the scene before him even felt slightly blurred. He took a deep breath, a flame quietly igniting within his heart. But he forced himself to suppress that inner flame, calming his emotions. "I'm broke, baby. The 2,500 I just transferred to you was from a loan I took out. Next month I won't be able to buy you dresses anymore, and we can't go out to eat together either. Next year, I'll buy you one, okay?" Shen Xin, on the other end, didn't feel his actions were unreasonable upon seeing the message. Instead, his first thought was that Su Koan no longer loved her. Chapter 97, Su Koan ended it. At this moment, Su Koan had already made up his mind. If Shen Xin continued to cling to him like this, he truly felt there was no point in prolonging this relationship. Across from him, Shen Xion's lips immediately puckered into a pout upon seeing Su Koan's message. "I don't want it. I want you right now, honey." Reading those 2 cold sentences, Su Koan's expression darkened to the extreme. Ask him if he wanted to break up? Of course not. Though they hadn't been together long, genuine feelings had developed between them. Moreover, Shen Xian was Su Koan's first love. The thought of it made his heart ache, and he truly didn't want to break up. But the price tag of over 8,000 yuan was simply beyond his means. Su Koan tried to reason with Shen Xian, "But baby, I'm completely broke. I can't take out any more online loans, the interest rates are sky high." Shen Xian asked, "Then can't you ask your parents for help?" Su Koan retorted, "You could ask your parents too. But you're my husband. You're supposed to support me." Su Koan realized no matter what he said, Shen Xian could counter it. Gradually, Su Koan began to lose patience. He pressed on, "We're broke now. We'll talk about it later." "No." Shen Xian persisted relentlessly, "Husband, buy it for me." Sniffle sniffle. She hadn't said anything extreme, but Su Koan couldn't shake the uneasy feeling in his heart. Finally, he typed a few words on the keyboard and sent them to her. "I'm tired. Let's break up." Originally, Su Koan believed that upon seeing this message, Shen Xian would realize her mistake. He even imagined her replying, "I was wrong, honey. I don't want it anymore." But Shen Xian only coldly replied with one word. "Fine." Just that one word. When Su Koan tried to access her social feed again, he had already been deleted. Su Koan was on the verge of breaking down. He clenched his phone tightly, unsure whether he had done the right thing or not.
Recalling the little moments they'd shared, he realized that though their life had been ordinary, it had been truly happy.
Su Koen didn't add Xin back.
He didn't even dwell on the 2,500 yuan he'd just transferred. But his heart ached just a little. At 1:45 p.m., Su Tianshang leapt down from the top bunk with a thud.
Hey guys, time to get up for class. Hurry up, hurry up.
He first tapped Xiao Chen's bedside, then tapped Liang Qian, and finally turned his gaze toward Su Koen, who was curled up on his bed.
This guy, something's off.
Usually when he called them to wake up, Su Koen was the first to jump out of bed, but now he was still lying there.
Su Koen, stop sleeping. You can catch up on sleep in the classroom.
Just then, Su Koen wiped his nose with a tissue and lifted his head. His eyes were bloodshot. Seeing this, Xian Tianshang froze in shock before blurting out a curse. Damn it, Koen go, what happened to you? Su Koen clearly looked like he'd been crying his eyes out. He shook his head slightly.
Nothing. Let's go to class. No way, how can you even go to class like this? Just then, Xiao Chen and Liang Chen descended the stairs. Noticing Su Koen's bloodshot eyes, Xiao Chen asked, did you break up?
He figured only a breakup could make a grown man cry like this.
Su Koen nodded and mumbled, yeah, we broke up.
I took out a loan online and transferred her 2,500 yuan, then she asked me to buy her a dress costing over 8,000 yuan.
Whoa. Hearing this, Su Tian was completely dumbfounded. Wait, was she treating brother Koen like an ATM? Wait, you took out online loans? Su Tianshang looked utterly bewildered. Without another word, he transferred over 2,500 yuan to Su Koen's phone. Bro, don't you know how high the interest rates are on those loans? You gotta pay it back ASAP. Su Koen didn't accept it immediately, but she felt genuinely touched. No need. Thanks, Tianshang. Su Koen was deeply depressed, and Xian Tianshang didn't know what to do. He forced a smile and said, hey, it's just a breakup. You have no idea how many pretty girls there are around our university campus. Plus, I heard there are single girls in Lu Weiwei's dorm. I'll ask her around and see if I can set you up with one. No matter what Xian Tianshang said, Su Koen remained unmoved. Xiao Chen knew this needed time to settle. He gently patted Xian Tianshang's shoulder. Alright, enough. Let Su Koen have some space. Alright. He put himself in Su Koen's shoes. If he and Lu Weiwei had broken up, he'd probably be acting the same way. Su Koen followed them to the classroom. When Xu Zhi arrived, she noticed Su Koen's unusual state. She couldn't help asking, what's wrong with Su Koen? We broke up. Xiao Chen said flatly. Xu Zhi froze upon hearing this. Wait, hadn't Su Koen only been dating for less than 3 months? Logically, the first 3 months were supposed to be the honeymoon phase. How could they break up during that time? What happened? Xiao Chen shook his head, offering no further explanation. He disliked gossiping about others behind their backs. Even though he wasn't close with Shen Xian, he disliked it all the same. Seeing Xiao Chen's silence, Xu Zhi didn't press further. After class that afternoon, Su Koen remained sullen. When they reached the classroom door, Lu Weiwei was already waiting for them. During class, Xian Tianshang had texted Lu Weiwei, telling her his best friend Su Koen had broken up and asking if she had any advice. Lu Weiwei was a seasoned veteran in matters of the heart. She knew exactly what guys craved. Take this analogy, if you broke up with your girlfriend and then a goddess you once secretly admired suddenly confessed her feelings to you, you might not feel so miserable. Or if you lost your phone, but your parents bought you the latest model when they found out, you wouldn't feel so bad either. Babe. Su Tianshang grinned like an idiot as he approached. Spotting Su Koen looking downcast, Lu Weiwei said, come on, let's hit the KTV. Zuan Tianshang looked utterly confused. Why go to KTV? Why ask so many questions? You'll find out once we get there. Lu Weiwei rolled her eyes, and Xian Tianshang felt she had a point. Koen, my girlfriend's taking us to KTV. What for? Su Koen shook his head, signaling he didn't want to go. He felt that. But he dared not defy his girlfriend's command, let's go. You've got nothing else to do anyway. Sing some songs, have a few drinks. Su Koen didn't reply, just gave a slight nod. Xu Zhi knew Xiao Chen was going, so she didn't bother him and headed home herself. Only after Xiao Chen's wife had walked far away did Xian Tianshang ask, honey, is there a girl at the KTV? Like hell there are. Lu Weiwei rolled her eyes, then crossed her arms. You'll see when we get there. Chapter 98, Lu Weiwei's Comfort Tactics. Outside Jiangcheng University, at the highly easy all-you-can-sing KTV. Room 888. 2 girls, one in black stockings, the other in white, were already waiting inside. Yep, this was all Lu Weiwei's doing. Upon opening the private room door, Xiao Chen, Xian Tianshang, Liang Qian, and Su Koen were all stunned. Wait. What was going on? A girl dressed in a tight-fitting black cheapao, black stockings, and glossy black high heels with red soles was batting her eyelashes in Su Koen's direction. Lu Weiwei ushered everyone inside. Su Koen, these 2 girls are here for you. For me? Su Koen pointed at himself, still trying to process what was happening. They're here to drink with you, to comfort your wounded heart. This. Just as Su Koen hesitated, two girls had already approached and pulled him onto the sofa. The girl in the black silk tight-fitting cheongsam spoke up, "Bro, it's just a breakup." "Big deal. Need me to set you up with a girlfriend?" The other girl chimed in, Yeah. Don't be sad over a breakup. I know plenty of pretty girls too. Or should I hook you up with a few of mine?" Zuantianshang stood there, his face twisted with envy. Wait, who could possibly explain what the hell was going on here? "Honey, where did you find these two girls?"
"They're all female customers from Xiao Chen's shop."
Xiao Chen turned his head in shock. "What?"
Lu Weiwei folded her arms and spoke calmly. "Zuantianshang messaged me while I was at the store. I told him a friend of mine just broke up and was feeling down.
Who could cheer him up?
I'd give them a 2,000 yuan membership card."
And look, two girls signed up. Of course, they're all green, right?
Lu Weiwei was worried Xiao Chen might get the wrong idea, since she hadn't mentioned this to him before.
This, impressive. Xiao Chen couldn't help but give her a thumbs up.
It had to be said, after receiving such special comfort, Su Koen's mood would definitely improve significantly.
At that moment, Liang Qian couldn't help but lean in. "Senior Weiwei, what about me? No consolation for me? You didn't break up, but you can go drink."
Lu Weiwei shot Xian Tiancheng another warning glance. "You stay over there and behave yourself.
If I catch you looking at them, I'll rip the top of your skull right off."
Zuantiansheng pouted, nodding with a look of grievance. By now, Su Koen had been plied with drinks by the two girls. She was getting tipsy, but she held her ground and didn't make any inappropriate advances toward them.
Xiao Chen joined the drinking group too, though he didn't drink much. These days, if he had even a little too much, his mother and Xu Zhi would give him an earful when he got home. Of course, it was just talk. They wouldn't forbid him from drinking. Before long, their singing filled the KTV room. Suddenly, Xian Tiancheng remembered something and turned to Xiao Chen. "Hey, Chen, that girl Su Guagua from last time, does she have a boyfriend? What are you up to?" Xiao Chen looked puzzled. Could it be that Xian Tiancheng was trying to play both sides?
"You could set Su Guagua up with Su Koen.
She's 1,000 times prettier than Shen Xin. I feel like they'd be perfect together." "Shut up," Lu Weiwei snapped, pinching Zuantiansheng's thigh as she sipped her drink.
Zuantiansheng hissed in pain.
"Honey, what are you doing?
Su Guagua is going to be a huge star someday. Your standards are way too shallow.
Someone like that would never date anyone."
After Lu Weiwei slapped Xiao Chen last time, she later went out of her way to apologize in person and then shared some gossip about Su Guagua. Xiao Chen briefly told her about Su Guagua and gave her the Douyin link. Then, at noon today, Su Guagua posted a video singing Sunny Day on Douyin. Hearing that breathtakingly beautiful voice, she was certain Xiao Chen hadn't misjudged her. The future Su Guagua was definitely going to be a hugely famous singer.
Oh. Zuantiansheng looked utterly innocent and didn't bring up the matter again. Su Koen, meanwhile, was thoroughly entertained.
Under the dual numbing effects of beautiful women and alcohol, he had completely forgotten about today's breakup. After finishing a bottle of liquor, Xiao Chen stopped drinking. He whispered something to Xian Tiansheng and Liang Qian before quietly leaving the place. Though Liang Qian had no female companions, he figured he might as well enjoy himself. He started drinking and singing. After leaving the KTV, Xiao Chen took a deep breath of the outside air, finally feeling somewhat relieved. Back home, Xu Zhi and her mother were tending to the baby. It was still early, not yet time to cook. Seeing Xiao Chen return so early, Xu Zhi was somewhat surprised.
"Why are you back so soon? I didn't really like the atmosphere at the KTV." He didn't mention to Xu Zhi that Lu Weiwei had arranged for two young ladies to keep Su Koen company. But upon reflection, Lu Weiwei had truly gone to great lengths. To come up with that solution was truly impressive. "Then you watch the baby for a bit. I need to do my homework." Xiao Chen chuckled. Seeing Xiao Chen's expression, Xu Zhi knew exactly what he was thinking. "I understand. I'll finish your portion for you." Okay then." Xiao Chen took Erbao from her arms.
Upon seeing his dad, Erbao's lips curved into a slight smile.
"Erbao, you smiled when you saw Daddy. Did you miss Daddy?" Erbao let out an ah sound. He definitely missed Daddy.
For the next little while, nothing much happened.
Xiao Chen spent his days watching the baby and attending classes.
The system did continue assigning life tasks, but the rewards were pretty useless. As the year drew to a close, the I Am a Singer stage was about to enter its semi-finals and finals.
The next round of auditions wouldn't be held until the following year, after the Spring Festival.
After signing with Starry Sky and receiving her surgery funds, Su Guagua reduced her live streaming frequency, dedicating more time to self-improvement.
Time swiftly passed, and it was now January 15, 2026. Today marked the start of winter break at Zhengcheng University.
In dorm 448, Zuantiansheng, Liang Qian, and Su Koen had packed their belongings and were preparing to head home. After over a month of reflection, Su Koen had recovered from the pain of the breakup. In fact, his living expenses were now better managed since the split. He hadn't sought out a new girlfriend either, deciding instead to wait until after graduation to properly find someone to marry. This was for the best. Su Tiansheng wore a thick down jacket.
Since dating Lu Weiwei, he hadn't lost a single pound. That's right, not a single pound. Yet Lu Weiwei never looked down on him. Seeing Lu Weiwei's message saying she was already waiting for him downstairs at the guy's dorm, he hurriedly grabbed his suitcase and stood up. Guys, I'm off to meet my girlfriend. See you all next year. Chapter 99, Dad's Back. Watching him scamper off excitedly, Su Koan felt a twinge of envy. Su Koan felt a twinge of envy watching him scamper off. Lu Weiwei had never let Xin Tiansheng touch her, but this time, Xin Tiansheng might finally get to practice his flower arranging skills. Liang Qian, who had just finished a game, also stood up. Glancing at the time, he said, I should probably head out too. Well, good brothers, see you next year. See you next year. Liang Qian dragged his suitcase out of room 448. Su Koan, having failed to snag a train ticket for today, wouldn't be able to head home until tomorrow. Which meant one person would be left here alone tonight. Brother Chen, you're not going back, right? Yeah, I'm not going back. Xiao Chen shook his head with a smile. Since the spring festival was still a while away, they planned to head back in half a month. Then could you stay in the dorm with me tonight? I'm scared. Seeing Su Koan's expression, Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. What the hell are you scared of? Just then, Su Koan's eyes suddenly went blank. Hey Chen, what if I hadn't broken up with my ex? Wouldn't I be hanging out with her tonight? Su Koan couldn't help but daydream aloud, while Xiao Chen rolled his eyes again. If you hadn't broken up with Shen Xian, you'd probably be drowning in over 100,000 yuan of online loans by now. So you should be glad you broke up with her. Yeah, you're right. Su Koan found Xiao Chen's words very reasonable. He nodded slightly. Yeah, you're right. Just then, Xiao Chen's phone buzzed in his pocket. Seeing Xu Zhi's name on the caller ID, he immediately pressed to answer. Xu Zhi's voice came through the phone. Honey, are you still in the dorm? Yeah, I'm here. I've packed my things. Let's go home. Alright, I'll come downstairs right away. Hearing Xiao Chen say he'd be downstairs soon, Su Koan's face fell. Your wife's looking for you? Yeah. Xiao Chen nodded. If you're free, go out for a walk. See you next year, Su Koan. See you next year, Brother Chen. Su Koan said helplessly. Xiao Chen nodded and left the dormitory. Currently, all his shops were closed for the holidays. While they hadn't generated much profit during this period, they hadn't incurred any losses either. What surprised Xiao Chen most was that the nail salon proved the most profitable. Under Lu Weiwei's meticulous management, it brought in over 30,000 yuan monthly. 3,000 wasn't a huge sum, but it was the net profit after all costs were deducted. That was already quite good. As for Lu Weiwei's salary, Xiao Chen had directly set it at 10,000 yuan. Since receiving this money, she never let Xian Tian pay for meals or anything else, and Xian Tian had become a kept man. When Xiao Chen arrived downstairs, he spotted Xu Zhi. She wore a white down jacket, dark blue jeans, and a pair of black leather boots, topped off with a red hat. Beside her sat a pink suitcase, the first time Xiao Chen had ever seen her luggage. The suitcase bore many signs of age, likely having been used for quite some time. Seeing Xu Zhi bundled up like a snowball, Xiao Chen couldn't help asking, why are you dressed so warmly? Are you cold? Xu Zhi smiled brightly. Don't you know girls are all cold-blooded creatures? Well, actually, there wasn't enough space in my suitcase, so I just wore everything. Well, you could have just bought a couple more suitcases. It's fine. These are all my old clothes I didn't take back. From now on, I won't bring so many clothes to school. Xiao Chen nodded. Then let's hurry home. Alright. Xiao Chen took Xu Zhi's suitcase and headed home. Inside, Mom and Dad were playing with the baby. Wait a minute. Xiao Chen looked utterly bewildered. Dad, what are you doing here? Hearing Xiao Chen's voice behind him, Dad Xiao Guosheng turned his head. What? Can't I come? After months apart, his father's demeanor had transformed completely. Now dressed in a suit with a watch on his wrist, he even had a Bentley key resting on the entryway table. Xiao Chen stared blankly. He picked up the keys from the entryway and examined them. They weren't a lighter. Dad, you're driving a Bentley now? Ahem. Dad cleared his throat softly. It's for work, you know? When negotiating deals with major corporations, you need a car to save face. Plus, the company needs it for pickups. My driver uses it regularly to pick up clients and such. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. That made sense. But wasn't the company still in session? Dad, are you sure coming here won't interfere with your work? What work would be delayed? Xiao Guosheng shook his head with a smile. Since Rixing Capital invested in our company, Muxu and Jinghai have already become top-tier tech companies. Son, you'd never guess Mushu Tech has integrated systems with every government department in the capital now. That impressive? Xiao Chen asked, does that mean the company will eventually become a state-owned enterprise? That's unclear. Xiao Guosheng was exceptionally satisfied with the current situation, as the money he was making now could easily last 3 lifetimes. Of course, that was assuming he didn't squander it recklessly. Xiao Guosheng continued, I've already secured a plot of land in Jinghai City. Mushu Technology will have its own dedicated office space soon. Plus, I've made arrangements with the Bohai jurisdiction to transport the servers directly to the seabed. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Servers generate massive amounts of heat, so placing them underwater for cooling made perfect sense. Tech giants like Tencent have even deployed servers in Antarctica, drastically reducing cooling costs. Dad, I have to admit, you're really impressive. I thought the company would go under after you took over Mushu Tech. Xiao Guoshang rolled his eyes. You kid, you really underestimate your old man. Xiao Chen continued, oh yeah, right. After all, your son already owns 3 companies now. Isn't that more impressive than you? 3 companies: a convenience store, a bubble tea shop, and a nail salon. But no matter how small the shops were, they were companies at least. For someone his age, Xiao Chen's accomplishments were already impressive. Xiao Guoshang felt deeply gratified. He retorted, a convenience store, a bubble tea shop, and a nail salon? You call those companies? What are you talking about? At least your son isn't losing money. He's bringing in 500,000 or 600,000 a month now. That's truly impressive. Dad gave him a thumbs up. Then Dad spoke up, oh, and one more thing. Question mark. Chapter 100, The Unknown Toxin. What is it, Dad? Xiao Chen asked. Xiao Guosheng didn't beat around the bush. Your grandfather Chen has been talking about you a lot lately. He hopes to see you as soon as possible. Isn't that simple enough? Xiao Chen replied in a matter-of-fact tone, we can just go to the Chen family estate and see him again, right? Truth be told, Xiao Chen hadn't seen or contacted Chen Daosheng in quite some time. As the chairman of Sunrise Capital, though he'd retired from the business world, he must still be exceptionally busy. Sounds good. Why don't we go tomorrow? Sounds good, Dad. Over the past few months, Xiao Guosheng and Chen Daosheng had met numerous times. Since Xiao Guosheng became chairman of Mushu Technology, those who once looked down on him had transformed into sycophants. Such was the power of influence and wealth combined. His older brother, Xiao Guogong, upon hearing the news, was so envious he could practically grind his molars to dust. The main thing is fearing my brother's hardship, but even more so fearing him driving a Range Rover. Originally, relations between the two families were strained. Now, however, Xiao Guogong would call Xiao Guosheng every few days, asking if he had time for a drink. He even suggested quitting his job to join Muxu Technology. Xiao Guosheng politely declined each time. Though they were blood brothers, their contact had dwindled since their marriages. Beyond brief reunions during the new year, they barely spoke otherwise. Xiao Guosheng knew this might offend people, but he didn't care. He was now, without a doubt, standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid. That evening, Xiao Chen called Chen Daosheng to ask if he was home. Naturally, the answer was yes. Xiao Chen mentioned that school was on break and he wanted to visit, to which Chen Daosheng readily agreed. The next day, Xiao Chen spotted his father's Bentley in the underground parking garage. It was his first time riding in such a car, and he had to admit it was incredibly comfortable. It was worlds better than his little Xiaomi YU7. Moreover, with all the recent negative news surrounding Lei Jun, even Xiao Chen's Xiaomi YU7 had started making strange noises from the back door. They arrived at Chen's estate precisely at 10 a.m. that morning. As they pulled up, they spotted Chen Daosheng waiting for them. Xiao Chen was utterly baffled. The temperature was unusually low today, and Chen Daosheng wasn't exactly young anymore. Wasn't he cold? Xiao Chen hurriedly got out of the car. Chen Daosheng, seeing him, approached with a kind smile. Hee, Xiao Chen, it's been ages. He couldn't help but grasp Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Grandfather, it's been a few months, but I can see your complexion has improved significantly. Is that so? Ha ha ha. Chen Daosheng knew Xiao Chen was just being polite, but he nodded and laughed anyway. At his age, he'd long since mastered the art of putting on a show. Just then, Chen Lijian and Chen Liwei emerged from inside. Both wore unusual expressions. Chen Lijian spoke first. Dad, it's bad. Mom's condition is extremely critical right now. She just coughed up blood. What did you say? Chen Daosheng's pupils contracted sharply as he hurried anxiously toward the estate. Xiao Chen's expression shifted slightly. Wait, what was going on? Dad got out of the car and joined them, and they all followed together. On the way, Dad finally spoke up. Actually, old Chen wanted to see you this time because he wanted you to check on Chen Lijian's mother. She's been in particularly poor health lately, and the hospital tests haven't revealed anything. Xiao Chen frowned. Dad, why didn't you tell me yesterday? I couldn't help it, Xiao Guosheng replied with a troubled expression. Chen Daosheng forbade me from telling you. He said to bring you here when you had time. That's why I rushed over yesterday. Xiao Chen nodded solemnly. Over the past period, he had used his nanny points to upgrade all the skills granted by the system to super level, including medical techniques. Even when the baby fell ill recently, they hadn't gone to the hospital. What shocked Xiao Chen even more was that since upgrading his medical skills to super level, he felt a surge of energy within him. The system stated he could now harness this power to treat certain illnesses. But Xiao Chen hadn't tried it yet. Mainly, it all felt pretty sci-fi to him. Well, acquiring the system itself was already pretty sci-fi.
Xiao Chen and Xiao Guosheng followed Chen Daosheng into a villa where several doctors and nurses were frantically attending to an elderly man on a hospital bed. The elderly man had a breathing tube inserted into his nose, and the life monitor beside him emitted a steady beep 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 sound. The atmosphere in the room felt oppressive. On the bedsheet beside him, there were damp bloodstains. Upon entering, Chen Daosheng immediately approached and asked a masked male doctor, "Xiao Lu, what's going on with my wife?" "I don't know either, Mr. Chen." The doctor looked helpless, for the illness afflicting her was exceptionally rare. In fact, not a single case had ever been reported anywhere in the world. A month ago, Chen Daosheng's wife, Li Kuihua, had been perfectly fine. But, after a trip to Japan, she fell ill upon returning. "Xiao Chen." Chen Daosheng's voice trembled as he spoke. "Actually, I called you here today because I want you to examine my wife. She went to Japan a month ago for a business meeting, and that very night she returned, this happened. I've consulted specialists from numerous hospitals. The test results all show no physical abnormalities, yet she keeps vomiting blood. I'm at my wit's end. You saved my life once. I wanted to see if you've ever encountered a case like this." Chen Daosheng knew there was a 99.99% chance Xiao Chen wouldn't find anything either, but he still wanted to try. Chen Daosheng felt a deep connection between himself and Xiao Chen. "Grandfather, don't worry. Let me take a look." "All right." The surrounding doctors made way for Xiao Chen, who approached Li Kuihua's bedside. At that moment, Li Kuihua had completely fallen into a coma, showing no signs of waking. Xiao Chen wasted no time, immediately placing his fingers on Li Kuihua's pulse. Her pulse was exceptionally erratic, with a heart rate exceeding 120 beats per minute, clearly abnormal. Just then, a system panel suddenly opened before him. System, detecting pulse. After about 10 seconds, the system concluded, based on the pulse, the patient appears to have been poisoned by a substance never before encountered in our Chinese medical records. Question mark. Xiao Chen froze. Poisoned? Host, use acupuncture to temporarily suppress symptoms. Understood. At that moment, a flood of memories surged into his mind. He now knew exactly how to use acupuncture for treatment. Xiao Chen quickly turned his head and spoke up, "Do you have any needles? I need to give her an acupuncture treatment." Chapter 101, Poisoned. Chen Daosheng froze at the words. Could Xiao Chen really cure her? "Yes, we have them. We have them." The doctors nearby chimed in repeatedly. They weren't worried after all, old Master Chen was personally present. Even if something went wrong, it wouldn't be their responsibility. After handing Xiao Chen a box of silver needles, he disinfected his hands and drew out a needle glinting coldly from the box. "Dr. Chen, I've identified your wife's condition. I intend to perform acupuncture now. With your permission, I can begin immediately." "All right, very well." Seeing Xiao Chen's determination, Chen Daosheng agreed without hesitation. With the elder's permission, Xiao Chen swiftly inserted needles into Li Kuihua's acupoints. His technique with swift silver needles soon covered her arms and legs. Even Xiao Guosheng, standing behind him, looked utterly bewildered. His father had indeed performed acupuncture on others before, but had he directly passed on the technique to Xiao Chen? Perhaps he hadn't paid much attention to it before. Watching Li Kuihua covered in needles yet showing no signs of waking, Chen Daosheng couldn't help but step forward. "Xiao Chen, what exactly is going on here? Old Chen, please calm down." At that moment, Xiao Chen approached Li Kuihua. He gathered the energy within his body into his palm and then slammed it forcefully against Li Kuihua's chest. Put! Black blood spurted forth as Li Kuihua slowly opened her eyes. She began coughing violently. Xiao Chen hurriedly said, "Grandma Li, don't move around." Silver needles were still embedded in her body, making any sudden movement impossible. Chen Daosheng's heart skipped a beat. He never imagined Xiao Chen would actually revive Li Kuihua. But since Xiao Chen hadn't spoken yet, he dared not approach. Some questions were better left for later. What happened to me? Li Kuihua stared at the silver needles piercing her body and the dark blood that had just flowed. A strong metallic taste still lingered in her mouth. Xiao Chen didn't answer. Instead, he turned around. "Old Chen, Grandma is fine now. Stay with her for half an hour. After that, remove the silver needles from her body." Chen Daosheng nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Xiao Chen turned to his father. "Dad, let's step outside. We shouldn't disturb them." Xiao Guosheng nodded in agreement. Soon, the two of them left the room. Father stared at Xiao Chen in disbelief. They sat down on the living room sofa. Xiao Chen poured himself a glass of water and drank it in one gulp. Xiao Guosheng couldn't help but ask, "Son, what exactly is going on?" Old Chen's wife was poisoned. Poisoned? Xiao Guosheng looked utterly bewildered. How did his son know about this? Did you learn these from your grandfather? Yep. Xiao Chen nodded with a smile, boasting without hesitation, "You think Grandpa spent his whole life as a doctor without mastering any special skills? I've mastered the essence of Grandpa's art. This is his original creation, the silver needle toxin extraction technique." Grandfather had never mentioned this to Xiao Guosheng. In his memory, Xiao Chen's grandfather was exceptionally skilled at setting bones.
But judging by Xiao Chen's expression, Xiao Guosheng sensed he wasn't lying. So, have you completely purged the toxins from Chen Daoxing's wife's body? It's not that simple.
Xiao Chen's expression grew grave as he spoke. Just now, I only managed to draw out a portion of the toxins. It's impossible to extract them all, they've already infiltrated her organs.
Unless we obtain the antidote. Otherwise.
Xiao Chen didn't finish his sentence, but Xiao Guosheng understood the implication. There was nothing he could do. This matter was beyond his help. After staying in the living room for half an hour, Chen Daoxing descended from the second floor with his 2 sons. He had already removed the silver needles as Xiao Chen had instructed. But after the needles were removed, Li Kueihua had fallen asleep. Uncertain whether this was a good or bad sign, they hurried downstairs to consult Xiao Chen.
Xiao Chen. Perhaps due to the incident with Li Kueihua, Chen Daoxing visibly aged significantly. Xiao Chen immediately stood up. Grandfather, please sit down. Xiao Chen, what exactly happened to my wife? He asked in confusion. Xiao Chen didn't hide anything from him.
He began, Grandfather, if my guess is correct, grandmother was poisoned here in Sakura country.
Poisoned?
Hearing this, Chen Daoxing's expression darkened. Li Kueihua had traveled to Sakura country a month ago for business negotiations. How could she have been poisoned?
Then, Xiao Chen, have you already counteracted the poison? No.
Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly.
I've only suppressed it temporarily. Grandma will likely slip back into unconsciousness in about 7 days.
Old Chen, with your vast business empire, you must have considerable connections.
This matter. I'm afraid you'll need to investigate personally and find an antidote. Think about it. Do you have any hostile companies or competitors in Sakura country? They poisoned Grandma perhaps to intimidate you?
Chen Daoxing nodded at Xiao Chen's words.
The current market environment wasn't as straightforward as Xiao Chen imagined.
Over 20 years ago, he had established collaborations with Japanese companies, but in doing so, he had also made numerous enemies.
But even if he tried, he couldn't think of anyone off the top of his head. He could only wait until Li Kueihua regained consciousness to question her. I understand. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Grandpa, you're too kind. If there's anything I can do to help, I will.
Xiao Chen added, you mentioned your son had also been to Japan before.
For now, it's best if he doesn't go there either.
As he spoke, Xiao Chen glanced at Chen Liwei.
Chen Liwei felt a wave of dread just thinking about it. He nodded. Then I won't go either.
Chen Daoxing felt utterly helpless, but he still contacted the few people who had traveled with Li Kueihua. He asked them to recall who they had encountered or what they had eaten during that time. As a powerful figure with connections in both legitimate and underworld circles, Chen Daoxing certainly had numerous avenues to investigate the matter. Soon, Chen Daoxing had arranged for a table laden with dishes. Xiao Chen only took a few bites, as the meal felt oppressively heavy.
Chen Daoxing's phone kept ringing, but each call ended in disappointment.
Li Kueihua was Chen Daoxing's first love, and it was with her that he had co-founded Rising Sun Capital. It could be said that Li Kueihua held extraordinary significance for Chen Daoxing. Although he later remarried, Li Kueihua never objected. In fact, their relationship grew even stronger after the birth of his younger son. Before long, it was already 4:30 p.m., and Chen Daoxing found it hard to let Xiao Chen leave.
Grandson, today, just stay a little longer.
He feared something might happen to Li Kueihua.
Xiao Chen pondered for a moment. Staying here for a few days wasn't out of the question, after all. Chapter 102, How can you sleep so much? Alright then, I won't leave just yet. Xiao Chen could clearly sense that old Chen felt insecure.
If staying here could bring him a sense of security, then it wouldn't be a problem.
Really, Xiao Chen?
Old Chen was overjoyed by Xiao Chen's response.
Xiao Chen nodded.
Grandpa, I'm on vacation now, and I won't be returning to Jinghai for a while. For as long as you need me, I'll be here.
Good, good, good.
Xiao Chen turned his gaze to his father, Xiao Guosheng.
Dad, you go back on your own.
I'll stay here with old Chen for a few days. His father didn't seem surprised. If something happened to Li Kueihua, Xiao Chen staying here could indeed be helpful.
Should we have Xu Zhi come over too?
His father flashed a meaningful smile, clearly concerned that Xiao Chen might feel lonely or isolated here alone. Xu Zhi was at home watching the kids today, so she hadn't come over. At the suggestion, Xiao Chen paused in surprise.
If he was here alone, he would indeed get bored. Sure. Xiao Chen flashed a mischievous grin. Truth be told, he and Xu Zhi had already played that game once before. But with his mom at home, he'd secretly taken Xu Zhi to a hotel room just once, though. Here, if the place was spacious enough, maybe it could work. Dad nodded upon hearing this. Then tomorrow, I'll have her drive over in your car. Dad, when are you leaving? Xiao Chen asked. Since his dad's return was related to old Chen, did that mean he'd be leaving soon? Don't worry. I won't be going back for now. We'll see after the new year. That's good. Dad quickly left the place. Xiao Chen turned to look at Chen Daoxing. Grandpa, let's go see Grandma together. All right. His two sons supported him as they made their way back to the villa. Li Kueihua had regained consciousness, though she was extremely weak.
Several doctors were still taking turns caring for her. Her vital signs were stable, but her body remained profoundly frail. "Grandpa, you could prepare some simple liquid food for Grandma to help her eat a little." "All right." Chen Daoshang made a call to have the chef prepare a meal for her. By then, Li Kuehua was showing signs of regaining consciousness. "How are you feeling, Grandma?" "You must be Xiao Chen," Li Kuehua asked weakly. This was Xiao Chen and Li Kuehua's first meeting. Li Kuehua had long heard from Chen Daoshang that he had saved someone's life and then taken him in as his own grandson. "Yes, I am Xiao Chen." Li Kuehua smiled faintly upon hearing this. The old man was right. "You saved his life, and now you've saved mine. You're such a good kid." Earlier that morning, when Chen Dao was spending time with Li Kuehua, Chen Daoshang had mentioned that Xiao Chen had saved her. Thus, Li Kuehua now firmly believed it was Xiao Chen who had saved her life. "Grandma, it was the least I could do." Xiao Chen didn't reveal the truth. Some things were better left unsaid. After a brief chat with Li Kuehua, Xiao Chen asked if she had encountered any unusual people or consumed strange foods during her time in Sakura country before leaving the room. Li Kuehua's condition was now stable, much improved from when she first woke up, though she still couldn't get out of bed to walk. Xiao Chen had no other options but to monitor her condition for now. Soon, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Chen Daoshang had Chen Liwei find an empty courtyard house for Xiao Chen to stay in. Since Xu Zhi would be arriving tomorrow, Chen Daoshang had thought of everything. Lying on the bed, Xiao Chen stared blankly at the ceiling. He couldn't help but think how truly complex this world was. Being wealthy had its perks, and being poor had its own advantages. For someone like old Chen, danger could strike at any moment. He sighed helplessly, feeling that every circle was particularly chaotic these days. Just managing to survive was good enough. That evening, Xiao Chen lay in bed watching a show for a while, then played egg party with Xu Zhi for a bit before they said goodnight and went to sleep. At the Chen family estate, Xiao Chen slept exceptionally soundly. Perhaps it was due to expending his strength during the day after using it, his energy felt completely drained. The next morning at 9 o'clock, guided by Chen Liwei, Xu Zhi arrived at the villa where Xiao Chen was staying. Chen Liwei didn't disturb Xiao Chen. Instead, he handed breakfast to Xu Zhi. After placing the breakfast on the table, Xu Zhi went to the room where Xiao Chen was sleeping. Opening the door, she found Xiao Chen still lying in bed. "Xiao Chen, aren't you getting up yet?" Xu Zhi was shocked. It was already 9 o'clock and he was still asleep. They had only played games until 10 p.m. last night. He must have gone to bed at 10. Hearing Xu Zhi's voice, Xiao Chen's eyes snapped open. He glanced at his phone beside him. Holy crap, it's already 9 o'clock? He'd finished gaming last night, taken a shower, and gone to bed at 10:30. Which meant he'd slept for 10.5 hours. Holy crap, how could I sleep so much? Xiao Chen felt completely groggy. He looked at Xu Zhi. "Why are you here so early?" "I came to check on Grandma Li. After Xiao Guoshang returned yesterday, he told Xu Zhi about it. Since Xiao Chen was staying here, she felt she should come see Li Kuehua too. Hurry up and get up. Wash up. Brother Chen Liwei brought you breakfast. After you finish eating, we'll go visit." "Okay." Xiao Chen hurriedly got dressed, finished his breakfast, and then led Xu Zhi to the room where Li Kuehua had stayed yesterday. But upon arriving, they discovered Li Kuehua wasn't there. The doctor inside explained that early that morning, old Chen's eldest son had carried her out in a wheelchair for a stroll. Xiao Chen had a rough idea where they might be, so they headed to the pavilion in the Chen family estate. Just as Xiao Chen had expected, Chen Daoshang, Chen Lijian, and Li Kuehua were there. Li Kuehua sat in her wheelchair, bundled up warmly with a blanket draped over her knees. "Grandfather." Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi approached together. Chen Daoshang smiled upon seeing them. "Xiao Chen, Xu Zhi, you've come." "Yes." Xiao Chen immediately crouched down, observing Li Kuehua's condition. She could tell the toxins were still coursing through Li Kuehua's body. In a few days, she might slip back into unconsciousness. However, he could perform another acupuncture session to temporarily drive the toxins back. In other words, as long as he kept intervening, the toxins wouldn't be able to take Li Kuehua's life. "Grandma, I'll need to perform acupuncture on you again in a few days. After that, we should aim for once a week." "All right." Li Kuehua nodded with a smile. She too sensed something amiss with her body. But she didn't say anything. She was a few years older than Chen Daoshang, approaching 80. Truthfully, she was content to have lived this long. Chapter 103, Is Xiao Chen not up to the task? The air outside was quite cold, so Chen Liwei didn't stay long before pushing his mother back into the villa. While Li Kuehua was still lucid, they set aside their usual work and sat together chatting. Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi listened as Chen Daoshang recounted their youthful love story. Back when they married, they were both poor, and dowries weren't common back then. Back then, just having enough to eat was considered a blessing. Later, as life gradually improved, Chen Daoshang got a job at a newspaper. There, he developed a keen eye for financial market trends. Ultimately, with Li Kuehua's support, he founded Rixing Capital. The origin of the name Rixing Capital was simple, rising higher each day. Sunrise. After hearing old Chen's story, Xiao Chen couldn't help but marvel at how truly wonderful his life had been. Of course, his own life wasn't too shabby either. That evening, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi entered the courtyard house where he had slept the previous night. The bedroom was spacious, and when Xu Zhi arrived, she brought a suitcase. She thoughtfully packed Xiao Chen's daily change of clothes and pajamas. When his mom was home, playing games with Xu Zhi might have caused quite a commotion, so at home, Xiao Chen had always kept that fiery beast within him in check. But tonight, no one would disturb them. At 10 p.m., after her shower, Xu Zhi emerged from the bathroom, towel drying her hair. The moment she stepped out, she caught Xiao Chen staring at her with a lecherous look. "What are you doing?" Xu Zhi instantly knew what Xiao Chen was up to. She glanced around, wanting to ask if this wasn't quite appropriate. After all, this was old Chen's home. "What do you think, honey?" Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow at her, then leaned in, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Xu Zhi's hair fragrance instantly filled his nostrils. Her scent was intoxicating. A fierce beast seemed to surge within him, and he pushed her down onto the bed. Xu Zhi couldn't help but let out a soft moan. "Ah! What are you doing? I want you." Xu Zhi looked utterly bewildered. Wait, did Xiao Chen misunderstand something? Meanwhile, Xiao Chen, unable to contain himself, pressed Xu Zhi against the wall behind her. Their lips met, and Xu Zhi let out muffled sounds. Just then, Xiao Chen suddenly felt an unusual sensation. In the past, his body might have reacted at this moment. But now, he felt absolutely nothing. Noticing Xiao Chen had abruptly stopped moving, Xu Zhi opened her eyes. She wanted to ask, "Xiao Chen, why did you stop? What's wrong? Is someone outside?" Xu Zhi's first thought was whether someone was outside. She glanced out the window twice, but this was the second floor. Outside, surely no one could fly? Only now did Xu Zhi notice that Xiao Chen's little tent showed no sign of rising at all. A terrible thought immediately crossed her mind. Could it be Xiao Chen couldn't perform? Noticing Xu Zhi's gaze, Xiao Chen hastily shook his arms. "What about me? I'm fine." Xiao Chen looked utterly bewildered. He suddenly realized that this morning, he hadn't. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? Just then, the system's voice chimed in. "Host, after utilizing the energy within your body, this energy will significantly deplete your stamina. You must wait 7 days before fully recovering your vitality. Of course, you can also take little blue pills to help you omega." What the hell? Xiao Chen was so furious he wanted to curse. The system had been working perfectly fine when he first bound it perfectly fine. Now it was suddenly throwing side effects at him. Just then, Xu Zhi covered her mouth and giggled. "It's okay. Even if you can't perform, I won't look down on you. You'll always be my good husband." Xu Zhi sat up in bed and embraced Xiao Chen. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen thought, "Damn it, tomorrow I'm getting those blue pills." Ding! The blue pill has been placed in your mouth. Host, take a sip of water and wait for the effects to kick in. Hee hee, thanks, System Daddy. Xiao Chen felt a surge of relief. Even though he'd taken Viagra, at least he hadn't lost face in front of Xu Zhi. He quickly grabbed the mineral water nearby and took a big gulp. Within 10 minutes, Xiao Chen felt the sensation returning. Xiao Chen's eyes once again gleamed with a beastly intensity. This time, Xu Zhi glanced at his tent again and murmured to herself, "Strange, wasn't he supposed to be unable?" Xiao Chen began to skillfully undress her. Then, the next day, Xiao Chen rubbed his chilly kidneys and couldn't help but marvel at the potency of the medicine. Perhaps exhausted from the night before, Xu Zhi was still asleep. Xiao Chen understood that girls like her simply burned through too much energy last night. Just as Xiao Chen descended from the second floor, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was Chen Liwei. "Hello?" Xiao Chen answered. On the other end, Chen Liwei said, "Hey, Xiao Chen, you and your girlfriend awake yet? If you are, come over for breakfast. The chef has already prepared the meal. I won't bring it over to you." "Alright, I'll wake her up right away." After hanging up, Xiao Chen quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face before waking Xu Zhi from her sleep. What time is it?" Xu Zhi opened her sleepy eyes. Xiao Chen said, "It's already 8 o'clock. Get up quickly. How did I sleep so long?" They had gone to bed before midnight yesterday, and normally she'd wake up around 7. But today she'd slept until 8. She must have been exhausted last night. Xu Zhi sat up, and just as she stepped off the bed, a sharp pain shot through her groin. It even felt awkward to walk. Xiao Chen looked utterly bewildered at the sight. "Holy crap, honey, what happened to you?" Xu Zhi pouted, reluctantly speaking up. "It's all your fault. You didn't hold back at all last night. You were so rough." He recalled last night's events. "Wait, are you sure it was me being rough?" Remembering how she looked last night, Xiao Chen felt no need to explain. "Oh, right. Xiao Chen just gave up. Go brush your teeth and wash up first. We'll go eat together later." Xiao Chen deliberately observed Xu Zhi's gait. Though it looked a bit awkward, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. After brushing her teeth, she changed into a fresh outfit and felt much better. Her thigh still ached slightly, but it had improved considerably.
Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi arrived at Chen Daoxing's villa together. By now, all 4 members of his family were already present. Upon arriving, Xiao Chen fixed his gaze on Li Kuihua. Thankfully, her mental state seemed stable. "Grandma, how are you feeling?" Li Kuihua smiled and nodded. "I can walk on my own now. Soon, I won't need their help anymore, ha ha ha." Chapter 104, My Wife Has Changed. Li Kuihua remained unaware of her actual condition, only sensing that her health was gradually improving. Maintaining a positive mindset during illness actually plays a significant role in recovery. Her positive outlook was a blessing. Seeing Li Kuihua's health steadily improve, she could even walk now. Chen Daoxing felt the weight lifting from his shoulders. Perhaps Xiao Chen's intervention had truly expelled all the toxins, or maybe Xiao Chen had misdiagnosed her? Chen Daoxing forced himself to think positively, constantly reminding himself that Li Kuihua would be fine. But one morning 5 days later, as dawn broke, Chen Daoxing went to wake Li Kuihua for breakfast. But no matter how loudly he called her name, she showed no signs of waking. "Honey, honey." Chen Daoxing kept shaking Li Kuihua's body. Only after confirming her heartbeat did he let out a sigh of relief. Then, he anxiously dialed Xiao Chen's number. Older folks tend to rise early, and Xiao Chen was still asleep. Hearing his phone vibrate, he hurriedly pressed to answer. "Hello, what's wrong, Grandpa?" "Xiao Chen, your grandmother seems to have fainted again. Could you come take a look?" "Okay, I'll be right there." Xiao Chen didn't wake Xu Zhi. Instead, he hurriedly threw on his coat and dashed out. It was still dark in the early winter morning. Xiao Chen was dressed lightly, and the cold quickly became unbearable. He arrived at Chen Daoxing's villa and entered his bedroom. Xiao Chen looked at Li Kuihua. Just like before, her lips had turned slightly blue and purple. He asked Chen Daoxing, "Grandpa Chen, have you still not received any news about who Grandma contacted in Sakura country?" Chen Daoxing sighed, shaking his head helplessly. "We've checked everywhere. It's useless. Not a single clue. Her meals were the same as usual. No one poisoned her." Xiao Chen pressed, "Then could it be she was poisoned during a meal? Perhaps by someone she trusted implicitly?" The thought gave Chen Daoxing a headache. He couldn't recall anything suspicious. "We'll revisit this later." "Xiao Chen, is there any way you can flush the toxins out of her body again?" Xiao Chen sighed helplessly. "I can. Just get me another set of silver needles." "All right." Chen Daoxing called his son to deliver a set of silver needles. Xiao Chen inserted them into her acupoints as before, then gathered all his strength and delivered a powerful palm strike to her chest. Thud. Just like before, Li Kuihua coughed up a mouthful of black blood, though it was significantly less than last time. At that moment, she regained consciousness. Her expression dazed, she turned to Chen Daoxing and said, "Old man, I think I just had a brush with death. Don't talk nonsense." At that moment, the doctor stationed at the Chen family estate appeared. They hurriedly cleaned the bloodstains from Li Kuihua's bed and the corners of her mouth. One doctor wanted to ask how Xiao Chen had managed to wake her. But they held their tongues. Xiao Chen addressed Old Chen, "Old Chen, could you step outside for a moment?" "All right." Chen Lijian followed Xiao Chen and Chen Daoxing into the living room. Once seated, both Chen Daoxing and Chen Lijian looked visibly tense. They feared Xiao Chen might deliver bad news. "Xiao Chen, whatever it is, just say it. Grandfather can handle it." Chen Daoxing spoke up. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, his expression grave as he replied, "Grandmother's condition isn't actually that serious right now. Even without an antidote, forcing the poison back once a week shouldn't be a problem. But it's best to investigate further. This technique, others probably can't learn it, and I can't teach it to anyone else." Hearing this, Chen Daoxing relaxed somewhat. At worst, he'd have to trouble Xiao Chen to handle it. He was confident Xiao Chen wouldn't refuse. But Xiao Chen felt bitter inside. Was he really going to have to rely on Viagra for the rest of his life? No way. Chen Daoxing nodded. "All right. I will find the person who poisoned my wife." Recalling that the new year was less than a month away, Chen Daoxing asked Xiao Chen, "By the way, Xiao Chen, when are you heading back to Jinghai?" I plan to go back at the end of the month." "All right." She couldn't help but say, "Then when you return, I'll bring Grandma Li to your place for detoxification." "Don't worry, I won't disturb you for too long." "No problem, Old Chen. Just come whenever you need to." After going over a few more points of caution with him, Xiao Chen left the villa. Chen Daoxing's mind was preoccupied with Li Kuihua, so he let her go accompany her. Xiao Chen then got up and returned to his room. Xu Zhi was still asleep. Since Chen Daoxing's place was quieter, Xiao Chen had been sharing intimate moments with Xu Zhi every other night. Both had found immense fulfillment these past few days. As Xiao Chen lay atop Xu Zhi, he wondered if she was carrying another little treasure. "Anyway, we haven't been taking any precautions lately. The thing is, pregnancy isn't that straightforward these days." Xiao Chen refused to believe that after getting it right the first time, he couldn't do it again this time. Feeling a breath on her face, Xu Zhi opened her eyes. Seeing Xiao Chen so close, she froze for a moment. "Honey, why are you awake so early?" "I just stepped out for a moment." What for? Xu Zhi pursed her lips. These past few days, Xiao Chen had been taking such good care of her that she now found herself wanting. Xiao Chen, I went to check on Grandma Li. By the way, when do you think we should head back? Are we leaving already? Truthfully, life at the Chen family estate had been incredibly comfortable for Xu Zhi. No need to tend to the baby, with Xiao Chen by her side it was pure bliss. Hearing the tone in Xu Zhi's voice, Xiao Chen paused slightly. From the sound of it, you don't seem eager to leave? Xu Zhi giggled softly, pouting her lips. No one disturbs our time together here. Xiao Chen sensed Xu Zhi was getting a bit carried away. He offered, no worries. Whenever you feel like it, I'll take you to a hotel. Or I could just buy another apartment outright. Xiao Chen wasn't short on cash these days. If it didn't work out, he could always try bidding higher to see if he could buy a room on the floor above or below, or even across the hall. Xu Zhi shook her head at his words. That really isn't necessary. Xu Zhi suddenly wrapped her arms around Xiao Chen. Darling, I love you so much. Enough with the lovey-dovey stuff for now. Xiao Chen sensed Xu Zhi was getting carried away. If she kept this up, she might want it every day and he'd end up worn out. Why not? I want a kiss first. Xu Zhi clung to Xiao Chen and pressed her lips directly against his. Xiao Chen hadn't expected Xu Zhi to have such a domineering side. Honey, when did you become like this? Wasn't I always like this? No. Just then, Xu Zhi spoke again. Husband, I want. Chapter 105, Dad's Happy Life. What do you want to do? Xiao Chen hurriedly covered his crotch. He had just expelled the toxins from Li Kuewa's body and was now at his weakest. What are you thinking about now? What do you think? Xiao Chen shook his head hastily. No way. Sure enough, once accustomed to possessing something, he became unwilling to beg for it. Fortunately, Xu Zhi was only joking. After getting up and packing their things, the two prepared to leave the Chen family estate. Upon hearing that Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi were leaving, Chen Daosheng felt a pang of reluctance, but there was nothing he could do. Both had their own matters to attend to. Old Chen and his two children personally escorted Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi to the gates of the Chen family estate. Old Chen, you needn't see us off. Please spend more time with Grandma. If anything comes up, contact me anytime, I'll be there immediately. Alright, I understand. Old Master Chen watched Xiao Chen with lingering reluctance. Drive carefully on your way back. Yes. Xiao Chen said no more and quickly got into the car with Xu Zhi. After the car started moving, Xu Zhi, sitting in the passenger seat, asked, Honey, is Grandma Li still not feeling well? Is it that serious? Xu Zhi didn't know the specifics of Li Kuewa's condition, and Xiao Chen showed no intention of elaborating. He simply replied, it's not life-threatening for now, but she needs to have the toxins purged from her body every week. Otherwise, she'll slip into a coma. Does that mean she has to go to the hospital every week? Well, you could say that. Alright. Xu Zhi lowered her head. As one ages, all sorts of ailments inevitably follow. When you're young, you must take good care of your body. Upon returning home, just as Xiao Chen had imagined, his mom was watching the kids. And Dad? He was actually sitting at his computer, playing mahjong. What? Xiao Chen was stunned by the sight. How could the CEO of Mushutak be playing video games? But Xiao Chen remembered that when he was little, his father often took him to play all kinds of games. And Xiao Chen hadn't let gaming ruin his future. He'd gone on to get into Jiangcheng University. Ha? Why are you back already? Actually, during the days Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi were away, he and Yuan Yuqin had been enjoying themselves quite comfortably. They say women in their 30s are like wolves and those in their 40s like tigers. Xiao Chen's mother was in her early 40s and still looked quite young. Without the kids around, their life together was exceptionally blissful. Wait, make that sexually blissful Omega. Dad, if I remember correctly, this is supposed to be my home. Can't I come back to my own home? That's not what I meant. Xiao Guoshang waved his hand helplessly. I thought you'd be staying at the Chen family home for a while longer. Coming back so soon, I'm just a bit surprised. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. I was practically rotting away from boredom over there. Forget it. Bored? Xiao Guoshang shot Xiao Chen a surprised look. He wanted to say, I even sent Xu Zhi over to keep you company. How could you possibly be bored? Shouldn't you be going crazy with the output? Surely my son can't be that useless? Noticing his father's peculiar expression, Xiao Chen rolled his eyes again. Enough. You keep playing. Xu Zhi and I miss the kids. And Dad, you not helping Mom watch the kids? That's a bit much, don't you think? Yuan Yuqin, sitting in the living room, chimed in, if only I could ever count on him. Oh dear, honey, I'm coming. With his son back, Xiao Guoshang naturally lost interest in gaming. He reached to hold the baby, but Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi had already taken him. Seeing that noon was approaching, Dad Xiao Guoshang proactively tied on an apron, then I'll cook. Son, what do you want to eat? Dad, can Xiao Chen cook instead? Xu Zhi pleaded with wide eyes. Though the meals at the Chen family estate were delicious and varied, she felt they still fell short compared to Xiao Chen's cooking. Xiao Guoshang turned his gaze to Xiao Chen, his eyes silently asking, are you willing? If not, I'll cook. Don't worry, I'll handle things with my daughter-in-law. Sure. Since his wife wanted to eat his cooking, Xiao Chen would naturally do his utmost to satisfy her. After handing the bao to his father, Xiao Chen untied the apron from his waist and dashed into the kitchen in a flash. For simple dishes and a soup would suffice for the four of them. The babies were still young and mainly on breast milk. By 12:30 p.m., Xiao Chen had finished cooking. As the family sat down at the table, he asked, "Dad, when are we heading back?" To be honest, Xiao Chen was actually eager to return to Jinghai. With the new year approaching, he felt he could first bring his grandmother home and celebrate together. Grandma must be missing the two babies terribly. Xiao Guosheng pondered for a moment before replying, How about the end of the month? All right. Xiao Chen had no objections. In the meantime, he planned to take Xu Zhi for some simple outings around the city. As the provincial capital, Jiangcheng actually had many places worth visiting. After her pregnancy and confinement period, they had gone straight to school. Although they had been to quite a few places during that time, they had never really gone out to play. Old Chen probably wouldn't contact her these days either. Xiao Chen planned to treat Grandma Li Kuohua one last time before they left. "Dad, I'll be heading out with Xu Zhi tomorrow. I'll take her around Jiangcheng or some nearby cities. It's finally winter break. I think we should get out and have some fun." Hearing this, Xiao Guosheng perked up. Great, his son was only staying one night before leaving, so tonight could be a restful one. "Alright, where are you planning to go?" "There are plenty of cities around Jiangcheng. We plan to grab some barbecue in Zibo, then visit Confucius' hometown to soak up some Confucian culture." Hearing his son's itinerary, Xiao Guosheng nodded with satisfaction. He turned to Yuan Yuqin and said, "Honey, once the kids are a bit older, I'll take you traveling too. By the time he's older, he'll be starting kindergarten. Will you be picking him up and dropping him off then?" "Ah, well." Even now, Xiao Guosheng felt time was passing far too quickly. He was already a man with one foot in the grave. Xiao Chen chuckled, "Then you can take the baby out to play together. Plus, the kids can stay at the Jiangcheng University-affiliated kindergarten. Xu Zhi and I can handle picking them up and dropping them off." It really wasn't right for them to completely overlook their son and daughter-in-law when discussing certain matters. "Look at our son, he's so articulate." Xiao Guosheng was quite pleased with his son. "So when your mother and I go traveling in the future, we'll leave the care of our son to the two of you." Yuan Yuqin rolled her eyes, thinking Xiao Guosheng didn't act like a grandfather at all. Chapter 106, Returning Home for the New Year. The next day, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi embarked on a short trip. Following Xiao Chen's itinerary, they ate barbecue in Zibo, visited Confucius's hometown to experience Confucian culture, then went to the kite capital, and even took a look at Chao County, the center of the universe. But Xiao Chen regretted going to Chao County. The place was swarming with young punks riding 9 Series bikes, and a few yellow-haired thugs even whistled lewdly at Xu Zhi. It was truly disgusting. Time swiftly advanced to January 31, 2026. That day, Xiao Chen visited the Chen family manor, sacrificing the attention, function of his future little brother in exchange for a week of Li Kuewa's health. Xiao Chen also informed Chen Daosheng that they were returning to Jinghai. If anything came up, he could go directly to Jinghai to find him. Xiao Chen noticed several helicopter landing pads at the Chen family estate. Even in the most urgent situations, they could simply fly over to find him. After packing their belongings, Xiao Chen planned to drive all 3 vehicles back this time. Dad's Bentley, the Xiaomi YU7 he drove most often, and that Porsche 911. When his father learned he'd secretly bought a 911, he didn't say much after all. Who hasn't dreamed of owning a sports car in their youth? He even asked if he could take it out for a spin. So in the end, Xiao Chen drove the high-powered 911, Dad took the Bentley, and Xu Zhi drove the Xiaomi. All 3 cars merged onto the highway together, heading home. Mom sat in the back seat of the Bentley, tending to the 3 little ones. Compared to the National Day holiday, the highway wasn't crowded, and they reached Jinghai in under 2 hours. However, they didn't head straight home. Instead, they found a decent local restaurant for dinner before returning to their neighborhood. Seeing the character's moonlit orchid pavilion again, Xiao Chen no longer felt that same excitement. The community charged monthly for parking but didn't assign fixed spots. Yesterday, Dad had contacted the property management to register the Porsche's license plate number. After parking in the underground garage, the family of 4 headed upstairs. Just like last time, there was little left to eat at home. But it was only a little past 1 o'clock they could go to the supermarket in the afternoon. "Dad, when are we bringing Grandma over?" Xiao Chen plopped down on the sofa. His father thought for a moment before replying, "Whenever you want. If you feel like going, just go." Question mark. "Aren't you coming with me?" Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. Dad rubbed his lower back. "My back's been acting up lately." "Back pain?" Xiao Chen was puzzled, but the next moment, he suddenly understood. So Dad had been. A faint smile touched his lips as he continued, "Then I'll go with Xu Zhi. Are you heading back to the office?" To be honest, Xiao Chen was quite curious to tour his father's company. If he wasn't mistaken, he would be the heir to this company in the future. In other words, he was the chairman in waiting. Of course, that day was still a long, long way off. It wasn't impossible that his father might skip him altogether and pass it directly to his grandson. His father nodded. I need to stop by the company. With the new year approaching, I have some arrangements to make. Xiao Chen looked at Xu Zhi. Then let's go pick up grandma this afternoon. We'll take my car. His mother had never ridden in a big Bentley, and Xiao Guoshang also wanted to drive Xiao Chen's 911. Dad, that car is so expensive. Are you sure you want to use it? Why wouldn't I? You little rascal, don't you know how much power your old man has now? Of course I do, my dear father. When are you going to buy your son a plane? Xiao Guoshang rolled his eyes. You look like a plane to me. After dinner, Yuan Yuqin sent Xiao Guoshang to wash the dishes. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen had already gotten ready to head out and pick up his grandmother. After driving over an hour to Xiao village, Xiao Chen arrived at his grandmother's house only to find her absent. Xu Zhi froze. Why isn't grandma home? Well, duh. She's definitely off playing mahjong. Xiao Chen knew where she was playing not far away. He parked the car nearby, led Xu Zhi through a few turns, and entered a house. The clatter of mahjong tiles echoed from outside. Just as Xiao Chen arrived, grandma declared, I win. Pay up, pay up. The grandmas played for 1 yuan per tile, so they couldn't lose much in a day. At most, it was a dozen or so yuan. Grandma. Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi entered together. Besides the 4 elderly women playing mahjong, 3 others sat watching nearby. Hearing Xiao Chen's voice, Wang Shangling quickly turned her head. Oh my, grandson and granddaughter-in-law, what brings you here? Her voice carried surprise and delight. Xiao Chen replied, Grandma, Xu Zhi and I are both on winter break now, and the new year is approaching. My dad said he'd like to take you over to celebrate with us. Bring me to spend the new year with you? Hearing this, Grandma shook her head. I won't go. I just don't like living in apartment buildings. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly. Grandma was like this every year. At that moment, another elderly woman chimed in, Didn't you say your grandson already has children? With the new year approaching, shouldn't you go help out and see the little ones? Yeah. Xiao Chen chimed in, Exactly, Grandma. You really should go see your 2 great-grandchildren. Hearing this, Grandma's hands paused noticeably. Right, there were 2 children waiting for him to see. Well, when should we go? Are your parents coming to see them? Xiao Chen shook his head. They didn't come. My dad had to rush off to work at the company. Xu Zhi and I came specifically to pick you up. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, the old lady with the mole on her lip chimed in, Hurry up and go. You've already won over a dozen games this afternoon. Of course, the mole grandma said it jokingly, but it was absolutely true that Xiao Chen's grandmother had won over a dozen times. Xiao Chen, take your grandmother away quickly. Xiao Chen placed his hand on his grandmother's shoulder. Grandma, let's go. Dad will cook dinner for you tonight. Besides, don't you miss the kids? Grandma definitely missed the 2 children. Not long ago, she had even called Yuan Yuqin to ask how they were doing. Just one more game. The electric mahjong machine had already dealt the final hand. Grandma didn't win this last round, and she wanted to play one more, but Xiao Chen forcibly pulled her away. Come on, Grandma, let's go. No more games. After leaving, Xiao Chen helped his grandmother pack her belongings before leading her to the Bentley. Grandma, this is the new car my dad bought. Grandma stared at the emblem AB and a pair of wings and froze. What kind of car is this? I don't want to ride in a 2B car. Xiao Chen? Xu Zhi? Grandma, what did you say? Chapter 107, The King of Big Mouths. Xiao Chen was utterly baffled. Wait, how did a perfectly fine Bentley turn into a 2B car in Grandma's mouth? Xiao Chen could only try to reason with her. Grandma, this is a Bentley. It's worth millions. Several million? Grandma chuckled, several million isn't much. I can spend several million in just one afternoon? Playing mahjong, ha ha ha. Xiao Chen awkwardly chuckled, not expecting his grandmother to joke around like this. He then helped her into the back seat. He started the car and drove toward home. Over an hour later, Xiao Chen completed his mission and brought Grandma home. Back home, Xiao Chen discovered his old man sound asleep in bed. Wait, what? Wasn't he supposed to be at the company? Why was he asleep? Xiao Chen glanced at the black leather shoes by the bedside, one of which still held a stinky sock. Instantly, a mischievous grin spread across his face. Without another word, he shoved the stinky sock into his father's mouth. Feeling a durian-like stench in her mouth, Mom's eyes snapped open. What the hell? Then she saw Xiao Chen standing nearby, grinning like an idiot. After pulling the stinky socks out of his mouth, he gagged and retorted, What the hell are you trying to do, kid? Didn't you say you were going to the office? Why are you sleeping in at home? Well, true, Dad had been overindulging lately and needed some serious rest. But Dad was a master of tough talk. There was no way he'd admit he'd been worn out lately. He changed the subject. By the way, where's your grandmother? She's in the living room. So soon. Xiao Guoshang felt like he'd just taken a nap, and the moment he opened his eyes, Mom was already there.
It must be said, having a son who has such a handy tool is truly convenient. Xiao Guoshang lost all desire to sleep. He went to the living room and obediently began tidying up Wang Xiangling's bedroom. Seeing the family enjoying such a warm and harmonious moment, Xiao Chen couldn't help but glance at her. He guessed she never thought about her own parents. Xu Zhi hadn't mentioned her parents in ages. Since that last meeting with Su Jinghua, Xiao Chen hadn't asked either. He genuinely didn't know how she was doing now. Never mind. It wasn't his concern. Xiao Chen shook his head. It was already 5 in the afternoon. After Grandma arrived, she began helping Mom look after the children, which significantly eased Yuan Youqin's burden. The next morning, after Dad woke up, Xiao Chen crept up to the doorway. Dad! The moment he stepped out, he was startled by Xiao Chen. Holy crap, what are you doing? You scared the hell out of me. Xiao Guoshang clutched his chest, catching his breath. What are you doing? Dad, aren't you heading to the office? I'm coming with you to see it. Xiao Chen was genuinely curious about how his father managed to be a chairman. He also wanted to see if there were any secretaries in black stockings in his office. But given his father's character, it was highly unlikely. Xiao Chen's father adored his mother. Infidelity? That sort of thing probably wouldn't happen in their family. Fine, let's go. What else is there to do this afternoon? Xiao Guoshang rolled his eyes. Even though he was now a big shot at Mushu Tech, his everyday habits and mannerisms hadn't changed a bit. He still ate the simplest sandwich for breakfast, no fancy meals. After breakfast, Xiao Guoshang smoothly secured a driver who thoughtfully provided Xiao Chen with a pair of white gloves. Now he really looked like a chauffeur. Dad, is your company still at the old location? Xiao Chen had visited his father's old workplace several times before. The forgetful old man had often left documents behind, forcing his son to retrieve them. Yes. Xiao Guoshang nodded slightly. Same place. But it's been years since you were last there, so I doubt any of the colleagues would recognize you now. Are there still many of the old colleagues left? Xiao Chen asked. If there really were many former colleagues who had worked shoulder to shoulder with his father, now that his father had been promoted, might those who were close to him try to curry favor or even demand some sort of official position? At this, Xiao Guoshang fell silent for a moment before continuing. After Chen Daoshang Wu Chen acquired the company, he conducted a major purge. He's a shrewd operator. He audited every single account in the company and uncovered over 20 senior executives involved in embezzlement and bribery. Some were sent to prison, others were released on bail pending trial. The entire upper management was replaced with new people, including some longtime employees. Of course, most of those who were close to me left. All gone? Xiao Chen frowned. Where did they go? Some were recruited by old Chen to the technical department at Sunrise Capital. Others were placed in different companies. The goal was to reduce trouble for me. I see. Xiao Chen pursed his lips. It seemed old Chen had indeed thought things through thoroughly back then. Xiao Chen's home was about 15 kilometers from his father's workplace in Jiangqing's economic and technological development zone, essentially the city's CBD. Skyscrapers towered overhead, giving the area a distinctly modern urban feel. Surrounding buildings multiplied, traffic congestion worsened. His father's current company occupied an office tower. Xiao Chen vaguely recalled Mushu Technology occupied floors 6 through 10. He wasn't sure if that had changed. Arriving at Longkai Tower in the development zone, Xiao Chen parked in the ground-level garage. Just then, a Mushu employee was arriving for work. Good morning, Chairman Xiao. The young employee greeted him politely. At first, Xiao Guoshang had felt quite pleased to be addressed as Chairman Xiao, but that feeling had long since faded. He had grown completely accustomed to it. Good morning. Xiao Guoshang gave a slight nod and entered the Longkai building. Just then, a security guard approached. Good morning, sir. The driver's lounge is inside. What? Xiao Chen was utterly baffled. What? He glanced at the white gloves covering both his hands. He did look like a driver. But couldn't a driver accompany the boss to the company? This is my dad. Xiao Guoshang was nearly laughing himself silly. Seriously, what was wrong with this young security guard? The guard froze for a moment, clearly recognizing Xiao Guoshang. Oh, you're Chairman Zhao's son. My apologies. Xiao Chen quickly pulled off the gloves he was holding and tossed them into the trash can. Dad, what's going on? Even if I'm just the driver, shouldn't I still have the right to enter the company? Of course there is. Xiao Guoshang nodded. But these days, many bosses hire their own drivers privately, so we have a dedicated driver lounge over here. Impressive. Xiao Chen gave him a thumbs up. Come on, I'll take you upstairs to check it out. Chapter 108, Dad's Company. All right. Just as Xiao Chen had expected, once they entered the elevator, his dad pressed the button for the 6th floor. Xiao Chen asked, so Dad, is the company expanding or anything? No. Every inch of land in Jinghai CBD is worth its weight in gold. It's not that I can't afford the rent, but there's no need right now. Besides, I already told you the land the government allocated us is already under construction.
In a couple of years, we'll have new office space. As they spoke, the elevator doors slid open, revealing the Mushu Technology logo. Dad hadn't changed this logo at all, it was exactly the same as years ago. If it were up to him, he might have redesigned it. But to Dad, perhaps this was timeless. Entering revealed a spacious corridor. The day before yesterday, 2 receptionists around his age but exceptionally poised had greeted him. Mushu Technology collaborated not only with the government but also with various enterprises, providing software development, AI large models, and other system technologies. Consequently, technical personnel from various companies visit the office almost daily. The walls here are covered with displays detailing the company's development history and the technologies it possesses. Currently, the back-end systems for Rixing Capital are entirely developed and managed by Mushu Technology. Last month, Rixing Capital underwent a major system upgrade, integrating with various departments across Jinghai. This demonstrates the company's formidable capabilities. Chairman Xiao. Seeing Xiao Guosheng enter with a young man, they immediately addressed him. Xiao Guosheng merely nodded slightly. "MHM. You may continue with your work." Xiao Chen looked around curiously. He hadn't been here much since high school. The company interior had clearly been renovated, but it definitely wasn't done after his father took over. "What do you think?" His father seemed reasonably satisfied with the current setup. Xiao Chen gave a slight nod. "Not bad, not bad. I'm quite pleased with what my future company will be." Xiao Guosheng was utterly baffled. "Xiao Chen, are you hoping I die already?" "Dad, how could you say that? Don't you realize that without your son Li you wouldn't be standing here today?" You know what? He was absolutely right. Xiao Chen's words were undeniably true. Without him, Xiao Guosheng would still be just a team leader at Mushu. Fine. I owe it all to you, right? Dad, that's music to my ears." Xiao Chen grinned as he spoke, then asked, "Hey Dad, where's your office?" "Upstairs." "What, you want to go over there?" "Of course I am." Xiao Chen retorted, "Why not? Is there a secretary in black stockings or something in your office?" Hearing this, Xiao Guosheng visibly froze before retorting, Go on. Don't talk nonsense. Your old man here isn't that kind of person, you know." "Oh, then can I go take a look?" "You little brat, what's there to see?" Xiao Chen noticed his father's tone was off. Could it be he had something to hide? "Oh, right. I just remembered I have a very important meeting to attend today. You can look around on your own. I'll be off to the meeting." His dad dashed off in a flash. Xiao Chen froze. Damn, you definitely have something to hide. He must be cleaning up the scene. What could possibly be off limits for his son to see? But he didn't think much of it. Men go bad when they have money, that saying seemed spot on. It was work hours, so Xiao Chen kept a low profile as he wandered around. Everyone around him was a complete stranger. Oh no! Just then, a voice suddenly rang out in the vast office. The cry drew many glances. A man in his 30s, bespectacled with a receding hairline, stammered, "Team leader. Team leader, our server seems to have been hacked. This processing token manages part of Rixing Capital's funds over 20 million. Hearing this, a man who appeared to be the team leader hurried over. "What's going on?" Zhang Li rushed to the computer. Due to the massive size of the Rising Sun Capital database, they had set up a small fund management server for each module. If this server was compromised, there was a high probability the hacker could transfer these funds out. Mediterranean Man was responsible for this server. With a monthly salary of only 30,000 yuan, he couldn't possibly cover a 20 million yuan loss. Of course, the money was the least of their concerns. This breach could severely damage trust between Sunrise and Woodtree, potentially costing the company a crucial partnership. Log into the backend immediately. No good, the backend's locked down. The bald man exclaimed urgently. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, then quickly pushed through the crowd and squeezed his way inside. What's going on? Both the bald man and team leader Zhang Li glanced at Xiao Chen. Seeing this unfamiliar face, they paid little attention. After all, in such a large company, encountering a few strangers was inevitable. The backend's been hacked with a Trojan. There's 20 million yuan in that fund server. Wait, it's only 19 million now. In just over 10 seconds, the account had lost 1 million yuan. It was happening far too fast. Xiao Chen blurted out, "What are you standing around for? Enter the command to reboot the server now." "Ah. Oh, right." Zhang Li snatched the keyboard from the middle-aged man's hands. The company's computers weren't Microsoft systems but custom-built machines. After typing the server restart command into the console, Zhang Li slammed his finger on the enter key. Only when the reboot code appeared did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's saved. Xiao Chen was puzzled. He knew modern firewall technology was exceptionally advanced. How had he managed to hack into Jinxiang's server? Xiao Chen asked, logically speaking, hackers shouldn't be able to break into our servers, right? The man with the receding hairline's hands were trembling as he nodded. That's true, but they must have obtained the administrator password from Rixing.
Quickly switch the server to safe mode and contact Rishing. Just take a look, where did the leaked million go? Which account did it hit? Xiao Chen was currently studying this field, so he understood a bit about it. Of course, it was only the basics. Got it. I'll check right away. Just then, Zhangli suddenly turned to Xiao Chen. By the way, which team are you on? I don't recall seeing you around. Xiao Chen snapped out of it. He had actually recognized him. He spoke up, Uncle Zhang, don't you recognize me? Zhangli paused slightly at the question, then suddenly realized. His eyes lit up with surprise. You are Xiao Chen? Yep. Guess I've changed so much even Uncle Zhang didn't recognize me. Chapter 109, Sato Shojiro. Zhangli was astonished. Mainly because Xiao Guoshang hadn't mentioned anything about bringing Xiao Chen over recently. It really is you. I never imagined you'd grown so tall. The people around them were still a bit flustered. Zhangli looked at the crowd and waved his hand. Everyone, stop staring. This is Xiao Chen, our chairman's son. Hearing this, the crowd froze in shock. They hadn't expected this handsome young man to be Xiao Guosheng's son. Given Xiao Guosheng's current standing, they'd assumed his son would be an arrogant brat, but he clearly wasn't that type. The crowd quickly dispersed. Xiao Chen turned to the employee with the receding hairline and said, find out where the money went immediately. Also, change the access password. It must be from the Rishing side, some data has leaked out. Right. I'll look into it immediately. Zhangli looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, let's get out of here. Come with me to the break room. When did you even get here? Zhangli glanced around. I haven't seen your father either. My father said there was a very important meeting, so he went to attend it. A very important meeting? Zhangli scratched his head. I haven't heard anything about a meeting. Ever since joining the company, Zhangli had been Xiao Guosheng's protege. Now that Xiao Guosheng had been promoted, Zhangli had also received a promotion. Though it was only a team leader position, the future looked promising. Xiao Chen asked, Uncle Zhang, my father doesn't have a secretary or anything at the company, does he? Of course he does. Zhangli replied decisively, not only does he have one, but he has two. Huh? Holy crap. Xiao Chen was completely dumbfounded. 2 personal secretaries? No wonder he left in such a hurry earlier. Could they really be wearing black stockings? Zhangli asked, by the way, Xiao Chen, why are you asking about this? Nothing at all. Xiao Chen shook his head. Soon, led by Zhangli, they entered a lounge. It was more of a reception room than a lounge, equipped with a TV and coffee machine likely used for hosting corporate clients discussing partnerships. The room itself was perfectly fine. After entering, Xiao Chen plopped down on the sofa. Zhangli grabbed a paper cup from the water dispenser and poured him a cup of coffee. Xiao Chen, have some coffee. Thanks, Uncle Zhang. Xiao Chen nodded with a smile. Just then, Zhangli spoke up, it's been years since I last saw you. You're in college now, right? But I heard from your dad that you already have a child? Zhangli was genuinely curious about Xiao Chen's family. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Yes, Uncle Zhang. I'm in my sophomore year now. After the new year, I'll start the second semester of my sophomore year. Oh my. Zhangli couldn't help but marvel at how quickly time passed. In the blink of an eye, he'd already been at Muxa Technology for several years. Xiao Chen explained, as for the child, I started dating a senior right when I entered freshman year. Then she unexpectedly got pregnant. We were really close, so we decided to have the baby. So you really do have a child. Zhangli had pressed Xiao Guosheng about it before, but Xiao Guosheng hadn't mentioned a word. They hadn't even held a banquet or anything. Xiao Chen had already decided that when he and Xu Zhi got married in the future, they would hold a wedding banquet for both of them. Yes, what about you? Uncle Zhang? Although Xiao Chen called Zhangli Uncle Zhang, he was only about 10 years older than him. It was just that he looked a bit older. That's why Xiao Chen called him Uncle Zhang. Calling him Brother Zhang would actually be more appropriate. Zhang Li's face darkened at the mention. Don't even bring it up. I'm worse off than you, I'm still not married, haha. It's perfectly normal. Young people these days tend to marry later. Hearing this, Zhang Li felt a little comforted inside. After all, he was approaching 30, and his family had been pressuring him to get married. And he didn't even have a girlfriend yet. Haha, that's true. Zhang Li chuckled and didn't press further, instead shifting to casual conversation. About 10 minutes later, the same employee with the receding hairline knocked on the door. Assistant Manager Zhang. The balding man called out. Zhang Li opened the door. What is it? About what Xiao Chen asked me to look into earlier. I found it. You found it? Yes. Mediterranean stepped inside and addressed Xiao Chen. Brother, that 1 million was transferred to an account in Sakura country. The account holder's name is Sato Kojiro. Japan? Sato Kojiro? Xiao Chen pondered for a moment. Alright, thanks. Got it. Please send me the account number. Xiao Chen stood up to go make a call, but the Mediterranean-looking man stopped him. Xiao Chen looked up. What is it? Mediterranean looked utterly aggrieved. After all, the account at Rising Sun Capital was now short by 1 million. His annual salary plus year-end bonus barely reached 400,000 yuan. This was truly beyond his means to cover. The main issue was that he had a mortgage to pay, 2 children to raise, and parents to care for.
I was wondering, am I liable for this? If he couldn't cover the damages, he'd likely end up behind bars. Xiao Chen thought for a moment. His father wasn't the type to hold a grudge. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Leave it to me to handle. Uncle Zhang, I'll step out to make a call. You don't need to worry about me, just get back to your work. All right. Xiao Chen left the reception room and found a quiet spot to call old Chen. The call connected quickly, and old Master Chen's voice came through the phone. Xiao Chen, what brings you to me? Grandpa, how is Grandma feeling now? She's holding up okay, but in a few days, I might send her over to your place for some treatment. No problem. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. When she arrives, I'll show you another trick of mine, and then we'll have a drink with Dad. Sounds good, ha ha ha. Xiao Chen didn't beat around the bush. He asked directly, Grandpa, do you know Sato Kojiro? Sato Kojiro? Chen Daosheng pondered for a moment before replying. Sato Kojiro is my son's business partner in Sakura Country. They've been collaborating for over 3 years now. Last time my wife visited Sakura Country, she paid him a visit too. Wait. How do you know about Sato Kojiro? Chen Daosheng across from him froze slightly. Xiao Chen continued, just now, hackers from Sakura Country breached Moju's servers. They tampered with your Sunrise Capital funds. What? Chen Daosheng froze. How much? After all, the balance in Sunrise Capital's server accounts now stood at tens of billions. If all of it was gone, the company would suffer an absolutely catastrophic loss. Chen Daosheng felt panic rising within him. Chapter 110, 2 Secretaries? Xiao Chen spoke up, Grandfather, please don't panic. We've already divided those funds across multiple independent storage servers, and we've imposed withdrawal restrictions. He only managed to withdraw 1 million. After tracking that million, we confirmed it ultimately entered Sato Kojiro's account. Chen Daosheng across from him visibly froze. Sato Kojiro was their long-term partner from Sakura Nation. Why would Sato Kojiro send someone to attack their servers? Xiao Chen continued, the fact that this hacker can attack servers means they've obtained some passwords. But that's not the key point. My gut tells me Grandma Li's situation might be connected to this Sato Kojiro. Chen Daosheng fell silent for several seconds upon hearing Xiao Chen's words. Then he nodded. You make a point, Xiao Chen. I understand. I'll start investigating immediately. Alright, old Chen. I won't disturb you further. Old Chen on the other end hung up decisively. After the call ended, Xiao Chen took a deep breath. Old Chen already knew about the million yuan, but it seemed he didn't care much about it. I'll talk to Dad about it later and see how he reacts. Xiao Chen asked Zhang Li for directions, and Zhang Li personally escorted him to his office. His office was on the 10th floor. Upon entering, Dad was sitting alone, sipping tea. Xiao Chen froze. Dad, weren't you supposed to be at a meeting? I just got out of a meeting. Hearing this, Xiao Chen looked utterly unconvinced. Could Dad be hiding someone here? Xiao Chen looked around, searching high and low, but couldn't find anyone in the office. What are you looking for? Dad couldn't help but speak up. Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow at him, looking for those 2 little secretaries in your office. What 2 secretaries? Dad froze. Wait, how did you even know I have 2 secretaries? Who told you? Take a guess. Xiao Chen wasn't about to rat out Zhang Li. Dad rolled his eyes. I'll check the surveillance footage later. No, Dad. What little secretaries? You couldn't possibly have secretaries. Xiao Chen's expression turned serious. Dad, I'm not joking. Just now, our Mushu server was hacked. They transferred 1 million yuan from Rixing. Oh. What did you say? Dad suddenly stood up. 1 million? Yes. I'm calling Rixing right now. Xiao Guosheng reached for his phone to contact Rixing's manager, mentally bracing himself for a scolding. But before he could make the call, Xiao Chen interrupted him. Dad, no need to contact old Chen. I already called him earlier. I don't think this is as straightforward as it seems. What do you mean? His father was a bit confused by Xiao Chen's words. Xiao Chen continued, because the hacker is from Sakura Country, and Grandma Li Koewa's incident also happened in Sakura Country. And ultimately, this money ended up in the hands of Sato Kojiro in Sakura Country. Chen Daosheng mentioned they have deep ties with Sato Kojiro. So, Dad wasn't a pushover. He grasped the meaning behind Xiao Chen's words. Alright, I understand. Wait, how did you know where the money went? Did you just look it up? It was a guy with a receding hairline, I don't know his name. Oh, Dad, this isn't the guy's fault. I know. Xiao Guosheng took a deep breath. At worst, he'd have to compensate Rixing 1 million yuan, a mere trifle. Alright, I'll go check things out. You can wander around or hang out in my office for a bit. Bye. Xiao Chen waved cheerfully at his dad, showing no intention of leaving the room. Xiao Guosheng said nothing more and turned to leave. After he left, Xiao Chen took a deep breath, surveying the spacious office. You had to admit, his dad really knew how to live. A large floor-to-ceiling window flanked the office. Though not on a high floor, its prime location offered views of a distant lake. His desk stretched 8 meters long. Xiao Chen deliberately checked the computer specs and was stunned by what he saw. 9,800 times 3D plus 5,090? Holy crap, is this for work or gaming? After booting up the computer, a Valorant icon immediately appeared on the desktop. But Dad playing Valorant wasn't exactly unexpected. He'd even used his computer for it back in Zhangcheng. Xiao Chen's face darkened, but upon closer inspection, the computer contained numerous reports and work summaries. It seemed his father hadn't used it solely for gaming. After a quick glance, Xiao Chen shut down the computer. The tea set beside it was spotless. He opened several cabinets, no black stockings or anything like that inside, just company documents. Alright, time to go out for a walk. Xiao Chen returned to the 6th floor and found his father in the conference room meeting with several company executives. He had only been leaning against the glass door for a few minutes when his father beckoned him inside. Son, come in. He called out to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen froze slightly. Wait, Dad, couldn't you just pretend I'm not here? Why bring me in? Perhaps Dad genuinely saw Xiao Chen as his future successor, or maybe he just thought Xiao Chen was bored and wanted him to experience the company atmosphere. A few chairs remained at the far end of the conference room. When Dad spoke, all eyes turned to him. Xiao Chen awkwardly stepped inside. Hello, everyone. Sit down. At that moment, Dad didn't have his usual slacker vibe. Instead, he looked like a successful entrepreneur, his words and actions completely different from his usual self. For some reason, seeing Dad like this made Xiao Chen feel like laughing. Ha! Xiao Chen chuckled below. After all, he was only 19 this year, and his mind wasn't particularly mature. Just like a kid. Xiao Chen, what are you laughing at? Dad felt like Xiao Chen was here just to cause trouble. He just checked with Zhang Li if Xiao Chen hadn't handled the hacker attack with such composure earlier. Dad wouldn't have let him run this meeting. Seeing Xiao Chen rein in his laughter, his father continued. Our system still has some issues. Just now, my son, Xiao Chen, calmly resolved the situation. The technical department must prevent similar incidents from happening again as soon as possible. The executives below took notes throughout the meeting, and Xiao Chen pretended to do the same. Truthfully, he detested this kind of meeting atmosphere. He preferred freedom. After over half an hour, the meeting finally concluded. Stepping outside, Xiao Chen couldn't resist confronting his father. Dad, why are you so long-winded lately? Most of what you say feels like empty chatter. Xiao Guoshang rolled his eyes. You'll probably be the same someday. Xiao Chen ignored him. Just then, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Buzz. Chapter 111, Old Chen arrives in Jinghai. Xiao Chen quickly pulled his phone from his pocket. The caller was none other than Chen Daoshang. He's already here? Whose call is it, son? Dad asked. Xiao Chen held the phone screen up for him to see. It's old Chen. Answer it quickly. Got it. Xiao Chen pressed the answer button and switched to speakerphone. Grandpa Chen, Xiao Chen began. Chen Daoshing's voice came through the phone. Xiao Chen, Grandpa plans to take your grandmother to Jinghai. We want to gather some information in Muyu. We've already contacted the Sakura Nation, but they deny any involvement. Would it be convenient for you to come? Without hesitation, Xiao Chen replied, absolutely. Grandpa, just come straight over. Alright, we'll pack today and depart tomorrow. Then should I come pick you up, Grandpa? Xiao Chen asked. Xiao Chen had assumed they'd take the bullet train. But then he thought about it, someone that powerful wouldn't be riding the high-speed rail. He'd definitely drive. Flying over was unlikely. No need. We have a driver. We'll head to Mushu first. You can wait for me at the company. Alright. After hanging up, Xiao Chen turned to his father. Dad, get things ready. Book a hotel for Grandpa or something. I have a feeling he won't be leaving anytime soon. Alright, I'll start preparing immediately. When are you heading back? I'll wait a bit longer. I haven't had my fill of fun yet. Xiao Chen grinned and stuck out his tongue. He loved anything new and exciting. Alright, I'll get back to work then. You can hang around the office, but don't disturb anyone else's work. Don't worry, Dad. I won't. Xiao Chen shook his head. His dad gave him a reassured look before heading off to attend to other matters. He wandered around the company again, suddenly feeling like a headless fly. He decided to head straight back to his dad's office, where he played video games for an hour before heading to the company cafeteria for a meal. The food tasted similar to fast food joints outside, and it was cheap, only 3 yuan. After finishing his meal, Xiao Chen informed his dad and rode a shared bike home. His dad mentioned that company visitors were scheduled for the afternoon, so his driver needed to pick them up. It had been ages since Xiao Chen last rode a bike back in high school. He'd pedal to school daily. Now, he tried to recapture that student vibe. Unfortunately, it didn't. Back home, Mom was busy making bread dumplings. Xu Zhi and Grandma sat on the sofa watching the two babies while cartoons played on the TV.
Of course, the two babies wouldn't be watching cartoons at this moment.
I'm home. Xiao Chen called out. Xu Zhi looked up at him. You vanished first thing this morning.
Where did you go? She pouted, looking a bit annoyed, but it was understandable Xiao Chen hadn't told Xu Zhi about his plans. I went to my dad's company to see how he's doing.
If things aren't going well, I might reluctantly offer him some advice.
Seeing Xiao Chen's smug expression, Xu Zhi rolled her eyes.
What a big talker. Go hold your son. He's had 2 bowel movements today. Is he having diarrhea? Xu Zhi handed over to Belle.
Xiao Chen took him and glanced down.
Nothing serious. He's just a little kid. It'll be fine.
Oh. With Xiao Chen here, Xu Zhi could finally rest for a bit.
But she didn't idle instead, she helped her mother make dumplings.
Though Xiao Chen knew how to make them too, he made no move to assist. Xiao Chen gazed at his son's adorable face. The boy was growing more and more like him. He really looked just like Xiao Chen when he was little. You're definitely going to be a total hottie someday. The next morning, Xiao Chen headed to the company with his dad early.
Since Chen Daosheng was coming here, Xiao Chen had to greet him personally. Around 10 o'clock, Xiao Chen's phone rang. Yep, it was Chen Daosheng. Grandfather, have you arrived yet?
Xiao Chen stood in the company hallway, gazing down at the street below. Chen Daosheng hummed in acknowledgement, I'll be there shortly.
About 5 minutes. Alright, I'll head down with my dad to meet you. Alright.
Xiao Chen hurriedly called Xiao Guoshang, who then summoned his former apprentice, Zhang Li. Xiao Li, come on, let's go downstairs to meet someone.
Who is it, master?
Zhang Li habitually addressed Xiao Guoshang as master, though Xiao Guoshang didn't mind whatever title the other man used.
Chen Daosheng. Chen Daosheng?
Zhang Li had never met Chen Daosheng before.
His face lit up with surprise as he asked, Master, are you talking about Chen Daosheng from Sunrise Capital?
Yes. Zhang Li knew Xiao Guoshang and Chen Daosheng must have some connection. Besides, the latter wouldn't come looking for him just because of yesterday's million yuan loss. Just then, Xiao Guoshang suddenly remembered something.
Oh, right, Zhang Li, go get Jia Shidong too.
Jia Shidong was the guy with the receding hairline from yesterday. He froze.
Why call him? It can't be. Is it about yesterday's incident? Don't ask so many questions. Just get him here.
His dad was being cryptic, so Zhang Li had no choice but to call over Jia Shidong, who was busy working. Shidong, come here for a moment.
Jia Shidong was still brooding over yesterday's incident.
Even though Xiao Guoshang hadn't approached him directly, he felt a lingering unease.
Team leader, what do you need me for? Jia Shidong asked uneasily.
Zhang Li shook his head.
It's not me. Chairman Xiao wants to see you.
Huh? Jia Shidong froze upon hearing this, even startled into silence.
He wants to see me? Could it be about yesterday's incident?
Zhang Li shook his head.
I'm not sure about that, but probably not. Xiao Chen just said we should all go downstairs to meet Chen Daosheng. Who's Chen Daosheng? Some things he simply didn't know.
Zhang Li continued, he's the chairman of Sunrise Capital.
He's got some serious clout, a big shot. We'll just observe from the sidelines for now. Jia Shidong felt even more uneasy after hearing Zhang Li's explanation. When he arrived downstairs, Xiao Chen and Xiao Guoshang were already there. Master, I've brought Jia Shidong.
Xiao Guoshang glanced at Jia Shidong and nodded.
All right.
Old Chen specifically requested to meet Jia Shidong.
Shidong, you'll need to accompany Chen Daosheng to review yesterday's data. Whatever he asks for, just cooperate. I understand.
His mind was still filled with worry, unsure why Old Chen had summoned him.
After waiting about 3 minutes, a Wuling M9 slowly pulled into the parking lot.
The driver wasn't Old Chen's chauffeur but his eldest son, Chen Lijian.
Chen Liwei sat in the back seat.
After getting out, they swiftly retrieved a wheelchair from the trunk. They opened the rear door and helped Li Kueihua into the seat.
Chapter 112, A New Choice.
Seeing this, Xiao Chen and Xiao Guoshang hurried over to help.
Li Kueihua's energy was noticeably low at that moment.
Xiao Chen could tell that the toxins within her body seemed to be gradually rising again. It seemed he would have to sacrifice his little brother once more to drive back the toxins.
Chen Daosheng wasn't in great shape either.
Lately, he'd been investigating matters in Sakura country, dealing with an endless stream of troublesome issues. Even the white hair on his head had noticeably increased.
Grandfather. Xiao Chen called out.
Upon seeing him, Chen Daosheng still managed to smile.
Xiao Chen, haven't seen you in a few days. How come you look even more handsome? Really? Grandpa, you look younger too. Ha ha ha. After exchanging a few simple words, Xiao Chen turned his gaze to Li Kueihua. Grandma, how's your health? Babble babble.
Chen Lijian pushed the wheelchair inside helplessly. Lately, my mom suddenly lost her ability to speak. It might be related to the toxins in her body.
Is it that serious?
Xiao Chen frowned, then nodded. I'll treat her again tonight.
All right.
Thank you for your trouble, young brother Xiao Chen.
It's no trouble at all.
Xiao Guosheng approached, shook hands with Old Chen, and said, Old Chen, this is Jia Shidong.
He retrieved all that information yesterday. With that, Xiao Guosheng gestured with his arm as he made the introduction. Chen Daosheng approached Jia Shidong and extended his hand. Jia Shidong was still a bit dazed, scarcely believing he was meeting old Chen. Moreover, old Chen's visit didn't seem to be about the million yuan. Hello, Shidong. Old Chen offered a professional smile. Shidong quickly grasped both his hands, his voice faltering slightly. Old Chen, hello. Xiao Guosheng approached. It's cold outside. Let's go upstairs first. Xiao Chen, you can take Grandma Li to the hotel first. Dad had already given him the hotel room number and details yesterday. Xiao Chen nodded and turned to Chen Li Jian. Brother, shall we head to the hotel first? Sure. Having Mom tag along would be inconvenient. It made sense to settle them into the hotel first. Chen Daosheng turned to Chen Liwei. Liwei, you come upstairs with me. Let Xiao Chen take Chen Li Jian to the hotel. Yes, father. Chen Liwei followed Xiao Guosheng and soon they were heading upstairs. The hotel Xiao Guosheng had booked was on the top floor of the adjacent building. This was the finest hotel in the area, the Longkai Grand Hotel. It had few rooms, apparently only 6, reserved for top-tier business tycoons conducting deals here. Each was a presidential suite exceeding 200 square meters, naturally commanding an exceptionally high price. No need to get in the car. We'll be there soon. Xiao Chen led the way, and they soon reached the top floor of Building B of the Longkai Tower. After checking in, they entered the room. This was Xiao Chen's first time in such a luxurious hotel. The decor was exquisite: wool carpets, marble floors, crystal chandeliers, and even a Van Gogh painting. Of course, the painting was undoubtedly a reproduction. The presidential suite featured 3 bedrooms, along with bathrooms, a study, a living room, and more than ample space for their needs. Bro, is this room okay? Of course it's fine. In truth, Chen Lijian had never stayed in such a high-end hotel before, only opting for more upscale Huazhu properties during his travels. Then Chen Lijian couldn't help but ask, by the way, Xiao Chen, why did my mother suddenly lose her ability to speak? The family doctor said it was caused by toxins in the body, but didn't you already drive them back? Xiao Chen knelt down, feeling Li Kueiwa's pulse as he spoke. Although I forced the toxins back, they're still accumulating inside her body. We still need to find a way to eliminate them. Her pulse is much weaker than before. I'll try again tonight. We'll need to make some preparations beforehand. Alright. Chen Lijian didn't ask Xiao Chen to wait there. Instead, he said, young brother Xiao Chen, if you have other matters to attend to, feel free to go ahead. I can manage here on my own. Xiao Chen felt he might be disruptive staying longer. Nodding, he replied, alright, I'll head back to the company first and join you and old Chen later. Alright. Xiao Chen descended the stairs and returned to the company. Jia Shidong retrieved yesterday's data again and compiled it into a PDF file. Chen Daosheng hadn't reported this to the police or anything. He needed to resolve this matter through his own means. Alright, thank you, young Jia Shidong. Chen Daosheng said with a smile, then joked to Xiao Guosheng, don't forget to give him a raise, ha. Mr. Chen, I will. Xiao Guosheng nodded with a smile, then turned to Zhang Li, double his commission. Make sure to include it when finalizing his pay. Understood, boss. Zhang Li immediately opened the performance sheet and doubled his commission. Hearing this, Jia Shidong felt both astonished and delighted. He had clearly caused Risheng Capital to lose 1 million yuan, yet he was receiving double commissions. Could this be some kind of blessing? He couldn't quite grasp it, but he didn't press further. Instead, he swiftly returned to his workstation and resumed his tasks. Zhang Li also went to handle his own tasks, leaving only Xiao Chen, Xiao Guosheng, Chen Daosheng, and Chen Liwei in the vast reception room. Xiao Chen sat on the sofa and asked, Old Chen, how do you plan to proceed from here? With this evidence, I may need to make a trip to Sakura country. You're going to Japan? Xiao Chen frowned, genuinely concerned for old Chen's safety. Chen Lao sensed Xiao Chen's concern. Rest assured, I won't be in any danger once I'm there. Sato Kojiro poisoning me must have served his purpose. If it means saving my wife, as long as his demands aren't too unreasonable, it shouldn't be a problem. He had come to terms with his situation. At his advanced age, he only wished for a peaceful twilight years. But if Sato Shojiro made unreasonable demands, he would risk his own life to stop him. Xiao Chen remained uneasy. When will you depart? Tomorrow. Chen Daosheng looked at Chen Liwei. Liwei, you'll come with me. Let your older brother take care of your mother. Yes, father. Chen Liwei nodded. Though traveling to the land of cherry blossoms might bring challenges, if he didn't go, his mother would be beyond saving. He had to go. At that very moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Xiao Chen's mind. Ding! Host has triggered a choice. Please make your selection within 120 seconds. Option 1, travel to Sakura country to protect Chen Daosheng when necessary. Immediate rewards, super Chinese martial arts, super physique, super combat skills, a weapon at hand. Option 2, engage in a satisfying intimate encounter with Xu Zhi tomorrow, reward, twins. Chapter 113, Why did Xiao Chen run off to Sakura country? Seeing Xiao Chen's utterly bewildered expression at the system's choice, he thought, wait, another set of twins? That'd exhaust Yuan Yuqin to death. Xiao Chen shook his head. Honestly, he wasn't too keen on going to Sakura country either. Choosing option 1 would definitely carry some risk. But not going. Xiao Chen felt a headache coming on.
The main issue was that he didn't speak the language if he went to Sakura country.
Just then, the system's voice sounded again, detecting the host's concerns. Congratulations on acquiring Japanese proficiency, Wing Chun Kung Fu, and Hard Qigong. What the hell? 3 more rewards? Xiao Chen was utterly bewildered. It seemed this trip to the land of cherry blossoms was unavoidable. But
Xiao Chen felt he needed to keep this from his parents and Xu Zhi. Since this was about protecting old Chen, the journey would undoubtedly involve considerable risks. If Xu Zhi found out he was going, she'd surely worry about his safety. He could only tell Xu Zhi that he needed to handle some business out of town.
At that moment, Xiao Guosheng inquired, Old Chen, would you like me to accompany you? No need, no need.
Old Chen shook his head.
This matter was none of their business. One's own affairs should be handled by oneself.
Xiao Guosheng offered a polite gesture.
Very well, Old Chen. Should there be anything I can assist with, please don't hesitate to let me know. All right.
Old Chen's face was clouded with sorrow. It seemed that Sato Shojiro came from a martial arts family in the land of cherry blossoms. He was incredibly skilled with swords like the katana, and even had some ninja under his command.
Of course, this was all hearsay. After handling these matters, noon arrived quickly.
Xiao Guosheng had already made reservations at a decent local restaurant.
Xiao Chen, you'll drive later.
Take Old Chen with you, and we'll all go for a meal together.
All right. Xiao Chen snapped out of his brief reverie and nodded.
At noon, they had a meal at the restaurant before escorting Old Chen back to his hotel. During this time, Xiao Chen once again employed his advanced medical skills to expel the toxins from Li Kuewa's body.
That afternoon, Xiao Chen processed his visa to Sakura country. Obtaining a tourist visa for Sakura country wasn't difficult these days, though the permitted stay couldn't be too long.
But he sensed he wouldn't be staying in Sakura country for very long. When Xiao Chen returned home that evening, his mother had already prepared a table full of dishes. Xiao Guosheng had invited old Master Chen to dine at home, but the elder had politely declined. He explained that he was leaving for Sakura country tomorrow and needed to prepare thoroughly today. Xiao Guosheng understood and suggested inviting him to dinner upon his return.
Old Master Chen smiled and agreed.
Dad, Mom, I might have to go out of town for a few days to take care of some business.
Xiao Chen spoke up. His father, mid-bite of braised pork, asked, what's so urgent? Can't it wait until after the new year?
Xiao Chen shook his head. There were still over 10 days left before the new year. There was still plenty of time.
It's a collaboration with another artist. The schedule is tight, so I really need to go. Xiao Chen then turned his gaze to Xu Zhi. Honey, I'll need you to keep a closer eye on the baby these days.
Don't worry, I'll bring you back some goodies.
Xu Zhi nodded at his words, pursing her lips. All right, but be careful on your trip. M'm, I've already bought the plane ticket. Grandma couldn't help but ask Xiao Chen, where are you going? I'm heading to Sichuan. It's quite a distance. All right, you can enjoy a nice trip over there, huh?
That's for sure.
Xiao Chen nodded, his gaze drifting towards Xu Zhi beside him.
Truth be told, he really did feel a bit reluctant to leave. But he could only force himself to suppress that feeling. That evening, after finishing his meal, Xiao Chen fell asleep. The next morning, Xu Zhi had breakfast ready for him early. Xiao Chen's flight was scheduled for 10 in the morning, and the journey to the land of cherry blossoms would take just over 2 hours.
Soon.
After finishing breakfast, Xiao Chen packed his luggage. Xu Zhi offered to drive him to the airport.
Xiao Chen didn't refuse either. Dad didn't see him off instead, he went to bid farewell to Chen Daoshang.
Mom and Grandma had to stay home to take care of the baby, so naturally they couldn't see him off either. At 9 o'clock, Xu Zhi drove the Xiaomi Yu7 to Jinghai Phoenix Airport. She parked in the 3-minute zone, her eyes filled with reluctance. Honey, make sure you let me know you've arrived safely.
And I'll be checking up on you. Okay. Xiao Chen smiled and agreed.
After a farewell kiss, he stepped out of the car.
I'm off, honey. Bye, have a safe trip.
As the car faded into the distance, Xiao Chen felt an inexplicable pang of sadness. He was certain he'd return. It was impossible for him to be left behind there. But something felt off right now. Xiao Chen hadn't chosen the same flight as old Chen. Chen had departed earlier, while Xiao Chen's departure was later. Of course, Xiao Chen had purchased a first-class ticket. After waiting a while in the luxury lounge, he boarded the plane. Seated by the window, Xiao Chen gazed at the azure sky, his heart heavy yet stirred with excitement. The heaviness stemmed from the inherent danger of this journey. The excitement stemmed from the fact that this was Xiao Chen's first visit to the land of cherry blossoms.
I wonder if I'll run into Teacher Shinonome. Xiao Chen wore a faint smile, reminiscent of an auntie's affection. Even though his little brother couldn't stand at attention anymore, he couldn't help but wonder. Over 2 hours later, the plane touched down smoothly at Tokyo International Airport.
This was also where Chen Daosheng had settled, though Xiao Chen still didn't know their exact whereabouts. After leaving the airport, the first sight to greet them was a sea of Sakura girls. But upon seeing them, Xiao Chen didn't find them particularly attractive. Their calves were thick, and they weren't very tall. Many were petite, standing at just 1.4 meters or even 1.5 meters. Boring. Xiao Chen shook his head. Now the problem arose. Where should I go? He couldn't help but ask the system, "System Dad, I'm already in Sakura country. Where should I go now?" The system responded, "Chen Daosheng has decided to head to Sato Bamboo Grove tomorrow. Host, explore Tokyo today and meet up with Chen Daosheng tomorrow." All right. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Since tomorrow was the start, he could enjoy himself today. What should he do? Xiao Chen pulled out his phone and searched for Tokyo travel guides. Sensoji Temple, Akihabara, Tokyo Tower. Following the itinerary, Xiao Chen began exploring. Meanwhile, at home, Xu Zhi thought to herself, Xiao Chen should be there by now. But why hadn't he sent her a message? Of course, this posed no challenge for Xu Zhi. She opened Douyin and tapped on Xiao Chen's profile page. At that very moment, Xiao Chen's IP address had already changed to Japan. Xu Zhi froze. Something was off. Xiao Chen said he was going to Sichuan, so why was he suddenly in Japan? Could it be a system glitch? She couldn't help but call Xiao Chen. Chapter 114, Sato Bamboo Grove. At that moment, Xiao Chen was strolling through Tokyo's streets, admiring the cherry blossoms. Suddenly, his phone rang. Xiao Chen picked it up and saw, holy crap, it was Xu Zhi. He'd forgotten to text her. Xiao Chen pressed to answer. Xu Zhi's voice came through the phone. "Hello, dear, have you arrived yet?" Xiao Chen nodded. "Yeah, I'm here. But how come I see you in Sakura country?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen was completely baffled. Wait, how did she know? Really? No way. But I saw your Douyin IP, it's in Sakura country. Xiao Chen froze, then thought to himself, damn system, hurry up and change my IP to Sichuan. Hurry up. System, change complete. Maybe I was connected to the plane's Wi-Fi earlier. Technology's advanced these days, you can even go online on flights now. Is that so? Xu Zhi opened Xiao Chen's Douyin app again, still skeptical. This time, the IP address had indeed changed to Sichuan. It really is. Dear, I'm just glad you're here. I won't bother you anymore. Go back to work. Only after Xu Zhi hung up did Xiao Chen take a deep breath. Xu Zhi, you're such a little detective figuring out my location just by checking my IP. Impressive. Xiao Chen continued browsing, even snapping numerous photos. As the birthplace of the otaku subculture, he spotted many people on the streets dressed in maid outfits. Probably not Gokudaka. There's a term online for them, I think they're called divine maidens. Out in broad daylight? Xiao Chen rolled his eyes and quickly moved on. Arriving in Tokyo, Xiao Chen was surprised to find that Huazhu hotels had branches everywhere. Then I'll stay here. The neighborhood was relatively safe, so security wasn't a concern for now. After booking a room, Xiao Chen went to Ideal Rice. The taste was mediocre at best, even a bit unpleasant. With Japan dumping nuclear wastewater into the ocean, Xiao Chen felt he couldn't stay here long. Short-term travel was fine, but living long-term on the island nation would surely shorten his lifespan. After a shower that evening, he fell asleep. The next day, at 5 in the morning, the system's voice sounded. Host, wake up. No more sleeping. Seeing no sign of Xiao Chen waking up, the system directly released a tingling electric current. In his sleep, Xiao Chen felt an electric current surge through his body, causing him to snap awake. Damn it, you damn system. What the hell are you doing? Old Chen is ready to depart. Please proceed to Tokyo Times Square and await Chen Daosheng there. Got it. Xiao Chen hurriedly changed into a set of clothes, but what was this handy weapon? System, the host may retrieve the weapon at any time, but once retrieved, it cannot be returned. Use it only when absolutely necessary. Xiao Chen understood. In other words, now wasn't the time to draw it. He checked out of the hotel and hurried downstairs. Without pausing for breakfast, Xiao Chen made his way toward Tokyo Times Square. Meanwhile, at the Tokyo Tower Hotel, Chen Daosheng and Chen Liwei emerged from the hotel as a light drizzle began to fall. Accompanying them were two bodyguards dressed in black suits, wearing sunglasses and black gloves. They were bodyguards who had worked alongside Chen Daosheng for over a decade, exceptionally skilled in combat. Son, let's go. Yes, father. This time, their target was Sato Bamboo Grove, the Sato family's deeply concealed stronghold. Moreover, Chen Daosheng had entered under the pretense of arranging displays without informing him. They arrived by car at Jingdong Times Square. From afar, he thought he spotted a familiar figure. At the same time, Chen Liwei also spotted Xiao Chen. He turned to Chen Daosheng and said, Dad, isn't that Xiao Chen, the young man? Why does he look so much like him? Chen Daosheng looked over and saw a young man not far away. But this young man wasn't just similar to Xiao Chen, he was clearly Xiao Chen himself.
What's he doing here?
Chen Daoxing was utterly perplexed, but since he had seen him, he felt he should at least say hello.
Xiao Chen? Chen Daoxing called out as he approached.
Xiao Chen turned his head at the sound. Grandpa Chen. He showed no surprise whatsoever, for Xiao Chen knew he would appear here.
But Chen Daoxing was different.
No one knew his whereabouts except himself.
Not even his own son, Chen Liwei, knew. What are you doing here?
Chen Daoxing hadn't expected to run into Xiao Chen here.
Xiao Chen spoke up. If I said it was a coincidence, would you believe me? Chen Daoxing wasn't a fool. He shook his head. Of course I wouldn't. All right. Xiao Chen didn't hide anything.
Truth is, I was worried about your safety, grandfather. I came yesterday intending to find Sato Shojiro with you.
No way.
Chen Daoxing refused without hesitation. The journey there is extremely dangerous.
You can't go. Xiao Chen froze. But if you're not taking me, how am I supposed to go? Old Chen, I'm already here. How can I not go? Still no. Chen Daoxing's expression turned exceptionally stern.
Xiao Chen, you're welcome to accompany me anywhere else, but this place is off limits.
Sato Kojiro comes from a martial arts lineage.
His intentions this time are certainly not pure.
Xiao Chen, it's impossible.
You can explore and enjoy Tokyo, but you absolutely cannot go there.
Just then, a black minivan pulled up beside them.
Chen Liwei, Dad, the car's here. Chen Daoxing got into the car with a stern expression. Xiao Chen tried to follow, but was stopped by the two bodyguards behind them.
Chen Liwei rolled down the window. Xiao Chen, you should go back now. This trip is dangerous. We'll talk later. Let's go. After the two black-suited bodyguards climbed in, they drove away. Xiao Chen sighed in resignation. Just then, a taxi pulled up behind them. After getting in, Xiao Chen spoke in Japanese. Follow that minivan. Keep some distance. Don't let them notice.
Hey! The young driver suddenly exclaimed hey in Japanese, which caught Xiao Chen off guard. So what they showed in those anti-Japanese war movies was real after all. The car maintained a steady distance behind the minivan, driving for over an hour before finally stopping.
They found themselves in a dense bamboo forest. For some reason, thick mist hung within the grove.
Chen Daoxing, Chen Liwei, and two bodyguards had already gotten out of the car nearby.
Xiao Chen hurriedly followed suit. But when he handed over the money and looked up again, he realized the four men had vanished. He guessed they must have headed deeper into the bamboo forest. Damn it!
Xiao Chen's face darkened, his expression tinged with helplessness. He felt like a headless fly again. With no other choice, he walked into the bamboo grove where Chen Daoxing had gotten out of the car. Visibility inside was extremely low, barely exceeding 10 meters. At that moment, the system announced, Host, the system will provide you with a 3D map of the Sato bamboo forest and the locations of patrol personnel.
Chapter 115, You Can Call Me Dad.
As soon as the system finished speaking, a large blue 3D map appeared in Xiao Chen's field of vision. Dotted across the map were red dots. The red dots likely indicated the positions of the fallen personnel. Each dot was accompanied by a fan-shaped icon, roughly representing the patrol officer's orientation and field of vision.
Xiao Chen's own position was displayed in green. Four blue figures were also visible on the map, likely Elder Chen, Chen Lijian, and the two bodyguards. System, you're amazing. Xiao Chen couldn't help but exclaim. There weren't many people around him at the moment.
Glancing around, he estimated there were over a dozen security patrols in this area alone.
Could this be a company?
Unaware of the situation inside, Xiao Chen simply skirted around the security guards and entered. Soon, he drew closer and closer to Chen Daoxing. The distance was too great for him to hear their conversation. He kept checking the panel for any red dots around Chen Daoxing.
Fortunately, the bamboo grove was quite large, and the group hadn't noticed Chen Daoxing's movements.
Soon, the mist before Xiao Chen gradually dispersed, revealing a villa resembling an ancient tiled roof house.
Cherry blossom trees surrounded it, though they appeared artificial.
At that moment, Chen Daoxing had been blocked by several thugs.
Xiao Chen hid behind a tree, listening to their entire conversation. Hey, what the hell are you doing here?
The young thug questioned Chen Daoxing about his purpose here, his expression stern and filled with deep suspicion. Beside him, Chen Liwei spoke in Japanese, We are honored guests of Sato Kojiro.
I've been here before. As he spoke, Chen Liwei drew a red token from his waist. Upon seeing the token, the guard nodded slightly. Ah, it's Liwei-kun. Please come in. Xiao Chen, hiding behind a tree? Holy crap, they just walked right in? Xiao Chen thought about it.
True, they must have made arrangements with the people inside, otherwise, there's no way they'd have come in just the four of them.
So what about him? Xiao Chen's face darkened. They were going in, but what about him? Just then, the system traced a route on the 3D map.
Host, this route has fewer guards, and you can take a hostage.
Xiao Chen was utterly bewildered. Wait, was it that thrilling? Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel like what he was experiencing now was straight out of a TV show.
He had to admit, it was genuinely interesting.
He followed the system's guidance and departed the location. At the same time, Chen Daosheng, Chen Liwei, and 2 bodyguards had already entered the villa's courtyard. Upon arriving in the courtyard, a sumo wrestler standing about 1.9 meters tall, weighing over 300 pounds, and sporting a topknot was already waiting for them. This colossal figure looked particularly intimidating, his face radiating hostility, clearly not someone to mess with. But Chen Daosheng clearly recognized him. "Mr. Ito, how have you been? Has Mr. Chen agreed to Sato Kuen's request?" The man addressed as Ito Kuen spoke in Chinese. Chen Daosheng's expression darkened. Indeed, yesterday he had handed over all the evidence obtained from Mushu to Sato Kojiro. Sato Kojiro had laughed maniacally over the phone before making a demand. If Chen helped him smuggle drugs to countries like Africa through his connections, he would reveal the location of the antidote. They had poisoned Li Kuewa's hotel room before her arrival, causing her poisoning. Without the antidote, she would die within 100 days. With less than 2 months remaining, Sato Kojiro was 100% certain he could leverage this threat against Chen Daosheng. He knew Chen Daosheng and Li Kuewa shared an exceptionally close bond, and Chen had already employed numerous means to prolong Li Kuewa's life. Chen Daosheng didn't respond to Ito Kojiro's words. His voice heavy, he said, "Take me to see Sato immediately. Let me lead the way." Ito led the way, guiding them into the interior of the enormous villa. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen struggled to crawl through a doggy door. His clothes were caked in mud. Damn it, the system had called this a road, but it turned out to be a damn dog hole. Fortunately, there were no patrols here. Once inside, he glanced around the villa. You know what? This little bastard really knows how to enjoy life. The villa's interior was actually quite nice. Just then, Xiao Chen suddenly heard the sound of someone reading aloud. But it was in Japanese. "Host, the child reading is Sato Kojiro's 8-year-old son." The system's voice chimed in, and Xiao Chen paused slightly. He asked, "Are you suggesting I capture his son to use as a hostage?" "Correct." Xiao Chen's face darkened. The main issue was that even if I captured him, it wouldn't be convenient to carry him around. Got it. A faint smile touched Xiao Chen's lips. He recalled browsing the system store earlier and noticing something resembling a torture potion. At the time, he'd been puzzled why would a child-rearing system include such a thing. Now, he understood. Opening the system panel, he found an item listed as Potion of Agony Worse Than Death. The name was straightforward. The key feature? This potion could disguise itself as anything. Impressive. Xiao Chen spent 100 daddy points to redeem it, and soon a lollipop appeared in his hand. Xiao Chen strode over confidently. At that moment, the sound of reading ceased. The 8-year-old boy spotted him and stared curiously. "Who are you?" the little boy asked. Xiao Chen replied, "I'm your dad, a friend of Sato Kojiro. My name is..." Xiao Chen suddenly remembered he didn't have a Japanese name. He made one up on the spot. "My name is Dammit. You can call me Dad." Dad? Xiao Chen knew the Japanese word for father was otosan, but this 8-year-old Japanese kid didn't know the Chinese word for father was dad. "That's right, kiddo. Here's a lollipop for you." Xiao Chen spoke these words in Chinese. After handing over the lollipop, the little kid took it without a moment's hesitation. Then popped it into his mouth. Xiao Chen froze. Sure enough, that bastard Sato Kojiro hadn't taught his son not to accept food from strangers. System, host, Sato Kamasuji has ingested poison. You may administer various effects through the system interface. Xiao Chen glanced at the options. Once consumed, this lollipop would grant near total control over all his organs for a year. Isn't this supposed to be a babysitting system? Why does it feel more like a torture system? While these functions couldn't kill someone outright, they could certainly torment them to the point of wishing they were dead. Xiao Chen immediately activated the level 3 stomach pain function. The little guy instantly clutched his stomach, letting out agonized moans. Ah! Oh, darn it! Chapter 116, A Heaven-Sent Blade? Fearing he might attract attention, Xiao Chen hurriedly left the area. Just then, he suddenly came face to face with an old man wielding a katana, clad in a white men's kimono. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, he let out a sharp baka before swiftly swinging his blade at him. It seemed he was out to kill Xiao Chen. Holy crap, you're serious! Seeing the cold gleam of the blade, Xiao Chen rolled aside. The sword whistled past his head, embedding itself into a nearby wooden support pillar. Though it didn't sever the pillar cleanly, the blade sank deep into it. Damn, this little bastard is trying to kill me. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, and just as he stood up, the blade swung toward him again. Holy crap! Xiao Chen knew he couldn't keep dodging like this. He quickly created some distance between himself and his opponent, then glanced around. A nearby flower bed held many bamboo plants, but bamboo was no match for a samurai sword. Just then, Xiao Chen suddenly remembered the reward the system had given him. Wasn't there a weapon? System, I wish to use the weapon. Host, the weapon can be deployed a total of 3 times. You have 2 remaining uses. Please raise your right hand and open your palm. Xiao Chen complied with the system's instructions, opening his hand. At that very moment, a blade materialized out of thin air in midair. Yes, it was a Chinese tang sword. When the tang sword materialized in Xiao Chen's hand, the little guy visibly froze. What the hell? A sword falling from the sky? What the hell? The kid didn't pause to figure it out. Instead, he kept charging forward, samurai sword raised. Xiao Chen could still track the other's positions in his peripheral vision. This little rascal had caught him off guard. He'd been too focused on the kid to notice. The little rascal raised his katana high. This time, Xiao Chen didn't dodge. Instead, he blocked the strike directly with his tang sword. Clang! The metallic clash pierced his eardrums. Having acquired numerous skills, Xiao Chen's strength was now vastly increased. Neither man withdrew their blades. Instead, they strained to overpower the other. Xiao Ri clenched his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. Xiao Chen noticed his muscles were unusually bulging, far more robust than his usual physique. Xiao Chen thrust forward with all his might. The tang sword scraped along the opponent's katana with a sharp screech. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen ducked low and swept his blade toward the opponent's midsection. But this Xiao Rizi was clearly no amateur either. He swiftly reversed his grip on the blade, parrying the strike and producing another metallic clang. This situation was highly unfavorable for him. The Japanese man knew continuing like this would put him at a disadvantage, so he quickly stepped back several paces, creating distance between himself and Xiao Chen. Who are you? Xiao Ri asked in halting Chinese. Xiao Chen froze, surprised that Xiao Ri spoke the language. I'm your father. Bakaya are you? Xiao Rizi gritted his teeth in fury. Clutching his katana with both hands, he charged forward once more. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Host, you may activate Hard Chi. Hard Chi can effectively block one attack. Hard Chi technique? This sounds powerful. Is there any risk or unexpected side effect? Still, he trusted the system. This time, Xiao Chen didn't dodge. Instead, he crouched low and swung his blade at the little guy's leg. What he didn't expect was that Xiao Ri would charge straight at him, swinging his blade toward Xiao Chen's head. With a sharp clang, the katana was halted just 0.01 centimeters from Xiao Chen's skull by an extraordinarily hard surface. The immense force sent a jolt of pain shooting through Little Day's palm. Was this hard qigong? How formidable! Xiao Chen recalled an anti-Japanese war drama where a character could supposedly block bayonets. So those anti-Japanese war dramas weren't fake after all. Xiao Chen was even more stunned now. No way? He swung the katana at his head, only to find it felt like chopping stone. Is this even earth? Meanwhile, Xiao Chen had already whipped his blade forward with a sharp whoosh, aiming straight for the Japanese guy's leg. Put! Blood gushed down Xiao Ri's leg. The wound was over 10 centimeters long, and through it, one could even see the deep white bone beneath. It was particularly bloody. Ah! Xiao Rizi began thrashing violently, collapsing to the ground and howling in agony. Xiao Chen noticed several red dots clearly moving toward him on the map. He suddenly stomped down hard between Xiao Rizi's legs. Xiao Ri suddenly turned inward at the knees, his eyes crossed like a cockfight, his body convulsing violently. Then, he passed out. Xiao Chen hurriedly left the area. This villa complex was exceptionally large and seemed to have minimal surveillance. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy for this group to track him down. Old Chen, where did you go? Xiao Chen searched the map for Old Chen's location and discovered that Old Chen had already entered the villa's interior. He had no choice but to steel himself and follow. Meanwhile, Ito had already brought Chen Daosheng and the other two to meet Sato. Sato was a man in his 30s, dressed in Japanese samurai attire with a bandage wrapped around his head. In the vast hall, numerous cherry blossom dancers performed a lively dance. The dancers wore kimonos and wooden geta sandals. Their makeup was bold and alluring, exuding a certain allure. Noticing Chen Daosheng's arrival, Sato beckoned him over. After the dancers withdrew, Sato rose from his seat. A sly smile played on his lips as he addressed Chen Daosheng. Mr. Chen, welcome. Please sit. Several subordinates had already brought chairs for them, but Chen Daosheng didn't sit immediately. He stated bluntly, "Where's the antidote?" Upon hearing this, Sato nonchalantly lit a cigar. Once Mr. Chen delivers my goods to every corner of the world, the antidote will naturally find its way into your hands. Chen Daosheng's expression darkened. But yesterday on the phone, you said the goods only needed to be delivered to Africa? My plans have changed. Sato Kojiro shrugged his shoulders. I changed my mind. What are you going to do about it? The final say rests with me. You really don't get it. Chen Liwei's expression turned fierce as he pointed at Sato. Sato, don't push your luck. I'm being over the top. What are you going to do about it? Sato grew cocky. This was the land of cherry blossoms, and this was his turf. So what if 4 people showed up? In fact, he'd already decided today if Chen Daosheng didn't agree to his demands. Then none of the 4 would be leaving alive today. Chen Liwei clenched his fists in rage, but having come all this way alone, they seemed powerless to do anything. I'll give you 10 minutes to consider. Please, have a seat. Sato's demeanor was impeccably elegant. Chapter 117, I want all your shares. With old Chen's manpower resources, shipping some goods to Africa might still be possible. But to penetrate the entire national market, that was 100% impossible. Even if he managed to ship to Africa, the pressure he'd face would be immense. Chen Liwei stared at Chen Daosheng with a grim expression. Dad, we can't agree to this. Otherwise, Chen Liwei felt trapped in a dead end. If they succeeded, the global anti-drug task force would surely bring them down. If they refused, whether they could even leave this place alive was uncertain. The only option left was to fight them to the death. But now, lurking in the shadows behind them, numerous masked ninjas were clearly watching them with predatory eyes. Chen Liwei realized they had been reckless. They shouldn't have come here directly. At the same time, they never imagined that Sato Shojiro would make such an outrageous demand. He actually dared to fantasize about shipping these D-grade goods all over the world. That was absolutely impossible. After a long pause, Chen Daosheng spoke slowly. Sato-kun, I cannot meet your demands. Do with me as you will. Chen Daosheng had lived his life with integrity. Though he had colluded with many underworld figures, he had never committed any heinous acts. He could never commit an act that endangered the entire world. Very well. Sato flashed a sly grin. I want every share of Sunrise under your name. Hand them over, and you may leave here alive today. Otherwise. At that moment, a small figure emerged from the shadows behind him. Clad in a red ninja outfit, the masked youth stood before them. 2 twin blades were strapped to his back. His gaze was sharp, radiating an overwhelming aura. Chen Daosheng froze upon seeing him, his pupils contracting. This was... Refuse, and not only will your old lady not be saved, but all 4 of you will die here with no place to bury your bodies. Sato Kojiro was confident in the ninja he had meticulously trained. At that very moment, the 2 bodyguards behind Chen Daosheng simultaneously drew jet-black pistols from their waists. They were Chen Daosheng's elite bodyguards, having served him for over a decade. From the moment they joined him, they had placed their lives in his hands. Should any mishap occur, their deaths would secure tens of millions in compensation for their families. Therefore, they feared death not at all. Sato paid no mind to the pistols drawn by the 2 bodyguards. Looks like you came prepared. But, 2 pistols? Do you really think that'll be enough to take us all down? Sato flashed a confident smile. Just as one bodyguard raised his gun to fire, 2 cross-shaped throwing knives suddenly flew out from the shadows. With a sharp whistling sound, they pierced their hands. Blazingly fast. One bodyguard's pistol was knocked from his hand. Another, gritting his teeth against the pain, fired a shot at Sato Kojiro. Bang! The muzzle aimed squarely at Sato Kojiro's forehead, but at that very moment, a black dart shot out, colliding with the bullet mid-air with a sharp clang. The bullet was deflected. The next second, another shuriken flew out, striking the forehead of the bodyguard who had just fired. Xiaolong! Chen Daosheng watched as Xiaolong collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Crimson blood flowed from the wound. Chen Xiaolong died with eyes wide open. Chen Xiaohu gritted his teeth. Then another dart flew out of the darkness, piercing Chen Xiaohu's calf. He collapsed to one knee, reaching for the pistol lying on the ground. But another clatter of metal echoed as both pistols were knocked away by darts. Sato wore a sly grin. Mr. Chen, have you made up your mind? I won't give you the shares, and I won't transport drugs for you either. Old Chen's tone was unwavering. Sato showed no surprise at Chen Daosheng's response. You will agree. At that moment, the young ninja in the red outfit moved. He drew the twin blades from his back and slowly advanced toward Chen Liwei's position. Old Chen instinctively shielded his son behind him. What are you doing? Kill me, cut me, do whatever you want to me. But don't touch my son. Sato merely smiled faintly at his words, offering no reply. Don't kill him just yet. I want Chen Dao to watch his son die before his very eyes. Xiao Ri's ferocity remained undiminished from years past. At that very moment, Xiao Chen had already slipped silently into position nearby. This time, Xiao Chen played it smart. On the way here, he'd secretly twisted Xiao Ri's neck, avoiding any real fight. It was his way of contributing to the nation. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt as though he were participating in an undercover operation. Thrilling. After quietly reaching the second floor, Xiao Chen looked down into the hall below. One of old Chen's bodyguards lay dead, while Chen Dao was bound and gagged. A young man clad in red ninja attire brandished a katana, attempting to slice off Chen Liwei's ear. Xiao Chen froze. How could this feel so reminiscent of the past? Xiao Chen immediately drew a shuriken, the one he'd retrieved from the unconscious ninja he'd just knocked out. He was fully proficient in using shuriken. With a whizzing sound, Xiao Chen struck the red-clad ninja squarely between the eyebrows. The ninja collapsed with a thud. Had Xiao Chen been a few seconds slower, Chen Liwei's ear would have been severed. Who's there? Sato froze, his heart pounding with shock. Someone had actually killed his red-clad ninja outright. At the same time, Chen Daosheng was puzzled. They had only come with 4 people who could have come to his aid? You little bastard, you dog-er. Your skills haven't diminished a bit since the old days. Xiao Chen peered out from behind a pillar, the Chinese Tang sword still in his hand. Chen Daosheng and Chen Liwei stared blankly at Xiao Chen. Wait, how did Xiao Chen get here? Who are you? Sato froze momentarily as Xiao Chen spoke. What the hell? Seeing someone about to move, Xiao Chen quickly interjected, freeze. Sato, right? I advise you to hand over the antidote for old man Chen's wife immediately. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Hearing this, Sato instantly sensed Xiao Chen was a threat. Xiao Chen continued, you have an 8-year-old son named Sato Kamasuji, right? I've already poisoned him. What? Sato Kojiro's pupils contracted at the words. Who the hell are you? Just then, outside the hall, several bodyguards dragged in the man who had just fought Xiao Chen and been defeated. Behind them followed a henchman cradling his son. Xiao Chen activated every torture mechanism. Sato Kamasuji now writhed like poison had taken hold, his face contorted in agony as he screamed and thrashed. Sato Kojiro clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he demanded, hand over the antidote immediately, or else. Or else what? Xiao Chen replied, at worst, you kill me. But your son will still die within 3 days. Chapter 118, no antidote? Neither do I. Xiao Chen was certain Sato wouldn't dare take his life. Sure enough, after seeing his child crying incessantly, Sato Kojiro visibly grew anxious. You? He kept soothing the child in his arms in Japanese. Air Liang had already leaped off the second floor at his build, jumping from 6 or 7 meters posed no problem. Next, Xiao Chen severed the ropes binding Chen Daosheng with 2 swift strokes. Whoosh! Then, Xiao Chen helped old Chen to his feet. Old Chen, are you alright? Severely injured, Chen Xiaohu had already passed out. Old Chen stared at Xiao Chen in shock. Xiao Chen, how did you get here? Xiao Chen, I followed your vehicle, of course. But I kept my distance and didn't make a scene. Rest assured, old Chen. With me here now, you'll definitely get out of here safely. Xiao Chen believed that since he had bound the system and it had directed him here, he faced no mortal danger. Unless he went out of his way to court trouble. But Xiao Chen wasn't the type to court death. What exactly did you do to my son? At that moment, Sato Shojiro's son, Sato Shimatsu, had fainted from the pain. Sato Shojiro had studied the world's most advanced poison-making techniques at the Divine Servant Church in Sakura Country, which was why he'd gone to such lengths to transport these toxins out. Yet upon examining his son, he found no wounds on his body, only a distinct. The scent of an orange lollipop. Could it be that lollipop? Poisoning, huh? Xiao Chen remarked indifferently, is this world filled with nothing but poisonous people? Not a trace of fear flickered in his eyes. Sato Kojiro strained to find a crack in Xiao Chen's gaze, but there truly was none. Sato's expression darkened, but he refused to yield to this young man. He waved toward Xiao Chen's position. Instantly, over a dozen ninjas clad in black ninja attire emerged from behind. Similar to the red-clad ninjas, they too wore masks, revealing only their eyes, each wielding a katana. Seeing the dozen masked ninjas, Xiao Chen's heart sank. I'm telling you, I don't have the antidote on me. It's in Great Xia. Xiao Chen was clearly panicking. Then have someone deliver it. Xiao Chen hastily discarded the tang sword in his hand while raising his arms once more. He silently commanded, System, I need to retrieve my weapon. This time, a shotgun materialized out of thin air above the ceiling. The moment it landed in Xiao Chen's hands, he decisively cocked it and fired a shot. One ninja was instantly knocked flying backward by the immense force of the blast. Chen Daosheng? Chen Liwei? Sato Kojiro? Xiao Chen, shotgun in hand, let's see who dares to come near. Xiao Chen's heart leapt with delight. Holy crap, you damn system, you refused to give me a shotgun earlier, but now you're handing it to me? This AA-12 model features a circular magazine with a total capacity of 20 rounds. So, spraying everyone on the scene to death shouldn't be a problem. Upon seeing the shotgun materialize out of thin air, a particularly ominous thought suddenly crossed Sato Kojiro's mind. He recalled his seniors mentioning during training that the world held an extremely small number of martial artists. These warriors possessed abilities beyond ordinary humans, and he feared that Xiao Chen might be one of them. If he was a warrior, they would certainly be no match for him. Though warriors were merely legends, they weren't entirely impossible. Sato Kojiro finally panicked. Seeing this, Xiao Chen raised his right hand once more. System, I need more. Xiao Chen sensed that the weapon below must be even more powerful than the AA-12. Host, you may retrieve one final time. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. This time, a Gatling gun capable of spewing blue flames materialized directly in Xiao Chen's hands. Everyone. Wait, what? Is this still Blue Star? Seeing the Gatling gun in Xiao Chen's hands, their hearts sank. In some games, this gun might be particularly cumbersome. But in reality, it was a weapon capable of mowing down entire armies. Forget about a dozen ninjas. Even if there were 100 ninjas, after a dozen seconds of gunfire, they'd be off to meet the grandma. You're a martial artist? Sato's heart skipped a beat at that moment. Xiao Chen froze. Martial artist? What kind of martial artist? What on earth was a martial artist? Seeing Sato Kojiro's expression, it was clear he feared martial artists. So Xiao Chen replied, I didn't expect you to see through me.
Xiao Chen feigned surprise, but Sato's expression darkened upon hearing this.
My friend, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, wondering what exactly a warrior was. Surely they couldn't be like the ones in novels, capable of soaring through the heavens and diving into the earth. Just then, one of the ninjas clad in black, taking advantage of Xiao Chen's momentary distraction, lunged forward and thrust his blade toward Xiao Chen's chest. Xiao Chen had no time to dodge, but at the critical moment, he activated his hard chi technique. Block! The clang of metal echoed as the ninja was sent flying by the immense force. Startled, Xiao Chen raised his AA-12 and unleashed a hail of bullets. Bang! A cloud of blood mist erupted from his body as dozens of pellets pierced his flesh. He was dead as a doornail. Xiao Chen wasn't sure if killing someone in Zai was a problem. But he felt that as long as he could get Chen Daosheng out today, he would handle everything. At this moment, Chen Daosheng was utterly terrified by the aura emanating from the youth before him. Could this really be a sophomore? He killed without batting an eye. Xiao Chen couldn't explain why, but watching horror movies used to terrify him. But now, not only was he not afraid, but he even felt a bit excited. Perhaps it had something to do with the system or their little life together. The thought of all the martyrs sacrificed during the war of resistance against Japan filled Xiao Chen with a deep, seething hatred for the little days. Xiao Chen's body could withstand a samurai sword. This alone proved he was a martial artist. Chen Liwei picked up the Gatling gun from the ground, ready to fire. Everyone back. At that moment, Sato finally spoke. Xiao Chen's black muzzle pointed at him. Where's the antidote? Tell me now. Otherwise, I have 1,000 ways to make you talk. Xiao Chen could tell Sato was deeply afraid of martial artists. With a hint of resignation, Sato Kojiro spoke. I don't know where the antidote is. Xiao Chen was utterly baffled by this. You administered the poison, yet you claim ignorance about the antidote? Are you going to talk? You're facing death, and you still dare to be stubborn? Sato Kojiro sighed in exasperation. For this poison, there truly was no antidote. Just like paraquat once invented, it remained incurable. Sir, there truly isn't one. Xiao Chen, then there isn't one for the poison I gave your son either. Chapter 119, I'll spare you this time. You. It was clear that Sato Shojiro knew Xiao Chen was lying to him. But he truly hadn't deceived Xiao Chen. In fact, he didn't know how to phrase it to get him to save his son. Xiao Chen's expression darkened. Cut the nonsense. He once again aimed the shotgun barrel at Sato Shojiro. Sato Shojiro spoke with a hint of resignation. In your country, there's a pesticide used on crops called paraquat. And the poison I used is essentially the same type. So it's not that I don't want to give you the antidote, it's because I don't have it either. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, for Sato Kojiro didn't seem to be lying now. But if that was the case, Grandma Li Kuihua was beyond saving. Xiao Chen could keep helping her expel the toxins from her body. But relying solely on those blue pills. If Xu Zhi caught him, it would be all over. Old Chen, what should we do about him? Xiao Chen could now follow Old Chen's orders completely. If he gave the word, Xiao Chen could end his life instantly. Old Chen was no ordinary man. Just as he was about to take Sato Kojiro's life, Sato Kojiro spoke again. Wait. Sato Kojiro spoke up, I have a master. He taught me the art of poison making. Perhaps my master has a solution. Let me go. I'll go ask him. Sato Kojiro looked desperate to save his own skin. Xiao Chen shook his head. Why should we believe you? What if you deceive us after leaving? I won't deceive you. Sato Kojiro gripped his child's shoulders. My child was poisoned by your venom. Rest assured, I, Sato Kojiro, am a man of my word. You can ask Mr. Chen. Xiao Chen mentally blocked out his words. After all, if the Japanese had kept their word, the Nanjing massacre would never have happened. When the Japanese entered Nanjing, they promised not to harm civilians. And what happened? Xiao Chen took a deep breath. Truthfully, he still wanted to save Li Kuihua. Call your master now. My master lives on Nagasaki Island year-round. There's no signal there, so I'm afraid I can't reach him. Call. Gazing into the pitch-black muzzle, a geisha handed Sato Kojiro's phone to him. After several failed attempts, the call still wouldn't connect. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. Old Chen, should we give him a chance? Old Chen hesitated slightly. Saving Li Kueiwa's life weighed heavier on his mind than taking Sato Kojiro's. But he couldn't fully trust Sato Kojiro either. Old Chen remained silent, his expression grim. Host, this situation will turn around. You can let Sato Kojiro off for now. He will surprise you. The system's voice suddenly echoed in Xiao Chen's ears. He paused slightly, then nodded. Understood. Give me your answer soon. I trust you. Now, it's time to settle the score for you killing my bodyguard. Xiao Chen stared at Chen Xiaolong's lifeless body lying on the ground, his heart heavy with sorrow. A living, breathing human life. Seeing a glimmer of hope in the situation, he spoke up. You can seize all my funds in Sunrise Capital. Consider it my way of paying for the mistakes I made at Sunrise. Xiao Chen turned his head and asked, Old Chen, how much capital does Sato Kojiro have in Sunrise Capital? Approximately 50 million yuan. 50 million?
To him now, money was just a string of numbers.
But for the family behind this bodyguard, it might not be. He was already dead. The best resolution was to compensate his family with a sum of money. At this moment, Xiao Chen asked Chen Daosheng, Old Chen, is that acceptable? Chen Daosheng nodded awkwardly. I purchased substantial insurance policies for every bodyguard.
This 50 million yuan will also be paid to Xiaolong's family.
All right.
At that moment, Xiao Chen turned his gaze back to Sato Kojiro. The antidote for your son must be obtained in person from me in Great Xia. We shall meet in Great Xia in 3 days.
Old Chen, let's go.
Xiao Chen took a deep breath, unsure if this approach was the right one. But since the system had spoken, he would give it a chance. After turning away, the other ninjas around him remained motionless.
Observing Chen Daosheng's expression, Xiao Chen felt as though he had aged many years in that instant.
Just then, the weapons in Xiao Chen and Chen Liwei's hands vanished into thin air. Xiao Chen, however, showed no surprise.
It must have been the system's doing. In other words, the people around them no longer posed a threat.
Mr. Xiao, I'll send a vehicle to escort you back. Furthermore, I will arrange for personnel to transport the remains of this bodyguard brother back to Great Xia for you. Sato Kojiro attempted to salvage some goodwill through these gestures, but Xiao Chen harbored not a shred of favor toward him. No need to send us back, but please do transport the body for us.
Very well. Xiao Chen, Chen Daosheng, Chen Liwei, and bodyguard Qin Xiuhu departed the villa together, then left Sato's bamboo grove. They encountered no harm along the way. Meanwhile, after watching Xiao Chen and the others depart, Sato Kojiro felt a wave of lingering fear. Finally gone.
He never imagined that the legendary martial artists of legend truly existed in this world.
Jiaonin. At that moment, a ninja approached Sato Kojiro and asked, shall we quietly dispose of those men?
As he spoke, the ninja made a throat-slitting gesture.
Sato Kojiro stared blankly. What the hell? You want to kill them?
Without hesitation, he lashed out with a sharp slap across the ninja's face.
Are you brain dead? They're warriors. Do you think you can take them on? Besides, if you kill them, who will save my son? Get out of my sight.
Sato Kojiro grew up in the Great Xia Empire and only returned to the land of cherry blossoms in recent years. Thus, his Chinese was excellent, and he had been deeply influenced by Great Xia culture. Yet his heart remained as dark as ever.
Xiao Chen, what exactly is a martial artist as mentioned by Sato Kojiro? I don't know.
Xiao Chen shook his head. He truly had no way to explain weapons appearing out of thin air or vanishing from his hands. But Chen Daosheng was an exceptionally reasonable man. Since Xiao Chen hadn't spoken, he certainly wouldn't press further.
Let's go back to the country together. Xiao Chen nodded.
If he returned even a few hours later, Xu Zhi might worry about him.
The same went for his parents. Grandfather, once we're back, don't mention this to anyone.
Neither my parents nor my wife know I came to Japan.
Rest assured, Xiao Chen. Chen Daosheng nodded solemnly.
Chapter 120, The Perfect Opportunity to Kill Him.
Chen Daosheng couldn't help but ask, Xiao Chen, what about my wife? We'll have an answer in 3 days. Xiao Chen spoke without emotion.
He added, and I have no intention of letting Sato Kojiro return alive.
Old Chen's expression tightened.
At that moment, Xiao Chen fixed his gaze on him. Old Chen, you must help me resolve this matter.
I understand.
Xiao Chen was doing him a favor, and Chen Daosheng didn't want Sato Kojiro to return alive either. Therefore, helping Xiao Chen resolve this matter was a piece of cake.
All those years, all that money spent, all those people cultivated, wasn't it all for this very moment?
That same afternoon, Old Chen purchased tickets for Xiao Chen and the others to fly to Daxia. By 6 o'clock that evening, their flight touched down at Jinghai Phoenix Airport. Upon hearing of his return, Xu Zhi personally drove to pick him up. From afar at the arrivals gate, Xiao Chen spotted Xu Zhi waiting for him.
Xu Zhi bounced toward him, waving cheerfully. Xiao Chen walked over with a smile. Darling, how long have you been here? Only about 2 hours. Xiao Chen froze. Aren't you at home with the kids? Mom and Grandma take care of the kids.
Ever since Grandma arrived, I haven't had to look after them at all.
Xu Zhi was utterly content with her current life, feeling profoundly happy.
And even though Xiao Chen had only been gone for a day, she missed him terribly.
Wait a minute. Xu Zhi suddenly realized something. Why had Xiao Chen returned after just 1 day? Wasn't he supposed to be gone for several days? Oh, right, why did you come back so soon?
I went, then wrapped things up at the speed of light.
Xiao Chen flashed a mischievous grin. After all, I missed my wife. Smooth talker.
Xu Zhi hooked her arm through his, and the two walked out together. Although Old Chen had gotten off the plane with Xiao Chen, he didn't come out with him. This kind of thing had to be kept confidential, after all. Xu Zhi kept glancing at the Xiaomi YU7.
The family's Bentleys and Porsches were far too expensive, she'd never dare drive them.
After getting in the car, Xu Zhi sat in the driver's seat and started driving.
Xiao Chen was puzzled, though this wasn't the route home. Honey, where are we going? Xiao Chen asked. Guess. Xu Zhi gave a sly smile. Seeing that smile, Xiao Chen froze. Something was off. Something was very off. Could it be? Let me out of the car. No way. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, thinking, no way, why hasn't your period come yet? Xiao Chen was put through the ringer until 8 o'clock at night. Then they went out for dinner at Boss's Fish Love before finally heading home. Home was the same as always. Dad wasn't there, out socializing. Mom and Grandma were watching the kids. When Mom saw Xiao Chen, she paused in surprise. Xu Zhi said she was going to pick you up. I didn't expect you'd actually come back. How was your time in Sichuan? Not so great. Xiao Chen shook his head. No matter how wonderful the outside world is, it's never as good as home. Exactly. You're such a kid, but you're absolutely right. Xiao Chen took Bao from his grandmother's arms. He held the child and looked him over. Just then, Dad returned. Oh, son, you're back. His father paused slightly upon seeing Xiao Chen. Why are you back so early? Is it too early? Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. Dad, you don't want to see me? Should I just leave then? No. Xiao Guosheng shook his head hastily. But you've been gone for days. Well, I finished my work, missed my wife, so I came back. Missed your wife, so you came back. Dad repeated Xiao Chen's words in a sarcastic tone. Xiao Chen's face darkened. His dad hadn't always been like this. Ever since becoming chairman of Muxa Group, he'd grown increasingly strange. Dad, if you're sick, go get treated. This isn't a hospital. Get out. Xiao Guosheng dropped the joking tone and regained his serious demeanor. He sat down and chatted with Xiao Chen about his experiences in Sichuan. Xiao Chen, equally serious, bragged about his achievements. He didn't give away a single hint of his true feelings. That evening, Xiao Chen called Chen Daosheng to inquire about Li Kuehua's condition. Old Chen reported that Li Kuehua was doing reasonably well, though she still couldn't speak. Xiao Chen offered a few words of comfort before hanging up. Time flew by, and before they knew it, 3 days had passed. Xiao Chen was at home watching the baby with Xu Zhi when his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He pressed to answer, and the voice of Sato Shojiro came through. Mr. Xiao, hello. The Joker paused slightly upon hearing his voice, surprised that Sato Kojiro had actually reached out to him. So, have you gotten your hands on the antidote yet? Xiao Chen inquired. Sato Kojiro hummed in response over the phone, yes, but... His voice trailed off. Xiao Chen pressed, but what? But you'll need to go somewhere to retrieve it. Go somewhere to get it? Xiao Chen didn't understand his meaning. What do you mean by that? Well, the antidote requires many medicinal ingredients and natural components to synthesize. And I'm the only one who can synthesize this drug. Xiao Chen understood the implication. Essentially, he was still useful. If they killed him, Li Kuehua would be beyond saving. Xiao Chen hummed in acknowledgement. All right. When can you provide the raw materials? I'll send people to gather them. Well. Sato Kojiro on the other end of the line visibly hesitated before continuing. I can come to Daxia immediately. Could you give me the antidote for my son first? Now you're negotiating terms with me? Xiao Chen's expression darkened. Your son has only days left to live. Are you sure you want to negotiate terms at this moment? Xiao Chen had been tormenting Fujimokusan intermittently over the past few days, intensifying and easing the pressure, leaving Sato Kojiro with a profound sense of impending doom. Hearing this, Sato Kojiro could only sigh helplessly. No. I'll send you the list of items needed, though some are exceptionally hard to find. Please, Mr. Xiao, give me the antidote first. I need to save my son. Your son won't die. Xiao Chen replied casually, I can control when it takes effect. If you don't cooperate properly, then I'm afraid I'll have to make an exception. Xiao Chen flashed a sly smile, leaving Sato utterly helpless. Very well. I'll wait until you've gathered all the items before coming to find you in Daxia. Just then, the system suddenly activated. Option 1, immediately lure Sato Kojiro to Daxia and eliminate him. Reward, 90% reduction in Li Kuehua's toxin effects. Option 2, follow Sato Kojiro's lead and be manipulated by him. No reward. Xiao Chen froze. Option 1 presented a golden opportunity to eliminate Sato Shojiro. Chapter 121, Flying to Jiangcheng by Helicopter. Xiao Chen felt that neutralizing 90% of the Li Kueihua toxin's effects was sufficient. Moreover, he could use the antidote for Sato Kojiro to demand that he reveal the steps for creating the antidote. Though he might withhold some details. Xiao Chen sighed. Never mind. I see you're quite sincere. Come find me in Daxia, and I'll give you the antidote for your child. But you must also provide me with the detailed formula and method for creating the antidote. Once we've exchanged everything, we'll be even. Agreed. I'll come find you in Daxia immediately. On the other end, Sato Shojiro couldn't help but marvel at how reasonable Xiao Chen was. Sato Kojiro hung up the phone. Xiao Chen paused for a moment, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. But did he know his location?
A few minutes later, Xiao Chen's phone rang again. He had expected it to be Sato Kojiro asking for his location, but it wasn't. It was old Chen Daoshang.
Xiao Chen quickly answered.
On the line, old Chen spoke. Xiao Chen, Sato Kojiro says he's coming to our great Xia. He also said he intends to find me at the Chen Manor. Chen Daoshang wanted to ask about Xiao Chen's plans. After all, Xiao Chen had once said he intended to take his life.
Xiao Chen asked, grandfather, have you returned yet?
Chen Daoshang replied, no, I'm still in Jinghai.
Xiao Chen, come with me back to Jiangchen. All right. Since Sato was heading to the Chen family manor, Xiao Chen and the others had to go there to wait for him.
Meet me on the rooftop of Longhu Tower in Jinghai.
Someone will be waiting below to assist you. Time is tight, we'll take a helicopter this time. Xiao Chen froze. He'd flown in airplanes before, but helicopters? He'd never actually flown in one before. Got it.
Xiao Chen walked back from the balcony to the living room and said to Xu Zhi, honey, I need to step out again for something.
Be back tomorrow. Xu Zhi clearly wasn't pleased. He'd only been back from Sichuan for 3 days, why did he have to leave again? She couldn't help asking, where are you going this time?
To old Chen's place.
I need to handle some matters.
Oh. At that moment, Xiao Chen was actually afraid Xu Zhi might suddenly ask to accompany him. After all, back when they were at old Chen's place, the two of them had truly been happy together. Back then, Xu Zhi had clung to him like a clingy little fairy. But now, Xu Zhi showed no intention of going. She said, then hurry back.
The new year is almost here. I know. Xiao Chen leaned in and gently kissed Xu Zhi's forehead. I'll give you a big red envelope for the new year. Thank you, husband. Xu Zhi said sweetly. Xiao Chen had no intention of packing his bags, he'd be back tomorrow anyway. I'll be going now. You're not taking anything? I'll be back tomorrow. I just put these clothes on today. It's fine. All right. Since her parents had taken grandma out shopping, Xu Zhi was home alone. They should be back in just over 10 minutes. Xiao Chen grabbed the Porsche keys and headed out the door. Driving the pink sports car, Xiao Chen arrived at the Longhu Tower in Jinghai.
It wasn't far from his father's company, and the rooftop of Longhu Tower featured several helipads for direct aircraft landings. Upon his arrival, a man dressed in a black suit approached Xiao Chen's car. Hello. May I ask if you are Xiao Chen, whom Mr. Chen arranged for me to meet?
Xiao Chen nodded. Hello, it's me. Let me help you park. Old Chen is already waiting for you on the top floor.
There were plenty of parking spots nearby, but Xiao Chen shook his head. Instead, after parking, he asked to be escorted up.
Upon reaching the top floor, only Chen Daoshang was waiting for Xiao Chen. Startled, Xiao Chen asked, grandfather, where are your 2 sons and grandmother? Chen Daoshang replied, they've already taken a car back to Jiangchang.
Your grandmother can't fly, so both children are accompanying her.
I see. Xiao Chen nodded. At that moment, Chen Daoshang inquired, have you ever flown in a helicopter before? Xiao Chen looked at the gleaming silver helicopter and shook his head.
No, I've only ever seen these things in the sky before.
This is my first time seeing one up close. Ha ha ha. Chen Daoshang thought Xiao Chen was joking.
He said, get in the car first, wait, get on the helicopter first, Xiao Chen. Old Chen opened the rear door of the helicopter for Xiao Chen. The back seat had only 2 seats, each equipped with a 4-point safety harness and even a face mask connected to an oxygen supply.
It was indeed Xiao Chen's first time flying.
Once aboard, he felt a bit overwhelmed.
Seeing Xiao Chen's bewildered expression, Chen Daoshang chuckled, ha ha. Just buckle up. The flight will only take about half an hour. It'll be quick. All right. After boarding, a pilot began operating the aircraft.
Chen Daoshang handed Xiao Chen a pair of noise-canceling headphones. Put these on.
The noise is particularly loud during takeoff. All right.
With the headphones on, the aircraft slowly ascended. A sensation of weightlessness washed over Xiao Chen, making him feel a bit dizzy.
Damn.
I never get carsick or seasick, but I guess I'm getting a bit helicopter sick. Good thing I don't ride these things often. The helicopter tilted slightly after takeoff, but he was securely strapped into his seat. Looking down at the scenery below, it was pretty impressive. At least it was far more thrilling than flying in a plane. After about half an hour, the helicopter gently touched down within the Chen family estate grounds. No traffic jams, straight-line flight. The speed was indeed impressive. After disembarking, Chen Daoshang led Xiao Chen into a villa they frequently visited. Upon entering, a butler promptly brewed a pot of tea for them. Chen Daoshang asked, Xiao Chen, what's your plan? Xiao Chen didn't respond directly to old Chen's question. Instead, he asked, old Chen, how many men do you think Sato Kojiro will bring this time? Xiao Chen was certain Sato Kojiro wouldn't come alone. Chen Daoshang replied, I don't know for sure, but I've already placed informants at the airport.
Once Sato Kojiro arrives in Jiangcheng, the news will come through quickly. That's good. Xiao Chen suspected he might bring his son along, since he would only reveal the full formula for the antidote after it took effect. So, Xiao Chen, what's your plan?
Hearing this, Xiao Chen frowned slightly.
He no longer possessed any weapons.
Old Chen, once Sato Kojiro gives us the antidote ingredients and formula, we'll take care of him.
Find a suitable moment and just shoot him. Xiao Chen assumed Old Chen must have a gun.
If he carried a black pistol in Sakura country, he surely had one here too.
Understood. Old Chen nodded and took a deep breath. Chapter 122, Meeting Sato Kojiro Again.
Initially, Xiao Chen had decided to take care of Sato Kojiro himself. But upon careful consideration, it didn't really matter whether he or Chen Daosheng dealt with him.
Alright, Xiao Chen.
I'll go prepare. Feel free to explore the estate.
Consider this place your home. Alright. Chen Daosheng rose and departed.
Having stayed here for so long, Xiao Chen had long since lost any sense of novelty about the Chen family estate. The room he and Xu Zhi had stayed in last time, Chen Daosheng had said, would always be kept ready for them as long as the estate stood. No one else would ever occupy it. Xiao Chen found this world quite remarkable, encountering a figure like Chen Daosheng, who had assisted him so many times.
Xiao Chen picked up his phone. He'd taken quite a few photos during the helicopter ride and sent them to Xu Zhi.
Clearly, his mother and grandmother had returned by now.
She replied instantly, "Did you take a helicopter back to Zhangcheng?"
Yep.
Xiao Chen sent her a mischievous grin emoji. "It was my first time." "How was it?" Xu Zhi asked. "Xiao Chen, I don't get airsick on planes, but helicopters definitely make me queasy. It's pretty rough, I wouldn't recommend it. But I want to try it." Seeing Xu Zhi's message, Xiao Chen chuckled and replied, "Sure. I'll ask Old Chen when he's free and take you for a ride too." "Huh? Isn't that a bit much?" Xu Zhi felt it might be an intrusion. Of course, Xiao Chen hadn't intended to ask. If Xu Zhi wanted to experience it, he could take her. But bothering Old Chen? Better not.
About 20 minutes later, Old Chen returned.
"Grandpa, is everything arranged?" "MHM. Chen Daosheng nodded. "Sato Kojiro just called me. He should be here in about 2 hours." "That fast?" Xiao Chen paused slightly. He had to admit, the man moved with remarkable speed.
"Then we'll just need to find another place to wait for him." This villa was where Chen Daosheng lived.
Since they needed to receive Sato Kojiro first, changing locations was essential.
Chen Daosheng led Xiao Chen to the same place where he had celebrated his birthday last time. The space here was exceptionally large, with plenty of shadowy corners perfect for hiding assassins. Before arriving, Xiao Chen had bought a lollipop from the supermarket downstairs in the complex. This lollipop would serve as the antidote for Sato Kojiro. "By the way, Xiao Chen," Chen Daosheng asked at this moment, "you brought the antidote for Sato Kojiro, right? Grandfather, do you still intend to let him live?" Xiao Chen added, "If you killed his father in front of him, this child will surely seek revenge when he grows up. Therefore, you must eliminate the threat completely." Hearing this, Chen Daosheng couldn't help but marvel at Xiao Chen's ruthlessness. But he admired men like that. "You little brat." Chen Daosheng burst into laughter. Though Xiao Chen hadn't seen much of the world, he knew men like Chen Daosheng had blood on their hands. After that, Xiao Chen and Chen Daosheng didn't leave the place. Instead, numerous bodyguards dressed in black suits, resembling Chen Xiaolong and Chen Xiaohu, came and went. Some even carried pitch-black guns. 2 hours later, spies Chen Daosheng had stationed outside relayed news. Sato Kojiro had disembarked the plane with his son and 6 men in black suits. After disembarking, the 8 of them boarded 3 separate vehicles. The cars headed straight for the Chen family estate. He actually brought 6 bodyguards. Chen Daosheng's expression darkened as he contemplated his next move. "Grandfather, when he's ready to leave, just shoot him. Don't worry, I've positioned snipers outside." "All right." Another 20 minutes passed before Chen Daosheng's phone rang. "Check the goods. Have him come see me." Chen Daosheng's voice was low and commanding. At the same moment, outside the Chen family estate, Sato Kojiro had been stopped in his tracks. Routine inspection, no weapons allowed inside. Sato Kojiro reluctantly submitted to the inspection, which even combed through his hair and checked inside his shoes. Once cleared, only Sato Kojiro and his son, Sato Kosugi, were permitted entry. The others must wait here. A butler led the way with utmost respect, while Sato Kojiro cautiously observed every movement around him. This was a habit ingrained over his years as a ninja. Upon entering the reception hall, Xiao Chen and Chen Daosheng spotted Sato Kojiro. Today he was dressed in a businesslike manner, wearing a black suit with his hair slicked back in a pompadour. At first glance, he actually looked quite handsome. Xiao Chen thought such a man would surely be popular with college students. "Mr. Chen." Sato Kojiro addressed him with a slightly Japanese accent. Chen Daosheng narrowed his eyes and gave a slight nod. "Did you bring everything I requested?" In Chen Daosheng's eyes, Sato was already a dead man. He intended to proceed directly with the transaction and send him to meet his emperor as soon as possible. "I brought them." Though he claimed to have it, Sato Kojiro made no move to produce it. "The antidote for my son." His son's face remained contorted in agony, as if enduring unbearable pain. "This is your son's antidote." Xiao Chen pulled a lollipop from his pocket. Upon seeing it, Sato Kojiro's pupils contracted sharply. He had asked his son how Xiao Chen had drugged him. His son had said Xiao Chen had posed as his father's friend and given him a lollipop.
Without a second thought, he had swallowed it. Sato Kojiro harbored not a shred of doubt that this lollipop was the antidote.
He pulled an envelope from his pocket and said, "I've already written down the ingredients needed for the medicine and the preparation process.
Please give me the antidote first. Once my son takes it, I'll hand these items over to you."
Chen Daosheng glanced at Xiao Chen, who gave a slight nod. Though Sato Shojiro seemed untrustworthy, they were on Chen Manor grounds. As Chen Daosheng had mentioned earlier, dozens of assassins were lying in wait throughout the estate. Even if Sato Kojiro had 8 legs, he wouldn't be able to leave alive.
Xiao Chen rose and approached Sato Kamasuji. "Here. This is the antidote." Simultaneously, Xiao Chen tore open the lollipop wrapper.
The little boy didn't immediately pop it into his mouth but instead fixed his gaze on his father.
As if asking, "May I eat it?" Go ahead and eat it."
Sato Kojiro spoke up, and only then did the boy pop the lollipop into his mouth.
"Xiao Chen, the antidote will take effect within an hour. Now, can you give me the formula for it?" Chapter 123, Come on, hit me. I need to wait an hour. Sato Kojiro remained as cautious as ever.
Xiao Chen pursed his lips, his expression resigned.
Sato Koen, you still don't trust me enough.
Xiao Chen felt a twinge of disappointment, but he immediately activated the system to temporarily halt the torment inflicted upon Sato Kamasuji.
After the deactivation, Sato Kamasuji's expression softened considerably. "Daddy, it doesn't hurt anymore."
Sato Kamasuji piped up, catching the latter off guard.
Had the effect kicked in that quickly?
Sato Kojiro, who considered himself a rule-abiding man, promptly handed the envelope to Xiao Chen with both hands. The scene mirrored the exact moment years ago when he had surrendered.
"My apologies."
Though his tone was sincere, Xiao Chen and Old Chen had no intention of letting him off the hook.
Xiao Chen took the envelope and glanced inside. Though written entirely in Japanese, he could understand it all. After a cursory look, he nodded, sensing nothing amiss, then quickly stepped back and handed it to Chen Daosheng. Since the guy had prepared this in advance, they could have dealt with him on the way. But Xiao Chen hadn't known he'd made preparations. Chen Daosheng glanced at it and nodded. These materials needed to be collected by Chen Daosheng's men. Just then, Chen Daosheng's expression turned fierce. He suddenly made a hand signal. From the shadows, a gunshot echoed with a bang. What Xiao Chen hadn't anticipated was that Sato had just turned at that moment. The bullet whizzed past Sato Kojiro's ear without missing. The searing pain in his ear ignited a raging fury within Sato Kojiro. "You ambushed me." Chen Daosheng knew better than to waste words. Several gunshots rang out in quick succession, but just then, several shurikens suddenly flew in from outside. Clang! 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 These shuriken actually blocked the incoming bullets head-on. Xiao Chen and Chen Daosheng both froze in surprise. There were numerous patrol guards and snipers outside. What was going on? Could someone be lying in wait outside? Within mere seconds, 6 ninjas clad in suits and wielding katana swords entered the room. Chen Daosheng took a deep breath, utterly baffled by the situation. How did they get in? These 6 must be the bodyguards brought by Sato Shojiro, but weren't they supposed to be blocked outside? Chen Daosheng's heart sank at the thought. Simultaneously, Sato Kojiro flashed a sly grin. "The bodyguards you brought are all elite warriors of the Great Sakura Empire. Today, I'll send you." Before he could finish, Xiao Chen flipped the switch again, resuming the torture of Sato Kamasuji. Sato Kamasuji's body immediately began convulsing violently once more. Kojiro froze slightly at the sight. Pointing an accusing finger at Xiao Chen, he demanded, "The antidote you gave me was fake?" Xiao Chen flashed a sly grin. Heh. At that very moment, one of the bodyguards made his move. 3 black darts flew toward Chen Daosheng's position. Xiao Chen's pupils contracted sharply as he immediately stepped in front of him, using his hard qigong. Just like last time, accompanied by several metallic clangs, all 3 darts were blocked by Xiao Chen. Suddenly, gunfire erupted from the shadows. Bang! 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 2 of the 6 ninjas were hit. Unlike in TV dramas, they didn't die instantly but struggled to their feet. They lay on the ground in agony as more than a dozen of Chen Daosheng's bodyguards rushed in from outside. Without a word, the bodyguards engaged the ninjas in combat. At that moment, Chen Daosheng spoke. "Xiao Chen, the gunman behind me is out of bullets. You need to get out of here now." Chen Daosheng was deeply concerned for Xiao Chen's safety. He himself, at his age, could die here without regret, but Xiao Chen was different. Xiao Chen was still young, with a future full of possibilities. If he lost his life here, Chen Daosheng would never forgive himself, even as a ghost. Sato Kojiro heard Chen Daosheng's voice and smiled. He said, "Out of bullets, huh? Then die." He had no time to tend to his child. Retrieving a retractable knife from a slot in his shoe sole, he charged straight toward Chen Daosheng. Yes, his target was Chen Daosheng. "Xiao Chen, get out of here," Chen Daosheng urged. Xiao Chen shook his head. "No, old Chen, I can't leave." Xiao Chen could no longer draw weapons through the system, but he might still be a match for Sato Kojiro.
The system had previously rewarded him with Wing Chun.
Xiao Chen declared, "Sato, what kind of skill is bullying an old man?"
His fists clenched so tightly they creaked.
"I am your opponent." Hearing this, Sato Kojiro couldn't help but chuckle.
He had once asked his master about martial artists, and his master had told him that such beings simply didn't exist in this world. As for how Xiao Chen conjured weapons before, it was likely some sort of sleight of hand. This time, Sato Kojiro had come with an attitude of reconciliation. But if the other side chose to attack, he wasn't afraid. After all, the ninjas he brought were among the elite of the land of cherry blossoms. At that moment, the two ninjas who had just been shot were knocked unconscious by Chen Daoxing's bodyguards, striking while the iron was hot.
The remaining 4 ninjas engaged several bodyguards.
The remaining 2 had moved to Chen Daoxing's side, shielding him. It must be said, these ninjas were indeed skilled. Without further ado, Xiao Chen mimicked the moves of Ip Man from the movies and began grappling with Sato Kojiro.
Sato Kojiro wielded a weapon, so Xiao Chen dared not engage him in close combat. Moreover, prolonged fighting could easily descend into chaos.
Therefore, Xiao Chen primarily focused on defense, periodically creating distance between himself and Sato Kojiro.
Sato Kojiro's combat strategy was entirely different from Xiao Chen's.
He was the type who wanted nothing more than to kill Xiao Chen quickly, relentlessly pursuing him. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen, determined not to endanger old Chen's safety, gradually steered their fight outdoors.
"Bastard! What's with all this dodging?"
Sato Kojiro snarled, his eyes glowing crimson. Xiao Chen didn't respond, instead extending a hand toward him in a taunting gesture.
As if to say, "Come on, you bastard."
Sato Kojiro roared, his telescopic knife flashing coldly as he charged forward. His right arm swung with clear intent straight for Xiao Chen's cheek. Perhaps clouded by the heated atmosphere, his movements were riddled with openings. Xiao Chen delivered a kick to his chest, but mid-air, he still managed to slash Sato's cheek. The wound wasn't deep. Xiao Chen sensed this wasn't the place for a prolonged fight. He swiftly ran toward a nearby spot.
Sato saw Xiao Chen's injury and felt a surge of joy. He pursued relentlessly. Just then, Xiao Chen entered an alleyway leading to a courtyard compound. Indeed, there was no way forward. Seeing Xiao Chen had nowhere left to run, Sato Kojiro grinned like an auntie. "Little boy, I wonder where you can run now."
As he spoke, he licked the sharp blade with a lecherous expression.
His expression was utterly lecherous.
As if Xiao Chen's death were imminent. Xiao Chen remained unflustered. He scanned his surroundings, then used the wall to propel himself forward. His feet pushed off the wall, and he continued to gain momentum along the side wall.
With ease, his hands grabbed the edge.
Once up, Xiao Chen stuck his tongue out at Sato Kojiro, then wiggled his butt.
"Come on, hit me."
His words echoed the arrogance of a cocky player in honor of kings.
Seeing Xiao Chen's brazen taunt, Sato Kojiro gritted his teeth in fury. Chapter 124, Take out Kojiro, mission accomplished. Xiao Chen then began performing parkour stunts along the rooftop edge.
Though the risk was high, the system's enhancements granted him physical prowess sufficient for executing difficult maneuvers. His movements were exceptionally agile, constantly taunting Sato. Though Sato was a ninja, his movements were far clumsier.
"Kid, get down this instant. Come up here, then. Get down." Sato was boiling with rage.
Just then, Xiao Chen spat right in his face.
The spit landed precisely on his face.
Xiao Chen looked at Sato Kojiro and, for some reason, felt he now resembled the clumsy little hero from those anti-Japanese war dramas. Just then, Xiao Chen's phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Sato Kojiro posed no real threat to him, so Xiao Chen sat down on the roof edge and answered Chen Liwei's call.
"Hello? Xiao Chen, how are you?"
Chen Liwei on the other end must have already known something had gone wrong here.
Xiao Chen looked down at Sato, who was raging below. "Nothing major. Sato Kojiro is right below me now." "Below you?"
Chen Liwei imagined an awkward position and shook his head firmly.
"No, that couldn't be right.
My father told me ninjas infiltrated the Chen Manor, and you and Sato Shojiro fought them off."
"Correct." Xiao Chen looked down at Sato Kojiro, taking a deep breath.
"Sir, I hold no grudge against you.
Moreover, the antidote formula I gave you was entirely correct.
The great Xia and our Sakura nation have established numerous diplomatic ties.
Why not hand over the antidote? Let us mend our relationship." Sato Kojiro felt bitter inside. The main issue was that the antidote for his son was still in Xiao Chen's possession.
Though he seethed inside, nothing mattered more than his son's life. "Xiao Chen, in the villa where old Chen lives, there's a handgun in the nightstand of the first room on the left upstairs."
"That's my room. If you get the chance, you can go get it." Chen Liwei's voice came through the phone. Xiao Chen glanced at the villa not far away. He could simply climb over the balcony. "All right, where is your father now?" Xiao Chen suspected Chen Daoxing was no longer in the main hall. At the very least, someone would be protecting old Chen.
"Don't worry, someone's already got my dad covered.
I'm heading over now, but there's some traffic. It'll probably take another 20 minutes. "All right." Xiao Chen hung up the phone. At that moment, Sato Shojiro was still watching him from below.
as if waiting for Xiao Chen's response.
Wait, you're still negotiating terms with me?
If you hadn't fired your gun just now, I wouldn't have done this either. The 6 ninjas who had just arrived were actually summoned when he pressed an emergency button hidden in his clothing. Once activated, hidden ninjas nearby received the signal and rushed over immediately.
Xiao Chen didn't respond.
He glanced toward the nearby building where old Chen resided, then sprinted toward it without a word.
Don't run! Xiao Chen couldn't understand why villains always like shouting don't run. Did shouting that actually make the other person stop and wait for you? Xiao Chen certainly wouldn't.
He swiftly leapt between villas, his longest jump stretching as far as 5 meters.
This astonishing leaping ability left Xiao Chen utterly bewildered.
The balcony of old Chen's villa was locked, but Xiao Chen happened to have a window breaker. Specifically, a car window breaker.
Xu Zhi had given it to him. Normally, it doubled as a bracelet worn on his wrist. In emergencies like a car plunging into water, it could instantly shatter the vehicle's glass. He smashed the balcony glass with the breaker and stepped inside. Just as Chun Li Wei had described, he found a jet-black handgun hidden in a secret compartment inside the bedside table. Xiao Chen couldn't identify the pistol's model. Inside the drawer's hidden compartment, there was also a large bundle of renminbi. It looked like over 100,000. A lot. After tucking the pistol into his waistband, Xiao Chen leaped directly from the second-floor balcony. At that moment, Sato also arrived.
"Sir, don't blame me for being too harsh," Sato Kojiro threatened. He had given Xiao Chen a chance, but the man hadn't taken it. He had brought a vial of poison with him, already prepared to poison Xiao Chen. Pulling an extremely small syringe from his other shoe, he gripped it in his hand. He thought Xiao Chen hadn't seen the movement, but he was careless. Xiao Chen caught the subtle movement. Though unsure of its purpose, he knew it meant sending Sato to meet his great-grandmother. The moment Sato made a move, Xiao Chen drew a pistol from his waist and aimed it at Sato's forehead.
Sato's hand froze mid-motion.
He eyed Xiao Chen with extreme caution before slowly raising his hands.
"Sir, let's talk this out." "You." Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chen resolutely pulled the trigger. With a heavy thud, Sato's body collapsed to the ground.
Unlike certain video games, Sato now bore a gaping hole in his forehead, his eyeball nearly popping out. The scene was truly terrifying.
"Talk my ass."
He glanced at the magazine. Only 6 rounds remained. He wondered what the situation was like in the main hall now.
Xiao Chen hurried toward the lobby.
By the time he arrived, the remaining 4 ninjas had already been subdued.
"Where's old Chen?" Xiao Chen asked a bodyguard with a facial wound. The guard pointed toward a room. "Old Chen has been taken to the safe house. None of us can go in."
Just then, the butler who often served tea to Xiao Chen approached.
"Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen."
After he ran over, he saw traces of blood on Xiao Chen's face and couldn't help but ask,
"What about the wound on your face?
And where's Sato Kojiro?" Xiao Chen drew the pistol tucked at his waist and handed it to the butler.
"I'm fine, just a minor cut.
I took care of Sato Kojiro earlier. He's down at old Chen's villa."
"This gun should belong to Chen Li Wei." All right. Chen Daosheng was tight-lipped. He'd never mentioned this matter to the butler.
But seeing Xiao Chen unharmed, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Chen continued, "Butler, please send someone to check the perimeter for security.
Then, assess the injuries among our people. Also,
later, please arrange for me to meet with old Chen." The moment he killed Sato Kojiro, Xiao Chen's previous choice quest was completed. Li Kuewa's antidote now lay in his hands. He felt he should deliver this 90% effective remedy to her as soon as possible.
Only then could Li Kuehua find some relief. Chapter 125, Xiao Chen's Reward. All right.
The steward immediately dispatched men to inspect the perimeter of the Chen family estate.
Only after confirming the surroundings were secure did they safely escort Chen Daosheng out.
Seeing Xiao Chen standing safely in place, the steward's heart finally settled. Today, Xiao Chen had saved his life yet again. Chen Daosheng couldn't even recall how many times Xiao Chen had saved him. Spotting Xiao Chen, he hurried over to his side, staring at the bloodstains on his cheek.
"Xiao Chen, oh my.
You're okay.
As long as you're okay.
What about Sato Kojiro?"
"I took care of him."
Xiao Chen spoke up. "Just now, Chen Liwei called me and told me where the gun was. Then I got it from his bedroom.
I shot Chen Liwei dead on the spot."
"Good. You're safe, that's what matters." Chen Daosheng patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder. Xiao Chen flashed a smile and said jokingly, "But I did shatter the glass on the second-floor balcony of your villa."
"A single pane of glass? What's that compared to?" Just then, a butler Xiao Chen didn't recognize came running over. "Mr. Chen, we've got the details." "What's the situation?" Chen Daosheng asked.
The butler explained. The 6 bodyguards accompanying Sato Kojiro feigned departure but actually circled around and scaled the perimeter. They then used anesthetic agents to ambush our snipers. They only went to support Sato Kojiro after noticing the situation was amiss.
So that's how it happened. Chen Daosheng nodded heavily, then asked, "How many of our men were injured?" "The sniper has been sent to the hospital."
4 of the bodyguards sustained serious injuries, while the others only suffered minor wounds. Of Sato Shojiro's 6 bodyguards, 2 died from excessive blood loss. The other 4 have been apprehended and are currently detained in the underground dungeon. Good. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen froze. Wait, there's a dungeon beneath the Chen family estate? Truly hidden depths. Xiao Chen's expression twitched slightly. Then he remembered, wasn't there also Sato Kojiro's son, Sato Kamasuji? Oh, right, what about Sato Kamasuji? Xiao Chen inquired. The butler replied, you must mean Sato Shojiro's son. We've locked him up in the dungeon too. Old Master Chen can decide what to do with him later. Very well. Xiao Chen glanced at the time. Chen Liwei should be arriving soon. Which meant Li Kuihua should be returning with him. With the scene now cleaned up, Xiao Chen and Chen Daosheng returned to his residence. In the living room, a doctor tended to Xiao Chen's facial wounds. Though not deep, they might leave a scar. Seeing Xiao Chen injured, Chen Daosheng felt overwhelmed with gratitude. He sensed that Xiao Chen was no ordinary man. There must be some secret hidden within him. Dad. Are you okay? Chen Liwei rushed in from outside, panicked. Seeing a doctor treating Xiao Chen's wounds and his father sitting there unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he's okay? As long as he's okay. At that moment, Xiao Chen handed a tiny white porcelain glass bottle to Chen Daosheng. Grandfather. Seeing the glass vial in Xiao Chen's hand, Chen Daosheng wondered what it could be. Could it be an antique? He clearly remembered Xiao Chen giving him a jade seal on his birthday, and he had loved that gift dearly. Xiao Chen, what is this? This is the antidote my master and I requested. He said it won't completely eliminate the toxins in Grandma's body, but it should remove about 90%. After taking it, Grandma's condition should improve significantly. Then we can slowly gather the ingredients according to the list given by Sato Shojiro. Your master? Recalling Xiao Chen's extraordinary skills, Chen Daosheng took a deep breath. This young man was certainly no ordinary fellow. He carefully accepted the blue and white porcelain vial, no thicker than a pinky finger. All right. Xiao Chen, I thank you on behalf of Grandma. You're welcome, old Chen. Xiao Chen forced a smile. Now that everything's settled, I think it's time for me to head back to Jinghai. With this antidote, you and Grandma can have a peaceful new year. Xiao Chen was already missing Xu Zhi back home. Today had been a close call. Without his hard qigong, he might have ended up with grass growing on his grave. Alright, when do you plan to leave? Xiao Chen felt resting here overnight would be fine. Tomorrow. Alright, I'll arrange for a helicopter to take you. Before old Chen could finish, Xiao Chen shook his head. No, old Chen. I get airsick. Driving back is fine. Alright. Shortly after, Chen Lijian returned to the villa with Li Kuihua. Chen Daosheng promptly had Li Kuihua take the antidote. Though it showed no immediate effect, its potency would likely manifest gradually. That evening, Xiao Chen dined with the Chen family. Chen Daosheng mentioned he'd visit Xiao Chen's home on the 3rd day of the new year, bringing fine wine and dishes to share a proper meal with his father. Xiao Chen, of course, agreed with a smile. After dinner, he returned to the villa where he had previously lived with Xu Zhi. In the living room, only Chen Daosheng, Chen Lijian, and Chen Liwei remained. Chen Daosheng felt overwhelmed by all Xiao Chen had done for them and didn't know how to express his gratitude. He decided to ask his 2 sons for their thoughts. Lijian, Liwei, Xiao Chen saved your father's life again today. I've lost count of how many times Xiao Chen has saved me. Chen Lijian and Chen Liwei remained silent, even feeling a pang of regret. As Chen Daosheng's sons, they hadn't immediately stepped in front of their father. I don't know how to repay Xiao Chen. Mushu technology isn't being managed much by Xiao Guosheng now. I plan to transfer all my remaining shares directly to him. If Chen Daosheng transferred all remaining shares of Mushu technology to Xiao Guosheng would become the sole shareholder, increasing his net worth by approximately 50%. Of course, this carried certain risks. Should the company encounter problems, all the pressure would fall squarely on Xiao Guosheng's shoulders. Chen Lijian and Chen Liwei were quite open-minded about it. Chen Lijian suggested, Dad, why not give Xiao Chen a portion of the shares in Rixing instead? Rixing belongs to both of you in the future. It's our family's business. Would you two be willing to give Xiao Chen a portion of our family business? Hearing this, the 2 brothers exchanged a glance but remained silent. I'll think it over. Xiao Chen is a good kid. Everything he's done for me I'll repay him someday. Chapter 126, New Year's Eve, Suguagwa's call. The next morning, after breakfast, Chen Lijian personally drove Xiao Chen to Jinghai. Light snow began falling in Jinghai today. Chen Lijian drove Xiao Chen straight to the entrance of his residential complex. Xiao Chen asked, Brother Chen, aren't you coming up for a visit? I won't be going up, Xiao Chen. Chen Lijian politely declined Xiao Chen's invitation. After what happened in Sakura country, we need to update our systems internally at Rixing. I have a lot of work to handle back at the office. I'll come visit with my father during the new year. All right. Thanks for the ride. Xiao Chen stepped out of the car.
Chen Lijian didn't linger long either, quickly departing from the scene.
Xiao Chen had already told Xu Zhi he'd be back today, and she had originally planned to pick him up. This time, Xiao Chen had asked her to meet him at the community gate. As soon as he got out and started walking in, he spotted Xu Zhi walking Wang Kai. They had just brought Wang Kai back from old Wang next door. Now that baby was a bit older and had stronger immunity, plus Wang Kai had been thoroughly dewormed and vaccinated. Being around the child should pose no issues.
Mainly, Xiao Chen's dog was exceptionally perceptive.
Perhaps once the dog caught a whiff of the baby's scent, it would recognize this as the child of its young master, Xiao Chen.
Honey! Honey!
They called out to each other simultaneously. At that moment, Xu Zhi immediately noticed the wound on Xiao Chen's face.
What happened to you?
Xiao Chen scratched his head and replied, I tripped getting off the plane yesterday.
How about it pretty cool, huh? Can't you be more careful?
Xu Zhi felt a pang of concern. Her worry surely made Xiao Chen feel incredibly pleased.
Had.
Xiao Chen scratched his head.
Just a little fall. No big deal. Besides, a scar on my face makes me look. You're crazy. Xu Zhi muttered under her breath. A scar on his face would make him look even more handsome? Did a donkey kick you in the head or something?
Xiao Chen took the leash from Wang Kai and strolled around the neighborhood with Xu Zhi. Though it was snowing, today's temperature wasn't particularly cold. As the saying goes, snowfall isn't cold, but the thaw is.
Honey, the New Year's coming up. Is there anything we need at home?
Xiao Chen remembered that when he was little, every year his dad would drive him to the markets to buy New Year's goods.
Back then, the stuff in supermarkets was way more expensive than at the markets, so they never shopped at supermarkets. This year, though, things would be different.
With Dad in his current position, people from his company would surely bring gifts. And that brother of his would probably show up, shamelessly trying to curry favor.
When you have no money, people look down on you.
But once you have money, crowds will flock to your doorstep to curry favor.
I don't know. Xu Zhi didn't have to worry about anything at home now.
It could be described as having her clothes brought to her and her meals served to her, though that might be a bit exaggerated. Still, she does some chores.
Doing absolutely nothing would feel too excessive. Seeing Xu Zhi's harmless expression, Xiao Chen chuckled. Alright, I got it.
I'll check what's missing when we get home, and we can go buy whatever we need.
Alright.
After walking the dog, the snow fell heavier, blanketing the ground in white. When Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi returned home, his parents immediately asked about the injury on his face. Xiao Chen dared not tell the truth. If he admitted he'd killed little Day, his parents would never believe him. I got too excited getting off the helicopter and took a tumble.
Xiao Guoshang asked Xiao Chen, what did you say? You took a helicopter?
Yeah.
Xiao Chen nodded.
I flew back to Jiangcheng yesterday with old Chen.
What's up, Dad?
He said this with a hint of smugness, mainly because his dad had definitely never flown in one.
Nothing. Just be careful next time.
Got it.
Xiao Chen nodded, then went to spend time with the baby. Over the next few days, Xiao Chen didn't wander off again.
Instead, he stayed by Xu Zhi's side, spending time with his family. Old Chen called to say Li Kuewa's health was recovering quickly and asked him to thank his master on his behalf.
Xiao Chen merely nodded in agreement as if he had a master.
He was merely a fictional character he had created.
Time swiftly passed to February 16, 2026. Today was New Year's Eve.
At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiao Chen affixed the Fu character he'd purchased at the supermarket a few days prior to the door. This was Xu Zhi's first time spending the new year at his home. It was also the first time she spent the holiday with the little ones. Living upstairs meant they didn't need to paste so many large and small Fu characters everywhere, and residing here also meant they couldn't hear the sound of firecrackers anymore.
Environmental pollution is quite severe these days.
Several years ago, fireworks were banned in the Jinghai area. So celebrating the new year now felt a bit lacking in festive spirit. After pasting the Fu characters, Mom began preparing ingredients for dumplings. This year's New Year's Eve dinner was destined to be filled with happiness.
With Xu Zhi and the two babies, it just feels different. Honey, what would you like to eat? At 4 o'clock, Xiao Chen felt it was time to start cooking.
As the best cook in the family, the responsibility for the New Year's Eve feast naturally fell to him. Xu Zhi thought for a moment but didn't specify what she wanted.
Instead, she said, anything is fine. Just make some home-style dishes.
At that moment, Xu Zhi was busy making dumplings with her mother.
Xiao Chen considered it there really wasn't much fuss about it. He tied on an apron and dashed into the kitchen. Dad and Grandma were watching the kids, their roles clearly defined.
Just as Xiao Chen was cooking, his phone rang in his pocket. Xiao Chen froze. The caller was none other than Su Guogua.
Ha! Xiao Chen was utterly baffled. Why was she calling him?
Since winter break began, Xiao Chen hadn't been in touch with Su Guogua for quite some time. She was supposed to be at the hospital caring for her mother, and he hadn't seen her live streaming lately, so he hadn't bothered her.
When he answered, Su Guogua's face appeared on the screen.
A blissful smile graced her lips, and the background didn't look like a hospital, it seemed to be his home.
Guogua? Xiao Chen placed his phone on the wall.
Yuan Yuqin liked to watch live streams while cooking, so she had installed a magnetic phone holder there.
Xiao Chen.
Su Guogwa spoke from the other end. It's New Year's Eve today.
I hope I'm not disturbing you. Not at all.
Xiao Chen shook his head with a smile.
I'm cooking right now. Su Guogwa was a bit surprised she hadn't realized Xiao Chen could cook.
She said, I called to share some good news.
My mother got a kidney transplant.
The surgery is over now, and it was a complete success.
Thank you.
Without you, my mother wouldn't have had the chance to get this surgery.
Thank you, Xiao Chen. Chapter 127, Spreading the Love.
Su Guogwa was on the verge of tears as she spoke.
Xiao Chen replied, You're welcome.
Besides, it was your own strength that made this possible. I don't think I did much to help.
No.
Su Guogwa shook her head emphatically. If you hadn't waited for me on the school playground that night, my mother wouldn't be where she is today.
After school starts, I'll treat you to a meal.
Sure.
Xiao Chen nodded with a smile.
Su Guogwa then wished him a happy new year before reluctantly ending the call. On the other end, Su Guogwa wiped the tears from her eyes and returned to her mother's side. Her mother now required daily medication to manage her body's rejection response, along with regular hospital checkups expenses that were actually quite substantial. But Su Guogwa insisted that with Xiao Chen's support, she would surely become an outstanding singer. Her mother felt deeply comforted by this. After finishing her call with Xiao Chen, Su Guogwa was moved to tears.
Seeing Su Guogwa's expression at that moment, her mother couldn't help but ask, Guogwa, have you fallen for that boy? Su Guogwa froze, then looked at her mother and said, Mom, what are you talking about?
While Su Guogwa had been on the phone with Xiao Chen, her mother had been observing her intently mainly because she knew her daughter all too well.
I didn't.
Su Guogwa added hastily.
Her mother smiled faintly at her words, Are you sure? Mom, she already has a child. Don't even go there. At 7 o'clock that evening, light snow began to fall again over Jinghai City.
Xiao Chen had prepared a table laden with dishes, and Mom had brought the cooked dumplings to the dining table.
Grandma held Debao and Xiaoming.
At this stage, the baby could only eat some complimentary foods, so Xiao Chen had prepared some special meals for the little one.
Dad was still glued to the TV watching the Spring Festival Gala.
Xiao Chen couldn't care less about such programs these days. As time passed, the festive atmosphere of the new year had grown increasingly faint. But with the babies and Xu Zhi around, this year truly felt different from previous ones. Xiao Chen's culinary skills were beyond question, though he'd grown lazier lately. Since returning home, he'd only cooked a handful of meals. The Xiao Chen who once vowed to cook for Xu Zhi every single day had long since vanished. Just then, Dad spoke up, Xiao Chen, another year has passed and you're a year older.
Start acting more mature.
You're already 20 now, yet you still behave like a child.
Oh, so I'm only 20?
Xiao Chen grinned, feeling young at heart.
20 years old, how much more mature could he possibly be?
Seeing Xiao Chen unchanged, Xiao Guosheng couldn't help but roll his eyes, convinced Xiao Chen was hopeless.
But that was only natural. Xiao Chen was just a sophomore in college, how much more mature could he be?
Once he started working and faced real pressure, he'd mature. He didn't believe Xiao Chen would be free from pressure later on. Even though his family was exceptionally wealthy and lacked nothing, people from every social class would inevitably worry about the challenges ahead in life.
After dinner, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi went downstairs to set off sparklers.
Although fireworks were officially banned, Xiao Chen had secretly bought a bunch of the kind kids love to set off. And since they were right in the residential complex, it shouldn't be a big deal. Carrying a large bundle of fireworks downstairs, Xiao Chen saw many children chasing each other outside. The snow had stopped, making it perfect for fireworks.
We snuck out to set off fireworks, won't the police catch us? Xu Zhi asked a silly question. Xiao Chen shook his head. No way.
Worst case, we'd get detained for a few days. Spit, spit, spit. Xu Zhi rolled her eyes. That guy Xiao Chen was spouting nonsense again.
Fine.
After spitting out his pish pish pish, Xiao Chen pulled 2 sparklers from a large bag of fireworks. Let's start with these, then I'll take a few photos of you. Post them on your social media or something. Xu Zhi rarely posted on her social media feed, but it was about time she shared a few snaps to document her life. Xu Zhi nodded lightly. Just as he lit the sparklers and reached for his phone to take pictures, a voice rang out nearby.
Brother Chen?
Hearing the call, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi both turned toward the source of the voice.
A chubby kid stood there looking innocent.
Spotting them, he froze for a moment before running over.
Holy crap, Chen, it really is you.
This chubby kid was named Wu Qian, a high school classmate of Xiao Chen's. Back in high school, the two often ate together, played online games together, and were particularly close. His grades were significantly better than Xiao Chen's, and he had been admitted directly to Beijing Normal University. Perhaps he would become a teacher in the future.
Wu Qian.
Xiao Chen froze for a moment. Since the start of last September's semester, they'd only exchanged a few brief words. Back then, his babies had just been born, and Xiao Chen had focused all his attention on them, forgetting to reply. After that, Wu Qian didn't reach out again, and neither did Xiao Chen.
Wu Qian, what brings you here?
Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised.
Wu Qian smiled and said, we always go to the internet cafe to play games on New Year's Eve every year. Oh, and who's this?
Wu Qian glanced at the exquisitely beautiful Xu Zhi beside him and couldn't help asking.
Oh, this is your sister-in-law.
Xiao Chen began, then continued introducing, honey, this is my high school classmate, Wu Qian.
We're really close and often stay up all night gaming at the internet cafe.
Oh, okay.
Xu Zhi nodded.
Wu Qian pursed his lips. He had to admit Xiao Chen had excellent taste. But he remembered that when they met last summer to play games, Xiao Chen didn't have a girlfriend yet. Seems they started dating at the beginning of their sophomore year. So you're my sister-in-law.
Nice to meet you.
Wu Qian waved at her.
Xu Zhi gave a slight nod before turning her gaze back to Xiao Chen. Are you guys going to play games?
No, we're not going.
Xiao Chen shook his head. Today's a special case.
No, wait.
Maybe I won't be going at all from now on. He chuckled. Staying up all night during the new year was indeed exhilarating. Boys' happiness was that simple. Alright, then.
Wu Qian felt a bit out of place here. No, more like he was intruding on their private moment.
Right now, he felt like leaving. Alright, Chen, I won't bother you and your girlfriend anymore.
Seeing Wu Qian about to leave, Xiao Chen hurriedly stopped him.
Wait, don't go. He raised an eyebrow at Wu Qian. There's no one around to take pictures for us. Your photography skills are pretty good, right? Let's set off some fireworks together, and then, take some pictures? Wu Qian's face darkened. Fine. Time to feed me some dog food. Still, he couldn't refuse. He nodded with his usual earnest smile, sure.
Xiao Chen handed him his phone, then take a kissing shot of us first.
Chapter 128, want to go to Mushu? Beg me. Oh. Wu Qian reluctantly uttered an oh. Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi both giggled, covering their mouths.
Then, Xiao Chen, thick-skinned as ever, actually kissed Xu Zhi. At the same time, Wu Qian held the phone steady, capturing the moment on camera. Wu Qian had a hobby of photography and had even taken many photos of beautiful girls at comic conventions before. Therefore, Xiao Chen placed particular trust in his photography skills. The only downside at that moment was that he hadn't brought his camera.
Brother Chen, I'm done filming. Take a look and tell me what you think.
Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi walked over to look at the phone. It must be said that his photography skills were truly excellent. Both the angle and the background were handled with exceptional care.
Impressive. You're a true photographer. Xiao Chen couldn't help but praise him. After seeing his skill, Xu Zhi spoke up, could you take a few more for us?
Sure. Wu Qian had just been fed a mouthful of dog food, but having his photography skills acknowledged naturally put him in a good mood. Wu Qian then snapped away, taking several more photos of Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi. Xiao Chen stared excitedly at the photos in his phone gallery and couldn't help but exclaim, wow, Wu Qian, your photography skills are incredible.
Thanks.
Xu Zhi grew more and more delighted with each photo, feeling a little thrill of excitement. Every girl has her own beautiful self, and Xu Zhi was no exception. Seeing Xu Zhi's excited expression, Wu Qian felt himself blush.
He stammered, it's not my skill. It's because you're beautiful.
That was quite the compliment. After setting off fireworks together for a while, since Xiao Chen showed no intention of heading to the internet cafe to play games, Wu Qian prepared to go home. Just as he opened his mouth to say goodbye, Xiao Chen stopped him. Aren't you coming up for a visit?
To see my little one? What? Wu Qian looked utterly bewildered. You have a child? He was utterly baffled.
Wait, it's one thing for your girlfriend to come back for the holidays, but how could you possibly have a kid already?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Wu Qian wondered if he'd misheard or if Xiao Chen was joking.
Xiao Chen simply slung his arm around Wu Qian's shoulder. Yep. It's been half a month already. It's a long story, let's go upstairs and talk about it. Alright. Wu Qian followed Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi upstairs.
When they opened the door, Dabao Xiaoming was wailing loudly.
Dad held the wailing Xiaoming, feeling at a loss.
The baby had started crying out of nowhere. He'd just been fed, hadn't pooped, so why was he crying?
Xiao Chen, thank goodness you're back.
Look at your child, he's wailing like this. Noticing Xiao Chen had brought someone along, he composed himself.
Wu Qian greeted, hello, Uncle Xiao. Oh, it's Wu Qian. Come in and sit down.
Xiao Guosheng quickly handed Xiaoming to Xiao Chen, then prepared some fruit for Wu Qian. Wu Qian still didn't know that his father was now the chairman of Mushu Technology. If he'd realized a multi-millionaire CEO was personally cutting fruit for him, he might have been so shocked he'd break out in a cold sweat.
Thank you, Uncle.
Wu Qian said respectfully. Xiao Guosheng merely gave a slight nod.
The moment Xiao Chen took Xiaoming, the baby stopped crying.
Instead, he stared blankly at his father, reaching out his tiny hand to grab his face. Xiao Chen leaned in to meet the gesture, bringing his face closer to the child's hand. But unexpectedly, Dabao Xiaoming slapped him right across the face.
Xiao Chen was utterly bewildered. Wait. What the heck was going on?
The slap rang out with a sharp crack, and Wu Qian beside them giggled softly.
Stop laughing.
Xiao Chen rolled his eyes, and Wu Qian immediately shut his mouth.
But he really wanted to ask, how did Xiao Chen suddenly have a baby?
After soothing the baby, Xiao Chen asked Grandma to watch the little one while Xu Zhi went into the bedroom to play with her phone.
Dad, Wu Qian and I are going out for a bit. Xiao Chen didn't interrupt Xu Zhi's phone time.
His dad nodded, remembering how Xiao Chen used to accompany Wu Qian to the internet cafe to play games every year.
This year. Never mind.
His son had grown up, and besides, he played games himself.
Of course, Xiao Chen didn't plan to go online with Wu Qian either. They just wanted to go out and chat. No sooner had they stepped outside than Wu Qian couldn't help but ask while waiting for the elevator. Holy crap, Chen, what the hell is going on? How come you've even got a kid now? Xiao Chen answered with a smile, it's a long story.
After heading downstairs, Xiao Chen briefly recounted to Wu Qian how he'd ended up sleeping with Xu Zhi in a daze, only to later discover she was pregnant without his knowledge.
Wu Qian looked utterly dumbfounded. Wait, this is just too crazy. Wait, how is this even possible? Xiao Chen took a deep breath and nodded. When my counselor called me about it, I couldn't believe it either. But it's true. And just like that, I became a father of 2. Xu Zhi became my girlfriend. Wait, no. I should call her my wife. Damn. Wu Qian couldn't deny feeling envious. Why didn't he have such good luck? Why couldn't he have a senior like that bear him 2 children? You're jealous.
Seeing Wu Qian grinding his molars in envy, Xiao Chen chuckled.
Wu Qian was at a loss for words. He nodded. I am a bit envious.
The economy's tough right now, making money is hard, and with downsizing every year, I don't even know what kind of job I'll find later.
Plus, my family only has 1 apartment. I definitely can't afford to buy a house. Nowadays, girls insist on having a house before marriage, right?
Wu Qian's words were brutally realistic.
Xiao Chen took a deep breath upon hearing them, then nodded slightly. That's true. But don't worry about the job. If you can't find work, come find me. I'll set you up. You'll arrange it for me?
Wu Qian stared at Xiao Chen, who was making such a solemn promise, and even doubted he'd heard correctly.
Yes. Xiao Chen replied. After my baby was born, my dad gave me some money. Now I'm running a startup at school, and it's bringing in decent income. After graduation, I plan to start my own business. And then, you can come work for me, shaking bubble tea.
While all professions are equal, Wu Qian genuinely didn't want to shake bubble tea. It wasn't about being tiring, it was about the unstable income and lack of career prospects.
Forget it. I don't want to shake bubble tea.
Wu Qian had thought Xiao Chen was planning some big venture, but his interest vanished the moment he heard it involved shaking bubble tea.
At that moment, Xiao Chen asked, do you know about Mushu technology? Sure. Wu Qian nodded.
Mushu was practically the leading enterprise in Jinghai, having experienced explosive growth last year.
What's up? Want to go? Xiao Chen inquired. What do you mean by that?
Xiao Chen said in a joking tone, beg me, and I'll get you in.
Chapter 129, is Xiao Chen the fall guy? Wu Qian looked utterly bewildered. Wait. Beg him?
Wu Qian rolled his eyes at Xiao Chen.
Bro, stop making fun of me. Nowadays, even grad students are delivering takeout. I honestly have no idea what I'll end up doing. Seeing his unhappy expression, Xiao Chen patted his shoulder gently. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Anyway, if you can't find a job after graduation, just come find me. But, aren't you planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam?
Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Wu Qian pursed his lips and shook his head. This wasn't refusal, but confusion. If he pursued postgraduate studies, it would mean another 2.5 to 3 years of school. The pressure was intense while passing wasn't impossible, it would demand immense effort.
Secondly, even with a master's degree, landing a good job wasn't guaranteed.
In today's society, the advantage of higher education had long since faded.
I don't know. Wu Qian shook his head inside. I'll just take it one step at a time.
Seeing Wu Qian looking a bit down, Xiao Chen gave him a light pat on the shoulder. Yeah, but don't worry too much about the future.
Alright.
Xiao Chen accompanied Wu Qian on a stroll outside before heading home. When Xiao Chen returned, Xu Zhi was already drowsy.
Though midnight was approaching for the New Year countdown, the transition felt rather pointless.
Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi didn't stay up for the New Year. Instead, they went to bed early. After all, you could ring in the New Year anywhere, even in your dreams. The next morning, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi were roused by his mother at 6 o'clock. She had prepared dumplings, and soon they would be heading back to their hometown to pay New Year's respects. Xiao Chen's family tradition was to return to the village where his grandmother lived, then follow the group door to door to pay New Year's respects, kowtowing to the graves of elders who had passed away. The entire process took about 2 hours. After paying respects at his grandfather's grave, they could head back to Jinghai. Afternoons were usually free. Xiao Chen would either hang out with friends or go shopping with his mom. On the morning of New Year's Day, many children received red envelopes with money, and by afternoon, most kids would go out to spend it.
Xiao Chen, Zhi, wake up and eat breakfast. We're heading back to the village shortly. Got it, Mom.
After getting up, Xiao Chen changed into a new outfit and gently shook the still sleeping Xu Zhi.
Honey, wake up. We're heading back to Grandma's place soon. Mum.
She mumbled softly, reaching up to rub her eyes, still half asleep.
Got it, honey.
Xiao Chen got up and finished his morning routine just as Xu Zhi was waking up. But today was the first day of the Lunar New Year and they'd be heading to the village later, so Xu Zhi decided to put on some makeup before heading out. After they finished breakfast, Xu Zhi began applying her makeup, but Dad wasn't in a hurry. At 7:15 a.m., Xiao Chen, Xu Zhi, Dad, and Grandma all got into the car and headed for Xiao Village. Of course, Dad didn't drive his Bentley on the way there. Instead, he drove Xiao Chen's Xiaomi. A car like the Bentley was too flashy, and Xiao Guosheng still felt it was better to keep a low profile. Otherwise, he might have a lot of people asking him for money. By the time they arrived at Xiao Village, it was already past 8 o'clock, quite late by local standards. Naturally, large groups of people were now visiting each household.
At Grandma's house, Xiao Guogong was already waiting for them.
Having learned that Xiao Guosheng was the chairman of Sunrise Capital, the once snobbish relative's demeanor vanished instantly. He approached warmly. Uncle! Uncle! Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi called out in unison. Hearing them, Xiao Guogong hurried over. Xiao Chen, Xu Zhi, you've come. Just then, he hastily pulled 2 thick red envelopes from his pocket and handed one to Xiao Chen.
Xiao Chen, this is a small token of Uncle's affection. Red envelopes prepared for the 2 children. Xiao Chen looked utterly bewildered.
His usually stingy uncle was being surprisingly generous this year. Weighing the envelopes in his hands, Xiao Chen estimated each one contained at least 10,000 yuan.
But since they were for the 2 babies, Xiao Chen didn't refuse. He nodded. Alright, thank you, Uncle. Don't mention it. It's only right.
Xiao Guogong turned his gaze to Xiao Guosheng. Let's go pay our respects to the elders now.
Grandma was considered one of the village elders, so she certainly didn't need to tag along. In fact, many people would make a special trip just to visit her. Xu Zhi was unfamiliar with the people and surroundings here, so she didn't take her along either. Instead, she stayed with her at Grandma's house. Xiao Chen followed his father, along with his uncle and his uncle's son, as they strolled through the village. Along the way, they encountered many of the village elders. Xiao Chen addressed some as uncle and others as uncle, but there was even a man in his 30s not of Xiao Chen's generation who had to call Xiao Chen grandfather. That was a bit absurd. Soon, they visited family and neighbors one by one.
The neighbors exchanged polite pleasantries, inquiring about Xiao Chen's activities and where Xiao Guosheng worked.
Not many people knew yet that his father was now chairman of Muxa Technology. Xiao Guogong hadn't told anyone either.
After all, he and Xiao Guosheng were blood brothers. Even if he could be a bit of a social climber at times, he still maintained appearances. Besides, a big shot like him would surely lend a hand if their family ever faced hardship. At 9:30, Xiao Chen visited the last household, his uncle's place. Upon entering, his uncle's son immediately offered 2 sticks of Supreme Emperor cigarettes.
After kowtowing, they chatted casually nearby. Xiao Chen, Xiao Tians, you two are both in college now, right?
Xiao Chen rolled his eyes and replied, Uncle, you asked me the exact same question last year.
Oh, really?
The uncle scratched his head awkwardly.
Xiao Tians nodded. Yes, you did. So, have you two found girlfriends yet? Let me tell you, college life is great. If you don't date, you'll definitely regret it. Xiao Chen chuckled.
Xiao Tians beside him chimed in, Xiao Chen has a girlfriend.
I don't. And he even has a baby already.
Hearing this, the uncle froze in shock.
What the hell? He's got a baby already? He looked utterly bewildered. Didn't Xiao Chen say last year he didn't have a girlfriend yet? Could he have been the one left holding the bag?
Though he thought this, he certainly wouldn't say it out loud. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, Xiao Tians, you dumbass, why are you blabbering nonsense? Xiao Chen had no intention of revealing he had a child.
Well, it's a bit complicated. Last year when you asked, I didn't tell the truth, I lied. I do have a child. You could say, it was an unplanned pregnancy.
He nodded, unable to resist giving Xiao Chen a thumbs up.
Impressive.
Compared to what Xiao Chen had said, he found it far more believable that Xiao Chen had simply been the fall guy.
Chapter 130, the feeling of having money is truly wonderful.
After saying that, Xiao Chen rolled his eyes at Xiao Tians. They didn't chat for long and soon left their uncle's house. Walking through the village, Xiao Chen felt particularly down.
What the hell were you babbling about, Xiao Tians? Why does he have to be so big-mouthed?
Meanwhile, Xiao Guogong felt a bit annoyed too. His son really lacked tact. Would they have to curry favor with this relative in the future? Later, they drove 2 cars to the cemetery to pay respects at their grandfather's grave before taking their grandmother back to Jinghai. By the time they arrived home, it was already noon. Since Mom had to watch the 2 kids, she hadn't cooked anything. Xiao Chen suggested, Mom, since there's no lunch ready, let's go out to eat.
Eat out? Yuan Yuqin paused in surprise.
While many restaurants were open on New Year's Day, going out to eat seemed a bit. Just then, a knock sounded at their door.
Knock knock knock. Who is it? Xiao Chen went to open the door, and a man dressed in a suit came into view. He appeared to be around her father's age, and Xiao Chen didn't recognize him. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, the man smiled warmly and asked, "Are you Xiao Chen? Is your father home? Looking for my dad?" Xiao Chen nodded slightly and called out, "Dad, someone's here to see you." "Who is it?" Xiao Guoshang emerged from the living room. Upon seeing the man, he immediately stepped forward to greet him. "Oh, it's Manager Zhang. Please come in." At that moment, Xiao Chen realized this must be one of Xiao Guoshang's subordinates, the manager of Mushu Technology. Zhang Jifeng was carrying a Maotai gift bag containing 2 bottles of Maotai and 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes. The cigarettes and liquor bottles were stacked perfectly level. Maybe something else was hidden underneath. Dad never received gifts like this before. After taking his seat, Zhang Jifeng glanced at the 2 children and promptly pulled out 2 wallets from his pocket, handing them over. "Mr. Xiao, this is the New Year's money for the children." "Oh my goodness." Chen Daosheng couldn't help but exclaim, "Manager Zhang, what are you doing?" "What do you mean? It's just New Year's money for your grandson." Take it, take it." Xiao Chen rolled his eyes at his father, who kept refusing. "Well, looks like dining out is out of the question." Xiao Chen obediently headed into the kitchen to cook, with Xu Zhi following closely behind him. "Honey, let me help you." "All right." While Xiao Chen was cooking, several more company executives arrived at the house. It was as if they'd coordinated beforehand, leaving Xiao Chen utterly bewildered. Having status really made a difference. Xiao Chen glanced over. The 2 kids had collected red envelopes, probably totaling tens of thousands of yuan. Together, they must have gotten 100,000 yuan. Xiao Chen served dish after dish onto the table. Seeing that Xiao Chen had cooked the meal, the guests were all a bit stunned. After all, it was rare these days for a son to cook for his family. With guests in the house, Xiao Chen's mother and grandmother welcomed them warmly. Soon, his father was drinking with the visitors. The modest dining room quickly filled to capacity. Xiao Chen felt his home was starting to feel a bit cramped and decided he should discuss moving to a larger place with his father. During dinner, Xiao Chen didn't join the table. Instead, he went to the bedroom to check on Xu Zhi, who was tending to the babies. Both babies lay quietly in bed, with the red envelopes the guests had just given them placed beside them. "Honey, did you count the money in the red envelopes?" Xu Zhi shook her head slightly. "No." "Then keep it. It's for the baby anyway." Xu Zhi no longer cared much about money or material things. She wasn't a materialistic woman compared to wealth. She valued having a husband who loved her far more. She was content with her current life, even feeling exceptionally happy. At 3 in the afternoon, Dad's subordinates finally left. By then, Dad was already drunk. After seeing them off, he collapsed onto the sofa and fell asleep without a care. Mom and Grandma tidied up the messy dining room. Yuan Yuqin said, "Xiao Chen, take all the things your dad's colleagues brought him out to the balcony." "Okay." Xiao Chen replied. It seemed these subordinates had coordinated their gifts. They were all identical: 2 bottles of mutai, 2 packs of Zhenghua cigarettes, some bird's nest porridge, various health supplements, and even some infant formula. The entrance was piled high with packages. Xiao Chen glanced at the mutai bag, pulled one out, and stared blankly. The height of the mutai box and the length of the Zhenghua cigarette box were different, creating uneven layers when stacked. Placing 50,000 yuan bills horizontally inside perfectly filled the gap. 5 people had arrived today. Xiao Chen glanced through them briefly. Each bag contained 50,000 yuan in cash. "Mom, come take a look." Xiao Chen couldn't help but call out. Yuan Yuqin emerged from the kitchen upon hearing him and froze when she saw the cash inside. "This? Xiao Chen, all this money came out of the mutai carry bags. Take it all out and put it away. Tell your dad when he wakes up." "Okay." Xiao Chen took out the 250,000 yuan in cash. This sum alone matched his father's entire annual income from the previous year. The gap was staggering. After moving everything onto the balcony, Xiao Chen tossed the money directly onto his bed. Just then, the door rang again. Xiao Chen opened it to find Zhang Li, his father's apprentice. Like the others, he carried a similar mutai tote bag containing 2 bottles of mutai and 2 packs of Zhenghua cigarettes. The height was identical. "Uncle Zhang." Xiao Chen's face darkened, but he still greeted him warmly. Zhang Li glanced inside the room. "Xiao Chen, where's your dad?" "He's passed out drunk. Just went to bed. Should I go wake him up for you?" No. Zhang Li shook his head. "Since your father is sleeping, I won't disturb him." "Oh, right, here are red envelopes for your 2 kids. He pulled 2 thick red envelopes from his pocket. "Well, the little treasure chests for Debao and Erbao just got 2,000 yuan richer." "This isn't quite right," Xiao Chen protested. Zhang Li shook his head. "What's wrong with it? Take it. Don't forget to tell your dad I came by to wish him a happy new year. I'll be off now." With that, Zhang Li dropped the items and walked away without looking back, even stomping down the stairs. Xiao Chen's mouth twitched. So this was what it looked like when someone had money and power. He had to admit, the feeling of having money was truly wonderful. With a sigh, he carried the items inside. Yuan Yuqin emerged. Who was that, Xiao Chen? Xiao Chen weighed the items in his hands. Just another New Year's gift giver. Put them on the balcony.
His mother, well versed in society's unspoken rules, showed no emotional fluctuation. She seemed to have grown accustomed to it.
Chapter 131, Not even a goddess could outshine you.
After Dad woke up, Xiao Chen told Xiao Guoshang about the money inside. Xiao Guoshang showed little reaction upon hearing this, as such matters were routine for him. His acceptance stemmed from the company's planned expansion next year and his own ambitious goals. He didn't want to limit himself to just Jinghai City. He even harbored ambitions to establish companies in other cities.
With current operations already highly mature, he aimed to emulate Rixing's model, ultimately establishing his own enterprises across the entire province of Lu.
His father was still young, capable of pushing forward for another 30 years. His goal was to establish enterprises worldwide within 3 decades.
Xiao Chen didn't say much.
Business in Jinghai was stable now, and if Dad wanted to expand elsewhere, let him go for it. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Xiao Chen's family visited his maternal grandmother's home.
Their family maintained an exceptionally close relationship with his maternal grandparents, though the distance meant they could only visit once a year. Grandma currently lived with Uncle.
Uncle Xiao Chen had 2 daughters and a son, all married with comfortable lives. His uncle made a substantial income from the demolition business. Xiao Chen hadn't told them about his baby yet, so when they arrived at his grandmother's house, everyone looked completely bewildered. After all, Xiao Chen had a child in his sophomore year of college, and just last year he had sworn up and down that he didn't have a girlfriend. Now the baby is already 6 months old.
This was simply too outrageous. Although the elders hadn't prepared red envelopes in advance, they still gave Xiao Chen's baby some cash.
The piggy banks for the 2 little ones gained several thousand yuan.
Xiao Chen and his father left around 3 in the afternoon.
Honestly, after the second day of the new year, Xiao Chen felt like the holiday was already over. On the third day, Chen Daosheng came to Xiao Chen's house as previously arranged. Xiao Chen personally cooked the meal, then shared a few drinks with Chen Daosheng while inquiring about Li Kueihua's health. Li Kueihua had recovered significantly. Though she still felt some discomfort compared to before the poisoning, she was much better now and could even walk on her own 2 legs. It had to be said the system's creations were truly top-notch. After lunch, Xiao Guosheng's family departed, carrying numerous gifts like everyone else, though theirs were clearly of a higher caliber than most. With so many visitors these past few days, even Dad felt the house was getting too small and wanted to move.
He sought everyone's opinion.
Mom naturally had no objections, but Xiao Chen rarely stayed here anyway, and the space was perfectly adequate for them during his school term. So Dad was a bit torn. In the end, he decided to wait a while to see if any good new developments came up. Or perhaps buy a villa in Zhengcheng outright. However, Xiao Guosheng believed it would be better for them to live separately from Xiao Chen, giving the child more personal space. The holiday flew by. After the new year, Xiao Chen devoted all his energy to caring for the baby, and before long, the 16th arrived. Jiangcheng University's semester started on the 19th, with classes officially beginning on the 20th. However, due to the large student population and the surrounding university town, students could move in as early as the 16th, and the campus cafeterias would also open then. With 3 shops to manage, Xiao Chen planned to return on the 16th itself. By morning, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi had packed their bags and were ready to head back to campus. Dad drove them there specially, though they didn't bring the 2 babies along. Mom said she wanted to stay home a little longer, and Grandma hadn't left either. She could help watch the babies for a while. Upon hearing this, Xu Zhi was the first to get excited. This meant that in their Jiangcheng home, it would just be the 2 of them. Meaning no one would disturb them anymore. Watching Xu Zhi's beaming smile, Xiao Chen couldn't shake a strange feeling. At 10:30 a.m. on the 16th, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi arrived in Zhengcheng. Outside the Guantang Yuejing residential complex, Dad helped Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi unload their luggage from the trunk. Feeling the cold wind blowing, Xiao Chen asked, "Dad, it's freezing out here.
Aren't you coming up for a sit?"
"I won't be going up." Dad shook his head. "There's a mountain of work at the company. The workload skyrocketed after the new year, and this afternoon we have people coming for a business meeting and others touring our facilities. Tomorrow, the TV station is coming for an interview. You have no idea how busy I am." Xiao Guosheng felt his head spin at the thought of the massive workload ahead. Seeing his father's valid points, Xiao Chen didn't press him further. "All right, drive carefully on your way back."
"Got it. I'm off."
"Bye, Dad." Xu Zhi waved at Xiao Guosheng, who waved back before driving off in his Bentley. Just then, Xu Zhi suddenly noticed something. She couldn't help but ask, "Honey, we didn't drive back. How are we going to get around when we go out in the future?"
You're right."
Xiao Chen's face darkened. "Don't worry, I'll find a designated driver on my phone and have him bring the car over."
"How much is that going to cost?"
"No big deal. Isn't making money just for spending it?" Xiao Chen planted a kiss on Xu Zhi's lips, then took her hand.
"All right, hurry home and tidy up. Xian Tianshang is bringing Lu Weiwei over for dinner."
"Did you text them?"
"Yep."
"All right."
Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi returned home and tidied up first.
Since they hadn't been in Jiangqing for a while, Xiao Chen had cut off the electricity and cleared out all the vegetables and fruits in the house. They covered the beds and furniture with dust covers. With the robotic vacuum and mop already cleaning the tables and cabinets, Xiao Chen activated the robot and headed downstairs with Xu Zhi to the supermarket to prepare lunch.
At noon, Xiao Chen was busy in the kitchen.
Just then, a knock sounded at the front door.
Xu Zhi called out, coming, and scurried to the door, opening it. Xi Zhi. Girls' emotions are truly something else.
The moment Lu Weiwei saw Xu Zhi, she threw her arms around her. True besties.
Whoa. Xu Zhi froze. Weiwei, don't hug me so tight I can barely breathe. Is it really that bad?
Lu Weiwei said, loosening her grip. Just then, Xian Tianshang, standing behind her, bared his teeth and spoke up, "Sis-in-law, you've gotten even prettier." Xu Zhi felt a bit flustered at the compliment. It had to be said, Xian Tianshang really knew how to speak.
Lu Weiwei pinched the flesh on Xian Tianshang's thigh. What about me? Have I gotten prettier? Ouch, ow.
Struggling, Xian Tianshang managed to say, "My wife is obviously the most beautiful girl in the world."
You're not just pretty, you're absolutely stunning.
No, even the gods in heaven couldn't compare to your beauty.
Chapter 132, Xiao Chen becomes a master. Now that's more like it.
Lu Weiwei was somewhat satisfied with Xian Tianshang's answer, so she reluctantly let go of him.
Watching the two bicker playfully, Xu Zhi couldn't help but smile. Stop standing outside the door. Come in and sit down.
Where are the babies? Where are the babies?
Su Tianshang couldn't wait to see Xiao Chen's two children. Xu Zhi replied, the babies are in Jinghai. I didn't bring them today.
When mom comes to stay for a while, she'll bring the babies.
Huh? They didn't come? Su Tianshang looked a bit disappointed. What? You're that eager to meet the babies? Xiao Chen walked over wearing an apron, carrying a plate of freshly washed strawberries.
Su Tianshang turned to look at him.
Yes. Even though they're not my children, my plan is. Once Lu Weiwei and I get married and have children, I want to arrange a betrothal for our children. Lu Weiwei rolled her eyes. Who wants to marry you and have kids? Did you forget? I'm child-free. He.
Zuantiansheng scratched his head and grinned foolishly.
Nothing you say now matters.
When the time comes, I'll sneakily pick Dudu off and get you pregnant.
I don't believe you'd have an abortion. Besides, Lu Weiwei absolutely adores children.
Xian Tianshang absolutely refuses to believe she's child-free.
The baby won't be back for a while. Next time we get the chance, I'll let you two meet. Okay. Xu Zhi and Zuantiansheng chatted with Lu Weiwei while Xiao Chen cooked in the kitchen. Today he made 4 dishes and a soup more than they could finish. Brother Chen, I have to say your braised pork belly is truly delicious. He picked up a piece of braised pork and popped it into his mouth. Xiao Chen frowned at his wolfish eating. I remember when you two were together, Zuantiansheng swore he'd lose weight. But now, I don't see you getting any slimmer? Hearing this, Lu Weiwei also caught on. She grabbed Xian Tianshang's ear and demanded, yeah, Xian Tianshang, why haven't you lost any weight? Lu Weiwei had a strong grip, and Xian Tianshang's earlobe was particularly thick. He hissed, ouch. Honey, ever since we got together, we've been eating all kinds of delicious food all the time. You even dragged me to different restaurants to check them out. How am I supposed to lose weight? Lu Weiwei didn't care about any of that. Then why don't you just eat less? I want to eat less too. Zuantianshang declared with righteous indignation, just yesterday. When we were shopping on the commercial street, you insisted on eating giant squid. You took 2 bites and stopped, right? Then you handed it to me. Yeah. Lu Weiwei nodded. Zuantianshang continued, I didn't eat it right away. You said I was disgusted by it, didn't you? And you made me finish it. This has happened at least 50 times, if not 100. And you still want me to lose weight. Zuantianshang was on the verge of tears. Lu Weiwei chuckled softly, recalling the stories from their time together. She really did do this often. Fine. Chubby can be cute too. Lu Weiwei finally stopped picking on Zuantianshang. He gritted his teeth and nodded. That's right, that's my good wife. Come on, give me a kiss. No way. Lu Weiwei rolled her eyes. We're eating. What's with all the kissing? He. After finishing their meal, the 4 of them headed to the school to tidy up the shops. To Xiao Chen's surprise, both the 7-Eleven convenience store and the Jasmine milk tea shop were already open for business. It seemed the store managers had come to handle things. Both store managers were locals from Jiangcheng. Hearing that school started today, they'd come early to get everything ready. Only the nail salon on the 2nd floor remained closed, with its manager, Lu Weiwei, standing right beside him. Xiao Chen bought milk tea for all 4 of them, and they headed upstairs together. Soon, they all pitched in to tidy up. Along the way, the nail salon staff also arrived for work. Suddenly, Lu Weiwei perked up and offered, Zhi, would you like me to do your nails? Ha? Xu Zhi paused for a moment, then shook her head. No, thanks. I might need to breastfeed the baby soon. I'll wait until after weaning. Xu Zhi considered many things carefully. Anything that might affect the baby's health, she wouldn't do. Okay. I have to say, you really are so good to your baby. After tidying up, the nail salon reopened for business. That meant, starting today, he'd have income coming in again. Except the car hadn't been returned. Xiao Chen was already regretting letting his dad drive them. He could have driven himself seriously. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen sent his dad a message, asking him to find a designated driver or have the car towed over. His dad simply replied with an okay. Before long, Xiao Chen and the others left the shop and started wandering around near the school. It was still winter, and the temperature was quite low, but they didn't mind the cold. Bro Chen, what did you say? You want to open another shop? Earlier on their walk, Xiao Chen had mentioned his desire to open another shop. He nodded. Yeah, we've got the nail salon now. Should we open a beauty salon too? While Jiangcheng University had plenty of barbershops, the skills of the Tony stylists inside were frankly nothing to write home about. It's safe to say they're exceptionally poor. Xiao Chen was speechless. That's why most guys avoided getting haircuts on campus. If there were a barbershop that all the students liked, it would definitely be a huge hit. Wait, 4 shops at once? Can you even handle that? Seeing Xian Tianshang's expression, Xiao Chen was also a bit speechless. That's right, the system had just assigned him another task. He must establish 10 companies under his name within a year. This was ridiculous. Fortunately, the timeline was generous, and this project addressed a pain point at Jiangcheng University. Students these days were extremely image-conscious, so this was undoubtedly a lucrative venture. Xu Zhi remained silent beside him. Since Xiao Chen's first 3 shops had all succeeded, and most of the profits from those shops were now under her custody. So why would Xu Zhi care what Xiao Chen was up to? The water in the school's artificial lake had frozen over. They sat on a nearby bench chatting when Xiao Chen's phone rang. Xiao Chen glanced at its Su Guagua. And it was a video call. Sitting right next to Xu Zhi, Xiao Chen answered immediately, patting his half-exposed cheek. Hey, Guagua. Without a second thought, Xiao Chen spoke right in front of Xu Zhi. When Su Guagua saw Xu Zhi in the frame, she froze for a moment. Master, I hope I'm not interrupting anything? No. Xiao Chen smiled as he spoke. What brings you here? I'd like to invite you and your wife to dinner. Chapter 133, Su Guagua treats them to dinner. Since Xiao Chen would be responsible for Su Guogua's songwriting and composition from now on, she simply called him master. At that moment, Xian Tianshang, who had been standing nearby, leaned in. Who is it, Chen? Let me see who's calling you master. Take a look. Xiao Chen held his phone screen up to Xian Tianshang's large face. Xian Tianshang immediately covered his face with his hands. Oh, it's Su Guagua. Brother Chen, I'm too ugly, don't take my picture. Xiao Chen withdrew his phone and turned to Xu Zhi. So, interested in going for a meal? Xu Zhi hadn't met Su Guagua yet, but he'd told her she was a very capable young girl. Sure. Xu Zhi replied without much thought. She had originally planned to cook for Xiao Chen that evening, but if they were going out to eat, she wouldn't have to cook herself. After getting Xu Zhi's agreement, Xiao Chen said, alright, you pick the place. Once you've booked it, just send me the location, and the 2 of us will head over. Alright. Xiao Chen hung up immediately. Xian Tiansheng asked, what's going on, Brother Chen? You're already a master? Of course. With my strength, it's only natural to be a master, right? Totally makes sense. Zuan Tiansheng nodded emphatically. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and said, but Su Guogui really is an exceptional girl. With your brother Chen here to help, I guarantee she'll become a superstar. Zuan Tiansheng added, but once she becomes famous, won't she kick you to the curb? Lu Weiwei, standing nearby, immediately protested, Zuan Tiansheng, how can you talk like that? Zuan Tiansheng pursed his lips. This happens all the time, okay? Honey, let me tell you, the entertainment industry is a mess. Xiao Chen completely ignored Zuan Tiansheng's words and shook his head. Alright, just shut up. Alright, I'll shut up. Zuan Tiansheng made a zipping mouth gesture and remained completely silent. Lu Weiwei glanced at the time and stood up from her chair. Alright, since that's the case, I won't bother you guys anymore. I'm heading to the nail salon to keep an eye on things. Xian Tiansheng, you go back to the dorm and play games. Hee, honey, you're so good to me. Back in dorm 448, Liang Qian and Su Koan had returned. Su Koan was still asking Xian Tiansheng when he'd come back to play games together. If I don't treat you well, who else would? Lu Weiwei rolled her eyes, thinking it was perfectly normal for a guy to play games all the time. Hee, love you. Zuan Tiansheng flashed her a heart sign with his fingers. Alright, Chengge, I'll head back now. Call me if you need anything. Go ahead. Xiao Chen waved his hand and nodded. Lu Weiwei also said, Ji, I'm heading back to earning money for your husband to spend on you. My dear Weiwei, you work so hard. Lu Weiwei turned her head and saw Zuan Tiansheng already walking far away. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. Zuan Tiansheng hadn't even waited for her. How utterly inconsiderate. After the two had walked far away, Xiao Chen said, then let's go home and pack up. There are no more buses today, so we'll just take a taxi over. All right. With the recent start of the semester, traffic around the university town was heavy, so congestion on the road was inevitable. Not having to drive suited Xiao Chen just fine. Not long after returning home, Su Guogua sent Xiao Chen her location, a Chinese restaurant neither he nor Xu Zhi had visited before. His original plan was to grab a simple meal. Su Guogua hadn't streamed in a long time, and he didn't want to burden her financially by treating them to an expensive dinner. Honey, are you ready? Let's head out. Xu Zhi had only applied a touch of lipstick, no makeup otherwise. But her skin was naturally flawless, making her look stunning even without cosmetics. Xiao Chen had already ordered a car via his phone. Soon, they were riding in a BYD Qin. Upon arriving at Yuekai restaurant, Xiao Chen spotted Su Guogua waiting at the entrance. The temperature wasn't too high now, wasn't she cold standing out there? After getting out of the car, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi hurried over. Xiao Chen couldn't help asking, Guogua, why are you waiting for us here? Su Guogua lifted her head at the sound of Xiao Chen's voice. Ah. I just got here myself. Su Guogua told a little white lie, she'd actually been waiting there for quite some time. Let's go inside. Today, Su Guogua wore a black wool coat, black tailored pants, and a pair of black boots. She looked quite pretty. Once inside, Su Guogua told the waiter they were ready to be served. Xiao Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. This is what you meant by, just arrive. At that moment, Xiao Chen remembered this was actually her first time meeting Xu Zhi. They had seen each other on the school playground before, but never spoken. Right, Guogua, let me introduce you. This is my wife, Xu Zhi. Honey, this is Guogua. Hello, Mrs. Su Guogua greeted her with great respect. Xu Zhi felt a bit awkward, this was the first time anyone had ever called her Mrs. Su. Hello? Xu Zhi could only offer a brief reply. Meanwhile, Su Guogua stared at them wide-eyed, unable to hold back. I didn't see you on the playground the other day, but now that I do, you're so beautiful. Also, master, I feel like you two really look like a perfect couple. If there's a chance, could I meet your child sometime? Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded. Of course. But the child is still in Jinghai and didn't come with us today. Oh. Su Guogua nodded. Xiao Chen asked, how are things on your end? Is your mother feeling much better now? Yes, much better. She replied softly, her post-surgery recovery is going exceptionally well. She just needs to take anti-rejection medication for a very long time. I've been thinking about resuming my live streaming recently. That way, I can earn some money to buy mom her medicine. Her eyes lit up as she imagined the future. Once I graduate from university and mom is fully recovered, I'll take her on a trip around the world. I want her to see all the beautiful landscapes of our motherland. Hearing this, Xu Zhi spoke up, honey, we'll bring our parents along too. That's definitely possible. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment, suspecting that before they could go, his father might already have taken his mother on such a journey. Then Xiao Chen asked, by the way, how's your preparation going for I Am a Singer? Xiao Chen recalled that after the Lantern Festival, this year's I Am a Singer auditions would begin nationwide. Su Guogua replied, well. Sister Lu has already contacted me. In about 2 weeks, I might have to go to Beijing for the auditions. All right. Xiao Chen nodded. Then sing your heart out when the time comes. Xiao Chen recalled he still had an unused wildcard spot available. Chapter 134, Knowledge, Not Posture. He could use this spot later to let Su Guogua go straight to the finals. The dishes arrived quickly. While waiting, Su Guogua performed a song she'd written for Xu Zhi and Xiao Chen to enjoy. Xiao Chen then offered some guidance on her compositions and helped revise some of the lyrics. After finishing dinner, it wasn't late. It was only a little past 8 o'clock. After settling the bill, Su Guogua didn't linger to interrupt their time together but hailed a cab and left immediately. Just as Xiao Chen reached for his phone to hail a cab, Xu Zhi suddenly blocked his phone screen. Hold off on the taxi for now. Let's walk. All right. Though the weather was a bit chilly, his wife had spoken, so Xiao Chen naturally had nothing more to say. Walking down the neon-lit street, Xu Zhi slipped her hand into Xiao Chen's pocket and exhaled a puff of cold breath. You know, Su Guogua's singing was really amazing. There's such a noticeable difference between hearing her on the phone and experiencing her live. Xiao Chen nodded. Yeah, I feel the same way. Xu Zhi pursed her lips. Xiao Chen, when you were helping Su Guogua change the lyrics just now, weren't you standing a little too close to her? Xiao Chen felt Xu Zhi's hand pinching him in his pocket. Though it didn't hurt much, Xiao Chen feigned pain. Ouch, honey, I swear I didn't. Xu Zhi was actually jealous. Damn it. No? Xu Zhi pouted, clearly displeased with Xiao Chen's earlier behavior. Earlier, Lu Weiwei had privately warned Xu Zhi to be wary of Su Guogua. She might have lured Xiao Chen away. Xiao Chen pondered this. Perhaps while rewriting the lyrics, he'd inadvertently neglected Xu Zhi beside him, focusing solely on his conversation with Su Guogua. That's why his wife was jealous. I was wrong. Without another word, Xiao Chen dropped to his knees. With so many passers-by around, the sight of a guy suddenly kneeling before a girl drew a crowd instantly. Any drama? Xu Zhi was also left utterly dumbfounded by Xiao Chen's next move. Wait, what? Her original intention was just for Xiao Chen to admit his mistake or something. But I didn't tell you to kneel like this. No. Xu Zhi frantically tried to pull Xiao Chen up, but as a girl, she couldn't budge him. Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Xiao Chen shouted, honey, I was wrong. I shouldn't have ignored your feelings just now. His voice was so loud that people nearby had no idea what was happening, and some had even pulled out their phones to take pictures. Passers-by A, wait, what's going on here? Bystander B, can someone tell me what's going on? Passers-by C, maybe this guy got caught cheating and is begging his girlfriend for forgiveness. Everyone? Because the bystander spoke rather loudly, Xu Zhi clearly heard everything. Seriously, what the hell is going on here? Xiao Chen, get up quickly. I don't. Xiao Chen shook his head firmly, no way. I'll only get up if my wife forgives me. Fine, I forgive you. Get up now. Alright. With Xu Zhi's support, Xiao Chen finally stood up. The crowd around them froze in surprise. Wait, he's up already? This guy got off way too easy. She's so beautiful, and he still cheated on her. I really don't know what this guy was thinking. The crowd buzzed with whispers, and of course, Xiao Chen heard their murmurs. The two quickly slipped away from the crowd. Xu Zhi shot him a withering look. What the hell were you thinking? Why did you kneel like that? Because I was afraid of losing my baby. Xiao Chen whined. Xu Zhi rolled her eyes. Stop pretending. He. When we get home, I'll teach you something. Teach me something? Xu Zhi froze. What could she possibly teach him? Yeah. Xiao Chen nodded. I'll teach you something new. New positions? Seeing Xu Zhi's mischievous expression, Xiao Chen froze. Wait, what exactly are you thinking, honey? It's knowledge, not poses. After returning home, Xiao Chen retrieved some drawing boards, paints, and other supplies from the system store. Xu Zhi had no idea where Xiao Chen had procured these items. Wait, when did you buy all this? I bought them a long time ago. Come on, I'll teach you how to paint. Painting? Xu Zhi paused in surprise, murmuring, so the knowledge you mentioned was this kind of knowledge. What did you think it was? I thought. Xu Zhi didn't finish her sentence, her cheeks flushing slightly. What was wrong with her? Why had she become like this ever since following Xiao Chen? Ever since acquiring his super painting technique, Xiao Chen's artistic skills had become nothing short of extraordinary. Even Xu Zhi now wondered if he was secretly an art student. He seems to excel at everything: music, chess, calligraphy, painting. How could there possibly be such a perfect man in this world? Leaning into Xiao Chen's embrace, Xu Zhi murmured, "Husband, I have this feeling." What kind of feeling? Xiao Chen continued painting as Xu Zhi watched his hands move. I feel like you're almost too perfect. Xiao Chen glanced down at her. What do you mean? Well, it feels like you can do everything, starting businesses, cooking, writing songs, and so on. Xiao Chen replied in a joking tone, so you should count yourself lucky to have married such a great husband. But. Xu Zhi rolled her eyes. She glanced at the painting Xiao Chen was working on a plum blossom tree. She couldn't help asking, honey, how much longer are you going to paint? I'm getting tired. Let's go to bed. Are you sure you're tired? Xiao Chen inquired. Xu Zhi nodded. Of course. Then if you're sleepy, you can go to bed first. No way. Xu Zhi flatly refused, shaking her head firmly. I need my dear husband to stay with me. Otherwise, I'll be scared if I go to bed alone. You're scared? Xiao Chen looked skeptical, but it had been a while since he and Xu Zhi had. She leaned close to Xu Zhi's cheek. Kiss me, dear husband. Before he could finish speaking, Xu Zhi pressed her lips to his without a word. Then beg your husband. ? Beg me, and I'll go to bed with you. Xu Zhi was quite obedient to him. She opened her mouth in a sweet, coquettish tone. Please, honey, come sleep with me. All right. Since Xu Zhi was currently lying across his lap, Xiao Chen set down the brush in the water and scooped her up in a princess carry. Honey, I'm going to take a shower first. You go ahead and change into your black stockings. Okay? Okay, honey. Chapter 135, Ancient Vine in Lingji. Xu Zhi was very obedient, and Xiao Chen felt particularly gratified. The next day, Xiao Chen woke up early. Not long after getting out of bed, his phone rang. He was in the middle of washing up, so Xu Zhi answered the call. Still half asleep, she pressed to answer. A voice came through the phone. Hello, Xiao Chen, young man. I'm almost at Guantan Yuejing Residential Complex. Could you come down and drive the car away? A man's voice came through the phone. Upon hearing it, Xu Zhi sat up in bed. Hello? Are you here to deliver our car? She found it odd. Why would a car be delivered so early in the morning? The man on the line replied, You must be Xu Zhi. This is Zhang Li. Is Xiao Chen still asleep? Oh, it's Uncle Zhang. Xiao Guoshang had mentioned Zhang Li to them, so Xu Zhi quickly replied, Xiao Chen just got up and is washing up. I'll go get him. Alright, I'm arriving at the community gate shortly. Just come down to the entrance to receive the car. Got it. After hanging up, Xu Zhi got out of bed. At that moment, Xiao Chen was humming a tune while brushing his teeth, staring at his reflection in the mirror. Spotting Xu Zhi approach, he rinsed his mouth. Honey, why are you up so early? You don't have class today. Xu Zhi, Uncle Zhangli brought your car over. He said he's almost at the community gate. Go meet him. Already? Xiao Chen paused in surprise. And it was Zhangli who delivered it? Alright, I'll go as soon as I finish washing my face. Okay. Xu Zhi returned to the bedroom. Xiao Chen splashed water on his face again, then changed into thick clothes and went downstairs. When he reached the community gate, sure enough, his Xiaomi YU7 was already parked there. Zhang Li had rolled down the window and was waiting for Xiao Chen to approach. Uncle Zhang. Xiao Chen jogged over. Zhang Li got out of the car as soon as he saw him. Since Xiao Chen didn't smoke, Zhang Li didn't offer him a cigarette. But chatting for a bit was certainly no problem. Xiao Chen, so you live here now? He glanced at Jiangcheng University across the residential complex and couldn't help but remark. Xiao Chen nodded. Yes. When we had kids, we bought a place nearby so it wouldn't interfere with classes. Ah, that makes sense. Xiao Chen asked, but why did you bring my car over? And why so early? It was only 7:30 a.m. now. Considering the hour-and-a-half commute, he must have left before 6 a.m. Oh, I'm here today to scout the area and visit a few clients. Client visits? Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Zhang Li explained, yes. Your father wants to establish operations in Jiangcheng as soon as possible. Recently, several companies from Jiangcheng visited our headquarters in Jinghai. So this time I'm going to visit their companies in person. Alright. Xiao Chen considered it. Then, Uncle Zhang, why don't you drive? Xiao Chen felt driving would be more convenient, but Zhang Li shook his head. No need. Jiangcheng's subway system is so well developed. I'll just take the subway. You can drive the car back. Alright. Xiao Chen nodded. Uncle Zhang, are you going to go upstairs and sit for a while? No need. He retrieved his briefcase from the backseat and waved to Xiao Chen. I'll get back to work now. No need to keep you. Head home quickly. Alright, bye Uncle Zhang. Xiao Chen waved back at him, then got into the car and drove it into the basement. By the time he returned upstairs, Xu Zhi had already started making him a sandwich. So, did you get the car back? Xu Zhi inquired. Xiao Chen nodded. Yeah, I got it back. Zhang Li is working here now. I have a feeling my dad will definitely open a branch office here in the future. Jiangcheng had over 3 million more permanent residents than Jinghai, with even more companies here, and naturally, the competition was fiercer. Since dad already had a proven track record, replicating it in another city shouldn't be a problem. Of course, it would require leveraging some connections. Now that Rixing Capital held shares in their company, perhaps Chen Daosheng could offer assistance once he learned of this development. Really? That's wonderful. Since they plan to settle in Jiangcheng permanently, Xu Zhi would definitely want her dad to join them. After breakfast, Xiao Chen sat on the sofa watching a movie. At 9 o'clock in the morning, his phone on the coffee table vibrated. Buzz. The name Chen Daosheng flashed on the screen. Xiao Chen quickly pressed to answer. Hello, Grandpa Chen. Xiao Chen greeted him. Hearing his voice, Chen Daosheng chuckled. Ha, Xiao Chen, you're back in Jiangcheng now, right? Yes, I just got back yesterday. Jiangcheng University is about to start classes. How is Grandma's health? She's doing okay. For some reason, upon hearing this, Xiao Chen distinctly sensed a tinge of sorrow in Chen Daosheng's tone. Xiao Chen was particularly sensitive to shifts in speech patterns. He asked, Grandpa, has something happened? Nothing. Chen Daosheng chuckled. We're just encountering some difficulties gathering the medication list from Sato Kojiro. Some trouble? Xiao Chen furrowed his brow slightly. What happened, grandfather? Xiao Chen, could you ask your master where I might find this ancient vine Lingji? Ancient vine Lingji? Xiao Chen had never heard of this variety either. Lingji was Lingji, what on earth was this ancient vine Lingji? Alright, I'll ask my master. I'll call you back with the news, Grandpa. Alright, thanks for your help, Xiao Chen. After hanging up, Xu Zhi beside him asked, What's up, honey? What did old Chen want this time? He asked if I'd ever heard of ancient vine Lingji. What on earth is that? I don't know. Xiao Chen figured that with Chen Daosheng's connections, he must have already asked around. But since even he didn't know anything about it, it meant this ancient vine Lingji was indeed extremely rare. Xiao Chen immediately activated the system and inquired, System, what exactly is ancient vine Lingji? The system promptly replied, Ancient vine Lingji is a type of Lingji that grew on vines within ancient tombs 1,000 years ago. This variety is exceedingly rare, requiring a full millennium to mature and demanding extremely specific conditions regarding humidity, environment, and other factors. An ancient tomb? Xiao Chen was utterly dumbfounded. Seriously? That's acceptable?
As everyone knows, most ancient tombs in China have been looted by grave robbers, and the vast majority are now under official protection.
He pressed on, "System, seeing how handsome I am, could you just give me an ancient vine lingji?" System?
No, but I can provide you with a way to obtain the ancient vine lingji.
Chapter 136, Su Kuan's new girlfriend. Whoa, that's surprisingly user-friendly? Then tell me. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've activated the choice system. Option 1, travel to the zero-state ancient tomb and search the tomb for the ancient vine lingji. Option 2, wait for an auction featuring the ancient vine lingji and bid on it.
Seeing these two options, Xiao Chen froze.
Wait, what? The Lingzhou ancient tomb?
Lingzhou is a city in China, but it's in the south, roughly 3,000 kilometers away from Xiao Chen.
Asking me to go tomb raiding. To be honest, Xiao Chen really didn't want to go. He asked, "Could you at least tell me the location of this ancient tomb first?" Sure.
Just then, Xiao Chen's phone on the table buzzed.
It was a text message, and its contents contained the detailed location information of the ancient tomb. The location lay within the tropical mountainous region south of Lingzhou City, an exceptionally remote area. As far as he knew, this mountainous region covered a vast expanse, home to no fewer than 1,000 species of wildlife. There are even some unknown species. In short, it's fraught with danger. A single bite from some unidentified creature could send you straight to the afterlife. If he chose option 2, who knew how long he'd have to wait? But Xiao Chen wasn't particularly keen on tomb raiding either. He was a rather superstitious man, always inclined to believe in spirits and supernatural beings. After all, this world was truly wondrous. And with the system now bound to him, perhaps China really did have spirits and demons, and the West truly had a god. After shutting down the system, Xiao Chen stepped onto the balcony and dialed Chen Daoxing's number. After a few rings, Chen Daoxing answered. "Xiao Chen, you found out so quickly?" It must be said that Xiao Chen's efficiency was truly remarkable. It seemed he also placed great importance on this matter. "Yeah." Xiao Chen scratched his nose and said, "I called my master. He said, ancient vine lingji is quite rare these days, but there might be some in Lingzhou right now." Zero state? Chen Daoxing inquired, any specific location? Given grandfather Chen Daoxing's advanced age, sending him into a tomb was out of the question. Xiao Chen could only explain, "Grandfather, my master said ancient vine lingji only grows in ancient tombs, specifically those that are over 1,000 years old." Hearing this, Chen Daoxing grew even more curious about what kind of person Xiao Chen's master was. Xiao Chen continued, "The specific location is in the tropical rainforests of southern Lingzhou, but that area is off limits to us humans of Huaxia. There are far too many dangerous creatures in there. Venturing in recklessly would be extremely perilous." Chen Daoxing sighed helplessly. Xiao Chen was absolutely right, his words were spot on. That region truly held immense peril. In his youth, Chen Daoxing had been fond of exploration. Once, he and several friends had ventured into the rainforests of southern Lingzhou. The 5 of them had gone for a total of half a month, and 2 had died. One was bitten by an unknown venomous snake and died the very next day. The other was cut by a plant on his calf. The wound quickly turned black, and after leaving the area, he died in the hospital from organ failure. In short, it was utterly terrifying. Chen Daoxing felt he would never set foot there again in his lifetime. Humans were simply too insignificant in the face of nature. But for Li Kueihua, he resolved to take the risk. "Alright, I understand, Xiao Chen. Let me think about it." "Alright." Chen Daoxing hung up quickly. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. He had to admit, for his wife, Chen Daoxing was truly willing to do anything. Xiao Chen admired such dedication from the bottom of his heart. But putting himself in Chen Daoxing's shoes, if Xu Zhi had fallen ill with the same disease, even if it meant walking through a mountain of knives, Xiao Chen would find a way to get it. A perfectly reasonable explanation. Back in the living room, Xu Zhi was munching on a bag of potato chips while the movie on TV had switched to her favorite genre. "Honey, I'm done with the call." "Yeah, done." Xiao Chen took a deep breath and sat down beside Xu Zhi. Xu Zhi was watching the TV program with a silly grin on her face. Xiao Chen glanced at her, this look, so innocent. After watching TV with her for a while, Xiao Chen went downstairs to exercise. Lately, Xu Zhi had been pushing him pretty hard. Xiao Chen felt like he needed to work out or he wouldn't be able to keep up. His workout spot was simple, the campus sports field of Jiangcheng University. Today, a large number of students were returning to campus, and the road outside was jam-packed with cars. When Xiao Chen arrived at the campus sports field, he spotted Su Kuan from afar. This time, another girl appeared by his side. Xiao Chen froze. "Ha? Was Su Kuan about to get out of the single life again?" Not bad. Just as winter break ended, he'd already found new romance. Xiao Chen grinned as he ran over and slapped him on the shoulder. "Hey, Su Kuan." Su Kuan jumped at Xiao Chen's sudden appearance. He turned his head, patting his racing heart. "Holy crap, you scared the hell out of me. Chen, why are you always jumping out like that? You call that startling?" Xiao Chen rolled his eyes before continuing, "Aren't you going to introduce who this is?" Su Kuan was holding hands with this girl at that moment.
Hearing Xiao Chen's question, he finally snapped out of it.
Oh, Chenggu, this is Wang Hui. Wang Hui? Your new girlfriend? Seeing Su Kuan's hesitation, it was clear they hadn't officially confirmed their relationship yet. Not exactly, we just met. All right. Xiao Chen smiled. Then I won't bother you too. I'm going for a run. You guys chat. All right. Xiao Chen ran 3 laps around the track, working up a sweat.
Meanwhile, Wang Hui received a call from her girlfriends inviting her out to hang out, so she left the area.
Su Kuan immediately sought out Xiao Chen. You're something else, kid. Wang Hui was clearly much prettier than his ex-girlfriend Shen Xin. Su Kuan grinned and scratched his head. Bro Chen, what do you think of this Wang Hui?
She's very impressive.
Xiao Chen nodded with satisfaction. So, how did you meet her? On the high-speed train.
Su Kuan explained, she's from the same city as me.
Actually, I noticed her while waiting for the train.
I never expected Wang Hui would end up sitting right next to me. She had this huge suitcase, so I helped her stow it in the overhead compartment.
During the trip, I found out she also goes to Jiangcheng University. Oh my. Xiao Chen asked, is Wang Hui a freshman?
Yep.
We hit it off pretty well.
Since we were both heading to Jiangcheng University after getting off the bus, we shared a taxi over. I paid the fare, but she insisted on transferring the money back to me, so we added each other on WeChat.
Xiao Chen paused, then asked, you met yesterday and are already holding hands today? Well, holding hands, just be a little thick-skinned. Seeing his playful expression, Xiao Chen didn't press further. Well, work hard then. Got it. Chapter 137, The Parallel Dimension. Alright, I won't bother you anymore. I'll head back to keep my wife company.
Alright, I'll head back to play games with Xian Tianshang and Liang Qian.
After bidding farewell, Xiao Chen returned to the residential complex.
When he got home, Xu Zhi hadn't finished watching the movie yet, but she'd already polished off most of the snacks on the table.
Seeing how much she'd eaten, Xiao Chen couldn't help but tease, wow, you ate that much. Are you even going to eat lunch? It was almost noon. Xu Zhi smiled and nodded. Of course I will. Make me some sea squirt rice today.
I ordered sea squirt at the supermarket earlier, and it's already been delivered. She pointed to the sea cucumbers on the dining table.
Xiao Chen walked over to take a look. Alright, but I need to take a shower first. I'll make it for you right after. Okay. Having just finished her snacks, she wasn't terribly hungry.
After Xiao Chen finished showering, he got busy in the kitchen. After watching for a moment, Xu Zhi was about to go help in the kitchen, but Xiao Chen had already finished most of the preparations. You're too late, I've already finished cooking.
Oh well, I was looking forward to helping.
Better late than never, perfect timing, Xiao Chen said with a hint of sarcasm.
Xu Zhi planted a kiss on his cheek. Oh my, I love my husband the most. Alright, go wait outside for a bit. Dinner will be ready soon. Xu Zhi skipped happily out of the kitchen.
After a short wait, the sea squirt rice dish was ready. Knowing Xu Zhi couldn't eat much, Xiao Chen served her only half a bowl. Seeing the half bowl of sea squirt rice, she looked up at Xiao Chen. Honey, why did you only serve me so little?
Do you think I've gotten fat? You look no different than you did after giving birth, don't you? Xu Zhi had always been slender. Fat? Impossible. Of course not. There's plenty left in the pot.
I just saw how much snacking you did earlier, so I figured you probably couldn't finish much more.
Don't I know your appetite? Xu Zhi giggled. Xiao Chen had a point.
After finishing their meal, the two took a short nap, then exercised for a while.
Just then, Xiao Chen's phone rang. He pulled it out to see it was Chen Daosheng. Hello, Grandpa? Xiao Chen answered the call.
On the other end, Chen Daosheng seemed to struggle to speak.
Xiao Chen, Grandpa has a favor to ask of you this time. Xiao Chen immediately suspected it was about the ancient tomb in Lingzhou. No problem, Grandpa. Go ahead. Xiao Chen, do you know the exact location of that Lingzhou ancient tomb?
The coordinates Xiao Chen had sent him were indeed the exact location, but finding such a tomb was exceptionally difficult. Even the Qin Shi Huang mausoleum remained inaccessible to this day. Xiao Chen had no idea about the scale of this ancient tomb, nor could he identify whose burial site it was historically.
After pondering for a moment, Xiao Chen asked, Grandfather, have you already made plans to go to Lingzhou?
Xiao Chen hadn't expected him to prepare so quickly.
Chen Daosheng hummed in acknowledgement on the other end of the line. Yes, Grandpa, I'm ready.
I had a friend help me find several locals from Lingzhou who know the southern rainforest well. But they've never heard of the ancient tomb your master mentioned. It seemed Chen Daosheng was eager to head to Lingzhou. Concerned for his safety, Xiao Chen asked, Wait, Grandpa, are you planning to go yourself? He was so old, and he'd fainted from a heart attack before. Zero state was so dangerous, and who knew what lurked inside that ancient tomb? Going there would likely spell disaster. Yes. I didn't tell my two children about this. If they knew, they'd never let me go. But Xiao Chen pursed his lips. It's far too dangerous over there.
Couldn't you hire a few people to go instead? Chen Daosheng paused across from him. He'd certainly considered this and could find reliable people. But Chen Daosheng felt certain things simply had to be done personally.
Though he was getting older, his health had been remarkably good lately. Mainly, there was an obsession in his heart. No matter what, he had to save Li Kueihhua's life.
Xiao Chen, there's no need to dissuade me. I've already made up my mind to go. Xiao Chen remained silent for a moment before replying. Alright, old Chen. Wait for my call. Alright, thank you for your trouble, Xiao Chen. After hanging up, Xiao Chen took a deep breath.
He didn't know if Chen Daosheng's approach was right, but he wanted to save Li Kueihua. He was willing to make these sacrifices. It was enough.
Honey, what's wrong now?
Xu Zhi asked as she took a bite of her sea squirt rice.
Xiao Chen replied calmly, nothing. Old Chen wants to go to the tropical rainforest in Lingzhou to find a medicinal herb. I feel like it might be dangerous over there. Honey, you're not going too, are you?
Xu Zhi looked at Xiao Chen with concern.
He sighed. Of course he didn't want to go.
But it seemed that if he didn't go, they might truly never find the entrance to this ancient tomb.
Let me think.
Xu Zhi looked a little sad.
Xiao Chen reassured her, I haven't said I'm going yet. And if I do go, I'll definitely take precautions, won't I? Are you really going?
Xu Zhi stared at him with pleading eyes, looking as if she might cry at any moment.
Xiao Chen sighed.
Honey, you know Dad's current achievements are all thanks to old Chen.
Don't you think we should give him this favor? Alright. Xiao Chen's words held undeniable logic. Xu Zhi pouted, reluctantly conceding, fine then.
But if you go, please be careful.
I'll be waiting for you at home. MHM, don't worry. This morning, he hadn't made a choice yet. Now, Xiao Chen was choosing.
System, I choose option 1, but you must guarantee my safety.
Rest assured, host. At that moment, the system announced, congratulations, host, you have obtained the transdimensional space. Host, you may store any item within the transdimensional space.
Its capacity is infinite, and time does not pass within it.
This means any item stored there will never expire. Xiao Chen froze.
This felt exactly like the spatial storage devices in post-apocalyptic novels.
It was undeniably powerful. Could he store medicine, food, or life-saving items inside? Xiao Chen pressed further. Any other rewards?
Congratulations, host, you have obtained insecticide spray.
It can repel any insects or animals. The item has been placed in the multiverse space. This works. Xiao Chen paused in surprise. This item was undeniably crucial. The rainforest might hold dangers. If he encountered insects or wild beasts, this would come in handy. Chapter 138, Reaching Zero State.
After dinner, Xu Zhi remained in a foul mood. Xiao Chen comforted him before they drove together to buy some medicine. The system provided him with a comprehensive list of medications. Seeing that Xiao Chen had also purchased antiviral serums and other items, Xu Zhi felt his preparations were truly thorough. After returning home with the supplies, he stood on the balcony and dialed Chen Daosheng's number.
Chen Daosheng answered promptly, hello, Chen. You know the exact location of the ancient tomb? Master Chen, I intend to accompany you there. Ha?
Chen Daosheng froze upon hearing Xiao Chen's words.
Xiao Chen wanted to come along too. No, absolutely not. The rainforest in Lingzhou was exceptionally dangerous, and Xiao Chen had 2 children and wasn't even married yet. If anything happened to him, Chen Daosheng couldn't bear the responsibility.
Chen Daosheng spoke up, Xiao Chen, you really shouldn't come alone.
It's not that grandfather is forbidding you, but you know how dangerous it is over there. Xiao Chen replied, grandfather, I know that well. But if you go searching, you probably won't find the tomb's entrance anytime soon.
Xiao Chen's reasoning was sound, and Chen Daosheng found no way to refute it.
He could only concede, alright, then Xiao Chen, you'll lead us to the entrance when the time comes. Then you must return.
Hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a warmth in his heart.
Chen Daosheng didn't want him to face danger either. Alright. Xiao Chen planned to take things one step at a time. Who knows? Given the circumstances, he might end up going in with them after all. Xiao Chen asked, so, old Chen, when do you plan to depart? How about 3 days from now?
Since Xiao Chen had just started school, Chen Daosheng also wanted to give him some time to handle his own affairs.
Xiao Chen nodded. All right. After a few more casual words, Xiao Chen ended the call. Seeing him finish, Xu Zhi eagerly sidled up and asked. So, honey, when are you leaving? 3 days from now.
I'll go ask the counselor for leave in a couple of days.
But, how long will you be gone?
Xu Zhi hoped Xiao Chen could give her a definite time frame. After a moment's thought, Xiao Chen replied, a week at most.
If you don't want to stay at home these days, you can stay at school. That way, Lu Weiwei can keep you company. All right.
Xu Zhi spoke reluctantly, honey, you must take care of yourself.
Don't worry. I'm not going alone. Old Chen and others are coming too. Your husband here will be just fine. Okay, honey.
After comforting Xu Zhi for quite some time, her mood finally improved a bit.
The next day, Zhangcheng University began its new semester. Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi went to register together.
Then their advisor, Mang Shuaru, rattled off a long list of back-to-school reminders, mostly emphasizing safety precautions. She also reminded them that now that classes had started, they should focus entirely on their studies. The speech was nearly identical every year, and Xiao Chen knew he'd hear it many more times. 2 days later, Xiao Chen requested leave from Meng Shuaru under the pretext of accompanying his baby. Meng Shuaru naturally raised no objections. While she might question others' leave requests, Xiao Chen was different. Since Xu Zhi still had classes, Xiao Chen drove his Xiaomi Yu7 to the Chen family manor alone. He noticed the manor had undergone renovations, likely related to the previous incident where Sato Shojiro's bodyguards had barged in. Having visited numerous times before, the staff recognized him immediately. Xiao Chen walked straight in and located Chen Daosheng. At that moment, Chen Daosheng hadn't prepared anything, as someone from Lingzhou had already made arrangements for him. He only needed to show up. Xiao Chen, however, was different. He carried a massive expedition backpack filled with various items. Though he possessed the system's alternate dimension storage space, to avoid arousing suspicion, he deliberately packed extra gear. Xiao Chen, why did you bring so much stuff? Old Chen was somewhat surprised, as Xiao Chen's preparations clearly indicated he intended to accompany them to the ancient tomb. Just preparing a little extra, that's all. Xiao Chen replied with a smile, but Old Chen's expression grew grave. Xiao Chen, we agreed you'd guide me to the tomb's entrance and then return. You absolutely cannot enter the tomb. I know. At that moment, Xiao Chen wanted to ask if their reckless descent into the tomb would inevitably break the law. But perhaps Old Chen could smooth things over. Old Chen, when do we depart? We're leaving immediately. I've already booked the tickets. The driver will take us to the airport shortly, and there will be someone waiting for us in Lingzhou. All right. Shortly after, a Maybach pulled up. Xiao Chen and Chen Daosheng took the back seats and soon arrived at Jinghai's Phoenix Airport. Chen Daosheng had booked first-class tickets. Xiao Chen's luggage was too bulky for carry-on, but it contained no contraband. Those items had already been stowed away in his spatial pocket. After several hours of flight, Xiao Chen and Chen Daosheng arrived in Lingzhou City. Most of Lingzhou City was mountainous terrain. The region had a tropical rainforest climate, characterized by year-round high temperatures and heavy rainfall. Consequently, the mountains were densely forested with lush vegetation and exceptionally thick, dense trees. This is a fictional world. Please do not project real-world expectations. Upon exiting the aircraft, a man in his 50s was waiting for them at the arrival gate. Old Chen. The man sported a long beard, his hair graying significantly, though he appeared in good health. Given the high temperatures, he wore only a simple ice silk short-sleeved shirt. Old Lin. Approaching the man, Chen Daosheng introduced, Xiao Chen, this is my longtime friend, Lin Bing, who also heads the Zero State Division for Sunrise Capital. Hello, Uncle Lin. Xiao Chen shook his hand warmly. Chen Daosheng added, Old Lin, this is Xiao Chen. I told you about him before. So you're Xiao Chen. Truly a promising young talent. Xiao Chen didn't know what Chen Daosheng had told Lin Bing, but the praise was undoubtedly high. As they walked, Old Lin shared insights about the local situation. As he spoke about the company's growth, Xiao Chen was surprised to learn that Rixing Capital actually had a branch office in Lingzhou. The sheer scale of this company was undeniable. After boarding a Maybach, Lin Bing finally spoke up, by the way, Old Chen, why did you suddenly decide to go to the rainforests in the south? It's extremely dangerous there, and didn't you visit once when you were young? Xiao Chen perked up at this. Huh? Old Chen had been there in his youth? No choice. Old Chen shook his head. There's a precious medicinal herb in the rainforest I need to collect. What kind of herb? Ancient vine lingji. The words slipped out. Truthfully, Chen Daosheng hoped Lin Bing would hear ancient vine lingji and assume he possessed it. But he didn't. Ancient vine lingji? What's that? Chapter 139, Scorpions and Geckos. Lin Bing had never heard of it, and Chen Daosheng wasn't surprised. His tone remained calm as he began, it's a long story. Then make it quick, haha. Chen Daosheng paused, then nodded. All right. Chen Daosheng hadn't mentioned his wife's illness, he'd spoken of someone else. His purpose for coming here was to find medicinal herbs, not to search for ancient tombs. After all, one must always be wary of others. Especially when it came to something like tomb raiding. Lin Bing nodded slightly after hearing this, then couldn't help but ask, the situation inside is dangerous. Old Chen, you found someone to go with you, right? Yeah, I've got people lined up. That's good. The car drove slowly and soon arrived at a restaurant. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, time for dinner. After dining with Lin Bing, Chen Daosheng took Xiao Chen to stay in a presidential suite. This hotel was booked for them by Lin Bing, featuring several rooms. Xiao Chen placed all his belongings in the living room. Soon, the door knocked. Knock knock knock. Old Chen, someone's here. Chen Daosheng was on the phone with his son when he heard Xiao Chen's announcement. He gestured for Xiao Chen to go open the door. Opening the door, 2 men dressed somewhat shabbily entered. Both men appeared to be around 40, sporting thick beards and wearing particularly coarse clothing. It was clear these 2 were his companions who had descended into the tomb with him. Hello.
Xiao Chen greeted them. The two men glanced at him. Where is old Chen? He's inside. The two exchanged another glance before entering the suite. At that moment, old Chen finished his call. Scorpion, Gecko, you're here. Got it. Both men nodded simultaneously. Xiao Chen looked utterly bewildered. Scorpion? Gecko? What strange nicknames.
Chen Daosheng noticed Xiao Chen's bewildered expression and explained, Xiao Chen, these two are renowned toon rating masters in our great Xia. Due to privacy concerns, we can't disclose their real names.
Old Chen, I understand. Xiao Chen nodded.
The man called Scorpion had 2 deep scars on his face and dark skin. He must be quite experienced. After discussing departure time, they settled on 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Once they reached the southern rainforest, their line of sight would remain unobstructed. They hoped to locate the ancient tomb within a single day.
However, neither Scorpion nor Gecko had ever heard of ancient tombs in the southern rainforests of Lingzhou. Yet, since Chen Daosheng had mentioned it, the matter was most likely true.
Moreover, they had a plan. If they failed to locate the tomb within 3 days, they would abandon the search. As for provisions, they packed enough for 7 days. Backpack space was limited, and they needed to carry numerous tools, so food supplies could only last 7 days at most. After finalizing their plan, the two departed. Chen Daosheng then approached Xiao Chen and asked, Xiao Chen, do you have the exact date for the tomb now? Rain had begun falling over Lingzhou. Xiao Chen gazed out the window and shook his head. Grandpa, I only have a rough location for now. We'll search for it once we arrive tomorrow. Nothing should be stated with absolute certainty. Chen Daosheng knew it was pointless to insist now. He nodded. All right. Get a good night's rest tonight. I'll wake you up tomorrow. All right. Since they needed to rise early the next day, Xiao Chen went to bed early. The next morning, Xiao Chen woke up even earlier than Chen Daosheng. After packing his things, a waiter arrived just in time to deliver their breakfast. After waking old Chen, they ate breakfast together and headed downstairs. A large SUV with massive tires and mud-splattered bodywork was already parked below. The driver was none other than Scorpion. He wore sunglasses and was dressed in highly specialized gear, seemingly made of material impervious to snake bites and insect stings. Xiao Chen, let's get in the car. All right. Xiao Chen hurriedly sat in the back seat with Chen Daosheng. Without a word, Scorpion started the engine and drove for a while before speaking up. Old Chen, your clothes and this young man's are in the trunk. Change into them when we get close. Old Chen, I've only packed some food and emergency supplies in your backpack. Once we reach the interior of the rainforest, just stay close to us too. We'll ensure your safety. All right. Chen Daosheng gave a slight nod. He turned his gaze to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, once you find the tomb entrance, drive this vehicle back here. Chen Daosheng still didn't intend to let Xiao Chen go down with them. Xiao Chen nodded. Understood, grandfather. You can rest assured. After driving for over 2 hours, the car entered a mountainous region. After winding through several roads, the passable paths grew increasingly scarce. Simultaneously, the surrounding trees grew denser. Compared to other areas, the trees here were significantly taller, and the air felt unusually humid. Let's park here. After the group got out, Xiao Chen spotted a brightly colored frog at his feet. Noticing Xiao Chen's gaze, Scorpion warned, that's a poison dart frog. It's highly toxic. Don't touch it. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. Damn it, encountering this thing right after arriving? It was genuinely a bit terrifying. All right. The gecko opened the trunk and pulled out 2 sets of clothing. Xiao Chen quickly changed into his. The fabric was woven from multiple fibers, exceptionally coarse. Xiao Chen felt it not only protected against insect bites but also offered insulation. Of course, there was a downside: they were incredibly heavy to wear. The weight wouldn't be a problem for Xiao Chen, but for old Chen. His gaze shifted to Chen Daosheng. Though Chen could still move in the garments, his age would undoubtedly make it significantly more taxing. Old Chen, are you okay wearing this? I'm fine. He shook his head. Seeing that both men were ready, Scorpion and Gecko had also shouldered their heavy backpacks and were each holding a loyang shovel. Wait! Xiao Chen called out to the 2 men. He pulled 2 bottles of insect repellent spray from his backpack and handed them to Scorpion and Gecko, who were leading the way. This is insect repellent spray. Take these. If any animals block our path, you can use these. Scorpion and Gecko exchanged a glance, nodded, and both accepted the spray bottles. The path ahead remained passable. Xiao Chen stepped cautiously on the damp earth, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. As they advanced deeper, the surrounding trees grew increasingly taller. Visibility decreased significantly. Xiao Chen opened the system to check. The ancient tomb was still 3 kilometers away. Chapter 140, Climbing the Mountain. 3 kilometers wasn't far, but trekking there was indeed arduous. Sure enough, after just a few steps, a stretch of water appeared ahead. Within it swam several large crocodiles. Xiao Chen sensed these weren't Yangtze alligators. Those creatures were almost entirely non-aggressive. But these crocodiles were nearly 3 meters long, enormous beasts that could potentially swallow him whole in a single gulp. They dared not speak. The path wasn't particularly difficult at this point, in fact, it was passable. This route must be frequently used by adventurers. With enough people walking it, a trail had naturally formed. The gecko clung tightly to Chen Daoxing's hand, as if afraid he might fall behind. Xiao Chen followed closely behind the three of them, bringing up the rear. After 10 minutes, the path ahead grew increasingly narrow. Xiao Chen could distinctly feel they were climbing uphill. Scorpion halted, surveying the surroundings before whispering, "There's no path ahead. We can rest here for a moment. Old Chen, are you feeling alright?" After walking for a while, Chen Daoxing was already breathing heavily. Seeing his condition, Scorpion grew concerned. The dangers here were numerous. While protecting themselves wasn't a problem, safeguarding a man in his 70s was proving to be a headache. "I'm fine." Chen Daoxing shook his head, unscrewed his water bottle, and took a sip. He turned his gaze to Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, how much farther is it to this ancient tomb you mentioned?" Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, pulled out his phone, and glanced at the map. "About 3 kilometers. In truth, it was only about 2.5 kilometers, but Xiao Chen had just thrown out a similar figure offhand. "System, plan a relatively safe route for me." Xiao Chen thought to himself, and the system immediately plotted a route for him. It was like a car navigation system. "Host, this route is relatively safe. Along the way, you'll encounter highly venomous mantises, king cobras, brown bears." Xiao Chen froze in disbelief upon hearing the system's warning. Hold on, wait, what? Venomous mantises? King cobras? And brown bears? This is safe? Are you kidding me?" Just as he was pondering this, the system's voice chimed in again. "This route contains no poisonous plants. Host, exercise caution and you will reach the ancient tomb safely." Xiao Chen chose to trust the system. After resting for a moment, he addressed Scorpion. "I know the exact location of the ancient tomb. From here on, I'll lead the way. You two just focus on protecting old Chen." Scorpion didn't think twice and simply nodded. Since Chen Daoxing had agreed to bring him here, it meant the kid must know something. Truthfully, their primary purpose in coming here today was to ensure Chen Daoxing's safety. Secondary? Stealing the treasures within the ancient tomb. They weren't archaeologists from reputable institutions, they were grave robbers. Gecko had even served time for tomb raiding years ago. They'd long since retired from the trade, but rumors of ancient tombs in Lingzhou and their local connections had drawn them back. This time, even if something went wrong, Chen Daoxing would shield them. Xiao Chen glanced at Chen Daoxing again. "Grandfather, let's keep moving." "All right." He scrambled to his feet. Xiao Chen gazed at the mist-shrouded forest ahead, then followed the route provided by the system, heading upward. However, he didn't move quickly. After walking about 200 meters, Xiao Chen suddenly noticed a set of white bones lying on the path not far ahead. The skeleton was incomplete, but judging by the bones, it was undoubtedly human. Scorpion and Gecko followed behind. Seeing Xiao Chen pause to stare at the bones, Gecko spoke up. "Some say this rainforest is a death jungle, but no one believes it. Nowadays, many people come here to explore every year, but only about 1 in 10 make it out alive." "The odds are that low?" Xiao Chen was startled inwardly, but upon reflection, it made sense. Without the system's assistance, venturing deep into this place would easily lead to disorientation. Once lost, finding a way out would be truly difficult. Scorpion gave a slight nod. Just then, he suddenly grabbed Xiao Chen's arm. "Wait. What is it?" The scorpion's gaze fixed on a nearby tree trunk, where a swarm of green mantises clung to the bark. "Look at those tree trunks. They're covered in highly venomous praying mantises. Mantis venom is extremely potent, and they actively attack humans." The scorpion glanced at the white bones on the ground. Maybe this person was bitten by a venomous mantis, and the poison took effect, leading to a gruesome death right here. "Let's take a detour." As he spoke, Scorpion prepared to leave, but Xiao Chen stubbornly shook his head. "No, we can't go around." The scorpion stared at Xiao Chen as if he were an idiot. "Not go around? Didn't he mean to wait here and die?" Xiao Chen took a deep breath, then pulled out the insect repellent spray and gave it a few pumps into the air. The spray moved erratically through the air. Perhaps it drifted near the mantises. Upon sensing it, the mantises suddenly scattered in unison, as if fleeing a natural predator. The scorpion and Gecko froze at the sight. Wait, was it that effective? Both men were incredulous. Suddenly, they realized Xiao Chen seemed far better prepared than they were. A single small bottle of spray could repel these insects. At that moment, Xiao Chen suggested, "We could also spray some on our clothes. That way, it'll better keep unwanted things from getting close to us." Finding his reasoning sound, they nodded and began spraying each other. Xiao Chen continued leading the way. After walking a kilometer, a brown bear suddenly appeared ahead. Yes, a brown bear. Xiao Chen had never seen a brown bear in real life before, and this encounter sent a chill down his spine. Standing upright, this brown bear towered over 3 meters tall, a colossal beast. Watching it in the cartoon series Bear Story, one could never have imagined bears could be so enormous. Upon spotting the bear, Scorpion hastily pulled a handgun from his massive backpack. However, the bear seemed oblivious to their presence and soon wandered off.
There are actually bears here?
Xiao Chen looked astonished.
Scorpion stepped forward. Not just bears. There are many animals here that aren't recorded in any records. Anyway, be careful. Got it.
They continued onward, encountering no further danger along the way. Xiao Chen halted his steps and spoke up. We have arrived. Beneath our feet lies the ancient tomb.
Hearing this, Scorpion and Gecko both froze.
They had been here before. There was no ancient tomb here.
There's a tomb here? Xiao Chen nodded. It might be deep, but the location should be right here. Chapter 141, Tomb Entrance. Scorpion and Gecko first wanted to see if Xiao Chen was reliable.
Following their experience, the two searched thoroughly. But they found nothing except a cobra hissing at them.
Holy! The gecko nearly got bitten by the snake.
He rolled backward to safety. Chen Daoshan was sitting on the ground resting.
The gecko found Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, are you sure there's an ancient tomb here?
Yeah, this place should be over 1,000 years old. The system only said the tomb was below, but it didn't specify how deep.
Dig. Gecko tossed over a Luoyang shovel. Xiao Chen froze for a second.
Holy crap, just like in the movies, he grabbed the shovel and started digging.
Without delay, Xiao Chen began digging.
Chen Daoxing tried to step in to help, but they quickly stopped him.
Old Chen, you shouldn't exert yourself. Let the three of us handle this. Xiao Chen and Scorpion Gecko dug in one spot.
All three possessed remarkable stamina, yet after 5 or 6 hours of continuous digging, they made no progress whatsoever. The pit was already deep, and this was on a mountain.
Who knew if there was even an ancient tomb down there? Scorpion plunged his shovel into the earth and couldn't help but mutter, I swear, there really is an ancient tomb down here.
He was starting to lose patience, and Xiao Chen was drenched in sweat.
Tonesy, come out. What is it, host? Is there really a tomb down here?
He knew the system wouldn't deceive him, but if the tomb was dozens of meters below, they'd need to find another way in.
The tomb entrance is located 30 meters below. Host, if you wish to enter, you can lower yourself down the cliff face using a rope. The tomb's entrance is a cave beside the cliff.
Xiao Chen froze upon hearing the system's words.
30 meters below? Seriously? Are you kidding me?
Hold on, let me see if there's another entrance.
After climbing out of the deep pit, Xiao Chen scanned the opposite cliff face. Looking from the opposite side should reveal whether there was an entrance below the cliff. Xiao Chen, where are you going? Chen Daosheng called out.
Xiao Chen pointed across the cliff face. I'm going to check the other side. Xiao Chen hadn't taken a few steps when he suddenly spotted a python over 10 meters long coiled around a distant branch. The python's body was roughly as thick as Xiao Chen's thigh, its dark brown scales arranged in perfect order, giving it a particularly terrifying appearance. Since arriving here, his worldview had been constantly redefined. He wondered if this snake would bite him.
Fortunately, the snake was still some distance away.
Gritting his teeth, he sprinted past it.
When he glanced back, the enormous python showed no sign of movement.
Reaching the other end, Xiao Chen looked down and, as expected, spotted a cave not far below.
Scorpion had given Xiao Chen a walkie-talkie on the way here.
He pulled it from his pocket and said, Brother Scorpion, I found the entrance to the ancient tomb. Shezi, who had been resting nearby, heard the voice over the walkie-talkie and lifted his head, spotting Xiao Chen across from him.
Wait for me. He sprinted toward Xiao Chen's location, not even noticing the snake along the way. Upon reaching Xiao Chen, Scorpion asked, Where exactly is this tomb entrance you mentioned? Xiao Chen pointed to a cave opening on the opposite cliff face. Right there.
Hearing this, Scorpion hurriedly pulled binoculars from his backpack and began scanning the area. The stone cave Xiao Chen had described was an arched doorway. Beside it, on the stone pillars, seemed to be some incomprehensible inscriptions.
Scorpion gasped. It was indeed an ancient tomb.
But he didn't know if it had been disturbed.
Ancient tombs in locations like this were likely visited by many.
Even if it had been looted, there might still be valuable items inside.
Let's go check it out. So rashly?
Xiao Chen hurried to keep pace with Scorpion, arriving directly beneath the cave entrance.
Scorpion looked down and said, I'll hammer some climbing pitons into the rock. You get a rope ready. We'll lower ourselves down on it. All right. Just then, the gecko joined in to help.
Seeing Xiao Chen preparing the rope, Chen Daosheng leaned over and said, Xiao Chen, what are you guys doing?
Grandfather, we've found the entrance to the ancient tomb. Already found it?
Chen Daosheng's heart leapt with joy at the news. Xiao Chen continued, but it's at the bottom of the cliff. We'll need to rappel down.
Grandpa, are you physically up for it? Descending by rock climbing was quite dangerous. It wasn't too late for him to reconsider. It's fine. I have ropes with me. Don't worry, Xiao Chen. He didn't respond, merely nodding his head. After preparations were complete, Scorpion inspected the safety harnesses on everyone.
Even if they lost their grip on the rope, they wouldn't fall.
There's no footholds for the next 30 meters. We'll have to swing across. I'll go down first and then assist you from below. Got it. Xiao Chen gave a slight nod.
Just then, Chen Daosheng spoke up. Xiao Chen, now that we've located the ancient tomb, you shouldn't go any further.
You, go back down the mountain. Scorpion glanced at Xiao Chen. Truthfully, even if he were told to descend alone, he'd feel uneasy. But if Xiao Chen went along, he was even more worried. Though the tomb contained no supernatural creatures, it could be riddled with traps. Xiao Chen was momentarily speechless, yet he understood Chen Daoxing's well-intentioned advice. Just then, Scorpion spoke up. Once everyone's down, we'll let Xiao Chen return. I'll go down first, then bring old Chen down. Wall Gecko, you stay up top and watch over them. Alright. With that, Scorpion grabbed the rope and began sliding down. About 15 meters into his descent, a snake's head suddenly emerged from a crevice in the rock. Ah! Scorpion screamed in terror. Xiao Chen immediately pressed himself against the cliff face and looked down. A snake seemed to have already bitten Scorpion. Gecko's heart sank at the sight, a terrible premonition taking root within him. 2.5 seconds later, Scorpion's hands lost their grip on the rope. His body plummeted straight down, the safety line snapping taut in an instant. His body swayed and spun in midair as Xiao Chen and the gecko frantically pulled upward with all their strength. After over a minute, they finally pulled Scorpion back up. But now he was showing signs of poisoning, his face deathly pale, with black blood oozing from his wounds. As for the snake, it seemed to have fallen off the cliff. The gecko looked at the poisoned Scorpion. Scorpion, are you okay? Are you okay? The Scorpion, already weakened by fright and poison, was in a dire state. His eyes widened as he stared at the gecko, unable to speak. The next moment, his eyes rolled back and he passed out. Chapter 142, Ancient Murals. It was more like a coma than fainting. Seeing the Scorpion lying motionless on the ground, Xiao Chen looked at the gecko and asked, looks like the poisoning was pretty severe. That's right. The gecko quickly pulled out some unrecognizable medicine from his backpack and injected it directly into the Scorpion's arm. What should we do next? Xiao Chen certainly didn't want all their efforts to go to waste. The gecko glanced around, momentarily at a loss. No one had anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. Leaving the Scorpion here risked it being devoured by wild animals. That would be tantamount to abandoning him to his fate. But carrying him down the mountain would also require considerable effort. The gecko could only silently pray that the medication he'd injected would prove effective. Xiao Chen recalled his medical skills, though he wasn't sure if they could expel the toxins from the Scorpion's body. But since it was poison, it should work, right? Though the Scorpion was rather cold-hearted, perhaps that was simply his nature. Better to save a life. Move aside. Xiao Chen felt the Scorpion's pulse. It was still there, but extremely weak. As if he could slip away at any moment. Xiao Chen flexed his wrist, then tried to locate the surging energy within his body. Then, Xiao Chen struck the man's chest with a palm strike. Put! The blow jolted the Scorpion awake and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Clutching his chest, he gasped for breath. The gecko immediately asked, Scorpion, what breed was the snake that bit you? 5. The moment he uttered the word 5, the gecko understood. He swiftly located the 5-step snake antivenom and injected it into the Scorpion. Xiao Chen wasn't sure if it would work. Even for a 5-step snake bite, the venom had taken effect far too quickly. After the injection, he passed out again. The gecko couldn't help but stare at Xiao Chen. What did you just do to him? Why did he suddenly wake up? And he coughed up so much blood. Old Chen now understood what Xiao Chen had done to him. Hadn't he performed this very ritual on his late wife? Except he hadn't inserted silver needles for acupuncture. It's a form of treatment. He should be fine now, but... Xiao Chen scanned the surroundings. Not far away, the enormous python still coiled around the tree. If it comes to it, we'll take him back to the car first and return later. We absolutely must explore this ancient tomb today. Xiao Chen's resolve was unwavering, leaving Gecko no choice. He couldn't bear to watch his friend die here. The car would definitely be safe, it was the only option left. Alright. They carried Scorpion's body down the mountain. The journey was uneventful, and after settling him in the car, the three of them headed back up. The detour had cost them precious time, and dusk was already settling in. Xiao Chen pulled out his flashlight. Upon returning, he scanned the distant trees and, thankfully, the giant python was nowhere to be seen. After eating something, Xiao Chen led the way down. This time, they encountered no venomous snakes and smoothly reached the cave entrance. The cliff drop wasn't particularly deep, only 40 or 50 meters, but below lay a turbulent river. According to the gecko, piranhas inhabited the waters below. Xiao Chen couldn't tell if this was true, but judging by the circumstances here, it was likely accurate. Their current location wasn't deep within the rainforest but rather on its periphery, making it considerably less dangerous than the interior. After landing, Xiao Chen shone his flashlight into the tunnel. It stretched on and on, so long that the beam couldn't reach the end. He scanned the surroundings and found no immediate threats, no venomous snakes, no insects. Only the rock walls felt slightly damp. Clear. Xiao Chen relayed the 2 words over the walkie-talkie. Soon after, Chen Daoxing descended along the rope. Despite his age, he descended with remarkable agility. Upon seeing the dimly lit cavern, even he paused in surprise. Chen Daosheng couldn't resist running his fingers along the walls, studying the ancient script he couldn't decipher. He murmured, this truly is an ancient tomb. I never imagined I'd see it in my lifetime. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Grandpa, can you read the writing on these walls? He shook his head. I can't decipher it, but these inscriptions on the walls are undoubtedly ancient. As they spoke, the gecko landed nearby. Scrutinizing the inscriptions, excitement began to stir within him. Based on his years of experience, he knew something was hidden inside. Xiao Chen switched on his flashlight, illuminating the interior. Let's go. We should take a look inside. At that moment, the gecko cautioned, there might be dangers inside. Be extremely careful when you go in. We know. Perhaps because the scorpion was injured, Chen Daosheng wasn't yelling at Xiao Chen to leave this time. After walking about 500 meters, the cave began to dry out and the terrain started sloping downward. After another 500 meters, the rural terrain vanished. The path beneath their feet transformed from dirt into blue stone slabs. This left Xiao Chen utterly bewildered. The dust on the ground was thick, though not excessively so. Lacking knowledge in this area, Xiao Chen simply asked the gecko, Brother Gecko, could this place be over 1,000 years old? The gecko didn't respond immediately. Instead, it studied the floor tiles, then shifted its gaze to the walls. He brushed away the dust from the wall, revealing beneath it a series of paintings. They seemed to chronicle the history of this place. This place was likely a tribe. Gecko spoke up, because 1,000 years ago, Lingzhou was hot and viruses were active. Not many people could have survived here. On the contrary, the rainforest teemed with flora and fauna. Perhaps some kind of tribe truly existed here. Hearing this, Xiao Chen grew increasingly intrigued, then let's hurry inside and take a look. The gecko was puzzled. Logically, a place like this should be fairly obvious, and someone should have come here before. Of course, the absence of footprints didn't necessarily mean no one had been here. If someone had visited, the footprints might have disappeared within days. The three continued onward. As they had imagined, the deeper they ventured, the more skeletal remains littered the ground. The clothing on the skeletons had been completely weathered away, but weapons like knives remained preserved beside them. Gecko crouched down to examine one skeleton, then picked up a knife that was no longer usable. He remarked, this remains is several hundred years old. This blade in my hand is likely from the Ming Dynasty. Chapter 143, The Way In. So people came here during the Ming Dynasty? Xiao Chen murmured. The gecko nodded. It seems so. Quite a few people have come and gone here. What lies inside, we have no idea. As they spoke, the three continued deeper inside. After walking another 200 meters, the surrounding walls gradually flared outward, and the space around them visibly expanded. What's going on? Xiao Chen looked around in surprise. Gecko spoke up, look ahead. That should be the main burial chamber. The main burial chamber? Xiao Chen paused in surprise. In his memory, shouldn't there be numerous traps and mechanisms to prevent them from entering? Had they reached the main burial chamber so easily? They didn't pause but quickened their pace toward the interior. Soon, two massive stone doors appeared before him. The doors stood nearly 5 meters tall, adorned with incomprehensible patterns. On either side of the doors were containers resembling fire holders. Even more horrifying was the sight of numerous skeletal remains scattered beside the doors at that very moment. There were probably dozens of them. Some still wore clothing, though its age was impossible to discern. Old Chen approached from behind, surveying the scene. Perhaps this door has blocked many people. That's right. After surveying the area, Gecko pulled a bundle of high-grade explosives from his backpack. Xiao Chen looked utterly bewildered. Holy crap, what the hell is he doing? Brother Gecko, you're not seriously planning to blow this place up? Absolutely. Xiao Chen took a closer look. The stone door showed numerous traces of drilled holes. Someone had clearly blown up this place before. Chen Daosheng hurriedly tried to stop him. Gecko, hold your horses. Blasting isn't exactly encouraged around here. If you blow it up, it might alert people outside, and there's a risk of the cave collapsing. Gecko chuckled. I know that. There are plenty of blast marks on this door. I just want to see how thick it really is. Saying this, he pulled out an electric drill and a diamond drill bit from his backpack. After attaching the bit, he began drilling into the wall. The drill bit screeched against the stone, sparks flying as it dug into the surface. Xiao Chen scanned the surroundings. He queried the system. System, is the main burial chamber behind this stone door? System, host, you'll find out once you open it. Question mark. Xiao Chen froze. Damn it. If I knew how to open it, would I be asking you? Host, you can pull the rope above, then press the protruding stone block on the left into place. That's how to open the stone door? Xiao Chen glanced upward and indeed saw a rope hanging down, though he couldn't tell what material it was made of. Still, if this was the entrance. At a glance, the rope was a full 6 or 7 meters away from him. There was no way he could jump up to it. Fortunately, he carried some rope in his backpack, and the end of it had a claw attachment. He pulled it out, coiled it twice in his hand, then swiftly tossed it toward the rope above. The metal claws latched onto the rope above.
Xiao Chen gave it a sharp tug. Immediately afterward, the surrounding area seemed to echo with the sound of shifting stones. Even the ground trembled slightly. The gecko and old Chen looked utterly bewildered. What was going on? Xiao Chen, did you hear that sound? Old Chen inquired. Xiao Chen replied solemnly, Old Chen, this must be the mechanism to open the folding fan stone door. Both men looked stunned upon hearing Xiao Chen's words. Wait, did Xiao Chen just find the mechanism? Though the sound of the mechanism was audible, nothing around them changed. The door showed no sign of opening. Xiao Chen's gaze shifted to the right. The uneven wall here featured numerous protruding stones, but as for which one the system had indicated, Xiao Chen genuinely had no clue. Xiao Chen, what are you fumbling around for? Chen Daosheng approached as Xiao Chen wiped dust from the stones. I'm searching for a button. My master said that button is the key to unlocking this door. Your master? The gecko beside him frowned slightly. He seemed to recall old Chen mentioning that Xiao Chen had some kind of master. And this master must be someone profoundly mysterious. Xiao Chen offered no reply, continuing his search instead. By now, Chen Daosheng and the gecko had both come over to help. After about 5 minutes, Xiao Chen felt something click under his finger. It felt like pressing a modern button, accompanied by a distinct click. The next moment, the sound of stone scraping against stone echoed around them. This time, the scraping grew louder and louder. Then, the two massive stone doors before them began to move. The doors began sliding apart, accompanied by falling dust that stirred the surrounding air. It opened just like that? Gecko could scarcely believe his eyes. Just who was Xiao Chen's master? Did he know this? Had he calculated it? Or, as a tomb robber, he still held some faith in such things. Minutes later, the dust gradually settled, revealing an entirely new world before them. Beyond the stone door lay a vast chamber, akin to a canyon. Its height stretched at least dozens of meters, filled with an eerie glow. Not far away, an underground river flowed. Certain algae-like plants grew within the river. This. Xiao Chen, Chen Daosheng, and Wall Gecko stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Who could have imagined such a world existed beneath the ancient tomb? Chen Daosheng couldn't help but exclaim, if an archaeological team ever came here, they'd be utterly stunned. Xiao Chen nodded. Exactly. I'll explore around. Gecko scanned his surroundings with excitement. He thought to himself, if Scorpion were here, he'd be thrilled to witness this scene. Gecko dashed off quite a distance, not even noticing potential dangers. Xiao Chen and Chen Daosheng surveyed their surroundings, but Xiao Chen hadn't forgotten their purpose. Master Chen, I'll check the area for ancient vine lingji. Xiao Chen suspected ancient vine lingji grew on exposed vines. The subterranean area had plenty of them. Yet after scanning the area, he found no signs of lingji growth. Anything found? Soon, Xiao Chen met up with the gecko, who was still visibly excited. Nothing. This is just an underground river. Nothing worth exploring here. He pointed toward the depths. Let's venture further in. Who knows? We might stumble upon some treasure. As a tomb robber, his mind was naturally set on striking it rich. Having failed to locate the ancient vine rasher, Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. All right. Chapter 144, Illusion. After returning to Chen Dao's side, Xiao Chen shook his head. Grandfather, we didn't find the ancient vine lingji. We plan to explore the inner chambers. All right. Then, the three of them proceeded deeper into the cavern. Along the way, they still encountered some highly venomous insects. At the end of the path, a set of ascending steps appeared before them. If I'm not mistaken, this is indeed a tribe. Gecko remarked. Xiao Chen looked at him curiously, why so certain? Look. The murals on the walls here had become much clearer. They depicted numerous humanoid creatures paying homage to something. It was impossible to discern what this object was, as it resembled some kind of ferocious beast. Almost like a tiger? Xiao Chen shook his head, genuinely unable to make sense of it. After passing through several stone chambers, a colossal statue suddenly loomed before Xiao Chen and his companions. It had a human body and a dog's head, with pointed ears, and held a scepter in its hand. Wait, what the hell is this thing? Xiao Chen was utterly baffled. In his understanding of the ancient history of the Great Xia, nothing like this had ever appeared. Tribes always worship something. This must be the tribal deity statue from back then. Gecko had already concluded that no one had ever been here before. If anyone had visited, this statue would surely have been taken away. His curiosity about what lay inside grew stronger. Hearing the gecko's explanation, Xiao Chen nodded. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the profound depth of China's ancient culture. They pressed onward, descending into what seemed like a series of burial chambers. Yet instead of coffins or similar items, the chambers contained numerous human skeletal remains. The bones lay naturally on something resembling an altar. Most of these skeletons were only about 5 feet tall, and some were badly damaged and incomplete. As for the rest, nothing else remained. The burial offerings Gecko had been so eager to find were nowhere to be seen. If anything held value, it would be that statue outside. Is there no path ahead? After reaching the end, a wall blocked their path. Xiao Chen looked utterly bewildered. To be honest, this ancient tomb was indeed quite large, offering ample space to move around.
Unlike what some novels described, it wasn't fraught with danger at every turn.
As for the skeletal remains they'd seen outside, Xiao Chen couldn't fathom why those people had chosen to wait for death here. Gecko tapped on the thick stone wall, but he couldn't tell if it was hollow inside. The stone was simply too solid to discern.
What should we do? Should we look for another way?
Xiao Chen's face darkened with worry, for they still hadn't found the ancient vine Lingji.
Host, the ancient vine Lingji is in the corner of this tomb chamber.
Just as Xiao Chen was at a loss, the system's voice suddenly echoed.
Xiao Chen's body trembled at the words. Inside this very tomb chamber?
The chamber measured only about 20 square meters, 3 meters high, with walls built from stacked stone slabs.
Xiao Chen scanned the area and spotted a black vine in the southeast corner.
Upon the vine, a Lingji mushroom seemed to be growing. However, this Lingji was exceptionally small, barely larger than a palm, and the surroundings were far too dim for Xiao Chen to have noticed it earlier.
He made no sound, quietly plucking the Lingji and slipping it into his backpack.
The gecko refused to give up, still searching for a path to venture deeper. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen tiptoed over to Chen Daosheng and whispered, "Master Chen, I found the ancient vine Lingji.
I think we can head back now." What? Chen Daosheng's pupils contracted sharply, but he quickly suppressed his shock. Where?
I've already put it in my backpack, grandfather.
There must still be dangers here. Let's return as soon as possible. All right. Chen Daosheng rose and approached the gecko. Well, no more paths, right? None. He shook his head. At that moment, the gecko seemed to pin his hopes on Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, could you ask your master if there are any other exits in here?"
Xiao Chen shook his head slightly.
"Before I came, my master only told me how to get inside. He didn't mention anything else about the conditions inside. Plus, there's no signal here. I can't reach him either." Hearing this, Gecko felt a pang of disappointment. It was true. Were they really going to have to turn back like this?
With no other choice, the three of them left the tomb chamber first. When they returned to the underground river, for some reason, Xiao Chen suddenly sensed that the surroundings seemed to have changed. Something seemed to have appeared in the center of the underground river. Gecko, who had surveyed the area meticulously earlier, now stared intently at the river's center as if locked onto a target.
"It's a coffin."
Xiao Chen froze, while Gecko was already sprinting straight toward the so-called observation point. But in Xiao Chen's line of sight, it wasn't a coffin. Rather, it resembled a withered tree stump.
Chen Daosheng froze. "Xiao Chen, isn't that a giant Lingji mushroom? Why does the gecko say it's a coffin?" "What?"
Xiao Chen was now completely baffled.
Why did the gecko say it was a coffin? And why did Chen Daosheng call it a Lingji mushroom? Xiao Chen scanned his surroundings, sensing something profoundly off about the atmosphere. The distant walls still emitted an eerie glow. These lights pulsed like the breathing rhythm of LED bulbs, radiating a blue light. But now, these lights were slowly turning red. Though he didn't know what was happening, Xiao Chen found it utterly eerie. His first thought was to get out of here. But at that very moment, Chen Daosheng had already begun walking toward the Lingji. "Lingji. Lingji. With the Lingji, I can save my wife." He repeated these strange words as if in a trance. Xiao Chen quickly grabbed Chen Daosheng's arm. "Grandpa, you can't go over there." The gecko's legs had already entered the underground river, whose waters weren't deep, reaching only to the gecko's knees. Upon reaching the stump, the gecko ran his hand over its grain. "I think this coffin must be filled with gold and silver treasures. I must open this coffin. Don't touch my Lingji," Chen Daosheng shouted. Xiao Chen watched his grandfather struggle relentlessly, silently cursing under his breath. Who could tell me what the hell was going on?
Both men seemed consumed by their greed, even Xiao Chen experiencing hallucinations. In his vision, Xu Zhi suddenly appeared and she was sitting on a tree stump, holding two children.
Damn it, what the hell is this? Xiao Chen hadn't lost his mind. Damn it, this place was just too damn weird. Xiao Chen grabbed Chen Daosheng's arm and snapped, "I've got the Lingji. Let's get out of here." Chapter 145, Husband, don't leave me. I won't go. I won't go.
Old Chen kept muttering under his breath. Xiao Chen could only hold him tightly. The gecko saw the coffin and treasure. Old Chen saw the Lingji mushrooms, but he saw Xu Zhi and the two children. In other words, what they saw must have been things they cherished deeply. The only difference was that Old Chen and the gecko seemed to have their minds clouded, while his remained clear. Due to his advanced age, Old Chen lacked the physical strength of Xiao Chen, making it impossible for him to break free. As for Wall Gecko, he had already dug his hands deep into the tree stump. His hands were bleeding from the friction, yet he showed no sign of giving up. Xiao Chen felt his own thoughts becoming clouded. Resolutely, he lifted Chen Daosheng into his arms. "Old Chen, we really can't stay here any longer. Let's go." Xiao Chen turned and sprinted toward the exit. But as he did, Xu Zhi, who had been behind him, suddenly spoke. "Husband, don't leave me behind. Husband." The baby in her arms began to cry. Xiao Chen felt his head was about to explode. Wait, was this normal? Shut up. Xiao Chen quickened his pace, sprinting toward the exit. Soon, he crossed the massive stone gate. The moment he passed through, behind him, the sound of stone scraping against stone echoed.
He couldn't help but glance back. The stone door was now slowly closing. Xiao Chen's heart sank. There must be a way to open the door from the inside, but the gecko probably didn't know how. He was likely doomed. The instant the stone door closed, Xu Zhi's voice vanished from his mind, and old Chen's deranged appearance disappeared without a trace. His eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, what the hell is going on? How did we get out? Where's the gecko? Seeing old Chen's bewildered expression, Xiao Chen took a deep breath. Old Chen. I'll explain everything once we get back. The situation inside was far too bizarre for Xiao Chen to take lightly. After walking with old Chen for over 10 minutes, they reached the cliff they had descended earlier. By now, a torrential downpour had begun outside. Xiao Chen glanced at the rope they had descended on, unsure if old Chen could climb back up at his age. Old Chen, why don't I go up first and pull you up? He retrieved a safety rope from his backpack and secured it around old Chen's body. But after a moment's thought, he decided it wasn't practical. Forget it, he said. We'll climb up together. After securing the safety rope to old Chen and himself, the two slowly began climbing upward. The ascent proceeded without incident, and both men successfully reached the ground. Ignoring the dirt beneath him, Xiao Chen lay on the ground, gazing up at the forest canopy above and taking a deep breath of air. Xiao Chen was already satisfied that the gecko hadn't been trapped inside. After resting for 2 minutes, Xiao Chen immediately stood up. Seeing him rise, old Chen finally asked, Xiao Chen, what about the gecko? Grandpa, don't you remember what just happened? Xiao Chen interjected, when we first entered the underground river, do you remember what happened? Chen Daosheng pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Nothing. I lost consciousness at some point and only came to after you brought me out. At this thought, Xiao Chen fell silent. After we got out, the gecko said the water had turned into a coffin. He tried to open it, but it wasn't a coffin at all, it was Xiao Chen paused. A withered tree stump. A dead tree stump? Old Chen froze. Xiao Chen nodded. Yes, and old Chen, what you mentioned was a lingji mushroom. I believe what you saw in your vision was a lingji mushroom. Chen Daosheng was utterly baffled by Xiao Chen's words. Just moments ago, he truly felt as if he'd lost his memory, unable to comprehend why he'd seen a lingji mushroom. Was it the result of some deep-seated obsession? Xiao Chen hadn't mentioned seeing Xu Zhi. In fact, Xiao Chen believed that had he lingered in that place for even a few more minutes, he too would have become like Chen Daosheng and the gecko trapped there forever, unable to return. The situation was urgent. I had no choice but to carry you out. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, helpless. He had no idea what the situation inside was now. Returning was utterly out of the question. Chen Daosheng nodded slightly, his expression tinged with resignation. After all, he was the one who had called Gecko and Scorpion over. Gecko's death undoubtedly fell on his shoulders too. As for Scorpion, he was currently in the car, and their condition was unknown. Xiao Chen and Chen Daosheng quickly descended the mountain. Along the way, they encountered some venomous insects and small animals, but these creatures did not attack them. As the saying goes, if you don't court death, death won't come for you. That saying was absolutely true. Upon reaching the SUV, Xiao Chen immediately checked on Scorpion, who remained unconscious and hadn't regained consciousness. They hadn't been gone long, just over 2 hours. After getting into the vehicle, Xiao Chen took off his clothes and pulled the freshly picked ancient vine lingji from his backpack. Just then, Xiao Chen noticed a crimson liquid oozing from the severed end of the lingji. The fluid resembled blood but was far more viscous. One glance told him it was incredibly valuable. Is this the ancient vine lingji? Chen Daosheng stared at the peculiar spirit mushroom. Its color was a dark red, gradually turning deep black at the base. It looked somewhat eerie. Xiao Chen immediately started the vehicle. Old Chen, let's take the Scorpion to the hospital first. All right. He made a sharp U-turn and sped toward the downtown area of Lingzhou City. Xiao Chen drove fast, and with no traffic at this hour, they reached the hospital quickly. After delivering Scorpion to the emergency room, Chen Daosheng called a few people over to handle the medical bills and such. The two of them then returned to the hotel where they had stayed the previous night. Thinking back on the incident still sent a chill down his spine. After taking a shower, Xiao Chen emerged. Chen Daosheng had already placed the lingji in a small box. Xiao Chen asked, Grandpa, what are your plans now? When are we going back? For some reason, after seeing Xu Zhi and the two children in the ancient tomb today, Xiao Chen found himself missing his wife and the two children intensely. Are you in a hurry to go back? Chen Daosheng considered it. We'll return tomorrow afternoon. I need to handle some matters after dawn. Wait for me at the hotel. All right. Xiao Chen glanced at the time. Then let's go downstairs for a meal together. Let's go. The two went downstairs for a meal together. Xiao Chen didn't bring up the Scorpion and Gecko again. During dinner, he video called Xu Zhi to let her know he was safe and told her they'd be back tomorrow afternoon. Xu Zhi was particularly pleased with Xiao Chen's efficiency. Then Xiao Chen said some overly sentimental things, causing Xu Zhi to roll her eyes. Chapter 146, Out of Control. The next day, Qin Daosheng couldn't return from Lingzhou due to an emergency.
Since Xiao Chen had promised Xu Zhi, he flew back alone. With no classes scheduled that afternoon, Xu Zhi drove her Xiaomi YU7 to pick him up. At the airport exit, Xu Zhi circled around Xiao Chen once, checking he wasn't injured before flashing a silly grin.
Hee, not bad. You protected yourself well this time. Then she couldn't resist snuggling up to Xiao Chen. He replied, of course I did. What kind of husband do you think I am? I definitely protect myself well. My husband is the best. Xu Zhi's expression turned serious as she asked, by the way, did you find the ancient vine Lingji from old Chen's place? Of course we did. Xiao Chen nodded. Honey, let me tell you, as soon as we entered the rainforest, we came face to face with a 30-meter-long giant snake. Xu Zhi? Xiao Chen, that monster snake could swallow an elephant whole with one gulp. Guess what happened? Hearing Xiao Chen's exaggerated tale, she couldn't help but tilt her head. What happened? Then your husband here landed a punch right on its weak spot. The moment that monster saw how badass your husband was, it turned tail and ran. Ha! Hearing Xiao Chen's deadpan nonsense, Xu Zhi couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Mr. Xiao Chen, how exactly did the snake take off running?
Xiao Chen scratched his head.
Oh, it was just a figure of speech. Oh, come on. Xu Zhi pouted.
Xiao Chen wrapped his arms around her slender waist and asked, by the way, has anything happened to you these past couple of days?
Xu Zhi asked, are you talking about home or school? Both, I guess. Xu Zhi thought for a moment. Oh, yeah. Dad brought Mom back. Mom and Dad are back? Xiao Chen looked utterly bewildered. It had only been a few days, how could Mom be back already? But this was good news. With Mom back, Xu Zhi probably wouldn't dare act so recklessly anymore. At least she'd watch her behavior around the house a bit more. Yes.
Xu Zhi spoke up. Dad said he plans to establish the company in Jiangcheng, and some projects have already been finalized with the government.
Huh?
Xiao Chen froze at the news.
Wait, how fast did this happen? Could it be that Qin Daosheng was secretly helping behind the scenes? Xiao Chen nearly nodded and quickly got into the car. Of course, Xu Zhi drove them home.
Her driving skills were getting better and better.
Looks like he'd have a free driver from now on. Back home, Dad and Mom were indeed there, watching over both babies. Xiao Chen asked, Dad, weren't you going to start a company in Zhongcheng? Go ahead.
You'll manage the Jinghai company from now on. I'll reluctantly stay here and help you manage the Jiangcheng company.
Oh, please, give it a rest. Dad rolled his eyes. We just got back this morning. Since we heard you were out, I decided to cook dinner for you myself. Just then, Xiao Chen noticed the table was indeed laden with dishes. Xiao Chen took a whiff. It smelled pretty good, actually. Dad, did you make this? If it wasn't me, then who else could it be?
He rolled his eyes.
Xu Zhi, standing nearby, chimed in, Dad really did make these. He started prepping the ingredients before I left. Impressive. Dad, since you became chairman, you haven't cooked a single meal yourself, have you? Dad was a total pushover at home, always being bossed around by Mrs. Yuan Yuqin to cook. But after becoming chairman, his posture suddenly straightened. He stopped cooking altogether. He even started treating Yuan Yuqin like a maid. Enough about that. Wash your hands and come eat.
After washing his hands, Xiao Chen sat down at the table and tasted his dad's special eggplant dish.
Surprisingly, it was actually quite delicious. Just then, his father asked Xiao Chen, son, what business are you conducting in Lingzhou with old Chen?
He was genuinely curious about what Xiao Chen and Qin Daosheng did together.
After all, there was a 50-year age gap between them. He couldn't help but wonder what they actually did together. Could it be that Qin Daosheng was imparting some legendary martial arts to Xiao Chen? Xiao Guosheng's imagination was truly boundless. Xiao Chen chuckled, Dad, what else could we be doing? We're definitely off hunting for treasure. Come on, be serious. Our family is already wealthy and powerful. Why would we need to hunt for treasure? Xiao Chen sensed his father was getting a bit carried away.
All right, he conceded, this mission was actually quite perilous.
Old Chen and I ventured into the rainforests of southern Lingzhou, looking for a plant. What?
Hearing this, Xiao Guosheng froze in shock.
He knew the mountainous rainforests of southern Lingzhou were fraught with danger. Xiao Chen. Who did you go with? With old Chen, of course. Xiao Chen answered with a smile.
Hearing this, Xiao Guosheng grew even more anxious. No, this is such a big matter, why didn't you discuss it with me?
Do you have any idea how dangerous it is there? Dad, I'm back safe and sound now, aren't I? Seeing his father's anxiety, Xiao Chen couldn't help but chuckle. But this reaction was perfectly normal. After all, what father wouldn't worry about his son's safety? You.
For a moment, Xiao Guosheng was at a loss for words.
Xiao Chen spoke again, don't worry, Dad. This is the last time. We found what we were looking for in the rainforest. You can rest assured.
Then Xiao Chen picked up his chopsticks and served himself some food. Honestly, he could tell his dad's cooking skills had improved, and not just a little bit.
Had he bound a system too? Xiao Chen dismissed the absurd notion, shaking his head. He felt he was overthinking things. By the time dinner ended, night had fully fallen. Xiao Chen sat on the sofa cradling her bow, gently patting her little bottom. Xu Zhi held a bottle, feeding Debeo milk. Nothing happened at school, right? Nothing at all. Xu Zhi rolled her eyes. And I finished all the homework the teacher assigned these past 2 days for you. Shouldn't you thank me? Thanks, honey. Xiao Chen blurted out, but Xu Zhi shook her head. That's not how you thank me. Huh? What kind of gift do you want? Xiao Chen inquired. She wasn't short on money now, she could buy whatever she wanted herself. Xu Zhi shook her head again. I don't want a gift either. Then you. Xiao Chen suddenly felt a bad premonition. Xu Zhi spoke up, gratitude, of course. Something you can't buy. Something you can't buy? Xu Zhi nodded. You'll find out tonight. Alright. Now Xiao Chen understood. He felt he shouldn't have gotten so intimate with Xu Zhi so quickly. This was truly spiraling out of control. Chapter 147, Only Losers Fall in Love. The next day, there was an 8 a.m. class. Since both sets of parents had come along, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi naturally didn't have to worry about the little ones. Seeing Xiao Chen return to school, Liang Qian immediately started complaining. In the classroom, Liang Qian shot a withering glance at Su Kuan, who was glued to his phone chatting with Wang Hui. This guy had been so settled after breaking up last semester, yet he'd already started dating again this term. Not only that, but he was bragging about how his roommate and best buddy opened a nail salon on campus, even boasting that from now on, her manicures would be free. Of course, he hadn't mentioned any of this to Xiao Chen yet. What's up? Jealous? Zuantiansheng already had Lu Weiwei, and he'd even gotten lucky with her. Now his relationship with his girlfriend was rock solid. As for Xiao Chen, well, that goes without saying. As for Su Kuan, they'd officially become a couple and were still in the honeymoon phase. Most importantly, Wang Hui wasn't like his ex-girlfriend, demanding he buy her all sorts of things. Instead, whenever they went out for meals or dates, she was the one who always insisted on paying. This only strengthened Su Kuan's resolve to truly cherish her. It was absolutely not just about lust. Like I would. Only losers get involved in relationships. Liang Qian stared at the Naruto icon on his phone screen, feeling inexplicably melancholy. Since it was the weekend, Su Kuan and Xian Tianshang were both out on dates, and Xiao Chen, well, he didn't even live in the dorm anymore. So, he figured he'd be spending all his weekends alone in the dorm from now on. The thought made Liang Qian's mood sink. But dating? He had no clue how to do that. He was too timid to even ask for a WeChat ID on the street. He only dared to ask for it when his friends egged him on. And even after getting it, he didn't know how to chat. Seeing Liang Qian's sullen expression, Zuantiansheng couldn't help but chuckle. He then looked up at Xiao Chen. Brother Chen, do you think we should help Liang Qian find a girlfriend? Set him up on a blind date? Liang Qian beside them? Xiao Chen stroked his chin, thinking Xian Tianshang's idea wasn't half bad. Su Kuan suggested, my girlfriend Wang Hui's roommates are all single right now. Why don't I introduce you to them? Lu Weiwei's dorm should have some single girls too. Want me to set you up? Su Tianshang grinned mischievously at Liang Qian, who shook his head at the suggestion. Nah, I'll pass. Just then, the professor entered the classroom. Xiao Chen and the others quickly sat up straight, quieting down to prepare for class. At 11:50 a.m., the professor finished assigning homework, ended the class, shut down the computer, and left the classroom. Liang Qian stood up first, looking at Xiao Chen. Brother Chen, wanna grab lunch at the cafeteria? Xiao Chen paused slightly before politely declining. Sorry, Liang Qian. My parents are back today. Xu Zhi and I need to go home for lunch, and she has to feed the baby. Xiao Chen gestured towards Xu Zhi. Liang Qian nodded in understanding. Alright, I'll go with Xian Tiansheng and Su Kuan then. Just then, Xian Tiansheng grinned and said, I won't be joining you guys. I don't have class this afternoon, so my wife and I are going out to eat and catch a movie. Su Kuan added, Hui doesn't have class this afternoon either. I'll grab lunch with her, then we'll head over to the university district to browse around and buy some clothes together. With that, the two of them ran off laughing. Xiao Chen saw the look of despair on Liang Qian's face and thought to himself that maybe what he'd said before class wasn't so bad after all. After leaving the classroom, Xiao Chen asked Xu Zhi, honey, do you still have any single girlfriends around? Want me to introduce one to Liang Qian? From my side. Xu Zhi frowned slightly. She thought about her dorm mates besides Lu Weiwei. She didn't get along well with the other two girls. Back when rumors spread that she was Jiangcheng University's campus beauty, her two roommates had deliberately snubbed her. Lu Weiwei, however, was the complete opposite. She genuinely liked Xu Zhi. No. Xu Zhi shook her head. Xiao Chen flashed a smile. Alright, I understand. Let's head home first. Back home, Mom and Dad had indeed prepared lunch. After eating, Xiao Chen created a group chat and added Xian Tiansheng and Su Kuan. Zuantiansheng replied instantly? What the hell? What's going on? Bro Chen, are you trying to isolate Liang Qian? Is that what I'm doing? Xiao Chen explained in the group chat, didn't you say you'd set Liang Qian up with someone? After you two left today, you should have seen the look on Liang Qian's face. That's exactly why I created this group. With that, Xiao Chen changed the group name to Liang Qian's Love Squad. Searching. Zuantian Cheng, I'm actually with Lu Weiwei right now. I'll ask Weiwei if she has any leads. Xiao Chen, alright. Su Koan didn't reply immediately, probably busy flirting with Wang Wei. About 20 minutes later, Xiao Chen's phone rang. It was Zuantian Cheng calling. After answering, Su Tiansheng spoke, Brother Chen, I asked my wife. She said she can help Liang Chen find a few candidates. What did she say?
Xiao Chen was lying on the master bedroom bed with his legs crossed, and Xu Zhi wasn't in the room either.
Zuantian continued, I mean the nail salon. Think about it, Chen.
With all the customers there now, and Lu Weiwei being the manager, she's got plenty of connections among the girls working there.
I guess there must be several hundred people by now. Xiao Chen froze slightly at this. Right, how had he not thought of that?
Liang Qian was also quite handsome, sporting a buzz cut that gave him a sharp, capable look.
He figured Liang Qian would have no trouble finding a girlfriend. Damn, that's a good idea.
Xiao Chen spoke up, then find some time to have Lu Weiwei ask around if there are any girls looking for boyfriends, and set them up to meet.
Sure. Lu Weiwei needs to go to the store this afternoon, so I'll swing by then too. Got it.
After hanging up, Xiao Chen noticed Su Koan had also sent a message in the group chat.
Brother Chen, I asked Hui Hui over lunch.
She said she has a roommate who's super pretty and could introduce her to Liang Qian.
And I've seen her photos, her looks are totally legit.
Seeing the message, Xiao Chen thought, wow, looks like Liang Qian's luck with women is about to turn. Xiao Chen, then hurry up and have your Hui Hui ask her roommate if she's interested in dating.
Su Koan replied, already asked. Her roommate said she'd be open to meeting him. Now I'm wondering, should I just have them add each other on WeChat? Xiao Chen thought for a moment and decided it was fine. Sure.
Have your girlfriend send it to you, then forward it to Liang Qian.
Alright. Don't forget to let Liang Qian know. Chapter 148, I don't even get this treatment. Got it. Just then, the bedroom door swung open. Xu Zhi saw Xiao Chen standing there with a beaming smile and asked, what are you grinning about? Why do you look so sleazy? Sleazy? Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. Seriously, I was just smiling. How did that become creepy?
Seeing Xiao Chen look as if he'd been stumped, Xu Zhi giggled. She continued, alright, hurry up and tell me.
What are you laughing about?
She plopped down beside him. Xiao Chen began, I just had a chat with Su Koan from Xiantian Academy.
Looks like Liang Qian will be off the market soon. Why? Xu Zhi asked. Xiao Chen, what else could it be? Someone's setting him up, of course. Lu Weiwei has access to hundreds of girls right now. You know her taste, don't you? I bet she can find Liang Qian a great girlfriend. It's worth a shot. Xu Zhi nodded.
Meanwhile, in room 448.
Liang Qian lay bored on his bed. He hadn't even eaten lunch.
Not that he didn't want to eat, but he simply had no appetite.
His 3 roommates were either babysitting or on dates. Why was he feeling a bit envious?
Just then, he slapped his forehead.
Damn it, I actually want to date someone. No, I can't. Dating? Not even a dog would do that. Woof. Liang Qian suddenly let out a bark. Ding. The phone chimed. Liang Qian opened it to see it was Su Koan. Bro Qian, my girlfriend wants to introduce you to this cute girl, her roommate. She's absolutely gorgeous. At that moment, Su Koan sent over a photo. Liang Qian hurriedly opened it.
The girl wore a school uniform with cat ear hair clips, looking adorably cute and innocent.
As a Naruto fan, she definitely matched his aesthetic. What do you think? Do you like her? Seeing the photo, Liang Qian felt a surge of excitement. He quickly replied, love it SA. Su Koan, then I'll pass her along to you. Have a good chat. Su Koan promptly sent him a business card. Ching. Her WeChat profile picture was an adorable little bunny.
Seeing it, Liang Qian felt pink bubbles forming in his heart, already imagining his romantic daily life. He quickly added this girl named Ching. In just 2.5 seconds, Ching accepted his friend request. That fast? Liang Qian felt a bit dazed. Wait. What should he say first? Hello? Or, oh? For a moment, Liang Qian wasn't sure how to start the first message. Just as he was feeling flustered, the little girl on the other end spoke first. Hi there. Then came a slightly silly meme. Hi. Liang Qian hurriedly replied. This was the first time he'd ever chatted with a girl so formally. He'd never done this with any of the girls in his class before. The girl across from him sent another message. Your name is Liang Qian, right? My name is Su Yuqing. She sent another cute animated sticker. Liang Qian replied. Yes, your name is really pretty. He. Yours is pretty too. Su Yuqing was a young girl who harbored romantic fantasies, especially after Wang Hui found a boyfriend. It made her even more upset. They had promised to stay single together, yet here she was, finding love first. After seeing Yours is Pretty Too, Liang Qian suddenly felt at a loss for words again. Really? He replied with 3 words. Su Yuqing patiently replied, yes. The Liang in Liang Qianzhong. Ancient people often used pillar to symbolize bearing heavy responsibilities, so they surely hoped you'd be dependable and provide support for your family. As for Qian, its original meaning is to aspire to a vast future. You know what Qian represents in terms of expansive territory, right? Your name embodies steady progress and solid foundations with expansive potential. Hearing Su Yuqing's lengthy explanation, Liang Qian was completely stunned. He'd never really delved into the meaning of his own name before, and what's more, Su Yuqing explained it with such eloquence. You flatter me. He. Another adorable emoji. Liang Qian paused before asking, by the way, what are your hobbies? Su Yuqing, I love going to comic conventions, cosplaying, playing Egg Boy Party, Honor of Kings, and Delta. Oh, do you play any of these games? Liang Qian's face darkened. Damn it, he didn't play any of those 3 games. I haven't played them, but I can play Overwatch. My skills are the best in our dorm. Wow, I want to play too, but I don't have a computer. Then ask your dad to buy you one. Without a second thought, Liang Qian sent the message to Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing across from him paused slightly. He was a history major of field that didn't really require computers. She felt a pang of disappointment. Couldn't he have suggested taking her to an internet cafe? That way they could hang out and create opportunities. Su Yuqing didn't give up on Liang Qian. You could download Delta Force too. We could go treasure hunting together. My skills are pretty awesome, you know. I can guide you through the maps. The thought of gaming with her instantly lifted Liang Qian's spirits. But lately, his phone seemed to be running out of storage space. Next time. My phone's storage is full right now. Alright. Su Yuqing felt a bit down. Seriously, he had to turn me down? He must be a total straight guy. A while later, Liang Qian somehow replied again. He wondered if asking her out directly at this moment might be a bit awkward. He began to hesitate. Just then, Zuentiansheng suddenly sent him a flood of photos of girls. He guessed there were over 20. Liang Qian? Wait, what's going on here? Zuentiansheng, take your pick. These are all classmates from Lu Weiwei's nail salon. These girls are pretty, and none of them are the wild type. Take a look if you like any, let me know, and I'll have Lu Weiwei send you their WeChat contacts. Honestly, seeing so many photos had Liang Qian feeling a bit overwhelmed. Seriously, there were way too many. Why does this feel like choosing a concubine? Maybe I won't add any of them. Zuentiansheng froze. Wait, what did you just say? None of them? Do you realize I've never even gotten this kind of treatment? Zuentiansheng thought to himself, Liang Qian is such a fool. With all those beautiful women available, how could he not add them? What a fool. Liang Qian replied, actually, Su Koan just recommended one to me. She's pretty decent. If it doesn't work out, I'll look for someone else. After all, you can't have your cake and eat it too, right? Zuentiansheng rolled his eyes on the other end. Damn it. You can't date multiple people at once when you're in a relationship, but you're not even in one right now. Don't you know you need quantity before you can focus on quality? Chapter 149, Zuentiansheng talks in his sleep. Since Liang Qian didn't want to add more, Zuentiansheng didn't press the issue. If it were him, he felt he'd add a dozen sisters in one go. Then he'd just become their customer service rep, chatting with them every day. Before long, evening arrived. With an 8 a.m. class the next day, Su Tiansheng and Su Koan headed back to the dorm around 8 p.m. Su Koan entered the dorm and asked, so, Liang Qian, how did your chat with Su Yuqing go? Liang Qian was currently playing Naruto Mobile. Actually, after Su Yuqing replied with a blunt message, Liang Qian hadn't sent any more messages. Because she genuinely didn't know what to say next. We chatted a tiny bit. Liang Qian replied. Su Koan froze. What the hell? Just a little bit? Could I see what you two were talking about? Liang Qian paused slightly. This isn't really appropriate. Better not. Liang Qian felt his chat history was problematic. If Su Koan saw it, it would be downright embarrassing. Su Koan rolled his eyes at that. What do you mean better not? No way, I'm looking. I have to see it. I'm your strategist, you know. Don't you need me to help you out? In the end, Liang Qian couldn't resist Su Koan's persistence and handed over his phone. When Su Koan found the chat with Su Yuqing, Xian Tiansheng immediately leaned in. But when he saw Liang Qian's message about her phone storage being full and her request for her dad to buy her a computer, Su Koan felt like stabbing Liang Qian right in the heart. Hey, dude, what the hell are you doing? Su Koan grew angrier the more he read, eventually stopping altogether. He tossed the phone back to Liang Qian, having given up on him. Can we not be so clueless? Zuentiansheng chimed in, exactly. You really need to chat with girls more. How about I have Lu Weiwei hook you up with 20 girls to start chatting with? Practice your conversation skills. Su Koan? 20? You think he's customer service?
Su Cohen rolled his eyes. No thanks.
I haven't messed up with Liang Qian yet.
I'll just keep chatting with Su Yuqing. Besides, that little girl Su Yuqing is really pretty.
Her character is solid, trust me, she's my roommate Hui's friend.
No issues there. Hearing this, Su Tian became displeased. What do you mean? What exactly are you implying? Are you implying that girls my wife Lu Weiwei picks aren't reliable? Not at all. Su Cohen rolled his eyes again. It's just that you sent way too many. I think if Liang Qian had to choose, he'd probably get overwhelmed. Better to try with Su Yuqing first. If she doesn't work out, then look for someone else. Liang Qian scratched his head beside them, asking shyly, excuse me, am I supposed to be selecting a concubine here? You're not choosing a damn thing. Su Cohen rolled his eyes again. Hurry up and message Su Yuqing now. Ha?
Liang Qian froze at the command.
Wait, send Su Yuqing a message? What should I even say? I have no idea what to send. Watching Liang Qian hesitate awkwardly, Su Cohen rolled his eyes again. Seriously, dude, what's wrong with you? You're dragging your feet over sending a simple message? Don't you know in today's world, you gotta be quick, precise, and decisive when chasing girls? The longer you drag it out, the less chance you have. But what should I post? Liang Qian clearly had indecision issues. Su Cohen felt Liang Qian was beyond help.
Just then, Xian Tianshang chimed in from the side, just post anything. Share your daily life, or tell an embarrassing story about your roommate.
Oh, okay. Liang Qian nodded slightly, then sent a message to Su Yuqing. Last night, one of my roommates had a wet dream. He kept saying, honey, kiss me. What did you send? Let me see. Su Cohen glanced at Liang Qian's phone and saw the message he'd sent. Su Cohen looked completely baffled. Wait, who had the wet dream? Liang Qian turned his gaze toward Xian Tianshang. Tianshang was utterly baffled. What the hell? Me? I had a wet dream.
He couldn't believe his ears.
Because he really had a wet dream last night. But Liang Qian hadn't even been asleep at the time? Last night, he'd woken up mid-dream, and then. Didn't that mean Liang Qian saw him tearing toilet paper? Damn it, am I that kind of person? Could I actually have wet dreams? Xian Tianqing asked in shock. Wait, did I even talk in my sleep? Su Cohen, standing beside him, blurted out, holy crap. Holy crap, kid, you really did have a wet dream. Is that the point? Su Tianshang rolled his eyes. So what if I had a wet dream? Wait, why did you send this to Su Yuqing? Do you think girls are interested in this kind of topic? Just then, Su Yuqing replied to Liang Qian's message. Su Yuqing, oh? Tell me all about it, you little rascal, wicked grin.
Accompanying it was a mischievous grin emoji.
Seems like she's quite interested in this.
Seeing Su Yuqing's reply, Xian Tianshang was at a loss for words.
Fine, enough about my embarrassing stories.
Since this is your first day chatting with Su Yuqing, I, Xian Tianshang, will make a sacrifice.
But when you two get together, you better treat me to a meal, got it? Got it, got it. Liang Qian nodded with a smile.
Before long, he was chatting away with Su Yuqing. Only then did he realize that chatting with girls wasn't so difficult after all.
After a while, Su Cohen came over to check on the progress.
Seeing Liang Qian chatting away so smoothly, he nodded with satisfaction.
Not bad at all. Hey, since things are going well today, how about grabbing lunch or dinner together tomorrow? Ha?
Hearing this, Liang Qian was taken aback again.
Dinner tomorrow? Isn't that a bit too soon? Fast? Not fast at all. Didn't I tell you? In relationships these days, speed is everything. But I'm not ready yet. You're useless. Su Cohen immediately dismissed Liang Qian as useless.
He snatched Liang Qian's phone and started typing.
Oh, I know a really great restaurant outside campus. When are you free for lunch or dinner? Let's go try it out.
After sending the message, Liang Qian saw it hadn't been recalled.
However, Su Yuqing didn't reply immediately either. Su Cohen remarked, see?
In my message, I specifically asked when she's free for lunch or dinner. I've completely blocked her escape route. Next time you ask a girl out, don't ask if she has time or anything like that.
You give her two options to choose from. Got it?
At this point, Liang Qian asked, but what if she says she's not free at either time? Hearing this, Su Cohen pondered carefully before snapping his fingers.
Chapter 150, Liang Qian's upcoming date. Hearing this, Su Cohen grimaced. That situation isn't unheard of. If the other person says they have no time at all, you say, alright, let's try again next time.
But if you ask them out again next time and they refuse again, then just move on to someone else. This was a lesson Su Cohen had recently learned. If a girl gave him the cold shoulder, he saw no point in persistently chasing after her. Of course, persistent pursuit might eventually win them over. Just look at Xian Tianshang and Lu Weiwei. But cases where a lapdog gets promoted to boyfriend status like that aren't exactly common. Love is mutual. If a guy treats a girl well, she should reciprocate.
Only then can the relationship last. Oh, I see. Liang Qian nodded thoughtfully.
Just then, Su Yuqing replied to his message. "Ha? Where are we going for lunch? I have no classes for the first 2 periods tomorrow morning, then classes for the last 2 periods. I also have club activities in the evening, so let's just meet for lunch." Her response was incredibly encouraging. Upon seeing it, Su Koen slapped his thigh. "I told you she was interested. You lucky bastard, you're quite the ladies' man. You're about to get out of this single life. How about it? Excited? Thrilled?" Su Koen was genuinely happy for Liang Qian. He quickly added, "Oh, and dress sharp tomorrow. No need for an expensive restaurant around 70 to 80 yuan per person, max 100. Dress appropriately, make sure you don't smell bad, and open the car door for her when you take a taxi. Pay attention to the little things, and I'm sure it'll go smoothly." After hearing Su Koen's advice, Liang Qian nodded slightly. Truthfully, he still felt a bit nervous inside. He quickly replied to Su Yuqing, "Alright, I'll meet you at the school gate at noon tomorrow." "Okay." Su Yuqing replied simply with a okay. Since she had a full schedule tomorrow morning, it seemed she'd have to get up early to do her makeup. "I'm going to take a shower now. I won't chat with you tonight, I still have homework to finish. The teacher will be checking it tomorrow in class." "Alright, go ahead and get to it." Liang Qian looked up. Su Koen had already pulled out his phone and walked to the balcony to make a call. This call was for Xiao Chen. On the other end, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi were carefully bathing their baby. Previously, it had always been his mother who bathed the child, so Xiao Chen wasn't very experienced and was a bit flustered at the moment. Xiao Chen's mother, Yuan Yuqin, didn't trust him at all, so she stood nearby keeping a close eye on things, ready to intervene if needed. Just then, Xiao Chen's hand slipped. The shampoo bottle landed squarely on Debao's forehead. The impact made the baby wail. "Wah! Wah! Xiao Chen, what are you doing?" Yuan Yuqin, watching from the side, nearly jumped up in panic. Xiao Chen pouted, "Mom, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to." Xu Zhi felt sorry too, but the blow shouldn't be serious, especially since the bottle was empty and not very big. "Be careful." "Got it. Yuan Yuqin, get up. Don't wash your son anymore. Careless." Yuan Yuqin rolled her eyes. Just then, Xiao Chen's phone, resting on a nearby stool, began to ring. Buzz. Hearing the ringtone, Yuan Yuqin hurriedly said, "You, go answer it. Hurry up, go outside, go outside." Yuan Yuqin looked like a walking plague. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes inwardly. "Mom, am I really that annoying?" He quickly left the bathroom and headed to the master bedroom. Lying on the plush bed, Xiao Chen pressed to answer. "Hey, Su Koen, did your girlfriend clean you out again?" Xiao Chen teased. Hearing his voice, Su Koen rolled his eyes over the phone. "You're the one whose girlfriend cleaned you out, your whole family got cleaned out." Alright. Can you not be so harsh? What's this call about?" Su Koen on the phone didn't dwell on Xiao Chen's earlier joke either. Instead, he said, after my guidance to Liang Qian, he'll be meeting Su Yuqing tomorrow at noon. So soon? Needless to say, Su Yuqing was Liang Qian's blind date. But this wasn't really a blind date, just an introduction. Of course, both parties knew exactly why the introduction was happening. Yep. Liang Qian's a bit of a straight shooter, but I'm his strategist now. Su Koen yelled into the phone at Liang Qian, "Stop spacing out. Hurry up and find something to wear to class tomorrow." "Got it." Liang Qian immediately opened his wardrobe, searching for something suitable to wear. Xiao Chen and Su Koen chatted for a moment before Su Koen's startled exclamation came through the phone. "What? You're going to wear that thing to meet Su Yuqing? No way, no way. That's too ugly. This outfit won't do. And bell bottoms? Do you even realize how effeminate these pants look?" In room 448, Liang Qian pouted. Actually, they were slightly flared pants, he just bought them a size too small, so they fit a bit snugly. But they weren't that ugly, were they? Su Koen scanned all of Liang Qian's clothes before shaking his head. "Forget it. Anyway, you only have one class tomorrow morning. After class, I, Xiao Chen Xiantian, will accompany you to buy a nice outfit. Then we can help you pick them out." Hearing Su Koen's words, Liang Qian felt it wasn't such a bad idea. He hadn't bought new clothes in ages, and since he was meeting Su Yuqing this time, being a guy, he didn't need makeup. He could buy clothes and still make it to the school gate before noon. "Sounds good." Liang Qian nodded. Su Koen grinned slyly, "Then we'll head out together after class tomorrow. I'll call Xiao Chen and have him drive to school. We'll hop in his car after class." Su Koen first checked with Xin Tiansheng, who naturally gave his approval. Then he called Xiao Chen to explain the plan. Of course, helping his best friend find a girlfriend was top priority. Without hesitation, he agreed, even offering to buy Liang Qian a new outfit. After finalizing their plans, the group played games together for a while before drifting off to sleep. The next day, after waking up and finishing breakfast, Xiao Chen headed to school with Xu Zhi. Seeing Xiao Chen press the button for the second basement level, Xu Zhi froze. "Are we driving today?" Xiao Chen nodded. "Yeah." Liang Qian and Su Yuqing, the girl Su Koen introduced to him, are meeting for their first date at noon. After class, we'll accompany him to buy some clothes first.
First impressions matter. He should look sharp to make a good impression on her. Makes sense. Xu Zhi nodded. Take me along too, then. I have great taste. Sure. Xiao Chen agreed. Chapter 151, Picking Out Clothes for Liang Qian.
Xiao Chen trusted Xu Zhi's taste and even more so his skill in styling men.
At that moment, Xiao Chen spoke up. Could you also do Liang Qian's makeup? That way, wouldn't he look even more handsome? Hearing this, Xu Zhi rolled her eyes.
I don't think makeup suits Liang Qian.
Oh?
Xiao Chen looked at him with a puzzled expression.
Xu Zhi replied, are you kidding? Makeup makes guys look so feminine. Plus, Liang Qian has that authentic wheat-colored tan.
With his skin tone, if you make him too pale, his face and body will look completely mismatched.
That looks awful, you know?
Xiao Chen chuckled softly as they climbed into the car.
After starting the engine, Xiao Chen remarked, you remember his skin tone so clearly, did you have a crush on him before? Xu Zhi was utterly baffled. Wait, what the heck is this? Don't just make stuff up out of thin air, okay? What nonsense are you spouting?
Xu Zhi rolled her eyes.
Xiao Chen grinned, baring his teeth. Hee, honey, I was just joking. If you say that again, I'll bite you. Xu Zhi's tone was full of threat, all cute and fierce. Fine, I'm sorry. Let's go to school. Xiao Chen started the car and drove to Jiangcheng University. After parking beneath the academic building, they headed upstairs.
Inside the classroom, his 3 roommates were already present.
Seeing Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi approach, Su Kuan quickly moved aside to let them in. After sitting down, Xiao Chen looked at Liang Qian, who seemed a bit nervous. What? Already nervous? Liang Qian seemed timid and hesitant, clearly feeling the pressure. Still, he forced a smile. Nah, it's just meeting some girls. What's there to be nervous about?
His voice trembled slightly as he spoke, making Xiao Chen chuckle.
Alright, glad you're not nervous. After class, Xu Zhi will come with us to buy you clothes. Let her pick something nice for you.
Liang Qian glanced at Xu Zhi again. Thanks, sis-in-law.
No need to thank me. Just make a good impression, Liang Qian.
You're the only single guy left in dorm 448 now. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was 9:40 time for class to end. The 5 of them headed downstairs together. Xiao Chen drove, with Xu Zhi in the passenger seat, while his 3 roommates sat in the back.
Most of Xiao Chen's clothes were bought for him by Xu Zhi.
He hadn't bought clothes for himself in ages, so suddenly being told to go shopping left him genuinely at a loss.
He didn't even know where to go.
He wasn't one for shopping back in freshman year, he'd bought most of his clothes online.
Where are we going?
Xiao Chen drove slowly around campus.
From the back seat, Xian Tianqing chimed in, of course we're going to the market. They have tons of styles and it's cheap too. I always buy clothes at the market. Hearing this, Su Kuan rolled his eyes. You remind me of the market. Can you even wear clothes from the market? If you ask me, we should go to Hailan Home. Isn't Hailan Home advertised as the man's wardrobe?
At that moment, Xu Zhi, who was with them, chimed in with her own suggestion.
Why don't we just go to Wanda Plaza? They have tons of stores there including HLA like Su Kuan mentioned, plus other brands too.
I think Liang Qian should just buy clothes at a reasonable price, not too cheap, but definitely not too expensive either.
After all, we're all students. Xu Zhi's suggestion met with unanimous agreement. They all nodded. Xiao Chen turned to Liang Qian, what do you think?
I'll go with my sister-in-law's suggestion.
Where they went didn't really matter to Liang Qian.
The main thing was that he was about to see Su Yuqing, and he was really a little nervous.
Then let's go to Wanda. Wanda wasn't far from there. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at Wanda Plaza in Jiangcheng. Guys, fancy some bubble tea?
Hearing Xiao Chen's offer, his colleagues all shook their heads. Mainly because Xiao Chen now ran a bubble tea shop, and they got to drink several cups every week. They were even getting a bit sick of it. The 3 of them couldn't care less about bubble tea right now. Let's just go buy clothes. Since it was a weekday, Wanda Plaza wasn't crowded, giving Xiao Chen the eerie feeling it might be on the verge of closing down. Let's check out Hailan Home first. They were passing by Hailan Home when all 5 of them walked in. The first thing that caught their eyes was the array of suits. But wearing suits today felt a bit too formal, so Liang Qian tried on some casual wear. Some looked good on Xian Tianshang, while others suited Su Kuan well. But when Xu Zhi saw it, she just shook her head. Boys and girls really do have different tastes and aesthetics, so Xiao Chen decided to take a neutral stance.
Because he felt Liang Qian looked quite good in the clothes she was wearing now. But the saying clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse certainly held true. They browsed a few more shops afterward, but still couldn't find any clothes they liked. Su Tianshang and Su Kuan were already feeling a bit deflated. They'd thought buying clothes would be quick, but it turned out to be such a hassle. Even Liang Qian was growing weary. Sis-in-law, it's just buying clothes. Why is it so complicated? Don't get impatient. We've only been shopping for a little while. They'd only been browsing for a little over half an hour, plenty of time remained.
Xu Zhi then led them into another shop and picked out a Chanel-style jacket for Liang Qian.
This one's nice. Xiao Chen stroked his chin in approval, and even Xian Tianqing and Su Kuan agreed it looked good. Indeed.
Compared to the ones we tried earlier, those feel like they're for younger guys.
Xiao Chen, then, this one?
Sure. This jacket was only 258 yuan, not overly expensive, and certainly within Liang Qian's budget.
After selecting a base layer jacket and pants, they finally left Wanda.
It was already past 11 o'clock. Liang Qian had changed into his new clothes in the fitting room, meaning he wouldn't need to return to the dormitory to change later.
At 11:30, Xiao Chen's car pulled into a parking spot at the entrance of Zhengzheng University. We're here, Liang Qian. Wait here for a moment?
The outside temperature was quite low, only around 10 degrees Celsius.
Liang Qian spoke up, huh? Aren't you guys going back? Su Kuan replied, my girlfriend will bring Su Yuqing over later.
We'll just wait here with you. He grinned mischievously.
Hearing this, Liang Qian nodded. All right.
Then Su Kuan gave another round of instructions. He stressed not to be timid when speaking, that today's goal was clear: just be yourself, and there was no need for physical contact.
Physical contact could happen next time. By the third time, it would be appropriate to confess.
Of course, this applied only if there was mutual romantic interest and both parties were comfortable with each other.
Just then, the silhouettes of two girls came into view. Chapter 152, Liang Qian's First Date. Of the two girls, the one on the left was Su Kuan's girlfriend, Wang Wei.
On the right stood a girl with long hair cascading down her shoulders, wearing a white shirt and a knit sweater layered under a blazer, paired with a pleated skirt. She wore leg warmers over her bare legs and a pair of black knee-high boots. Standing about 5 feet 5 inches, she was undeniably beautiful. In fact, she was considerably prettier than Wang Hui.
Holy crap! Zuantian Sheng in the backseat exclaimed, seriously, she's stunning. That outfit and styling are absolutely top-notch. Liang Qian, you're one lucky bastard. He gave Liang Qian a hard punch in the chest.
Liang Qian winced and rolled his eyes in pain. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message.
Yep, it was from Su Yuqing. I'm at the school gate. Are you here yet?
Zuantian Sheng grinned cheekily at him.
Get out, get out. Hey. Su Kuan, you get out too. Brother Chen, let's stay in the car a little longer. All right. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. He had to admit Su Yuqing was truly beautiful, radiating youthful vitality.
After getting out of the car, the two hurried over to Wang Hui and Su Yuqing. Just then, Xian Sheng suddenly pointed at Liang Qian's backside and exclaimed, holy crap, Chenggu, look at Liang Qian's butt.
There's another person hanging a sign there?
Xiao Chen and Su Zhi both turned to look at Liang Qian's rear end.
Sure enough, there it was.
A string of tags hung from his rear. Xiao Chen said, quickly send Liang Qian a message. Tell him to pull it off when he gets the chance.
Got it. Zuantian Sheng nodded and sent the message to Liang Qian. Meanwhile, Su Kuan and Liang Qian had already approached Wang Hui and Su Yuqing. Upon drawing closer, Liang Qian noticed Su Yuqing wore light makeup and it was slightly cakey. Her makeup skills weren't particularly impressive, but with the makeup enhancing her features, she looked exceptionally beautiful. Liang Qian felt his face flush instantly. He was never good with words, and seeing her in person only intensified that feeling. What are you staring at? Say hello, Su Kuan couldn't help but prompt. Liang Qian snapped out of it, hello, I'm Liang Qian. He extended his right hand, causing both Wang Hui and Su Yuqing to pause in surprise. Su Yuqing quickly reached out her hand. After a brief handshake between the two men, Su Kuan waved and said, well, you two chat. I'll go eat with Hui first. With that, he patted Liang Qian on the shoulder encouragingly. Only after Su Kuan had walked away did Liang Qian snap out of his daze. He was completely baffled. What should I say now? A sudden idea struck him, you must be hungry. Let's go grab something to eat. Last night, following Xiao Chen's advice, he'd booked a restaurant online. The place was called Parrot Wagyu, an all-you-can-eat barbecue buffet. At 198 yuan per person, it wasn't overly expensive. Sounds great, Su Yuqing replied with a smile. Since the restaurant was on the 6th floor of Jiangqing's Hanlong Plaza, Liang Qian quickly pulled out his phone and hailed a ride. While waiting for the ride, Liang Qian stole a glance at Su Yuqing's profile and remarked, traffic's really heavy today. Because so many people are out for lunch. At first, I thought the cafeteria food was good, but after eating it for a whole semester, I'm getting a bit sick of it. This remark opened up a floodgate of conversation topics for Su Yuqing. Liang Qian was genuinely impressed by her conversational skills. He continued, yeah, I thought it was pretty good at first too, but then it just didn't feel the same anymore. Back home, I used to complain about my mom's cooking, but now that I'm at school, sometimes I really miss her meals. Su Yuqing wholeheartedly agreed with Liang Qian, exactly. I feel the same way. Just then, the ride Liang Qian had ordered arrived. Remembering Su Kuan's advice, he opened the door and let the girl get in first. Thanks. Su Yuqing murmured her thanks softly before getting in. The car quickly drove away.
On the Xiaomi Yu7, Xiao Chen, Xu Zhi, and Xin Tianshang witnessed the scene and felt confident. Liang Qian, who had been a bit nervous moments ago, started chatting freely with Su Yuqing after just one sentence. It had to be said, he was quite the smooth operator.
It's over. There won't be any single people left in dorm 448. Xiao Chen asked, what? You're not happy there are no single people left in the dorm? No.
Zuan Tianshang shook his head with a smile. I'm just happy for Liang Qian, hee.
MHM. Xiao Chen nodded, then said, well then, Mr. Zuan Tianshang, you can get off here. Zuan Tianshang looked at Xiao Chen and asked, why should I get out? Because I'm going home for dinner with Xu Zhi. What, you want to join us? Zuan Tianshang froze. Damn it, home again. Home every day, is this place really that great?
But considering there was a child at home, Su Tianshang wisely got out of the car.
Heh, alright. I'll go find Lu Weiwei then. Bye. Zuan Tianshang got out of the car and left.
Xiao Chen looked at Xu Zhi in the passenger seat. So, what do you think?
Do Liang Qian and Su Yuqing seem like a good match?
I think they're a good match.
Xu Zhi nodded firmly. Liang Qian is quite handsome, and Su Yuqing seems pretty dependable too.
I bet they'll be together soon. That'd be best. Xiao Chen glanced around to make sure no other cars were nearby, then turned the car around and drove into the underground garage.
Back home, Mom had already prepared dinner for them.
Xiao Chen had grown accustomed to eating at home, now dining out actually felt a bit strange. Most importantly, her mother's plan to open a Hanfu boutique hadn't materialized. Since Xiao Guoshang was so good at making money, well, she didn't need to struggle with her career outside anymore. Her current focus was entirely on raising the babies. Once they started kindergarten, she'd shift her attention back to her career. These days, she spent her time at home cooking up all sorts of dishes for Xiao Chen. While her cooking might not quite match his own, it was still top-notch delicious.
Xiao Chen, where did you go driving today? Mom asked.
Xiao Chen paused slightly.
Mom, how did you know I drove?
I wanted to borrow your car this morning to buy some clothes, but it wasn't in the garage.
I went out to take a classmate shopping for clothes.
Oh, where's Dad?
Xiao Chen asked.
His mother replied, your dad went out drinking with some people.
What about the baby? Xiao Chen asked again.
Yuan Yuqin rolled her eyes.
I put them to sleep, but it's time for a feeding now.
Gigi, you can go feed the baby.
Okay, Mom, I'll go right now.
She hurried into the bedroom.
Just then, Xiao Chen's phone rang. Chapter 153, Dad's Partnership.
The call was from his father, Xiao Guoshang.
Xiao Chen pressed to answer. Hello, Dad. What do you need?
Xiao Chen, do you have class this afternoon? His father inquired.
Xiao Chen thought for a moment.
The afternoon class wasn't a major course, so he could simply ask the professor for permission to skip it.
Yes, Dad.
What's up?
Come to room 8888 at the Xia Grand Hotel. When you leave, drive me.
Xiao Chen's face darkened at the request.
Fine.
So you're treating me like your personal chauffeur now.
Alright, I'll be right there. Xiao Chen informed his mom and Xu Zhi before heading downstairs.
Since he'd need to drive his father back later, he obviously couldn't take his own car. Xiao Chen had no choice but to hail a luxury car via his phone. That's right. He'd gotten a bit spoiled lately. When hailing rides, he no longer settled for regular taxis.
Soon, a Maybach pulled up at the entrance of Guangtong Yuejing residential complex.
The luxury car's driver stepped out personally to open the door for him. Dressed in a white shirt with a black waistcoat, the driver wore white gloves on his hands. Sir, please get in. He opened the rear right door. Only after Xiao Chen settled in did he move to the driver's seat.
Is the air conditioning temperature comfortable?
Yes, that's fine.
Understood. The water in the armrest is complimentary.
Please let me know if you require anything else.
All right.
The driver began to pull away slowly. Xiao Chen felt exceptionally comfortable seated on the large sofa, though unfortunately his home wasn't far from the Xia Grand Hotel, less than a half-hour drive.
Upon arrival, the driver once again opened the door for him.
After a quick thank you, Xiao Chen straightened his posture and walked toward the main entrance.
Hello, which room are you heading to?
The young bellhop at the entrance inquired.
Xiao Chen replied, my father asked me to come find him. He's in room 8888. You must be Mr. Zhao's son. Please follow me.
The young man spoke with great deference, catching even Xiao Chen off guard. Looks like Dad had this all planned out in advance.
After entering the hotel, Xiao Chen briefly surveyed his surroundings.
The Xia Hotel was a local 6-star establishment, exceptionally high-end. Though he was now a wealthy second-generation heir, he had never actually been to such a venue before. Typically, hotels like this were used for business negotiations. Upon reaching the 8th floor, the receptionist led him to room 8888. Sir, you may proceed directly inside.
All right, thank you.
Xiao Chen murmured his thanks. The young man replied, you're welcome, and departed. There was no sound from inside the room. Feeling it would be impolite to barge in, Xiao Chen extended a finger and knocked lightly on the door.
Knock knock knock.
Inside the room, Chen Daosheng heard the knocking and immediately stood up.
It must be my dear grandson. I'll go open the door for him.
Since Chen Daosheng was closest to the door, and Xiao Chen had truly done him a huge favor this time, he absolutely had to open the door for Xiao Chen himself.
Coming. Chen Daosheng reached the door and opened it. Xiao Chen fixed his gaze on him and froze. Huh? Grandpa, why are you here too? Ha, my dear grandson indeed. Come on in quickly. We've been waiting just for you. Just me? Xiao Chen had no idea what was going on.
At that moment, a large round table was filled with over a dozen people. Among them were his own father, his father's disciple Zhengli, and Chen Daosheng's 2 sons. As for the others, Xiao Chen didn't recognize them at all. But one face felt vaguely familiar. He was sure he'd seen him somewhere before. Where exactly he had seen him, however, he couldn't quite place.
Dad.
Xiao Chen first fixed his gaze on his father, who smiled and nodded.
Come over here, sit down, son.
His father no longer carried his usual carefree demeanor. Instead, he resembled a successful entrepreneur.
It had to be said that money truly transformed a person's aura for the better.
Xiao Chen gave a slight nod before sitting down beside his father. Thankfully, Jiangqing didn't have the custom of assigning seats based on social status, or Xiao Chen wouldn't have dared to sit down. After taking his seat, Xiao Chen's father, Xiao Guosheng, introduced them. Come on, Xiao Chen, let me introduce you.
This is the president of your Jiangcheng University, Lu Guanyao. What the hell? Xiao Chen looked utterly bewildered.
No wonder this man had seemed vaguely familiar earlier.
So he was the president. Holy crap. Xiao Chen grimaced.
I thought the principal looked familiar earlier.
I just didn't recognize him at first. Lu Guanyao couldn't help but laugh at Xiao Chen's words. Ha, no worries. I don't show my face much these days. If you recognize me, I'm already thrilled. Xiao Chen's father then introduced, this is Zhang Wanshun, director of the Jiangqing City Education Bureau. Xiao Chen stared at Zhang Wanshun in utter shock. No way?
Who are these people?
Was Dad coming to Jiangqing to secure connections in education first?
He had no idea what his father was up to, but basic courtesy was still required.
Director Zhang, hello. Xiao Chen felt numb all over.
These were all big shots.
Dad introduced them one by one. Heads of departments like Civil Affairs, Health and Wellness, and the Disabled Persons Federation were all present.
After the introductions, Xiao Chen couldn't help but ask, Dad, what's going on here?
Since we've already secured the contract for Jinghai's government departments, I plan to take over all of their business here as well. Question mark.
I have to admit, Dad sure talks big, but he's definitely got the clout to back it up now.
I see.
At that moment, Old Chen spoke up, now that everyone's here, let's celebrate.
Here's to a fruitful partnership between Muxu Technology and Jinghai's departments. Happy collaboration.
Clearly, Dad had already worked things out with the Jiangqing government. They'd poured the drinks.
Of course, since Xiao Chen was there as the designated driver, he wouldn't be drinking.
Now Xiao Chen was dying to know, how much money had Mushu had to shell out to secure this kind of cooperation with Jiangqing's government departments?
It was certainly more than just a simple partnership.
After downing a glass of red wine, Zhang Wanshun spoke up, we'll expedite the company's location approval with higher authorities.
We should have it finalized within a month. Dad nodded.
Right, there's no rush. Construction hasn't started in Jinghai yet, and with a project that large, I need to set up the servers first and prepare thoroughly.
Customizing software for your bureau also takes time.
So there's no need to rush. They nodded in agreement.
Xiao Chen couldn't understand if this was a collaboration with government agencies. Why was their university president getting involved?
It was truly puzzling. The dinner concluded hastily after over an hour. After seeing everyone off, only the 5 of them remained. Xiao Chen, Xiao Guosheng, and the Chen Daosheng father-son duo.
Xiao Chen couldn't help but ask, Dad, what's going on today? Chapter 154, Black Mist. What's going on?
Dad hadn't drunk much, so he wasn't drunk. What else could it be? We're having dinner together today, of course. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Guosheng chuckled before continuing, exactly as you see, we're coordinating with the government.
Then, why is my university president here too? You'll find out in a few days.
Xiao Guosheng was suddenly playing coy, and Xiao Chen snorted dismissively, feigning indifference. His father had stepped away to take a call nearby. Xiao Chen turned his attention to Chen Daosheng. Grandpa, I didn't even know you were back.
If I'd known, I would have come to see you. Oh, why would you come see me? I'm perfectly fine. Last time in Lingzhou, Xiao Chen had saved his life again. By now, he'd lost count of how many times Xiao Chen had saved him. True enough. Grandpa Chen's health truly improved day by day.
For some reason, Xiao Chen even felt Chen Daosheng seemed in better shape now than when they first met.
It almost felt like he was turning back the clock. Grandpa, how is Grandma feeling now? Xiao Chen inquired.
When the topic turned to Li Kuihua, Chen Daosheng's expression grew serious.
He nodded.
We made pills using the list given by Sato Kojiro.
After your grandmother took them, she didn't experience any discomfort. That's why I want you to go see her again. To check if there are any toxins left in her system. Xiao Chen nodded at the suggestion. Sure. I'm free this afternoon. Why don't we go right after this? Good. I've been waiting for you to say that. He couldn't help but smile. Just then, Chen Daoxing's two children approached.
Chen Lijian said, Xiao Chen, I heard about you going to Lingzhou with my dad.
If something like that happens again, you have to call me. My father is so old.
I can't let him go to such dangerous places anymore.
Xiao Chen nodded solemnly.
It seemed Chen Daoxing's two sons had no idea he was going to Lingzhou. This was indeed something he hadn't thought through properly.
I understand. I'm not blaming you. Chen Lijian patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. I know what happened inside. Xiao Chen, thank you. You're welcome. Xiao Chen, go get the car. His father tossed the keys to the Bentley from a short distance away.
Xiao Chen glanced at Chen Daoxing's car.
Grandpa, are you coming back with me? Master Chen shook his head. Take your father home.
I'll go straight back to Chen village with my child.
Then I'll come find you later to see Grandma. All right.
Chen Daoxing nodded, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, and bring your girlfriend along. I haven't seen Xu Zhi in ages and I miss her too. Alright, I'll bring Xu Zhi along later.
Before long, the Chen family boarded a Rolls-Royce.
It was undeniable that the Chen household had an impressive fleet of vehicles. It seemed they never used the same one twice. Once inside, Dad settled into the back seat, already feeling drowsy.
Son, drive. Dad's going back to sleep, he said with a yawn. Xiao Chen asked, Dad, aren't you working this afternoon? Most of the business matters in Jiangcheng have been settled today.
I've delegated the corporate partnerships to others.
Let's head home first. All right. Xiao Chen started the car and drove back to Guantan Yuejing.
Once upstairs, his father, who had been grumbling about sleep, suddenly perked up and picked up the child.
Xu Zhi, seeing Xiao Chen return, immediately burrowed into his arms. Honey, you're back. Xiao Chen nodded with a smile. Yes, I'm back. But I have to go out again. Huh?
Xu Zhi froze slightly.
But we have class later. Xiao Chen suddenly remembered Principal Lu Guangyao, who was having dinner with them.
Though he didn't know what business dealings his father and the principal had, since they were dining together, even if he and Xu Zhi never attended classes again, their diplomas would still be issued without issue.
It's fine. I already asked the counselor for permission.
Oh. Xu Zhi pouted, unaware that Xiao Chen intended to take her along. She asked, where are you going later?
Not me. Us.
Us?
Xu Zhi looked up at him. Xiao Chen nodded. Yeah.
When I went to pick up my dad earlier, Chen Daoxing was there too.
He asked me to take you to Chen Family Manor. We can visit Grandma Li Kuehua while we're there. So we're going to see Grandpa Chen. That's right. Alright, I'll go change into something else. Go ahead. Xiao Chen had no intention of changing clothes.
After waiting a moment, he told his father he was going to Chen's manor with Xu Zhi.
His father nodded and they headed out.
On the way downstairs and during their walk, Xiao Chen recounted what had just happened at the hotel to Xu Zhi. She listened, visibly shocked.
So many bureau chiefs, and even their school principal? Xiao Chen asked Xu Zhi if she knew why the principal had been there.
Of course, her answer was that she didn't know either.
They didn't dwell on the question.
By the time they arrived at the Chen family manor, it was already 3 in the afternoon. This time, Xiao Chen drove his father's Bentley mainly because it was comfortable to drive, and other cars would yield to it on the road. Upon arriving at the Chen family estate, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi got out of the car. They didn't buy much, mainly because Chen Daoxing's family truly lacked nothing. Upon hearing Xiao Chen had arrived, Chen Daoxing came out to greet him warmly. Grandson, I thought you'd be late.
I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Yes, grandfather. Grandpa.
Xu Zhi, standing nearby, called out to him in a rather well-behaved manner. Hearing her voice, Chen Daoxing couldn't help but remark, Xu Zhi, you've grown even more beautiful.
Oh, no, I haven't.
Xu Zhi covered her mouth and giggled. Even Chen Daoxing was buttering her up now. But ever since she'd started spending more time with Xiao Chen, her skin really had become firmer and more radiant.
It proved true girls couldn't do without boys. Xiao Chen didn't want to stand outside forever either. Grandpa, we should hurry and go see Grandma.
All right. I'll take you to see Grandma. Chen Daoxing led the way ahead, and soon they arrived at the villa's living room.
Grandma Li Kuehua was standing by the window, admiring the view outside.
Hearing footsteps, she turned around just as Chen Daoxing cheerfully said, Honey, look who's here. Li Kuehua replied, Oh, it's Xiao Chen.
Please, come in and sit down.
At that moment, Grandma Li Kuehua's complexion had transformed as if she were a different person. Xiao Chen could already tell her illness was on the mend. But what puzzled Xiao Chen was, in his eyes, why was there a wisp of black mist drifting from Li Kuehua's forehead? Chapter 155, The Necklace Worth 200 Million. Xu Zhi stood beside him. Xiao Chen's brows furrowed tightly as he asked, Honey, did you see anything on Grandma's head?
Xu
Zhi looked puzzled. She scratched her head.
Something? Nothing? No.
Xiao Chen suddenly sensed that this mass of black gas was something only he could see. Ever since returning from Zero State, Xiao Chen had come to believe ghosts existed in this world. Of course, it could have been an illusion back then, or perhaps he'd been poisoned. But he was more inclined to believe ghosts truly existed in this world. After taking his seat, Chen Daosheng spoke up. Xiao Chen, go check on your grandmother's condition.
She's definitely doing much better than before. Alright, I'll check. Xiao Chen felt Li Kueihua's pulse.
Using the medical skills granted by the system, he determined that her meridians were exceptionally clear. Now her pulse was several times stronger than when she was poisoned.
It seemed Sato Shojiro hadn't deceived them after all. This antidote was genuine. All clear, Grandpa.
Xiao Chen released Li Kueihua's hand and continued, I just checked, there's no trace of toxins left in Grandma's body.
Ha, that's wonderful, that's wonderful.
Though the journey had been arduous, hearing that Li Kueihua was safe and sound was all that mattered.
Xiao Chen chose not to mention the dark aura hovering above Li Kueihua's head just yet.
He planned to consult the system later and then respond based on the actual situation. Chen Daosheng gazed at Li Kueihua, his eyes brimming with affection. My dear, now that you're recovered, we shouldn't get involved in company decisions anymore.
Some matters are best left to the younger generation. Li Kueihua nodded in agreement.
Chen Daosheng had already resolved to hand over Sunrise Capital and all other businesses under his name to their 2 children.
In the end, he didn't transfer Sunrise's shares to Xiao Chen.
Instead, he invested heavily to help Xiao Guosheng transfer the government contracts in Jiangcheng to his own company.
Today's luncheon was arranged precisely for this purpose.
He felt his life had been quite fortunate. His enterprises had grown steadily in his earlier years, he had 2 sons, and in his final years, he had encountered Xiao Chen, who had resolved many major issues for him and saved his family. Perhaps he could no longer offer Xiao Chen any resources, but as long as Mushu continued to grow steadily, surpassing Rixing in the future was not beyond the realm of possibility. Just then, Chen Daosheng's butler approached, holding an exquisitely crafted box in his hands. The box was red, resembling some sort of jewelry. Old Chen, this is what you arranged to be prepared, he said respectfully upon reaching Chen Daosheng's side. Chen Daosheng accepted the box with a slight nod, then turned his gaze toward Xu Zhi. Xu Zhi. Startled by Chen Daosheng's sudden call, Xu Zhi paused. Grandfather, I'm here, she responded, somewhat flustered. Chen Daosheng opened the box, revealing an exquisite necklace inside. The necklace featured a blue gem the size of a fingernail, set on a silver chain. Xiao Chen didn't know what it was, but anything coming from Chen Daosheng's hands was undoubtedly valuable. This is a small gift from Grandpa. For me? Xu Zhi could hardly believe her ears. Why would old Chen suddenly give her something? Yes. Do you like it? Xu Zhi gazed at the exquisite blue necklace. Honestly, it was truly beautiful. Xiao Chen, standing nearby, asked, Grandpa, what kind of stone is this? It sparkles so brightly it must be some kind of precious gemstone.
Ha ha ha. It's not a gemstone. Chen Daosheng shook his head. It's worthless. Xiao Chen, hurry up and put it on your girlfriend. Okay. Xiao Chen took it and placed it on Xu Zhi's finger. It truly looked stunning. Paired with Xu Zhi's stunning beauty, well, it was breathtakingly gorgeous. It looks so beautiful. Li Kueihua couldn't help but exclaim from the side. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Host, this necklace is known as Amber's Tears. There is only one in existence. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. What the hell? Only one in the world? Xiao Chen knew full well that rarity made things valuable. That necklace must be incredibly expensive, right? System, market value? Roughly 200 million. 200 million. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. Would someone really spend 200 million on a necklace like this? Xiao Chen admitted he was no expert, but his gaze toward the necklace had shifted completely. When Chen Daosheng caught Xiao Chen's expression, he wondered if Xiao Chen had figured something out. But Xiao Chen didn't say anything in front of Chen Daosheng. Instead, he glanced at Li Kueihua and asked the system, why is there black mist around Grandma Li Kueihua's head? Host, you need to spend 1,000 daddy points to acquire yin-yang vision. Do you wish to obtain it? After acquisition, the system will provide an explanation. Question mark. Damn it, now even asking a question requires points. But what exactly was yin-yang vision? He still had plenty of daddy points, so without much thought, he exchanged them for the yin-yang vision. Just then, Xiao Chen felt a sharp pain in his eyes. He couldn't help but rub them. When he looked back at Li Kueihua, the dark mist above her head was slowly thickening. The dark mist drifted upward, its outline transforming into the head of a fox. Xiao Chen was startled. Holy crap, what the hell is going on? System, host, based on the current situation, someone is trying to harm Li Kueihua. Li Kueihua has been poisoned with a venomous bug. Xiao Chen was stunned. A poisonous bug? What the hell is that? Xiao Chen took a deep breath, feeling utterly overwhelmed. He asked the system, is this related to Sato Shojiro? No. The system replied with a single, blunt word. Xiao Chen nodded. Is someone trying to harm her again? System, yes, host. Xiao Chen felt his head spinning. What the hell was going on? Just then, the system suddenly activated a mission. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a choice.
Option 1. Investigate the person who downloaded the poisonous bug into Li Kuihua.
Upon completing the investigation, you will receive a full body skill advancement gift pack. Option 2. Continue living normally and refuse to investigate. No penalties, but Li Kuihua will die within a month.
This.
Xiao Chen grimaced. Another danger-filled mission. But I like it.
After decisively choosing option 1, Xiao Chen addressed Chen Daosheng.
Grandpa, come out here for a moment. I need to ask you something. Chen Daosheng paused slightly at the request. Could Xiao Chen really have recognized the necklace's considerable value? Rising to his feet, Chen Daosheng replied with a smile, Xiao Chen, what is it? Must we discuss it outside? Chapter 156, Grandma poisoned again.
Arriving at the estate's pavilion, Xiao Chen leaned his arms against the lakeside railing.
Grandpa Chen, there's something I need to discuss with you.
Someone is trying to harm Grandma again.
Chen Daosheng had assumed Xiao Chen wanted to discuss the necklace.
But he never expected it to be something like this.
His expression immediately turned serious as he asked Xiao Chen, what's going on, Xiao Chen?
Xiao Chen replied helplessly, when I was checking Grandma's pulse just now, I felt something unusual in it.
It's probably some kind of poison too.
This.
Upon hearing this, Chen Daosheng's expression darkened considerably. One crisis barely resolved, another arises.
It took so long to resolve the Sato Shojiro incident, and now this.
Is this related to Sato Kojiro? Chen Daosheng asked.
Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly.
No, old Chen. Think about it, have you recently crossed anyone else? He was genuinely puzzled, how could Chen Daosheng have so many enemies?
Chen Daosheng heard this and realized it was true, he really had crossed a lot of people lately. Facilitating Moku's partnership with the government had harmed the interests of numerous companies.
Could it be those companies? Chen Daosheng felt a headache coming on, along with a sense of helplessness.
He had been preparing to enjoy his twilight years in peace, only for this new trouble to arise.
Seeing Chen Daosheng's troubled expression, Xiao Chen said, Grandfather, rest assured. I'll do whatever I can to help. Don't forget, I have a master backing me. Who exactly is this master of yours?
Chen Daosheng had asked Xiao Guosheng about it before, but Xiao Guosheng had no idea Xiao Chen even had a master.
That's confidential, old Chen.
Better to investigate instead, like who's been getting close to Grandma Li Kuihua lately. Keep this matter confidential.
Only you and I should know. Understood.
They said no more and soon departed. Back in the villa's living room, Xiao Chen glanced once more at the space above Li Kuihua's head. A fox-shaped cloud of dark mist still lingered above her head.
It looked eerie. Honey, let's head back. Xiao Chen intended to return and thoroughly question Tongzi.
He wanted the system to provide as much assistance as possible.
Searching blindly would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Okay. Xiao Chen addressed Chen Daosheng, Grandpa, you don't need to see us off. If anything comes up, just give me a call. Alright. Chen Daosheng nodded.
This time, he truly didn't see Xiao Chen off.
Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi left the villa hand in hand. As they walked, Xu Zhi asked beside him, Honey, what did you and old Chen talk about outside just now? Nothing much. Xiao Chen replied with a smile. Hearing this, Xu Zhi immediately pouted. What do you mean nothing? You won't even tell me what you talked about? You two must have secrets.
Seeing her pout, Xiao Chen chuckled.
What secrets? Do you think I'm some kind of pervert who doesn't like you and prefers old Chen instead?
Xu Zhi burst out laughing at Xiao Chen's words, covering her mouth.
Well, you never know. Alright, I really didn't say anything. Just some company plans. Alright. Xu Zhi ran her fingers over the necklace Chen Daosheng had given her and asked, but now I want to know, why did Grandpa Chen give me such a gift? Honey, do you know why? Xiao Chen shook his head. He genuinely didn't know.
Perhaps it was simply to repay him for something he had done for him in the past.
Since Grandpa gave it to you, you should keep it well. Don't lose it, no matter what. I will.
20 minutes after Xiao Chen left, Chen Daosheng sat alone on the balcony sofa, puffing on a cigarette.
Just then, his phone rang. Ring.
The number was unfamiliar, and what's more, it was from overseas. It started with a 0. Chen Daosheng immediately hung up, but just 3 seconds later, the phone rang again.
Hello? This time he didn't hang up.
After placing the phone to his ear, a hoarse voice came through.
Mr. Chen, it's been a long time.
The voice was eerily unsettling. The moment he heard it, Chen Daosheng felt goosebumps rise all over his body.
He quickly demanded, Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is, your wife is dying. He.
The man on the phone laughed maniacally.
Chen Daosheng pressed further, Who are you? Who the hell are you? Mr. Chen, you stole our business. Do you really think we'd let you off? Your wife will be the first to die. Next will be your 2 sons. And finally, you. Beep beep beep.
The call abruptly ended. Listening to the eerie sounds, Chen Daosheng collapsed onto the sofa. His mind kept replaying images of his competitors. At that very moment, a name surfaced in his mind. Black Crow. Over a decade ago, a similar incident had occurred in Jiangchang. Back then, a company had snatched away business from numerous firms. A month later, the owner of that company met a gruesome death at home. The death was particularly gruesome, with numerous crows flying about the room at the time. The cause of death remains unknown. Ultimately, the police classified the case as an unnatural death. Even today, the case remains unsolved. Could it be connected to this incident? Chen Daosheng couldn't be certain, but it was possible. He immediately leveraged his connections to contact the Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau. He tried to find any trace of this case. 2 hours later, he also called Xiao Chen. At that moment, Xiao Chen was playing with Bao in the living room. When the phone rang and he saw it was Chen Daosheng, Xiao Chen quickly carried Bao out to the balcony. "Hello, Grandpa Chen." Chen Daosheng said over the phone, "Xiao Chen, I just remembered something. About 15 years ago, it was because one company used connections to snatch away business from many other firms. Later, the owner of that company met a tragic death at home. At the time of his death, the house was filled with countless pitch-black crows." Crows? Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. That didn't match the fox he'd seen? Yes. Chen Daosheng continued, the story spread far and wide afterward. Of course, you probably haven't heard of it, but it caused quite a stir in Jiangcheng at the time. Alright, I understand, grandfather. After a few more casual words, Xiao Chen hung up the phone. Crows. Xiao Chen muttered as he walked into the living room. Dad was cooking dinner himself again. Just then, Xu Zhi suddenly ran toward him, phone in hand. Honey, what's wrong? Xiao Chen looked at Xu Zhi as she spoke. Our school is building a new teaching building. It's going to be named the Xiao Chen Building. Chapter 157, Beauty in the Eye of the Beholder. Xiao Chen Building? Xiao Chen froze for a moment, recalling that the university president had also been present during lunch. Could this matter be connected to the lunch meeting? Xiao Chen glanced at his father, who must have overheard his conversation with Xu Zhi earlier. Dad! I don't know anything about it. Xiao Guosheng cut him off immediately, seemingly unwilling to reveal any useful information. Dad, the more you act like this, the more it proves you're hiding something. His father just smiled. Xiao Chen shook his head. Never mind. This matter wasn't important. What mattered was investigating this Chen Daosheng business. The thought of it gave Xiao Chen a headache. He didn't even know where to start. Forget it. I'll deal with it tomorrow. Xiao Chen shook his head. Xiao Chen sighed. Just then, his phone rang again. He initially thought it might be another lead from Chen Daosheng. But when he opened his phone, he saw the caller was Su Cohen. He felt a bit disappointed, but answered the call anyway. Hello, what's up? Brother Chen, what are you up to? Why didn't you come to class this afternoon? Hearing this, Xiao Chen shook his head slightly. What else could I be doing? Either watching the kid or on my way to watch the kid. If you need something, just say it. After Liang Qian came back today, I asked him about the progress, but he wouldn't tell me. He said we'd talk about it back at the dorm. We've already eaten dinner and headed back. Why don't you come over for a bit? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen pondered for a moment. His current situation was indeed a bit overwhelming. He might as well head back to the dorm for the night to ease his mind. Alright, I'll be right over. Okay. After hanging up, Xiao Chen said, my roommate invited me back to hang out for a bit. I'll head back. Honey, I might be staying at the dorm tonight. Ah. Xu Zhi sounded a bit displeased at first, but after a moment's thought, she didn't press the issue. Alright then. Since you don't have an 8 a.m. class tomorrow, will you come over in the morning? Yeah, I'll be home on time to cook for my baby. Xu Zhi asked, which baby? Of course, it's you, my baby. Xiao Chen leaned in and gave Xu Zhi a gentle kiss on the lips before grinning and walking away. After leaving the residential complex, Xiao Chen entered Jiangcheng University and headed straight for men's dorm 448. Upon entering, he saw Omid had actually set up a mini mahjong table right in the middle of the dorm room. Though tiny, the mini mahjong set was indeed playable. Back in freshman year, they often frequented mahjong parlors outside campus. Spotting these miniature tiles, Xiao Chen asked Liang Qian, did you buy these? How did you know? Liang Qian scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Xiao Chen quickly pulled over a chair, fingers already shuffling the tiles. So? Tell me already. Su Cohen couldn't help but ask. Liang Qian played a red middle tile and then spoke up. Things are going pretty smoothly, right? I've kept everything you told me in mind. Are you finally getting a girlfriend? Hearing this, he nodded with satisfaction. He'd always admired Liang Qian since childhood. Didn't you say things couldn't move that fast? Liang Qian looked dumbfounded. Xiao Chen replied, but if two people are truly meant for each other, progress shouldn't be slow. Do you think she's interested in you? Xiao Chen flashed a get-rich-quick gesture. Xian Tiansheng chuckled, I bang. Liang Qian pursed his lips and shook his head. Speaking of which, I really can't tell. But during dinner, he served meat to my plate. That's a good sign. Su Cohen chimed in immediately upon hearing this.
At least she seems fine in your eyes. Why don't I probe around for some intel? Liang Qian froze. How exactly? Are you kidding me? Su Koan rolled his eyes. Of course I'll ask Wang Wei see what her first impression of you was like. If possible, press your advantage. Liang Qian nodded thoughtfully. Then he looked up and asked, but what if her impression isn't good? Su Tian interjected, if it's bad, I'll have Lu Weiwei keep introducing you until it changes. Well. Alright. At that moment, Su Koan hurriedly dialed Wang Hui's number. He wasn't sure if she'd returned to the dorm yet. Wang Hui answered quickly. Su Koan said, hey, babe, are you back in the dorm yet? Yeah, I'm back. Just finished showering. Wang Hui's light voice came through the phone. Su Koan asked quietly, is Su Yuqing with you right now? Ching Ching? No, she went in after I finished showering. She's been in there for over 10 minutes now. She should be done soon. Good, she's not here. Su Koan chuckled. So, once Su Yuqing finishes her shower, could you ask her what she thinks about Liang Qian? Ask if she has any thoughts about continuing things with Liang Qian. Wang Hui agreed readily upon hearing this. Alright, I'll ask her later. Didn't she mention it during class this afternoon? Su Koan thought she should have told her about it after returning this afternoon. Had she not? No, she didn't. Wang Hui interjected, after she came back, we focused on class. Who's like you guys, blabbing everything to others? She's practically a gossip queen. Su Koan didn't deny that possibility. Perhaps Su Yuqing simply wasn't that kind of person. And indeed, studying is important. Su Yuqing clearly belongs to the type who excels academically. After hanging up, Su Koan said, Su Yuqing's taking a shower right now. Once she's done, my girlfriend will tell me. Come on, let's play mahjong first. 2 bamboos. Zuantian Shang, hey, I got a self-drawn win. I'm out. Pay up, pay up. Zuantian Shang gloated as their dorm played mahjong for 1 yuan per game. Xiao Chen, Su Koan, and Liang Qian quickly sent 1 yuan red envelopes each in their 4-person group chat. After shuffling the tiles, Su Koan spoke up, by the way, we've only asked about Su Yuqing's impression of you. What's your impression of her? Is she your type? At this point, Liang Qian's face visibly flushed. He stammered, she's pretty much my type. She's beautiful and does well in her studies. Even her voice is kind of nice. Su Koan said, well. Su Yuqing is pretty, but I don't think she's as good looking as Wang Hui. Su Tiansheng chimed in, I think Lu Weiwei is prettier. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. You guys are just seeing beauty in everything because she's your girlfriend. Totally normal. He turned to look at Liang Qian. Since she's your type, you could try pursuing her. Who knows? You might just win her over? Chapter 158, Teaching Liang Qian How to Flirt. Yeah, I'll give it my best shot. After playing a few rounds of mahjong, about 15 minutes later, Su Koan's phone rang again. Sure enough, it was Wang Hui calling. Su Koan saw the caller ID and quickly pressed to answer. Hello, honey. Why are you calling me? You could have just texted. Oh, it's nothing. Wang Hui said from the other end of the line, I'm heading downstairs to your roommate's convenience store to buy some things. I came down by myself and there's no one around. Oh, okay. Su Koan asked, did you ask Su Yuqing about it earlier? I did. She said. Wait. Su Koan quickly interrupted Wang Hui. He said, let me put this on speaker first. My roommates are all here. We'll listen together. After activating speakerphone, Su Koan said, okay, honey, speakerphone is on. Wang Hui rolled her eyes on the other end of the line. Su Yuqing said Liang Qian is kind of wooden, kind of dull like a piece of wood. Ha! Xiao Chen, Su Koan, and Xian Tianshang all froze at that remark, turning to look at Liang Qian. Liang Qian's heart sank. If she was saying this, did it mean there wouldn't be a next time with Su Yuqing? Su Koan quickly pressed, anything else? Yes. Wang Hui continued, she also said that although Liang Qian is a bit slow on the uptake, he's actually a pretty decent guy. He might seem a bit dim, but you can tell he's sincere. All 4 strained their ears to hear the voice on the phone. Wang Hui, she said it's okay to keep in touch. She feels Liang Qian is actually a pretty good person. Good. Hearing this, the 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief. If she was willing to keep in touch, it meant there were no issues. Alright, honey, hearing that puts our minds at ease. Don't worry, we'll definitely fix Liang Qian's clumsy ways. Alright, then do your best. I'll be going now, just need to run some errands and I'll be back. Honey, give me a kiss, mwah. Seeing Su Koan's current state, Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. So cheesy. But then again, that's how couples in the throes of passion are supposed to be. After hanging up, all 3 of them turned their gaze toward Liang Qian. They stared at him like interrogating a suspect. Su Koan asked, Liang Qian, how did you make Su Yuqing think you're clueless? I don't know either. Liang Qian replayed his actions from today in his mind. He felt like he hadn't done anything wrong. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes at him. Maybe he's just not very articulate. Meeting a pretty girl for the first time, it's only natural to be nervous. True. Su Koan nodded. This wasn't really an issue, perhaps they just weren't familiar enough yet. Enough. It's fine. Come on, let's get back to mahjong.
The four of them began playing, and the game lasted over 2 hours. Though the game helped them unwind, Xiao Chen's mind kept circling back to old Chen's situation. In fact, whenever he thought about it, Xiao Chen lost all interest in playing mahjong. Plus, his luck at the table wasn't exactly stellar today.
Let's call it a day. I'm done playing for now. Xiao Chen rose from his chair and took a deep breath.
The matter with Chen Daosheng felt like a knot in his heart. He was genuinely troubled.
Alright, I'm feeling a bit tired too. Su Koan also stood up and yawned. He hadn't even answered Wang Hui's call earlier. Instead, he told her he was playing mahjong. He'd have to video call his girlfriend later to apologize. Liang Qian packed up the mahjong tiles. He'd been the luckiest player today. He seemed to have won over 10 yuan. Who won the most today? Zuanti and Shang asked.
They all checked their WeChat balances.
Xiao Chen's was 0.
Meaning he hadn't won a single cent but had actually lost quite a bit.
Liang Qian won the most.
Xiao Chen stole a glance at Liang Qian's WeChat balance. It showed 15 yuan.
Holy crap! Su Koan exclaimed, Liang Qian, that won't do.
You shouldn't be wasting your luck on mahjong, you should be putting it toward chasing girls. Hurry up and transfer this money to me, then tomorrow I can make things official with Su Yuqing.
Oh. Seriously? Liang Qian spoke with a dopey expression. If I can't make things official with Su Yuqing tomorrow, you owe me double. Heh, forget it. Su Koan shook his head and climbed into bed. He video called Wang Hui.
Hey, is baby asleep yet? Zuanti and Shang did the same, video calling Lu Weiwei only to get scolded the moment he connected.
The reason?
Xian Tian Shang hadn't replied to her messages for an entire hour. Xiao Chen watched Liang Qian, who was at a loss, and suggested you could try chatting with Su Yuqing.
Tonight's mahjong game would be a good starting point.
If Su Yuqing knows how to play mahjong, you can invite her to join when you get off the bus.
If she doesn't, you could teach her. Liang Qian nodded in agreement with Xiao Chen's reasoning. So should I start a video call with Su Yuqing?
You could start with a voice call first, of course.
If you want to go on video, you can ask her opinion first. If she's willing, then you can do it. Liang Qian thought it over and ultimately decided against it.
They'd only just met, jumping straight into video or voice calls felt a bit much. Better to stick to text chat for now. They could try video once their relationship progressed further.
Okay.
After taking a shower, Liang Qian climbed into bed and sent a message to Su Yuqing.
Are you asleep yet? To his surprise, Su Yuqing replied instantly. She tapped the desk, which was piled high with homework. Working on homework?
She attached an image of herself propping her chin up in exasperation. Liang Qian was about to reply, alright, then get back to it. But Xiao Chen quickly stopped him.
Liang Qian, I don't think you should respond like that. Then what should I say? Liang Qian looked genuinely clueless. Xiao Chen reached out, give me your phone. I'll handle this for you. Huh?
He paused slightly.
Was this really okay? Want to get out of the single life?
Xiao Chen looked at him seriously.
Liang Qian nodded. Of course he did. Then hand me your phone. After taking the phone, Xiao Chen sent over a picture from their recent mahjong game.
I'll feel sorry for you for 3 seconds.
I was playing mahjong just now.
115 yuan today.
Grin.
Upon seeing Liang Qian's message, Su Yuqing on the other end instantly felt a pang of jealousy.
I'm so pitiful. You're happily playing mahjong in the dorm while I'm stuck doing homework. Wah? Seeing this message, Xiao Chen thought for a moment.
Then he replied, treat me to a nice meal tomorrow, and I might reluctantly go to the library to tutor you.
Chapter 159, The Black Fox. Liang Qian was the top student in their dorm. Though he usually enjoyed playing games like Naruto and Warcraft,
his grades never suffered because of it. Due to the specialized nature of their major, their assignments were significantly lighter.
Tutoring a freshman girl would be no problem at all. Su Yuqing across from him didn't hesitate at all. She asked, what do you want to eat?
Xiao Chen had already returned the phone to Liang Qian. He spoke up, nothing too extravagant. You can just tell her about a specific stall in the school cafeteria.
All right. Xiao Chen nodded with satisfaction. See? Your next date is already set. True. Liang Qian couldn't help but admire Xiao Chen.
But since she'd responded that way, she must be pleased with him inside.
Brother Chen, you're so awesome.
He gave him a thumbs up. Xiao Chen chuckled, alright, I'm not the one who's amazing, you're the one who still has a lot to learn.
Xiao Chen stretched lazily.
He'd planned to stay in the dorm tonight, but it felt a bit chilly in there. After a moment's thought, he decided to head home as soon as possible. After all, his home had central heating.
Xiao Chen said to Su Koan, I'm heading back first. Huh? You're not staying in the dorm? Su Koan looked up at him. He nodded. Yeah, I'm heading back. You go ahead and chat with your girlfriend. Alright, Chen. I won't walk you out then. Su Kuan waved goodbye. Xiao Chen chuckled softly. What was there to walk him out for? Back home, Xu Zhi had already put their firstborn, Xiao Ming, to sleep, and their second child was already drowsy. Seeing Xiao Chen enter the room, Xu Zhi paused in surprise. Ha? Honey, why are you back? Xu Zhi asked. Xiao Chen, I haven't stayed in the dorm for too long. It feels a bit strange now. I'd much rather hold the baby and sleep with you. Alright, then you can put baby 2 to sleep first. Without a word, Xu Zhi handed the second baby to Xiao Chen. As soon as Xiao Chen took the baby, the little one opened its big, sparkling eyes and stared at him. Oh dear, why aren't you asleep yet? Xiao Chen gazed at the baby staring back at him and couldn't resist pinching her little cheek. He paced back and forth in the bedroom, gently rocking the baby. After about 10 minutes, the little one drifted off to sleep. Today, they planned to let their parents rest a bit, so the babies would sleep with them. Both babies had their own cribs. After placing baby in hers, Xiao Chen asked, Did you feed baby before bed? Yes, I did. Xu Zhi rested her hands on Xiao Chen's shoulders. Honey, let's go to sleep too. Seeing Xu Zhi's slightly seductive gaze, Xiao Chen swallowed hard. How about we skip it tonight? No. Xu Zhi shook her head. Without another word, Xiao Chen flopped onto the bed and pulled the covers over his head. I'm already asleep. Oof. Who are you trying to fool? Xu Zhi rolled her eyes, but when she pulled back the covers to look at Xiao Chen, this guy was actually asleep. Xu Zhi? Seriously? You fall asleep that fast? Ha! The next morning, since there was number 8 a.m. class, Xiao Chen woke up late. Last night, he had changed the baby's diaper several times and fed him multiple times. He hadn't slept well that night, but thankfully, Xu Zhi hadn't kept him up. His mother, Mrs. Yuan Yuqin, had already prepared breakfast. She knocked lightly on the door and opened it a crack. Xiao Chen, time to get up and eat? Don't you have class this morning? No, Mom. Xiao Chen was already awake. After brushing his teeth in his pajamas, he woke Xu Zhi. His mind was still preoccupied with Chen Daoxing's situation. He wondered if Chen Daoxing had investigated who had been in contact with his grandmother. After breakfast, at 9 o'clock, Xiao Chen was sitting on the sofa holding the baby when Chen Daoxing called him again. Xiao Chen answered immediately. On the line, Chen Daoxing said, Xiao Chen, something's happened. What happened? Xiao Chen asked. Chen Daoxing's voice over the phone sounded unsteady. He stammered, This morning when I woke up and pulled back the curtains, I thought I saw a black fox standing on the roof. Watching me and Grandma. A black fox? Xiao Chen froze slightly. Wasn't that exactly what he'd seen on Li Kuewa's head? Yes. Recalling that image sent a chill down Chen Daoxing's spine. The fox had stared at him through the glass with an eerily unsettling gaze. When their eyes met, Chen felt goosebumps erupt all over his body. Old Chen, have you investigated who's been in contact with Grandma recently? Not yet, but Grandma hasn't left the Chen Manor during this period. I'll check the surveillance footage shortly. Alright. After a few more casual words, Xiao Chen hung up the phone, utterly baffled. A black fox stood on the rooftop, watching him. Its gaze was eerie. He really couldn't make heads or tails of the situation. He could only wait for Chen Daoxing's call. Still, Xiao Chen planned to visit Chen Daoxing's home that afternoon. He wanted to stay at his place for a few nights to see if he could spot the black fox Chen Daoxing had mentioned. At 2:30 p.m., Xiao Chen finally received Chen Daoxing's call. Hello, Grandpa. Xiao Chen stepped onto the balcony and answered his phone. Chen Daoxing's voice came through. Xiao Chen, we found out. It was the night we went to Lingzhou. In the dead of night, a mysterious figure in black entered the estate from outside. He seems to have set up a strange formation around the room. An array? Xiao Chen was utterly baffled. Wait, what? Can you trace where the black-clad figure went? I'm already looking into it. Hearing the voice on the phone, Xiao Chen spoke up. Grandpa Chen, you wouldn't mind if I stayed at your place for a few days, would you? You want to come over? Of course you can. Alright, I'll head over this afternoon. I won't bring Xu Zhi this time, it might be dangerous. Alright. I'll handle things at the school for you. Chen Daoxing could tell Xiao Chen genuinely wanted to help resolve this matter. Alright, then I won't need to take leave from my advisor. He'd been taking leave far too often lately. After hanging up, Xiao Chen went into his room and pulled out his suitcase. Xu Zhi noticed and asked, Honey, where are you heading again? Leaving again? Xiao Chen nodded. Honey, I'm going to stay with old Chen Daoxing for a while. Why? Xu Zhi pouted slightly again. She couldn't understand why Xiao Chen kept seeking out Chen Daoxing so often. Did he have a thing for older men? There's been a situation over there. I'll handle it and be back in a few days. Xu Zhi insisted, then I'm coming too. Chapter 160, The Rag Doll. Xiao Chen felt a bit uneasy. Chen Daoxing had mentioned something about foxes, and he feared there might be danger. Honey, maybe you shouldn't go. Xiao Chen suggested. Xu Zhi pouted slightly at his words. Are you rejecting me?
Seeing Xu Zhi on the verge of tears, Xiao Chen swore, "Of course not. If I ever despise you, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." Xiao Chen pointed at the sky and swore a solemn oath. Xu Zhi froze upon hearing this. She hurriedly said, "Oh dear, don't put it so harshly. I won't go, honey. I believe you love me. Then are you still going to class?" "Not for these next 3 days. Don't worry, old Chen has already arranged my leave. I genuinely have matters to attend to." "Okay. I'll wait for you to come back, honey." Xu Zhi packed some clothes for Xiao Chen, said goodbye to her mother, and then Xiao Chen drove the Xiaomi Yu7 to Chen Daoxing's house. Upon arriving at the Chen family estate, Xiao Chen headed straight for Chen Daoxing's villa, where he encountered Grandma Li Kuihua. Just like yesterday, upon seeing her, Xiao Chen distinctly noticed a dark gas. This gas coalesced in the air into the shape of a fox, and Xiao Chen sensed that this shape was noticeably larger. It was truly eerie. However, the old lady's complexion looked exceptionally good at the moment. Xiao Chen called Chen Daoxing into the living room and asked, "Grandpa, what kind of formation did that man in black set up? Is there any surveillance footage?" Xiao Chen probed for clues. Chen Daoxing nodded and quickly fetched a laptop. After opening the laptop, he played a video. In the footage, a shadowy figure in black was furtively drawing something around the villa. He also pulled various items from a bag he carried. The surveillance footage was somewhat blurry, making it difficult to see clearly. "Grandpa, let's go outside and take a look." Chen Daoxing immediately stood up. Upon reaching the villa's perimeter, Xiao Chen scanned the ground. Nothing. However, it had rained recently in Jiangcheng at night. Perhaps there were no traces left on the ground either. He circled the villa once, and finally, in a remote corner, he found something. "Grandpa, look." Xiao Chen pointed to a clump of hair bound with rubber bands in the cracks of the soil. Such a thing definitely wouldn't be found in their Chen family estate. "What is this?" Chen Daoxing furrowed his brow slightly. He picked up the hair from the ground and examined its texture. It was identical to Li Kueihua's. "Xiao Chen, if I'm not mistaken, this must be Grandma's hair." Chen Daoxing nodded solemnly. "That's right. This is my wife's hair." "Is it recent?" Li Kueihua was getting on in years, and her hair showed signs of graying. Chen Daoxing examined it closely. "It should be from recently." "Grandpa, this is quite a significant discovery." The two continued searching the area. Then, directly opposite where the hair was found to the north, Xiao Chen discovered a small cloth doll. The doll was tiny, barely half the size of a palm. Its body was stuffed with black fur somewhat like dog hair, but Xiao Chen felt it was more likely fox fur. On the doll's face, the name Li Kueihua was written. Chen Daoxing's heart sank upon seeing it. Xiao Chen said, "Grandpa, keep all these items. Then consult your friends, see if anyone knowledgeable in mysticism can help examine them." "All right, I understand." Chen Daoxing carefully stowed the items away. As he continued searching, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he quickly answered, "Officer Mu." "What? You're already here? All right. Have them escort you right in. I'll wait for you in the living room." After hanging up, Chen Daoxing turned his gaze to Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, we have a visitor. Let's head back first." "All right." The two returned to the living room, where the butler approached them with a plainclothes police officer. How could he tell he was a cop? Because Xiao Chen had actually crossed paths with him before. Earlier, when he dealt with those two punks, it was Mu Changlei who had handled the situation. "I never expected to see you here today, Officer Mu," Chen Daoxing said respectfully. Mu Changlei glanced at Xiao Chen, then looked back at Chen Daoxing. "Let me introduce you." Chen Daoxing was about to introduce Xiao Chen to Mu Changlei. But before he could finish, Xiao Chen spoke up, "Officer Mu, we meet again." Hearing this, Chen Daoxing froze. "You two know each other?" "We've met before. Officer Mu helped me with a case," Xiao Chen replied. Chen Daoxing smiled and nodded. Ha, well, since you two know each other, I won't need to make introductions. Officer Mu, please have a seat. He gestured toward the nearby sofa. Mu Changlei nodded. After settling on the sofa, Mu Changlei opened his laptop, searched for a file, and asked, "Mr. Chen, why did you suddenly want to look into that case of unnatural death from 15 years ago?" As he spoke, he opened a photograph. Xiao Chen peered curiously at the image. The image showed a man with countless blood-filled holes in his scalp. The holes resembled those pecked out by some kind of bird, and the man's eyes remained wide open in death. His eyes seemed to hold an unusual emotion. Seeing this photo made Xiao Chen feel utterly sick to his stomach. Then, Mu Changlei flipped through more photos. "When I first took this case, I was still a rookie cop. I never actually entered the crime scene. But I did discover something around the victim's house at the time." He clicked to the next image, revealing a picture of a rag doll on the screen. This doll bore a 90% resemblance to the one Xiao Chen had just picked up, same color, same material, and seemingly bearing the victim's name stitched onto it. Seeing the doll sent a chill through Xiao Chen's heart. He blurted out, "Officer Mu, is the stuffing inside this doll made of black crow feathers? How did you know?" Mu Changlei's expression turned grave. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. It seemed this case was indeed connected to the unexplained death from 15 years ago. Chen Daoshang also jumped at Xiao Chen's words.
He wasn't a little kid anymore.
Now he had a clearer understanding of the situation. Mu Changlei spoke up. I suspect this is some kind of sinister sorcery, but in all these years, only this one case has ever occurred.
Suddenly realizing something, he asked Chen Daoshang, Old Chen, could it be that such an incident has occurred again recently? Chapter 161, Blind Lu.
Upon hearing this, Chen Daoshang did not reveal the truth to Mu Changlei, nor did Mu press further. Instead, he answered a few of Chen Daoshang's questions before departing. After he departed, Xiao Chen retrieved the rag doll he'd found beneath the villa and the clump of hair. He spoke up, Old Chen, I think you should have someone take a look at these.
Perhaps someone knowledgeable might recognize them.
He also took out his phone and snapped a photo of each item. Then he got up, intending to go for a walk. Old Chen, take care of Grandma here.
I'll go scout around the villa.
And don't forget to investigate where that man in black went.
Got it. Chen Daoshang nodded. Xiao Chen quickly exited the house and got into his car.
He drove to Jiangqing's notorious fortune teller alley, where numerous fortune tellers and antique porcelain dealers operated. Of course, 99.999% of the items here were fake.
But Xiao Chen felt there might still be someone with genuine abilities here.
So he decided to come here and try his luck.
After parking his car, Xiao Chen entered the street.
Despite the lingering cold, numerous fortune tellers had set up stalls along the street. Business was slow, however, with only a handful of people browsing, and their purpose seemed particularly clear. Seeing Xiao Chen approach in his well-tailored clothes, they could tell he was a wealthy customer. Immediately, an old man wearing round sunglasses and holding a fan addressed him. Young man, fortune-telling, love readings, I can predict anything.
Care to give it a try? Xiao Chen smiled and nodded. Sure, why not give it a shot? I won't say anything.
I'll just read your face.
Can you tell anything?
The charlatan old man sensed Xiao Chen likely knew little about such matters, and he also detected an air of wealth about him.
Let me take a look. He snapped his fingers, then declared, Young man, you were born with a fortune. Your father must be involved in some major business venture, right?
Xiao Chen feigned surprise.
How did you know that?
The old charlatan curled his lips.
He thought to himself, how did I know?
Of course, I saw it in your clothes and appearance.
Ah, the secrets of heaven must not be revealed.
The old charlatan grinned slyly, clearly having intimidated the young man.
Young man, what would you like to have divined? Xiao Chen, well then, could you please tell me when I'll get married and how many children I'll have after marriage?
Hearing this, the charlatan began counting on his fingers while muttering incomprehensible words.
Seeing his earnest expression, Xiao Chen genuinely didn't want to expose him.
After about 2.5 minutes, the charlatan suddenly snapped his fingers.
I've got it, young man. What did you figure out? Xiao Chen asked urgently.
The charlatan glanced at the payment QR code beside him. Young man, the secrets of heaven must not be revealed. To know would mean I'm prying into the celestial realm, so?
Xiao Chen understood his meaning, but he made no move to pull out his phone to pay. Master, just tell me first.
I'm not short on cash, and besides, I have plenty more questions for you.
Ahem, all right. He pondered for a moment. From my calculations, you should be between 18 and 22 years old this year, correct?
Xiao Chen's face darkened at this.
Damn it, isn't that range a bit too broad?
Xiao Chen could only grin and nod. Hearing this, the fortune teller knew Xiao Chen definitely wasn't married yet. He might not even have a girlfriend. So he continued, you see, you'll meet your true love at 22, marry at 26, and at 27, your first child will be a daughter. Since boys these days all prefer daughters, he phrased it to make Xiao Chen like the prediction.
Xiao Chen nodded blankly. Oh, really, master?
Of course it's true. So? He shifted his gaze back to the payment QR code, already reaching out to grab it and hold it up for Xiao Chen to scan. Xiao Chen quickly pressed down on his hand. Master, to be honest, I already have children, twins, a boy and a girl.
This won't do. Forget it. I'm leaving. With that, Xiao Chen stood up.
He had no desire to chat with this charlatan. Behind him, the con artist tried to call him back, but Xiao Chen showed no intention of stopping. Walking down Fortune Teller Street, numerous charlatans like the one before tried to persuade Xiao Chen to have his fortune told. The area was mostly deserted when no customers were around. These old men would sit together, boasting about their supposed abilities. Most were retired individuals, likely with little to occupy their time at home, which is why they came here to peddle their deceptive services.
Just then, Xiao Chen's gaze fell upon a fortune-telling shop with an actual storefront. Blind Fortune Teller. The shop's name was straightforward and easy to understand.
At that moment, a crowd of about 6 or 7 people was gathered at the entrance. The scene stood in stark contrast to the surrounding stalls run by the old charlatans. Xiao Chen wondered why this particular shop drew such a crowd. He approached and gently tapped a plainly dressed middle-aged woman on the shoulder.
Ma'am, what's going on here?
Xiao Chen peered inside. There was a door, and people were lined up.
Young man, you're here for a fortune-telling too, right? Let me tell you, no cutting in line. Xiao Chen asked, is the fortune teller inside really that good? He's more than just good.
The old lady said, blind Lu's readings are spot on every time, I tell you. Last year I had him read my son's fortune, and sure enough, he met his other half in the park, my daughter-in-law now. Now my son still hasn't gotten his wife pregnant, so I want blind Lu to see what's going on. The woman spoke in standard Jiangqing dialect, with a slight accent that Xiao Chen could understand.
Her words piqued Xiao Chen's curiosity. Maybe asking him could lead to some real discoveries? Besides, he hadn't brought the actual doll. The name Blind Lu suggested he was actually blind, he shouldn't be able to see it anyway. He glanced at his watch. Since it was still early, he might as well ask. Xiao Chen noticed that everyone emerged after about 10 minutes inside. Lu the blind must be deliberately timing appointments. Roughly an hour later, the woman ahead of him finally went in. 10 minutes later, she emerged with a beaming smile, looking as though she just discovered a brilliant idea for getting her son pregnant. Xiao Chen immediately stepped inside. His gaze fell upon an elderly gentleman who appeared to be in his 90s, with snow-white hair and dressed in very simple attire. The room's furnishings were sparse, just a rosewood table, a chair, and a sofa. The sofa was for guests to sit on. On the table sat a small sign. It read, 100 yuan per reading. Xiao Chen felt this price wasn't expensive. Just as he sat down on the sofa, Blind Lu's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 162, A Lucky Bag. He stroked his goatee and asked, young man, what are you inquiring about? Xiao Chen froze. Lu the blind wore sunglasses, but the lenses didn't fully obscure his eyes. Through the lenses, he could see that this blind Lu was indeed blind. Xiao Chen asked in confusion, Mr. Lu, how did you know I'm a young man? Blind Lu smiled faintly before continuing, would you believe me if I told you I foresaw your arrival days ago? Blind Lu gave Xiao Chen a completely different impression, nothing like that charlatan from earlier. Xiao Chen asked, then do you know why I came here, sir? Is it because of your grandmother? Of course. This grandmother isn't my biological one. Xiao Chen's mouth formed a perfect O. He never imagined Blind Lu would know about this. Young man, are you surprised? Xiao Chen gave a low hum. Yes, grandfather. Your abilities truly surpass my expectations. Please guide me on how to break this deadlock. Xiao Chen sensed that even without saying it, the other knew his true intentions. Blind Lu shook his head slightly upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, if you choose to meddle in this scheme, you'll face countless adversaries in the future. Even your wife, children, and parents could be dragged into it. Young man, perhaps you should think this through carefully. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he declared, I've already made up my mind. Ha ha ha. At that moment, he opened the desk drawer and pulled out a silk pouch. Inside lies the answer you seek, but you may wait a few days before opening it. You have a few days to reconsider. Xiao Chen stared at the silk pouch, utterly stunned. All this was prepared in advance? It was truly impressive. Alright, thank you, Mr. Lu. Xiao Chen pulled out his phone, scanned the QR code, and transferred 100 yuan. You're welcome. We'll meet again. We'll meet again? Xiao Chen frowned, but didn't dwell on it. After stepping outside, he noticed the line had grown long again. Leaving the fortune-telling shop, Xiao Chen stretched lazily. He waved the silk pouch in his hand, still unsure what it contained. As for when to open it, Xiao Chen had no intention of opening it immediately. Instead, he followed Mr. Lu's advice and decided to wait a couple of days. Back at the Chen family estate, Chen Daoshan was chatting with Li Kueihua. They reminisced about their younger days, the hardships they'd endured along the way. It even got a bit sentimental at times. Chen Daosheng didn't notice Xiao Chen's return, and Xiao Chen didn't interrupt him. Soon, it was 6 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Chen was video chatting with Xu Zhi in the pavilion. Xu Zhi held their baby in her arms. At that moment, Chen Daosheng's figure appeared on the phone screen. Yes, it was Chen Daosheng appearing behind Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen. Hearing Chen Daosheng's voice, Xiao Chen quickly turned his head. Grandpa. Dinner's ready. Chat with your girlfriend a bit longer, then come eat. It's in the villa's dining room. Okay. Xiao Chen nodded with a smile. Chen Daosheng didn't linger long either, turning to walk toward the villa. Xiao Chen looked at Xu Zhi on the screen and said, alright, honey, I'm heading to dinner now. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. And if nothing comes up, I'll head back to school for class. Okay. Bye, honey. Bye. After hanging up, Xiao Chen hurried to catch up with Chen Daosheng. He asked, Grandpa, what are we having for dinner tonight? Chen Daosheng smiled warmly. Your grandmother said she wanted Western food tonight, so I invited a renowned Western chef from Jiangqing to prepare some steaks. You'll see soon enough. Okay. Xiao Chen nodded. Upon entering the dining room, only 3 generous portions of steak were laid out on the table. Grandma Li Kueihua hadn't touched her knife and fork yet, seemingly waiting for them. Xiao Chen, come over and eat. Coming, Grandma. Xiao Chen glanced up at the top of his head. The black fox head was still there. And for some reason, Xiao Chen felt that this fox head was staring right at him. The sensation was unsettling. It even made him feel uneasy.
He could only divert his attention and sit down beside Li Kuei-hua. Picking up his knife and fork, Xiao Chen gently sliced a piece of steak and placed it in his mouth. The steak was tender and juicy, tasting quite good. After savoring it, Xiao Chen gave the dish high praise. But with Li Kuei-hua beside him, for some reason, Xiao Chen felt a chill. It was as if a cold wind had blown through. Chen Daosheng felt it too, though he kept it to himself. Now, he only wanted to spend more time with Li Kuei-hua. He feared something might happen to her. After dinner, Xiao Chen chatted with Xu Zhi for a while longer. Soon, Chen Daosheng appeared in the living room wearing his pajamas. Xiao Chen, I'm going to bed. Alright, Grandpa, go ahead. Chen Daosheng knew Xiao Chen wouldn't sleep so early he'd likely check the villa's surroundings. So, Chen Daosheng handed Xiao Chen a tablet. Xiao Chen, this tablet connects to surveillance cameras throughout the estate. It's best not to go out tonight. Okay. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. The room steward has already prepared your quarters. Get some rest early. Alright. Old Chen slowly made his way up to the second floor, gripping the handrail. Xiao Chen glanced out the window. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, whipping the trees behind the glass into a frenzied sway. The villa's expansive windows made the scene feel somewhat terrifying to Xiao Chen. He shook his head, turned off the television, and made his way upstairs to his room. Chen Daosheng's room was right next door, separated only by a wall. This room also featured floor-to-ceiling windows. Pulling back the curtains revealed the outside scene in full view. Just then, a black fox darted out of the darkness. It stood atop the villa's roof, gazing toward Chen Daosheng's direction. Black foxes were rarely seen, though they did exist in the world. Xiao Chen stood in his room, and at that moment, he seemed to catch sight of the fox. About the size of a domestic dog, it stood on the roof, gazing in his direction. The fox's eyes seemed to glow faintly red. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. Chen Daosheng was right. But why would a fox appear at night? And what did its appearance signify? Xiao Chen was utterly perplexed. He pulled the pouch Mr. Liu had given him from his pocket, desperately wanting to open it now. Ha! Well, open it then. But then, Xiao Chen recalled Mr. Liu's words. There would be countless enemies. His wife, children, and parents would all be dragged into this. He hesitated. Who wouldn't want a peaceful life? He wanted to protect his family more than anything. But wasn't old Chen also family? Chapter 163, The Happiness Apartment. Xiao Chen decisively pulled the note from the silk pouch. Upon unfolding it, he saw an address written there. Happiness Apartments, Block B, Room 301. Only these 11 words were written. Xiao Chen frowned slightly upon seeing it. In his memory, Happy Apartment was located within an urban village. It was home to many migrant workers who had come to Jiangcheng from other places. Due to the poor living conditions, the rent was exceptionally cheap apparently, a room only cost a few hundred yuan. Living there? Xiao Chen tucked the note away and glanced up again at the black fox on the roof. He planned to go take a look tomorrow. Of course, he would go alone. Xiao Chen had no intention of calling for backup, he simply wanted to assess the situation firsthand. In the next room, Chen Daosheng, frightened by the sight of the black fox, pulled the curtains shut. He tried to push all thoughts aside and fall asleep quickly. But as he lay in bed, his mind was filled with images of that black fox. Meanwhile, completely unaware, Li Kuei-hua had already drifted off to sleep. Her sleep had become routine. She went to bed around 10 p.m. every night and woke up at 5 a.m. Chen Daosheng tossed and turned, unable to sleep. His gaze kept drifting toward the curtains. He desperately wanted to see if the fox was there tonight. The next morning, Xiao Chen rose early, sitting in the living room video chatting with Xu Zhi. Ever since he'd been released, Xu Zhi had been calling him frequently. As if Xiao Chen might do something to hurt her. Today was the weekend, so she didn't go to school. She'd basically stayed home all day. At that moment, Chen Daosheng, still in his pajamas, approached the second-floor balcony railing. Xiao Chen, up so early? It was still dark outside. Xiao Chen looked up at Chen Daosheng and nodded with a smile. Yeah, Grandpa, you're up too. I am. Get yourself ready. We'll have breakfast soon. All right. Xiao Chen replied softly, then turned to Xu Zhi. Honey, I'm going to eat now. After breakfast, I need to step out for a bit. Okay, go ahead. Bye. Bye. Xu Zhi quickly hung up the phone. Xiao Chen went upstairs and found Chen Daosheng. Grandpa. Chen Daosheng looked at Xiao Chen, who seemed to have something he wanted to tell him. He asked, last night, did you see that fox? Last night, Chen Daosheng never took that step to look at the fox. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and murmured, yes, grandfather, I saw it. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Chen Daosheng took a deep breath. Then Xiao Chen continued, but Grandpa, I've already picked up a few clues. I'll head out shortly to investigate. Hearing this, Chen Daosheng was taken aback. What? You've already found clues? Do you need my help? Chen Daosheng's tone was serious. Xiao Chen shook his head slightly. No need, grandfather. To avoid alerting them, I'll handle this on my own. Xiao Chen's reasoning made sense, and after hearing him out, Chen Daosheng nodded. All right. Fine. Soon after, Chen Daosheng helped Li Kuihua into the dining room, where the estate's chef had prepared breakfast for them. After the three finished breakfast, Xiao Chen tidied up and prepared to leave. Just then, Chen Daosheng called out to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen turned his head. What is it, Grandpa? Chen Daosheng sensed this matter wouldn't be easily resolved. The design of the array formations and such was truly bizarre. You must be careful. He feared Xiao Chen might get himself into trouble too. Xiao Chen smiled brightly and said, It's fine, Grandpa. Don't worry. I know what I should and shouldn't do. Alright. Watching Xiao Chen's retreating figure, Chen Daosheng couldn't shake his unease. He still wanted to find someone to secretly protect Xiao Chen. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Shaolin. Xiao Chen is heading out. Follow him and keep an eye on him discreetly. Don't let him notice you. Yes, Mr. Chen. The call ended. By now, Xiao Chen had already left the Chen family estate and gotten into his car. Checking the navigation, Xingfu Apartments Block B was about 15 kilometers away, not too far. Following the directions, Xiao Chen arrived in the urban village area. Since the houses there were densely packed with narrow passageways, he parked his car in a nearby lot. He then got out to search on foot. Upon entering the urban village, Xiao Chen sensed the atmosphere around him shift. After navigating through numerous alleys, he got lost. Yes, he was lost. It wasn't that Xiao Chen was clueless, it was simply that the roads here were so intricate and confusing that if he tried to chase someone, he'd surely lose the trail. Xiao Chen spent over 10 minutes asking for directions before finally locating Happiness Apartments. This is Section A, so that must be Section B over there. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, pointing at the building with exposed red bricks. The 5-story structure looked like it had been standing for over a decade. Outside, iron railings flanked a long corridor, with a row of rooms probably around a dozen. Each unit was uniformly sized, appearing to be only about 30 square meters. The courtyard below was filled with bedding hung out to dry. Naturally, there were no security guards in this urban village. Xiao Chen walked straight in, fixing his gaze on the first unit on the left of the third floor that should be 301. He didn't know if anyone was inside. He felt it would be unwise to enter without warning. Just then, the door to room 301 suddenly swung open from the inside. A man dressed in a suit and wearing a beret emerged. He appeared to be around 30, his attire starkly out of place in the surroundings. Seeing him descend the stairs, Xiao Chen hurriedly asked an auntie sweeping the floor, Auntie, are there any vacant rooms left around here? My mom came to work in Jiangcheng, and I want to find her a cheap place to stay. The kind-hearted cleaning lady, broom in hand, looked Xiao Chen up and down. Young man, I recall there's still a room available on the 5th floor. That one might have a leak, though. Rent is 500 yuan a month. Would you like the landlord's number? Sure. Xiao Chen pulled out his phone and jotted down the landlord's number. At that moment, the man in the suit happened to pass by him. He looked like an entrepreneur, carrying a briefcase in his hand. After the man had walked away, Xiao Chen asked, Auntie, did that man in the suit live here too? No. The landlady replied, Oh, that guy? No. The aunt waved her hand again. The guy in room 301 is strange. People dressed up like that come to see him all the time. And he hardly ever leaves the apartment. At least, I've never seen him go out. Never leaves the room, yet people are always visiting him? This is getting complicated. What should I do? Chapter 164, The Mysterious Man in Black. Right. The aunt thought for a moment, oh, right. I actually saw him once. He looked to be in his 40s, very scruffy. You could even smell a strange odor when passing by his room. Alright, thanks, Auntie. No problem. If you want to rent the place, just give the landlord a call. Alright. Xiao Chen glanced up at 301. He definitely couldn't just barge in now. He hurried out. Fortunately, the young man in the suit hadn't gone far. Xiao Chen kept a safe distance behind him. Since the man had just interacted with the people from 301, perhaps he could glean some clues from him. But Xiao Chen felt a twinge of fear. What if the man recognized him? He was close to Chen Daosheng. If someone wanted to harm Chen Daosheng or his wife, they would surely have heard his name or even seen him before. Still, Xiao Chen followed to observe. The man quickly got into a car, and Xiao Chen snapped a photo of the license plate. He sent it to Chen Daosheng, instructing him to investigate the vehicle's registration. Next, Xiao Chen called the landlord of Happy Apartments. A young man answered, sounding like he was gaming at home. The phrase "watch out for grenades" echoed in English over the phone. Hey, who is this? The voice on the other end sounded like someone in their 20s. Xiao Chen spoke up, Hello, are you the landlord of Happy Apartments? I'm interested in renting a place. Rent a place? Sure thing. 500 a month. I'll give you 5,000. Xiao Chen offered bluntly. The young man, who had been engrossed in a video game, froze in surprise. What the hell? 5,000? You mean 5,000 a month? He wondered if this guy was out of his mind, spending 5,000 yuan to rent such a shabby place. He must be joking. But the young man didn't give up. Take the guy in room 301, for example, he rented his place for just 1,000. The only requirement was to clean up the trash outside his door every morning.
Yes, exactly 5,000 a month.
Xiao Chen said, but I have one request, I want to live in 302.
302.
The young man thought for a moment.
Unit 302 was currently vacant.
It had been occupied by a couple, but the man had been in an accident at the construction site. They'd been gone for a long time now, but hadn't officially vacated the lease yet.
Alright, I'll send someone to clean the place out right away. When can you come by to sign the contract? I can sign it right now. Where are you? I'm at 101. Just come find me. Alright.
Xiao Chen headed straight back.
When he reached the apartment building, the cleaning lady asked, "Young man, why are you back already?"
"Auntie, I just called the landlord. He said he's in 101, so I came over to sign the contract."
"Oh, I see. The landlord is here then. Alright, go ahead." Xiao Chen approached the door of 101 on the first floor and knocked lightly. Knock knock knock. Come in, come in.
Xiao Chen stepped inside. There, a young guy with dyed yellow hair, around 25 or 26, who looked like a total punk, was playing CSGO.
Spotting Xiao Chen, he quickly removed his headphones and asked, "You're the one who wants to rent it for 5,000 yuan?" "That's right." Xiao Chen nodded. "But I can only pay the rent month by month."
"I don't know how long exactly."
"Fine."
The blonde-haired man agreed without hesitation.
He secretly rejoiced inside.
This building was left to him by his parents, 15 rooms per floor, 5 floors total, and he owned 2 such buildings. Currently, 150 rooms were rented out, generating nearly 80,000 yuan in monthly income. He didn't work either, just coasting through life. The urban village wouldn't be demolished, and he hadn't even considered the possibility.
The prime location was key, surrounded by workplaces. It attracted many migrant workers from rural areas who chose to live here. "Fine, but you'll need to pay a month's deposit." "The deposit? That'll be 5,000. Xiao Chen grimaced. "You're quite the greedy one, aren't you? Fine, 5,000 it is. But you're covering my utilities." "No problem." He couldn't care less about the utility costs. He'd already secured the 5,000 yuan, why would he haggle over a few extra bucks? After handing over 10,000 yuan, Xiao Chen showed no intention of signing a contract. "No need for a contract. I'll transfer the rent to you next month at this time. When will Unit 302 be ready?" "Tomorrow. You can move in the day after."
Yellow hair pulled a key out of the drawer. "Here's the key to 302. Just go straight in when the time comes."
"Alright, thanks."
Xiao Chen left the place, glancing up one last time at room 301 upstairs. The reason he chose to stay in 302 was to observe the situation there.
Maybe he'd find some clues.
Leaving happy apartments, on his way back, Xiao Chen suddenly noticed what seemed to be a figure in black tailing him. He was an avid movie buff who'd honed his counter-surveillance instincts. If someone was sneaking around behind him, he'd notice almost immediately.
Xiao Chen glanced back.
In that instant, it seemed someone had indeed ducked into the shadows.
Had he been spotted?
His face darkened.
It shouldn't have happened this quickly.
So Xiao Chen quickened his pace. He rounded a corner and ducked into a narrow alley barely wide enough for one person. The black-clad figure, seeing Xiao Chen vanish ahead, also quickened his pace. Just as he passed through the alley,
Xiao Chen immediately covered his mouth from behind. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" "MMMPH.
The black man struggled violently. Thanks to the martial arts skills granted by the system earlier, Xiao Chen could now easily knock him unconscious with a single palm strike. Xiao Chen struck his neck once, and the black-clad man's eyes rolled back as he collapsed unconscious. Though he didn't know who this man was, he felt it was best to take him directly to the Chen family estate and hand him over to Chen Daosheng. Shouldering the man's body, Xiao Chen found a car and tossed him into the trunk. After getting in, he called Chen Daosheng.
"Grandfather, someone was sneaking around me.
I spotted him and knocked him out.
I'm heading back to the Chen family estate now.
Take a look at this black-clad man later and see if you recognize him."
"Alright." Chen Daosheng on the other end of the line was taken aback. Xiao Chen's actions were surprisingly swift.
This morning he mentioned having a lead.
Now he'd already apprehended the suspect? Impressive.
The man in black remained unconscious throughout the journey.
Xiao Chen hadn't driven particularly fast either.
There was a saying he firmly believed in. That is, 9 out of 10 accidents are caused by speeding. Upon returning to the Chen family estate, Chen Daosheng and several others were already waiting at the gate. As Xiao Chen stepped out of the car, Chen Daosheng immediately approached him and asked, "Xiao Chen, where's the man in black?"
"In the trunk."
When Xiao Chen opened the trunk and Chen Daosheng saw the man inside, he froze.
Chapter 165, Identity is what you make it. Chen Daosheng stared in disbelief at the figure in the trunk. "Lin Feng, what are you doing?"
Just then, Lin Feng began to stir.
Xiao Chen froze. Lin Feng? Why did that name sound familiar? In Xiao Chen's memory, Lin Feng seemed to be Chen Daosheng's bodyguard. But he wasn't entirely sure. Grandpa, what's going on?
Xiao Chen hesitated, but Chen Daoshang slapped his thigh.
This is my bodyguard.
I was worried about your safety when you went out alone, so I secretly assigned someone to protect you. I never imagined you'd end up capturing him.
Holy crap! Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. It was Chen Daoshang's bodyguard.
When they got into the car earlier, he had shoved his stinky socks into Lin Feng's mouth.
He quickly pulled the stinky socks out of Lin Feng's mouth.
Lin Feng gasped for breath, panting heavily. Xiao Chen expected Lin Feng to curse him out. But then, Lin Feng spoke up, "Young hero, impressive skills." After dragging him out of the car, Xiao Chen stared at Lin Feng with an apologetic expression. He said, "Sorry, I didn't know you were secretly sent by old Chen to protect me. You were sneaking around me, so I thought you were a bad guy." Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lin Feng certainly wouldn't hold it against him.
No worries, no worries. Being cautious is a good thing, and you've definitely got some skills. Lin Feng rubbed his neck.
This kid really packed a punch. His neck still throbbed faintly. Chen Daoshang addressed Lin Feng, "Lin Feng,
I'm granting you a week's leave. Use this time to rest properly." "Yes, Senior Chen."
Lin Feng nodded and quickly left the area.
Chen Daoshang then led Xiao Chen into the living room and asked, "Xiao Chen, did you discover anything during your outing today?"
"Nothing yet." Xiao Chen shook his head and added, "But grandfather, there's no need to worry.
I'm still investigating. I have a small lead, but it's not confirmed yet.
Starting tomorrow night, I'll be staying elsewhere for a few days."
"Stay out for a few days?" Chen Daoshang frowned. Xiao Chen nodded.
"Yes, it's part of the clues.
Don't worry, Grandpa, I'll be fine. And there's no need to send bodyguards to protect me in secret. Having people follow me sometimes makes me more likely to be exposed myself." Chen Daoshang nodded helplessly. Xiao Chen had a point. If he could knock out Lin Feng, it proved Xiao Chen's abilities were no joke. "All right. If anything happens, remember to call Grandpa." "Got it, Grandpa."
After chatting with Chen Daoshang for a while, Xiao Chen drove out to buy some daily necessities, then returned to the dormitory to retrieve his old, worn-out clothes. Most of these clothes were from his high school days. Before the system bound him, his living conditions were modest and he usually wore a lot of old clothes. Since he was putting on a show, he might as well make it convincing. Su Cohen was gaming in the dorm when he saw Xiao Chen clearing out the wardrobe. He couldn't help asking, "Bro, why are you suddenly emptying the closet? And these clothes are way too old, you're not actually going to wear them, are you?" "I won't be wearing them." Xiao Chen shook his head slightly. "I'm sending these clothes to Africa."
Holy crap! Su Cohen was utterly baffled.
This was seriously out of the ordinary.
"Gotta say, Chen, you're a real good guy."
Enough with the goody two-shoes act. Seeing only Su Cohen in the dorm room, Zhuan Tiancheng and Liang Qian were both absent. Xiao Chen asked, "By the way, why didn't you go on a date with Wang Wei?"
"She went to some event and ditched me today."
"Oh, okay." Xiao Chen pursed his lips. It seemed Liang Qian had already gone on a date with Su Yuqing, and that Gai Xian Tianshang was out having fun with Lu Weiwei too. For some reason, Xiao Chen felt a pang of envy for their lives in that moment. His own life wasn't bad, but since having the baby, it definitely wasn't as free and easy as it had been during his freshman year.
"Alright, enough about that. I'm heading back." "Alright."
Xiao Chen tossed the old clothes into the trunk, making sure to swing by home to check on Xu Zhi. Xu Zhi was a bit surprised to see Xiao Chen return so soon.
"Honey, did you finish up that quickly?" "Not yet."
Xiao Chen took the baby from Xu Zhi's arms, gazing at the chubby cheeks of their firstborn. "I'll be busy for a few more days. I just finished some business nearby and thought I'd swing by to see you." "Oh." Xu Zhi didn't know what Xiao Chen was busy with day after day, but she didn't press him for details. Xiao Chen stayed home that night, and of course, he informed Chen Daoshang that he wouldn't be returning that evening. The next day, around noon, his phone rang. Xiao Chen saw it was Li Hongwei. Li Hongwei, that yellow-haired guy from yesterday. He pressed to answer, and the sound of CSGO gameplay still filled the line. "Hey, Xiao Chen, the place you rented is all set up.
You can move in any time. If you need anything, just give me a shout." "Alright, I'll head over this afternoon."
After hanging up, Xu Zhi stared blankly at Xiao Chen.
"Honey, you rented a place outside?" Xu Zhi was a bit taken aback. "Why rent a place?" Xiao Chen didn't hide anything. "Yeah, it's more convenient this way.
I paid a month's rent, but I only plan to stay for a few days.
Once this matter is settled, I'll come back." "Where did you rent it?" Xu Zhi couldn't help but ask Xiao Chen. "Over in the urban village area." "Oh, okay." Xiao Chen gave a vague address, partly because he feared Xu Zhi might suddenly decide to go there at any moment. After finishing their meal, she asked, "So honey, do you need to pack some luggage?" "No need. I'm already packed." "Alright."
That afternoon, Xiao Chen stayed with Xu Zhi for a while longer, leaving only after his mother returned. Xiao Chen parked his car in a lot as usual, then lugged his large bundles and small bags to Happiness Apartments. The cleaning lady from yesterday was still there, though she wasn't sweeping. Instead, she was washing clothes by the outdoor faucet. "Young man, have you rented the place yet?" the auntie asked as she saw Xiao Chen approaching.
He gave a nod. Yeah, I've rented it. Just bringing my stuff over first. The aunt looked at him and asked, I thought you were renting this for your mother. Isn't she coming? No, she'll be here in a few days. I came ahead to get things ready for her. What a filial young man. Are you still in school? Xiao Chen shook his head. Not anymore. I never did well in school, so I came to Jiangcheng with my mom to work. I want to earn enough to go back home and get married. All right. Since we'll be neighbors now, if I see any suitable young women, I'll introduce them to you. Sure, thanks. Xiao Chen pursed his lips. When you're away from home, your identity is what you make it. Chapter 166, The Dungeon. He didn't linger on conversation with the aunt, instead climbing the stairs to the third floor. Each room had a small window. Xiao Chen glanced at the window of 301. It was completely covered in newspapers, not a single gap visible. As he approached the door of 301, a distinct stench hit him. Upon entering room 302, a roughly 25 square meter space came into view. The room was exceptionally dilapidated, furnished with only the bare essentials. There was only a wooden bed and a table. There were also some vintage cabinets and such. The floor was made of cracked and pitted lime plaster. The water flow from the faucet was extremely weak, but the biggest problem was, there was no bathroom. The bathroom was likely downstairs, but with so many rooms, it was doubtful the facilities could handle the demand. Even the stench from room 301 made Xiao Chen suspect they ate, drank, and relieved themselves right there. Someone capable of setting up an array like this should be quite powerful, but just as Xiao Chen was lost in thought, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He opened it to see it was Chen Daoshang. Xiao Chen pressed to answer, then lowered his voice. Hello, grandfather. Xiao Chen, where are you? Chen Daoshang inquired. Xiao Chen whispered back, I'm out, old Chen. If you need anything, just tell me directly. Chen Daoshang spoke over the phone. Yesterday you sent me a license plate number. I've traced it back to its owner. Whose is it? Xiao Chen asked quietly. He felt this room should be free of listening devices or similar equipment. Just then, Xiao Chen abruptly hung up the call. Instead, he sent Chen Daoshang a text message. Text me. I can't take calls right now. Chen Daoshang quickly sent back the name of a company. Jiangcheng Science and Technology Company, Limited. Xiao Chen hadn't heard of this name before. Chen Daoshang explained. Xiao Chen Kesha Technology Company, Limited is the company that previously collaborated with Jiangcheng Government Affairs. Reading this, Xiao Chen understood. Sure enough, it was because Mu Shu had encroached on someone else's turf. But why target Li Kueihua from the very start? I understand, old Chen. Rest assured, I'll handle this matter. Putting down his phone, Xiao Chen flopped onto the stinking bed. He sensed that if the target was Li Kueihua now, then his father might be next. The thought gave Xiao Chen a headache. He wondered what was happening next door now. Just as Xiao Chen was feeling troubled, the system's voice sounded again. Host, you may now access the system store to select items. ? Xiao Chen hurriedly opened the system store. There, a wall-mounted listening device caught his eye. Wall-mounted listening device. When attached to a wall, it allows clear listening to conversations in the room on the other side. That powerful? 100 daddy training points weren't much for him. After redeeming it, he retrieved the wall-mounted eavesdropping device from his spatial pocket. He promptly pressed it against the wall. The device made no sound, leaving Xiao Chen puzzled. After examining it, he realized it required connecting to wireless headphones. This thing, well, it was surprisingly well designed. He usually listened to music with wireless headphones anyway. Once connected, the headphones transmitted crystal clear snoring sounds. Snore. Hoo. Xiao Chen was speechless. Seriously? He's already asleep in broad daylight. Looks like he's used to operating at night. Xiao Chen exited room 302 and locked the door behind him. Of course, the connection to his headphones cut off as soon as he left. After leaving the urban village, Chen Daoshang called Xiao Chen again. Xiao Chen, is now a good time to talk? Sure, Grandpa. Go ahead. I'm out now. Chen Daoshang said over the phone, I had someone secretly apprehend the head of Jiangcheng Science and Technology Company, Limited. He should be the man in the suit you saw. I'm currently in the dungeon beneath the Chen family manor. If you have time, contact the butler and have him bring you over. How soon? Xiao Chen paused briefly before replying without hesitation. Alright, I'll head over immediately. Alright. Xiao Chen returned to the parking lot, retrieved his Xiaomi YU7, and sped toward the Chen family manor. The butler was already waiting at the main gate. Spotting Xiao Chen, he said, Xiao Chen, old Master Chen is waiting for you downstairs. Alright, please lead the way. Certainly. After passing several villas, the butler led him into an elevator, swiped his card, and pressed the button for the basement level. The descent to this basement level took significantly longer than usual, lasting about 10 seconds before the elevator doors opened. This was his first time entering the so-called dungeon. The surroundings were nothing like he had imagined, not a filthy, dilapidated prison, but rather a brightly lit corridor with ceramic tiles on the floor.
The doors lining both sides resembled hospital radiation-proof doors, likely reinforced with electromagnetic locks, appearing incredibly sturdy.
The two men walked forward, the butler trailing behind Xiao Chen.
He spoke up, "There's no signal underground here. You should also avoid using your phone to take photos."
Okay.
As they delved deeper, Xiao Chen faintly heard agonized screams echoing from nearby.
Whoosh. Ah. Whoosh. Ah.
As he approached, Xiao Chen saw a man in a suit bound to a cross in one of the rooms, while another man beside him wielded a whip, lashing him viciously. The room was filled with various instruments of torture. Chen Daoshang stood there rigidly, eyes narrowed, not uttering a single word. No matter how fiercely the man beside him lashed the figure on the cross, it seemed utterly unrelated to him.
"Old Chen, Xiao Chen is here."
Hearing Xiao Chen's voice, Chen Daoshang finally turned around. Xiao Chen looked at the man on the cross, his suit already stained with seeping blood, and stepped closer.
He was the one who walked out of 301 yesterday.
At that moment, the man lifted his head and looked at Xiao Chen. He couldn't understand how they had leaked the information.
"How did you know I was going to Ward 301? Who told you?"
he demanded frantically, his eyes bloodshot.
Xiao Chen didn't answer his question directly.
Instead, he leaned close to Chen Daoshang's ear and whispered something.
"Old Chen, did you get anything out of him?"
Chen Daoshang shook his head helplessly. After apprehending him, they had intended to have a proper talk. But the bastard wouldn't say a word. Even if they tied him to a cross and whipped him mercilessly, he wouldn't utter a word.
Xiao Chen nodded.
"Even if you don't talk, I'll get to the bottom of this sooner or later."
"The person in room 301 is the one who harmed Grandma Li, right?" Xiao Chen stared intently at the man's expression.
At those words, the man's eyes darted around in their sockets. Then he still said nothing. But despite his silence, Xiao Chen sensed. What he said was undoubtedly true.
Chapter 167, The Sinister Sorcery. "Xiao Chen, what do you mean by 301?
Chen Daoshang had no idea what was going on. Xiao Chen explained, "The person who harmed Grandma, I found him. I also know where he's currently staying."
"Grandpa, don't worry. He probably doesn't know I've found him yet. I'll gather more evidence first." Hearing this, Chen Daoshang's heart skipped a beat. That kid Xiao Chen was moving fast.
He desperately wanted to know how Xiao Chen had tracked him down.
Could it be he'd asked his master?
Just who was Xiao Chen's master?
"Do you need my help?" Chen Daoshang asked. Xiao Chen shook his head. "No need, Grandpa. More people only make it more dangerous. Leave this entirely to me. You should trust me to handle it." Chen Daoshang nodded firmly.
Indeed, he truly felt at ease when Xiao Chen handled matters now. He truly felt destined to cross paths with Xiao Chen in this lifetime. After spending some time in the dungeon, the man on the cross still hadn't uttered a single word. Of course, even if he remained silent, Xiao Chen had ways to uncover the true mastermind behind it all.
Leaving the dungeon, Xiao Chen didn't linger at the Chen family estate but hurried back to Happy Apartments.
As he neared his destination, Xiao Chen stopped to buy a boxed meal from a Northeast-style food stall. It included dishes like stir-fried pork with vegetables and mushrooms, and the owner thoughtfully threw in a bottle of mineral water. The whole meal cost only 13 yuan, not expensive at all. Setting the box on the table, Xiao Chen put on his headphones and began wolfing down his meal. But what Xiao Chen didn't expect at that moment was, room 301 was completely silent. Had they gone out? His mind began to wander with speculation. Just then, a faint clattering sound seemed to reach his ears through the headphones.
Xiao Chen realized it wasn't that they'd left, they just weren't making any noise.
Perhaps they had just woken up? But after that single clatter, there was complete silence from room 301 next door.
Xiao Chen even went outside, pretending to lean against the railing and make a phone call.
Room 301 still had no lights on, which puzzled him even more. When he left, thunderous snoring filled the room. Upon his return, it was dead silent.
Could it be no one was in the room anymore? Or had that thud been made by a mouse?
At 10 o'clock that night, Xiao Chen suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over him.
Strange.
He rubbed his heavy head. Even when he was extremely tired before, he never felt like this.
Was he naturally suited to sleeping in this kind of environment? Xiao Chen soon drifted off into a hazy sleep, not even bothering to take off his clothes. At that very moment, the door to room 302 creaked open. Creak! The old wooden door swung open from the outside. A man clad in black leather, wearing a black mask and a baseball cap, spotted Xiao Chen on the bed. A glint of madness flashed in his eyes. Without a word, he grabbed a white towel and pressed it over Xiao Chen's mouth and nose. Xiao Chen's eyes snapped open, but within seconds, he lost consciousness completely. Pain. My head hurts terribly.
In the darkness, Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes. He felt his body tightly bound.
A foul stench filled his mouth. It was utterly nauseating. You're awake, Xiao Chen. Just then, the room's light suddenly flickered on. Under the dim bulb stood a man wearing a cowboy hat. He wore a worn brown leather jacket.
When he slowly lifted his head, a scar could be seen above his eye.
Xiao Chen felt incredibly weak.
He must have been knocked unconscious earlier. Looking up at the 34-year-old man before him, he scanned the room once more. This room resembled 302, likely the adjacent 301.
He glanced at the clock on the wall again. It was 2 a.m.
It seemed he had been unconscious for 4 hours.
Xiao Chen showed no fear toward the man. He looked up at the man with the knife scar above his eye. "You're the one who gave Li Kuhua the poison to harm Grandma Li, right?" Hearing Xiao Chen's words, the man didn't deny it. Instead, he nodded. "That's right. It was me." "Why?" Xiao Chen suddenly realized, had his mission already been accomplished?
His original mission was to uncover who had planted the poisonous bug in Li Kuehua. And now, that person stood right before him.
Hearing Xiao Chen's innocent question, the scarred man chuckled darkly. "Why? Naive lad, it's because he crossed the interests of my benefactor."
This was pretty much what Xiao Chen had suspected. That Chen Daosheng really doesn't know his place. For you, he actually took over all the administrative resources.
"It doesn't matter. I'll make sure to torment you properly."
The scarred man had no intention of letting Xiao Chen go.
Xiao Chen, however, showed no urgency.
Instead, he asked, "I'm curious, how did you know I lived next door?
Could it be you spotted me yesterday? Or was it the cleaning lady downstairs? Or Li Hongwei, are they your people?" No.
The scarred man shook his head.
"You captured Li Guowei, right?
Li Guowei, head of Jiangqing Science and Technology Company, Limited.
The very man Chen Daosheng had apprehended." Xiao Chen asked, "How did you know? Do you really think you could keep this from me?" The scarred man couldn't help but chuckle. "Did you really think there wasn't someone of mine close to Chen Daosheng? The butler?" Xiao Chen felt it was highly likely to be the butler. Based on what Xiao Chen knew so far, only the butler had regular access to Chen Daosheng and Li Kuehua. Moreover, today, it was highly likely that only the butler and a few other bodyguards knew that Chen Daosheng had captured Li Guowei. "You're pretty sharp, kid. But it won't do you any good now. You want to kill me?"
Xiao Chen's eyes flashed crimson as he struggled futilely.
"Young man, don't put it so bluntly. This is a society governed by law. Talking about murder sounds rather unpleasant, doesn't it?
I'll make you die slowly and painfully, leaving you with no hope. You'll lose your sight, your hearing, watching helplessly as your organs fail."
Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha.
The scarred man's words were particularly sinister.
Just then, the system's voice chimed in. "Host, no need to worry. The reward has been dispersed. All the methods he uses against you are completely ineffective." At that very moment, Xiao Chen suddenly sensed an immense surge of power. Xiao Chen felt he could now effortlessly tear through the ropes binding him with sheer muscle power alone. Simultaneously, the scarred man had risen, holding a yellow talisman in his hand. He seemed to be chanting some incomprehensible incantation. Xiao Chen froze in shock as a crimson glow erupted from the talisman. What kind of bizarre black magic is this? Chapter 168, Uncovering the Mole. This isn't book writing, it's bug magic. I've modified it a bit, though. As he spoke, the talisman in the scarred man's hand burst into violent flames. The fiery mass shot straight into Xiao Chen's crown chakra. Invisibly, Xiao Chen felt as if a foul presence had entered his body. Yet the moment it entered, it was devoured by the energy within him. The scarred man observed Xiao Chen's expression. "How do you feel now?" In his eyes, Xiao Chen was already as dead as could be. Xiao Chen cracked his neck. "I'm fine. Do your eyes feel hot?" "No." Xiao Chen shook his head, and the scarred man felt a bit puzzled. Something's off. A normal person would have gone blind by now. Why was Xiao Chen still fine? Just then, Xiao Chen had no intention of chatting with this guy any longer. He stood up abruptly, his muscles straining against the ropes until they nearly snapped. The scarred man stared in disbelief. "You." Without a word, Xiao Chen slammed his palm into the scarred man's chest. But to his shock, the impact felt like unleashing a miniature grenade. The scarred man flew backward instantly. He slammed into the wall with a thud. A gush of blood spurted from his mouth. "You." He raised his arm, his eyes filled with disbelief. "You're a martial artist." Then, the scarred man passed out. A martial artist? Did such a thing truly exist in this world? Last time, he had heard that term from Sato Kojiro. Now, he heard it again from the scarred man. It seemed he truly knew very little about this world. Xiao Chen stepped closer to the scarred man and placed his hand on the man's nose. He was still breathing. Not dead. His phone was no longer on his person. After searching the room, Xiao Chen found his own phone. He quickly dialed Chen Daosheng's number. After a dozen seconds, Chen Daosheng answered. "Hello, Xiao Chen, why aren't you asleep at this hour?" "Mr. Chen, send an ambulance immediately to Unit 301, Block B of Xingfu Apartments. Also, discreetly have someone restrain the butler, he's the mole." Xiao Chen delivered two bombshells in quick succession. Chen Daosheng's voice over the phone visibly froze for a moment. "Got it. I understand. Chen, are you okay?" "Don't worry, I'm fine." Xiao Chen glanced at the scarred man lying unconscious on the floor and thought to himself, I should never have rented this place. A bloody loss of 10,000 yuan. Damn it!
Back in room 302, Xiao Chen found the place ransacked by the scarred man, yet nothing had been taken. You can rummage all you want, but you won't find anything.
About 10 minutes later, an ambulance pulled up.
The road was narrow, but it was certainly wide enough for an ambulance to navigate. Xiao Chen had just examined the scarred man's injuries. Several ribs in his chest had been shattered by that single palm strike. It had to be said, the power behind that palm strike was truly immense.
Even Xiao Chen couldn't fathom how such an outcome had occurred.
After a brief examination, the medical team lifted the scarred man onto a stretcher. They didn't ask any further questions, which was precisely why Xiao Chen had instructed Chen Daosheng to call for an ambulance. After the ambulance took the scarred man away, Xiao Chen sat on the bed for a moment to recover before heading downstairs. The elderly woman from earlier, drawn by the ambulance's siren, came out to see what was happening. Spotting Xiao Chen descending the stairs, she immediately grabbed his arm.
Young man, what happened? That guy in room 301, why did the ambulance take him away? Xiao Chen shook his head. I don't know either. I only came out after hearing the ambulance arrive.
That's strange.
Xiao Chen didn't linger and quickly left the scene. Just then, Chen Daosheng's phone rang again. Xiao Chen, what's going on?
Grandpa, the man in the ambulance is the one who poisoned Grandma.
He's seriously injured now. Get him to a hospital and keep him under control.
Crucially, he must not die. I currently have no way to break the poisonous curse binding Grandma.
He might be the only one who knows. Understood.
Chen Daosheng agreed over the phone. Then I'll have the ambulance come directly to the estate.
The dungeon has advanced medical equipment, and I have my own personal doctor. We should be able to keep him alive. Xiao Chen hummed in acknowledgement. All right, that's perfect, grandfather.
Xiao Chen drove back to the Chen family estate. Only Chen Daosheng and his two sons were waiting at the entrance.
Grandfather, what are you doing here? Wait, Xiao Chen, what exactly happened? Chen Daosheng was still unaware of what had transpired. Xiao Chen replied, I'll explain later. Where's the ambulance crew?
They're already downstairs.
Has the butler been secured? He's still resting in his room.
Don't worry, I've already instructed the staff.
Xiao Chen took a deep breath. That's good.
Xiao Chen tried to step inside, but Chen Daosheng grabbed his arm.
Xiao Chen, can't you tell Grandpa what happened? I've been exposed. Xiao Chen lowered his head.
It must have been the butler who told the scarred man in room 301 about Li Guowei's arrest. The scarred man drugged me and captured me.
But his skills aren't as good as mine. It was that simple.
Hearing this, Chen Daosheng's frown deepened.
Is that all?
Xiao Chen patted Chen Daosheng's shoulder. Grandfather, you must hurry and have your personal physician save the scarred man. His ribs may have pierced his heart.
Right away. Understood.
Xiao Chen turned his gaze to Chen Lijian and Chen Liwei. Brothers, please come with me to apprehend the butler. At this moment, Chen Daosheng's two sons remained completely unaware, utterly in the dark.
What's going on?
Xiao Chen strode swiftly, explaining as he walked, your mother has been harmed again.
Grandfather and I never told you.
The scarred man in the dungeon now is the one who harmed your mother. The steward, he's the mole. The two exchanged glances upon hearing Xiao Chen's words.
Chen Liwei pressed, hurt our mother?
Yes. It was a kind of a ray poisonous bug, very mystical. We'll question them once the scarred man wakes up. Xiao Chen and the two men soon arrived outside the butler's quarters, where several guards were stationed.
Chen Liwei asked, is the butler still sleeping inside? Yeah, he's been resting the whole time. No signs of waking up. Xiao Chen nodded. You can all go back now. Big brother, find some rope, we'll tie up the butler. Just toss him into the dungeon. Chapter 169, Palm Thunder.
Chen Lijian nodded upon hearing Xiao Chen's words.
All right, I'll go right away. The other security personnel departed first. At that moment, Chen Liwei whispered, Xiao Chen.
The butler has served my father for over 30 years.
How could he possibly be a mole? Could it be some kind of plot twist gone wrong? Truthfully, Chen Liwei and the butler shared an exceptionally close bond.
As a child, the butler had even picked him up from school, since Chen Daosheng was too busy with work to spare any time for him. In a way, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the butler was like a second father to him. Hearing this, Xiao Chen shook his head.
Nothing went wrong. You'll see soon enough. Moments later, Chen Lijian returned with a thick rope.
Xiao Chen examined the sturdy cord and found no issues.
Let's go inside. Upon opening the door, the butler was indeed asleep on the bed.
Without a word, Xiao Chen pinned his shoulders down while Chen Liwei and Chen Lijian swiftly bound his legs.
The butler's eyes snapped open.
Seeing Xiao Chen standing there unscathed sent a chill through him. In his mind, Xiao Chen should have died tonight.
So why was he here? What's going on? The butler instantly put on a dramatic act, turning to Chen Lijian and Chen Liwei. Lijian, Liwei, what are you doing?
The two men smacked their lips but said nothing. After tying him up tightly, Xiao Chen casually removed his stinky socks and stuffed them into the man's mouth.
You'll find out soon enough. Take him to the dungeon.
Let him meet the scarred man.
Xiao Chen ordered.
Upon hearing this, the steward's pupils contracted.
The scarred man. Could it be he's been captured? 5 minutes later. In the dungeon, the butler was tossed into a cell like discarded trash. Chen Daosheng approached with a stern expression, glaring at the butler through the iron bars. Butler, I've never treated you badly. Why did you betray me? The butler still clung to a sliver of hope, for he had yet to see Scarface. Mr. Chen, what are you talking about? I don't understand. The butler shook his head, feigning innocence and helplessness. But Chen Daosheng was now certain Xiao Chen was telling the truth. He spoke, the scarred man has been severely injured by Xiao Chen. He's in room 301. So, you still refuse to tell the truth? Chen Daosheng's expression darkened. He opened his phone and found Li Kueihua's hair. This lock of hair you cut it too, didn't you? Besides me and my 2 sons, only you had direct access to Li Kueihua. The butler pursed his lips upon hearing this. He knew he probably wouldn't leave this place alive. But he couldn't understand. He had clearly informed Scar about Xiao Chen's whereabouts that evening. With his skills, dealing with a college student under 20 should have been no problem. So where exactly had things gone wrong? The butler offered no reply, instead collapsing onto his bed. Yes, he simply fell asleep. Unless he saw Scar himself, he refused to believe what his ears had heard. Seeing the butler collapse and fall asleep, Xiao Chen showed no surprise. Grandfather, come with me. Xiao Chen then led Chen Daosheng to a quiet spot and recounted everything that had transpired that night. The gist was that the butler had betrayed him, leading to his capture by the scarred man. Then he'd managed to fight back and killed him. Chen Daosheng was stunned by Xiao Chen's account, primarily because Xiao Chen had been incredibly brave. But how did he know the killer was the scarred man, and that he was in room 301? Chen Daosheng didn't ask Xiao Chen that question. Instead, he said, alright, the scarred man is already being rushed to the hospital. Let's wait quietly. MHM. Xiao Chen nodded, then asked Chen Daosheng, by the way, did that guy Li Guowei say anything? Chen Daosheng shook his head. Nothing. Then old Chen, his disappearance for so many days it hasn't affected you, has it? Chen Daosheng gave him a reassuring look. Don't worry. Your grandfather still has some clout in Jiangcheng. Some matters can be handled quite naturally. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here before you today. Xiao Chen was still too young, there were many things he hadn't experienced yet. Alright, but grandpa, you should be careful too. MHM. After leaving, the two waited outside an operating room. About 3 hours later, the door opened. A doctor in a blue surgical gown approached Chen Daosheng. Mr. Chen, the patient's surgery is complete. There's no immediate danger to his life now. Of course. Most of the bones have been set. The patient should be able to wake up tomorrow. Good. Thank you for your hard work. You may go now. MHM. Several medical staff quickly departed. Upon hearing that the scarred man wouldn't wake until tomorrow, Xiao Chen said, Grandfather, you should rest tonight. Assign more men to guard the estate. We'll subject him to harsh interrogation once he regains consciousness tomorrow. All right. Chen Daosheng nodded. Xiao Chen, let's go upstairs together. Sure. Xiao Chen agreed without hesitation. Once upstairs, Chen Daosheng said, go get some sleep. We'll have breakfast together tomorrow morning. All right. At that moment, Xiao Chen felt a bit tired too. But once he lay down on the bed, sleep eluded him. Xiao Chen asked the system, so, system, what exactly is the reward I'll get in the end? System, palm thunder. Palm thunder? Xiao Chen looked at his right hand. At that moment, the faint outline of the character thunder appeared on his palm. Then the system spoke again. Additionally, the host's physical constitution has undergone an extraordinary enhancement. Indeed. Ever since completing the mission, Xiao Chen felt an inexhaustible surge of strength coursing through his body. His energy was exceptionally high. Tomorrow night, he'd take Xu Zhi out and let her witness his new physique. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Chen drifted off to sleep. When he awoke, the sky outside had already brightened. Knock knock knock. The door to his room was knocked upon. Xiao Chen assumed it was Chen Daosheng, but then Chen Liwei's voice came from outside. Xiao Chen, are you up yet? Not yet. The scarred guy has woken up. Dad said to call you over to take a look. Get dressed and ready. After breakfast, we'll go together. Okay. Xiao Chen immediately got moving. After washing up, he came downstairs. The breakfast table was already set. Xiao Chen glanced at Li Kueihua, and the fox-like black aura above his head grew slightly darker. He sat down to eat without saying much, and the others did the same. After all, they were in Li Kueihua's presence now. After finishing breakfast, they departed the villa. At that moment, Chen Daosheng remarked, Xiao Chen, last night the estate patrol reported that several black foxes entered the grounds. Chapter 170, Young man, we meet again. Several? Xiao Chen inquired. Previously, it had always been just one lurking on the roof, watching inside the rooms. But now, there were several? Xiao Chen, Grandpa, I feel like there'll be more and more of them as time goes on. We should hurry and ask the scarred man if there's any way to break this. All right. They took the elevator down to the basement.
Lin Feng, whom Xiao Chen had captured, was leaning against the doorway. Spotting Chen Daosheng, he hurried over and called out.
Master Chen. No one's coming tonight, right? Don't worry, no one. The dungeon had only one entrance and exit.
Old Chen led Xiao Chen into a room. Inside lay a bed, and upon it rested the man with the scar. Thick bandages wrapped around his chest, and his body was hooked up to various medical devices.
There was even a nurse attending to him. People like him get nurses. He really was living in luxury.
As Xiao Chen and Chen Daosheng entered the room, the scarred man lifted his head and fixed his gaze upon him.
Xiao Chen stepped forward. You're awake. Hurry up and tell me, how do I break the formation you set up? He cut straight to the point.
The scarred man snorted coldly, humph. Clearly, he had no intention of speaking now. Because the scarred man knew that whether he spoke or not, he wouldn't leave this place alive. For now, the other party wouldn't dare touch him lightly. This was his only bargaining chip for survival.
Seeing the scarred man's silence, Xiao Chen queried the system. System, can you retrieve the scarred man's information?
Yes, but it will cost 100 points. His face darkened.
So be it. System, here is his information. Name, Gao Di. Gender, male. Age, 37.
Family members, son Gao Xiaochang, daughter Gao Xiaoqian, school attended, Jinghai No. 1 High School, class 13, grade 10.
Gao Di.
Just then, Xiao Chen suddenly spoke up.
Hearing his name, Gao Di couldn't help but flinch. How did Xiao Chen know his name? Gao Di had always been exceptionally cautious.
Since entering this line of work, he had never once revealed his name.
Seeing Gao Di's expression shift, Xiao Chen knew the man was scared.
Gao Di, I advise you to cooperate with old Chen. Otherwise, your son and daughter will make sure to eliminate them discreetly. Xiao Chen threatened directly. The system hadn't provided any information about his wife, suggesting they were likely divorced. The fact that both children attended Jinghai No. 1 High School suggested he cared deeply about their education.
Jinghai No. 1 High School was the best high school in the area. What did you say? Gao Di exclaimed in shock. How do you know my name? How do you know I have 2 children? Who the hell are you? Gao Di was utterly terrified. Recalling Xiao Chen's palm strike, cold sweat poured down his back. You're a martial artist. You must be a martial artist.
His entire body trembled.
Chen Daosheng had heard the term martial artist long ago.
Recalling how Xiao Chen had driven the toxins from Li Kueiwa's body with a single palm strike. Then, Xiao Chen might very well be a martial artist.
I'm a martial artist, my ass.
Xiao Chen rolled his eyes.
Old Chen, his son is Gao Xiaocheng and his daughter is Gao Xiaoqian.
They're in class 13 of the first year at Jinghai No. 1 High School. Send someone to Jinghai immediately and bring those 2 kids here.
Let them witness firsthand how their father dies.
Xiao Chen's words were shocking, even seeming cold-blooded and twisted to Chen Daosheng. Gao Di, stunned that Xiao Chen had accurately named his son and daughter, immediately protested, No.
I'll cooperate. I'll cooperate fully.
You mustn't harm my children.
Seeing his intense reaction, Xiao Chen pressed, Speak up. How can the poisonous bug you cast be neutralized? It can't be undone. Gao Di sighed. After the curse is cast, the black demon foxes will multiply, until one day they enter the room and devour the people inside.
Xiao Chen froze upon hearing this.
It can't be undone? He recalled the case from 15 years ago and pressed, so that case 15 years ago was that you're doing too? No, it wasn't me. Gao Di shook his head.
The crow case in Jiangqing 15 years ago, that was likely the work of my senior brother from the same sect.
A fellow disciple?
I was a member of the 5 Poisons sect, but I was expelled 20 years ago for committing a grave error.
The 5 Poisons sect?
Xiao Chen had never heard of such a thing, but it sounded dubious.
Never mind that for now. Is there truly no way to break it? Facing Xiao Chen's inquiry, Gao Di took a heavy, deep breath. I don't know either. Maybe there is, but there wasn't 20 years ago. But there's another way to solve it. What method? Xiao Chen pressed, his gaze fixed on Gao Di.
Gao Di's mood was subdued. The poisonous bug can be transferred to someone related to her by blood.
Chen Daosheng froze upon hearing this.
The only person related by blood to Li Kueihua was Chen Lijian.
Losing a son was simply out of the question. Seeing Chen Daosheng's expression, Xiao Chen knew this approach wouldn't work. He asked, what about other options? Nothing else? No, nothing else. Gao Di shook his head. Xiao Chen felt a headache coming on. Seriously, what kind of bizarre tactics were these?
Those foxes were carbon-based lifeforms after all.
Couldn't they just wait for them to arrive and eliminate each one individually?
At that moment, Gao Di seemed to read Xiao Chen's thoughts. These foxes are endless. That's the twisted nature of this spell. No matter where the cursed person is in the world, the foxes will appear to attack them. As long as she lives, these foxes will appear around her.
Damn!
Xiao Chen turned to Chen Daosheng.
Grandfather, what should we do?
Chen Daosheng stood frozen in place, his eyes vacant. Perhaps this calamity was destined for your grandmother.
No. Xiao Chen shook his head. At that moment, he thought of Lu the blind man. Blind Lu had stated clearly that they would meet again. Perhaps he truly had a solution. Grandfather, I'm going out. Where are you going? I'm going to find a solution. This whole mess started because of him. Therefore, Xiao Chen genuinely wanted to help resolve it. After leaving Chen Family Manor, Xiao Chen retrieved his car and drove to Shingun Street. Walking down Fortune Teller Street, just like before, there were many old men setting up stalls, waiting for customers to come. This time, Xiao Chen didn't waste time here, he went straight into the shop. A line still snaked through the shop, with 5 or 6 people ahead of him. Xiao Chen didn't cut in line, but waited patiently. An hour later, it was Xiao Chen's turn. As soon as he entered the room and closed the door, Blind Lu spoke up. Young man, we meet again. Chapter 171, The Solution. Blind Lu spoke with a smile, while Xiao Chen's face darkened. Did he predict he'd come here? Xiao Chen took a deep breath to steady himself before replying, Mr. Lu, you predicted my arrival? At that moment, Blind Lu spoke up, everything is predestined. You came for Li Kueihua, didn't you? Xiao Chen felt he didn't even need to state his purpose, the other could see right through him. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Realizing the man was blind, he gave another soft nod. Yes, that's correct. Please tell me, sir, how this matter should be resolved. Xiao Chen's tone was sincere. After calculating with his fingers, the blind man replied. Resolving this is quite simple. You must sprinkle a circle of black dog's blood around the area where the array is set up. Then, take the doll you retrieved and write the name of the person you wish to transfer the curse to on it. Finally, have Gaudi cast the curse again, and that should do it. Xiao Chen paused in surprise. So you mean, pass this curse on to someone else? Blind Li nodded. Exactly. That's the plan. Xiao Chen didn't want to harm an innocent person, but if that person was Chen Daoxing's enemy, then it wouldn't be a problem. Blind Li continued, you could inject black dog blood into Gaudi's body. That way. What would happen then? Blind Li didn't answer, instead saying, you'll see for yourself when you try it, young friend. I've done you a huge favor this time. In the future, if I need your help with anything, I hope you won't refuse. Xiao Chen paused, taken aback. Nevertheless, he nodded firmly. No problem. Thank you, sir. No payment needed this time. Go on, attend to your business. Alright, thank you. Xiao Chen quickly left the room. Upon returning to the Chen family estate, Xiao Chen sought out Chen Daosheng. Chen Daosheng sat with a sorrowful expression beside Li Kuehua, who remained unaware of the situation. She only mentioned that she thought she had seen a black fox earlier. Upon hearing this, Chen Daosheng felt his entire world crumble. If the fox kept appearing, then something might truly happen to Li Kuehua. Grandfather. Xiao Chen pushed open the door and said, Old Chen, let's go outside and talk. He didn't show too much urgency, after all, Li Kuehua was still present. All right. Seeing Xiao Chen return so quickly, Chen Daosheng knew he must have obtained some information or a solution. After leaving the villa, Xiao Chen spoke up, Grandfather, do you have any enemies? Enemies? Chen Daosheng didn't answer directly, for his enemies were undoubtedly numerous beyond count. Xiao Chen, why do you ask? I consulted my master, and he's already told me how to transfer the bug magic to someone else. What? Hearing this, Chen Daosheng gaped in astonishment. He never imagined Xiao Chen's master would know such things. Just who was Xiao Chen's master? How do we proceed? Master Chen, we'll need some black dog's blood. Xiao Chen was an animal lover. Killing a perfectly healthy dog just for this purpose felt cruel. So he suggested, try to find a black dog that's been euthanized, or one that's terminally ill. After slaughtering it and draining its blood, sprinkle the blood around the villa. Then, Grandfather, hand me that rag doll. All right. Chen Daosheng always carried the doll with him. After handing it to Xiao Chen, he went to carry out the task Xiao Chen had instructed. Xiao Chen proceeded to the elevator leading underground. Chen Liwei was stationed there as a guard. Spotting Xiao Chen approaching, Chen Liwei said, Xiao Chen, my father is with my mother right now. You can go to the villa to find him. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. I came from the villa. I need to go in and see Gaudi. The guy with the scar? Okay, be careful. Chen Liwei opened the elevator doors for him. Once underground, Xiao Chen headed straight for the room where Gaudi was staying. Just like this morning, he was still hooked up to numerous machines. Seeing Xiao Chen enter, Gaudi tried to stand up, but Xiao Chen stopped him. Don't move. Xiao Chen asked, in your current state, how many days before you can get out of bed? I don't know. Gaudi shook his head weakly and asked, could you pour me a glass of water? I'm really thirsty right now. There was no water dispenser in the dungeon. Seeing how weak he looked, Xiao Chen didn't refuse. He took the elevator upstairs, grabbed a plastic cup, filled it to the brim with water, then returned to the basement and handed it to Gaudi. Gaudi endured the pain to sit up, gulping down the water. After finishing, he kept repeating, thank you. Hungry? Want me to make you something else to eat? Hearing this, Gaudi lifted his head and looked at him seriously. Are you serious? Promise me one thing, and I'll cook for you. Xiao Chen pulled the cloth doll from his pocket. This is the doll you used to cast a spell on Li Kueihua, right? Only Gao Di possessed such a doll. Upon seeing it, he nodded without hesitation. That's right. It was me. Once you're able to get out of bed, you'll need to use this doll to cast the curse again. As for who it's for, I won't tell you now. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Gao Di frowned and said, it's useless. This method can't be transferred to anyone else. Don't worry about it. Just do as I say. Do I also need the target's hair? Yes. Gao Di nodded. I can agree to your request, but you must not harm my child. As long as you cooperate fully, I won't touch your child. All right. Stay here. Xiao Chen felt he needed to keep Gao Di calm now. Moreover, eating something would help his injuries heal faster. The main thing was that this matter couldn't drag on. If it took any longer, Li Kueihua might lose her life. After leaving the underground, Xiao Chen headed straight for the kitchen at the Chen family estate. Several chefs were preparing lunch when Xiao Chen burst in. A chef wearing a tall chef's hat asked him, Xiao Chen, what are you looking for? I'm just making some fried rice. We have the ingredients, right? Yes, there's leftover rice over there. As everyone knows, leftover rice makes the best fried rice. Xiao Chen asked, you specifically prepared leftover rice? Yes, the Chen family prefers it that way. Go ahead and make it. Alright, thanks. Xiao Chen opened the refrigerator and found a portion of leftover rice inside. He immediately heated oil in a wok and soon a fragrant plate of fried rice was ready. He went downstairs, opened the hospital room door, and Gao Di sniffed the aroma in the air. You really made me dinner? Chapter 172, The Plan. Eat up. Xiao Chen placed the fried rice on the table with a sigh. Seeing Gao Di unable to move, his expression darkened. Wait, am I supposed to feed him now? No way. Absolutely not. Xiao Chen shook his head. Cooking for him was already more than generous enough. Feeding him too? Oof. Can you eat? Yes. Gao Di struggled to move his body, finally reaching for the fried rice. He scooped it up with a spoon and shoved it into his mouth. Xiao Chen hadn't yet asked why he'd targeted Chen Daoxing's family. He sat down on a nearby chair, watching Gao Di eat with relish. Tell me, why did you harm Li Kueihua? Hearing this, Gao Di, who had been chewing, suddenly looked up. It was the Jinjiang Association in Jiangqing that found me. The Golden River Association? Xiao Chen froze. He had never heard of this name before. Seeing Xiao Chen's wide-eyed expression, Gao Di explained, the Jinjiang Association is a renowned business chamber in Jiangqing. Numerous enterprises have joined its ranks. This time, Chen Daoxing monopolized all the business in Jiangqing, provoking widespread anger. So they contacted me, asking me to eliminate this particular company. Xiao Chen heard this without much surprise. It was pretty much what he'd expected. Xiao Chen asked, are my father and I on the list? Gao Di nodded with great difficulty. Yes. Their objective is straightforward, eliminate Li Kueihua first, then take out Chen Daoxing's 2 children, with Chen Daoxing himself as the final target. Then it's you, your wife and children, your mother, and then your father. Gao Di laid everything out on the table. Just then, Chen Daoxing knocked on the door. Knowing Xiao Chen was inside, Chen Daoxing entered and froze upon seeing Gao Di still holding a plate of fried rice. Grandpa, you're here. This is the meal I made for him. Upon hearing it was Xiao Chen's doing, Chen Daoxing didn't press further. Continue. The head of the Jinjiang Chamber of Commerce promised me 10 million yuan for taking care of one person. 10 million? Xiao Chen murmured, so once you complete the task, you'll make 100 million? Exactly. Although Chen Daoxing had arrived later, his years of experience meant he certainly understood what Gao Di was referring to. Xiao Chen, I now know who that enemy you mentioned is. Who? Xiao Chen asked. Wang Fuan. Upon hearing the name, Gao Di explained, Wang Fuan is the head of the Jinjiang Chamber of Commerce and also the chairman of Fuan Group. Xiao Chen had indeed heard of Fuan Group. It seemed to be a technology company with quite a reputation in Jiangqing. He even considered applying for a job there when choosing his major. Gao Di continued, this whole operation was organized by Wang Fuan. I had nothing to do with it, I'm just a lowly henchman doing a job for money. Gao Di shifted the blame. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before tossing the doll back to him. You know where Wang Fuan lives, right? Of course I know. Gao Di nodded. Is there any way to get a sample of his hair? Xiao Chen asked. Hearing this, Gao Di's expression darkened. Wang Fuan is extremely cautious. Aside from his wife, almost no one can get close to him. However, Wang Fuan is notoriously lecherous, and he's often seen in room 888 at the Red Romance Bar. If we had an attractive woman, she might be able to get close to him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately turned to Chen Daoxing, grandfather, see if you can use your connections to replace all the hostesses at the Red Romance Bar. Then find some beautiful women and figure out a way to get close to Wang Fuan. Alright. That won't be a problem. Xiao Chen knew Chen Daoxing was highly capable. Such a task was indeed no big deal for him. Just as Chen Daoxing was about to leave, Gao Di added, we need to obtain as much hair as possible. The more, the better. Understood.
After Chen Daoxing departed, Xiao Chen shot Gao Di a helpless glance.
Once this is done, I'll tell old Chen I won't go after you. With that, he departed.
Of course, Xiao Chen was merely paying lip service. A man who sought the lives of both their families, Xiao Chen would never let him live. In this world, one cannot afford to be a saint.
His current approach was merely to keep him in check.
Meanwhile, after Chen Dao went upstairs, he immediately called the owner of Hong Romantic. Just then, Xiao Chen emerged. Seeing Xiao Chen emerge, Chen Daoxing switched the call to speakerphone.
Hello, old Zhou. The man on the other end, known as old Zhou, spoke with a Cantonese accent. Mr. Chen, why are you suddenly contacting me? Chen Daoxing replied, it's been a while since we last met. Just checking how your business is going? Not bad, not bad. Just barely enough to get by.
Mr. Chen, if you have something to say, just get to the point.
No beating around the bush.
Chen Daoxing chuckled. I've been bored lately and thought I'd take over your bar for a while.
Zhou Guomin across the table froze, then asked, Old Chen, what exactly do you mean? Exactly.
Name your price, and I'll take over Red Romance for a few days.
Got it? Wow. Zhou Guomin wasn't one to be easily fooled either.
If Chen Daoxing wanted to take over Red Romance, he must have his reasons. Still, he could grant Chen Daoxing this favor. After all, Chen was the chairman of Risen Capital.
Who knew when he might need his connections down the line? So Zhou Guomin spoke up, we're brothers here, no need to talk about money. Come anytime. This little shop of mine? I could practically give it to you for free.
Hearing this, Chen Daoxing was relieved that Zhou Guomin was still giving him face.
Alright, let's grab lunch together then.
Sure thing. I'll send someone to pick you up at the Chun family manor.
No need to send anyone. I'll just come find you directly. That works too. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. Xiao Chen, standing nearby, asked, Old Chen, won't this cause trouble?
Like, what if this old Zhou betrays you or something?
It wasn't impossible. Xiao Chen felt that one must consider every possibility thoroughly. Chen Daoxing pondered for a moment.
I can't say for certain, but Zhou Guomin and Wang Fuan don't exactly get along. Though Wang Fuan visits frequently, their relationship is merely superficial.
I see. Xiao Chen nodded. Then I'll leave everything to you, Old Chen. If we can get Wang Fuan's hair, his time is up. Leave it to me, Xiao Chen. Leave this matter to me. Xiao Chen sensed this matter was about to conclude.
He spoke up, I won't be staying here tonight.
I'll head home.
Master Chen, if there's any progress on this matter, contact me anytime.
Chapter 173, Obtaining the Hair. Alright, Xiao Chen. You've worked hard these past few days. I'll contact you if anything comes up.
Xiao Chen stretched lazily before leaving the place.
Driving back home, Xu Zhi still hadn't gone out today.
On weekends, she'd normally be out shopping, but with two little ones at home. Plus, the weather was still a bit chilly, and he didn't want his two adorable little ones to catch a cold.
Honey, did you pass by here again today? Hearing Xu Zhi's question, he couldn't help but pause.
Then he reached over and wrapped his arms around her slender waist.
Yeah, I did. Xu Zhi shook her head. I don't believe you.
She sensed that Xiao Chen simply couldn't let go of her, which was why he kept coming so often.
What time are you leaving tonight? Xu Zhi assumed Xiao Chen would be leaving again tonight.
But Xiao Chen shook his head.
I won't be going back tonight. I'll properly accompany my wife.
Xiao Chen deliberately emphasized the word spend time.
Xu Zhi's mind immediately conjured up some rather unsavory thoughts. Really?
Truthfully, without Xiao Chen by her side at night, Xu Zhi slept poorly. She truly needed this man.
Of course it's true, honey. When have I ever lied to you? True enough. Just then, Mom's head popped out from the kitchen.
Spotting Xiao Chen's return, she rolled her eyes.
Xiao Chen, where have you been loafing around again? Xiao Chen was utterly baffled. Mom, what do you mean, where have you been hanging out again? Is that even human speech? Though he thought this inwardly, Xiao Chen certainly wouldn't voice it. He replied, Mom, what are you talking about? Do I look like the type who hangs out on the streets? Then what do you think?
Yuan Yuqin replied sternly, you neglect your wife and child at home and don't come back at night.
Xiao Chen felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. I just got back from Chen Daoxing's place, Mom. I've been helping him out with stuff lately. Son, you're not doing that, are you? Seeing Xiao Chen's utterly bewildered expression, Yuan Yuqin couldn't help but giggle. Alright, I'm not joking with you. Rest for a bit first. Mom will make you something delicious later. Now that's more like it. Soon, Xiao Chen was playing with baby number 2.
The baby was already over 6 months old, but still couldn't talk yet.
But, it should be soon, right?
Other kids start talking and walking before they turn 1, so Xiao Chen figured his baby would be the same.
Baby, say daddy. Xiao Chen prompted.
Of course, the little one wouldn't respond just yet, merely staring back with wide, blank eyes. It'd be weird if she did.
Xu Zhi looked at the second child. Your best friend is only 6 months old, and you want her to call you daddy already? So what? Xiao Chen looked at Xu Zhi. No one's ever called me dad before. I'm just thinking about being a dad. Hey, how about you call me dad?
Hearing this, Xu Zhi shot Xiao Chen a withering look.
Mom can hear us talking. Can't you keep it down? My bad, honey.
Xiao Chen immediately apologized, and of course, Xu Zhi wouldn't hold it against him.
After lunch, Xiao Chen stayed indoors all afternoon.
Midday, Chen Daosheng called him. They informed him that he was now in charge of the Red Romance Bar and had already placed his own people as hostesses in the 888 private room. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Chen felt considerably less worried.
Chen Daosheng's handling of matters was undoubtedly reliable.
10 p.m., Red Romance Bar. At that moment, a Maybach with license plate B6666 pulled up outside the Red Romance Bar. Zhou Guomen personally stepped forward to greet them. Upon seeing Wang Fuan and his friends exit the vehicle, he hurried over and grasped his hand. Big boss, you're here. This was Wang Fuan's second stop, and he was already feeling tipsy. Old Zhou, keep my private room reserved for me, okay? He slurred, his cheeks flushed.
Zhou Guomen replied, of course it's reserved. This room is exclusively yours, Mr. Wang.
He leaned close to Wang Fuan's ear and whispered, and
I've got something special planned for you tonight. A real surprise.
Oh? What kind of surprise? At the word surprise, Wang Fuan perked up instantly.
You'll find out once you're inside. Zhou Guomen quickly helped Wang Fuan into the bar.
The establishment was divided into 3 levels. The first floor was for drinking, swaying, and dancing. The second floor connected to the first and featured seating areas overlooking the dance floor below. The third floor housed KTV private rooms.
They entered room 888. After settling onto the sofa, Wang Fuan asked, Old Zhou, what did you mean?
Clap 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 clap. Before Wang Fuan could finish his sentence, Zhou Guomen clapped his hands.
At that moment, a dozen young beauties entered from the doorway. The oldest among them was just 21.
They wore revealing outfits, some in black stockings, others in fishnet, all with light makeup. They were the kind who would attract a lot of attention walking down the street. Each girl had been personally selected by Chen Daosheng, and among them, there was bound to be one who suited Wang Fuan's taste. Upon seeing so many young women enter, stars suddenly danced before Wang Fuan's eyes. He suddenly noticed a pair of twins among them. He was a seasoned pervert who craved novel experiences he hadn't yet tried. A vivid image already formed in his mind. Pointing at the twin girls, he commanded, you two, come here.
Hearing this, Lu Ruyan and Lu Rushue immediately sat down beside Wang Fuan. Boss. Lu Ruyan wore black stockings, while Lu Rushue wore white ones.
After sitting beside Wang Fuan, they cooed and leaned in close, while his hands began to wander. The other 3 men each selected their preferred companions and instructed the waitstaff to bring the drinks. Wang Fuan stared at the 2 stunning beauties beside him, drool practically dripping from his mouth.
He asked, you two, are twins, right?
Yes, boss. The elder sister, Lu Ruyan, spoke up, my name is Lu Ruyan.
This is my younger sister, Lu Rushue. Oh, he. Lu Rushue glanced at Wang Fuan's hairline.
Damn, this guy already had a receding hairline.
Fortunately, the hair on both sides hadn't thinned too much.
Their goal was to get Wang Fuan's hair and deliver it to Chen Daosheng as quickly as possible.
After drinking for a while, Wang Fuan couldn't wait to take the 2 sisters away.
Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan had been waiting for her chance. She secretly snipped off a lock of Wang Fuan's hair with scissors. She quickly tied it together with a rubber band.
This should be enough. My 2 sisters, I have some fine wine at my villa. Care to join me for a drink? Wang Fuan slurred drunkenly. Normally, these girls wouldn't refuse.
If they did refuse, he'd just throw money at them.
Lu Ruyan replied, Boss, today. I'm afraid it's not possible. Chapter 174, Tonight's Operation. Not possible?
Hearing this, Wang Fuan showed no surprise. After all, he hadn't paid them a single penny yet.
Hand over your phones. Wang Fuan pulled out his Samsung Galaxy S3 and opened WeChat. Lu Ruyan and Lu Rushue quickly unlocked their phones.
Wang Fuan scanned 10,000 yuan to each of them.
Frankly, that amount wasn't low. He was in a good mood, which was why he sent them 10,000 each. Now then, do you have time? He asked with a smile. Lu Ruyan and Lu Rushue nodded naturally upon hearing this. Of course we have time, boss. But if we go to your villa, won't something happen if your wife finds out? Hearing this, Wang Fuan immediately thought of his wife. This kind of thing absolutely couldn't be let his wife know about. No worries, she's not home. Besides, I have more than one villa. Well, okay then. I'll give you the address. You can come find me later.
After the job's done, each of you gets 10,000. Wang Fuan feared being secretly photographed when going out, and usually, arranging to meet girls this way never failed. Earning 20,000 yuan per person in a single night was a rare opportunity.
Got it, Boss Wang.
Soon, Wang Fuan left the place.
Their friends followed suit, and soon after, they contacted Chen Liwei.
Chen Liwei was already waiting at the door for them. As soon as Lu Ruyan came out, she hurriedly handed Wang Fuan's hair to him.
Should this be enough? Lu Ruyan asked.
Chen Liwei examined the clump of hair in his hand. To be honest, he had no idea how much to use.
This matter should be discussed with Gao Di. He quickly sent the photo to his father, Chen Daosheng, who was with Gao Di at the moment. After seeing the amount of hair, Gao Di nodded. It's enough. No problem.
Chen Daosheng promptly relayed the message to Chen Liwei and instructed him to send someone to escort the two girls home.
Your ride will be here soon. I have urgent business to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Okay.
Chen Daosheng assured them both that they would be joining Rixing Capital in due course.
Starting annual salary 300,000 yuan. Though not as lucrative as today's arrangement.
But neither of them was the type to sell their bodies.
Chen Liwei drove back to the Chen family estate and promptly handed Wang Fuan's hair to Chen Daosheng. Since Gao Di's injuries hadn't healed yet, he didn't know when he could set out to perform the transfer ritual on Wang Fuan. Still, he could share this good news with Xiao Chen. But Chen Daosheng glanced at the time. It was already past midnight. Xiao Chen was probably already asleep. So he dismissed the idea of calling Xiao Chen. Meanwhile, at the Aka Grand Hotel.
In the luxurious suite's king-size bed, Xu Zhi lay contentedly, her cheeks flushed a deep, deep red. Because Xiao Chen was far more formidable than before by more than just a little.
My energy is stronger, and my strength is exceptionally great. Honey, did you take something tonight?
Lately, Xu Zhi had no idea why, but she kept coming across some doctor-led educational videos on TikTok. Some of these videos touched on that particular subject.
Xiao Chen looked utterly bewildered. Honey, what are you talking about? Isn't this how I usually am?
Xu Zhi shook her head. Don't worry, your husband will always be like this from now on. Let's sleep. The next morning, they woke up for an 8 a.m. class. At 7, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi got up and went downstairs to eat breakfast at the hotel. It was then that the clown suddenly noticed something odd about Xu Zhi's gait.
Honey, what's wrong with you?
Xu Zhi felt a stinging pain in her thigh. Pouting, she gently pounded Xiao Chen's chest with her tiny pink fist.
It's all your fault.
You wouldn't go easy on me yesterday, and now I'm in pain.
Xiao Chen's cheeks flushed. Mainly. Last night, Xu Zhi clearly said. To hurry up.
He went downstairs to the buffet area, served her some food, and urged, Honey, eat quickly.
I'll drive you back to school later. What about you? Xu Zhi asked. It's already Monday. Aren't you going back to school?
I need to stop by Chen Daosheng's place later. Don't worry, I'll head back to class right after.
Oh. She felt a little disappointed, but didn't say anything more.
Just then, Xiao Chen's phone on the table began to vibrate.
Buzz.
Xiao Chen opened it to see the caller was none other than Chen Daosheng.
Xiao Chen answered immediately. Hello, Grandpa. Xiao Chen, are you up yet? Judging by Chen Daosheng's tone, he seemed in good spirits. Xiao Chen responded with a simple, yeah, I'm up. What's up, Grandpa? I have some good news for you. Last night, Wang Fuan did indeed go to the Red Romance Bar. We've already obtained his hair sample. That fast?
Xiao Chen's voice betrayed his surprise.
He had to admit, Chen Daosheng was remarkably efficient. Yes. Xiao Chen asked, so when do you plan to start the operation?
At this, Chen Daosheng's expression turned somber.
Because Gao Di's injuries. It's still uncertain. When can you come over here? I'll head over shortly. I need to drop my wife off at school first. Alright, we'll discuss it when you return.
After hanging up, Xu Zhi glanced at Xiao Chen's phone and pursed her lips.
Sometimes I really think Mom's right. I suspect you're a jerk. Xiao Chen looked aggrieved.
Honey, if I were a jerk, I wouldn't have stayed with you last night.
Oh.
Xiao Chen pinched her cheek and smiled.
Don't worry, I'll be back soon. 3 to 5 days at most. If it's quick, I could finish today. Alright. Xu Zhi said no more.
After dinner, Xiao Chen first drove her back to school before heading to the Chen family estate. In the basement, Chen Daosheng was examining Gao Di's body.
What do you think? Can we go tonight? The foxes were growing bolder by the day. Last night, one had even stood on the windowsill. Gao Di's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. It seemed Li Kueihua would meet her end within 3 days.
Therefore, he felt he could no longer delay.
Gao Di clenched his teeth and said, no matter what, I'll complete it tonight as you instructed.
But I can't guarantee that Xiao Chen's method will work.
Chen Daosheng undoubtedly trusted Xiao Chen and nodded.
You needn't concern yourself with the outcome.
Just follow my instructions, and that will suffice. No problem. At that moment, Xiao Chen also entered the room. Grandfather. Chen Daosheng addressed Xiao Chen as he approached. We've already set the time. Xiao Chen froze. When? Tonight. Chapter 175, Shattered Hand. Tonight. Xiao Chen murmured under his breath. He felt it was for the best.
The sooner this matter was resolved, the better it would be for them. Gao Di spoke with a hint of worry. Xiao Chen, I hope you can keep your promise.
By keeping his promise, he undoubtedly meant sparing Gao Di once the matter was settled. Xiao Chen nodded.
Rest assured. A gentleman's word is his bond.
Chen Daosheng looked at Gao Di. Then get some rest. If you need anything, just ring the bell.
Xiao Chen and Chen Daosheng exited the room together.
Once outside, Chen Daosheng fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen and asked, Xiao Chen, what did you promise him? Xiao Chen didn't tell Chen Daosheng the truth.
He replied, I promised him that after the matter is settled, you'll spare his life. Hearing this, Chen Daosheng's expression darkened. Xiao Chen knew that if he truly interceded for Gao Di, Chen Daosheng would certainly grant him this favor and spare Gao Di.
But I see no need for that.
When the time comes, I'll simply discard the donkey after it's done grinding the mill.
No one who wants grandma's life will live to see it.
Hearing this, Chen Daosheng's expression softened slightly. The two emerged from the underground together. Gazing at the sun, Xiao Chen took a deep breath of fresh air.
Grandfather, this matter is finally coming to a close, but
the Jinjiang Merchants Association might still come after us. We'd better stay cautious from now on.
Chen Daosheng nodded. Xiao Chen was right. In fact, Chen Daosheng sensed their enemies would only multiply. He felt a headache coming on. Enjoying a peaceful retirement now seemed like a distant dream. Midnight soon arrived.
Gao Di, his body weak and weary, was led out of the basement by Chen Daosheng and Xiao Chen.
The moment fresh air filled his lungs, Gao Di took a deep breath.
The two men had just promised that once tonight's plan was completed, they would take Gao Di to the best local hospital for treatment. Of course, Gao Di had a request to return to room 301 at Happy Apartments one last time. There were many important things of his there. He didn't specify what exactly, but Chen Daosheng had already sent people to clear out the apartment.
The two agreed to Gao Di's request as long as they could stabilize him first.
Xiao Chen drove an Audi to Autumn Breeze Villa, a gated community not far from Chen Daosheng's Chen family manor.
Gao Di, seated in the passenger seat, spoke up, this is Wang Fuan's home. He comes back twice a week to see his wife. Whether he's here today, I don't know.
But as long as he returns one day, the curse I placed will take effect.
Then let's get moving. The security system in this villa complex was exceptionally tight. They'd even been stopped upon entering.
It was Chen Daosheng who resolved the issue. Someone like Wang Fuan would undoubtedly have numerous cameras and surveillance around his villa.
Be careful. Finish it as quickly as possible. After getting out of the car, Gao Di didn't attempt to flee.
He knew full well that in his current state, escape was impossible. He could only drag himself, wounded, to the villa's perimeter, with Xiao Chen following close behind. Just in case something unexpected happened. Just as the two approached the villa, a sudden surveillance alarm sounded.
You have entered a monitored area. Please leave immediately. Upon hearing the voice, Gao Di asked, what should we do? What else can we do? Hurry up before we're spotted. All right. Gao Di didn't bother to assess the situation. He immediately got to work.
He pulled out the red powder from his pocket and began scattering it along the villa's grounds. Then he took out Wang Fuan's hair and the cloth doll bearing his name.
Just then, the villa's front door suddenly swung open. Wang Fuan, clad in black pajamas, stared blankly at Xiao Chen and Gao Di. He recognized Gao Di instantly, staring at him in disbelief. Gao Di, what are you doing? Gao Di was an exceptionally strange individual, skilled in many inexplicable arts.
His presence here could only mean he intended harm.
Without another word, Wang Fuan rushed into the villa. A burly bodyguard quickly emerged.
This bodyguard was clearly stationed to protect Wang Fuan at home, and he was holding brass knuckles in his hand.
Seize them both.
Without a word, the bodyguard advanced toward Xiao Chen. Standing at 1.9 meters tall and weighing over 200 pounds, he was a true mountain of a man.
Keep going. Don't worry about me.
Xiao Chen instructed Gao Di behind him, who nodded in understanding.
Xiao Chen stepped in front of Gao Di.
The bodyguard swung his massive fist toward Xiao Chen. At that very moment, the character thunder in Xiao Chen's palm emitted a faint glow.
Was he going to use that move again? Xiao Chen took a deep breath. Was it wise to unleash his ultimate move so soon? Without hesitation, Xiao Chen swiftly extended his right hand.
A sly grin spread across the bodyguard's lips. Yet the instant the knuckle duster touched Xiao Chen's palm, an explosive crack echoed from his hand.
Boom! The sound resembled an explosion. Xiao Chen could see the bodyguard's hand shatter visibly. A finger flew off cleanly. His hand was torn open, exposing deep white bone. Xiao Chen was stunned by the sight. No way, it's that powerful?
The bodyguard's face was deathly pale, utterly bewildered by what had just happened.
He couldn't even feel the pain in his hand.
Taking advantage of his dazed state, Xiao Chen delivered a flying kick to his chest. The bodyguard staggered back 2 steps, his sturdy frame preventing him from collapsing immediately.
But blood continued to pour from his wounds.
It wouldn't be long before he went into shock from blood loss.
Wang Fuan had already retreated into the villa upon witnessing this. Not far away, Chen Daosheng, seated in the back row, felt a jolt of shock upon seeing Xiao Chen. Could Xiao Chen truly be a martial artist?
He pondered, if the Chen family could have someone with Xiao Chen's abilities protecting them, then no matter how great the difficulties they faced in the future, perhaps they could be resolved smoothly. He hoped his enterprises could endure and thrive, aspiring for Sunrise Capital to become a century-old institution. The bodyguard, sensing defeat, departed the scene, not forgetting to pick up the severed finger from the ground before leaving. Xiao Chen made no move to stop him. He hadn't even realized the palm thunder could pack such a punch. When he struck Gao Di, nothing like this had happened. About 10 minutes later, Gao Di dragged his weary body over. "It's been taken care of. Are you certain there are no errors?" Xiao Chen asked. Gao Di didn't respond immediately, instead running through the entire array setup process in his mind before shaking his head. "Rest assured, everything went perfectly." Xiao Chen nodded. "Then let's go." Chapter 176, The Fox Arrives. They quickly got into the car and drove away. Meanwhile, at the Chen family estate, dozens of black foxes had already appeared. 2 foxes clawed at the windowpane, peering inside at Li Kuihua, who was fast asleep. Chen Lijian and Chen Liwei had been awakened by the commotion. They couldn't understand why so many black foxes were here. Moreover, it seemed these foxes had their sights set on their mother inside the room. Could this be what Xiao Chen had warned about? Chen Lijian brandished a stick to drive them away, but the foxes showed no reaction when struck. It was as if they felt no pain. But just then, the foxes suddenly turned as one and left the area. Chen Liwei, who had been preparing to chase them away, looked utterly bewildered. He looked at his older brother, Chen Lijian, and asked, "Brother, what's going on?" Chen Lijian shook his head, equally bewildered. I don't know either. We should call father first and tell him about this." "Yeah." Chen Liwei quickly pulled out his phone and dialed Chen Daosheng. Meanwhile, Chen Daosheng sat in the back seat, his expression grave. He was eager to see if the method Xiao Chen had told him about would actually work. Just then, his phone vibrated in his hand. Buzz. Seeing it was his younger son, Chen Daosheng quickly pressed to answer. "Hello, Xiao Wei, why aren't you asleep yet?" "Dad, over a dozen foxes just entered the estate, and 2 of them have been scratching at your bedroom window." "What?" Hearing this, Chen Daosheng's face darkened. Could it be that everything Xiao Chen had Gao Di do had been in vain? "What's the situation now?" Chen Daosheng inquired. Chen Liwei replied, "It's strange. Those foxes suddenly left in one direction just now." Chen Daosheng quickly asked, "The direction they left, is it southeast?" "That's right, Dad. Southeast, that's the direction of Autumn Wind Villa." "Phew." Chen Daosheng stroked his racing heart and murmured, "It's okay now, it's okay. You all go back and rest. There's no need to worry about it. Those foxes won't be coming back. Xiao Chen has already taken care of them for us." Chen Liwei heard his father's voice on the phone and didn't think much of it. "Okay. Father, when will you be back?" "I'll be back first thing tomorrow morning. You all go rest." After Chen Daosheng hung up the phone, Xiao Chen asked, "How about it, Grandpa?" "It's already taken care of." Chen Daosheng hummed in acknowledgement. A fox did pass by just now, but it's already heading toward the Autumn Wind Villa." Sitting in the passenger seat, Gao Di looked puzzled. "Why would that happen? When I learned this bug array at the 5 Poison sect, no one ever told me it could be transferred to others like this." "Xiao Chen, how did you know?" Gao Di voiced his confusion, but Xiao Chen avoided a direct answer. "I can't answer that question. I found someone else who told me the solution." Gao Di was baffled but didn't press further. "Well then. I hope you two honor our agreement. I swear, even if another such request comes in the future, I won't harm you." Xiao Chen, who was driving, nodded. "Of course. We'll honor the agreement. Grandpa, where are we going now?" Xiao Chen actually intended to take Gao Di straight to the hospital. Chen Daosheng had already made arrangements with the hospital to bring in a patient who had undergone surgery. However, they only needed to prepare a private room for the patient to stay in. "Let's head to the hospital." Chen Daosheng spoke in a flat tone. "Gao Di still has injuries. Once your own wounds heal, you can go to 301 hospital to retrieve the items left inside." Gao Di was reluctant to hear this, but he had no way to refuse now and could only agree. In his view, someone like Chen Daosheng wouldn't break his word. Therefore, he wasn't overly concerned about his own safety at that moment. Meanwhile, at the Autumn Wind Villa. "Have they left yet?" Wang Fuan trembled, panic gripping his heart. He had seen Xiao Chen's palm strike clearly. It had shattered a man's hand clean off. What kind of monstrous technique was that? His wife, Chen Li, had no idea what had transpired. She rolled over unconsciously and murmured, "Honey, what are you afraid of? Come to bed." At that very moment, not far away, he suddenly saw several pairs of blood-red eyes. Foxes. Many foxes were charging toward him. This. The moment Wang Fuan saw the foxes, he instantly understood what was happening. Overwhelmed by a fierce urge to survive, he didn't have time to think twice. He plunged headfirst into the wardrobe. "Wang Fuan, what are you doing?" The commotion annoyed Chen Li, but just then, a thud echoed as a black fox head slammed into the tempered glass. Thud. Another thud followed. Chen Li couldn't help but glance toward the window. Seeing the pitch-black fox head desperately pounding against the window, Chen Li let out a blood-curdling scream.
Honey, look, there are so many foxes. Thud. The foxes slammed into the glass as if they were trying to kill themselves. Fortunately, the glass was triple layered and reinforced. It would be extremely difficult for ordinary carbon-based lifeforms to break through it. Watching Wang Fuan trembling in the wardrobe, Chen Li still had no idea what was happening. Come out here. Get lost. I'm not coming out. I won't come out. Wang Fuan refused to come out no matter what. Chen Li glanced over again. Honey, what on earth is going on? Why are there so many foxes? This is so scary. I don't know. I don't know anything. Don't ask me. When the sun rose, the foxes vanished. Only after hearing Chen Li say the foxes had left did Wang Fuan shakily emerge from the wardrobe. The foxes are gone, right? Call me a car right now. Find out where Gao Di went. Today, I must find him. Absolutely. Chen Li was also deeply shaken by yesterday's events, yet she remained utterly obedient to her husband. Wang Fuan had brought her wealth, status, and respect. She couldn't live without Wang Fuan, and she certainly couldn't let anything happen to him. After hanging up, Chen Li asked, Honey, is someone trying to harm you? Just spend some money to take care of it. You're so rich anyway. You absolutely mustn't get hurt. Seeing Chen Li so distraught, Wang Fuan felt a pang of guilt. He quickly embraced his wife. Don't worry, honey. Nothing will happen to me. Don't worry. Chapter 177, a chapter closes. Despite his reassurances, Wang Fuan was actually panicking inside. He wasn't sure if he could find Wang Fuan today, let alone whether Wang Fuan would help him resolve this issue. He tried pulling out his phone to call Gao Di, but of course, the call wouldn't go through. Meanwhile, Jiangcheng University First Affiliated Hospital. Chen Daosheng had already admitted Gao Di to a luxury ward and assembled a medical team for him. At that moment, the team was discussing how to treat Gao Di's condition. Of course, this treatment wasn't about healing. Rather, they were contemplating how to make his departure more painful. Xiao Chen and Chen Daosheng sat in the room. Xiao Chen spoke up, Grandfather, you could try injecting Black Dog's blood into Gao Di's body. Xiao Chen hadn't forgotten what Lu the Blind had said. Upon hearing this, Chen Daosheng asked with some confusion. Inject Black Dog blood into his body? Is there some reason for that? Xiao Chen didn't know what the effect would be either. I'm not sure about that, but it's what my master instructed. Since it was Xiao Chen's master's instruction, Chen Daosheng felt it was acceptable. Xiao Chen had him set aside some Black Dog's blood beforehand. He'd have it delivered later and simply instruct the doctor to administer it. Alright, I understand. Old Chen, I should probably head back to the Chen family estate. I want to check on Grandma's condition. Alright, let's go back together. Xiao Chen drove Chen Daosheng back to the Chen family estate. When they saw Grandma Li Kuihua again, the fox-shaped black aura above her head had vanished. Only then did Xiao Chen feel completely at ease. Alright, old Chen, this matter is finally settled. As for Gao Di, handle it however you see fit. I'll be heading back now. Xiao Chen had no intention of lingering. Truth be told, he wanted to get back to class. Of course, morning classes were out of the question. He planned to seek out Xu Zhi that afternoon. Alright. Xiao Chen, you've been working hard lately. Let's grab a meal together in a few days. Alright, old Chen, you stay with Grandma for now. He rose and left the place, arriving outside the Chen family estate before stretching lazily. This matter was finally concluded. And he had also obtained a palm thunder. Even now, a faint trace of the character thunder could still be seen on his right palm. Never mind. Xiao Chen shook his head and drove back home. Back home, Mom was taking care of the two babies as usual. Seeing Xiao Chen return, his mother didn't tease him this time. Xiao Chen, you're back. So, did you handle things with old Chen? Xiao Chen took off his coat, hung it in the entryway, and nodded. Yes, Mom, don't worry. It's all taken care of now. Good. It was just about time to cook, so Xiao Chen offered, Mom, I'll make dinner tonight. Sounds good. Xiao Chen quickly headed into the kitchen, while his mom pulled out her phone to send a WeChat message to Xu Zhi. Sweetie, come home for lunch today. Xu Zhi didn't reply immediately. Unlike Xiao Chen, she rarely played with her phone during class. Instead, she remained fully focused on her studies. By noon, Xiao Chen had prepared 3 dishes and a soup. The portions weren't large, but they were perfectly sufficient for the 3 of them. The 2 babies were still mostly on simple baby food and drank milk for the bulk of their nutrition. Just then, Xu Zhi returned. Yuan Yuqin hadn't informed Xu Zhi that Xiao Chen had come home. Seeing him already home, Xu Zhi paused in surprise. Huh? She asked, Honey, why are you back? Have you finished handling things with Grandpa Chen? Xiao Chen nodded. It's all taken care of. Come eat. But you said it would take a few more days. Xiao Chen was bound to take Xu Zhi's side at this moment. I rushed back to be with you, that's why I wrapped things up quickly. Who needs your company? Xu Zhi's words were sharp, but her heart was bursting with joy. After sitting down, she spotted her favorite dishes spread across the table and couldn't help but grin like an idiot.
She knew these were all specially prepared by Xiao Chen just for her.
Eat up. After lunch, we'll go to class together. The afternoon only had one PE class, and the PE teacher usually didn't show up. Instead, the class monitor would lead everyone to the playground for activities.
After finishing their meal, the two stayed home for a while to keep the baby company before leaving. Arriving at school, once class began, it turned out exactly as Xiao Chen had expected.
No class.
The boys in the class had all gone to play basketball, while the girls sat on the bleachers beside the playground, playing with their phones.
Xiao Chen had been chatting and laughing with Su Kuan, Liang Qian, and others. But then, two girls approached from the distance on the playground. He.
Upon seeing the two girls approach, Liang Qian and Su Kuan said, "Brother Chen, we'll have to excuse ourselves."
Ha? Wait, what's that supposed to mean?
Xiao Chen grabbed Liang Qian's wrist. Liang Qian scratched his head and explained, "They don't have classes this afternoon since they're freshmen, so they came to hang out with us. The four of us are heading to the coffee shop to play PUBG."
Alright. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. Got a girlfriend and forgot about your bros, huh?
Noticing Xiao Chen's disdainful gaze, Liang Qian gave a sheepish grin before leaving with Su Kuan.
Zuantiansheng rolled his eyes too. Xiao Chen asked, "What about Lu Weiwei? Does she have class today too?"
Her? She's been pouring all her energy into that nail salon. Now she's even slower to reply to messages. As he said this, Shen Tiansheng sighed. He knew Lu Weiwei wouldn't leave him, but seeing Su Kuan and Liang Qian glued to their girlfriends all day made him feel a bit off. Kinda envious. She puts her career first, Xiao Chen replied. After all, she was a junior and would start her internship in July. With college graduate employment rates being so low these days, Xiao Chen couldn't guess what Lu Weiwei was thinking. Maybe she wouldn't go out for an internship during her senior year, but instead continue managing the shop.
"Come on, honey. Let's walk around the track." Xiao Chen gently patted Xu Zhi's shoulder. At that moment, Shen Tiansheng stood up. "Brother Chen, I'm coming too." "You stay here." Xiao Chen rolled his eyes inwardly. By suggesting he walk with Xu Zhi, hadn't he deliberately tried to keep Su Tian away? How could he be so clueless? Zuantiansheng finally caught on. He pulled out his phone. "Alright, I'll text Lu Weiwei about the merchandise. Brother Chen, you and sister-in-law go ahead." Xiao Chen descended the stairs from the stadium bleachers. As he walked across the field, he spoke up. "What do you think about giving Lu Weiwei a stake in the nail salon?" Chapter 178, Chen Daoxing's Marriage Pressure.
Su Zhi pursed her lips upon hearing this.
"I think that's fine."
These words came from Su Zhi's heart. Lu Weiwei was her best friend, and the care she had shown her back then was still vivid in her memory.
She also knew the current economic climate was tough.
If Lu Weiwei went out to work, she'd likely be drained of her vitality in no time.
After receiving Su Zhi's approval, Xiao Chen said that I'll transfer the company to your name in a few days. How much do you plan to give Lu Weiwei? Half?
Su Zhi wasn't sure how much to give her. Truthfully, even if he gave her the entire company, she wouldn't object. But this was, after all, something Xiao Chen had built from scratch.
"Alright.
You'll hold 51%, Lu Weiwei will hold 49%, and then, you'll split the dividends accordingly."
"What about you?" Su Zhi pressed.
Xiao Chen chuckled softly. Truthfully, he still didn't know what the future held. He definitely couldn't reduce his interactions with Chen Daosheng going forward, and now he sensed his enemies were multiplying. This world was undoubtedly far more complex than he had imagined.
Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before replying in a joking tone, "Me?
I'll be inheriting the family business, of course."
"Right?"
Xiao Chen grinned cheekily, raising an eyebrow at Xu Zhi.
She promptly rolled her eyes at him.
She quickened her pace. Xiao Chen caught up to Xu Zhi. "If that doesn't work out, I could be a full-time house husband cooking, doing laundry, washing socks at home while my wife goes out and conquers the world."
Xu Zhi rolled her eyes too. Of course, Xiao Chen was just joking. But what the future held? He truly had no idea. He'd take things one step at a time. One thing was certain, it wouldn't be a life of mediocrity.
After class, Xiao Chen, Xu Zhi, and Shen Tiansheng passed by a coffee shop not far from the playground.
Su Kuan, Liang Qian, Wang Hui, and Su Yuqing emerged from inside, chatting and laughing.
There was still quite a while before dinner, so Liang Qian called out to Xiao Chen.
"Brother Chen."
The three of them stopped in their tracks.
At that moment, Liang Qian was holding 3 cups of coffee. "Oh, you haven't forgotten your Chenggu yet?" "How could I forget?"
Back when Liang Qian had gone on a date, Xiao Chen had paid for his clothes. While what he wore didn't really affect his chances with Su Yuqing, as good roommates, Liang Qian certainly couldn't forget that favor.
Xiao Chen touched the coffee, it was hot. Last time that jerk Su Kuan bought them milk tea, he got them iced ones in the dead of winter. "Hey, what about my wife's?"
Zuantiansheng took the coffee and warmed his hands.
Liang Qian rolled his eyes. "Go buy Lu Weiwei her own. I'm only responsible for what's here." Zuantiansheng considered it.
"Then I'll take this cup over to her."
"Chenggu, I'm heading to the nail salon first." He couldn't wait to see his girlfriend. After all 3 of them now had girlfriends to accompany them. She couldn't be left out. Xiao Chen nodded. Go ahead, go ahead. Xu Zhi and I are heading home too. You guys are going home too? Liang Qian spoke up. Brother Chen, I was hoping to treat you to a meal? What kind of meal? Xiao Chen asked in confusion. Liang Chen replied, You've always looked out for me and acted as my strategist. He glanced at Su Yuqing.
Since their relationship was now official, it wouldn't matter if she heard these words.
Another time. Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively. I've got other plans tonight. Besides, helping my best buddy find a girlfriend isn't that the least I can do? Then you have to treat me. Next time, next time. All right. Xiao Chen soon left with Xu Zhi. Xu Zhi asked, What do we have planned for tonight? Chen Daoxing just messaged me. He wants to treat our whole family to dinner. Xu Zhi spoke up, Since you're not a, then tell me, could Chen Daoxing be one? Xiao Chen froze. What? Xu Zhi reasoned logically, Look, I feel like old Chen can't go 2 days without inviting you to dinner. So? Why don't you ask him tonight? Xiao Chen gave him a mischievous grin and raised an eyebrow. Xu Zhi shook her head. No way. I recorded it. I'll ask Chen Daoxing tonight.
Xiao Chen waved the phone in his hand, leaving Xu Zhi utterly bewildered.
You really recorded it? Of course it's real. Give me that phone. No way. I'll bite you. Even if you bite me, I won't give it to you. Damn it, Xu Zhi, you're a dog or something? You actually bit me. The two walked out of campus, bickering playfully. By the time they got home, Xiao Chen's dad had already returned. His face was beaming with pride. The project in Jiangchang was progressing exceptionally smoothly. Dad, did old Chen send you a message too? Xiao Chen asked. His father adjusted his suit collar and tie, then nodded. Yes, he sent me a message. We'll head to the Windfall Hotel at 6:30 p.m. All right.
This dinner invitation from Chen Daoxing probably had no ulterior motives. Perhaps he just wanted to express his gratitude.
Before long, it was 6:30 p.m. The family packed their bags and headed out.
Of course, they brought the two babies along this time. Dad drove out in the Bentley, and Xiao Chen stowed the folding stroller in the trunk. Upon arriving at the Windfall Hotel, old Chen and his two sons were waiting outside. They didn't go upstairs.
What the? Dad, who was driving, couldn't help but speak up. What's going on? Now even old Chen isn't going upstairs? He's personally waiting here.
After parking the car, old Chen came over with a smile.
Xiao Chen, you're here. But Grandpa, why didn't you go upstairs? Xiao Chen hurriedly got out of the car. Chen Daoxing chuckled, We just arrived too. We haven't had time to go up yet. Clearly, that was a lie. Hurry up and go inside. Oh my, you brought the kids too? His gaze fell on Yuan Yuqing and Xu Zhi, both holding children in their arms. Yes, my whole family came. There's no one at home to watch the kids. Xiao Chen said. At the same time, he opened the trunk of the car and took out the baby's strollers. Chen Lijin and Chen Liwei hurriedly helped unfold the folded strollers. After placing the babies inside, Chen Liwei couldn't help but remark, This little one is so adorable. Chen Daoxing chimed in, right? So Liwei, when are you going to find a girlfriend and get married? I don't even know if I'll still be alive to see your child born. Chen Liwei's face darkened at the remark. Dad, here we go again. Let me tell you, anyone over 30 without a girlfriend is a loser. Chen Daoxing's words were utterly absolute, showing Chen Liwei no mercy whatsoever. Chen Liwei, Dad, I swear to heaven, I will definitely get married. You'll be holding your grandchild the year after next. Chapter 179, Wang Fuan logs off. Hearing Chen Liwei's words, Chen Daoxing chuckled. He had said the same thing 2 years ago. It was like putting off tomorrow again and again, with tomorrow stretching endlessly ahead. Fine, I believe you. The Xiao Chen family and the Chen Daoxing family arrived at the 8th floor of the Windfall Hotel. Once inside the room, Chen Daoxing didn't bring up Li Kuihua. Instead, he inquired about other matters. For instance, the coordination for Xiao Guixing's work assignment and the difficulties Xiao Chen was facing at school. What kind of difficulties could Xiao Chen possibly face? Naturally, there were none. 10 p.m. Autumn Wind Villa. Wang Fuan dragged his weary body back home. He had spent the entire day searching for Gaudi, yet found not a single trace. This man seemed to have vanished into thin air. Nothing worked, no matter what he tried. Shenli saw her husband return, but he looked somewhat listless. She approached and asked. So, honey, did you find out where those foxes came from? The sight of the black foxes still sent shivers down Shenli's spine, and she couldn't help but worry whether they might appear again tonight. Hearing his wife's words, Wang Fuan sighed helplessly before speaking slowly. I haven't found out. Shenli couldn't help but blurt out, Honey, what about the people you hired? Ask them to help. And, could something really happen to you? I'm so scared. Wang Fuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and tried to reassure his wife. It's okay, honey. Nothing will happen to me. I've already sent people to track down Wang Fuan's whereabouts. Even if that fox shows up again, nothing will happen. He quickly drew the curtains and soothed Shenli's nerves. There. Let's get some sleep. Just as Wang Fuan was about to take a shower, a series of fox cries suddenly echoed from the living room downstairs. The sound was particularly shrill and piercing. Wang Fuan, who had just taken off his coat, froze in place, his body stiff as a board. He turned to his wife. "Honey, did you hear that?" Chen Li had also heard the fox cries. When Wang Fuan suddenly mentioned it, her lips trembled. "Downstairs, it sounds like a fox. Just now weren't you locked in?" After hearing this, Wang Fuan couldn't recall whether he had locked the door. As he grew older, Wang Fuan, who drank heavily and frequently went out on dates, had long since lost his vigor. In recent years, he'd become particularly sensitive to the cold, suffering from aching back and joints, along with constant ringing in his ears and forgetfulness. I really didn't. You. Just then, a black fox suddenly burst into the bedroom from outside. Wah! Accompanied by a shrill cry, Wang Fuan's body was knocked down by the black fox. "Honey, help me!" Wang Fuan instinctively cried out for help, while Chen Li stood there utterly bewildered. Wang Fuan struggled, clutching the fox by the neck. The fox wasn't particularly large, and he could easily subdue it. "Damn you!" He let out a howl, then scanned his surroundings. Spotting a glass bottle of cosmetics, he swung it with all his might, smashing it against the fox's head. The bottle shattered instantly. He then used the jagged glass shards to stab at the fox's eyes. Whoosh! Gah! The fox writhed in agony, black blood streaming from its eye. "Gun!" Wang Fuan shouted urgently. Hearing him, Chen Li frantically pulled a jet-black pistol from the hidden compartment in the bedside table. She didn't dare fire it herself, instead handing it to Wang Fuan. Wang Fuan swiftly pushed the fox away and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the fox collapsed to the ground. It lay on the floor, panting heavily. Only now did Wang Fuan notice that this black fox had no eyeballs. Its entire eye was a blood-red expanse. It was utterly terrifying. During their struggle, he had been scratched by the fox's claws and had a bite mark on his arm. Chen Li hurried over, examining the wounds on Wang Fuan's body. "Husband, what on earth happened? Who on earth did you provoke?" Sending a fox to attack someone. Chen Li had never witnessed such a tactic before. Just as Wang Fuan was about to speak, another larger fox burst in from downstairs. It sank its teeth directly into Wang Fuan's arm, blood gushing from the gap between its fangs. Simultaneously, several more foxes burst in from outside. Witnessing this, Chen Li let out a blood-curdling scream and immediately dove under the bed. The room was filled with Wang Fuan's screams. "Ah! Honey, save me! Ah!" Foxes kept pouring in, filling the room almost to capacity. Chen Li, crouched beneath the bed, saw a sea of fox legs, at least 20 or 30 of them. After a few minutes, Wang Fuan's voice faded from the room. One by one, the foxes began to leave. Blood from the floor had seeped under the bed. Chen Li lifted her head and saw Wang Fuan, half his face devoured. He was dead as a doornail. Witnessing this scene, Chen Li's eyes rolled back and she fainted. Meanwhile, Zhangchun University First Affiliated Hospital. After examining Gao Di, the doctor left the ward. Gao Di felt remarkably well now. Ever since the doctor administered that red-colored solution last night, his wounds had stopped hurting and his appetite had returned. By noon, he'd already polished off 2 bowls of rice. He thought to himself that if he could have Xiao Chen's fried rice again tomorrow morning, it would be perfect. Of course, that was just wishful thinking. Still, one had to admit that Chen Daoxing truly kept his word. They hadn't touched him at all, and his physical condition was recovering rapidly. As for whether he would ever go after Chen Daoxing again, that was absolutely out of the question. At this moment, Gao Di had made up his mind. Once he recovered and was discharged from the hospital, he planned to retire from the martial arts world, return to his hometown, and lead a normal life with his wife and children. No more using these bizarre, ancient arts to harm others. But just as he was daydreaming about his bright future, a pitch-black fox suddenly materialized within the room. It stood on the floor, its pupil-less eyes glowing a blood red as it stared at him. Gao Di's heart lurched at the sight of the fox. Before he could press the call button, the creature leapt upon him, tearing and biting. Ah! The white hospital sheets gradually stained crimson, and the figure on the bed slowly ceased to breathe. 2 hours later, the nurse preparing to change Gao Di's dressing saw the scene and dropped everything she was holding with a thud. Chapter 180, Gao Di's demise. Early the next morning. What did you say? Gao Di was bitten to death last night? In the luxury suite of the Wanfeng Hotel, Chen Daoxing received a call from the doctor. That's correct, old Chen. If you have time, please come take a look. All right. I understand. After bringing Gao Di here, Chen Daoxing had arranged for the doctors to provide him with the best possible care. The medications used were also the best available. If he wanted to eliminate him, it would be as simple as administering an anesthetic injection, followed by a muscle relaxant, and then a final shot of potassium chloride. That would be euthanasia. However, before he could put these tactics to use against Gao Di, news of his death reached him. After hanging up, Chen Daoxing immediately called back the number Xiao Chen had dialed. Xiao Chen had just woken up.
Upon answering, Chen Daoshang said into the phone.
Xiao Chen, Gao Di is dead.
Those 6 simple words sent a chill through Xiao Chen's heart.
Grandfather, what did you say? Gao Di is dead?
Yes. Xiao Chen composed himself before speaking.
But grandfather, Gao Di's death is a good thing, isn't it? How did he die?
The doctor said he was apparently bitten to death yesterday.
Bitten to death? Xiao Chen was utterly baffled. Being bitten to death?
That was a first.
Xiao Chen, wanna come check it out? Your school's not far from the hospital anyway. Jiangcheng University First Affiliated Hospital was only a few hundred meters from Jiangcheng University.
Xiao Chen was genuinely curious about the incident. Alright, I'll be right over.
What about you, Grandpa?
Chen Daoshang replied, I'm still at the Wanfeng Hotel.
I might be a bit late. If you're not in a rush, you can wait for me.
Alright, I'll wait for you, Grandpa. After hanging up, Xiao Chen glanced at Xu Zhi, who was sleeping with her legs propped up under the blanket. His earlier conversation with Chen Daoshang had actually woken her up. Honey, Chen Daoshang must really like you calling you this early in the morning. He calls you more often than he calls me. Hearing her words, he had to admit Xu Zhi had a point.
Maybe so.
I'm stepping out for a bit, but I'll be back soon. She had no classes this morning, but her schedule was packed this afternoon. So Xu Zhi had no intention of getting out of bed.
Alright, go ahead. I'll sleep a little longer.
She shifted her position and went back to sleep.
Xiao Chen selected a clean outfit from the wardrobe and got up.
Her mom had just gotten up to make breakfast. Seeing Xiao Chen rise, she asked.
Son, why are you up so early today? Mom, I'm heading out. I'm going to the hospital with Chen Daoshang. The hospital? Yuan Yuqin assumed it was related to her father's health again. What's going on? Should your dad come along too? Xiao Chen shook his head. No need, Mom. It's not him. It's someone else. Oh, okay then. Go ahead. Don't forget to feed the baby. Love you, Mom. Xiao Chen blew a kiss before heading downstairs.
Arriving at the underground garage, he drove out in his Xiaomi YU7.
He parked at the underground garage of Jiangcheng University First Affiliated Hospital.
After waiting downstairs for a moment, he spotted Chen Daoshang.
Grandpa. Xiao Chen approached.
Chen Daoshang was alone, having come by himself.
Aren't your 2 kids with you? No. Chen Daoshang shook his head. They went home last night. I had a meeting with a business partner and didn't return. Working late like this? Ah. Director Chen sighed. I have no choice. Risen Capital stock has taken a significant hit lately.
The market environment is shifting too rapidly. Some partnerships still require my personal oversight.
True.
Xiao Chen nodded, heading toward the top floor of the inpatient ward.
Xiao Chen asked, by the way, Grandpa, what exactly happened? How could Gao Di just die out of the blue? Hearing this, Chen Daoshang shook his head. I don't know the specifics either. I only found out this morning after receiving a call.
As for what bit him to death, I have no idea either.
Alright, let's go take a look. Xiao Chen and Chen Daoshang took the elevator to the scene, which was now cordoned off by police.
The nurse who discovered Gao Di's body last night had already alerted the authorities.
Coincidentally, Xiao Chen spotted Mu Changlei.
Mu Changlei looked surprised to see Xiao Chen and Chen Daoshang approaching, as they had inquired about a similar case just a few days prior.
Officer Mu.
Chen Daoshang approached and spoke up.
Mu Changlei's expression was grave as he asked, did you know Gao Di?
Yes.
Chen Daoshang spoke first.
We've been handling some matters together recently. He was injured, so I arranged for him to be admitted to the hospital.
Regarding Gao Di, Chen Daoshang swore the police knew nothing. Moreover, he had just checked the system. Gao Di had no relatives listed.
This was highly unusual.
He didn't even know where Gao Di had been living before. He's dead, killed by a fox.
A fox? Hearing this, both Xiao Chen and Chen Daoshang's pupils contracted sharply.
Xiao Chen even began to piece things together. Was his death by fox bite connected to the injection of Black Dog's blood?
Xiao Chen couldn't grasp the exact logic behind it, but he had a strong feeling this incident was definitely connected to the Black Dog's blood. Chen Daoshang observed their expressions and could tell they were unaware of the connection.
Xiao Chen asked, wait, this is a hospital. How did a fox even get inside? No idea. Mu Changlei shook his head. The surveillance footage didn't show any trace of a fox. You could say, it just appeared out of thin air. Out of thin air?
Xiao Chen felt a chill run down his spine.
Damn it, he never imagined Gao Di's sorcery could be so utterly bizarre. This is absolutely terrifying. Xiao Chen asked, can we view the surveillance footage?
Of course. Mu Changlei led Xiao Chen and Chen Daoshang to the surveillance room. The footage showed Gao Di lying in bed resting at 10:40 p.m. last night.
But suddenly, a black fox appeared from the balcony. The fox's pupils glowed red, devoid of irises and eerie sight.
It then lunged directly at Gao Di, tearing into his body. Perhaps because Gao Di had injuries, he struggled briefly before losing consciousness after the fox bit into his major artery. Afterward, the fox proceeded to devour large portions of his flesh and blood. After watching this video, Xiao Chen sucked in a sharp breath. Truly, the world holds no shortage of wonders. Mu Changlei spoke up, this case is likely another non-natural death. The strange thing is, we haven't been able to locate his family. Chapter 181, The Mysterious Mark. Do you know where his family is? Mu Changlei inquired. Xiao Chen and Chen Daosheng exchanged glances before shaking their heads. I don't know. Upon hearing Chen Daosheng's words, Mu Changlei didn't think much of it. There was no evidence pointing to Chen Daosheng's involvement and he was simply focused on doing his job. Alright. You shouldn't see the body. The manner of his death is truly brutal. Xiao Chen and Chen Daosheng nodded. As for the body recovery, that was naturally left to the police to handle. Perhaps the police would even issue an autopsy report or something. But these were matters beyond Xiao Chen and Chen Daosheng's concern. Moments later, Xiao Chen and Chen Daosheng left the scene together. Once they reached the ground floor, Chen Daosheng spoke up. Xiao Chen, I have some questions now. Why did that black fox come over to gnaw on Gaudi? Chen Daosheng was completely baffled. Xiao Chen stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, then said, Grandpa, it has to do with Black Dog's blood. Black Dog's blood? At this, Chen Daosheng suddenly understood. Xiao Chen was right. It was the night after he'd been injected with the Black Dog's blood that he was attacked. Did your master say that? Chen Daosheng inquired. Xiao Chen nodded. Grandfather, since Gaudi is no longer active, you needn't worry excessively about this matter anymore. Just continue living your life well from now on. Alright. Chen Daosheng nodded firmly. He then asked Xiao Chen, and what about you? Me? Of course I'll go back to school. Even though not attending university now won't significantly impact my future, I still want to fully experience these final 2+ years. After all, youth only lasts a few years. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Chen Daosheng wholeheartedly supported him. You're absolutely right. Alright, then go back to school. If anything comes up, just give me a call. Yes, Grandpa. Xiao Chen nodded with a smile, then didn't linger long before quickly leaving. Back home, Xu Zhi had already gotten up and was helping her mother care for the baby. Why are you back so soon? Yuan Yuqin was slightly taken aback by Xiao Chen's sudden return. Xiao Chen, what? Not happy to see me back? If not me, who's going to cook lunch for you all? Whoa. That's true. Mom asked with a smile, have you eaten yet? Nope. Don't worry about me, I've lost my appetite. Xiao Chen genuinely meant it when he said he'd lost his appetite. The sight of Gaudi being torn apart by the fox had stirred a wave of nausea within him. Really? Xiao Chen, if you want breakfast, I'll make it for you. Mom, I really don't want to eat. Xiao Chen explained, Mom, I saw some disgusting things at the hospital earlier. I genuinely have no appetite. Hearing this, Yuan Yuqin finally understood. It seemed he genuinely didn't want to eat today. Alright. Mom's going to do laundry. You guys watch the baby. Okay. Yuan Yuqin headed to the balcony. At that moment, Xu Zhi curiously leaned in and asked with a hint of gossip, Honey, what did you see at the hospital just now? I saw something really terrifying. Xiao Chen didn't elaborate, instead striking an exaggeratedly dramatic pose. Xu Zhi couldn't even begin to imagine the scene Xiao Chen described. Terrifying? What could be terrifying? She pleaded, Honey, just tell me. No way. Xiao Chen shook his head. It'll scare the little one to death if I tell you. Oomph. At that moment, Xu Zhi suddenly realized she was older than him. I'm clearly older than you, okay? Well, in my eyes, you're still a kid. Xiao Chen gently stroked her chin. Xu Zhi pouted, looking thoroughly unconvinced. Xiao Chen continued, if you want to know, you can watch 2 horror movies. But whether you'll be able to sleep tonight? I can't say. At his words, Xu Zhi's face paled. She absolutely refused to watch horror movies. Once, she'd accompanied Lu Weiwei to the cinema to see some horror flick called The Cat-Faced Old Lady, and afterward, she'd been too scared to sleep for days. I'll pass. Xu Zhi shook her head, and Xiao Chen chuckled. Alright. What do you want for lunch? We can grab some stuff at the supermarket later. Xiao Chen relished this leisurely moment. Xu Zhi thought for a moment. I'd like hot pot. Sounds good. We'll grab the ingredients we need later. Half an hour later, just as Xiao Chen was about to head out with Xu Zhi, his phone rang again. Don't answer it yet. Xu Zhi grabbed Xiao Chen's wrist and looked at him expectantly. I bet it's Chen Daosheng calling you. Xiao Chen thought for a moment, then I'll guess it's not him. Alright, you can take out your phone now. Xiao Chen pulled out his phone. When he saw the text on the screen, his face darkened. It really was him. I told you so. Xu Zhi pouted and said, I should have made a bet with you. Xiao Chen scratched his head. Truthfully, he had no idea why Chen Daosheng was contacting him again. Lately, their contact had indeed become rather frequent. He pressed to answer, and Chen Daosheng's voice came through the phone. Xiao Chen, I've got some good news for you. What good news, Grandpa?
Xiao Chen asked. Wang Fuan apparently died at home last night too, probably because of the fox. Really? If Wang Fuan was dead too, it was indeed a good thing for Chen Daosheng. It could be said that Chen Daosheng had lost a particularly troublesome opponent. It's true. I've already confirmed the news. And Wang Fuan's body was even more gruesome than Gaodi's. Good. Anything else, grandfather? Chen Daosheng sensed a certain aloofness in Xiao Chen at that moment. Xiao Chen added, my wife and I are out shopping. Alright. Nothing else. Go spend time with your wife. After hanging up, Xu Zhi pouted at Xiao Chen. Honey, don't tell me you're going out again later. Does that mean I won't get to eat my hot pot lunch? Seeing her slightly aggrieved expression, Xiao Chen shook his head. No way. Even if the king himself showed up today, I'd still be here eating hot pot with my wife. Chen Daosheng didn't call me for anything else. Come on, let's go shopping together. That's more like it. What Xu Zhi needed most right now was Xiao Chen's company. As long as her beloved was by her side, she was content. After entering the supermarket, Xiao Chen bought some beef and lamb, tripe, various side dishes, and dipping sauces, along with ingredients for making baby food. He then headed back upstairs. Wait. Xiao Chen suddenly noticed a new mark on the wall. It looked like a triangle? Chapter 182, The Goal of Becoming a Martial Artist? What's wrong, honey? Xu Zhi hadn't noticed the small mark, but Xiao Chen was usually cautious. He pointed at the mark and asked, honey, was this mark here before? Xu Zhi examined the peculiar mark and shook her head. I don't recall. But if I remember correctly, it must have appeared just recently, within the last few days? Are you sure? Xiao Chen recalled that the mark hadn't been there when he arrived that morning. Not entirely sure. Xu Zhi glanced at the mark again. This must be something a child drew. Is there a problem? No. Xiao Chen shook his head, went into the room to fetch an alcohol spray bottle, wiped it off, then headed to the kitchen to prepare the hot pot for lunch. Xu Zhi and his mom watched over the child. Meanwhile, autumn wind courtyard. Wang Fuan's residence. Shenli was still weeping bitterly over Wang Fuan's death. After Wang Fuan's death, Shenli gathered his business associates and close friends to handle the funeral arrangements. Upon hearing the sudden news of Wang Fuan's death, his friends were all deeply shocked. When they learned the cause of death involved a group of foxes, everyone fell silent. As members of the Jinjiang Merchants Association, they all knew Wang Fuan had sought out the five poisons sect to frame Chen Daosheng's wife. But Gao Di had sworn up and down that his method would go undetected, and even if discovered, it would be too late. But why did Wang Fuan die over this? Gao Di had vanished without a trace. The group was utterly baffled. Just then, Shenli remembered a surveillance recording. Right, there's a surveillance recording you should see. He opened his laptop and clicked on the footage. The footage showed the night before last, when Xiao Chen and Chen Daosheng brought Gao Di over, followed by Xiao Chen fighting with the bodyguard. The most bizarre part was that Xiao Chen had used some strange technique to completely shatter the bodyguard's hand. Yet his own hand remained completely unharmed. Who is this kid? A burly man with a face full of fleshy rolls and a thick gold chain around his neck spoke up. I know this guy. He's the grandson Chen Daosheng adopted with great fanfare. His name is Xiao Chen. He's a sophomore at Jiangcheng University. His father used to be an ordinary employee at Muxu Technology. Later, it seems Xiao Chen saved Chen Daosheng's life. Chen Daosheng then acquired Mushu Technology and gifted it to Xiao Chen. The surrounding crowd froze in surprise. So it's him. At that moment, a man with a sharp, monkey-like face remarked, Xiao Chen's techniques are too bizarre. He must possess some extraordinary talent. Otherwise, Chen Daosheng wouldn't be in such frequent contact with him. What do you think? Could this Xiao Chen be a martial artist? Martial artists were the stuff of legend in Jiangcheng. Legend has it that some individuals are born with extraordinary physiques, enabling them to cultivate martial arts manuals. Once they became martial artists, their combat prowess far surpassed ordinary people. Some even mastered qigong, potentially capable of flying onto rooftops. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd drew sharp breaths. The burly man with a face full of fleshy folds spoke up, what bull martial artist? Does such a thing even exist in this world? The sharp-nosed, gaunt man chimed in, seems like they do exist. There's one in Jinghai City who claims to be an 80-year-old martial artist, but who knows if it's true. An old friend of mine once asked him for a favor. Seriously? The others exchanged bewildered glances. At that moment, a square-jawed man spoke up, regardless, Wang Fuan is already in trouble. That Chen Daosheng must know we're after him. In my opinion, we should think of another way, just take care of Chen Daosheng once and for all. Is he that easy to deal with? I feel like taking care of him first means dealing with this Xiao Chen too. He's easy to deal with? That guy's so unpredictable, he's far trickier than Chen Daosheng. At that moment, everyone voiced differing opinions. Just then, the sharp-nosed, monkey-cheeked skinny man stepped forward. What do you think? If we seek out that martial artist in Jiangcheng, do you think it's worth a shot? The martial artist from Jiangcheng? The burly man with a face full of fleshy rolls eyed the skinny one. Is he reliable? I can reach out to my friend.
Plus, this martial artist only charges after the job's done.
Seriously?
Since the sharp-nosed, monkey-cheeked skinny guy wasn't known for his integrity, no one really trusted his word. But he was utterly confident in himself.
I think it's legit. Besides, we don't have any other options right now. Who among us could possibly stand up to Chen Daoshang?
And don't forget, it was Xiao Chen's father who stole our business. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement.
That was true.
They hated Chen Daoshang and Xiao Guosheng intensely. If they could eliminate these two men and then leverage certain connections, they might even reclaim the projects snatched away by Mushu. Though their company still maintained a certain scale now, if Mushu were allowed to thrive unchallenged in Jiangcheng, their own survival space would shrink by the day. The fat man glared at the sharp-faced man, then hurry up and contact your friend. Oh, and show this video to that martial artist too. Ask him if he can take care of Xiao Chen.
Our budget, 20 million.
At that moment, Chen Li spoke up, I can add another 10 million. As long as it avenges my husband.
Alright, I'll get in touch immediately.
The sharp-nosed, monkey-cheeked man found a quiet spot and made his call.
Meanwhile, achoo! Achoo!
Xiao Chen suddenly sneezed twice.
Xu Zhi, who was washing vegetables, looked at him. Honey, are you catching a cold? First you think, then you curse, then you catch a cold. I just sneezed twice, someone must be cursing me. Someone cursed you? Xu Zhi thought Xiao Chen had such a good character, how could anyone curse him? Who's cursing you? I have no idea. Xiao Chen shook his head. Never mind that. We'll be having hot pot soon. Xu Zhi asked, are you still making some complimentary foods for the baby? Sure. You and mom can eat first. I'll keep making the baby food. Okay.
After placing the washed vegetables on the dining table, Xu Zhi sat down at the table. As Xiao Chen prepared ingredients for the baby's food, the system suddenly popped up. Host, please be cautious recently.
Someone has hired martial artists to target you. What the hell?
Hearing this, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat.
Martial artists? Target me? Damn it, so these people have already set their sights on him? Martial artists, could they be like those immortal cultivators in novels? Xiao Chen felt a headache coming on. What a day, nothing was going right. System, what exactly is a martial artist? Chapter 183, ever heard of Sunrise Capital?
Though Xiao Chen had encountered several martial artists, he still didn't know what they truly were.
So now, Xiao Chen wanted to ask the system.
At that moment, the system spoke, Host, you can understand martial artists as individuals possessing internal energy, true chi, and mastering martial arts techniques.
Hearing the system's explanation, Xiao Chen's face darkened. Does that make me a martial artist?
The rewards the system had granted him earlier were exceptionally lavish.
His current physical prowess alone could utterly annihilate peers his age. Even some professional fighters might not be his match.
The system then stated, Host, you are indeed a martial artist.
Moreover, your current strength surpasses that of many martial artists. You are truly an elite among martial artists. The cream of the crop in the martial arts world? Xiao Chen felt this was quite a high, but he wondered, what about internal energy? How come I don't know about that?
Sensing Xiao Chen's unspoken question, the system continued, Rest assured, Host. Exercise caution, and problems are unlikely to arise.
So there's a small chance something could go wrong, huh?
His face darkened, but he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he hurriedly prepared some baby food for the infant before sitting down at the dining table.
Xu Zhi and Yuan Yuqin hadn't started eating yet. They would only begin once Xiao Chen joined them. Where's the baby? Xiao Chen asked.
I put him down for a nap.
Xu Zhi gave him a look that said, pretty impressive, huh? The baby was still young, and extra sleep really did help with growth. Then let's feed the baby after we finish eating. Sure.
For some reason, every time they made hot pot at home, Xiao Chen felt it wasn't as good as eating out at a restaurant. Today was no exception.
He asked, Honey, how does the hot pot taste? It's okay.
Xu Zhi said as she dipped a slice of meat.
Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Then eat more. You don't think it's good? The broth and dipping sauces were all chosen by Xu Zhi.
So there was no way Xiao Chen would say it wasn't good.
He replied, Of course not. The dipping sauce chosen by my dear wife is undoubtedly the best. I asked you that earlier to see if it suited your taste. Xu Zhi gazed at him expectantly, then smiled brightly as she asked, And then? If it didn't suit my taste, what would you do?
Xiao Chen, I'd go back to the supermarket and buy different flavors of broth and dipping sauces, of course.
My wife deserves nothing but pampering.
Xiao Chen bared his teeth.
Xu Zhi rolled her eyes. All talk and no action. No way. Xiao Chen immediately objected at this remark. He wasn't the type to just talk the talk. Xu Zhi, then I don't like the sauce. Go buy it yourself. Ahem.
Xiao Chen cleared his throat twice, his butt firmly planted on the chair like a mountain. Mainly, you said it was good earlier.
Next time. Next time for sure. Xu Zhi shot Xiao Chen a withering look.
Xiao Chen grinned and dug into his meal.
After the meal, the two babies woke up.
Along with their milk, Xiao Chen fed them some solid foods. Since he had classes in the afternoon, the responsibility of caring for the babies fell once again to his mother, Yuan Yuqin.
Watching over 2 children was undoubtedly exhausting, but there was no other option.
Xiao Chen had suggested hiring another nanny, but Yuan Yuqin had politely declined. It wasn't that she disapproved of the nanny's care, but rather that she felt it unnecessary. Even if it meant a bit more fatigue, being able to witness the babies grow up with her own eyes brought immense happiness. After stepping out the front door, Xiao Chen glanced at the wall. There were no markings. Xiao Chen suspected a camera had been installed outside. Moreover, with martial artists ambushing him recently, Xiao Chen suspected that having Xu Zhi or his parents nearby might also put them in danger. But he couldn't do without him either. As for his residence, the other party undoubtedly knew it inside out. This thought made Xiao Chen feel a bit overwhelmed. After arriving at Jiangcheng University and finishing class, Su Kuan, Liang Qian, and the others clamored to go play basketball with Xiao Chen on the court. They'd even brought their girlfriends along to cheer them on. "Honey, wanna come watch?" Xiao Chen was quite confident in his basketball skills, but Su Zhi couldn't care less about the game. "I'm not going. I need to go home and take care of the baby." Xu Zhi was a devoted mother, her mind entirely occupied with her child. Seeing this, Xiao Chen didn't push the issue. After all, the news that the campus beauty already had a boyfriend had spread like wildfire across Jiangcheng University. Xu Zhi headed home first, and Xiao Chen specifically asked her to send him a message once she arrived. Of course, Xu Zhi did send him one. Next, Xiao Chen recruited a classmate from the dorm next door to form a 5-person team, then took on the guys from the neighboring department in a basketball game. Xiao Chen stunned Lu Weiwei, Wang Hui, and Su Yuqing with a block and a 3-pointer. Lu Weiwei held her phone screen up to Xiao Chen, capturing his basketball highlight moments and sending them to Xu Zhi. She even remarked that Xu Zhi not being there was the biggest regret, saying she'd never seen a guy with such incredible basketball skills. At home, Xu Zhi chuckled softly at her phone before quietly saving the videos. Who knew what Xiao Chen would think when he saw these moments again in his old age? In the end, Xiao Chen carried the entire basketball game. By 6:30 p.m., night had fallen, but after all that exercise, he was drenched in sweat. "Damn, Chen, you're on fire." Zuenti and Cheng couldn't help but lean in and say, "Your blocks, your 3-pointers, man, you were just so damn cool." Liang Qian joined in, yeah, absolutely incredible. Way better than that stinky little brother Su Kuan. Su Kuan instantly bristled at the remark. "What do you mean by that? What exactly are you implying? You're saying I'm not as good as Xiao Chen?" "Yeah." Su Tiansheng nodded with sincere honesty. "You just aren't as good as him." Those words pierced his heart like a sharp sword. Xiao Chen, standing nearby, gloated triumphantly. "Su Kuan, you can kneel before me now and ask to be my disciple. If you acknowledge me as your master, I'll teach you everything I've learned in my lifetime." At this, Su Kuan rolled his eyes at him. "But I don't need that. No matter how good your basketball skills are, it won't matter." "How is it useless?" Xiao Chen rolled his eyes and then gave a subtle nod toward the other side. At that moment, several young female fans were staring at him with eyes that practically glowed green. Their gazes were like they hadn't seen a man in years. It had to be said at that moment, he radiated an undeniably potent sexual magnetism. Holy! After catching the girls' glances, Su Kuan couldn't help but let loose with a string of expletives. "It's like the dry die of thirst and the wet drown in flood. Alright, I'm off to grab dinner with my girlfriend." Liang Qian hurried after Su Kuan. "Me too. Me too." Chapter 184, The Enemy Arrives. Since Liang Qian's girlfriend was introduced by Su Kuan's girlfriend, Su Yuqing naturally became close with Wang Hui. So Liang Qian often had meals with Su Kuan as well. This not only strengthened the bond between the two men but also deepened his connection with his girlfriend. Even on weekends, his mother would accompany his girlfriend on outings. At night, Liang Qian would sleep in the same room as Su Kuan. Xiao Chen looked at Xin Tiansheng. "Aren't you going out to dinner with Lu Weiwei?" "She made plans with someone else, so I won't be going." "Other people?" Xiao Chen grinned mischievously. "Guys or girls?" "Probably both." Zuenti and Sheng couldn't care less about such matters. They'd long since passed the honeymoon phase, and besides, Lu Weiwei had mentioned she was busy preparing to start her own business lately. "What do you mean, both probably?" Xiao Chen felt Xin Tiansheng was being irresponsible about their relationship. Just then, Lu Weiwei took a call and left without even saying goodbye to Zuenti and Sheng. Seeing Xin Tiansheng didn't respond, Xiao Chen asked, "You two haven't been fighting lately, have you?" No. Zuenti and Sheng shook his head repeatedly. "It's just, I feel like Lu Weiwei is a bit too perfect. For some reason, I even feel like I'm not good enough for her." "Huh?" Xiao Chen asked, "Why do you say that?" "Look, she's already earning pretty well now, and she doesn't even plan to intern. Instead, she's starting a business with a few classmates. I feel like she has a bright future ahead, but Zuenti and Sheng couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. He was still gaming in the dorm every day and not paying attention in class. At least he didn't fail any courses last semester. Isn't that pretty good? It's nowhere near as good as hers.
Xiao Chen gave him a light pat on the shoulder. You're such a kid. It's fine. When we intern in senior year, I'll get you into a big company.
After 5 years on the job, I guarantee you'll be making over 500,000 yuan a year. Xiao Chen boasted, causing Xian Tiansheng to look up.
Are you serious? You know Sunrise Capital, right? Yeah, I know it. Zuanti and Shang nodded emphatically. What about this company? Holy. Zuanti and Shang let out a string of expletives.
Xiao Chen said, alright, don't be so shocked.
Don't feel inferior. He pressed, seriously, Chen? Are you kidding me? You've got connections with the Sunrise people? We're pretty close. Xiao Chen simply uttered 4 words, you'll find out soon enough. Alright, I'm heading home for dinner. You can go wherever you want.
He cracked his neck and headed toward the school gate. Sushi texted him, saying she'd saved him some food. But just as Xiao Chen stepped out of the campus, he suddenly sensed someone following him from behind.
They're already here?
He suspected it was that martial artist. Crouching down to tie his shoelaces, Xiao Chen glanced back but saw no suspicious figures.
Strange. Was he being overly cautious?
At this hour, the school gates were crowded with college students waiting for buses, all wearing bright smiles.
No one was following him after all. No.
Xiao Chen trusted his instincts. Instead of heading home, he walked toward the urban village. The terrain there was complex, perhaps it would force this person to reveal their true colors. But the urban village wasn't exactly close by, it was actually quite a distance away. Jiangchang was a provincial capital city, and his current location was the university district. There were virtually no old, dilapidated, small residential complexes around. After walking for a while, Xiao Chen confirmed it. Someone was indeed following him. But the person was keeping a considerable distance. Suddenly, Xiao Chen quickened his pace and entered a shopping mall. He was certain the person would lose track of him. After circling the mall once, Xiao Chen browsed the underground supermarket, bought some everyday groceries, and then headed home. When he stepped outside, a light rain began to fall, dampening Xiao Chen's mood. He hadn't brought an umbrella. Fortunately, the rain wasn't heavy. The streets were much less crowded. There weren't many residential areas around the university town to begin with. Walking along the deserted road, Xiao Chen suddenly noticed. Under the dim streetlight ahead, a beggar was standing, seemingly soliciting alms. But this was 2026. In an era where people rarely carried cash, could beggars still collect money? Xiao Chen walked silently forward. When he reached the beggar, he saw that his clothes were exceptionally dirty, and his hands were covered in mud. At that moment, the beggar was holding a small metal basin, which contained a few scattered coins and bills. The more Xiao Chen looked, the more something felt off. Just as he was about to pass by, Xiao Chen spoke up. You're the martial artist who tried to attack me, aren't you? The beggar looked up in confusion. Surprise flickered in his eyes. How had word of this incident reached his ears so quickly? You already know? A hoarse voice emerged from the beggar's throat. Xiao Chen spoke calmly, some things simply can't escape my ears. The beggar slowly rose to his feet. Xiao Chen turned around, and only now did he see the man's true face. The beggar was extremely thin, his skin an eerie pallor, his bones seemingly wrapped only in a layer of white skin. Not an ounce of fat. Any child seeing such an old man would surely be scared to tears. Young man, I must say your network is truly extensive. But, knowing someone's out to get you, yet you still go out for a stroll? You've got some nerve. Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered with further small talk. Cut the nonsense. Do with me as you please. Ha ha ha. Cars continued passing by nearby. Instead of attacking Xiao Chen immediately, the old man asked. I'm curious, why would those merchants target a youngster like you? Xiao Chen muttered to himself, don't you know villains die by talking too much? But Xiao Chen had just learned a crucial piece of information. The people who wanted him dead were merchants. Upon hearing the word merchants, Xiao Chen immediately thought of the Jinjiang Merchants Guild. It had to be them. I don't know. Perhaps it's because I've taken business away from the Jinjiang Merchants Guild. So that's it. The beggar nodded with a smile. Just then, he suddenly realized he might have revealed something. Oh well. Today was the day this little brat met his end. Xiao Chen had already gathered some of his power into his palm. Now, the character thunder in his palm began to faintly glow with a golden light. Palm thunder. The beggar's face twisted in shock upon seeing it, while Xiao Chen froze. Wait, you know about this technique? The next moment, an exceptionally powerful aura seemed to erupt from the warrior beggar's body. Just as Xiao Chen prepared to meet the challenge, the old man before him suddenly took off running. Xiao Chen? Chapter 185, caught a big fish. Only then did Xiao Chen realize that this beggar had channeled all his aura into his legs. Indeed, he sprinted back toward the direction he had just come from. That speed? Even Lu Xiang himself probably couldn't catch up. Xiao Chen was utterly bewildered. Wait, what just happened? Why did he run? Meanwhile, the fleeing beggar wore an equally miserable expression. Damn it all to hell, you didn't mention you could use Palm Thunder. Palm Thunder is a high-level spell.
It requires channeling all your true chi into your palm. Once unleashed, its power is immense enough to blast someone flying. When he first saw the video from the Xinjiang Merchants Guild, he never even considered the possibility of a palm thunderbolt. But now, after witnessing Xiao Chen's formidable power, he wasn't about to risk his own life. Xiao Chen hesitated for only 2.5 seconds before charging headlong forward. His speed surpassed the beggar's by a fraction, his shoes splashing water as he ran. Within 2 minutes, Xiao Chen caught up to the beggar. He grabbed the beggar by the throat, his grip as tight as a pair of pliers, showing no sign of letting go. At this moment, Xiao Chen could easily lift the beggar's body. As a martial artist, he felt the beggar's physique shouldn't be that fragile. This martial artist proved far weaker than Xiao Chen had imagined. He'd envisioned something akin to cultivating immortality. At the very least, shouldn't he put up a fight like in martial arts movies? But you just turned and ran. Wasn't that a bit much? Let me go. Let me go. The beggar's survival instinct was fierce. But Xiao Chen certainly wasn't about to let him go now. He quickly dialed Chen Daoxing's number. Old Chen, I'll send you my location via WeChat. Get over here as soon as you can. Caught a big fish. Got it. Though Chen Daoxing had no idea what was happening, he immediately dispatched someone to drive to the location Xiao Chen had sent. Simultaneously, the system's voice chimed in. Host, you may use the people lock from the system to seize his scapula. This will restrict his use of true chi. A pair of people locks is gifted to the host. You may retrieve them from your spatial pocket. Xiao Chen immediately retrieved the people lock from his spatial pocket and, following the system's instructions, pierced it into the man's scapula. Instantly, the beggar's demeanor underwent a drastic transformation. After being restrained, his expression grew visibly more frantic. Young man, we're both martial artists, fellow travelers on this path. Someone offered a hefty price for your life. I had no choice. I beg you to show mercy and spare this old man's life. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. When you took this job, why didn't you think to spare my life? Now you know to beg for mercy? Xiao Chen shot him a withering look. The beggar was at a loss for words. This guy was a classic bully, strong with the weak, afraid of the strong. But then again, many people were like that. Behave yourself. Cars were passing by one after another, and Xiao Chen feared that a passing driver might actually call the police, accusing him of abusing an elderly person or something. Chen Daoxing worked with remarkable speed. Within 5 or 6 minutes, a black Cadillac pulled up. The driver, however, was a stranger. Are you Xiao Chen? He looked at Xiao Chen and the old man beside him, who looked like a beggar. Old Chen sent me. All right. Could you open the trunk, please? No problem. The trunk of the Cadillac swung open. Xiao Chen yanked the old man inside, snatching his phone along the way. After settling into the passenger seat, Xiao Chen instructed, head to the Chen family estate. Understood. The driver accelerated aggressively, the car roaring to life with a deep hum. Only then did Xiao Chen realize it was a Cadillac Escalade. The driver remained silent throughout the journey, swiftly delivering him to the Chen family manor. Chen Liwei and Chen Lijian were already waiting for him there. Spotting the Escalade pull up, the two immediately approached. What's going on, Xiao Chen? They asked. Let's talk inside. Xiao Chen got out of the car, opened the trunk, and pulled the beggar out. Get out. The beggar shuffled over, trembling. During the drive, he had tried to remove the people lock. But the lock seemed enchanted, utterly impossible to remove. No doubt, Xiao Chen had tampered with it. What is this? Neither Chen Lijian nor Chen Liwei recognized this beggar, but Xiao Chen must have had his reasons for bringing him here. Take him straight to the dungeon. Agreed. The two men escorted him directly into the dungeon. Before long, Chen Daoxing also hurriedly arrived. Xiao Chen, what's going on? Master Chen asked anxiously. Xiao Chen's tone remained calm. The Xinjiang Merchants Guild tried to take me out. They seem to have hired a martial artist, but this martial artist is a bit of a coward. Martial artist? Hearing this word, Chen Daoxing's heart skipped a beat. He asked, Xiao Chen, are you certain he's a martial artist? Yes. Although the beggar had bolted after seeing Xiao Chen's palm thunder, the speed at which he fled was clearly beyond that of an ordinary person. But I've already locked his collarbone with my people lock. There's no threat to us now. Let's go check out the dungeon. All right. Xiao Chen and Chen Daoxing entered the dungeon, where Chen Lijian and Chen Liwei had already locked him in a room. Xiao Chen and Chen Daoxing walked in and saw the beggar lying on the ground, writhing in agony, with blood already flowing from his ribcage. Chen Daoxing frowned. Mr. Chen. The beggar hurriedly spoke up. Chen Daoxing frowned and asked, you know me? I've heard of you from the Xinjiang Merchants Guild. The beggar spoke with great respect. He had managed to stand up despite the pain. Chen Daoxing looked at him. What exactly happened? It's like this. Desperate to save his life, the beggar recounted every detail. He explained how someone from the Xinjiang Merchants Guild had contacted him, instructing him to harm a young man. They had also mentioned that this young man was a martial artist. After inquiring about his age, the beggar assumed Xiao Chen was just a 19 or 20-year-old college student.
Even if he was a martial artist, he couldn't be that formidable. So he took the job. Upon hearing that the beggar's target was indeed Xiao Chen, Chen Daosheng clenched his fists so tightly they cracked. Xiao Chen had saved his life countless times. Even if it meant trading his own old life for Xiao Chen's, Chen Daosheng wouldn't hesitate for a second. Learning the beggar genuinely intended to kill Xiao Chen filled Chen Daosheng with fury. Xiao Chen showed no intention of sparing him either. As long as the man harbored thoughts of taking his life, there was no way he'd walk out of this alive. Chapter 186, Threatening the Beggar. Xiao Chen, why not just execute him right here? Chen Daosheng suggested. Seeing Chen Daosheng's furious expression, the beggar immediately pleaded, "No. Please don't. Mr. Chen, I was blinded by greed. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. May heaven strike me down with 5 bolts of lightning. Mr. Chen, please spare me. I'll do anything you ask, even slaughter every member of the Jinjiang Merchants Guild if you demand it." To save his life, he was willing to say anything. At that moment, Xiao Chen spoke up, "Really?" He sensed that if he wanted to continue operating in Jiangcheng, he had to eliminate everyone from the Jinjiang Merchants Association. Or else, he'd have to make them behave themselves and stop harboring any ulterior motives. Absolutely true. The beggar declared, "You may doubt me as a person, but you must trust my integrity. Then send your grandson, Zhu Huanhuan, to me. Otherwise, I can't just take your word for it, can I?" "My grandson?" Xiao Chen's words struck the beggar like a bolt of lightning. As a martial artist, he usually kept a low profile. Having killed many people, he had carefully concealed his son and grandson. Names and such had never been revealed. But how did Xiao Chen know he had a grandson named Zhu Huanhuan? Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. He received the mission to eliminate Xiao Chen at noon and only arrived in Jiangcheng by evening. In such a short time, how did he learn his grandson's name? "How did you know my grandson's name?" Watching the beggar's terrified expression, a strange smile curled at the corners of Xiao Chen's mouth. He folded his arms behind his back and spoke, "Not only do I know your grandson's name is Zhu Huanhuan, I also know he attends class 2, grade 3 at Jinghai Hueda Elementary School. Your son must have been a late-in-life child for you." Earlier in the Cadillac, Xiao Chen had used the system to retrieve all the information on this old beggar. His name was Chu Dedian, he had a son named Chu Qizheng and a 9-year-old grandson named Chu Huanhuan. "You?" Chu Dishan's eyes widened in shock. Xiao Chen turned his head slightly and addressed Chen Daosheng, "Grandpa, do you have any way to contact someone in Jinghai?" Then quietly capture Chu Huanhuan without anyone noticing. Chen Daosheng answered without hesitation. "Of course, that's no problem. Through my network, I can apprehend an elementary school student without leaving a single trace." Chen Daosheng wasn't boasting, it was the truth. His network was exceptionally extensive. If he wanted to deal with an ordinary person, it was truly just a matter of his will. Of course, Chen Daosheng wasn't a bad person, and he wouldn't target those who hadn't wronged him. Zhu Dedian knew Chen Daosheng wasn't lying. He pleaded, "I beg you. I beg you all, please don't harm my grandson. He's just a child. I beg you." Zhu Dedian wept with heart-wrenching anguish, yet Xiao Chen felt not a shred of sympathy. "Now you know how to cry? Grandfather, make the arrangements. Arrest Zhu Huanhuan." Xiao Chen had learned to be ruthless. If you weren't ruthless toward this world, then the world would be ruthless toward you. Understood. Chen Daosheng pulled out a specially modified phone and dialed a number. "Xiao Chen, we'll have results soon. MHM. Xiao Chen fixed his gaze on the old beggar once more. "You two, grandfather and grandson, should be reunited very soon. No, please don't. I beg you. Don't harm Huanhuan." Zhu Dedian continued wailing uncontrollably. He cursed himself for provoking such a formidable opponent, cursed his own blindness for failing to recognize a mountain when it stood before him. "Old Chen, when the time comes, bring Huanhuan over here. Let the grandfather and grandson catch up properly. Then, just torment him a little. That little brat probably won't last long under any torture." As Xiao Chen turned to leave, Zhu Dedian spoke up. "Xiao Chen." He halted, turning to face him. "What is it? Tell me, what must I do to spare Huanhuan? He only had this one grandson. He couldn't let anything happen to him. Simple. Didn't you just say you could help deal with the Jinjiang Merchants Guild? Just take care of all of them. Take care of them all. After that, I'll let you two go." Xiao Chen merely uttered these words. The final interpretation of these words rested solely with him. "Really? Yes, yes. But can you not arrest my Huanhuan?" Xiao Chen shook his head. "No. I also can't guarantee you won't run away after I let you go. Rest assured, we'll treat the little one well." With that, Xiao Chen and Chen Daosheng departed. Once they reached the ground, Chen Daosheng couldn't help but ask Xiao Chen, leaving him in the dungeon like that, won't something happen to him? After all, Zhu Dedian was a martial artist. In his mind, martial artists were incredibly powerful. Xiao Chen looked at Chen Daosheng with a reassuring gaze. "Grandfather, rest assured. Ordinary people can't unlock the people lock. Unless a martial artist helps them open it.
This is also the system Xiao Chen asked about. The words he just spoke were also the system's exact words. Xu Tian is now just an ordinary person. Chen Daosheng inquired, I also wanted to ask, how did you find out about his family's information? Old Chen, I actually have some connections myself.
Chen Daosheng suddenly realized Xiao Chen was also a martial artist, meaning his connections might surpass his own. In any case, he was determined to latch onto Xiao Chen's coattails.
Xiao Chen glanced at the time. Oh no, Xu Zhi was still waiting for him at home for dinner. He pulled out his phone and sure enough, several missed calls were waiting. Xu Zhi had also sent him several messages on WeChat. Xiao Chen prepared to head home and said, Grandpa, I won't be staying much longer. I'll head home first. My wife is waiting for me to come home for dinner. I've kept her waiting for so long. It's so late. Why don't you stay and eat here? I haven't eaten yet either.
Chen Daosheng tried to persuade him to stay, but Xiao Chen shook his head.
No, Grandpa. I promised Xu Zhi. Please send a car to take me home. Then I'll have Xiao Wei drive you home. All right. Since Xiao Chen insisted on leaving, Chen Daosheng didn't press the matter. He pulled out his phone and called Chen Liwei, instructing him to drive Xiao Chen home. Before long, a BMW pulled up. Xiao Chen, get in the car. All right. Xiao Chen got into the car and waved goodbye to Chen Daosheng. Grandpa, I'm heading back now. All right, come visit again next time. After driving for about 10 minutes, Chen Liwei finally asked, Xiao Chen, what's the deal with that beggar? Xiao Chen replied, oh, him? He's with the Jinjiang Merchants Association. Thud. No sooner had Xiao Chen finished speaking than the car roof seemed to be struck by something. Chapter 187, The Fierce Man in Black. This was an older model BMW 7 Series without a sunroof. Xiao Chen felt the roof dent inward. He asked Chen Liwei, did something hit the roof? But the next second, a sharp blade pierced straight through the roof. Most crucially, the blade's edge was mere inches from Xiao Chen's face. In other words, had he been sitting just 3 or 4 centimeters further forward, that blade would have pierced his skull right then and there. He would likely have been instantly killed. Chen Liwei, who witnessed this through the rearview mirror, didn't slam on the brakes immediately. If he did, Xiao Chen's forward momentum might have caused him to grab the blade. Instead of slowing down, he slammed his foot on the accelerator. Yes, he intended to use the car's momentum to fling the person on the roof off. But this tactic failed. The blade was wrenched free, and Xiao Chen immediately shifted to the left. With a sharp crack, the blade plunged back in. The spot it pierced was precisely where Xiao Chen had been sitting moments before. Stop the car. Xiao Chen had no idea who was on the roof, and his nerves were shot. Hearing Xiao Chen's command, Chen Liwei slammed on the brakes. This time, the figure on the roof was flung off. His body rolled down the front windshield. It was a man clad in a black bodysuit, still clutching the long sword tightly in his hand. The sword resembled a samurai katana. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Is this someone from the land of cherry blossoms? After crashing to the ground, the man immediately sprang back up. Sword in hand, he glared at Xiao Chen with a sinister expression. Xiao Chen stepped out of the car, sensing the aura emanating from the figure clad in black and gold, his eyes the only visible feature. He was clearly a martial artist too. Though he didn't know who the man was, he was certain he'd be tougher to deal with than Chu Dedian. Who are you? Xiao Chen demanded, but the black-clad figure ignored him completely. Instead, he drew his katana and lunged fiercely toward Xiao Chen. His speed was extraordinary, so swift it could be described as faster than lightning. Xiao Chen, watch out. Chen Liwei, seated in the driver's seat, was inwardly alarmed. The opponent's speed was too fast, he hadn't even had time to react before the sword was already drawn. To Xiao Chen's eyes, however, the scene unfolded much more slowly. Not slow, but his movements seemed stiff and sluggish. Xiao Chen sidestepped effortlessly, dodging the slash, then quickly retreated several steps to create distance from the black-clad figure. Only by maintaining sufficient distance could he guarantee his safety. The black-clad figure made no further words, charging forward once more. Watch out, Xiao Chen. Chen Liwei grew anxious, realizing he hadn't brought his gun today. And this black-clad figure seemed quite professional. Xiao Chen closed his eyes, feeling the true energy flowing through his body. The next moment, he opened his eyes. Visibly, Xiao Chen's originally dark brown pupils had transformed into a golden hue. The black-clad figure visibly startled at the sight, yet he didn't retreat. Instead, wielding his long blade, he swung it once more toward Xiao Chen. With a single leap, he soared over 3 meters into the air. The cold blade in his hand reflected the moonlight. Xiao Chen looked up, and this time, he did not dodge. Instead, he directly employed his hard qigong. He had used this technique before to block Sato Shojiro's attack. And not just once, but several times. This time, Xiao Chen had confidence in his hard qigong. Seeing Xiao Chen make no attempt to dodge, the masked figure's lips curled slightly beneath the mask. He even thought Xiao Chen had been intimidated into stupidity by his overwhelming aura. Whoosh! The sharp whistling of the blade cutting through the air pierced Xiao Chen's eardrums. Hearing the sound, he instantly thrust out his left arm. Clang! The metallic clang echoed once more.
Compared to the previous strike, Xiao Chen distinctly felt a sharp pain shoot through his fingers. Yet there was no wound on his hand. Or rather, Xiao Chen felt no wound forming on his hand. His right hand had already gathered a palm strike. Taking advantage of the black-clad figure's momentary daze, Xiao Chen's right palm slammed toward his forehead. Thud! Accompanied by a thunderous crash, the black-clad figure flew backward his body arched as he was hurled away. His body slammed into the greenery before coming to a halt.
Xiao Chen didn't know the man's condition. At that moment, both his hands ached intensely.
His right hand was numb from the shock, and the cut on his left hand throbbed with pain. He flexed his wrists, examining his hands, no visible wounds. Without delay, Xiao Chen sprang up and charged into the greenery. While the black-clad figure was still reeling, he unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks. Then, Xiao Chen ripped off the mask covering his face. It belonged to a young man who appeared to be only 25 or 26 years old. His skin was already red and swollen, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, and half his face was badly puffed up.
Xiao Chen had felt his palm slam into the man's forehead, but in reality, it seemed different. Gasping weakly for breath, Xiao Chen demanded in a threatening tone, "Speak. Who sent you?" He retrieved the people lock from his spatial storage and deftly secured it around the black-clad man's collarbone. The black-clad man glared at Xiao Chen with fierce eyes, refusing to utter a single word. Xiao Chen couldn't tell if he was mute or what, but from start to finish, he hadn't uttered a single word. "What's going on?" At that moment, Chen Liwei also ran over. He saw the black-clad man lying on the ground, gasping for breath, and didn't recognize him. Take him back and throw him in the dungeon too. Xiao Chen's points were running low now, meaning he couldn't afford to check the man's identity. But by locking him in the dungeon, he was confident the man would eventually break under torture. Understood. Xiao Chen's body felt weak. Only now did he realize that using the palm thunder technique had greatly drained his stamina. His body would also enter a recovery period. Chen Liwei and Xiao Chen carried the black-clad man into the BMW together. Xiao Chen glanced at the cold, gleaming blade lying on the ground. He sensed this blade was exceptional. It was his to keep. On the way, Chen Liwei also called Chen Daosheng. He reported that they had been attacked by someone. Upon hearing this, Chen Daosheng was overcome with anxiety, immediately asking about Xiao Chen's condition. Had anything happened? Only after hearing that Xiao Chen had subdued the opponent did Chen Daosheng's heart finally settle. When they met again, Chen Daosheng was wearing pajamas, having thrown on a coat hastily before coming out. It was quite cold outside, and Xiao Chen was taken aback by Chen Daosheng's attire. "Grandpa, have you already gone to bed?" Chen Daosheng chuckled and nodded. "Getting old means I sleep early and wake up early now." "Wait, what exactly happened tonight? Who attacked you?" Chapter 188, He called me a. Xiao Chen shook his head. "I don't know who that person is. No matter what I asked him, he wouldn't say a word. And his skills were quite impressive. But I've already subdued him." Xiao Chen, Chen Liwei, and Chen Daosheng descended underground. Seeing the three return, Xu Dedian immediately spoke up. "Why are you back? Did you decide not to touch my Huan after all? Is that it? Is that it?" The trio bypassed this room entirely and proceeded to the one adjacent to Chu Dishan's. The black-clad man was now bound and gagged. Xiao Chen pointed at him and said, "Grandfather, it's him." Xiao Chen sounded like a child tattling on someone. Chen Daosheng glanced at the black-clad man twice. He hadn't seen this person before either. "Forget it." Xiao Chen shook his head. "Grandpa, I really should head home now." "Just leave him tied up, this guy probably won't talk anyway." With that, Xiao Chen departed. His body ached terribly, especially his right hand, which was now numb and almost completely insensitive. This time, Xiao Chen didn't have anyone escort him. Instead, he hailed a cab. He feared further danger might arise. Fortunately, today's target was him. By the time he returned home, it was already 9 o'clock at night. After opening the door, Xu Zhi shot Xiao Chen a disapproving look. "My dear, you're back early tonight." "What the hell?" Xu Zhi's address to him had suddenly changed to dear person. "What did you just call me?" Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. Xu Zhi rolled her eyes. "Person. What, did you play basketball for that long?" "Honey, your husband nearly lost his life today." Xiao Chen realized there was no point explaining to Xu Zhi, so he simply dropped it. "What's going on?" Seeing that Xiao Chen didn't look like he was lying, Xu Zhi waved her hand dismissively. "Never mind. Is there any food left? I'm starving to death." "Sure thing." Xu Zhi replied. She hurried off to warm up his meal while Xiao Chen pulled the knife from the black-clad man out of his spatial ring. The blade was entirely silver, sharp enough to slice through iron like mud. It could pierce through the roof of a BMW with ease. It was indeed a fine piece of work. About 10 minutes later, Xu Zhi entered the bedroom. "Honey, your meal is ready." "Huh? When did you buy this knife?" Her gaze also fell upon the blade, and Xiao Chen quickly stowed it away. "This thing is extremely sharp. Don't touch it." "Like I'd want it anyway." Xiao Chen walked into the living room and stowed the knife away in his spatial storage. He sensed it might come in handy if danger arose later. Of course, he didn't put it away in front of Xu Zhi. With his parents and the two babies all out, Xiao Chen asked, "By the way, where are mom and dad?" "Mom and dad took the babies out." Xiao Chen nodded. They shouldn't be in any danger. After dinner, mom, dad, and the babies would be back. Xiao Chen lay exhausted on the bed, his hand finally feeling a bit better. "What's wrong with you today? You're exhausted after just playing some basketball?" Xu Zhi asked with a smile. Xiao Chen's face darkened. "No way. Too many things on my mind. I just want to sleep." Xu Zhi said, "Then go to sleep." "All right." No sooner had he spoken than Xu Zhi heard Xiao Chen snoring. Wait, he fell asleep that fast? And he hadn't even taken off his clothes. She shook her head, then helped Xiao Chen take off his clothes and tucked him under the quilt. The next morning, Chen Daosheng sent someone to pick him up early and drive him to the Chen family estate. Why pick up Xiao Chen? Because Chu Huanhuan had already been captured by Chen Daosheng's men. At that moment, inside the villa of the Chen family estate, Chen Liwei brought Chu Huanhuan before Chu Dedian. "Grandpa, why are you here?" Third grader Chu Huanhuan looked at his grandfather, utterly bewildered. Last night, several strangers suddenly approached her father. He then handed her over to them. The strangers said they were taking him to find his grandfather. Chu Dishan's mouth twitched. At that moment, Chu Liwei spoke up, "Don't worry, we didn't kidnap your grandson. On the contrary, your son also knows he's coming to Jiangqing today." Hearing this, Chu Dedian nodded in relief. He gently stroked Chu Huanhuan's hair and said, "Of course it's Grandpa who missed Huanhuan. How are Huanhuan's grades lately? No slipping, right?" he asked gently. Chu Huanhuan nodded. "Grandpa, my grades are steady. You don't need to worry. But why isn't Dad here?" "Dad still has work to attend to." After letting grandfather and grandson chat for a while, Chen Daosheng and Xiao Chen brought Chu Dedian out. Chen Daosheng spoke up, "You've seen your grandson now, and we haven't revealed to your son that you're a martial artist." Actually, his son knew he was a martial artist. Chu Dedian nodded. We'll stick to our agreement. You figure out how to eliminate the Jinjiang Merchants Guild. If I'm not mistaken, there should be 6 of them left, right?" "Correct." Chu Dedian replied. "Then I'll await your good news." Chu Dedian pointed to the lock on his collarbone. "You'll need to unlock this first. And then, get me a change of clothes." Chen Daosheng would certainly fulfill these requests. He nodded and said, "All right, butler. Take him to get some clothes and tidy up his appearance." Understood. At this moment, Chen Daosheng had already replaced his steward. Xiao Chen also directly helped him retrieve the peephole lock. After they had walked away, Chen Daosheng asked, "Xiao Chen, do you think Chu Dedian will behave himself?" "He will." Xiao Chen could tell that Chu Dedian was exceptionally afraid of death and deeply loved his child. He's a coward who values his life above all else, and he adores his grandson. Rest assured, he'll definitely come back with good news. Chen Daosheng found Xiao Chen's reasoning sound. "By the way, I had someone question that black-clad man. He wouldn't say a word. Exactly as I expected." Xiao Chen spoke up, "Just keep him locked up. If he won't talk, then forget about him. Let him fend for himself." But Chen Daosheng was about to protest, but suddenly realized Xiao Chen's words made perfect sense. Since the man wouldn't speak, releasing him was out of the question. "All right." Xiao Chen glanced at his watch. "Well then, old Chen, I'll be heading back now." "Why the rush?" Chen Daosheng asked. Xiao Chen's face darkened. "Grandpa, to be honest, I've been with you constantly lately. Guess what Xu Zhi has been saying about me?" "What did she say?" "Xiao Chen, he said I like you, that I'm a pervert." Chapter 189, Your dear Grandpa Chen is after you again. Ha 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 ha. Chen Daosheng nearly laughed himself to death upon hearing that. Xiao Chen's little girlfriend actually said that, and it was kind of cute. "Alright, then you can go back." "Alright, call me if anything comes up." Xiao Chen nodded and left. Not long after, Chu Dedian emerged wearing a fresh set of clothes. As he approached Chen Daosheng, the latter distinctly sensed a different aura emanating from him. He now appeared energetic and vibrant. After exchanging a few words with Chen Daosheng, Chu Dedian departed. He had already made up his mind internally to fulfill Xiao Chen's request as much as possible. However, he couldn't possibly kill all 6 people at once. Though he was a martial artist, that didn't mean he was invincible. If the police found out, he would face criminal charges. After leaving the Chen family estate, Chu Dedian immediately sought out the sharp-nosed, monkey-cheeked skinny man. Shen Xiaoshui. Shen Xiaoshui was the general manager of Wanda Technology. Though not particularly handsome, he had no fewer than 10 secretaries surrounding him. And each one was stunningly beautiful. Upon arriving at Wanda Tech, Chu Dedian headed straight for young Master Shen's office. Pushing open the door, he found a secretary clad in black stockings kneeling before Shen Xiaoshui. He couldn't tell what she was doing. The desk blocked most of Chu Dishan's view, and at that moment, Shen Xiaoshui noticed someone had entered without knocking. Had it been anyone else, he would have erupted in fury.
But recognizing the visitor as Xu Dedian, he immediately ordered the secretary in black stockings to stop what she was doing. He whispered, "Step aside." He scrambled to his feet, adjusted his trousers, and looked at Xu Dedian. Then, with great deference, he said, "Master Chu, I didn't expect you back so soon. How did things go?" Yesterday, Xu Dedian had assured him with absolute confidence that he could handle a 19-year-old greenhorn with 100% certainty. Young Master Shin had undoubtedly believed his words without a doubt, never imagining Xu Dedian could fail.
Of course it went smoothly.
Xu Dedian replied with a smile. Only after the black stocking secretary left the room did he continue, "I disposed of the body in a certain place. Would you like to come take a look?" At this, Shin Xiaoshuai's eyes lit up. Once Xiao Chen was dealt with, eliminating others would be child's play. Next on the list was Xiao Chen's father, Xiao Guosheng. Once Mushu technology imploded, those previous projects would surely come back. The government would undoubtedly hand these projects back to them first. "Alright, let's go," Shin Xiaoshuai declared, and soon they all left the company together. Xu Dedian led Shin Xiaoshuai into a dimly lit alleyway, an area with sparse surveillance and poor conditions. Shin Xiaoshuai couldn't help but ask from behind him, "Wait, Mr. Chu, why did you bring me here?" Dishin replied without batting an eye, "This place is dark and secluded. If we take action here, no one will notice. Even though I'm a martial artist, there are still quite a few people I need to be cautious of." Upon hearing Chu Dishin's words, Shin Xiaoshuai found them reasonable. "You're absolutely right. Mr. Chu, next up is Xiao Chen's father, Xiao Guosheng. Since you could handle Xiao Chen, surely a mere ordinary man poses no challenge?" Shin Xiaoshuai was still lost in thoughts of his future life when, suddenly, Xu Dedian spun around. Channeling his internal energy, he delivered a palm strike directly to Shin Xiaoshuai's chest. Shin Xiaoshuai felt as though his chest had been shattered, his heart trembling violently. His heart pounded violently twice before his entire body went limp, collapsing to the ground. His eyes widened in shock, seemingly unable to comprehend why Xu Dedian had suddenly attacked him. "You!" A final, feeble sound escaped his throat before he breathed his last. "Dead as a doornail." Dishin pulled out his phone expressionlessly, snapped a photo, recorded the location, then turned and left. He left only the photograph as evidence, knowing full well that the body would eventually be discovered and reported to the police. Of course, he would be a suspect. But at his age, the police probably wouldn't have any concrete evidence. Besides, his palm strike had caused instant cardiac arrest. During the autopsy, they'd surely conclude the victim had a pre-existing heart condition. The next target. Wang Debiao. That burly, fleshy-faced giant. Afternoon, 3:30 p.m. After class, Su Kuan scurried over to Xiao Chen. "What's up?" Xiao Chen asked, watching Su Kuan as he hesitantly spoke up. "Ha! Master." Xiao Chen was utterly baffled. Su Kuan cleared his throat and said, "Wang Wei thinks my basketball skills are terrible. He said I should learn from you. Didn't you say yesterday that if I called you master, you'd teach me basketball? That still stands, right?" Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. "We're not buddies? You actually believe that? It doesn't count anymore," Xiao Chen said coldly. Su Kuan quickly grabbed his hand. No, Shengu. You have no idea how cool you look when you play basketball. You deleted our school's confession wall. You have no idea you're on the school's confession wall today." Xiao Chen looked utterly skeptical. "Just playing basketball? That could land you on the confession wall?" Back in his freshman year, his basketball skills were solid, and he often played with his roommates. Why hadn't he made it onto the confession wall back then? "Are you serious?" Xiao Chen asked. Su Kuan rolled his eyes. "Of course it's true. So, master, teach me." Xiao Chen felt like he had a lot on his plate lately, but he didn't refuse outright. "Sure, but it's not ideal right now. I need to go home to take care of the babies, they're still too young. When you have time, we can play more on weekends. What do you think? Besides, you know the rules of basketball. This stuff just takes practice to get good at." Su Kuan nodded, conceding Xiao Chen had a point. "True. Well, let's play more often from now on." "All right." Su Kuan turned to leave, but Xiao Chen called after him, "Hey, where are you off to now?" "To hang out with my girlfriend, of course." "What's up?" "Nothing." Xiao Chen smiled and shook his head. But inside, he cursed him under his breath. Others would offer their master a cup of tea as a sign of respect. But you? You just want to run off. Teach you? Teach you nothing. Xiao Chen left immediately. Soon evening arrived. Xiao Chen was in the main bedroom's living area, playing with Xu Zhi and the two babies. Just then, the phone on the nightstand rang. Xu Zhi spoke up, "Honey, your dear Grandpa Chen is looking for you again." Chapter 190, Have you truly forgiven them? What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Chen laughed. What if it's not him? The moment the phone rings, I know it's him. Xu Zhi said. Xiao Chen quickly grabbed the phone and saw the name Chen Daosheng flashing on the screen. He couldn't help but smile. My wife is so sharp, it really is him. Go answer it. It's getting late. After the call, go take a shower. All right. Xiao Chen got out of bed and stepped onto the balcony to answer the call.
On the other end, Chen Daoxing chuckled, Xiao Chen, I've got some good news for you. What good news? Xiao Chen asked.
Chen Daoxing replied, that guy Chu Dedian has already taken care of young Master Shen. Oh, right, young Master Shen is a member of the Jinjiang Chamber of Commerce and the general manager of Wanda Technology.
Really? That's fantastic. It's already been reported in the news. I think it must have been Chu Dishan's doing, though he hasn't contacted me yet. Good.
Xiao Chen asked with some concern, then grandfather, this should mean Chu Dedian has started targeting others. Chen Daoxing had been thinking the same thing. He continued, but we still haven't gotten the black-clad man to reveal the details.
Then let's just keep him on ice for now, he said flatly.
To be honest, they really had no other options.
This was the only way forward. Well, that's all for now. Get some rest. If anything else comes up, I'll call you.
After hanging up, Xiao Chen returned to the room. He looked at Xu Zhi and said, honey, I'm going to take a shower first.
Later, you can take the kids to your parents.
Okay. Xu Zhi nodded, and Xiao Chen hummed a tune as he headed for the shower.
The next morning, Xiao Chen was once again roused by Chen Daoxing's call. Xiao Chen, do you have time? Hurry over to the Chen family estate. Chen Daoxing sounded unusually anxious on the line. Xiao Chen replied, what's up, Grandpa? I have an 8 a.m. class today. Forget it. Just come over quickly. We need to secure as many resources as possible.
Though Xiao Chen didn't grasp the full meaning behind Chen Daoxing's words, he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he agreed. After informing Xu Zhi, he drove his Xiaomi YU7 to the Chen family estate.
Numerous vehicles were already parked at the estate's entrance. Inside the conference hall, 5 people waited anxiously.
Chen Liwei led Xiao Chen inside. Seeing him arrive, the others finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Xiao Chen, you're finally here.
Xiao Chen didn't recognize these 5 individuals, but he did spot Chu Dedian playing with Chu Huanhuan.
What was he doing here? Grandfather. Xiao Chen walked straight in.
Seeing him approach, Chen Daoxing gestured to the seat beside him.
Xiao Chen, sit down.
Sure. After Xiao Chen sat down, Chen Daoxing introduced, these gentlemen are all members of the Jinjiang Chamber of Commerce.
This is Wang Debiao. This is Wang Anjian. And this is...
Truthfully, upon learning they were from the Jinjiang Merchants Association, Xiao Chen felt no particular surprise. Given that young General Shen had died yesterday, they should have been panicking upon hearing the news. And they should also have figured out that Chen Daoxing was behind it. So it seemed they'd come seeking peace today.
Hello. Xiao Chen greeted them with a smile.
Though his expression remained calm, a cold, murderous intent had already flashed in his eyes.
Chen Daoxing knew Xiao Chen wasn't some harmless little cutie.
He must have already grasped the gravity of the situation. The 5 people before him dared not meet Xiao Chen's gaze directly. This seemingly harmless youth was a martial artist. If Xiao Chen wanted their lives, it would be a matter of mere moments.
Xiao Chen continued, so, you all came here today? Is it to reconcile with old Chen and me?
Yes, yes, yes.
The 5 replied in unison. Xiao Chen folded his arms. Then perhaps we should discuss it. Gao Di and Chu Dedian? Those 2?
The 5 men froze at the mention.
Gao Di was hired by Wang Fuan.
Though he was dead, they were aware of this matter.
As for Chu Dedian, that went without saying.
At that moment, all 5 of them felt incredibly tense.
This matter.
At that moment, one of the 5 men, a thin fellow named Wang Anjian, spoke up. Well, this matter is indeed our fault. We were just trying to survive. Back then, old Chen took all our performance bonuses, plunging our company into a massive crisis.
We harbored resentment back then. Grandfather, I don't think we can forgive them.
On the contrary, they should all be locked up in the dungeon. Xiao Chen spoke calmly. They tried to take Grandma's life. No, they likely intended to kill everyone in your family and mine. Now that they know they're no match for us, they've come begging for peace. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Chen Daoxing hummed in acknowledgement. Then he closed his eyes, as if deep in thought. Xiao Chen's words carried undeniable logic, and the 5 men were utterly stunned. They hadn't expected him to show them no mercy whatsoever. Yet they could say little in response.
This was deeply unsettling. Moments later, Chen Daoxing opened his eyes. Gentlemen, return now. Chen Daoxing's words were utterly flat, devoid of any emotion whatsoever.
This. The 5 exchanged glances.
Wang Anjian spoke up directly. Master Chen, are you truly going to kill us? Master Chen, I have fully acknowledged my mistake. Moreover, we are all respected figures in Jiangcheng.
If you forgive us, we will remember it forever.
In Jiangcheng, we will certainly serve you, Chen. The others chimed in, yes, yes.
Master Chen, everything we did to you back then was done in the heat of the moment.
Please, let bygones be bygones. Forgive us this once.
Even if you gave us 100 times the courage, we wouldn't dare do it again.
Xiao Chen remained silent.
If he were Chen Daoxing, he would never forgive these men. Of course, he wouldn't kill them outright either.
Instead, he would secretly eliminate them over time. Chen Daoxing sighed and spoke, I'm old now. I no longer wish to linger in Jiangcheng. All I want is to spend my days peacefully with my wife. I appreciate your remorse. I won't harm you. But I hope
that you cease interfering with me, with Xiao Chen, with Rising Sun Capital, and with Mushu Technology. Hearing this, the five of them felt a surge of hope. But they didn't show it too much.
Yes, old Chen, we will certainly comply. Let's go.
The five quickly departed the scene. Once they were out of earshot, Chen Liwei asked his father,
Dad, you really forgive them? Chen Daosheng shook his head. No way.
Mr. Huang, please help me eliminate one more person.
Then you and your grandson can go back. Chapter 191, Lu Weiwei's business venture. Xu Zhi nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Yes. But just one person? Yes, just one will suffice. Chen Daosheng nodded slowly. All right, I'll handle it immediately. He looked at Huan in his arms. Huan, Grandpa has some business to attend to. Tonight, we'll head back to Jinghai together, okay? The little girl named Huan nodded blankly. Okay, Grandpa. Xu Zhi soon departed.
With him gone, Xiao Chen felt there was no need for him to linger any longer.
Well then, Grandpa, I'll be heading back too.
Chen Daosheng didn't try to keep him, and Xiao Chen didn't feel the need to interfere. Since those five men had made up their minds to kill Chen Daosheng, there was truly no need to stay. For the next stretch of time, nothing major happened. Chen Daosheng's life finally settled into a calm rhythm, with no one coming to cause him trouble anymore.
Dad's work was progressing exceptionally smoothly.
Currently, many government servers had been temporarily set up in Jinghai, with the city now operating the administrative systems. As for the Jinjiang Chamber of Commerce, Xu Zhi and that silent man in black, Xiao Chen asked nothing about them. It was just that during this period, he hadn't heard anything about their whereabouts.
Perhaps Chen Daosheng had already dealt with them all. Before long, it was late June.
Xiao Chen's two children could now take a few simple steps and had even learned to call out Daddy and Mommy.
But they could only say Daddy and Mommy.
Words like Grandpa and Grandma were completely beyond them. This left Yuan Yuqin and Xiao Guosheng utterly speechless. Despite spending so much time caring for them, the babies only knew how to call out Daddy and Mommy. At that moment, in room 448, Zuantian Shang was packing his belongings with a heavy heart. His girlfriend, Lu Weiwei, was leaving campus for an internship. Starting next month, she wouldn't be on campus anymore.
Sniffle. Su Koen rolled his eyes beside him. Dude, what are you getting so upset about? Lu Weiwei's starting her business right here in the university town. It'll take less than 20 minutes to visit her from campus. Plus, you've already rented an apartment. You can totally go over to her place for some flower arranging at night. Stop moping already. Su Koen rolled his eyes again.
Xian Tianqing spoke up. Think about it, how tough it is for a young girl to make it in a big city.
This summer, I'm going to spend quality time with her and lend her a hand. Su Koen muttered under his breath. I bet you just want to get laid.
A few days ago, Xu Zhi suddenly approached Xiao Chen to resign from her position as manager at the nail salon. Although working alongside Xiao Chen for a month could earn her a decent income, she still hoped to build her own career. People have different aspirations, and when she requested to leave, Xiao Chen didn't try to keep her. However, he still hadn't mentioned the promise he'd made to give her half the shares. Hearing she wanted to start her own business, Xiao Chen felt she should give it a shot. Their greatest asset now was youth, plenty of room for trial and error. But as for what kind of shop Lu Weiwei wanted to open, Xiao Chen really had no idea.
So he asked, by the way, Xintian Shang, what kind of shop does Lu Weiwei want to open?
I heard she wants to franchise a bubble tea shop.
A bubble tea franchise? Xiao Chen felt his vision go dark. Because there were simply far too many bubble tea shops in the university town. Su Koen and Liang Qian didn't think much of it. Su Koen chimed in, then when we go hang out at the university town next semester, we'll hit up Lu Weiwei's bubble tea shop. You better let us drink for free. Of course, absolutely. Zuantian Shang nodded cheerfully. Only Xiao Chen asked, what brand of bubble tea shop? Have you decided yet? He shook his head. Not yet, but Lu Weiwei's been searching online for ideas lately. Moshua Bingchang? Xiao Chen felt opening a Milk Snow Ice City wouldn't necessarily lose money after all, its sales were proven. No. Zuantian Shang shook his head. We checked with Milk Snow Ice City. First, the startup costs are pretty steep. Second, there are already several Milk Snow Ice City locations in the university town area. That market's saturated. That's true. There were indeed many milk tea shops near the university town.
Xiao Chen felt that entering the milk tea shop market now would be extremely challenging.
What about the franchise fees?
Zuantian Shang, I'll cover part of it, he'll cover part, and Lu Weiwei said her parents would contribute too.
Oh, okay. Xiao Chen nodded. Just then, Xian Tianqing's phone rang. He answered it and immediately left the area.
It was likely Lu Weiwei calling him about something urgent. Just then, Xiao Chen's phone also rang.
It was Xu Zhi. After answering, her voice came through the phone. Hey, honey, have you packed everything yet?
Today marked the end of their final exams, so summer vacation had officially begun.
I don't have much to pack. What about you? Xu Zhi had just been dragged back to the dorm by Lu Weiwei.
Since she was now off to find Xian Tianshine, Xu Zhi should be free for the moment.
I'm all packed. Let's head home first. Okay, I'll head downstairs right away. Xiao Chen informed Su Kuan and Liang Xian before heading downstairs. Since the freshman exam week wasn't over yet, they weren't in a rush to return.
Upon reaching the ground floor, Xiao Chen spotted Xu Zhi waiting for him. Today, she wore a white blouse, a red JK-style plaid skirt, and black pigskin shoes, looking exceptionally youthful and radiant. Even though she was already a mother, her age showed. She was clearly a stunning beauty. Holy cow, you look pretty today. Xiao Chen leaned in and couldn't resist kissing her cheek. Xu Zhi smiled brightly and said, I just changed in the dorm. How do I look? Xiao Chen nodded. The only thing missing is black stockings. Like all guys, Xiao Chen loved seeing his girlfriend in black stockings and such.
Xu Zhi rolled her eyes. Let's go home. Sure. He hadn't driven today.
Walking through campus, he saw many sophomore and junior students pulling suitcases as they left. Senior students at Jiangchun University were required to complete a one-year internship. Typically, they began searching for internships as early as July, though some waited until September to find placements. But many companies had already begun recruiting fresh graduates or interns.
Xiao Chen asked, did Lu Weiwei tell you she's planning to start her own business? Yeah, she already told me. Xu Zhi nodded slightly.
She said she's prepared 200,000 yuan for the venture. For today's college students, 200,000 yuan is no small sum.
Some students might use that money to take a break for a while. But Lu Weiwei wasn't that kind of person.
Xiao Chen sensed that her drive was quite strong.
With 200,000 yuan, there aren't many brands you could franchise, right? Xiao Chen pursed his lips, beginning to worry about Lu Weiwei. Chapter 192, Xian Tiansheng seeks help. What do you think about Lu Weiwei opening a milk tea shop? Xiao Chen asked, wanting to hear Xu Zhi's opinion while also gauging her understanding of the current job market. Xu Zhi pondered for a moment. I think it's a decent idea. Your shop's revenue is solid enough. Honey, this is a special channel. Special channel?
At that moment, Xu Zhi had no idea what special channel meant.
She asked, honey, what does special channel mean? It means special channels, special locations. For example, the area near the university town isn't considered a special channel. You can think of special channels as schools. Because there are more students in this area. Xu Zhi countered, but wouldn't there be even more students in the university district? That commercial street serves several universities. Xu Zhi's point was undeniably valid. Xiao Chen conceded, you're absolutely right. But the rent there is correspondingly higher.
Plus, with competition from other bubble tea brands, the pressure would be intense.
Xu Zhi nodded in agreement. Xiao Chen had a point. So what you're saying is?
Xiao Chen cut straight to the point, I want you to talk her out of opening a bubble tea shop.
Earlier in the dorm, Lu Weiwei had asked Xu Zhi if she thought opening a bubble tea shop was feasible.
Xu Zhi thought bubble tea shops were incredibly easy to run, especially since Xiao Chen had already succeeded. With a successful example right before her eyes, she hadn't worried too much. She'd told Lu Weiwei outright that it was a go. With her best friend's encouragement, Lu Weiwei felt even more motivated to pursue it.
Why?
Xu Zhi still looked clueless.
Xiao Chen spoke up, opening a shop isn't that easy.
Mainly, if she spent around 1 million yuan to open a shop like Jasmine Milk Tea, I wouldn't say anything.
But with 200,000 yuan, I'm afraid she'll fall into a trap by hiring some fly-by-night franchise companies. Xu Zhi nodded again. I'll talk to her about it, but I feel like Lu Weiwei is a bit stubborn. She might not listen to me. It's fine.
I'll also mention it to Xian Tiansheng later, and we can persuade him together.
Alright.
Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi returned home. Their two babies were playing in the living room. As they grew, Xiao Chen had bought them many toys and laid a wool rug on the floor. The two babies were exceptionally lively now, often crawling around the house.
Sometimes they'd stand up and take a few steps, though they still couldn't walk steadily. They weren't even a year old yet, and babies their age didn't seem to walk anyway.
But upon seeing Mom and Dad return, the eldest, Xiao Ming, immediately called out Mama.
Mama, Mama.
His little mouth kept calling out. Hearing the baby call for Mom, Xu Zhi's heart melted. He hurried over and scooped the baby into his arms.
Baby, you're playing here.
At that moment, the older child was playing with an excavator, while the younger one played with a four-wheel drive car. Of course, he didn't know how to turn on the switch for the four-wheel drive car.
Mom poked her head out from the kitchen and asked, Son, daughter, have you two finished your exams? Yeah, we're done. Xiao Chen nodded.
Xu Zhi and I are officially on summer break now, but we can still go back to school these next few days.
Mom, are we going back to Jinghai this summer? Hearing this, Yuan Yuqin replied, why go back to Jinghai? We're not going back. We're not going back? Yes. Your father has already gone back.
There's no point in us going either.
So let's just stay in Jiangcheng. No need to keep dragging the baby around. Fine. Actually, Xiao Chen had planned to take Xu Zhi traveling during summer break. To see the world. He could even bring the baby along. The weather wasn't too hot lately, and he felt a 2-week trip would be perfect. Just then, Xiao Chen's phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He looked at Xu Zhi. Guess who it is? It can't be Chen Daosheng, right? He'd been in touch with Chen Daosheng much less frequently lately, only about once every 2 weeks. He hadn't visited the Chen family estate in quite some time either. He'd heard Chen Daosheng had handed over the entire management of Sunrise Capital to his 2 children, choosing instead to enjoy his retirement with Li Kuihua. They seemed to have traveled quite a bit lately. At this moment, he probably wasn't even in the country. I don't know. Xiao Chen pulled out his phone to see it was Xian Tiansheng. It's Xian Tiansheng. He pressed to answer as a voice came through. Brother Chen, have you made it home yet? Zuan Tiansheng asked over the phone. Xiao Chen hummed in response. Yeah, I'm back. What's up? Need something? Yeah, well. I'd like to treat you and Xu Zhi to a meal with Lu Weiwei. Treat us to dinner? Xiao Chen asked. Is there something you need to ask me? Heh, yeah. Actually, Zuan Tiansheng wanted to ask Xiao Chen about Lu Weiwei's shop. After all, he had mo Li by running smoothly at school. So he wanted to learn from Xiao Chen's experience and get some advice. Sure. Xiao Chen didn't refuse, but he was honestly getting a bit tired of eating out at restaurants. But no need to treat us. How about coming over to my place for dinner tonight? Your brother Chen will cook for you personally. Hearing Xiao Chen's invitation to come over, to be honest, Xian Tiansheng was definitely tempted. Xiao Chen's cooking was absolutely exquisite, incredibly delicious. Just thinking about it made one's mouth water. But he had intended to treat them, yet now it had turned into them coming to his place. That didn't feel quite right. Brother Chen, let me treat you instead. Alright, it's settled then. I'll send you the location around 6 tonight. Just come over with your wife then. Before Xiao Chen could respond, Xian Tiansheng hung up. Xu Zhi looked at Xiao Chen. What was that about Xian Tiansheng? He said he and Lu Weiwei want to treat us to dinner. It's convenient to swing by, so we'll try to talk some sense into him. I'd like to bring the baby along. Xu Zhi suddenly suggested. Xiao Chen glanced at the toddler in her arms. Sure. It'll give Mom a chance to rest tonight. The 2 babies were especially lively now, and caring for both of them was even more exhausting. After telling Mom they wouldn't be home for dinner, she rolled her eyes. But she had just started cooking anyway, so it wasn't a big deal. At 6 o'clock that evening, Xiao Chen placed both children in the stroller and drove the Xiaomi Yu7 to the restaurant Xian Tiansheng had reserved. The 2 hosts had just arrived when they spotted Xiao Chen still pushing the stroller. They froze in surprise. Zuan Tiansheng hurried over. Holy cow, Chen, you brought the kids? Yep. Xiao Chen looked at Erbao in his arms. Baby, say. Uncle. But at that moment, Erbao couldn't possibly say uncle. Zuan Tiansheng couldn't resist leaning closer, but just then, Erbao reached out and slapped him square in the face. Smack. Chapter 193, Xiao Chen's Perspective. The sound was particularly crisp. Zuan Tiansheng stared at Erbao in disbelief. At that moment, Erbao actually broke into a delighted smile. He. She giggled, her tiny teeth showing, while Xian Tiansheng glared at Xiao Chen. Wait, Chen-gu. You gotta stand up for me. Go play somewhere else. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. Are you seriously going to hit a baby who's not even a year old? Zuan Tiansheng knew deep down that hitting her was out of the question. No, Chen, you really need to rein in your baby, you know? If you keep letting her act like this, she'll probably turn into a shrew. Zuan Tiansheng muttered under his breath, but Xiao Chen paid him no mind. A shrew? Fine. Even if she is a shrew, it won't concern you in the slightest. Zuan Tiansheng couldn't win an argument with Xiao Chen. After entering the restaurant, they went into a private room for 4. After sitting down, Xiao Chen held the baby in his arms. Honestly, eating like this was a bit inconvenient. Xingzi, go get 2 baby chairs. No need. At that moment, Lu Weiwei gazed at the second child in Xiao Chen's arms. Xiao Chen, can I hold him for a bit? Honey, if you're not afraid of getting slapped, go ahead and hold her. Such an adorable little baby wouldn't dare swat me. Lu Weiwei rolled her eyes. When she took the second child, the baby was just as well behaved as when Xiao Chen was holding her. Seeing this scene, Xian Tiansheng couldn't help but scratch his head. Wait, what's going on here? Why did she slap me the moment I got close, but it's fine when you hold her? Lu Weiwei shot him a disdainful look. It's definitely because you're ugly. Look how adorable Qingqing is. Lu Weiwei adored this human cub. Since 2 women were taking care of the child, Xiao Chen naturally saw no issue. Besides, they weren't eating hot pot or grilled meat or anything like that. Just pay extra attention to her care. Just then, Xiao Chen spoke up. By the way, what did you 2 want to talk to me about today? He deliberately left it unsaid, so Lu Weiwei spoke up. Well, I'm planning to open a milk tea shop on the university town's commercial street. I've prepared 200,000 yuan. Xiao Chen, as someone with experience, I wanted to learn from you. Hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded slightly. But learning experience. He realized he didn't really have much to teach them. Xiao Chen asked, are you franchising or starting your own business? Franchise. Have you chosen a franchise brand yet? Upon hearing this, Lu Weiwei nodded. I have. You've chosen one? Xiao Chen paused in surprise. Wait, that fast? Which brand? Seeking Ice City. Lu Weiwei uttered those 4 words, and Xiao Chen froze in disbelief. What the heck is Seeking Ice City? Wait, is this a knockoff of Milk Snow Ice City? Seeing Xiao Chen's expression, Lu Weiwei couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Xiao Chen's lips twitched. How did you even find this brand? Lu Weiwei replied, well, I actually wanted to franchise with Mishi Ice City, but due to regional restrictions and budget constraints, it seemed pretty difficult. Then the franchise manager said Seeking Ice City is a brand under their Mishwei ice cream umbrella. The franchise fee is lower, the products are cheaper, and even the product range is better than Milk Snow Ice City's. Xiao Chen's face darkened. This sounded like a fast food franchise company's scheme. Where did you get Mishwei Ice City's phone number? Xiao Chen asked. Lu Weiwei didn't hide anything. She replied, just on Douyin. Through a direct message? Yeah. Xiao Chen covered his face. Lu Weiwei was usually pretty sharp. What was up with her today? Is there a problem? Instead of answering her question directly, Xiao Chen asked, don't tell me you've already paid the franchise fee? I only paid a 5,000 deposit. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. He hadn't expected her to move so fast. Wait, have you ever seen Sunmi Ice City before? To be honest, Xiao Chen had indeed seen the Seeking Ice City before, but only once or twice. And it seems like it went out of business pretty quickly. Lu Weiwei fell into a moment of reflection and finally realized, strangely enough, she hadn't actually seen it. She shook her head. Then have you calculated the costs: rent, utilities, ingredients, labor and the foot traffic you'd get after selling? Lu Weiwei shook her head again. Xiao Chen realized he had indeed overestimated her. In Xiao Chen's mind, Lu Weiwei was the epitome of a powerhouse woman. But today, why was she? He couldn't understand. The franchisees have already told me all that. For rent, it's about 5,000 a month. Staff costs are 6,000 a month. Ingredients, Xiao Chen said sternly, plus renovation costs. And as far as I know, rent in the university town area requires annual payment. So that's a one-time payment of 50,000. What about the franchise fee? 88,000. What about the initial supplies? 20,000. Plus employee training fees. 8,000. At that moment, Lu Weiwei suddenly realized her money might genuinely be insufficient for all this. Even Xian Tiansheng felt it was unrealistic upon hearing the figures. Honey, I'm afraid this might not work out. Yeah. Xu Zhi chimed in, the risk is too high, especially since we've never even heard of this brand. Maybe we should just forget about it. Lu Weiwei's expression darkened, but I already paid a 5,000 yuan deposit. Xu Tiansheng, forget about the deposit. Honestly, honey, I don't think you've done your homework properly. Don't go down the wrong path. Oh. Xuan Tiansheng had never spoken to Lu Weiwei like this before. In their relationship, Lu Weiwei had always been the dominant one. But this time, she hadn't expected Xuan Tiansheng to suddenly act like a man. Lu Weiwei still couldn't bear to part with the 5,000 yuan deposit. She asked, do you think they'll refund the 5,000 yuan? Probably not. These get-rich-quick companies are ruthless. But 5,000 yuan isn't much, just let it go. Xiao Chen thought for a moment before speaking. Weiwei, I'm not stopping you from opening a milk tea shop, but first, you need to find a reliable brand. Second, you have to plan every single penny of your budget. I understand. Lu Weiwei nodded. I'll think it over carefully. By now, the dishes had all been served. Xiao Chen said, alright, let's talk about this another time. Let's eat first. The group quickly picked up their chopsticks, and Xiao Chen didn't bring up the subject again. Lu Weiwei was simply too young. While her abilities were undeniably strong, she still had some gaps in other areas. After the meal, Xiao Chen invited them into the car and drove the two to Jiangcheng University. Chapter 194, Dad Bought a Mansion. After Xu Tiansheng and Lu Weiwei got out, Xu Zhi, holding the two babies in the back seat, couldn't help but ask, honey, why didn't you mention giving Lu Weiwei equity? Also, I feel like we could invest in her too, so she can open a better store? Xiao Chen had actually considered this himself, but given Lu Weiwei's personality, she probably wouldn't accept it outright. As the saying goes, give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. Xiao Chen replied, based on your understanding of Lu Weiwei, do you think she'd want it? Well. Xu Zhi pursed her lips. True. She definitely wouldn't accept it. She wasn't the type to casually accept money from others. She wanted to earn everything through her own efforts. I know her personality well, it seems she really wouldn't. Right. Xiao Chen spoke calmly, actually, I want to help her too. Invest in her? Investing now would feel too calculated. Xiao Chen shook his head again. If she has a solid project already underway, we might consider investing a little. But, a bubble tea shop? There's no real skill involved. Most bubble tea shops don't compete on flavor alone, it's about building a solid reputation in the market. Xu Zhi nodded. Then what about our shares in the nail salon? Let's not give them to her. Xiao Chen always felt that Lu Weiwei was the type who could achieve great things. But young entrepreneurs today need to endure some hardship. Why? Honey, these are your shares. Are you really willing to just hand them over? Xu Zhi pursed her lips. But she worked so hard taking care of me back then. I think we should show gratitude. That's certainly true, but we'll definitely help her. As for the specifics, let's think it over. Alright. After returning home, the two babies played on their own. They'd had a light meal at the restaurant earlier today. Once home, they just need a little more milk. Xiao Chen, have you two decided where you want to go on vacation? Mom asked. Xiao Chen thought for a moment, not yet. Mainly because once Xu Zhi and I leave, you'll be taking care of the two babies. We'll be gone for half a month. Taking care of the babies will be tough on you. It's fine. While you're away, I'll head back to Jinghai so your dad can help out too. Xiao Chen asked, Mom, have you considered bringing Grandma to Jiangchen? Do you really think she'd come? She's still playing mahjong every day. Come to think of it, that was true. Sigh. He sighed helplessly. The travel plans would have to be put on hold for now. Xiao Chen glanced at Xu Zhi. Right now, he was wondering what his future self would be like. Money wouldn't be a concern anymore. As for education, Xiao Chen felt he wouldn't pursue graduate studies, meaning he still had 1 year of college left. The mandatory senior year entrepreneurship program meant that wouldn't be an option either. Time really flies. Back in his dorm room, Xiao Chen stared blankly at the ceiling. Sometimes life really felt rather dull. But watching the little ones grow up was its own kind of joy. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, the phone Xiao Chen had left by the bed suddenly buzzed. He picked it up to see who was calling, and it was none other than his father, Xiao Guosheng. It was his father, Xiao Guosheng. Hello, Dad. Xiao Chen immediately activated speakerphone and held the phone to his ear. Hey, Dad. What's up? Xiao Chen, you're on vacation now, right? Dad said over the phone. Xiao Chen hummed in acknowledgement. Yeah, I already let him go. What's up? Since you don't have much going on right now, why not come to the company for some training? Xiao Chen's face darkened at the suggestion. What the hell? Go to the company to learn? What the hell am I supposed to learn? Dad, what do you mean by that? Xiao Guosheng paused, then continued, this company will eventually be yours. If you have time, come learn about the business. Dad, honestly, I'm not really interested in this kind of thing. Although Mushu had taken over less than a year ago, according to his father's intentions, the company would undoubtedly be passed on to Xiao Chen in the future. But Xiao Chen had no intention of joining the company right after graduation. Dad, I'm not going anywhere near it. You're still young, and the company has tremendous growth potential. Why not leave it to your grandson, Xiaoming? Huh? Dad paused visibly on the phone before replying, Xiao Chen, you'll be starting your internship in a year. Any thoughts you'd like to share with Dad? Xiao Chen thought for a moment, then replied in a joking tone, of course I'll be a big shot, hitting the bars and karaoke joints every day, living it up like a young punk. Then you're not far from death. Xiao Chen hadn't expected his father to be so blunt. He quickly backtracked, Dad, what else can I do? The family certainly doesn't expect me to earn much money. Of course I'll work hard to start my own business and catch up to your company. Catch up to my company? Xiao Guosheng couldn't help but chuckle at this. Honestly, it was utter nonsense. Once the Jiangcheng branch was established, the company's profits would more than double from current levels, though that would take time. Xiao Guosheng didn't believe a word of what Xiao Chen said. He replied, I recently bought a villa in Jiangcheng. It'll be ready for handover in a few days. I'll transfer some money to your account shortly. You handle the handover procedures. The renovation company will be coming over then. You should be there to receive them. What the hell? You bought a villa? Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Old Deng was getting cocky. Where is it? Watertown? Question mark. The waterfront ancient city was a prime location in Jiangcheng, comprising a small 2 by 2 kilometer island. It was filled with traditional courtyard houses. Xiao Chen recalled the price being around 50,000 to 60,000 yuan per square meter. But that wasn't the point. The point was that the properties there were all exceptionally large, the smallest starting at 500 square meters. Dad, how much money would that take? Even if you're loaded, you wouldn't spend money like that. Xiao Chen found homes priced between 20 and 30 million yuan downright outrageous. Well, I just want to give the kids a better environment to grow up in, you know? Plus, the kindergartens, elementary schools, and middle schools over there are the best in Jiangcheng. You heard what I said, right? You don't need to worry about it. Just go handle the paperwork when the time comes. Got it. Xiao Chen pursed his lips. A house that big would take ages to renovate, at least a year or two.
By then, he'd be graduating from college anyway.
Once he finished university, he wouldn't need to live across from Jiangcheng University anymore.
Just then, Xu Zhi walked in carrying a fruit platter.
Honey, have some watermelon. Sure. Chapter 195, handing over the keys. Is that Xu Zhi coming over? His father on the other end had clearly recognized Xu Zhi's voice. Xiao Chen hummed in acknowledgement. Yes, Dad. My wife cut some fruit for me. When you go to handle the property handover, go with Xu Zhi.
I have a meeting here, so I'll hang up now. The dial tone sounded on the other end.
Throughout the conversation, Xiao Chen sensed someone else must have been present beside his father.
The tone was unusually serious.
Xu Zhi set the fruit plate aside and asked curiously, "What did Dad say just now?"
He said he bought a big villa, it's almost ready for handover, and he wants us both to handle the paperwork together.
A big villa?
Xu Zhi paused in surprise.
Xiao Chen nodded. Yeah, near the water town.
Xu Zhi had visited that area before during her studies. The scenery there was beautiful and pleasant. But the housing prices there seemed pretty steep.
When are we going to pick up the keys? Not sure. We'll see. Xiao Chen suspected the paperwork would be a hassle, and besides, the property probably wasn't even registered under his name.
He didn't dwell on these details, instead tucking into the fruit Xu Zhi had prepared for him. The next day, Xian Tianchen called Xiao Chen. After his persuasion the previous night, Lu Weiwei had given up the 5,000 yuan deposit and decided to put the bubble tea shop on hold for now. Xiao Chen was quite satisfied with this news. At the very least, Lu Weiwei hadn't found their advice bothersome. Instead, she'd immediately halted her current course of action. 7 days later, Xiao Chen's bank account suddenly received a massive deposit of 35 million yuan.
Yes, 35 million yuan.
This card had been opened for him by his father, and he'd heard it had no daily spending limit.
As soon as the funds arrived, Xiao Chen's phone rang. The caller was none other than his father. Hello, Dad. Son, did you receive the final payment of 35 million? Yeah, got it.
Perhaps because he'd never seen such a large sum before, seeing that string of numbers made Xiao Chen feel quite the pressure. The Yujing Wang mansion in the old city district is handing over the keys at 2 p.m. today. You and Xu Zhi should go together. There are plenty of activities to participate in on site. I'm really too busy lately to make it myself.
Xiao Chen asked, Dad, does Mom need to come along too?
I haven't told her about this. Such a big deal, and he hadn't even told Mom.
Dad asked over the phone, by the way, did you tell your mom? I haven't. Xiao Chen hadn't told his mom about it because
he felt his dad would say something.
But he didn't. Alright, then don't tell your mom. Otherwise she'll just say I'm wasting money again.
Alright, I'll take Xu Zhi over later. After hanging up, Xiao Chen walked into the living room, where Xu Zhi was holding baby two high in the air. Both babies were still incredibly light. Xu Zhi could easily lift them above her head.
Honey, get ready to head out,
Xiao Chen said as he entered. Xu Zhi, still holding the baby, turned her head and looked at him curiously.
Where are we going, honey? Just going out for a walk.
Since Dad didn't want Mom to know, he didn't mention it either.
Oh.
After placing their second child on the carpet, Xu Zhi and Xiao Chen entered the bedroom. Only then did Xiao Chen whisper, the villa is ready for handover. Dad transferred some money into my account so we can go handle the paperwork.
So soon?
Xu Zhi pursed her lips.
Xiao Chen hummed in acknowledgement. Yeah, Dad mentioned it would be soon last time. Now it's happening.
I'll just do a quick makeup touch-up and put on something nice.
I'll wait for you.
I'll go out and play with the baby first.
All right.
Xu Zhi gave Xiao Chen a kiss and followed him out of the room.
Mom was sitting on the carpet playing with the two babies. Seeing Xiao Chen come out, she asked, Son, are you guys getting ready to go on a trip?
No, just going out for a stroll today. We haven't been out much these past few days. I feel like I'm about to grow mushrooms on my body.
True. Go ahead then. Come back for dinner tonight. All right.
Before long, Xu Zhi applied light makeup and changed into a stunning white dress. Even after living with Xu Zhi for nearly a year, she still took Xiao Chen's breath away when she stepped out. His heart pounded wildly. Xu Zhi was breathtakingly beautiful. Noticing Xiao Chen's gaze, Xu Zhi no longer showed her usual shyness. She had grown accustomed to it.
Let's go, honey. Xiao Chen descended the stairs and drove his Xiaomi Yu7 toward the ancient city district. About half an hour later, the car pulled up near the Imperial View Mansion.
A massive stage had been erected here, with several luxury cars like Rolls-Royces parked nearby. Xiao Chen figured it was only natural for someone who could afford such a mansion to drive a Rolls-Royce. A quick glance revealed his Xiaomi Yu7 was actually the least impressive car in the vicinity. But a car meant little. As Xiao Chen walked over holding Xu Zhi's hand, many eyes immediately turned to them. Mostly at Xu Zhi. Even some middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s were ogling her with lecherous stares. Those leering glances made Xiao Chen feel increasingly uncomfortable. But the pair didn't linger on him for long, instead striding confidently toward the registration desk.
Hello, we're here to complete the paperwork today. Xiao Chen addressed a staff member in a suit. She replied, "May I ask if you are Xiao Chen? You recognize me?" Xiao Chen paused in surprise. The young woman smiled and explained, "We have your records on file. This property was purchased for you by your father. And the property is registered under your name." "In my name?" Xiao Chen froze upon hearing this news. He never imagined his father would have left it in his name. "How big is this place? Let me check." The young lady checked and said, "This villa is 640 square meters total, priced at 50,000 per square meter." That meant the property was worth 32 million yuan. His father had given him 35 million yuan, a surplus of 3 million yuan. "So, where do I go to make the payment?" "Sir, no need to rush. Please relax inside for a moment. There are many activities to participate in today. If you participate, you can receive some deductions on the final purchase price. And the minimum deduction is 1%. Question mark. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback. 1%. Don't underestimate that 1%. Even 1% amounts to 320,000 yuan. Alright, we'll definitely participate. He led Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi to a massage sofa. Xu Zhi surveyed the lavishly decorated interior. "The decor here is so beautiful," she couldn't help but remark, gazing up at the starry ceiling. It must be said, the exhibition center's decor was truly impressive. "If you like this kind of decor, we can completely renovate this villa according to your vision in the future." Chapter 196, Networking Event. "Really?" Xu Zhi's eyes lit up at Xiao Chen's words. She spoke up, "Then I like the cream style." "Creamy style?" Recalling the cream style interiors he'd seen on Xiaomo book, Xiao Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. He thought it was tacky. "Then forget it." Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively. "This villa isn't suited for a cream style decor. Even though the house is under my name, I'll let Dad decide on the renovations." Right. Xu Zhi felt Xiao Chen made perfect sense. She'd be better off not meddling in this matter. Just as Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi were chatting casually, a young man in his mid-20s, dressed in a sharp suit, suddenly approached. He was exceptionally handsome, even Xiao Chen felt he was a cut above. "Hello?" He introduced himself, "My name is Yu Yang. I'm from Jianke Group." Jianke Group? Xiao Chen thought for a moment. It was a construction company, exceptionally large in scale. It should rank among the top 3 in Zhangcheng. So why was he here? Xiao Chen was puzzled, but he extended his hand and shook it anyway. "Hello, I'm Xiao Chen, a student at Zhangcheng University." Yu Yang gave a slight nod before continuing, "Your father is he Xiao Guosheng from Wushu Technology?" Xiao Chen could clearly sense that this man named Yu Yang had investigated him. "You know all this?" "Of course. I've met your father several times." Yu Yang spoke calmly, "The company your father was about to start in Zhangcheng, it was contracted by our company." "So that's how it is." Xiao Chen finally understood. Perhaps this Yu Yang could become a valuable connection for him in the future. "So you and my father have worked together before?" Xiao Chen trusted his father wouldn't cause trouble outside the family. Yu Yang approaching him probably wasn't about debt collection or anything like that, right? "Yes, your father's company is about to break ground soon. In the future, your father might have you come over to handle some monitoring work. If any issues arise, you can contact me anytime." "All right." Yu Yang pulled out his phone. "So, shall we connect on WeChat?" Sure. Xiao Chen quickly pulled out his phone to add him on WeChat. At that moment, Yu Yang turned his gaze to Xu Zhi, "And this is?" "Oh, this is my wife," Xiao Chen stated bluntly. Xiao Chen didn't know what Yu Yang's purpose was in approaching him. Upon hearing this, Yu Yang didn't seem overly surprised. "So she's my sister-in-law." Xu Zhi felt a bit flustered at that moment, but she simply smiled and nodded. "There's red wine over there. Care to join us for a glass?" Yu Yang suggested. Xiao Chen didn't particularly enjoy red wine. No, he simply wouldn't drink it in such a setting. "No, thank you. We'll pass." Yu Yang didn't press the matter. With his strong social skills, he quickly engaged in conversation with others. Xu Zhi watched Yu Yang's retreating figure and couldn't help asking, "Honey, what's his purpose in approaching us?" "I don't know." Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly. But he didn't dwell on it. Moments later, a staff member approached Xiao Chen. "Hello, you two. There will be some activities shortly. You can follow me." "Sure." Xiao Chen was curious about what these activities entailed. Upon entering a hall, he found it already filled with people. Yu Yang, whom they had just seen, was now sipping a glass of red wine with great elegance. These must all be home buyers. "Welcome, everyone, to the delivery ceremony for Royal View Mansion." Suddenly, a host dressed in a white suit appeared holding a microphone. He announced, "We've prepared several mini-games for you all today. By participating in these games, you can use the points earned to offset your final property payment. The first game is particularly simple, poetry flower flying. We'll invite 4 homeowners from the audience to come up on stage and compete in a poetry composition challenge. I'll start with the first line. Each homeowner has 10 seconds to think. If they can't answer, it passes to the next homeowner. Correct answers will also pass the challenge to the next homeowner. Each homeowner who answers correctly will earn 1 point.
Accumulate 100 points and you can offset 1% of your home purchase price. Upon hearing this, most homeowners below remained unmoved.
Moreover, you can transfer your points to others. It's entirely up to you.
At this, Xiao Chen's expression changed.
Holy crap!
Many people around him turned to look at Xiao Chen. Their expressions as if they were looking at a naive little kid who'd never seen the world. But Xiao Chen was thick-skinned by nature, so he didn't feel anything was wrong.
The host spoke up. Are there any homeowners eager to sign up? Who wants to come up?
Most attendees were older and uninterested in this poetry-based word game.
Honey, wanna give it a shot? Xiao Chen asked. Xu Zhi hesitated before speaking. Can I do it? Of course you can. This was the moment to encourage his wife. Shall we try it? Together?
Anyway, I can share my points with you.
Hearing Xu Zhi's words, Xiao Chen realized she had a point. Alright, let's go up together then.
Hand in hand, the two walked up together. Seeing Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi take the stage, Yu Yang followed suit.
3 owners have already taken the stage. Are there any more?
Just then, a young girl who looked like she was only in middle school skipped and hopped her way onto the stage.
Xiao Chen froze. She was so young, would they bully her?
But it would be downright embarrassing if he couldn't hold his own against this little girl. Seeing that 4 homeowners had already taken the stage, the host announced, "Alright, please proceed with your self-introductions.
You may state your name and current occupation."
Hearing this, Xiao Chen could clearly sense that this so-called event was far from just an ordinary gathering. This was an event designed to expand one's network of connections. Every word felt calculated.
The microphone was first handed to Xiao Chen. He began, "Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Chen. I'm a student at Jiangcheng University." It was a simple statement, yet someone recognized him immediately. Xiao Chen from Muxa Technology, that's the one. Ha ha ha.
Xiao Chen's lips twitched.
Wait. They know that?
The microphone was passed to Xu Zhi. She glanced at Xiao Chen and said, "My name is Xu Zhi. I also attend Jiangcheng University." After finishing, she swiftly passed the microphone to Yu Yang, who calmly stated, "My name is Yu Yang, from Jianka Group." Hearing this, the crowd below began whispering and pointing. Then, the microphone was passed to the little girl.
"My name is Su Miaotong. I'm from Recent Group. Chapter 197, all the points for me? Recent Group." Hearing this name, everyone present froze in surprise. Meanwhile, Yu Yang shot a hostile glance at the young girl named Su Miaotong. The host didn't dwell on it.
He announced, "Alright, since everyone has introduced themselves, we can now begin the poetry exchange.
Then, I'll start the opening line. Of course, mine is quite simple, spring sleep knows not dawn." The character dawn was relatively easy to follow.
Xiao Chen responded without hesitation, "At dawn, I see where the dew has turned the grass red."
Where? Now it was Xu Zhi's turn. After about 2.5 seconds of thought, she replied, "Everywhere I go, it's the first month. This poem is Du Fu's New Year. Not only did she give the correct answer, she even recited the entire poem.
Yu Yang clapped his hands.
The word place, how to follow it. Quickly, he said, "Where in the spring river is there no moonlight?"
This is Zhang Ruox's Spring River Flower Moon Night.
The final character was bright, and in classical poetry, bright was exceptionally easy to connect.
In truth, Yu Yang had deliberately arranged it this way. After all, he couldn't let a little girl make a fool of herself. At the same time, Su Miaotong spoke without hesitation, "Tomorrow and tomorrow."
Day. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. This one was simple too.
Just as he was about to respond, the host suddenly announced, "I must say, everyone has demonstrated remarkable skill.
All 4 contestants have earned 1 point so far. Now, let the competition continue."
Xiao Chen, sunlight shines on the incense burner, producing purple smoke. Some ancient poetry lines truly eluded him at first, but this one was relatively straightforward. Xu Zhi, smoke shrouds the cold water, moonlight veils the sand. This is Du Mu's anchoring at the Qinhuai River. It must be said that Xu Zhi's answer was truly impressive. Even Xiao Chen hadn't expected her to recall it so quickly.
Upon hearing the final character sand, Yu Yang furrowed his brow.
After about 5 or 6 seconds, he finally replied, "Herons roost at the sandbar, their wings folded in quietude."
Du Fu's casual verse. Excellent. The crowd below couldn't help but burst into applause.
After all, they hadn't even considered how to answer this question.
That Yu Yang could answer it was nothing short of impressive. The pressure now fell on young Su Miaotong. Quiet. Her eyes darted rapidly back and forth, but in the end, Su Miaotong missed her chance to answer. Indeed, she failed to provide an answer. And now, this question naturally fell upon Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment, surprise lingers in the end, yet no one understands the sorrow. This is from Xu Zhi's Calculating the Stars, written while staying at Dinghui Temple in Huangzhou.
It's a bit obscure, but my parents were strict about my studies when I was young, so I happen to know this one. Xiao Chen said without batting an eye.
At that moment, Su Miaotong's face darkened.
She hadn't expected the question to be so difficult.
Why?
The competition continued.
While Xiao Chen couldn't answer some questions, Xu Zhi easily handled them all.
In the end, Xiao Chen scored 15 points, Xu Zhi 22 points, Yu Yang 12 points, and Su Miaotong 10 points.
This result was already quite impressive.
However, this round had already dragged on for quite some time. There should still be a second and third round. Before stepping down from the stage, Xu Zhi suddenly spoke up.
Excuse me, may I transfer my points to someone else?
Yes. The host replied with a smile.
Then I'll give them to my husband.
No sooner had she finished speaking than the large screen behind them showed Xiao Chen's points had already changed to 37. The couple walked off the stage hand in hand. Just as Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi descended, Yu Yang seemed to exchange words with the host, and Su Miaotong also appeared to say something to the host. By the time Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi sat back down and glanced at the screen again, his score had already jumped to 59.
Xiao Chen looked utterly bewildered.
Indeed, Yu Yang and Su Miaotong had just transferred their points to him. But he couldn't fathom why they would do such a thing. Su Miaotong, having descended the stairs, didn't seek out their parents either.
Instead, she walked straight toward Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi.
Finally, she threw herself into Xu Zhi's arms.
Sis, you were amazing just now.
Xu Zhi? She paused in surprise, but still replied to Su Miaotong, really?
You did super well too, Tong Tong.
Really, sister?
Xu Zhi's praise made Su Miaotong exceptionally happy.
Meanwhile, Yu Yang had also taken a seat beside Xiao Chen. By now, Xiao Chen had realized their approach, along with Dad bringing him to today's event, had a specific purpose. You did well. Yu Yang murmured softly.
Xiao Chen replied, you too. He didn't say much more, instead listening to the host's remarks. Just then, Xiao Chen asked, why did you give me all the points?
No particular reason. I just enjoy participating in this event.
Besides, I doubt I'd have enough points to reach 100 anyway.
Xiao Chen nodded slightly. On the other side, Su Miaotong turned to Xu Zhi and said, Sis, if you think I did well just now, could you reward me with a little red flower?
A little red flower?
Xu Zhi paused for a moment before replying, sure.
How about this after we go out later, I'll buy you a little red flower, okay?
Yes, please. Su Miaotong nodded repeatedly, her lips curving into a blissful smile.
Oh, sister, what are your hobbies and interests?
Su Miaotong asked. Xu Zhi didn't understand why such a young child would ask her this, but she patiently replied, sister usually. She paused, realizing she didn't really have any hobbies. Sister enjoys eating delicious food, loves going shopping, and especially loves watching babies grow up little by little. Xu Zhi didn't even realize she'd spoken those words aloud.
Upon hearing them, Su Miaotong couldn't help but ask, sister, do you already have a baby?
Yes,
and they're almost 1 year old already.
A smile spread across her lips as she spoke, clearly content with her life. After hearing Xu Zhi's words, Su Miaotong remarked, sis, you don't look like someone with kids at all.
To me, you seem more like you're 18.
Sis, I love hearing you talk like that. But sis, why did you give us those points?
Because. Su Miaotong's large eyes darted around in their sockets.
Her dad hadn't told her to do this.
Because you're so beautiful, sis. And my brother is so handsome.
Xu Zhi felt these answers were rather forced. Still, she smiled and nodded.
Xiao Chen made an effort to participate in the subsequent activities.
By 4:30 p.m., his points had reached 104. This meant he could offset 1.04% of the property price.
Chapter 198, Striving to Make a Name for Himself.
The host had just clarified again that once points exceeded 100, they could be deducted proportionally from the property price. However, these activities were quite exhausting.
With only one final event remaining, Xiao Chen had no intention of participating further. A 1.04% deduction was already quite favorable.
In the end, Xiao Chen paid just over 31 million yuan, less than 32 million, and received the keys along with the property deed and other documents.
Mr. Xiao, would you like to take a look at your new home?
The staff member inquired.
Xiao Chen shook his head.
No need, thank you. Xiao Chen felt that just seeing the property would suffice. Of course, the house itself probably wasn't very large. These villas all had yards and such, so the actual living space was undoubtedly limited.
Alright, feel free to contact me if you have any questions. MHM. Xiao Chen stretched lazily, glancing at Xu Zhi beside him. Honey, there's not much to do here. Why don't we head home to see the baby? I'll cook dinner for you tonight.
Sounds good. Though it wasn't hot today, Xu Zhi still felt bored after spending the whole afternoon here.
Rather than lingering outside, it was better to hurry home and play with the baby. Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi elegantly exited the handover center.
As they neared their car, Yu Yang's voice called out from behind them.
Xiao Chen.
He turned his head, looking at Yu Yang with surprise.
What is it? Got time to hit the golf course together?
Ha! Xiao Chen genuinely had no idea what Yu Yang was up to, but he still smiled and shook his head.
No thanks. I've got things to do when I get home today. Another day would work too. We can set up a time on our phones then. Xiao Chen forced a smile and nodded.
After getting into the car, Xu Zhi beside him asked, "Honey, why do I feel like something's off today?"
That Yu Yang kept talking to you, and even that little girl kept asking all sorts of questions. Xiao Chen shook his head.
I don't know the exact reason either.
But they must have some purpose.
Still, it was good that they all bought houses in this area.
In fact, Yu Yang's place was much larger than his own, over 1,000 square meters, apparently. Xiao Chen could only think, money sure is nice. What purpose? Xu Zhi couldn't help but ask. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. Honey, if I knew, I'd tell you.
True. After returning home, it was still early, so Xiao Chen didn't start cooking right away. The babies were still playing with toys on the carpet. Mom had mentioned they'd taken a nap this afternoon. Now was their most energetic time. Xiao Chen went back to the bedroom and changed into a fresh set of clothes. Just then, his dad called again. Holding the phone to his ear, Xiao Chen answered, "Hello, Dad."
Son, did you finish everything I asked you to do today? Yeah, Xiao Chen replied. But Dad, there's something I'm really confused about. What is it? His father asked.
Xiao Chen spoke honestly, "It's just, there's this guy who calls himself Yu Yang.
He seems to be from Jianka Group. He said our Shumo technology is collaborating with their Jianka Group. Ha ha ha. I never thought that kid would actually say that. Dad explained to Xiao Chen, we haven't finalized a partner for Mushu yet. Did only Yu Yang from Jianan approach you? Didn't anyone from Risan reach out? Risan?
Xiao Chen recalled that girl, Su Miaotong, who had been pestering Xu Zhi.
He asked his father, is there a girl named Su Miaotong? Yes, that's the one.
Dad chuckled over the phone before continuing, both companies have solid track records in Jiangcheng construction projects. They're both on our shortlist. We're currently evaluating them, and I'm having our team review the proposals they submitted. The reason they're cozying up to you is to try and secure a partnership between our company and theirs.
So that's why. No wonder that young Master Yu Yang invited me to play golf when I was leaving today.
Since Xiao Chen hadn't entered the workforce yet, he knew nothing about these things.
Right. Since he invited you, you might as well go check it out. You might learn a lot from him. Alright, I understand, Dad.
Xiao Chen now felt he truly lacked a certain level of maturity, and interacting with many people presented challenges.
I'll transfer the funds for the house renovation to you. The property will be under your name. You can handle the decorating. Oh, you should have gone to see the house with Xu Zhi, right? No.
Xiao Chen answered honestly, Mom stayed home to take care of the baby. We came back right after finishing the paperwork. Alright, you two can go take a look when you have time, and ask Xu Zhi what she thinks.
This villa is a gift for both of you. Okay, thanks, Dad. Xiao Chen hung up quickly. Just then, Xu Zhi entered the room carrying their firstborn. It's time to change Bao's diaper. Honey, grab a fresh one quickly. Got it.
Xiao Chen hurriedly unwrapped the diaper and changed the baby. At the same time, Xiao Chen said, I just got off the phone with Dad. I already know why Yu Yang and that Su Miaotong are getting close to us.
Why?
Xu Zhi looked at him curiously. Xiao Chen picked up baby too and sat down on the bed.
Because they're both in Dad's company probation period. Mushu hasn't officially partnered with their companies yet.
They're actually trying to secure a chance to partner with us.
I see. Xu Zhi nodded, seeming to understand yet not fully grasping it.
Xiao Chen continued, yeah, if we start our own business someday, we'd probably do the same. When you're out there chasing deals, you'll do whatever it takes to win over clients.
Oh, right.
At that moment, Xu Zhi said, Lu Weiwei just messaged me saying she's not opening a bubble tea shop after all. Instead, she found a few friends to start a business with and plans to open an outsourcing company.
An outsourcing company? Xiao Chen paused in surprise. Xu Zhi nodded.
Lots of software companies need outsourcing for certain tasks these days. I heard the founder connected with the boss of Yaowu and is outsourcing some product listing work.
Not only that, but apparently there's also bank customer service work. Xiao Chen's lips twitched. Is that even legit? I don't know. Xu Zhi shook her head. The specifics aren't entirely clear yet. You could also ask Xian Tianshang. Alright, I'll ask him later.
Xiao Chen hadn't expected that in just 7 days, Lu Weiwei had already figured out her next steps. It seemed she truly intended to carve out her own path through her own efforts.
Chapter 199, Lu Weiwei's outsourcing company. When it was time to cook, Xiao Chen got started on dinner. That evening, Yu Yang invited Xiao Chen to play golf.
But Xiao Chen had only ever seen this sport on TV dramas. He even suspected his body would struggle to adapt to the demands.
Ultimately, Xiao Chen politely declined the invitation.
At his current age, it wasn't time to be worrying about such things yet. For the next 2 days, Xiao Chen remained indoors, occasionally taking the child downstairs for a stroll. The farthest he ventured was to show Xu Zhi the villa his father had purchased. Of course, the villa perfectly suited Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi's tastes. However, it was delivered as a bare shell, requiring a complete renovation inside and out. If they took their time with the construction, it might genuinely take until after they graduated before they could move in. As noon approached, Debao and Erbao nearly came to blows over a toy these 10-month-old babies already knew how to fight. If this keeps up, they'll turn into little troublemakers in no time. Just then, Xiao Chen's phone suddenly rang. Buzz buzz buzz. The caller wasn't Chen Daosheng, nor was it his father, it was his roommate, Zuantiansheng. He pressed to answer and held the phone to his ear. Hey, what's up? Hee Chen Gu, what are you up to? Zuantiansheng asked. Just hanging out with the baby at home. What's up? From the tone in Zuantiansheng's voice, Xiao Chen could tell something was up. Ahem. I need you to come over and help out, but if you want to watch the baby, forget it. Zuantiansheng seemed to need his help but was hesitant to disturb him. Xiao Chen asked, where? How many people do you need? It's near the university town. Why don't you and your wife come over? We can grab lunch together. Alright, send me the location. I'll be right there. Got it. After hanging up, Xu Zhi stood up and looked at Xiao Chen. Who was that? Zuantiansheng. Seems he needs our help with something. He's treating us to lunch. Mom, Xu Zhi and I won't be eating at home. We're going out to grab lunch with classmates. Yuan Yuqin, who had just finished cooking, rolled her eyes. But what else could she say at this point? Alright, go ahead. Mom, you watch the babies. We're off. After quickly changing clothes, the two left the house. Xu Zhi wasn't wearing any makeup today, but she looked naturally pretty without it. Besides, she never wore makeup for her 8 a.m. class anyway. She'd show up for class looking disheveled every single day. They walked straight into the restaurant location Xiantiansheng had sent them. This was the same place they'd visited last time. Even the location was the same as last time. The only difference was that today, she wasn't bringing the baby. Brother Chen, over here. Zuantiansheng had thoughtfully bought them milk tea already. Xiao Chen nodded and sat down across from them with Xu Zhi. Here I am. What do you need my help with? Zuantiansheng didn't beat around the bush. Remember how I heard the milk tea shop wasn't doing well last time, so I didn't pursue it? Well, recently my wife connected with two partners to start a business together. You know about them starting a business together, right? Yeah, I know. Xu Zhi told me. Xiao Chen nodded, then turned his gaze to Lu Weiwei. Weiwei, are these friends of yours reliable? Well, they're the older brothers of my classmates. The three of us are starting this business together. They were short on funds, so I put in 150,000 yuan. 150,000 yuan, that's no small sum. Xiao Chen pressed further, do you know what the project actually involves? This time, Xiao Chen was still worried she might be rushing into things, but Lu Weiwei nodded firmly, of course I know. It's outsourcing for Yaowu, helping merchants upload items, edit images, or tweet titles and such. Xiao Chen frequently shopped on that platform himself, yet he had no idea they even outsourced such tasks. So that's what it was. But I heard there's also something about bank customer service? Lu Weiwei replied, that seems to be debt collection and loan disbursement. Xiao Chen felt that a company having diverse services wasn't necessarily a bad thing. But this Yaowu outsourcing and bank customer service, aren't they unrelated? Alright. Xiao Chen clicked his tongue in resignation, then turned his gaze back to Xiantiansheng. By the way, you asked me to come here. Help install a computer. Zuantiansheng still seemed a bit embarrassed. The company's boss and Lu Weiwei's classmate are both out of town discussing a partnership right now. 50 computers will be delivered to the office this afternoon, so? Xiao Chen understood. He rolled his eyes. So basically, I'm here to be the tool guy. Zuantiansheng spoke up, Brother Chen, I'm offering you compensation for your trouble. Oh? Xiao Chen looked at him. How much are you planning to give me? Zuantiansheng thought for a moment before saying, 200 each. Get lost. To be honest, Xiao Chen really didn't care about that 200 yuan now. Hurry up and eat. We'll try to finish installing these computers this afternoon. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Zuantiansheng perked up. Alright. After lunch, the four headed to an office building. On the way, Xiantiansheng had already told them. They had rented a massive office space of about 400 square meters and the rent was certainly not cheap. But with the outsourcing work, they could earn 3,000 yuan per person. The client was offering them a standard rate of 6,000 yuan per person. They planned to pay only 3,000 yuan per person, with a 6-month probationary period during which wages would be 2,500 yuan. Though the pay was low, there would certainly be people willing to take the job. After all, the current job market is so bleak. As for recruiting college students for part-time work, that's not out of the question either. At that moment, a small box truck was already parked here, its cargo hold filled with used computer cases, many already covered in dust. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen's mouth twitched. Wait, are all these computers second-hand? Lu Weiwei nodded. I didn't source these computers. They seem to have been collected from some bankrupt companies. All right. Anyway, office computers don't need high specs, and these used ones are definitely cheaper than new ones.
You two ladies don't need to move them. Just stay down here and keep an eye on these computers. Zuanti and Shang, which floor is the company on?
Oh, third floor.
Got it. Xiao Chen and Zuanti and Shang began hauling the computers upstairs.
The elevator could hold over a dozen cases at a time, so they got them up pretty quickly. The office space here was indeed spacious, but the desks were covered in dust, and there were piles of documents left behind by the previous company.
Xiao Chen glanced around briefly.
The previous tenant had been a law firm. He didn't dwell on it and quickly got to work assembling the computers with Xian Tian Shang. Xu Zhi and Lu Weiwei, meanwhile, found a rag and started wiping down the desks.
Chapter 200, Preparing for the Trip.
Xiao Chen assembled computers at lightning speed. All the cables were neatly packaged.
Thus, Xiao Chen could assemble one computer in under 2 minutes.
With Xian Tian Shang assisting, all 50 computers were set up in less than 2 hours. Thankfully, the hall had air conditioning, otherwise, he might have cooked to death.
Mission accomplished. Xiao Chen clapped his hands together.
Just then, Xian Tian Shang suddenly spoke up.
Brother Chen. What is it? Xiao Chen asked. Zuanti and Shang said, actually, these computers still need debugging. We need to download 2 specialized software programs. Xiao Chen's face darkened. Shouldn't we wait until the company staff arrives to handle this? Besides, aren't you planning to hire some administrative and HR staff? Xiao Chen felt that a company absolutely needed administrative and accounting roles, otherwise, a whole mess of problems would arise. Secondly, with so many computers prepared, hiring 50 employees was a certainty.
You have a point, but if the 4 of us install them together, it should go pretty fast.
Zuanti and Shang whipped a USB drive out of his pocket with a whoosh.
Seeing this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes.
Enough. Just show us how to install it already.
Sure thing. Zuanti and Shang casually booted up a computer.
After turning it on, it took 2 whole minutes just to start up. And once it got to the desktop, it was painfully slow. Xiao Chen hated using computers like this. Seriously, you guys use computers like this for work? Are you sure it doesn't affect your productivity? Well, it's cheap, right? Maybe it's just this one that's like this. Xiao Chen was speechless, but he understood Zuanti and Shang and Lu Weiwei's predicament. Who wouldn't want to get everyone brand new equipment? But that would be far too expensive.
Next, they powered up all 50 computers for inspection. 4 responded slowly, and 8 wouldn't boot at all, likely hardware failures. Zuanti and Shang immediately set these aside for replacement. The remaining computers had their software installed and were thoroughly tested. Only after confirming everything was in working order did they finally leave the site. By then, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Summer days were long. Carrying computers, installing software, and cleaning up had left all 4 of them covered in grime, but they didn't seem to mind.
Standing dumbly downstairs, Xiao Chen watched the figures of Zuanti and Shang and Lu Weiwei, a bitter taste in his mouth.
Unlike him, they hadn't been blessed with such luck. They hadn't bound to a system. Everything they possessed had to be earned through their own efforts.
Brother Chen, it's getting late. Let's grab a bite to eat. You've been busy all afternoon. You must be pretty tired. No need. Xiao Chen shook his head. You two are more tired than me. You've probably been busy all day. You should head back and rest early.
Then, Xiao Chen turned his gaze to Lu Weiwei. Senior Weiwei, starting a business is different from going to school.
Whatever you do, think it through carefully. Once you start working, take it seriously. And above all, never do anything illegal. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's suggestion, Lu Weiwei nodded emphatically. I'll remember that. Alright, then Xu Zhi and I will head back first. You two should get some rest too. Once in the car, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi quickly departed. In the car, Xu Zhi asked Xiao Chen, honey, do you think there's something wrong with this startup project? I'm not sure.
Xiao Chen shook his head helplessly.
It all depended on whether Lu Weiwei's brother had the capability. If he was capable, perhaps it could move forward. But if not, Lu Weiwei's investment might soon go down the drain. It's her own choice. Whatever happens, it's none of our business. Xu Zhi nodded. After returning home, Xiao Chen hurried into the kitchen to cook.
His mom had been taking care of the kids all day, and now the little ones had completely transformed into little devils, starting to get a bit unruly. Taking care of them was exhausting. As they sat down at the table, Mom suddenly spoke up, Xiao Chen, I plan to take the 2 babies back home for a while starting tomorrow.
Huh? Why the sudden change of heart?
Xiao Chen wondered if his mom was just too exhausted from taking care of the kids.
It's been ages since I've been back to Jinghai.
Your dad's been swamped with work lately, and I worry he's not taking good care of himself. So I thought I'd go back and check on him.
All right. Xiao Chen nodded. Then I'll drive tomorrow and take you and Xu Zhi back.
Xiao Chen glanced at Xu Zhi. Honey, our trip hasn't started yet.
Why don't we drop Mom off in Jinghai and then head out? Sounds good. Xu Zhi nodded.
Xiao Chen said, then tell me where you want to go, and I'll plan the itinerary.
Let me think about it. All right.
After dinner, Xiao Chen volunteered to wash the dishes. That evening, he video called his dad to tell him they'd be heading back to Jinghai tomorrow. His dad mentioned he'd just wrapped up a busy stretch of work, so he'd have time to spend with the baby and his wife. The next day, after waking up, Xiao Chen changed into a fresh outfit and turned off the water and electricity. His luggage had been packed the night before. Once ready, he called out to his mother, "Mom, we're ready to go." "Coming." Mom had also finished packing. She pushed the stroller out of the room, the babies now lying quietly in their crib. "Son, you carry my luggage while I push the stroller." Sure. Before long, Xu Zhi emerged as well. She had changed into fresh clothes and was even wearing sunglasses. Seeing her appearance, Xiao Chen couldn't help but remark, "Looks like you're really ready to go out and have fun. Even the sunglasses are ready." He. Xu Zhi chuckled softly. "Let's head out." Yesterday, Xiao Chen had mentioned they wouldn't have breakfast this morning. Dad would take them out to a restaurant for lunch. At this very moment, he should already be heading to the countryside to pick up Grandma. Grandma missed these two kids terribly too, so she'd be spending this summer break properly looking after them. After getting in the car, Xiao Chen placed the suitcase in the trunk. Xu Zhi and Mom each held one child. Driving along, Xiao Chen asked, "Honey, have you decided where we want to go?" I want to go to Beijing, then Hangzhou, and finally make a trip to Hong Kong. Those three places aren't exactly close together, but no problem. How about we start with Beijing, spend 4 or 5 days there, then head back?" "Sounds good." Xu Zhi happily agreed. Just then, her mother beside her said, "Zhi, when you go out, make sure to protect yourself from the sun. It's hot now, don't get sunburned." "Thanks, Mom. I know." Xu Zhi smiled and nodded. Through the rearview mirror, Xiao Chen watched the two of them and couldn't help but smile happily. Chapter 201, Off to the Capital. After returning to Jinghai, Xiao Chen first had a meal with his parents. That afternoon, he and Xu Zhi planned their trip. They searched online for numerous travel guides and then asked Xu Zhi for her input. Xu Zhi said she didn't want to visit popular tourist spots or crowded places. Instead, she planned to visit more remote towns or hubs of traditional culture. In other words, places that were a bit off the beaten path. Xiao Chen fully respected her preferences. That very evening, Xiao Chen purchased high-speed rail tickets to Kyoto. Since Jinghai was relatively close to Kyoto, flying wasn't necessary. Naturally, Xiao Chen had purchased business class tickets. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen was ready to head out with Xu Zhi. Grandma had stayed overnight at their home. Now that the child was older, he could interact with her. When they met Grandma yesterday, Dabeo had slapped her. He even knocked off the reading glasses she was wearing. Xiao Chen immediately warned Grandma that both babies were little rascals these days, so she needed to be extra careful when holding them. In the bedroom, Xu Zhi wore a short-sleeved top that exposed one shoulder, paired with sky-blue denim hot pants. She asked Xiao Chen if she looked good in this outfit. Xiao Chen glanced at her long, white legs, pursed his lips, and replied, "It looks good, but it feels like something's missing." "What's missing?" Xu Zhi couldn't help but ask, "What's missing?" "Black stockings." Xiao Chen flashed a mischievous grin, raising an eyebrow at her before swiftly opening a drawer and pulling out a pair of unopened black stockings. Xu Zhi rolled her eyes. Fine, he could make her wear them tonight when they got intimate. But to make her wear them out today? Wearing black stockings? No way. Even if you made me jump off this building, I wouldn't wear black stockings. Seeing Xu Zhi had no intention of taking it, Xiao Chen suggested, "Honey, if you really can't, just wear a pair of flesh-colored ones instead. It's so hot outside now. Getting sunburned would ruin my look." Xu Zhi rolled her eyes. "Then why are you making me wear black? Doesn't black absorb heat? Heat or beauty, which do you choose?" I don't want hot. I want beautiful." Xiao Chen chuckled, "Then wear a nude-colored one. I'll wait for you outside." "Okay, sure." Xiao Chen stepped outside, where his mom had already prepared breakfast for both of them. "Xiao Chen, has Xu Zhi gotten up yet?" "She's up and getting dressed." Xiao Chen sat down on the edge of the bed and noticed 2 small bowls of egg custard on the table. These must be for the baby. His breakfast, however, consisted of a boiled egg and some steak. Yes, steak. Eating steak for breakfast? That's something else. "Mom, you fried steak this early in the morning?" Xiao Chen grimaced and asked, "And where's Dad?" "He left early this morning." "What time will you two arrive in Kyoto?" "We'll be there by 11. We'll grab a bite to eat first, then drop our stuff off at the hotel before heading out to explore." All right. Mom nodded approvingly, pleased with how well Xiao Chen had everything arranged. Soon, Xu Zhi emerged, revealing one shoulder. At that moment, Yuan Yuqin felt compelled to say something. But the words stuck in her throat, impossible to voice. Truthfully, Yuan Yuqin felt Xu Zhi's outfit was a bit too revealing. But nowadays, many girls dress like that on the streets. So Yuan Yuqin kept quiet and warmly invited her to sit down. "Gigi, come sit down and have breakfast. Your dad's already left for work, so you'll need to take a taxi to the high-speed rail station later." "No problem." Xiao Chen nodded. After finishing breakfast, they bid farewell to their mother and grandmother before leaving the house with Xu Zhi. Though they planned to travel for about 2 weeks, they could actually return before school started. With his grandmother taking care of the 2 babies at home during this time, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi weren't worried. He hailed a luxury car via his phone and soon arrived at Jinghai West Station. After waiting about half an hour, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi boarded the high-speed train bound for the capital. On the train, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi played a few rounds of Honor of Kings. Though they hadn't played much recently, he occasionally played it during his freshman year.
Xu Zhi had also played with Lu Weiwei before, and even during her pregnancy, the two had spent an entire day gaming at home.
Xiao Chen played Hou, while Xu Zhi played Princess Yao Yao.
In every match, Xiao Chen carried the team.
Of course, it wasn't because Xiao Chen was particularly skilled, it was simply that both players had been away from the game for too long, and their ranks had dropped to gold.
Their matched opponents even included bots. Ding ding dong. The train's announcement sounded. Dear passengers, the next stop is Kyoto West Station. Upon hearing the announcement, a stunningly beautiful young woman immediately approached to alert them and assist with their luggage.
The train came to a swift halt.
Today, many people had come to Kyoto. Most were young couples.
Upon arriving in Kyoto, Xiao Chen said, "Honey, you must be hungry.
Shall we grab something to eat first?" To be honest, Xu Zhi wasn't hungry at all.
She'd only eaten half a steak that morning. Perhaps because beef was quite filling, she didn't feel like eating anything at all.
Are you hungry? Xu Zhi didn't answer Xiao Chen's question directly.
If he was hungry, she could accompany him to grab something to eat.
Xiao Chen spoke up, a little bit. How about we try Kyoto's soybean juice? He had visited Beijing before, but he hadn't actually tried the local doji.
Upon hearing this, Xu Zhi thought it wasn't a bad idea. Everyone online claimed Beijing's doji was particularly awful, and she was curious to taste just how bad it really was. Instead of taking the subway, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi hailed a taxi and asked the driver to take them to a place selling doji.
Their accents clearly marked them as non-locals. The driver greeted them warmly. You two are visiting Kyoto, right?
Yeah.
Xiao Chen nodded. The driver then asked, oh, where are you from? Jiangcheng.
From now on, they would be Jiangcheng residents, and their children would also hold Jiangcheng household registrations. So saying they were from Jiangcheng wasn't a lie.
Jiangcheng, such a nice place.
The driver chatted with them all the way, soon bringing them to a restaurant. Once inside, they didn't order anything else, just 2 bowls of soybean paste soup. In fact, many people came here specifically to try the bean juice. Upon smelling the bean juice, Xiao Chen felt something was off. He had assumed doji was simply soy milk.
But in reality, it was something entirely different.
Made from fermented mung bean pulp, it carried a tangy, astringent, and sourish odor.
Upon catching the scent, Xu Zhi felt utterly queasy. Is it really drinkable? Chapter 202, Xiao Chen's Preferences. I don't know, but since we're already here and we bought it, we might as well try it, right?
Xu
Zhi nodded slightly.
She took a small sip with her spoon. Then, her expression changed abruptly as she began coughing violently.
Cough cough cough.
Xiao Chen quickly pulled out a tissue and wiped her lips.
How is it? It tastes awful. Xu Zhi didn't even bother avoiding the stares of those around them, bluntly uttering those 4 words. Xiao Chen chuckled. Several people were watching them right now.
But the crowd around them had long since grown accustomed to such scenes.
Many young people visiting the capital wanted to try this soybean juice. And most, like Xu Zhi, found the taste utterly unpalatable. I don't want to drink this anymore.
Xu Zhi recoiled from it as if it were the plague itself. She swore she'd never touch doji again in her life.
Fine, don't drink it.
Look at that table over there, they ordered doji but haven't touched a drop. Xiao Chen pointed to the adjacent table, where a bowl of doji remained untouched while the rest of the food had been devoured. Needless to say, they were seasoned bean juice tasters just like them.
Xu Zhi looked at Xiao Chen. Why aren't you trying it? Seeing you like that makes me not want to try it.
Oomph. Xu Zhi pouted, clearly displeased.
Stupid Xiao Chen, I hate him so much. Seeing Xu Zhi's expression, Xiao Chen finally took a sip of the soybean juice.
He silently vowed to himself that he'd never drink this stuff again.
So, how's it taste? Watching Xiao Chen's expression gradually contort, Xu Zhi giggled. Xiao Chen forced a smile. Delicious. Of course it's delicious. It's especially delicious. Then finish it all. If you do, there's a reward. Reward? Xiao Chen asked, my dear wife, what kind of reward might that be?
Xu
Zhi pondered for a moment. When we go out tomorrow, I'll agree to wear black stockings for you.
Hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately grabbed the bowl.
Xu Zhi thought he was going to down it in one gulp. But then, Xiao Chen suddenly let go. Forget it. Your legs look gorgeous even in sheer stockings. You smooth-talking charmer. After paying the bill, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi quickly left the restaurant. Having sampled Beijing's legendary delicacy, bean juice, neither of them felt the slightest bit hungry now. Let's drop our stuff off at the hotel first. Then this afternoon, we'll hit Tiananmen Square and the Forbidden City. I've already booked tickets. Come evening, we'll head to Jingshan Park. And at night, let's explore Tiananmen Street and Deschiller. These spots were all near Tiananmen Square.
With only an afternoon to spare, this was the best schedule Xiao Chen could manage.
Xu Zhi had never been to Kyoto before, and she nodded repeatedly as Xiao Chen outlined the plan.
She felt that when going out with Xiao Chen, she only needed to bring herself.
She could leave her brain at home and it wouldn't matter.
They first returned to the Lveng hotel Xiao Chen had booked.
It wasn't overly expensive, clean and comfortable, with a reasonable price. After entering the room, Xu Zhi flopped onto the soft, large bed. Xiao Chen watched her and said, "What? You're lying down the moment we get to the hotel? Aren't we going out?" Fine, but let me rest for a few minutes." "All right."
Xiao Chen pulled out his hidden camera detector, scanned the room thoroughly, and only relaxed once he confirmed there were no hidden pinhole cameras.
After all, tonight they were going to.
A mischievous grin spread across Xiao Chen's face at the thought. Ever since his physique had strengthened, no matter how Xu Zhi tried to torment him, it was all for naught. After about 10 minutes, Xu Zhi sprang up from the bed as if fully charged.
"Honey, I'm ready. Let's go. Let's go, let's go." Xiao Chen turned on the DJI action camera he'd bought online. When Xu Zhi saw it, she asked, "Huh? Why'd you buy this too?" "Silly girl, of course it's to capture more memories. I'm definitely going to take lots of photos. When we look back at them in 10 or 20 years, it might be a real treat. Besides, we've been together almost a year now, and this is the first time I've taken you on a trip. We absolutely have to document it properly." Xu Zhi felt Xiao Chen was absolutely right. She too longed to take countless photos with him. Just then, it suddenly dawned on her that they weren't married yet, no marriage certificate or anything. But Xiao Chen had said they'd get married and register after college graduation. Once outside, Xiao Chen started snapping away, capturing everything from flattering shots to goofy ones. They could transfer them to the computer and edit them later. Since it was summer vacation, Beijing was packed with tourists, and Tiananmen Square was bustling with crowds. Moreover, there were so many beautiful girls that the sight of their bare legs swaying around made Xiao Chen feel a bit dizzy. Like any guy, Xiao Chen couldn't help but glance at these girls. Xu Zhi, however, remained oblivious to this. Her mind was entirely focused on the sights of the capital. Scenes she'd only ever seen on her phone suddenly unfolded before her eyes. She felt genuinely excited. Xu Zhi wasn't some rich girl, in fact, her life had been anything but easy growing up. So arriving in the capital city did stir some excitement within her. "Honey, could you take a few photos of me?" She quickly tidied her hair. Xiao Chen nodded. "Of course. I'll take them with my phone." Xiao Chen snapped away, clicking away. Xu Zhi glanced at the photos. Some of them turned out pretty well. It wasn't that Xiao Chen was a skilled photographer, it was because Xu Zhi had trained him well. He hadn't known how to take photos before, but he'd snapped pictures of her every other day. His photography skills naturally improved over time. Next, Xiao Chen asked passers-by to take some group shots. Of course, he also splurged on a local photographer, paying 100 yuan for 3 professional portraits. After a long stroll, Xu Zhi was feeling quite tired. "I'm so tired." They sat down on a nearby bench. Xiao Chen tilted his head. No way, are you already tired, honey?" Xu Zhi took a deep breath. "Maybe I'm not adjusting well to the climate since arriving in the capital. I don't know why, but I just feel so tired." Xiao Chen thought for a moment it wasn't Xu Zhi's time of the month. It must be the climate change. "Then let's find a sweet soup shop and rest for a bit." "Sweet soup shop? Shouldn't it be a milk tea shop?" Xiao Chen said. "Actually, Kyoto has many sweet soup shops. I visited here once as a child and bought sweet soup from an old lady. It was incredibly delicious. It's been so many years, I wonder if she's still around? Let's go see." Xu Zhi was eager to learn about Xiao Chen's childhood, the paths he'd walked, and the traces of his growth. For instance, during the new year, she had seen photos of Xiao Chen from childhood to adulthood in Jinghai. "Aren't you tired? Carry me." Chapter 203, Turning Around to Find Each Other. Xu Zhi grinned mischievously as she hopped onto Xiao Chen's back. He weighed her briefly. "Honey, you feel lighter than before?" I guess I am a bit lighter." Xu Zhi nodded. "I remember before I got pregnant, I weighed over 100 gene. Now I'm down to 95 pounds. Damn it, you're lighter than before. If word gets out, people will think I'm starving you." Xiao Chen decided to have Xu Zhi sit directly on his shoulders. "Want to see what boyfriend strength looks like?" "How exactly?" Xu Zhi asked blankly. Xiao Chen crouched down. "Come on, just sit right on my shoulders." "Are you sure you can stand up?" Xiao Chen said with absolute confidence. "Not just you, even if there were 2 of you, I could still stand up." Xu Zhi looked skeptical. Still, she didn't say much. Instead, she carefully sat on Xiao Chen's shoulders. "If you can't keep your balance, grab onto my head." "Okay." Xiao Chen gripped her calf with his arm and stood up effortlessly. For Xu Zhi perched on his shoulder, as long as Xiao Chen didn't move erratically, she wouldn't lose her balance either. At that moment, Xiao Chen felt warmth on the back of his neck. He loved this feeling of turning around and finding each other.
The sight of Xiao Chen carrying Xu Zhi on his shoulders drew envious glances from many young couples. Mainly, his boyfriend game was just way too strong.
After Xiao Chen walked away,
a slightly plump girl weighing over 180 pounds looked at her boyfriend, who stood just over 170 pounds tall with a face so thin his cheekbones were sunken, and said,
"Honey, I want to sit on your shoulders too. It's so romantic."
Xiao Chen followed his memory and led Xu Zhi to the spot where they'd bought sweet soup years ago. However, the spot had transformed into a milk tea shop instead of a sweet soup shop.
Xu Zhi looked at the milk tea shop and asked, "Is this the place?"
"Yeah, I remember an elderly lady running it, but the shop was pretty run down back then.
Nothing nearly as fancy as this decor."
Not seeing the old lady, Xu Zhi felt a little disappointed.
She said, "Maybe the old lady retired and doesn't sell sweet soup anymore." Xiao Chen nodded slightly.
Just then, a sanitation worker approached them.
The woman asked, "Young man, are you looking for Xiao Shue's sweet soup shop?" Hearing the name, Xiao Chen looked up.
That was right, the sweet soup shop back then was called Xiao Shue's sweet soup shop.
"Auntie, you know it?"
Seeing Xiao Chen's expression, the sanitation worker paused her work and sighed. "Ah, that old lady who ran the sweet soup shop has passed away. But this milk tea shop is run by her granddaughter.
Inside, you should find what you're looking for."
The sanitation worker had been working here for over a decade and knew the neighborhood like the back of her hand. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi both looked up. This bubble tea shop wasn't a franchise judging by its name, it seemed to be an independent brand.
"All right, thank you, Auntie."
After thanking her, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi stepped inside the shop together.
The interior decor was quite nice, with a rustic charm. Xiao Chen glanced at the menu.
Besides various milk teas, there was an option called Grandma's Homemade Sweet Soup.
The price wasn't steep, just 10 yuan.
Xiao Chen vaguely recalled that the sweet soup he'd bought before seemed to cost 5 yuan per serving. This was in the capital city, so 10 yuan per serving wasn't expensive. 2 servings of the sweet soup, please.
Sure thing, just a moment.
After paying, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi waited in silence. Both of them fixed their gaze on the wall, as if it were narrating the history of this shop.
"I want to take a look."
Xu Zhi spoke up.
Xiao Chen nodded and walked over to the wall with Xu Zhi. There were countless photographs here.
The first photo was from April 2000.
It showed a newborn baby. The caption read, "April 15, 2000. I was born, and Grandma gave me a big red envelope." The next photo was from 2004.
This photo shows the grandmother who used to sell sweet soup.
It must be over 20 years old now. The photo is so worn that you can barely make out the people in it anymore.
The caption reads, April 15, 2004. I loved sweet soup, so Grandma opened a sweet soup shop.
In 2007, I started elementary school.
Grandma would push her bicycle to the school gate to sell sweet soup, and I got to enjoy her sweet soup every day.
In 2012, I started middle school. Grandma moved the shop across from my school. I felt like the happiest little girl in the world. 2015, high school. Grandma still followed me everywhere. In 2018, I went to college.
Grandma couldn't come to the city where I studied, but she said the sweet soup shop would always have its doors open for me.
In 2014, Grandma passed away.
She left the sweet soup shop to me, and I will carry on running it. There were countless photos inside, some blurry, some clear, filled with her and Grandma's smiles. Seeing these photos, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi both felt a pang of sadness. For some reason, Xu Zhi thought of her own family. It had been a long time since she last saw her father. Though she still resented him, time seemed to have healed some of the wounds she had suffered. Yet the scars remained.
What's wrong? Xiao Chen noticed Xu Zhi's unease and asked. Xu Zhi shook her head. Nothing. It's just that this kind of love is so hard to come by. Grandma protected her granddaughter until the day she passed away. Xiao Chen nodded silently.
Just then, the waiter called out, "Hello, your sweet soup is ready." Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi hurriedly brought them over. The sweet soup was loaded with toppings.
After sitting down, Xiao Chen took a sip.
It tasted just like he remembered. Xiao Chen hadn't expected even the flavor to be so spot on. They must have studied it thoroughly.
Or perhaps Grandma had left behind the recipe before she passed. How does it taste? Xiao Chen asked Xu Zhi.
Xu Zhi tasted it and gave high praise.
I think it's absolutely delicious. Then let's rest here after eating and continue exploring later.
Okay. 20 minutes later, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi left the sweet soup shop. Xu Zhi, somewhat moved by the photos in the shop, couldn't help but say, having a grandmother like that must have made her childhood incredibly happy.
Yeah. I was very fortunate.
Xiao Chen looked at Xu Zhi, suddenly becoming aware of her unique background. If her parents treated her badly, he wondered how her grandparents had treated her.
Xiao Chen didn't ask that question. He changed the subject. Still tired? Want to ride on my shoulders again? Chapter 204, Guyun Town.
Xu Zhi shook her head repeatedly.
No. I've rested well and recharged. I'm feeling great now. Xiao Chen sighed.
He wouldn't get to experience that feeling of turning around and finding each other after all.
Then let's explore some more. We'll grab dinner tonight. Sure. What do you feel like eating tonight? Peking duck?
Sushi could only think of that one dish, and Xiao Chen agreed immediately. Alright, let's a Peking duck. Time flew by, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. Xiao Chen found a reputable Peking duck restaurant on the street food guide and savored an authentic taste of the dish. That evening, the two returned to their hotel.
Tomorrow we're going to Guyun Town. Guyun Town?
Suji looked puzzled.
Xiao Chen nodded. Yeah, you said you didn't want to go to crowded tourist spots. It's in the northwest part of Beijing and is actually a pretty famous little town.
It's full of traditional crafts and intangible cultural heritage items. Let's go experience the charm of handmade work.
All right. Xu Zhi nodded.
At that moment, her gaze seemed fixed on Xiao Chen's thigh. Of course, whether it was his thigh or not, Xiao Chen couldn't be sure.
What if it was somewhere else?
Honey, I'm going to take a shower first. If you're hungry, help yourself to the snacks on the table. After finishing the roast duck, they'd made a special trip to the supermarket to buy some snacks. Xu Zhi had a habit of eating at night, and these items could also be brought to Guyun Town tomorrow. While there might be small shops there, buying things might not be very convenient.
Okay. Xu Zhi nodded, then pulled out her pajamas from the pink suitcase. Here's your pajamas. Thanks, sweetie. Just then, Xiao Chen suddenly spotted the black stockings in her suitcase. Holy crap, honey, I didn't expect you'd bring black stockings. He leaned closer to Xu Zhi. These must be for me, right?
No. Xu Zhi shook her head firmly.
I just like them, that's why I brought them.
Oh? How did you suddenly develop a taste for these?
Since you like them, put them on.
Xiao Chen pinched her cheek playfully before stepping into the bathroom. They were an old married couple now, and Xiao Chen had no intention of showering together. After about 5 or 6 minutes, he emerged from the bathroom. He was now wearing pajamas, while Xu Zhi still hadn't removed her makeup. In fact, she was lying on the bed editing photos. She had already planned to post today's photos on her social feed. Seeing Xiao Chen emerge so quickly, she paused in surprise.
Wait, how come you're out so fast? I'm done showering. What are you doing? I'm editing photos.
She stared intently at her phone. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. Not doing her real work, just editing photos. It wasn't like the way she'd been clinging to him all the time recently.
Want me to edit it for you? No, thanks. It wasn't that Xu Zhi didn't trust Xiao Chen's taste. She just didn't want to bother him. I'm done fixing it. I'm going to take a shower. At that moment, Xu Zhi pulled out her pajamas.
After a moment's hesitation, she unwrapped the black packaging and carried it into the bathroom. Seeing how considerate she was, Xiao Chen felt deeply satisfied. Having a considerate girlfriend was truly a blessing. Girls tend to take longer in the shower. She was in there for a good half hour before finally emerging. Her hair was still dripping wet. Xiao Chen glanced at her feet, now encased in a layer of black stockings.
Beautiful and alluring.
Xiao Chen quickly moved closer and offered, "Honey, let me blow dry your hair for you." The two moved to the sink area, where Xiao Chen began drying her hair. They gazed at their reflections in the mirror. This was the life they'd always dreamed of. After drying her hair, Xu Zhi flopped onto the bed. Her expression seemed to say, "Do whatever you want." Xiao Chen knew the next scene wouldn't be everyone's cup of tea, so he'd skip it. The next morning, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi checked out of the hotel. They took the subway to the bus terminal and bought 2 tickets bound for Guyun Town. After nearly 3 hours on the road, they finally arrived at Guyun Town. Guyun Town was a particularly renowned local village where most residents crafted handmade pottery, then applied colors using ancient techniques. Since no machinery was used here, the items tended to be somewhat pricier. Upon arriving at the town entrance, the bus stopped. Instead, numerous electric scooter rentals were available nearby. Xiao Chen had already booked a homestay in town. Looking at the small electric scooters, he suggested, "It's tough to drive a regular car up to the town. Why don't we rent an electric scooter instead?" "Sounds good." Xu Zhi pointed to a low-slung pink electric scooter and said, "I like this pink one." "Sure." Xiao Chen inquired about the rates. At 50 yuan per day, the e-scooters weren't exactly cheap, though for tourists traveling here, the price wasn't particularly steep either. "Alright, let's rent it for 3 days then." There were many scenic spots near the town, plenty of places to explore, so Xiao Chen planned to spend 3 days here with Xu Zhi. After paying the rental fee and leaving a 2,000 yuan deposit, Xiao Chen specially bought Xu Zhi a pink helmet. "Let's go to the guest house first and drop off our luggage." Xu Zhi nodded blankly. Xiao Chen then rode the electric scooter to the guest house called Streamside Retreat. The two pulled their suitcases inside. The owner was a woman in her 30s. There weren't many rooms, only 12 in total. "Hello, are you here to check in?" She was washing clothes in the courtyard at the time. Xiao Chen nodded. "Yes, I booked a room for 3 days online." "You must be Mr. Xiao." "Yes." The owner wiped her hands, led them to the front desk, and introduced herself. My name is Lin Wanwan.
For the next 3 days, feel free to reach out to me for anything you need. There are many attractions in this ancient town.
If you need a tour guide, I can arrange one for you.
Great, thank you.
After jotting down the owner's phone number, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi headed up to their second floor room. This guesthouse had the highest online ratings, so the room was exceptionally clean. Though not quite on par with some high-end hotels, Xiao Chen found it quite satisfactory.
Honey, how about we take the e-bike out for a spin?
Sure. Xu Zhi was particularly curious about Guyun Town and wanted to sit on the back of the scooter, feeling the breeze. After a quick tidy-up, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi headed downstairs together. Seeing them come down so quickly, the owner, Lin Wanwan, smiled and said, "You two are in such a hurry to leave?
Aren't you going to stay in the room a little longer?" Xiao Chen replied cheerfully, "It's almost noon.
We're going out for a stroll and grabbing lunch."
Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi hopped on the electric scooter. Before they even left the courtyard, Xiao Chen noticed
the tire had been punctured.
Chapter 205, The Conflicted Couple. Of course, someone hadn't deliberately punctured their tire, they'd probably run over a nail or something on the way here. Either way, the tire was now completely flat.
Seeing Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi both staring at the tire, the innkeeper Lin Wanwan asked, "Xiao Chen, what's wrong?"
"Nothing much. Looks like a nail went through the tire," Xiao Chen replied.
Hearing this, Lin Wanwan immediately got up and came over to them. She examined the tire. It does have a nail stuck in it. Just then, as if remembering something, Lin Wanwan casually mentioned, "You can find a repair shop on the next street over. The owner is old Joe, he's quite skilled at fixing tires."
"Oh, thanks."
Xiao Chen had assumed there was nowhere nearby to get a tire patched, but it seemed there actually was.
But why did Lin Wanwan sound a bit dismissive when mentioning old Joe?
Since Xiao Chen was visiting for the first time and knew nothing about the area, he asked, "Sis Lin, where exactly is the next street?"
Lin Wanwan pointed eastward.
"Head east about 100 meters, then look north. You'll see old Joe's repair shop."
"All right, thanks, Lin."
Xiao Chen turned to Xu Zhi, "Honey, looks like we'll have to get that tire fixed first. Otherwise, if we walk out to explore, it might take forever."
"All right."
Xu Zhi nodded with a smile. After leaving the courtyard, Xiao Chen spoke up,
"Why did Mrs. Lin Wanwan sound a bit dismissive when she mentioned old Joe?"
"Huh?
Did she?" To be honest, Xu Zhi hadn't noticed Lin Wanwan's expression at all.
She was too busy wondering what fun things there were to do around here and what delicious food she could find.
"Didn't you see the look in the owner's eyes?"
"I didn't notice."
"All right." Xiao Chen didn't think much of it.
After pushing the electric bike for about 100 meters, they spotted the repair shop Lin Wanwan had mentioned, old Joe's repair shop. The shop sign was a battered piece of tin with spray-painted letters, looking incredibly shabby. Of course, in a place like this, fancy repair shops probably didn't exist either.
"Let's go over there."
Xu Zhi followed Xiao Chen to the repair shop. Beside it stood a dilapidated electric tricycle, its rack laden with various tools for fixing bikes.
"Master Zhou." Xiao Chen addressed him politely, "Hello, master. My tire's flat. Could you patch it up for me?"
Hearing this, Zhou Taizhan looked up at Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi, then nodded.
"Are you tourists visiting this area?"
"Yes."
Xiao Chen nodded. Zhou Taizhan said, "There's another one ahead of you. You can wait here for a bit. It should take about half an hour to fix."
"All right." Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi sat down on the folding stools nearby. Perhaps finding the tire repair process a bit tedious, Zhou Taizhan struck up a conversation with Xiao Chen.
"Young man, where are you guys from?" Zhou Taizhan asked while prying the tire off another bicycle with a crowbar. Xiao Chen replied, "We're from Jiangcheng. It's summer vacation, so I brought my girlfriend here to explore."
"I see. Let me tell you, there are plenty of fun places around here.
For instance."
Zhou Taizhan listed numerous worthwhile destinations, seemingly recognizing them as students and deliberately selecting free attractions.
Xiao Chen nodded in agreement.
Then he added, "By the way, we're staying at the Riverside homestay.
The landlady sent me over to find you. You know the landlady, right?"
At those words, Zhou Tieshan's expression suddenly changed. His earlier cheerful smile vanished instantly, and he muttered under his breath, "That path to Lin Wanwan's guesthouse is bound to trip someone up sooner or later." Xiao Chen didn't understand why he said that. His tone was particularly dismissive.
After uttering those words, Zhou Taizhan didn't say another word to Xiao Chen.
Soon, he began working on the rental bike Xiao Chen had borrowed. Zhou Taizhan skillfully inspected the tires before speaking coldly, "The inner tube is already damaged and needs replacing. Don't rent bikes at the town entrance anymore, they've tampered with these bikes."
Xiao Chen felt cheated but nodded. "All right, I understand. Thanks, Master Zhou." Master Zhou added, "Lin Wanwan's family has an electric bike.
Since you're staying at her guesthouse, you can ride it for free. No need to spend extra money on this." Xiao Chen was puzzled now. From Zhou Tieshan's tone, it seemed the two men knew each other very well. But why did the tension between them feel so palpable?
"Thanks, Uncle Zhou. Next time we come here, we'll know better." About 10 minutes later, the electric bike's tire was patched. Xiao Chen opened his phone. How much, Uncle Zhou? Just give me 20. I used the cheapest inner tube anyway, it's a rental bike, no need for anything fancy. Alright. After paying, Xiao Chen rode the scooter away with Xu Zhi on the back. Along the way, Xu Zhi couldn't help but say, why do I get the feeling that Master Zhou and Boss Lin know each other? You feel that too? Actually, I do too. But they didn't dwell on it.
Xiao Chen had already researched the area online beforehand, so they set off to explore the town. At noon, they sampled the town's specialty steamed bowls. Since the weather was quite hot, they found a small grove in the afternoon and sat there playing games for a while. It wasn't until past 4 in the afternoon that Xu Zhi lazily climbed down from the hammock. By then, the sun had lost its harsh intensity. Rested up? Xiao Chen had just been struck by inspiration and composed a song on the spot. He realized he hadn't composed in quite some time, though Starry Sky had approached him before, and he'd written a few songs for them. As for compensation and such, everything was handled according to the contract.
Yeah, let's walk around a bit more before heading back. Xu Zhi was indeed having some trouble adjusting to the local environment.
The greasy lunch had upset her stomach a bit, though it wasn't too serious.
Sounds good.
Xiao Chen rode the electric scooter, taking Xu Zhi for another lap around the area before returning to the guest house.
Just then, Xiao Chen spotted Lin Wanwan arguing with Zhou Taizhan. Zhou Taizhan, stop cursing my business. When did I ever curse your business? It's you, did you scatter nails on the ground?
An elderly woman stepped in to mediate between them, leaving Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi utterly confused.
Seeing Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi return, Lin Wanwan lost interest in arguing with Zhou Taizhan. She turned to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, you two haven't had dinner yet, have you? We're roasting a whole lamb in our guesthouse courtyard tonight. Don't go out to eat, join us all for the roast lamb dinner tonight.
Hearing this, Xiao Chen found it rather interesting. Tourists from all over the world gathering together to roast a lamb, it really sounded like a treat.
Sure, sounds good. I'll lend a hand later. Chapter 206, you both have each other in your hearts. Alright, I'll go prepare.
You guys can head upstairs to your rooms and rest for now.
There's an electric bike charging station over there.
Lin Wanwan was completely different from how she'd been arguing with Zhou Taizhan earlier. It was like she'd become a different person. Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi went upstairs, and now Xu Zhi was even more puzzled.
Honey, look. Mr. Lin told us to go find old Zhou to fix the bike. Then old Zhou mentioned that Mr. Lin's guesthouse has electric bikes.
It seems like they're helping each other out, but why did they just get into a fight when they met?
Xiao Chen shook his head. Who knows? Maybe they have some issues. Xu Zhi pouted and nodded.
I'm going to take a shower first.
Are we really going to roast a whole lamb with everyone later? We already agreed, so we should go. Alright. Xiao Chen generally enjoyed group activities.
After Xu Zhi entered the bathroom, he scrolled through Douyin for a while outside. He planned to shower after dinner, since roasting a whole lamb might leave him smelling like smoke.
Half an hour later, Xu Zhi emerged from the bathroom.
She always took half an hour to shower. Seeing her dripping wet hair, Xiao Chen offered, honey, let me blow dry your hair for you.
Sure. Xu Zhi readily agreed.
After drying her hair, she changed into fresh clothes. She felt it wasn't appropriate to wear short shorts and show her legs outside, so she put on a pair of white pants and a white tank top, though she still wore a pink jacket over them. Her hair was pulled up into a bun, giving her a particularly youthful look.
I'm ready. Then let's head down. Everyone's already setting things up downstairs. Okay. Downstairs, Lin Wanwan spotted two people approaching immediately. You're here.
The lamb's about to start grilling.
You can go sit down for a bit first. Alright.
The evening temperature was perfectly pleasant. By the time they arrived, 4 people were already seated. One pair was a couple around their age, while the other 2 were guys, obviously not a couple, just good friends hanging out together. Spotting Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi, they waved enthusiastically. One of the guys spoke up, hi, come sit over here.
Thanks.
Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi sat down. One of the guys looked at them curiously.
You're here to tour Guyun Town too, right?
Yes.
Xiao Chen nodded first. Same as everyone else. Where are you guys from? Jiangcheng. We're from Yuncheng. My name is Li Sudong, and this is my good buddy, Lu Xin. Nice to meet you. I'm Xiao Chen. This is my girlfriend, Xu Zhi. After the brief introductions, they were acquainted. Just then, old Zhou brought over the grill. Master Zhou. Xiao Chen waved him over. Why don't you join us for dinner? I won't be eating here. I'll head back first. With that, Zhou Taizhan turned and walked away.
Xiao Chen froze for a moment, sensing something was definitely going on between the 2 men.
After all, he was the one who brought the sheep over. How could it not be related to Lin Wanwan? Just then, the old woman from earlier approached.
Xiao Chen and the others hurried over to assist. They set up the grill, lit the charcoal, and began slowly roasting the lamb. Meanwhile, the other 2 boys pitched in, brushing oil and such. The old woman sat down beside Xiao Chen.
Unable to resist, he asked her, Grandma, Mr. Lin and Master Zhou must know each other, and they seem to be on good terms, right? Upon hearing this, the old woman smiled and nodded. Yes. Those two? They're actually husband and wife. Husband and wife? Xiao Chen froze. Xu Zhi, standing nearby, asked, if they're husband and wife, why didn't Master Zhou stay here? They've been divorced for 3 years. Hearing this, both Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi froze. Xiao Chen glanced behind him to make sure Lin Wanwan wasn't there before asking, Grandma, do you know why they divorced? I don't know about that. The old woman didn't elaborate, and Xiao Chen didn't press further. Yet he could sense that deep down, they still cared for each other. The whole roasted lamb was taking a while, so Lin Wanwan had gone into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Xiao Chen and Li Sudong started playing a battle royale game with Lu Xian, while the other couple exchanged only a few brief words with them before keeping to themselves. Brother Xiao Chen, gotta say your skills are seriously impressive. And damn, you've got so many skins. Back in his freshman year, Xiao Chen was obsessed with gaming. He played everything, especially Valorant and the like. So once he had money, he logged into the game and bought most of the skins available. Now in PUBG, he had tons of car skins, looking super flashy. Upon hearing Li Sudong's words, Xu Zhi pouted, all you know how to do is waste money. These skins aren't expensive. Xiao Chen grinned. They had been prohibitively expensive for his previous self, but now he could easily afford them. 2 hours later, the lamb was nearly roasted to perfection. 2 more people joined the group. Both were in their 30s. During conversation, they revealed they worked in content creation and had come here for a travel residence experience. Xu Zhi felt particularly drawn to the idea of traveling and living in a new place. Of course, Xiao Chen felt the same way. No one wanted to be a 996 workhorse, and he was no exception. Honey, let's live like this too. Xu Zhi suggested. Xiao Chen thought for a moment before replying, if nothing unexpected happens, you won't need to work a day in your life. Of course, if you're ambitious, you could follow Lu Weiwei's path and start your own company. No. Xu Zhi knew she wasn't cut out for that. Starting a company felt like a distant dream to her. Anything is possible. Just then, Lin Wanwan emerged carrying several dishes she had prepared. Xiao Chen couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. If Lin Wanwan had Zhou Taizhan on her mind, why didn't she call him over? So Xiao Chen followed Lin Wanwan into the kitchen, where several freshly prepared dishes were still laid out. Ms. Lin. Xiao Chen called out suddenly. Lin Wanwan looked at him. What is it? Xiao Chen voiced his thoughts directly. Sister Lin, I feel like Zhou Taizhan is still on your mind. After hearing this, Lin Wanwan asked Xiao Chen, you know about our relationship? Yeah, the old lady outside told me. But she didn't say much. She only mentioned that you two divorced 3 years ago. When my girlfriend and I went to get our tire repaired today, he even mentioned we could borrow your shop's electric bike. So I feel like he must care about you deeply. Lin Wanwan remained unmoved by Xiao Chen's words. She carried the tray and walked straight out of the kitchen. Xiao Chen followed, carrying 2 plates himself. He felt a bit helpless. But from the look in Lin Wanwan's eyes, he could tell they both had each other in mind. Chapter 207, Honey, why do you have dark circles under your eyes? After stepping outside, Xiao Chen didn't approach Lin Wanwan to say anything. Since she didn't want to bring it up, there was nothing he could do. As an outsider, he truly had no business meddling in others' relationships. The atmosphere in the guesthouse courtyard was exceptionally pleasant. The whole roasted lamb was ready, and Lin Wanwan had explicitly stated that this meal was complimentary. Xiao Chen sat beside Xu Zhi, and everyone soon chatted animatedly. Yet Lin Wanwan seemed somewhat lonely at that moment. She sat motionless on her stool, gazing up at the moon in the sky, lost in her own thoughts. After sampling the roast lamb, Xiao Chen tasted the hostess's cooking. How about it? Still feeling queasy? Xiao Chen inquired. Xu Zhi shook her head. I'm fine. But this roast lamb really is delicious. Xu Zhi noticed Lin Wanwan sitting alone nearby and leaned closer to Xiao Chen. Honey, why isn't Boss Lin joining us? Looks like she's got something on her mind. Xiao Chen remarked casually. Xu Zhi felt he had a point. Xiao Chen continued, I suspect Mr. Lin's concerns are related to Master Zhou Taizhan. Should we call him over? Xu Zhi asked hesitantly. Xiao Chen shook his head indifferently. It probably won't do much good. After all, when we delivered the sheep today, Master Zhou Taizhan didn't seem inclined to stay here. So we have no reason to call him over. Xu Zhi nodded helplessly, but seeing Lin Wanwan's expression made her heart ache. Yet there was nothing she could do. After the meal, Xiao Chen and the others prepared to help tidy up the scene. Just then, Lin Wanwan spoke up. Everyone, no need to help clean up. Someone will be here shortly. Xiao Chen wondered who could be coming when Zhou Taizhan suddenly appeared in the courtyard. He approached warmly and said, everyone, no need to help. Go upstairs and rest. Hearing this, the other tourists departed, leaving only Xiao Chen, Xu Zhi, Lin Wanwan, Zhou Taizhan, and the old woman, 5 people in total. The old lady seemed to be a regular here. Upon seeing Zhou Taizhan appear, Lin Wanwan shot him a disapproving look, hurry up and tidy up. Don't disturb my guest's rest. Don't worry, I'll be quick. I'll help too.
Even though Lin Wanwan hadn't invited him to help, Xiao Chen lending a hand would indeed make a significant difference. Xu Zhi helped wipe down the tables before heading into the kitchen to wash dishes. She couldn't help but ask the old lady, Grandma, Mr. Lin and Master Zhou are both divorced.
Why do they still keep in touch? Xu Zhi sensed they definitely didn't have children.
Hearing this, the old lady replied, they both still cared deeply about each other, you know.
Xiao Chen had said something similar. Xu Zhi pressed, if they still care about each other, why don't they get back together?
They both want to expand their businesses.
Lin Wanwan's guest house was left to her by her grandmother. Zhou Taizhan wanted her to sell the guest house and open an auto repair shop in the provincial capital.
But Lin Xiaoxiao refused.
This issue created a rift between them, leading to their divorce. Hearing this, Xu Zhi was taken aback. Wasn't that reason for divorce a bit bizarre? Is that even possible?
The old woman nodded.
Yes. Xu Zhi pressed further, then why didn't Master Zhou Taizhan leave after they divorced?
Maybe he was worried about troublesome customers at Lin Xiaoxiao's shop. The old lady knew the couple well. She continued, after they divorced, Zhou Taizhan said he needed to find him for something. So whenever something came up, Lin Xiaoxiao would actually seek him out. Over time, Zhou Taizhan started coming here regularly to check on her and lend a hand.
This town is so small.
Everyone runs into each other all the time, so... Before the old woman could finish, Lin Wanwan walked in from outside.
She quickly shut her mouth too. Xu Zhi nodded slightly.
After finishing her chores, she stepped outside, just as Xiao Chen had finished his work.
Looking at the empty courtyard, she couldn't help but ask, where's Master Zhou Taizhan? He's already gone back. Xiao Chen replied.
Xu Zhi glanced toward the kitchen before turning to Xiao Chen.
Then let's go upstairs. It's time to rest.
The two of them walked upstairs hand in hand, entered the room, and sat down on the bed. Xu Zhi recounted what the old woman had just told her.
After hearing this, Xiao Chen pondered for a moment, just as I said.
If things had continued like this, they should have gotten back together long ago.
Then why are they still getting divorced?
Xiao Chen felt that Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhou Tieshan's relationship should have improved long ago.
I don't know. Maybe they can't save face? Xiao Chen, is pride more important than life?
Besides, anyone with eyes can see they still care deeply for each other.
Forget it. I'm not thinking about it anymore. I'm going to take a shower.
Xiao Chen reeked, so he stripped off his clothes and dove into the bathroom. Just then, the bedroom door suddenly swung open.
Xiao Chen stared blankly at Xu Zhi. Honey, let's shower together.
Xu Zhi showed no trace of shyness as she walked straight in and closed the door. Honey, if we're showering together, let's just shower.
Why are you crouching down?
Early the next morning, Xiao Chen touched the spot where his kidneys should be. For some reason, he felt a strange emptiness in that spot. It wasn't pain, but something odd. It was all Xu Zhi's fault. At that moment, Xu Zhi lay on the bed with rosy cheeks, sleeping soundly.
You sleep so soundly, yet I can't get a wink of sleep. After getting up and washing up, Xiao Chen went downstairs. The guest house provided breakfast. Seeing Xiao Chen downstairs so early, Lin Xiaoxiao asked, why were you up so early? I plan to go out exploring today. Xiao Chen replied with a smile.
Hearing this, Lin Wanwan nodded, all right.
Breakfast is in the lobby.
There are labels on them, just take yours upstairs.
All right, thanks, Sister Lin. Xiao Chen called out.
The breakfast was simple, boiled eggs, steamed jujubes, red bean buns, and 2 cartons of milk.
Everything was still warm when he brought it upstairs.
Xu Zhi had already opened her eyes. Still half asleep, she rubbed her eyes upon seeing him return.
What time is it? Just past 7. Want to sleep a bit longer? No, I'm not going back to sleep.
She shook her head, then looked at Xiao Chen and asked,
Honey, you don't look well.
You even have dark circles under your eyes.
Chapter 208, The Story of Lin Wanwan and Zhou Taizhan. You should be asking yourself that.
Xiao Chen rolled his eyes.
Did you forget how you tortured me last night?
Hearing this, Xu Zhi's face flushed with regret.
But how could her complexion have deteriorated so drastically in just one night?
Xu Zhi asked cautiously, honey, are you okay? No, I'll be fine after resting for a couple days.
Xiao Chen shook his head. Since we're not sleeping, let's get up and have breakfast. Today we'll visit the pottery workshop in town and learn how to make some. Sounds good. Xu Zhi was particularly fond of traditional crafts.
After breakfast, she dressed and left with Xiao Chen. As they stepped out of the guesthouse entrance, Xiao Chen suddenly spotted a figure.
Zhou Taizhan.
He was crouched furtively on the wall, peering inside, seemingly spying on something. The scene was identical to when Xiao Chen, as a child at his grandmother's house, had peeked at their neighbor Wang area bathing.
Uncle Zhou. Xiao Chen called out to Zhou Taizhan.
Hearing his voice, Zhou froze for a moment. He quickly turned his head, flashing an awkward smile.
You two, heading out? Yeah. Xiao Chen nodded cheerfully. What about you? What are you doing here? Xiao Chen could tell he was extremely nervous, as if he'd done something wrong. Nothing much. Just browsing around. Zhou Taizhan tried to leave, but Xiao Chen called out to him, Uncle Zhou, you still have feelings for Lin Wanwan, don't you? If you want to see Sister Lin, just do it openly. Why sneak around? Hearing this, Zhou Taizhan paused briefly before quickly leaving the area. Xiao Chen then turned his attention to Xu Zhi. Do you think there's any chance we could help them get back together? How exactly would we set them up? Xu Zhi looked confused. After a moment's thought, Xiao Chen spoke up. Since they both still have feelings for each other, I think we could help awaken the memories in their hearts. Awaken memories? Xu Zhi had no idea what Xiao Chen was up to. He nodded and explained, exactly. Like the place where they first met. The place where they first confirmed their relationship. Or, the place that holds their deepest memories. Hearing this, Xu Zhi scratched her head. But we don't even know where they first met. Xiao Chen spoke up, silly girl, we don't know, but we can ask. We could just ask the old lady. Xu Zhi's eyes lit up at Xiao Chen's suggestion. Right. Grandma knows them so well she must know every little detail of their lives. So when should we go ask? Xu Zhi asked. Xiao Chen felt there was no rush, tonight. We'll stick to our itinerary during the day. Okay. Xu Zhi nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Then Xiao Chen rode the electric scooter, taking Xu Zhi on a pottery tour to learn about Guyun Town's culture. They even tried their hand at making pottery, though their creations were decidedly ugly. Still, it became a cherished memory for the two of them. That evening, Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi found the old woman. They took her directly to a restaurant not far from the guest house. She sat in her chair, watching Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi with puzzled eyes, wondering why these two young people had invited her to dinner. What brings you two here? The old lady knew Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi weren't bad people, but she still felt a little nervous inside. Grandma, we'd like to learn more about Lin Wanwan and Zhou Taizhan. The old lady had already shared some details about them with Xu Zhi yesterday. Upon hearing this, she asked, could it be you're trying to get them back together? Hearing this, Xiao Chen was surprised that the old lady had seen right through his thoughts. That's right. He nodded, and the old woman responded with a kind smile. Having lived here for so many years, she knew how close Lin Wanwan and Zhou Taizhan had been. Therefore, she was quite willing to share some stories about Lin Wanwan and Zhou Taizhan from back in the day. The old woman spoke slowly. What story from their past would you like to hear? Xiao Chen thought for a moment before asking, Grandma, how did they meet? Those two, they were childhood sweethearts. Hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a twinge of envy toward Zhou Taizhan. After all, growing up together and then marrying as adults was truly rare. So they just naturally fell in love and ended up together? No. The old woman seemed to recall something. With a kind smile, she said, back then, Zhou Taizhan was notorious in our town as a troublemaker. He was always causing mischief, diving into the water to catch fish. She even caused trouble for the landlords. Lin Wanwan was a very quiet girl. Her parents passed away early, and she grew up relying solely on her grandmother. Xiao Chen and Xu Zhi listened intently as the old woman spoke. She continued, Zhou Taizhan was always fighting at school. He had a terrible reputation in town and his grades were poor. Zhou Taizhan wouldn't listen to his own parents, but he'd listen to Lin Wanwan. Xiao Chen chuckled. So the wife was more influential than the parents, after all. Then what happened? Xiao Chen asked curiously. The old woman continued, later, Zhou Taizhan fell for Lin Wanwan. But back then, Lin Wanwan was a top student with excellent grades and character. Even though she knew Zhou Taizhan, he'd stick to her like glue after school. But Lin Wanwan didn't like him back and turned him down countless times. At this point, Xu Zhi couldn't help but ask, then how did they end up together? Well, later on, Lin Wanwan's grandmother went up the mountain to chop firewood. She slipped and fell into a reservoir. Just then, Zhou Taizhan was climbing over the wall and bumped into her. Xiao Chen suddenly understood, so Zhou Taizhan saved Lin Wanwan's grandmother. That's right, the old woman said. After Zhou Taizhan pulled her grandmother out of the water, he carried her to the town hospital. After emergency treatment, her grandmother was fine. From that day on, Lin Wanwan had feelings for Zhou Taizhan. Goodness. Xiao Chen couldn't believe such love actually existed in real life. The old woman continued, after that, Zhou Taizhan was like a changed person. He stopped skipping class and fighting. But in the end, he still didn't pass the high school entrance exam. He enrolled in the town's technical school to learn auto repair. Lin Wanwan later gained admission to Beijing Normal University. After her grandmother passed away, she inherited this house. Instead of becoming a teacher, she stayed in the small town and opened a bed and breakfast. Zhou Taizhan usually goes down to town to fix engines and cars, and sometimes he repairs bicycles too. I see. Xiao Chen now had an idea. He asked, is the reservoir where Lin Wanwan's grandmother drowned still there?